You should take a concubine for shower. Linglong was utterly shocked when grandmother said this. In front of so many people including herself and her aunt's grandmother spoke to mother in such a manner, without even avoiding Linglong. Drop the subject of taking a concubine. Youyou said calmly. How could she possibly allow Feng Lingxiao to take a concubine? Long ago when Feng Lingxiao had first confessed his feelings, Youyou had made it clear if he married her, he could never take another. Otherwise there would be no discussion. Youyou's nonchalant attitude successfully angered her mother-in-law. Mother Feng was so furious that she thumped her cane on the floor shouting, "What a malicious woman! You want bear children yourself, yet you forbid others from giving shower offspring. Do you want the Zhenyuan Marquis Manor to have no heirs? If that's what he wants, let him come tell me himself." Youyou pressed her lips together. If he does, I don't care if he brings in a concubine, or even if I have to step aside to make room for her. Heh. A sudden gleam lit up Mother Feng's eyes, and the spark that burst forth made Linglong standing behind Youyou shudder involuntarily. She waved triumphantly to the maid behind her. "Cheesy, take out second master's letter, and let the second madam see what he has." Some people just won't cry until they see the coffin, won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. A letter? What letter? Youyou frowned as she watched Shizi bring out a sandalwood box. Opening the box, Shizi took out an envelope. "Madam, this is the one." Mother Feng didn't even look, just tilted her chin towards Youyou. "Here, show it to the second madam. She's literate. Let's see if this old woman is talking nonsense." Youyou took the letter and glanced at the envelope. It was indeed her husband's handwriting. Opening the letter, there were only a few brief words inside. After inquiring about Mother Feng's health and daily life, it read, "Regarding the matter you mentioned the other day, I have given it careful thought. If you find a suitable person, feel free to discuss it with Youyou. I have no objection. Let Youyou decide." Youyou was stunned for a moment, her mind suddenly blank. So her mother-in-law had been telling the truth. No wonder in his last letter he had said he wanted to discuss something, but didn't know how to bring it up. So he was dissatisfied with her for not bearing a son, and wanted to replace the old with the new. Youyou felt a fire rising from her stomach straight to her forehead. She let out a cold laugh, and slapped the letter on the table. "If that's the case, I suppose Mother already has someone in mind, right?" Mother Feng laughed. "As for the person, you've met her. She's Shower's cousin. But in my opinion, since we're taking one, we might as well take several. More children, more blessings. Wouldn't it be better to have more people to carry on the family line? A house full of wives and children with sons and grandsons everywhere. That is indeed wonderful." Youyou nodded slowly, a bitter smile curling at the corner of her lips. "I say, Youyou, no matter how many concubines Shower takes or how many children he has, you will always be the principal wife, and the children will all call you mother. What are you afraid of?" Mother Feng said with a smile. "I understand." Youyou said solemnly. "This matter is rather significant. Allow me a couple of days to think it over. I'll give you an answer in 2 days, is that acceptable?" Mother Feng was delighted to see her finally relent. "That's more like it. This is how you truly care for Shao. Fine. I'm not an unreasonable old woman. I won't pressure you today. Go back and think carefully about whether I'm right. Besides, which household in the capital doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Shower has been without even a chambermaid all these years. It's laughable to speak of. You don't know how nasty the gossip is. It does no good for your reputation." "I understand. In 3 days I'll give you a definite answer," Youyou said gravely. The morning greetings ended on a sour note. Linglong looked at her sullen mother, feeling both frightened and furious. She had seen it clearly. When grandmother mentioned taking a concubine, her aunts had secretly smirked. And those cousins, they were all enjoying the spectacle of her and her mother. Not a single person had spoken a word for her mother. "Mother, don't worry. Father is not that kind of person. He won't want any concubine. He only loves you." Youyou, originally feeling both vexed and heavy-hearted, was amused by her daughter's words. "How do you know he only loves me? Mother is old now, neither young nor pretty. It's not impossible for your father to fall for someone else." She smiled and ruffled Linglong's hair. "No, father definitely wouldn't like anyone else." Linglong clenched her fist, as if to knock down that shameless woman.
The entire palace had long been prepared. Everyone was busy. Some were arranging the funeral, some were busy sending out secret messages, some were plotting, and some were forging. Her father, the Marquis Zhenyuan, held an important post at the border frontier, enjoying high prestige and the emperor's trust. Meanwhile, her mother was a skilled businesswoman, bringing in a fortune day after day. It was thanks to her mother's management that the manor enjoyed such prosperity today. As for that woman's family, her father was a gambling addict, and her mother was the kind who wept at the wind and sighed at the moon. This aunt, inheriting the family tradition, was skilled in poetry and painting, and had a considerable reputation for talent. But unfortunately, her family was unsupportive. Her father was a failure, and her brothers were good-for-nothings. Decent families looked down on her, poorer ones she disdained. Time passed, and she grew older, now 20 still. Grandmother, pitying her delicate and pitiable nature, had invited her to stay for an extended period. But somehow now she was to become father's concubine. Had something happened during the new year, when father came back, that she didn't know about? She wanted to ask mother, but mother didn't seem in the mood to talk. So she began to scheme in her mind, trying to figure out how to handle this. Watching her daughter frown and count on her fingers while walking, lost in thought, Youyou forced a smile. "What's wrong? So troubled?" "Don't worry, it's nothing big. Mother can handle it." Linglong looked at her mother with suspicion. She had 100% confidence in mother's business skills. But dealing with this kind of matter was probably not mother's forte. She had seen how many times mother had been outwitted by her aunts and how they used tricks and schemes in front of grandmother to make her
This business of finding a concubine for father probably involved their instigation as well. Mother. Linglong sighed. Mother, I will help you. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? Su Youyou laughed heartily. Don't worry, mother can really handle it. Watching her daughter's worried expression, Su Youyou couldn't help but wonder if she usually acted too timid, causing her daughter to have no confidence in her. Children shouldn't carry so many worries, or you'll never grow tall. Su Youyou took her hand. Come, let's return to the courtyard. Mother will make your favorite pastries. Linglong sighed. Mother, shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with father taking a concubine? How can you still be thinking about making— I don't want pastries. Mother, grandmother brought this up in front of everyone today. It seems she left you no room at all. We should think carefully about how to handle this. Handle it. Su Youyou put away her smile and sighed. How can we handle it? If your father has no such intention, it doesn't matter whether I do anything. But if he has the intention, even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't watch over him. The crux of this matter was not the mother-in-law or cousin Gu. The most critical person was Feng Lingxiao. So we just watched them find a concubine for father. Linglong was furious. Not necessarily. Su Youyou sneered. I haven't sunk to that level yet. Alright, don't look so glum. Children should be happy. Su Youyou gently pinched her face and smiled. Linglong sighed. Alright. She forced herself to cheer up and walked toward their own courtyard. But it seemed the heavens begrudged her good mood. From afar she saw a woman in white pacing back and forth at their courtyard gate. Seeing them approach, she showed a shy expression and quickly stepped forward to greet. Greetings, second cousin-in-law. It's cousin Youyou. Is something the matter? Su Youyou's eyes turned cold as she asked indifferently. Cousin-in-law, I've been waiting for you for a while. May we talk inside? She glanced timidly at the maids and servants following behind, then bit her lip and spoke softly. Come in then. Su Youyou said calmly, then turned to Linglong. You go to your room first. Mother will make you some good pastries soon. Youyou laughed softly. The pastries at cousin-in-law's shop are excellent and usually hard to find. If cousin-in-law makes them herself, they'll be even more rare. Could you teach me later? I could make them for Linglong too. Linglong couldn't help but glare at her, snorted coldly, and turned to go back to her room. Keep dreaming. Su Youyou led her into the small flower hall. Cousin, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Youyou looked left and right. Cousin-in-law, I want to speak with you alone. Chunlan and Shaha immediately became alert, staring at her warily. Chunlan curled her lips. Miss Cousin, we've served our mistress for years. She never hides anything from us. But we wonder, is there something Miss Cousin wants to say that can't be seen? Youyou's eyes glistened with tears. I just want to share my feelings with cousin-in-law. If you think like that, then I have nothing to say. Alright, you may withdraw. They'll call you if needed. Su Youyou said to the two. Chunlan and Shaha curled their lips at Youyou and glared at her before leaving. Miss, call us if anything happens. We'll be right outside, not going anywhere. The two even closed the door behind them. Alright, it's just the two of us now. Speak your mind. Youyou's face flushed with various emotions. After a long while she whispered, Cousin-in-law, the old madam spoke to me just now. She said she wants me to come into the household as a concubine for cousin. So, Su Youyou frowned and sneered. Cousin-in-law. Youyou suddenly rose and knelt on the ground with a thud. I didn't mean to compete with you for cousin, but now the old madam has made it public. If I don't marry cousin, no one else will want me. As she spoke, she began sobbing. So you mean you must be a concubine for Lingxiao? Su Youyou tapped the table lightly, her gaze fixed on her with deep thought. Cousin-in-law, it's not that I'm born cheap. I really have no choice. Youyou cried like a pear blossom in the rain, as if she had suffered great injustice. So it's mother who has harmed you. Su Youyou sighed meaningfully. Youyou's crying paused for a moment. No, the old madam has my best interests at heart. I know that. She hurriedly defended herself. Cousin-in-law, rest assured. Even if I come in, I will definitely be on the same side as you. You know, since the old madam has decided to find a concubine for cousin, even if it's not me, it will be someone else, right? She raised her fair face and spoke to Su Youyou. Rather than someone else coming in and being disloyal to you, it's better that it's me. We can join hands and stop anyone else from entering the Zhenyuan Earl manor. Isn't that wonderful? Cousin-in-law, don't you agree? Your idea is very good. Su Youyou laughed. But have you considered that if I need a concubine, it doesn't have to be you? She said smilingly. There are plenty of pretty girls from humble families outside. Whoever comes in will listen to me. I can't see any advantage in joining forces with you. It's different. Youyou grew anxious. An outsider can never be. Besides, even if you approve, the old madam might not. Don't you think? Her peach blossom eyes shimmered as she looked over, truly captivatingly beautiful. It's a pity she was a woman, this charm was wasted. Su Youyou shifted her sitting position and said indifferently, what the old madam thinks isn't that important. Your cousin's opinion matters more, doesn't it? That's true, but cousin is filial. He will still listen to the old madam. Youyou smiled. Su Youyou sneered. So you think you've already won? Please have pity on me, cousin-in-law. Youyou bowed on the floor. But I won't have any pity. Su Youyou's voice was firm. You've miscalculated. I will never agree to Feng Lingxiao taking a concubine. Cousin-in-law, you. Youyou was shocked, falling to the ground in panic. You've known me for almost 10 years. How can you not? Su Youyou stood up with a sneer. Everyone in the manor probably knows what kind of person I am. I come from a humble background. Oh, I don't know what virtue or propriety means, nor do I understand womanly conduct. I have thick skin and don't care what others say. Let me be blunt, you want to be a concubine. No way. The conversation ended with Youyou dressed in white covering her face and crying bitterly as she fled the main courtyard, running into old Madame Feng's Shokong court. Fine. Just fine. Old Madame Feng threw her walking stick in rage, gasping at her two daughters-in-law. You two always say you're filial to me, but I see you've just been humoring me all along. No sooner had you promised than you went back on your word. Go and summon the eldest and third sons. Also tell Heir and Zhenyuan Earl to pack the luggage and carriages. I'm returning to Youyou at once. I won't see your faces anymore so you can all have your wish. The first madam and third madam were startled. They quickly sent someone to summon their husbands while kneeling down begging the old lady to calm down. Mother, you can't leave. The first madam grabbed the hem of her robe and cried. If you go, the entire capital will say we were unfilial and drove you away. If you truly must leave, then take your daughter-in-law with you. Yes, mother, our family cannot do without your presence. The third madam hastily added. They had no desire to return to their hometown. How could Youyou compare to the capital? Their Feng family had been merely ordinary folk in Youyou. The old house had only been renovated in recent years after the second son had risen to prominence. In the capital, everything from clothing to food was provided by the second branch. New outfits each season, plump chickens and fat ducks. Once back in Youyou, who would look after them? With just those few hundred acres, what could we do? I'm old and senile, my words carry no weight. I gave birth to a good son, but he's not by my side. I have to live under others' scrutiny every day. Why should I stay? As she spoke, the old lady was overcome with grief and burst into loud sobs. At that moment, the eldest and third masters of the Feng family rushed in breathlessly. Mother, who angered you so? The eldest asked hastily. Old Madame Feng turned her head away, huffily ignoring him. The eldest master glanced at his wife. The first madam wiped her tears and sighed. It's your second sister-in-law. She had promised mother to take in cousin Youyou as a concubine for second brother. But then she went back on her word and gave cousin Youyou a harsh scolding. No wonder mother is furious, she sighed heavily. Mother said she would pack and go back to our hometown. You must persuade her, or our Zhenyuan Marquis mansion will become a laughingstock in the capital. Exactly. The third madam seized the opportunity to add, if we drive mother away like this, our family's reputation will be utterly ruined. Our sons Chongren and Chongli will also be mocked. Enough, I know what this is about. The eldest master cut them off, stepped forward, and bowed to old Madame Feng. Mother, calm your anger. It's just second sister-in-law who upset you. They'll go with third brother to reason with her, and make her agree to let cousin Youyou enter the household. That will settle it. Exactly. The third master smirked. I thought it was something serious. Is this all? In my opinion, second sister-in-law is too high-strung. In this capital, which noble family doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? It's just that second brother has soft ears and listens to her. At over 30, he doesn't even have a single chambermaid. You don't know how others mock him when you're not out and about. What do they say? Hearing someone slander her most beloved son, old Madame Feng quickly pressed for details. They all say that for all his years on the battlefield, how is it that second brother is so afraid of his wife? The third master smirked contemptuously. Look, a dignified Zhenyuan Marquis, a first-class pacifying general, is called henpecked. Does that sound good? Old Madame Feng slapped the armrest of her chair in fury. They say a virtuous wife brings few troubles. I knew we shouldn't have married that girl of unknown origin. Second brother doted on her like a treasure, insisting on a proper wedding. Now look, he's become a laughingstock. Go fetch her here at once. I must hear a definitive answer today. Will he take a concubine or not? So Youyou was in the main courtyard small kitchen making egg custard cakes for Linglong when Heir Madame Feng's maid arrived. Second madam, the old lady requests your presence. So Youyou wiped her hands with a cloth. Alright, let's go. Earlier when Gu Yuzhen had run out crying, she knew this confrontation was inevitable. After 2 steps, she turned to her maids Chunlan and Xiaohe, don't follow me. Finish making the pastries, and take the butt. The 2 maids exchanged worried glances. Yes, miss. They reluctantly agreed. So Youyou entered Shokong Court, and found it packed with people. Besides the eldest and third brothers, and their wives, even the children were crammed in. Servants filled the entire courtyard. What is all this? So Youyou swept her gaze across them. Everyone felt a chill, and instinctively lowered their eyes, avoiding hers. Have you all nothing better to do? So Youyou said coldly. The maids and servants quickly bowed, and then dispersed immediately. She let out a cold laugh, about to step inside when she heard old Madame Feng's indignant voice from within. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? In my own courtyard, she dares to rebuke people so arrogantly. Who knows what she does where I can't see? So Youyou entered with a smile. Mother, what's wrong? Who angered you? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. Old Madame Feng saw through her act, pretending ignorance and playing dumb before her eyes, and was furious to the point of nearly fainting. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? She wants to avenge me. It's you who wants to drive this old woman to death. Old Madame Feng screamed. Eldest third, pack up and send me back. So Youyou sneered inwardly. If you truly return to our hometown, that would be our blessing. But she couldn't say that aloud. The eldest master tried to soothe old Madame Feng while turning to Su Youyou. Second sister-in-law, look how you've angered mother. Apologize at once and admit your mistake. Besides, arrange a day to welcome cousin Gu into the household. That will please mother, and second brother can have more heirs. A win-win, isn't it? Exactly, second sister-in-law. We younger generations must be filial. How can you keep angering mother like this? It's just taking a concubine. Why make such a fuss? Look at us, we don't have this problem. I won't say Yume is your equal, but on this matter you really are inferior to Yume. Hearing her husband suddenly praise her so openly, the third madam blushed deeply and lowered her head, twisting her handkerchief in her hands. Su Youyou took a deep breath and smiled. Yes, on this matter I truly am inferior to sister-in-law and third sister-in-law. I myself feel it's not good. It's time for some self-reflection. Upon hearing this, everyone was both surprised and delighted. This second madam had always been stubborn. Why was she being so agreeable today? Could it be that the mention of returning to the hometown had frightened her?
How did you escape? Zhenyuan asked, trembling. Your younger brother arrived just in time and saved me. Zhenyuan suddenly understood. Was it on your...
Eldest master and third master felt a flicker of glee in their hearts. Mother, all these years I've been running around without a moment's rest. I never had any leisure time. Su Youyou smiled at old Madame Feng. You know, aside from Linglong, I've never been able to conceive over these years. I suspect it's because I've been too busy. Hearing this, the old madam found it hard to remain stern. True, this second daughter-in-law, though sharp-tongued and ill-tempered, was competent in running the household. These past few years she had lived comfortably, and some credit was due to her. It's good that you think this way, the old madam said with a straight face. You are too stubborn. Now that Youyou is entering the family, she can share some of the burden. You should rest more and properly attend to your health. Youyou, while massaging the old madam's legs, said in a coquettish tone, Old madam overestimates me. How could I possibly manage the household? You still need second sister's guidance. Su Youyou gave a cold snort, setting aside whether you can manage. You haven't even entered the family yet. Even if you do enter, even if I don't manage, there are still sister-in-law and third sister-in-law. It wouldn't fall to you, would it? At these words, the old madam's face immediately darkened again. Youyou's hands froze and tears streamed down. Second sister. She sobbed quietly, her shoulders heaving, looking fragile and pitiful. The eldest and third madams were secretly delighted, their glances towards Su Youyou warming with amusement. Yes, we are also mother's daughters-in-law. We should share her burdens. Both quickly professed loyalty. Su Youyou smiled lightly. Mother, you decide. Shall I hand the keys and account books to eldest sister-in-law or third sister-in-law? You decide. This. Old Madame Feng was caught in a dilemma. If she gave it to eldest daughter-in-law, who was married when the Feng family was still poor and of ordinary background, could she manage the household after all these years in the Marquis house? As for the third daughter-in-law, she was somewhat more capable. But even if she were competent, it wouldn't be proper for the third branch to take charge while the eldest daughter-in-law was still present. For a moment, the old madam was in a bind. Even the beloved niece, crying like pear blossoms in spring rain, was momentarily forgotten. The two daughters-in-law watched anxiously, hoping for a decision. All these years in the city, the second daughter-in-law had been in charge. Of course, the second master was the Marquis. She was the legitimate marchioness. No one could compete with her. This second daughter-in-law did not stint on daily expenses, but when it came to larger sums, she held tight and wouldn't release a single coin more. Not only the ladies, but even the eldest and third masters had complained many times. If they could control the household, they could siphon some off for themselves. Both shared the same thought, their eagerness almost written on their faces. After a long pause, the old madam finally said heavily, Let it be this way. Eldest daughter-in-law and third daughter-in-law will manage together. One holds the keys, the other keeps the accounts. They'll discuss matters when they arise. If truly at a loss, they may consult the second daughter-in-law. The old madam's verdict was final. Though a little disappointed, it was still 100 times better than before. Yes, we understand. They replied in unison. Su Youyou smiled and said, Then he'll go back and organize things. 3 days from now you may come to my courtyard, and I'll hand everything over clearly. No hurry, no hurry. Both quickly waved their hands. It's fine. The sooner you take over, the sooner I can rest. Su Youyou. After Su Youyou left, the group was still dazed as if in a dream. His second sister acting strangely. Third madam spoke first. We've hinted many times before, but she always feigned ignorance. Why is she giving in so easily now? Could she be tricking us? Surely not. Eldest madam hesitated. She said it so clearly and plainly in front of all of us. It can't be a joke. Enough. The old madam frowned from aside. We are all family. The second daughter-in-law has labored for this household for over a decade. She deserves rest. Instead of thinking how to do things well, you are questioning her motives. Seeing the old madam angry, the two daughters-in-law dared not say more. Yes, mother, we were wrong. Youyou nestled beside the old madam, then suddenly realized old madam's second sister never said whether she agrees to my marriage into the family. She asked pitifully. The old madam froze. Indeed, this second daughter-in-law had thrown out such a big event, distracting everyone completely, but calling everyone back now to discuss it again seemed unseemly. Su Youyou yielding control of the household was already a big concession. Bringing up concubinage now would even feel unfair to herself. We'll talk about it later. She said she needs to recuperate. She hasn't recovered in a decade. What's a short while more? Let's give her half a year. If nothing comes of it, she won't be able to refuse. Old Madame Feng said with a smile. Youyou was deeply unsatisfied, but with the old madam's words at that, what could she do? She could only weep inwardly at her own misery. As they say, bad news travels fast. In no time, the news that Su Youyou had agreed to hand over household management spread throughout the mansion. As soon as Linglong heard, she was furious. Throwing down the pastry in her hand, she stormed off to the main courtyard. Mother, did they gang up on you again? Su Youyou smiled and set down her teacup. How could that be? You won't even tell me the truth. Linglong was very upset, pouting. Even the maids in my courtyard know that grandmother forced you to give the household keys to Aunt Eldest and Aunt Third. Are you lying to me? Oh, that. Su Youyou laughed. No one forced me. I gave it willingly. You can only fool a 3-year-old with that. Linglong said contemptuously. Who would do that unless they were coerced? She was the legitimate Marchioness of Zhenyuan. It was only natural for her to I really did it willingly. Su Youyou quickly affirmed, seeing her anger. I truly want to rest. Do you think managing they like it, then let them try? A hint of mischief crept into Su Youyou's smile. Let's hope they don't end up crying. Linglong expressed her confusion. Su Youyou burst into laughter, saying, You are still young, just live happily, these matters can be handled by your mother. After saying that, she patted her little head. You've finished the snacks that Chunlan made for you. Why not go to the garden in the back and see the newly bloomed plum blossoms? Mother, come with me. Linglong looked at her with her big dark eyes and said sweetly, Mother can't go for now, I still have to discuss some matters with Granny Fan and the others. Su Youyou said with a smile. Then I won't go either, I'll stay with Mother. Alright. If you don't mind the boredom, then stay. Su Youyou did not hold the belief that children should not participate in household chores. It all depended on interest. If she loved to learn and observe, then she could. If she did not want to learn, with the wealth she had set aside for her, it would be enough for her to live comfortably in this lifetime. As for Linglong, she had never been strict, as long as she did not go astray, other matters were inconsequential. Whether to follow the rules of womanly virtues was entirely her choice, if she had the confidence to decide. Having not lived freely in her own life, she truly did not want to impose restrictions on her daughter. Su Youyou sat on a high chair watching her mother relay different matters to various grannies. Granny Fan, Granny Li, Granny Zhou, and Granny Lan all received their orders. Inform all the shops without my hand command no one is allowed to extend credit to the Zhenyuan Duke's residence. Su Youyou spoke solemnly. Yes, miss. The grannies all replied, bowing slightly. Granny Lan, tell your husband that aside from the normal land rent income from the residence and the Duke's salary, no other unrelated properties are allowed to advance any silver. Granny Lan's husband was the chief accountant of the residence, overseeing the finances as well as the income and expenses of Su Youyou's numerous properties. Yes, miss. I understand. Granny Lan said sternly. Almost no significant matters in the residence could escape the notice of these elder women. The miss had diligently taken care of them for so many years, providing for their needs, and now they wanted to seize the miss' authority as the steward. They truly did not know their place. In their view, not only should all the properties be severed from the residence, but even the Duke's estate also belonged to the miss right. Leaving anything for them would be a great concession. She would return and tell her husband that last year's land rent and the Duke's salary should cover all the monthly allowances for the servants and festive gifts given to the miss, and that was the only fair way. Su Youyou could see her expression and knew what she was planning. She chuckled and said, Forget about the money spent earlier, if we really calculate it this way they will probably owe me money. Granny Lan said angrily, So just let them bully you. What's the matter? I wasn't doing it for them anyway. Thinking of the person far away at the border, Su Youyou couldn't help but sigh. Yes, you've endured so many grievances for the Duke over the years in the residence. Granny Lan said indignantly, In my opinion, they should remain in Huaizhou. Why must they be brought here? The Duke just loves to create trouble for you. Let's not talk about that. Su Youyou waved her hand. You all go and make arrangements. Once everything is settled we will leave here and enjoy a few peaceful days. Exactly, Granny Lan nodded. It should have been done long ago. Look at how you haven't taken care of your health all these years. If this continues, your health will not hold up. Yes, I do need to rest properly. Let's find a place where no one knows us and Su Youyou sighed. That sounds wonderful. The grannies all smiled and said, Well, I'll go with the miss. We will take good care of her just like before. Exactly. The grannies laughed. They were old servants who had accompanied Su Youyou all along. Even after marrying, they still worked in the residence and were Su Youyou's right-hand companions. Now they were all around 40 years old, yet when Su Youyou said she wanted to leave the capital, they did not hesitate to follow her. Having you all is truly wonderful. Su Youyou sighed. They all laughed, saying, It is our fortune in this life to meet the miss. At the agreed time, the eldest wife and the third wife arrived at Chusha residence. Eldest sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law are here. Su Youyou smiled and invited them to sit down. These few do not require my introduction, right? The housekeeper, the accountant, the chief steward. Old Fan, Old Zhou, Old Lan, and Old Li. I want to elaborate further. After the few people bowed to the eldest wife and the third wife, they stood to the side with their hands clasped. Su Youyou smiled as she pushed over the account book's keys and the box containing the tally sticks. Here are the items. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the chief stewards. The two of them laughed, saying, With you handling things, what do we have to worry about? Though they said that they had already picked up the account book to look. Seeing that the balance was still over 20,000 taels, they couldn't help but nod secretly. However, they still smiled and asked, What about this money in our accounts? Su Youyou nodded towards Old Fan. Old Fan stepped forward and said with a smile, To answer the two ladies, we have a total of 9 estates. In total it amounts to 6,600 mu of land. This year's land rent is approximately 4,000 taels of silver. Of course, due to uneven seasons such as floods and droughts, there may be fluctuations. For those severely affected by disasters, the residence also reduces rent and provides certain subsidies. Is that so? The two exchanged glances and nodded. This situation was quite common and normal. Additionally, the Duke's annual salary is 1,200 taels. With various other rewards and subsidies, it adds up to about 2,000 taels. Thus it totals 3,200 taels. Oh, They had heard of this and found no discrepancies. The total number of servants in the residence is 86. Each month's allowance is 242 taels amounting to 2,900 taels a year. Additionally, daily expenses are roughly 200 taels totaling about 2,400 taels a year. Calculating like this, it basically balances out. The accountant Lon also did some calculations for them. Hearing this, the two realized that this year, they could still have a surplus of about 2,000 taels of silver. If the second house has managed for so many years and still has over 20,000 taels left, it shows they are doing well. What about the usual gifts and exchanges? The third lady suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. These are merely gifts exchanged between households. A hand manager replied with a smile. Oh, the two nodded. If everything looks good, the eldest sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law can sign on this handover document and stamp it, and our procedures will be complete. Youyou asked with a smile. Good. The two replied with smiles. The two sisters-in-law departed cheerfully, with maids trailing behind carrying their belongings. Youyou smiled and said to the stewards, Very well, I entrust matters to you from now on. I shall find a place to rest and recuperate. Once I've regained my strength, I will return. The stewards bowed and replied, Yes, mistress. Rest assured we. The two sisters-in-law departed cheerfully, with maids trailing behind carrying their belongings. Youyou smiled and said to the stewards, Very well, I entrust matters to you from now on. I shall find a place to rest and recuperate. Today old Madame Feng was exceptionally kind and gentle. Yes. Rest well, and don't worry about the household. Those two need to gain experience. Oh, otherwise how can they manage the family when they have a house full of sons and daughters-in-law? Mother speaks wisely. Youyou agreed with a smile. After taking her leave, she departed the city with her nanny maids and daughter Linglong. Originally, they claimed to be heading to the manor, but after traveling dozens of li, they suddenly turned south. Mother, are we really returning to our ancestral home in the countryside? Yes. Youyou chuckled. Who still lives in our rural hometown? Will they welcome us? Linglong asked, her dark sparkling eyes fixed on her mother, who was resting with eyes closed. Your maternal grandparents, your eldest, second, and youngest uncles, and your aunt. Of course I haven't been back in 10 years. They've married and started families, so things are bound to be different. Will they like me? Grandmother didn't like me because I'm a girl. Well, grandfather and grandmother disliked girls too. But they never expected that she would sneak away under the moonlight and never return. Although she later sent them silver a few times, wasn't it because her parents, desperate to gather a bride price for her eldest brother, insisted on betrothing her to Lu Pokface, who owned a grocery store in town, all for an extra 10 taels of silver. But they never expected that she would sneak away under the moonlight and never return. Although she later sent them silver a few times over the years, she always did so under the guise of other relatives. Otherwise, if they knew she was alive and well off, they would surely start scheming again. Now her family owned land and property. Her brothers had married and had children, and even her youngest sister had what a few years ago. The Su family of Youyou village Qinghe town was now a prosperous household. Surely her return wouldn't cause trouble. After all, the family was no longer as impoverished as before. Linglong, Youyou sighed softly. When we arrive at your grandparents' home, don't tell them about our past life. Don't mention what your father does understand. I know. Linglong nodded with a profound sigh. You and father had a fight, so you don't want others to know, right? I understand. She nodded emphatically. And we shouldn't tell them about Nanny and the maids Chunlan and Xiahe being in the county town, right? Linglong smiled. Otherwise they might figure out our situation from other clues and report it to father. That would be bad. Linglong is so clever. Youyou felt a surge of warmth looking at her witty daughter. Linglong giggled. We ran away secretly to make father worry. It wouldn't be fun if he found us too easily. And if grandmother and the others knew, they'd come to bother you again. Yes, so Linglong must help me. Otherwise how could I alone contend with your grandmother and her ilk? Youyou smiled. The feeling of her mother's hand in her hair was especially comforting. Since leaving the capital, her mother had visibly become more cheerful and lively. Linglong sighed inwardly. At home, grandmother and aunt had been unkind to her mother, and father was often away. Her mother's life had been very difficult. Although mother could earn money, she had never borne a son, which deeply displeased grandmother. Before, she only urged mother to have a son, asking how the title and estate would be managed otherwise. Now she no longer spoke of bearing a son, but instead wanted to bring cousin into the household as father's concubine. Everyone said that cousin was gentle, delicate, and understanding. In the past, when Linglong met her, she would always pull her aside for a chat, occasionally giving her small gifts. To outsiders, they seemed to get along well. Linglong had once thought this aunt was kind, far better than aunt and aunt-in-law. But after the news broke that she wanted to become father's concubine, Linglong realized everything she did had been calculated. Disgusting. That was the only word Linglong had for that woman now. Mother was so pitiful. Linglong sighed. In the entire household, only father and herself treated mother well. Now even father wanted to take a concubine. He had turned bad too. She hoped her maternal grandparents would be kind to mother. But judging by mother's attitude, things might not be so optimistic. But it didn't matter. She would protect mother and let no one bully her. Gazing at the long road ahead, Linglong couldn't help but sigh again. A little child like you, why so many worries? Her mother's cheerful voice came from above. Actually, the countryside is fun. Once you stay a while, you'll grow to like it. She hoped so. At the Zhenyuan Earl's mansion in the capital, ever since Youyou left with her maids and servants, the entire household's atmosphere had lifted significantly. Even walking through the mansion felt more liberating. Previously, the second madam would send people to patrol everywhere. Anyone caught slacking off would be warned, then penalized, and if they repeated, the offense dismissed. Now, with little supervision, everyone could gather and gossip. Did you hear? The first madam made a fool of herself. How could I not? The servants' eyes sparkled with excitement as they delved into the gossip. They say the first madam took the gifts sent by the general's mansion of pacifying the barbarians and used them as the 40th birthday gift for the Marquis of Jingzhou's wife. Usually gifts are just passed around like that. But who would have thought the mistress of the general's mansion was the fourth daughter of the Marquis of Jingzhou's household? Hee, what a drama that must be. Another servant covered her mouth, laughing. Exactly. I heard the first madam and third madam were summoned by the old madam. That won't be an easier deal. They deserve it. Another woman sneered. Though the second madam was strict, she was fair in rewards and punishments. We knew how to do our work. These two, on the other hand, are stingy. They even cut our monthly wages. Squeezing oil from a cormorant's leg. How could they stoop so low? What else can they do? Our two masters are no saints. The other servants scoffed disdainfully. In the past, the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence was often empty as the Marquis was stationed far away. Eldest Master Feng and third Master Feng thought that with the second brother away, no one could control them. The bustling capital was their paradise. Yet they never expected the second brother's wife to be even more formidable. Though they had finally entered the capital, that shrew held all the household's finances tightly. She provided for their daily needs, but refused them any luxury. Consequently, the esteemed eldest and third masters of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence didn't even have 5 taels of silver in their pockets. Other noble masters spent their days in taverns and nights in brothels, indulging in fine food and drink. Yet they, bearing the grand title of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence, were unable to go anywhere. This had become a laughingstock in the capital. Now that they had finally driven away that shrew, it was like downtrodden serfs singing songs of liberation. As soon as that shrew's carriage left the mansion, they swaggered off to their wives to demand money, determined to make up for all the good times they had missed. The first and third madams wanted to refuse. But in this era where a wife must obey her husband, they lacked the courage to defy their spouses. So they had to withdraw silver from the accounts. 100 taels each, and spend it wisely, they said, quite displeased. The two men rejoiced inwardly but retorted, "Woman, you know nothing. This is the capital. What can 100? We've always been treated by others, but never returned the favor. Who will bother with us in the future?" The eldest master. Exactly. We bear the title of the Marquis residence, but are penniless. No one gives a damn about us out there. The third master added coldly, "If this continues, how will our sons Heir and Linger ever find true companions?" If the men had only spoken for themselves, the madams might have held firm. But when their sons were mentioned, they were utterly defeated. Yes. If the men didn't pave the way, what future would their sons have? Fine. They reluctantly agreed. 300 taels each, but spend it sparingly. Understood. The men chuckled, taking the silver from the steward. "Brother, let's go." They watched their husbands leave arm in arm, feeling both anxious and hopeful. But by evening, that hope had turned to despair. Madam, terrible news." Urgent footsteps echoed outside and maids rushed in frantically. "What's all this fuss about? What's so alarming?" The first madam frowned, displeased at the maid's frantic behavior. "First madam, it's awful. The two masters have been beaten." "What?" Both women were shocked, leaping to their feet. "What?" The third madam demanded sharply. The first madam burst into tears, sobbing. "Why ask that now? Let's go see how they—" Yes. The third madam snapped to her senses and hurried to the outer courtyard. When they arrived, old Madame Feng was already there, furious at the sight of her two sons, their faces bruised and swollen. "Who did this? How dare they, not knowing you are from the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence?" Old Madame Feng bellowed. The two men, their faces swollen like pig heads, were too ashamed to face their mother. "We don't know. We didn't see clearly," they evaded. "You didn't see, but didn't your attendants know who they were?" Old Madame fumed. "What are you afraid of? You brothers are the Marquis of Zhenyuan. I'd like to see who dares to—" "Send someone out to ask who the attackers are," she commanded. "Old Madam," the maid Xiang'er whispered, "I already asked. It was the Duke of Zhengguo's household." "The Duke of Zhenghua." Old Madam froze. "How did we offend them?" "This." Xiang'er hesitated, finding it hard. The two men quickly said, "It was just a momentary dispute, a few words. It's over now, nothing to worry about." They were well aware that stirring up the matter of their rivalry with the Duke's concubine-born son over a courtesan at Spring Glory Pavilion would do them no good. When the first and third madams arrived and saw their husbands beaten so badly, they were both heartbroken and outraged. "This is outrageous," they cried. "How can they bully us like this? We must report to the authorities." Old Madam shot them a cold glare. "Don't meddle. Do you even know whose household the attackers belong to? Let it go. Eldest daughter-in-law, send for a doctor to tend to them. Keep them indoors for a few days." Yes. Though the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence wanted to settle the matter quietly, the Duke of Zhengguo's household was not so inclined. Though Zhao Lei was only a concubine-born son, he was still a member of the Duke's mansion. Now they had been humiliated by commoners. True, they were from the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. But while the Marquis held rank, his two brothers were mere commoners worth nothing. How could the Duke's mansion swallow the insult of their son being beaten? The Duke of Zhenghua frowned at his weeping concubine. "Stop crying. They'll send a note to the capital prefecture to have them reprimanded." As fellow officials, he couldn't go too far. They would meet again, and he didn't want to ruin relations. But when the capital prefecture's officer arrived at the Marquis' residence, the entire family was terrified. The officer of vice magistrate spoke gently. I know the Marquis is away. Is Madame Su here? This matter is neither trivial nor grave. Young Master Zhao is still unconscious. It would be improper if your household doesn't step forward. It's a small thing, but if it creates a rift between the Marquis and the Duke, that would be unfortunate. Though he smiled, everyone could sense the seriousness of the situation. Linglong did the same, wearing cheap clothes bought from the pawnshop, and her hair ornaments changed from pearls and coral to silk. The first madam wasted no time and dispatched a servant to fetch Su Youyou. An hour later the servant returned breathless. The villagers said the second madam never arrived at the estate. What? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Not at the estate. Then where is she? The first madam shrieked. What do we do now? Old madam felt darkness closing in, her body swaying. Mother! Old madam! The hustle and bustle of the city now had nothing to do with Su Youyou, who was 1,000 miles away. She arranged all the people she brought at the county town and took Linglong to the village. She changed into plain and unadorned clothes, put away all the golden and pearl jewelry on her head, replacing them with a few silver hair ornaments. Linglong did the same, wearing cheap clothes bought from the pawnshop, and her hair ornaments changed from pearls and coral to silk flowers and red strings. In short, they went as simple as possible. Originally, she planned to pack a bundle with some old clothes of the nannies. But after arriving at the county town, she realized that even old clothes from the Zhenyuan Beau mansion were of very good quality. Taking those out would be showing off, not pretending to be poor. Then Linglong watched her mother fish out some old clothes from the pawnshop and bundle them up. Also, they couldn't go home empty-handed. They brought a few strings of cash and bought some cloth and pastries as gifts. Moreover, from now on your surname is Su. You go by your mother's surname, understand? The first madam shrieked. What do we do now? Old madam felt dark. Su Youyou laughed. Because from now on your mother is a deserted woman, abandoned by a heartless man, a poor wretch taking her little girl back to her parents' home. Linglong was stunned. Her mother had quite a taste for drama. If you go back like this, aren't you afraid that grandparents will hate you? Linglong thought about it and pouted. What else? Su Youyou snorted softly. They weren't very good to me before either. If I hadn't been bold and wild enough to climb over the wall and run away in the middle of the night, I might have become the wife of that pockmarked old man by now. If that happened, you wouldn't exist, Su Youyou said. Thinking of her mother marrying an ugly old man, Linglong shivered. Yeah, that was a close call. So we need to test them and see if they've changed over the years. If they've become better, then, well, live happily. If they're still bad, Su Youyou snorted coldly. Su Youyou instructed. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I won't mess up. Linglong said, proudly straightening her back and looking up at Su Youyou. Su Youyou instructed. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I won't mess up. Linglong said, proudly straightening her back and looking up at Su Youyou. Good, so from now on, what's your name? Su. Linglong. And your father? Ran off with a bad woman. Linglong blinked, thinking to herself, father, I'm sorry, but mother told me to say this. Not bad. Su Youyou nodded. And what do you usually do? Help mother with sewing and cooking. Linglong said cheerfully. Good. That's enough. Su Youyou nodded in satisfaction. Linglong found the situation extremely amusing now. If she were in the mansion, she would have to consider her father and grandmother's dignity and couldn't act freely. Now with her mother's cooperation, she could let loose and have fun. The carriage traveled for half a day, and in the fields of mid-spring, faintly green, a village appeared in the distance. The driver, Youyou, said softly, Madam, ahead is Youyou village. After you drop us off, you go back to the city. If anyone asks, just say we rented your carriage from the city. Yes, madam. I understand. Entering the village, Su Youyou felt that it hadn't changed much from over a decade ago. It was spring plowing season, so the streets were mostly empty. A few old women stood on the street, gossiping, looking in astonishment at the carriage approaching. Strangers rarely came to the village. A new face was quite a novelty. Hey, whose daughter is this? Su Youyou looked carefully and suddenly smiled. Grandma Gui, it's me. Yuzi Su Yuzi. Yuzi. The old woman didn't remember at first. After a moment she slapped her thigh in surprise. Oh my, it's Yuzi. Where have you been all these years? Your parents were worried to death. The others also remembered, whispering to each other. Oh, it's the Su family girl who ran away. I never thought she'd come back after all these years. Yeah, with all the chaos and war a few years ago, a young girl like that, we thought she was gone. That's right. It's good you're back. Grandma Gui's face wrinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum. How's my family? Are my parents well? Su Youyou asked with a smile. Good, couldn't be better. Grandma Gui said cheerfully. Your old Su family has met a benefactor. A few years ago it said that one of your father's distant relatives got rich. Thinking of the family, they sent silver from far. The old Su family was so poor. Several grown sons couldn't find wives. Then suddenly luck turned, and a good relative fell from the sky. They not only bought houses and land, but also had silver to bring in new brides. Their life is thriving now. Is that so? Su Youyou asked in feigned surprise. Yes, it's like a dream. Grandma Gui said enviously, just like that the Su family went from being the poorest in the village to the most prosperous. So you're back now, planning to. Grandma Gui saw her holding a little girl of 7 or 8 carrying large and small bundles, and had a rough idea. She must have been unable to make it outside, and was dragging her child back to her parents' home for shelter. Grandma Gui felt a hint of schadenfreude. In recent years the old Su family had become wealthy, but their character had completely changed. Now they had snobbish eyes looking down on the villagers. Su Youyou sighed. Alas, it's a long story. Anyway, I'm helpless now, and have come back to rely on my parents. Her tone was desolate and bitter. Alas, pitiful. Grandma Gui sighed. Your family no longer lives in the old house. They bought land at the edge of the village and built a big mansion. Come, I'll take you there. Thank you, Grandma Gui. Su Youyou thanked her with a smile. They walked through the streets and alleys heading towards the west of the village. At the end of the road ahead a stretch of blue-tiled brick houses stood out conspicuously among the mostly mud-walled houses. Up close, not only the houses, but also the walls were made of uniform blue bricks. The black-painted gate was wide open. Two women about 30 years old sat on the stone piers at the door chatting while doing needlework. Hey, Dahai's wife Dashan's wife, your sister-in-law, is home. Grandma Gui called out to them. The two women were stunned. Little aunt. The shock in their eyes was evident to anyone. Are these my two sisters-in-law? Su Youyou smiled and greeted them. Imuzi. Greetings to my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. Then she turned to Linglong and said, come say hello. Greetings to my eldest aunt and second aunt. Linglong called out obediently. The sudden appearance of this little aunt left the two women somewhat at a loss. Well, please come in. Dahai's wife forced a smile. My in-laws aren't home. They'll call them back right away. Su Youyou thanked her and stepped inside with Linglong. The courtyard was spacious, covering 2 or 3 mu of land. The houses stood in orderly rows with the main hall and the eastern and western wings all neatly arranged. To the south there were also a woodshed and a cattle pen. This courtyard is lovely. Su Youyou nodded with a smile. It's 1,000 times better than in those days. The two sisters-in-law laughed awkwardly. Please have a seat. Father and mother have gone to the fields. We'll call them back right away. Thank you. The two sisters-in-law hurried out in a fluster. Do you think she's really our little aunt? The eldest sister-in-law whispered. The second sister-in-law pursed her lips. Whether she is or not, mother will know when she gets back. All right, then you go to the fields and call them. They'll stay and watch the children. The eldest sister-in-law said. Eldest sister-in-law, try to talk to her and find out what her situation is now. Even if she really is our little aunt, I doubt she's just here for a simple visit. The second sister-in-law warned. You're right, I understand. Go now. The eldest sister-in-law nodded. The second sister-in-law dashed off toward the fields. The Su family was now well off, owning 50 mu of prime irrigated land. They couldn't bear to hire laborers, so old man Su and his wife worked the land themselves with their 3 sons and a few young grandsons. When the second sister-in-law reached the field, she saw her father-in-law and husband plowing with oxen while her mother-in-law and the others cleared the stubble. Father-mother stopped for a moment. The second sister-in-law shouted from the edge of the field. Little aunt is back. Please come home and see. Her voice was so loud that not only old man Zu's family heard it, but also the people working in the neighboring fields. Old Su, your daughter's back. Did I hear that right? An old man in the adjacent field exclaimed in astonishment. Old man Su was still dazed, but old Mrs. Su burst into tears and ran toward the ridge. My Yuzi is back. Old man Su gathered the reins and said to his 3 sons, pack up, let's head home. The 3 Su brothers scrambled to gather their things, leading the oxen and carrying the plow. Little sister is back. Yes, after more than a decade with no word, why the sudden return? Let's go. We'll find out soon enough. The Su family hurried back to the village, and all the way old man Zu's expression. His eldest daughter had once disobeyed him, climbing over the wall in the dead of night to run away, leaving him to go through great trouble to smooth things over with Lumatzi. The crowd surged through the door. Su Youyou saw them and stood up, walking to the entrance. Father, mother, brothers. Old Mrs. Su rushed over and embraced Su Youyou, weeping loudly. You heartless girl, you finally remembered to come back. Do you know how much I've missed you? All these years I was terrified you were gone. Su Youyou felt a bit awkward. She hadn't expected her mother to be so emotional, and it left her momentarily at a loss. The men were overjoyed inside, but seeing the scene, they too felt uncertain. Their eyes fell on Linglong, who stood there like a jade figurine. What's your name? Old third Su crouched down and asked with a smile. He was only 20 this year, still unwed. Su Linglong. Linglong replied as her mother had taught her. Su. Linglong. The 3 men were stunned. Their brother-in-law was also named Su. Could it be such a coincidence? Could it be? The 3 exchanged shocked glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. What's going on? Su Dahai asked in a deep voice. Old Mrs. Su was still crying, not yet recovered. But old man Su immediately caught on. You mean? Su Youyou opened her mouth, wanting to recite the excuse she had prepared, but the words stuck in her throat. Fortunately, the earlier rehearsal paid off. Linglong lowered her eyelids and pouted. My dad ran off with a bad woman and abandoned us. What? The entire family of 12 people stood dumbfounded. Is there such a person? Su Dahai fumed. Where is he now? Let's go find him. I don't know. He's long gone without a trace. Su Youyou took over the story, weaving it further. I've given up on him. I don't want him anymore. Even if he comes back crying and begging, I won't take him back. How can that be? Are we just going to let that bastard off easy? Su Dashan said angrily. What else can we do? Su Youyou sighed. Old Mrs. Su was stunned for a moment, then began to cry again. Su Dashan said angrily. What else can we do? Su Youyou sighed. Old Mrs. Su was stunned for a moment, then began to cry again. So what do you intend to do now coming back? Old man Su asked with a frown, his tone harsh. Su Youyou blinked, a cold laugh rising in her heart. Indeed, though more than a decade had passed, some things never changed. Old man, what are you doing? Old Mrs. Su cried out in shock. Shut up. Old man, Su barked. Seeing the old man scold her mother so harshly, Linglong's opinion of him plummeted to freezing point. Her mother was right. They were all bad people. She glared at old man Su, fuming. Nothing special. He abandoned me, so I came back. Su Youyou said it lightly, but it sent old man Su into a rage. Nonsense, he fumed, stamping his feet. Is marriage such a simple matter? Doesn't he have parents? Or anyone else? He has a mother and brothers, but they can't control him, Su Youyou said. You, old man Su pointed at her and sighed. With a mother-in-law around, you should stay with her and live properly. What's the point of running back here? Where does your husband live? Send word immediately and have him come to take you back. Old man Su shouted. I can't go. Su Youyou turned and sat down on a stool. His family despises me for not bearing a son. They've already given me a letter of divorce. You worthless thing. Old man Su felt darkness closing in and cursed furiously. Why didn't you die out there? How dare you show your face again? They'll beat you to death. He ranted and looked around for something handy to strike her with. Old man, what are you doing? Old Mrs. Su cried in panic. Eldest second, stop your father. You two take Yuzi to rest over there. Su Youyou followed her two sisters-in-law to the eastern wing to avoid the confrontation. Father has such a fiery temper. Don't take it to heart. The two women softly urged, once he calms down you can apologize to him, and this matter will likely pass. Su Youyou nodded. After they left Linglong's side, mother, you were right. This grandfather is indeed hard to get along with. Su Youyou smiled. Are you afraid? No. Linglong shook her head firmly. What's there to be afraid of? At worst we can return to the county town. We'll take it one step at a time, Su Youyou said without worry. She now had people and money. This trip was merely to relax and visit her family. All these years she had harbored resentment. Though she had sent plenty of silver, she had revealed no news of herself. Old man Zu's blatant preference for sons over daughters had ignored his daughter's happiness entirely. Now clearly the fault lay with her husband's family, yet he insisted she stay. The moment she mentioned being divorced, he flew into a rage. Truly, a leopard never changes its spots. She surveyed the room. It was likely her brother and sister-in-law's chamber. The cabinet appeared newly made, but the wood was of poor quality. The bedding on the bed was half-worn, and everything else was meager. She had sent back at least 1,000 taels of silver over the years. How could they still be living so poorly? At the doorway, two fuzzy little heads peeked into the room. Su Youyou smiled and beckoned come in. The two little ones hesitated before slowly stepping inside. The older one was about Linglong's age, the younger a year or two smaller. Come here. I have pastries for you. She reached for the bundle containing the treats. Let me. Linglong smiled, picked out a bundle from the floor, and opened it to reveal several boxes filled with the best pastries from the county town. Here, take these. Linglong handed one piece to each child. Mother, are these our cousins from uncle's family? They must be. Su Youyou nodded and asked with a smile, what are your names? I'm Su Chongwen, and my younger brother is Su Chongli. The older boy answered while eating. The pastries were soft and sweet, delicious. They finished them in the blink of an eye, their eyes furtively lingering on. Linglong, give your cousin some more. And whose children are you? Su Youyou asked cheerfully. My father is Dahai, my mother is Xiangtao. Chongli is from second uncle's family. The 6 or 7-year-old spoke with childish innocence, warming Su Youyou's heart. It seemed the elder brother was bolder, answering every question, while the younger was shyer, hiding behind him and quietly eating. As Su Youyou chatted with the children, she could still hear old man Zus roars from the main house. No way. Nonsense. I won't agree. The words came in fragments, indistinct. Mother-grandfather's temper is truly fierce, Linglong sighed. Yes, indeed. The core of the heated discussion next door revolved around how to settle Su Youyou and her daughter. Make her leave. Old man Su shouted angrily. That disgraceful woman. Send her back where she came from. Old Madam Su yelled back. If she had somewhere to go, would she return to her maiden home? That's because she's useless, couldn't keep her, and she couldn't bear a son. Being divorced serves her right. Are you even human? Old Madam Su wanted to claw his face, but held back because their sons and daughters-in-law were present. What's inhuman about that? Old man Su retorted, craning his neck. If she had no skill, she should have stayed put. If she's so capable, why was she divorced? Dahai and his brother understood. Their father was still holding a grudge over their sister's elopement. Recalling it, Dahai felt a pang of shame. If it hadn't been to gather his betrothal gift, his younger sister wouldn't have been betrothed to that pockmarked Lu. Originally, she had liked Shu Gear next door. Dahai and his brother understood. Their father was still holding a grudge over their sister's elopement. Recalling it, Dahai felt a pang of shame. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to see her today. You. Old Madam Su burst into tears, and the two daughters-in-law quickly stepped in to console her. Seeing the endless quarrel, Su Dahai intervened. Father, what's the point of this now? It's useless. Let's think about how to settle eldest sister and her daughter. Settle my foot. I have neither the spare money nor the time. Old man Su bellowed, his eyes wide as an ox's. Father, we have empty rooms, and it's just 2 people. They won't eat much. Second son Dashin ventured timidly, but old man Zu's glare made him swallow the rest of his words. I'd rather raise pigs or dogs than idle people. Not eat much. You've grown too used to good days, forgotten the times when even chaff was scarce. Old man Su sneered, glaring fiercely at his sons. Except for Dahai, who could barely stand up to him, the others dared not even lift their heads under his oppressive weight. The room grew stiflingly tense. So father, what do you suggest? Dahai sighed helpless. Make her leave. Back where she came from. Old man Su snorted. You heartless old fool, how can you be so cruel? Old Madam Su raged. If you drive Youyou away then. Then you can live by yourself. I won't stay with you anymore. Nonsense. Old man Su thundered. Have you lost your mind? With all these sons and daughters-in-law present, how dare you speak to me like that? I lost my mind the day I married you at 17, washing your clothes, cooking your meals, bearing your sons. Old Madam Su yelled. I raised my children with hardship, and you decide who they marry. Not caring if he's lame or pockmarked. After 40 years with you, I'm still not a person in your eyes, am I? Old Madam Su declared fiercely. Fine. Now I have sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. Without you, I won't necessarily starve. I've had it today. If you dare drive Youyou away, I'll divorce you. These words infuriated Old Man Su to the point of seeing stars. You've truly gone mad. We've only had a few good days. Why must you stir up trouble? She couldn't live peacefully, had to cause a scene and get divorced. If this gets out, where will I put my old face? Put it wherever you like. I don't care where you put it. Old Madam Su shouted. The quarrel grew louder, so clear that even Su Youyou and the others in the eastern wing could hear it distinctly. Mother, grandfather, and grandmother are arguing. Linglong peered out the window and whispered, your grandmother has finally toughened up this time. Su Youyou laughed, leaning against the windowsill to peer toward the main house. I wonder if she'll win this time. Mother, why are you watching this like a show? Should we go help grandmother? Linglong seemed eager to try. No need, no need. If you go, it won't help and might just add fuel to the fire. Su Youyou quickly stopped her. Su Chongwen licked the remaining sweetness of the pastry from his lips. Exactly, don't go. Grandfather's temper is fierce when he's angry. Sister, you'd better stay away. He might even hit you if he gets mad. He hits people. Linglong's eyes widened in shock. Chongwen nodded. Grandfather hits eldest uncle and my father, but he's never hit me. Linglong gasped in shock, staring at Su Youyou with disbelief. In the mansion, she had already seen how harsh her grandmother could be, often scolding people. But she never imagined her grandfather would resort to hitting. Mother, maybe we should just forget it. Let's leave. I don't think it's right for us to stay here. Linglong sighed. Leave? Where do you think you're going? This remark happened to be caught by Granny Su as she walked in. She had just argued fiercely with the old man, finally threatening divorce to force that stubborn mule to crouch down in silence. She had come to reassure her daughter to stop her from overthinking. But before she even entered, she heard Linglong's timid voice talking about leaving. Granny Su pushed the door open wide and shouted, no one is leaving. If you go, I'll go with you. A warmth surged in Su Youyou's heart. She stepped forward to embrace Granny Su, smiling. Mother, I heard you arguing with father just now. When did you become so formidable? Oomph. Granny Su lifted her chin with pride. Does that old man think it's still the old days, eh? Back then you children were young and the family was poor. We had to rely on him to work and support us. Now your eldest and second brothers are grown, and even the third, though unmarried, is a fine young man. Even if I leave him, would you let me starve? Since I don't need him anymore, why should I fear him? Granny Su said with a hint of smugness. Exactly. Su Youyou gave her a thumbs up. Mother, you finally figured it out. That's how it should be. Indeed, after living for 50 or 60 years, it's time I understood. Anyway, this time don't mind whatever nonsense that old man spouts. If he talks nonsense again, just pretend you didn't hear it. Having reassured her daughter, Granny Su crouched down and smiled warmly at Linglong. Good child, I'm your grandmother. Hello, grandmother. Linglong wasn't timid, besides her grandmother treated her mother well, so she liked her too. Aunt. Granny Zu's eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. She wanted to hug Linglong, but hesitated, knowing she was covered in dirt from the fields. Oh, you must be hungry after the journey. They'll have your sisters-in-law cook for you right away. Granny Su hurriedly stood up and headed out. Standing at the wing's door, she called loudly, you two stop standing around and get cooking. Oh, and catch a chicken to stew for lunch. Old man Su was furious. What do you think, you've earned some merit or face now? Eat nothing. Mind your own business. Granny Su shot back fiercely. I raised those chickens with my own hard work. They'll feed them to whoever I please, and you have no say. As the two squared off like fighting cocks, their sons and daughters-in-law quickly stepped in to calm them down. After finally coaxing old man Su back into his room, the two wives began gathering firewood and lighting the stove to cook. Su Dahai jumped into the chicken coop to catch one, stirring up a cloud of dust. A dozen chickens scurried in panic, clucking and flapping wildly. Eldest brother, don't catch one. Save them for eggs. Su Youyou hurried out to say. How can that be? Su Dahai had already cornered a chicken and replied without turning back. You haven't been back in years. What's the big deal about eating a chicken? With a sudden lunge, the speckled hen had nowhere to flee and was captured. Inside the house, old man Su pouted in frustration, sighing repeatedly. It was truly a case of sons growing beyond their father's control in the past who would dare defy him like this. Su Dahai took the chicken to the kitchen, found a knife to bleed it, and said to Linglong, who had followed, don't come close, or you'll be scared. The boys at home were a bit wild, but this little girl was so delicate and adorable. Linglong giggled, Uncle, I'm not afraid. Hearing her call him, that made Su Dahai's heart sweet. Still, don't watch. Go play with your little brother. With that, he took the chicken and a bowl for the blood outside, still worried about scaring the little girl. Su Youyou laughed and led Linglong into the kitchen. Sisters-in-law, let me help. No need, no need. They both waved their hands, stopping her from working. They dared not let their sister-in-law lift a finger, otherwise their mother-in-law might not say anything openly, but would surely grumble behind their backs. Youyou smiled, and pulled out 2 red envelopes, pressing them into their hands. I came in such a hurry that I didn't prepare gifts for Taiju and Tinyu. Consider this a small welcome gift for the children. Both sisters-in-law were startled, and immediately refused. You're back, there's no need for gifts. That's too formal. But Youyou insisted they accept them, refusing to take no for an answer. Somewhat embarrassed, they took the envelopes, and urged Youyou not to stay in the kitchen, saying they could manage on their own. Go keep mother company. You haven't seen each other in over a decade, and she must have so much to tell you, the eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. All right, thank you, sisters. Youyou smiled apologetically, and led Linglong out. Once they were a bit farther away, the eldest sister-in-law whispered, Our sister-in-law seems quite proper in her manners. Yes, she seems easy to get along with. Oh, by the way, sister-in-law, see what she gave Taiju, the second sister-in-law asked in a hushed voice. She was kneading dough and didn't want to get her hands sticky. The eldest sister-in-law took out the red envelope and examined it. Quite refined. She squeezed it was hard and felt heavy. It doesn't feel like copper coins, it's more like silver. Opening it, a silver glint appeared. A child's palm-sized silver lock weighing several taels. Ah, this is worth a bit of money, the eldest sister-in-law exclaimed. The second sister-in-law, ignoring the dough on her hands, opened her own. It was a silver lock of the same design, differing only in the patterns. This is no small gift from our sister. They suddenly grew worried. They had sons, but the other party also had a daughter. How could they possibly return the favor? The couple had initially felt a twinge of displeasure at Youyou's return. Yet seeing their sister-in-law's generosity, any lingering resentment had long since dissipated like smoke. During the meal, old man Su remained tight-lipped, his face set in a grim expression as he silently shoveled rice into his mouth. Good child. Have some chicken. Old Madam Su picked up a drumstick with her chopsticks and placed it in Linglong's bowl. She then picked up the other one and gave it to Youyou. You eat too. Look how thin you are. Ah. Old Madam Su sighed. Youyou thought to herself that she had worked so hard to maintain her current weight. If she could, she would even want to lose a few more pounds. Mother, no need to give me any. I won't eat it. She placed the drumstick into the bowl of her eldest brother's youngest son, whom he held in his arms. Her eldest sister-in-law had not only an older son, but also a 2-year-old younger one. Although the little one was not yet big, he could already feed himself. After receiving the drumstick, he beamed with joy. The eldest sister-in-law felt a bit embarrassed. Elder sister, you should eat it. Why give it to him? This younger sister-in-law had spent generously on her return. Besides the 2 older children, she hadn't forgotten to give a gift to this little one either. Old Madam Su saw her give the drumstick to her grandson, and said nothing. Then eat this part. There's more meat here. She then placed some breast meat in her bowl. Old man Su slapped his chopsticks on the table and growled. Doesn't she have hands of her own? Old Madam Su shot her husband a glare, and said to her daughter, You're back now. It's not as if this family can't afford 2 extra mouths to feed. Stay for now. Later your mother will find you a good family. Don't be afraid. Old man Su snorted coldly. Easier said than done. She's not young anymore, and she's dragging a burden along. Let's see who would want her. Old Madam Su took a deep breath, trying to suppress her seething rage. But the fire within blazed too fiercely. How could it be contained? She glared viciously at Old Man Su. If you can't say anything nice, then keep your mouth shut. What's wrong with my Yuzi? She's fair-skinned, and has grown up so beautiful. No one in the surrounding villages can compare. Those words were indeed true. Although Youyou was now over 30, she had lived a life of comfort and ease these past years. She had toiled mentally, but not physically, sheltered from the wind and rain. She looked no older than her 20s. Women her age looked far older than her, didn't they? And Linglong. Old Madam Su found the name Linglong a bit of a mouthful, so she simply changed it. She's such a well-behaved little girl. How is she a burden? Believe me, if I spread the word today, the matchmakers will have worn down our doorstep by tomorrow. Old Madam Zu's quick tongue left Old Man Su speechless. Furious, he finished his meal in a few quick bites and stomped off. Don't mind that old fool. Old Madam Su cursed fiercely. Listen to your mother. Just settle down here comfortably. In a couple of days, I'll find you a suitable man, and you can live a peaceful life. Don't worry. Now that your elder and younger brothers are grown men, they are pillars of strength. If your man dares to mistreat, you just send them to his door. Let's see who still dares to act tough. Old Madam Su rambled on as she piled food into Youyou's bowl. Youyou struggled to suppress a smile, merely nodding in agreement. Second daughter-in-law, later, you go clean out the side room on your end for your younger sister to stay in. Old Madam Su said to the second sister-in-law. The second sister-in-law looked a bit troubled. She had already given that side room to her son Tinyu to use. To vacate it now would mean she and her husband would have to squeeze in elsewhere. Yet she found it hard to object and could only agree. All right, mother. No need. Youyou quickly interjected. When I came back earlier, I saw that our old house is still empty. I don't know how many days I'll be staying this time. Since it's just sitting there empty, let us stay there. But you'd have to come and go every day. How troublesome. Old Madam Su vetoed the idea outright. Isn't it more convenient for everyone to live together? Mother, I'm used to living in that old house. Besides, I don't want to see father's sullen face. What's there to see in his face? Old Madam Su said crossly. Even this house was built with silver sent by my long-lost second uncle's cousin back when he saw how difficult my life was. If anyone's face needs to be minded, it's mine. What does it have to do with him? Linglong let out a giggle, then quickly covered her mouth, as everyone looked over. She knew the truth about this matter. What second great-uncle, or cousin? Besides, even if such a relative existed, sending a few dozen, or 100 taels would be generous enough. Could they really be sending hundreds, or thousands? It was her mother who had found someone to impersonate this possibly non-existent cousin, to send them the silver. Mother, I understand your good intentions. But it's common for relatives to visit often. There's no rule that we must all live together. Besides, the old house is less than half a li away from here. If I want to come over, it's just a step away, Youyou said. Old Madame Su saw the logic in this. Still, her daughter had been away for so long, though she wanted to live closer to her. But, no buts, Youyou said with a smile. They'll have brother take me over later. I've also brought my bedding. I can just open it up and sleep. Well, alright then. Old Madame Su hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It was true. With so many sons and daughters-in-law in the house, even though she was a blood sister, living together would inevitably lead to minor frictions. It was better to live apart. It would make for better relations. Heir, later you hitch the ox cart and take your sister over. Take a set of pots and pans and a sack of grain. Understand? Old Madame Su instructed. Got it. Dahai replied with a simple nod. The two sisters-in-law secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard their mother-in-law no longer insisted on the younger sister staying in the main house. The second sister-in-law was especially happy, knowing she wouldn't have to vacate her room. Then I'll go with you to clean up, she said with a smile. That house hasn't been lived in for a long time. It'll definitely need a good scrubbing. Thank you, second sister-in-law. After the meal, Dahai hitched the ox cart and began loading things onto it. Old Madame Su pulled Youyou into the room, took out a few taels of silver from a chest, and pressed them into her hand. With a hint of reproach, she said, Why are you still so naive? You're living so poorly yourself, why give them such generous gifts? Youyou was touched. Mother, it's all right. What money do you have? Old Madame Su said angrily. Even if you can spare a little, judging by your clothes, you are not well. You have a child of your own to raise. You should be saving your silver to support yourself. Who's as foolish as you? Even if you feel sorry for your nephews, a token gesture would have been enough. You didn't have to give such a big silver lock. Are you trying to show off your wealth? Linglong watched her mother being scolded speechless by her grandmother and found it amusing. Usually it was her mother who left others dumbfounded. It seemed her grandmother wasn't such a bad person after all. Youyou ultimately did not take the silver her mother offered. She was not short of money, and accepting it would have been meaningless. If others found out, they would surely pester her for loans. This was Linglong's first time riding an ox cart, and she found it quite fascinating. Watching the ox's tail swish back and forth, she worried it might flick her in the face. Dahai chuckled. Don't be afraid, it's very gentle. Later, when the fields are less busy, your uncle will take you to the river to let the ox graze. When no one's around, you can even ride it for fun. Linglong's eyes lit up. Really? As long as your mother doesn't object. Uncle Dahai sneaked a glance at Youyou. Of course mother won't object, Linglong said with a smile. Back at the manor, her mother had secretly taken her horseback riding. But when she wanted to ride alone, she got a stern scolding. As long as safety is ensured, I certainly won't object, Youyou said calmly. Walking through these alleys today, she could not help but be overwhelmed with thoughts. Eat nothing. Mind your own business. Granny Su shot back fiercely. I raised those chickens with my own hard work. They'll feed them to whoever I please, and you have no. The old house was already in sight, when suddenly the door next to it opened, and a young man stepped out. Dressed in a blue robe, and carrying a book basket, he headed out of the village. Seeing the ox cart approaching, he moved aside, and said politely, Hello, Uncle Dahai. Are you off to school, Shuj? Dahai asked cheerfully. Yes, Jianshu nodded. The spring break is over, so I must return to the academy. We'll take care on the road. Thank you, Uncle Dahai. The young man bowed courteously again, before continuing on his way. Through this young man, Youyou seemed to see the shadow of another person. She couldn't help but look toward the door behind him. Dahai said with a smile, This is Yulei's child. Isn't he the spitting image of his father when he was young? He's already so grown up. Youyou sighed. Indeed. Speaking of which, we all thought you and Alei would end up. You two were so close as children. Your mother and aunt, you got along well too. Remember, they always talked about arranging a childhood engagement for you. Suddenly hearing gossip about her mother's childhood, Linglong's curiosity blazed. Haha, brother, you would never have fancy. Youyou laughed. He prides himself on a family of scholars and farmers. He'd seek a wife from a literary family. By the way, how are Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu now? A plague struck the village a few years ago and claimed many lives. Dahai sighed. Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, and Xiash's mother all perished in that plague. How tragic. Linglong sighed, deeply gazing at the distant solitary figure. I see, Youyou echoed, her heart filled with sorrow. She had heard a little about that plague from the people sent to Yu village. It was not a particularly severe illness. With timely medical treatment, it wouldn't have been fatal. But the villagers always tried to tough it out, and that delay cost them. The Su family, by calling a doctor, promptly had escaped. In recent years, Lei Zi hasn't remarried. He's been living alone with the child. He works as an accountant in town, and the father and son get by well enough. In recent years, Lei Zi hasn't remarried. He's been living alone with the child. He works as an accountant in town, and we grew up together, so we know each other's temperaments inside out. You two were close as kids, so what do you think? Youyou quickly shook her head. I have no such plans for now. Oh. Dahai felt a twinge of regret. But it was understandable. Having just gone through such an ordeal, she would naturally have reservations. He would mention it to their mother later and have her sound things out. If it worked out, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lost in thought, he opened the old house's gate. As it creaked open, the familiar scene greeted his eyes. The commotion also drew the attention of Youyou next door. He walked out slowly. Dahai, go, what's this? Youyou is back. Him showing her the old house. Dahai said with a smile. Youyou. Youyou peered over and saw Youyou standing in the yard. Long time no see, sure to go. Youyou said with a smile, using their old nickname. A jade tree in the courtyard, radiant and glorious. Even though Youyou was now simply dressed in plain clothes, Youyou felt she seemed to glow. Just standing there, she seemed to radiate a dazzling light. It really is Youyou. You're back. Youyou exclaimed joyfully. Yes. Not only back, but he'll probably be your neighbor for a while. Youyou said with a smile. Dahai explained, my sister plans to stay for a time. It's good. If anything comes up, Youyou can lend a hand. Yes. If you need anything, just call over the wall. Youyou quickly said. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Youyou nodded with a smile. The house had been uninhabited for a long time and was thick with dust. The two men took dusters and brooms to clear the cobwebs. Before long, the second sister-in-law arrived, as well fetching water to wipe down the furniture. This place is still too bare. Dahai sighed. It's fine, I can manage. Youyou said with a smile. She had once lived here, there was nothing she couldn't handle. Dahai still had to plow the fields in the afternoon. After dropping off the supplies and helping to tidy up a bit, he hurried off. After seeing off the second sister-in-law, Youyou smiled and asked Youyou, sure to go, how have you been all these years? Youyou shook his head. Just muddling through, living as best I can. I have no hope left in this life. It's all up to a shoe now. You're still young, why think that way? I'm not young anymore. He looked at her and smiled. You on the other hand look very young. It seems you've lived well all these years. After you disappeared back, then we worried about you for a long time. I was lucky and met good people. Youyou didn't want to talk much about Feng Lingxiao, so she glossed over it quickly. After a few more words, Youyou took his leave. Call out if you need anything. He pointed at the courtyard wall. All right. Finally, only mother and daughter were left in the yard. Youyou saw Linglong frowning and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Having second thoughts. How could I? Linglong straightened her back. What hardship is this that could defeat me? Mother, tell me what's our next step? Shopping, of course. So the two locked the door and set off on foot toward the town. Just as they left the village, a carriage suddenly darted out from the roadside, startling Linglong. She looked closely and breathed a sigh of relief. Nanny Lon, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Linglong said, my dear young lady. Nanny Lon hugged her tightly. You and the madam ran off to the village without bringing anyone. How could I rest easy? If I hadn't come to see, how would I know my lady had to walk out the door? With that, she hugged Linglong and began to cry in grievance. Nanny, Youyou sighed. Look at what you're saying. I'm just returning to my maiden home, not being exiled. Is it really as miserable as you make it sound? Lon Nanny wiped her tears. All these years we've always been by your side. If we weren't here watching over you, you probably wouldn't even eat or sleep properly. And the little miss, we've watched her grow up too. To suddenly part like this, I can't bear it. Wah! She burst into her crying, even set off Youyou, who had come to see them off. Youyou felt helpless watching her weep so readily. Lon Nanny was perfect in every way except for being far too tearful. I used to forget meals only when I was busy working. Now that I'm just staying here idly, of course he'll eat and sleep well. Besides, I grew up here. You might be fine, miss, but the little miss won't be used to it. I wonder what you had for lunch. Did the little miss eat her fill? Lon Nanny asked with great concern. It was all right. Linglong had actually barely eaten at noon. Indeed, the rice at her grandmother's house was a bit hard, and the dishes weren't tasty. She had probably just gnawed on a chicken leg and had half a bowl of rice soaked in chicken soup before stopping. So she didn't eat well. Lon Nanny could tell from the little miss' slight hesitation that she hadn't had a proper meal. Miss, look, the little miss can't even eat properly without us. No, today you must either take the little miss back to town with, or you leave me here. It's your choice, so decide. She huffed, looking as if she would resort to force if Youyou didn't pick one. Forget about going back to the county town. Youyou shook her head. I've finally come back, and I want to stay with my family for a while. Besides, Linglong has never met her grandparents. It's good for her to stay a while too. Otherwise, it's improper for relatives to never visit or even know each other. So you're keeping me here then? Lon Nanny's sorrow turned to joy. You don't know, they all wanted to come. I had to fight 800 rounds to snatch this chance. Youyou couldn't help but retort. If you hadn't cried, Mom, the aunties wouldn't have let you have it. Lon Nanny, exposed by her son, grew furious. What nonsense are you blabbering, you little brat? Don't you know this is called strategy? Youyou curled his lip. What strategy? It was just throwing a tantrum. All right. Youyou saw her persistence and thought about the difficulty of handling Linglong alone. If you can come over legitimately without arousing suspicion from my family, then come. That's easy. Lon Nanny perked up. I've already thought it through on the way here. So miss, are you heading to town now? Let's go, we'll accompany you first. Later he'll find a way to come over. Linglong was very curious. Mom, Lon, what plan have you come up with? Lon Nanny gave a sly smile. Little miss, let me keep it a secret for now, okay? If your other nannies find out and beat me to it, I won't be able to serve you. Haha, who would have thought Mom Lon could be a bit sly too? Linglong covered her mouth and laughed. Fine, let's go shopping first. Youyou glanced at the sky. Let's go early and come back early. The weather doesn't look too reliable. Exactly. Let's hope it doesn't rain tonight. We need to stock up on plenty of things. Lon Nanny quickly said. Youyou calculated silently. There was some grain at home, but it hadn't been ground into flour. There was no rice either, and no vegetables at all. Besides, the bedding in the house was all old. Not just Linglong, but even she couldn't accept it now. Other things like toiletries, furniture, lamp oil, everything needed replacing. There was so much to do. When they arrived in town, the nannies were overjoyed. If not for being on the street, they would have knelt to pay respects. It's only been half a day and you act like we haven't seen each other for years. Youyou laughed. Miss, we've never met your father, but we've heard from Ergu that he has a bad temper. Zhou nanny looked her over with worry. He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Why would he? Youyou chuckled. Besides, I'm not afraid of him. If I were someone easily bullied, would I have run away and met all of you? That's true, that's true. The nannies all laughed. On the way back, Lon nanny had Youyou help carry the things inside. After unloading, she took Youyou straight to the new house. Just before dusk, Granny Su brought the two of them to the door. Youyou, come meet your aunt from your maternal uncle's side. She spoke while wiping her tears. Youyou looked closely and saw that her eyes were red and slightly swollen. Huh, what aunt? She asked with some surprise. You child, just call her when I tell you to. Granny Su sniffled displeased. Oh, hello, aunt. Youyou called out with a smile, even bending slightly in a respectful bow. Lon nanny quickly returned the courtesy. No, you're too kind, miss. How could she ever accept a bow from her? Granny Su sighed. Youyou, your aunt will be staying here from now on. Take care of her for me, understand? Oh, Youyou nodded. Linglong was also very curious about what Mom Lon had told Grandma. Granny Su took Lon nanny's hand and sighed deeply. Sister-in-law, from now on this is your home. Settle in peacefully. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, as long as we have a bite to eat, you'll have one too. Sister-in-law. Both of them looked at Lon nanny in bewilderment. Finally, after Grandma left, Linglong tugged on Lon nanny and asked in astonishment, Mom Lon, what did you tell Grandma? Youyou was equally curious. Lon nanny first bowed to Youyou in apology. Miss, out of necessity, I told the old lady a little lie. Youyou looked at her with a smile. What we're curious about now is how you convince them. The master and mistress are good people. Lon nanny sighed. I told them I was the wife of the latter's cousin who came to deliver the silver earlier. Our family was in business, but who could have predicted such misfortune? The goods sank with the boat, and my husband vanished, likely met with disaster. Because of this, we had to pay a lot of compensation. The clan bullied us, a widow, an orphan, and seized the remaining house. With no other choice, I begged for help from the lady here. Linglong laughed so hard she doubled over. Mom Lon, you really know how to spin a story. Lon nanny smiled. Miss, the mistress didn't suspect my identity. From now on, I'll handle the housework. As for Youyou, let him guard the gate and drive the cart. That works. Youyou nodded. Seeing Linglong still wanting to chat with Lon nanny, she called her back. Though the story Lon nanny told her mother was fabricated, it was in fact a tragedy that had truly befallen Lon nanny in the past. Dinner was held at the new residence. After listening to the fabricated life story spun by old Madam Lon, old man Su remained silent for a long time. No wonder we haven't seen his maternal uncle send anyone in the past 2 years. It turns out he had fallen into misfortune. Old man Su let out a sigh. Exactly, old Madam Su said, wiping her tears. Just think how bitter our sister's fate has been. She continued, Old man, I'm telling you the child has stayed. You can't drive her away, can you? Old man Su reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Am I that kind of person? Good that you're not. Old Madam Su snorted coldly. As they were eating, someone walked in and said, I heard Youyou has returned, is that true? Youyou looked up and saw a wiry woman stepping over the threshold while speaking with a smile. The moment old Madam Su heard her voice, her brow furrowed. The visitor was the wife of old man Zu's second younger brother, Youyou's second aunt. Oh my, truly from a wealthy family, eating nothing but plain rice. Second Aunt Su chuckled as she circled half the dining table, her eyes landing on old Madam Lon. Ayaya, is this Youyou? How have you aged so much? You must have suffered so much. Poor thing. As she spoke with feigned emotion, she even lifted her lapel to wipe at non-existent tears. Linglong nearly burst out laughing at the sight. Old Madam Lan's face darkened, and she asked old Madam Su, who is this person? She's the second aunt of Dahai and Dashan. Old Madam Su replied, curling her lip with a hint of disdain. Oh, so it's second aunt. Old Madam Lon drawled. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten what your own niece looked. Second Aunt Su was startled to realize the woman before her wasn't Youyou. You're not Youyou, so who are you? Old Madam Su sneered, this is my younger brother's wife. In terms of seniority, she's your peer. Don't come in here making a fuss and trying to act like everyone's elder. Aya. Second Aunt Su, though embarrassed, quickly recovered. Look at me, I'm getting old, my eyes are failing me. Then this must be Youyou. She finally turned her gaze to Youyou, who looked improbably young. Youyou nodded. Second Aunt Su laughed heartily. Youyou, I really didn't expect you to look so young. Speaking of which, you must be 30 years old. Old Madam Lon coughed loudly. Second Aunt Su, beaming, looked her up and down. Not bad, not bad. Youyou is even more beautiful now. Saying this, she pulled over a small stool and sat right next to Youyou. Under such scrutiny, how could Youyou continue eating? She could only claim she was full and prepared to stand up. Second Aunt Su, quick as a flash, grabbed her hand and pulled her back down. Youyou, I heard you had a falling out with your husband's family, and you're not going back, is that right? Saying it was one thing, but why did she have to sound so gleeful? Youyou irritably pulled her hand back. Second Aunt, is your family's dinner ready? If you stay here too long, Uncle might start scolding you again. It's done, it's done. Second Aunt Su laughed. Let them eat first. Those two are like starving ghosts reincarnated. All they know is eating all day. After bad-mouthing her husband and son, she turned to old Madame Su. Sister-in-law, a young woman living alone like this. It's not right, don't you think? The words might have been kind, but the way they came out of her mouth made them sound sour. Old Madame Su snorted coldly. Sister-in-law Youyou just came home. I was hoping she'd stay with us for a while. If you want to chat, come another day. Everyone is tired today, and we'll be going to bed after dinner. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. Second Aunt Su gave a dry laugh. I didn't come for anything else, just to see Youyou. It's been so many years I really missed her. Alright, you all eat, it'll be going now. She stood up and slowly shuffled out. After taking 2 steps, she turned back with a smile. But I still have one thing to say. A woman needs to find someone to marry to have someone to rely on in the future. You all rest today, but I have quite a few good candidates in mind. I'll introduce them to you properly later, Second Aunt. With that she giggled and finally left. Old Madame Lan looked at Su Youyou speechlessly. If not for the presence of others, she would have spoken up. Old Madame Su spat on the ground in disgust. She's like a weasel paying respects to the chicken. No good intentions. Youyou, don't believe her. You know what kind of person your second aunt is. Even if we consider remarrying, we need to be thorough and compare options carefully. We can't just rush into anything. Su Youyou nodded. After finally finishing dinner, the 3 of them left the new residence and walked back. Missed just 1 day back, and there's already so much trouble. If the master knew someone was trying to set you up with a man, he'd rush over and eat her alive, you know. Su Youyou snorted coldly. I'm not that lucky. He's probably having a grand old time with flowers and Miss, you're being stubborn again. Old Madame Lan advised. The master is not that kind of person. He may not be now, but who's to say he won't be in the future? Su Youyou said with some resentment. Rather than him dumping me later, I'd rather dump him now. Old Madame Lan quickly interjected, that won't do. She knew her miss had a bit of a temper. But as for the master, aside from the difficult to deal with old lady, elder brother, younger brother, and 2 sisters-in-law, everything else was tolerable. As they bickered and walked, they arrived at the old residence's gate. Youyou was standing there greeting them with a smile. Have you eaten? Su Youyou asked with a smile. Already have. Uncle, you nodded. An alarm bell rang in old Madame Lan's heart. She warily eyed the man speaking with her miss, then sidestepped to block his view, and entered the house with Su Youyou. Some questions couldn't be asked of the miss, but she could subtly probe the little miss. After bathing Linglong and tucking her into bed, she casually asked, who's that man next door? Linglong, unsuspecting, smiled, and said, one of Mother's childhood neighbors and good friends. I heard from Uncle that Mother almost married him once. Even now Uncle says he'd be a good match for Mother. His family all died in a plague, so now it's just him and his younger brother, who's about my age. Old Madame Lan grew even more uneasy upon hearing this. Once Linglong was asleep, she entered Youyou's room. Miss, aren't you worried about starting a fire in our own backyard when you come back this time? Old Madame Lan said with concern. What fire? Su Youyou retorted irritably. Let them stir up whatever they want. They'll just turn a blind eye and not let it bother me. But miss, this is too much of a loss for you. If they speak ill of you to the master, we won't even have anyone to defend you. Those who care for me will stand by my side without a word. Those who don't know amount of eloquence will help. Su Youyou spoke with a hint of resentment. What? The lady is missing. With an angry roar, a figure burst through the door and stumbled into the courtyard. A man in his 30s leaped out from the main entrance, his face frosty as he stood before the figure, instinctively reaching. The man on the ground scrambled up and kowtowed. Spare me, General, spare me. General, calm down, let him speak, and Advisor Gua quickly stopped him, speaking gently. Feng Lingxiao barked coldly. Speak now, what exactly happened? How did the lady disappear? Yes. The captain of the mansion's guard knelt on the verge of tears. Everyone knew reporting the latest disappearance would earn a scolding. But as captain, who else could go? Sending a common soldier would only enrage the general more, and they'd all face his wrath. Blame those useless fools in the mansion who stirred up trouble daily, driving the lady away. Now the Zhenyuan Marquis estate was in chaos, barely scraping by. Soon the household would run out of supplies. Because the old madam wanted to take your cousin as a concubine, saying you agree. The lady refused, handed over management to the other 2 madams, and left with her people. Nonsense. Feng Lingxiao fumed. When did I ever agree to take a concubine? Earlier the family had written to suggest that since Youyou had only given birth to a daughter after so many years, they couldn't let the Zhenyuan Marquis line end and have the court reclaim the title. Coincidentally, the 3rd brother had just had a 3rd son, only a few months old. If he was willing, they could adopt the child to carry on the family name. That way, even when Linglong married, she'd have the marquisate. This proposal swayed Feng Lingxiao. Indeed, without a brother, Linglong's future would be uncertain. So he wrote back agreeing to the adoption if Youyou had no objections. Now how did this concubine issue arise? Where did the lady go? Why speak such nonsense about her being missing? Feng Lingxiao demanded darkly. We don't know where. The guard captain replied bitterly. Seeing Feng Lingxiao's fierce expression, he stammered. The lady said she'd go to the country estate for some peace. But when the mansion sent someone, she wasn't there. The steward said she never arrived. Didn't you ask anyone else? Feng Lingxiao asked gravely. We did, but everyone only knew she planned to go to the estate, not that she changed her mind. No one knows. Feng Lingxiao took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. She wasn't alone. With so many people, couldn't you find any clue? Go back immediately, dispatch a squad to investigate her whereabouts. Yes. The guard captain hurried out. Wait. He was called back after 2 steps. He timidly looked up to see the Marquis storm into the house. Soon he emerged and tossed a letter to him. Take this to the old madam. If she can't control the eldest and third brothers, I won't hesitate to return and clean house. Yes, yes. The guard captain grabbed the letter and fled as if his tail were on fire. Watching his retreat, Feng Lingxiao snorted and went inside. He picked up a document, glanced at it, then slammed it on the table. No, I must go back. Advisor was startled. General Youyou stationed at the border, returning without a summons is treason. But if I stay any longer, my wife will run away. Feng Lingxiao fumed. Advisor thought to himself, she's already... But this was no time for gloating. He consoled. Your wife isn't reckless. Since she left, she must have planned carefully. I shall be fine. You mustn't act rashly now. Even if you must go, you need the emperor's approval through official channels. Alas. Feng Lingxiao sighed. Then quickly draft a letter to the capital. I must find Youyou myself, or we'll grow apart. All right away. Advisor Gore agreed readily. The next day, the entire Youyou family village knew Su Youyou had been divorced and sent back. Second aunt from the Su family was largely responsible. Just after breakfast, she waddled in. Youyou. Her voice preceded her. Su Youyou poked her head out. What is it? Second aunt smiled. I wanted to talk yesterday. Come sit, and let me tell you slowly. A woman's greatest need is a caring, attentive man. Second aunt took her hand across the small table, whispering, I treat you as family, so I save the best for our own. My nephew from my maiden family is handsome and eloquent. He married once, but his wife was unlucky and passed away from illness 2 years ago. Now he raises his son alone. He's filial, caring for his parents perfectly, and knows how to cherish others. He hasn't remarried because he hasn't found the right one. When you returned, I saw you're a perfect match. You're similar in age, both have children, so neither can look down on the right. Second aunt chuckled. Though this is your home, your sister-in-law and nephew are here. Can you stay forever? If you're interested, I'll arrange a meeting. See if he catches your eye. Haha, it's settled then. He'll call him over later. No. Su Youyou rolled her eyes at this forced matchmaking. Second aunt, your habit of talking to yourself is getting worse. Su Youyou sneered. Don't call him over. I want meet him. How can you refuse? Second aunt shrieked. Second aunt, my parents aren't worried, so why are you so eager? Su Youyou retorted. Besides, if he's so great, why hasn't he remarried in 3 years? Could there be something wrong? 3 consecutive questions left Aunt Su speechless. Suddenly her face changed, and she burst into loud sobs. How can you be like this, girl? I'm your own aunt, would I ever harm you? Isn't it all for your own good? Slandering me like this, you're utterly heartless, Wool. At this commotion, both Nanny Lan and Ling Long stepped out. Earlier the two had been talking in the courtyard, and those inside had heard everything clearly. Seeing that the young lady refused, and this woman began throwing a tantrum, Nanny Lan was furious. You woman, you mean, what kind of person is our young lady? Could she possibly be matched with some rustic boor? Mind your own affairs, and stop being you. What business is it of yours? Aunt Su shrieked in exasperation. Humph, I am her maternal cousin's wife, how is it not my concern? Nanny Lan snorted disdainfully. With spring planting underway, you have leisure to meddle. You'd be better off plowing 2 acres of land. Humph, a dog bites Lu Dongbin. You can't tell a good heart from a bad one. Aunt Su grumbled and left. As she stepped out, she saw their neighbor Youyou sending his son off. Her eyes darted, and she suddenly laughed, as if uncovering some secret. I see now, so you still have him in your heart. No wonder you wouldn't stay in the new house, but insisted on moving into this old one. Youyou, are you still dreaming of being a juror? Aunt Su laughed loudly. Too bad after all these years, he hasn't even passed the Shotsai exam. Just an old Tong Sheng. With that, she gave Youyou and his son a contemptuous glance, and walked off with a snort. You're talking nonsense. Yu Jiangshu's face flushed red as he roared at the retreating Aunt Su. Turning back, he saw the two standing at the door, smiling as they watched him. Su Youyou chuckled. Don't listen to her nonsense. She came looking for trouble early in the morning. How annoying. Are you sending your son to the academy? Su Youyou asked. Youyou nodded. I'm taking him to the academy, and then I'm off to work. What about lunch? Su Youyou remembered the old academy was in a neighboring village where children ate at home. I make extra in the morning for him to keep. He comes back at noon to heat it up. I cook dinner when I return, Youyou said with a faint smile. Can that be good enough? Su Youyou was astonished. Eating leftovers every day won't do. How about this? Come eat at my place at noon. No, that's too much trouble. Youyou quickly waved his hand. What trouble? It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Su Youyou smiled and patted the little boy's head. Even without him, we'd still be cooking. It's settled then. Watching the father and son walk out of the village, Su Youyou couldn't help but smile. What shall we make for lunch? Young miss, what do you think? Nanny Lan asked Ling Long. I'm fine with anything. The morning passed quickly. Hearing the creak of the neighbor's gate, Nanny Lan, go see if that child is back. Call him over for a meal. He'll go. Ling Long immediately dropped her calligraphy brush and dashed out the door. Oh, my young miss, slow down. Nanny Lan called out worriedly. Ling Long slipped through the crack in the door and looked around, but didn't see Yu Jiangshu anywhere. Hearing a noise from a side room, she went over to find the kitchen. He was stuffing firewood into the stove, striking a flint to start. Hey, didn't we agree you'd come to my place for lunch? The sudden voice of the little girl behind him startled Yu Jiangshu. His hand trembled, and the smoking flint failed to catch, emitting a puff of blue smoke before dying out. I'm not coming. He didn't turn around, fiddling with the flint to ignite the wood. Why not? Ling Long frowned. My mother has already prepared the meal. Why won't you come? Yu Jiangshu turned to look at the girl before him, bright-eyed with radiant teeth and a spirited air. She was about his age but seemed clever and lively unlike himself. Please thank Annie for me. Tell her I appreciate the kindness, but I don't need to eat. With that he continued striking the flint. Why are you so stubborn? Linglong couldn't help sighing. I came to call you on my mother's behalf. If you don't go, even if I return, my mother will come herself to drag you over. Tell me, why put yourself through this? My mother would have to make an extra trip, and you'd end up going anyway. Come with me now, and save her the trouble, right? Linglong reasoned cheerfully. Yu Jianshu thought for a moment, then put down the flint, and stood up. Let's go then. That's the spirit. Linglong laughed. Mother, I've completed the task you assigned. I've brought him back, though it took all my might, Linglong said, playfully seeking credit for. Well done. Youyou smiled, putting down the book in her hand. I was just thinking, if you couldn't persuade him, I'd go myself. Yu Jiangshu's face warmed as he stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Auntie. Thank you for your trouble today. His obedient demeanor instantly won over the two middle-aged women. Nanilon chuckled. This lad is so well-behaved, much better than my little monkey here. Youyou, caught in the crossfire, cast a wistful look at his mother. All right, Linglong, take brother Shu to wash his hands. Then well eat. Yu Jiangshu sat somewhat awkwardly at the table, seeing the spread of chicken and meat. All right, Linglong, take brother Shu to wash his hands. Then well eat. Yu Jiangshu sat somewhat awkwardly at the table, seeing the spread of chicken and meat. Annie, this is too lavish. You're spending too much. You rascal. Youyou smiled. What's lavish about it? Whether you come or not, we still eat the same. She placed a chicken drumstick on his plate. Eat up. Children need to eat and exercise to grow tall. Yu Jiangshu panicked. Annie, give this to my cousin. I'm fine with just vegetables. Linglong grinned at him. My mother gave it to you, so eat up. But don't call me cousin yet. We don't know who's older. Maybe I'm the older sister. Eat first, compare later. Youyou gave Linglong a drumstick too. Only then did Yu Jiangshu begin to eat cautiously. How delicious. He couldn't help thinking. The last time he had chicken was during the New Year, and not even at home. It was when they visited second grandfather to pay respects that he got to taste chicken once. That aunt by marriage kept staring at him, afraid he might eat too much. After eating a bowl of rice, Yu Jiangshu stopped using his chopsticks. Come on, have some more. Let Annie fill your bowl. Aunt Lon reached for his bowl. Auntie, no need to add more, I'm full, he said hastily. What do you think, I can't tell if you've had enough? Aunt Lon insisted, taking his bowl to refill it. When my Youyou was your age, had eat at least 2 bowls per meal. Youyou grinned foolishly. Mother, didn't you say eating well is a blessing? Exactly. So have I ever complained about how much you eat? Aunt Lon retorted. Watching this warm and harmonious scene, Yu Jiangshu felt a twinge of envy. Back when his mother was alive, his home had been just as cozy. Now it was only him and his father, often eating in silence, clearing the table, then studying, and going to bed. They barely exchanged a few words throughout the day. After the meal, Yu Jiangshu dutifully offered to help clear the dishes. Aunt Lon quickly stopped him. This isn't for you to do. He'll take care of it. Go play with the young lady. Take a break, and later Youyou will take you to the academy. Youyou said with a smile. Auntie, no need to trouble brother Youyou. Yu Jiangshu quickly added, I'll go by myself. Thank you, Auntie. He'll head back now. All right then. Youyou nodded, watching him slip out quietly and gently close the door. Aunt Lon sighed. Poor child, losing his mother at such a young age. At least Scholar Yu seems like a decent man and treats the boy well. He's okay. Sure too is just a bit quiet, but his wife has been gone for a while now. I wonder if he's thinking of finding someone else. Youyou sighed lightly. When he gets, Youyou returned home very late. He had to wait until the shop closed to finish the accounts for his employer, and then walk all the way back. By then it was usually past the second watch. Upon returning, he found the house pitch dark with no lamp lit, and his son was nowhere to be seen. Panic seized him. He rushed into the yard and shouted, Sure. Sure. Youyou's voice rang out from next door, Stop shouting, he's here. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. As his mind cleared, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. He went next door, knocked twice, and Aunt Lon opened the door. Got a scare, didn't you? We left a note, but you probably missed it. Aunt Lon said with a smile, The boy is fine, he's already eaten. He quickly expressed his thanks. It's nothing, we're neighbors, it's only right. Inside, both children were bent over the table practicing calligraphy. Youyou smiled gently. I knew you'd be late, but not this late. I left you a note, but you probably didn't light a lamp. Youyou rubbed his hands awkwardly. Yes, I was too anxious and careless. Seeing his father arrive, Yu Jiangshu put down his brush and stood up. Youyou was still a bit angry. He said in a low voice, Come home. Yu Jiangshu walked out. Youyou frowned. Why rush back? Xiao Shu has only written half his characters. He might as well finish them before going back. You probably haven't eaten yet. Aunt Lon warm up his dinner. By the time you finish eating, the boy will be done with his writing, and you can go back together. Youyou bit his lip, hesitant. All right, get back to writing. Youyou decisively pushed Yu Jiangshu back to his seat. Linglong also giggled. Come on, little wood. I'm almost done, and you're only halfway. Are you trying to run away because you're afraid of losing to me? Yu Jiangshu pursed his lips. No, I'm not. You sit over there. Youyou directed Youyou. You're making the child uncomfortable standing here. Come, let's talk over here. It's been over a decade, and I have so much to ask you. Youyou nodded. The woman before him, though greatly changed, was still the same quick-tongued girl he remembered. Looking at her, he seemed to see the neighbor girl who always smiled at him. He had once dreamed of marrying her when they grew up. But when he vaguely mentioned it to his father, he was firmly opposed. Uncle Su and his father had their disagreements, and the Su family, poor and with many children, was seen as a burden. So that feeling was buried forever until she ran away to avoid an arranged marriage, and he never saw her again. He heard she had been divorced and sent back. Yet looking at her, there was no trace of dejection or sorrow. She was still vibrant, still as young as a flower in full spring bloom. He on the other hand felt like an autumn leaf battered by wind and rain, scarred, and no longer what he once was. Have you been well all these years? Youyou asked with a bitter smile. How to put it? Neither good nor bad. Youyou sighed. At first running away I naturally endured a lot of hardship. Then I slowly found my footing, and later I met Linglong's father. In the chaos of war we muddled through and got married. As for now, Youyou spread her hands and smiled. You see for yourself. So have you thought about what to do next? A glimmer of hope stirred in Youyou's heart. If possible he could take care of her. Aunt Lon sensed the direction of the conversation and smiled. Brother Youyou, the food is ready. Eat it while it's hot. She set down the tray and brought over a bowl of tremella soup. And this goji berry and tremella soup clears heat and moistens the lungs. Perfect for this weather. Back home the young lady had it every day. It's also good for the skin, she said cheerfully. Ah, thank you. Youyou quickly reached out to take it. Speaking of tremella, the ones from Zhenyuan, Aunt Lon sighed with a smile. The ones from Youyou are just not as good. It's a pity it's so hard to get Jian's here. We have to make do. Youyou nodded while eating, but his heart was a turmoil of emotions. The fine rice in his mouth tasted bland. Aunt Lon stopped talking to him. Let the man eat in peace. Youyou said to Aunt Lon with a smile. Oh. Aunt Lon smiled apologetically. Look at me, once I start talking I can't stop. Take your time eating, you'll be quiet. Youyou finished his meal in silence, but didn't touch the tremella soup. Sure, are you done with your calligraphy? Time to go home, he said calmly. I'm done, father. Yu Jiangshu stood up and gathered his books, inkstone, and the paper with his finished characters. They'll see you out, Aunt Lon said with a smile. Hearing the sound of the main gate closing outside, Nanny Lon walked in. Seeing Youyou's gloomy expression, she felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Miss, please don't be angry. Why would I be angry? Youyou's expression was indifferent. You were thinking of me, weren't you? Those who knew Youyou well understood that her calm and composed demeanor was a sign of true anger. Miss, Nanny Lan's face flushed bright red. She wanted to defend herself, but couldn't find the words. If mother has something to say to Nanny, I can excuse myself. Linglong stood up with a smile and walked toward her own room. Stepping outside, she saw Youyou still at the door. She waved him away, then pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. From inside the room, she heard her mother speak calmly. Nanny Lon, I know you mean well. But Youyou is a friend from my childhood. If I have to be wary of everything and everyone, isn't that going too far? Nanny Lan's eyes filled with tears, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Miss, it's not that I overthink things. I know you are honorable and not that kind of person. But please consider this, everyone in the village now believes you were cast aside by your husband's family, and they're all thinking of finding you a new match. In truth, there's nothing seriously wrong between you and the master. But he doesn't know that. If he harbors improper thoughts and sets his heart on you, won't it end up hurting him in the future? Since that's the case, we should nip his hopes in the bud. Don't even let it start. Don't you agree? Nanny Lon said, her eyes glistening with tears. Youyou sighed upon hearing this. There was some truth to Nanny Lan's words. But Youyou hadn't even shown any such intention yet. Wouldn't it be presumptuous to rush over and tell him, don't develop feelings for me, I won't marry you. What I did today was to make him back off and not entertain any improper thoughts. Nanny Lon sobbed. Youyou sighed. Why are you crying again? Get up now. Isn't the floor cold? Nanny Lon rose from the ground. Miss, you're not angry that I acted on my own, are you? You meant well. Why would I be angry? Youyou sighed. I understand your point. They'll talk to him later and make things clear so he won't get any wrong ideas. The main thing is Xiaoshu. The child is pitiful. We can help where we can, don't you think? I've grown quite fond of the Nanny Lan's tears turned to laughter. From now on, when he comes, he'll still make him his favorite treats. From now on, he's just the boy from next door. When I was a child, an ordinary friend. Don't overthink it. Just treat him normally. Yes, I understand. Nanny Lon wiped her eyes and began to clear the table. It's getting late, miss. Wash up and get some rest. After hearing the conversation, Linglong had already scurried away. Back in her own room, she calmed down and pieced everything together. So it was that Nanny Lon was worried that Xiao Muta's father might develop feelings for her mother and use the tremella soup to give him a hint. She thought Nanny Lon was indeed overthinking. Although Uncle Yu seemed decent enough, he was far from comparable to her father. How could her mother possibly take a liking to him? Still, Xiao Mutu was truly pitiable, losing his mother at such a young age. At least Uncle Yu treated him well and didn't find him a wicked stepmother. While considering his rough life, she had cut him some slack. Going to bed early meant waking up early. Stepping into the courtyard, she heard the clear sound of recitation from next door. Linglong smiled to herself. That kid sure works hard. After Nanny Lon finished combing her hair, she smiled and opened the door. They'll go out for a walk. They'll be back for... Running to the neighbor's gate, she saw Yu Jiangshu sitting on a small stool in the yard reading the Analects with a rhythmic sway. Hey, you're up this early studying. Linglong walked in cheerfully. I'm almost done memorizing this part. Have a seat. Yu Jiangshu greeted her and continued reciting. After a short while he put down the book. What brings you here? Of course she does. Linglong said with a smile. As long as I'm safe, my mother doesn't restrict me from going out. Auntie is different from others. Yu Jiangshu nodded. Is Uncle Yu not home? Linglong found it strange. She heard no sound from the house. Could he still be asleep? Since he had time in the morning, my father went to the fields. Yu Jiangshu explained with a smile. So what do you have for breakfast? Linglong asked casually. Yu Jiangshu lowered his head and smiled, saying nothing. Feeling awkward just sitting there, he said, let me take you for a walk around the village. Sure. Linglong stood up with a smile. I was about to suggest it, but I thought you might not be able to leave. Why not? I didn't want to disturb you. It's fine. Yu Jiangshu shook his head with a smile. The countryside in spring was truly— the sun had just risen, and the morning mist still lingered wrapping around the distant mountains and the treetops along the riverbank across the way. The treetops were beginning to show a faint green, and the grass in the distance had already turned verdant. Early risers drove their cattle already busy in the fields. It feels so rustic. Linglong exclaimed in admiration. You used to live in the city, didn't you? Yu Jiangshu asked cautiously. Yes. What did your family do? My father was— She caught herself mid-sentence, realizing she had almost revealed her father's identity. My family was in business in the city. Ha Xiao Muda wasn't so dull after all. He was trying to pump her for information. Linglong thought to herself. He'll tell you the truth. Linglong decided to share part of the truth with Xiao Mutu. Otherwise Nanny Lan would keep worrying and being suspicious, which wouldn't be good. My mother wasn't actually cast aside. They just had a fight, so she came back to her parents' home. As for why people think she was divorced, my mother didn't want to be pressured to go back as soon as she returned. She's really angry this time. Furious. She plans to make my father wait, make him anxious and regretful before going back. I'm only telling you this. Can you keep it a secret? Linglong stared at him. Yu Jiangshu's lips curled slightly. Of course, sharing such a secret immediately brought them closer. Since it's a secret, why did you tell me so easily? Yu Jiangshu asked curiously. Aren't you afraid he'll spill it? I choose to trust you, Linglong said with a smile. Yu Jiangshu's heart stirred. Seeing her smiling eyes, he felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head. Truth be told, he had indeed taken to heart what Granny Su had said yesterday. He knew it was only a matter of time before his father remarried, and as a son, he had no right to intervene. But as the saying goes, a stepmother means a stepfather. If his father remarried, he would likely be unable to continue his studies. His father worked hard and earned only 1 tael of silver a month. His own expenses for books, ink, and brushes alone cost several hundred coppers each month, not to mention tuition and clothing. Over a year, half the family's income was spent on him. The few meager acres they owned yielded little grain. His father was not skilled in farming and had little time to tend the fields, so the crops grew almost as wild as weeds. After paying taxes, the annual harvest left barely enough to sustain them. Even with just father and son, the grain seldom lasted from one year to the next. Thus the meager wages had to be used to buy food. Most years, merely managing to keep hunger at bay was an achievement. If a stepmother came, how could she allow his father to spend so freely? If a younger brother or sister arrived, would having a full meal become a luxury? Granny's words had troubled him for a long time, especially since his father didn't seem to dislike Aunt Sue. Linglong's honesty lifted half the weight from his heart. The sun is up. Let's go back, Yu Jiangshu said to Linglong, glancing at the sun rising above the treetops. Linglong smiled. All right, let's go back. At the doorstep, they bid each other farewell with smiles and returned to their homes. Su Youyou watched her daughter walk in with a grin. Why so happy? Linglong giggled. Su Youyou smiled knowingly. You look like a little fox who's just stolen a chicken. Spill it. What did you do? Mother, let's talk inside, Linglong said cheerfully. Once indoors, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Laugh it out first, then tell me. Su Youyou turned to leave. Linglong, who had been stifling her laughter all the way, wasn't about to let her mother escape. Mother, you have no idea. Little Wood is so amusing. He even tried to pry information out of me, Linglong said Oh, Su Youyou raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He pretended to be casual and asked where I used. I almost let it slip, but I caught myself just in time. Linglong made a mock-relieved face. And then, oi. I told him. Linglong laughed. He was worried you were divorced and sent back home, then would marry his father, just like Gran. He looked so pitiful, so I told him you weren't divorced. You just had a fight with Dad and came home for a while. Su Youyou sighed with a smile. You promised you wouldn't give us away. In just one day you've spilled all our secrets. Mother. Linglong's eyes sparkled. I promised not to tell Grandma and Grandpa. I didn't break that promise. Besides, I don't think Little Wood is someone who can't keep a secret. I told him not to tell anyone else, Linglong said seriously. So you didn't really mind. If Linglong had let it slip, so be it. She could just ask Yulei to keep it to himself. Yulei was a trustworthy man. It seems you have a good impression of Jiangshu, Su Youyou said with a smile. He's not bad, Linglong thought for a moment. He's obedient, eager to learn, and more importantly, he's a bit sly. Quite interesting. Haha, your standards are strange. Su Youyou laughed heartily. And you, mother? Linglong asked, a hint of anticipation in her smile. I have no objection. If you think he can be a friend, then get along well. It would be lonely for you in the village without a companion. But if I find out you're bullying him, I won't let it slide. Su Youyou teased her on purpose. Why would I bully him? Linglong laughed. Alright, I'll give you a task. Su Youyou held up a finger playfully. What task? Linglong asked curiously. From now on, it's your job to invite Jiangshu over for meals. His father is stubborn and cares about face. If you don't insist, he won't come. Scholars always have a bit of pride. Su Youyou sighed. Deal? Leave it to me, Linglong replied loudly. Also, I've asked Nanny Lan to order milk from a family with a cow in the village. You and Jiangshu will share it. Huh? Linglong was stunned. Mother milk smells so gamey. It's awful. But it's nutritious. What if you don't grow tall enough? Su Yi was most worried about this. Feng Lingxiao had an impressive stature, but she herself was rather short. What if her daughter took after her and ended up short? Back in the capital, Linglong had a bowl of milk every day without fail. Back then it was goat's milk, which was even more nutritious. Now in the village they had to make do with cow's milk. You have to drink it, and so does Jiangshu. Hearing she wouldn't have to suffer alone, Linglong felt much better. Alright, fine. Back home, Jiangshu found his father already cooking in the kitchen. You're back. Wash up first. Dinner will be ready soon. Breakfast was plain congee with a few wild greens picked from the fields for color. Son, even though Auntie Yu kindly invites us over, it's fine once or twice. Son, even though Auntie Yu kindly invites us over, it's fine once or twice, but we can't keep troubling her. So your father thinks. I understand. Jiangshu smiled faintly. If Auntie invites me again, I won't go. Even for relatives, it's not right to always impose. I'm glad you understand. Yulei nodded. This son of his had always been sensible, and he had more talent for learning than his father. With proper nurturing, he might want. After breakfast, he took his son out. As they passed Su Youyou's doorstep, he couldn't help but glance over. He sighed softly and shook his head. He had missed his chance before. Now that she was back, she clearly had lived well. How could he, impoverished and downcast, ever be? Shortly after Su Youyou finished her meal, her mother, old Madam Su, entered the room. How are you finding it here? Are you comfortable? Old Madam Su asked with concern. It's fine. This is my own home after all. Why wouldn't I be comfortable? Su Youyou replied with a smile. I heard your second aunt came by yesterday, didn't she? Old Madam Su had hurried over specifically to discuss this matter. Su Youyou nodded. Don't pay her any mind. Old Madam Su said with displeasure. What decent person could she possibly introduce to you? After she left that day, I made she has a nephew. Oily-haired and slick-faced, idling away his days without a proper job. He had a wife once, but they fought constantly. She couldn't bear it anymore, left behind a 3-year-old child, and hanged herself. Tell me who would dare marry into such a family? Old Madam Su said, still shaken. Exactly, Su Youyou agreed. That's why I came to tell you right away. That man knows how to put on a show in front of women. Dressed up slick and smooth, always sweet-talking and fooling people. I was afraid you might not know his true nature and get deceived by him. Though they say the first marriage follows the father's will, and the second is one's own choice, we still have to pick a good one. We can't just marry off carelessly. Mother, I understand the stakes. Su Youyou couldn't help but laugh. This fabricated identity of hers seemed to be causing Still, she couldn't tell her mother she had run away from home. Otherwise, she might personally escort her back to the Zhenyuan Earl's mansion. But let those people in the mansion fend for themselves. She was done cleaning up their messes. If Feng Lingxiao had the ability, he could handle it. She was washing her hands of it. So, if your second aunt brings it up again, don't be polite, just throw her out. Alright, I understand. Su Youyou bit her lip and chuckled softly. They'll keep an eye out for you too and find you someone who truly cares. Old Madam Su stayed for a while before leaving quickly. There was still plenty of work in the fields, and she needed to lend a hand. After seeing her mother off, Su Youyou thought the weather was pleasant and decided to go for a stroll. Together with Nurse Lan and Linglong, she stepped out for a walk. Though the streets weren't crowded, a few people were still chatting. As she approached, they fell silent. Once she passed, the gossiping women began muttering. This is old Zh's eldest daughter. She ran away from her wedding back then, and now she's back. Yeah, I heard her husband's family divorced her. Oh dear, how there must be something wrong with her. I always thought she was trouble, and look, I was right. But you have to say, after all this time, she's become even more striking. Those bachelors in our village are in for a treat. What are you angling for a matchmaking fee? Someone giggled. Is it about the money? I'm doing it for her own good, aren't I? Linglong frowned at the gossip. Mother, why are they like this? They have nothing better to do, so they're bored, Su Youyou said calmly, unbothered. Humph. Linglong turned back and shot them a glare. After circling back, they found someone loitering by the door. What are you doing? Nurse Lan demanded. The man turned around, and upon seeing Su Youyou, a flicker of admiration crossed his face. Sorry, I was just passing through. He chuckled and walked away. Miss, I don't think that man was just passing by. Something's off. Be cautious, Su Youyou agreed. Ain't you, hearing their return, opened the door, and said a man came to the door asking questions earlier. I didn't open it, or answer him. Good, that's exactly right, Nurse Lan said firmly. Before long, second Aunt Su came swaying over, banging the door knocker, and calling out, Youyou, open up. It's your second aunt. Here she comes again, Nurse Lan grumbled. They didn't want to open the door, but she kept pounding and shouting, Youyou, I know you're in there. Open up, your aunt needs to talk to you. With no other choice, Su Youyou waved her hand. Let her in. Nurse Lan, scowling, went to open the door. Second Aunt Su said cheerfully, why is the door closed in broad daylight? Nurse Lan curled her lip. Aren't we afraid of stray dogs running in? Second Aunt Su caught the insult, but though annoyed, she pretended not to care. Is my niece home? I came to have a chat with her. Second Aunt Su laughed. I'm here, second aunt. Su Youyou stepped out and stood at the door. The courtyard is brighter. Let's sit outside, second Aunt Su Youyou said with a smile. Fine. Second Aunt Su sat down cheerfully. Youyou, let's not beat around the bush. You probably know why I'm here today, so I won't mince words. Second Aunt, to be honest, I have no intention of remarrying. Please don't bother, Su Youyou shut it down directly. Second Aunt Su chuckled. I know you need time to adjust at first, but it doesn't hurt to listen. I went back and told them about your situation. My nephew thinks you're quite suitable. What I'm suggesting is maybe you could find a time to sneak. This was common in the village. Though marriages were arranged by parents and matchmakers, the village wasn't so rigid. Sometimes they'd make an opportunity for the girl to catch a distant glimpse. Parents who doted on their daughters would create chances for them to secretly see what their future husband looked like. Second Aunt Su was confident in her nephew's looks. Once Su Youyou saw him, she wouldn't refuse. Now that her eldest brother's family was doing well. Though it was a second marriage, given how much her sister-in-law doted on her child, she'd probably make up for the dowry that wasn't given the first time. Her eldest brother's family had money now, and even a little bit would be more than those stingy village families could offer. And looking at her niece's refined, bearing her original family, couldn't have been poor either. Coming back now, she might have brought wealth. No matter how you looked at it, marrying Su Youyou would be a sure gain. Even if she had a little girl, what did it matter? She was already this old. In 5 or 6 years, she could be married off, bringing in another bride price. Why not? The more Second Aunt Su thought about it, the more pleased she became, and she couldn't help but smile. How about I bring the man over for you to see? Second Aunt Su asked with a beaming smile. Thanks, but there's no need. Su Youyou's face darkened. Nanny Lan, please see Second Aunt out. Let's go. Nanny Lan didn't bother to hide her displeasure. The young lady had already made her stance clear, yet this woman remained so shamelessly persistent. How utterly tiresome. Hey Youyou, how can you be like this? Second Aunt Su grew anxious. I'm only doing this out of kindness because we're family. I appreciate the sentiment, but there's no need to meet anyone, Su Youyou said coldly. Second, and if you keep this up, we'd better see less of each other from now on. These words made Second Aunt Zu's face change drastically. Fine Youyou. Look at yourself. Who do you think you are to look down on others? Let me tell you, offering to introduce a man to you is my way of showing respect. Otherwise, who would marry a woman saddled with a burden like you? Even a widow would be a better match. In that case, go find him a widow. There's no need to waste your breath on me. Furious Nanny Lan grabbed a broom and began driving her out. Second Aunt Su, unable to resist, fled in disgrace. So, what did she say? As Second Aunt Su returned home, grumbling, her nephew hurried over eagerly. He had glimpsed Su Youyou earlier, and her figure, her face, and that indescribable aura had utterly captivated him. Yes, he was quite pleased. Seething with resentment, Second Aunt Zu's earlier enthusiasm had turned to fury. What do you think? She turned you down. What? Gung Jiabao was both shocked and incensed. A woman cast out by her husband dares to be so arrogant. It's infuriating. Second Aunt Su fumed. Jiabao, I've done all I can for you. For your sake, I've lost all faith. Yes, you've gone to great trouble, Aunt. Gung Jiabao bowed and scraped, apologizing profusely. For you will marry her, and make her kowtow and apologize to you. Fine, if you have the skill, go ahead. He'll be waiting. Second Aunt Su snorted coldly. She didn't take her nephew's word seriously. She knew his character well. But if he succeeded, she wouldn't let the matchmaker's fee slip away. Don't worry, Aunt. Once it's done, you'll get your 2 taels of silver as the matchmaker's fee, plus a big ham leg, he said cheerfully. Humph, just don't forget your aunt when the time comes. Gung Jiabao left Second Aunt Zu's house with a grin, plotting how to win the bowtie's heart. Seeing Su Youyou today made him realize had been a country bumpkin all along. Had never laid eyes on such a captivating woman in his life. Whether in town or the surrounding villages, no woman could compare to her. Dealing with women was just a matter of a few tried and true tactics, and he was well versed in them all. Over the years, roaming the countryside, had seduced plenty of lonely wives. With his looks and charm, had always succeeded effortlessly. Su Youyou would be no exception. They say a persistent suitor can wear down any woman. He just needed to visit her a few times, and had surely win her over. Meanwhile, Nanny Lan had finished preparing lunch. Su Youyou said to Linglong, go check the door. Why isn't Xiaoshu back yet? Linglong put down her embroidery and giggled. Maybe he's back, but too shy to come over. She slipped out and headed to the neighboring house. As expected, the door was open. Littlewood, why didn't you say anything when you got back? She called as she walked in. Yu Jiangshu had indeed returned. Earlier that morning on the way to school with his father, Yu Lei had hesitated before saying, you'd better eat your lunch quietly at home. I've left you 2 steamed buns and some freshly dressed cold vegetables. Have them with that. I understand, father, Yu Jiangshu replied with a smile. Even if Aunt calls me today, I won't go. When he came back, he opened the door as quietly as possible, afraid of alerting his aunt next door. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed. Entering the kitchen, he lifted the lid of the pot, added water, and lit the fire. His father had said not to eat cold food. It would upset his stomach. Just as the kindling caught, he heard Linglong's clear voice outside. He bit his lip, thinking that if he stayed silent she might leave. But Linglong wasn't one to give up easily. She walked straight in. You're home. Why didn't you answer me? She asked curiously. Oh, I didn't hear you, Yu Jiangshu said sheepishly. Come on. We agreed you'd come to my place. Why are you starting a fire? Linglong leaned in and asked. Startled by her face, suddenly, so close, Yu Jiangshu jumped to his feet. I already came yesterday. We appreciate Aunt's kindness, but we can't keep troubling you. Mother said it's no trouble at all. Linglong grinned. Besides, she guessed you'd refuse. If I can't persuade you, she'll come herself. What do you think? This? If you insist on not coming, fine, Linglong sighed. Yu Jiangshu felt a wave of relief and was about to thank her when she added, then he'll bring it to you. If I get scalded or spill something on the way, it's not your concern. Don't feel bad about it. Yu Jiangshu thought to himself, if she put it that way and something did happen, it would be his fault. No, I'll go with you, he said hastily. Linglong giggled. See, that's much better. Why make me go to all this trouble? They walked out together. Linglong said, when I see Uncle Yu later, I'll tell him that from now on, when no one's home, you should come to our place. He must be too embarrassed to let you come. Yu Jiangshu broke into a sweat, but couldn't argue. By the time they arrived, the table was already set. Come wash your hands. That stubborn stone must have been grumbling again. Su Youyou said to Yu Jiangshu with a smile. When I was little, I ate at your house countless times and never stood on ceremony. Yu Jiangshu smiled shyly. Just come over without worry, Su Youyou continued. He'll have a word with your father, that obstinate rock. He can never just be straightforward. Su Youyou lightly scolded Youyou for a bit. Nanny Lan served the rice and said warmly, Alright, I won't speak ill of your father in front of you. They say a son shouldn't hear of his father's faults. It's not good for you. He'll talk to him directly. When Youyou arrived home in the evening, he found the house still pitch dark. He couldn't help but sigh as he made his way to the neighbor. You've come just in time. I have something to tell you. Su Youyou, who had been watching the two children right under the lamplight, smiled as she saw him. Sister Yu, I feel terrible for always troubling you like this, Youyou sighed. I'm happy to do it. Why must you always be so polite? Su Youyou shot him a glance. The kids are at a crucial age for growth. Feeding them irregularly like this will only harm them. If you ruin their stomachs, tell me which matters more. Su Youyou's blunt reprimand left Youyou speechless. He knew all too well that keeping his son in such a state would damage his health. But the tuition at the town academy was far too expensive for him to afford, otherwise he could have at least arranged for a meal at the landlord's shop. His uncles and cousins in the clan all advised him to stop funding the child's education and save the money to marry again. That way the boy would receive proper care. But remarrying was no easy task. The epidemic had already drained their meager savings just to hire physicians for even the ancestral land had been mostly sold off. If not for his elderly parents' fierce opposition, the rest would have been gone. Yet even so, he couldn't save their lives. He could only watch helplessly as the disease took them. Over the past 2 years he had worked tirelessly and life had improved only slightly. Sending his son to the academy had been his late father's dying wish. The family needed a scholar, or the roots of poverty and hardship would never be eradicated for generations. Seeing him silent with his head bowed, Su Youyou sighed. I know you're proud and hate being indebted. But we grew up together. Is this how you see me? I may stay at home now, but I have no troubles in life. Having Xiaoshu here isn't a burden. In fact, when they're together, Linglong finds the motivation to study. Linglong felt a bit shy at her mother's praise. She had indeed grown lazy back in the mansion with her sisters around. She dared not slack off in her studies for fear of falling behind. Now that no one was watching, she naturally relaxed. How about this? You do me a favor, Su Youyou said with a smile. What favor? Tell me. Youyou was more than willing to do something for Su Youyou. He'll dress Linglong up as a boy and have her go to the village school with otherwise the village school isn't great anyway. Let's send them to the town together. Youyou's eyes bulged like Su Youyou had always been bold, but he never imagined she would go this far. Isn't this inconvenient? She's a girl after all. Youyou stammered. Nothing's inconvenient. Education is more important. Even though she's a girl, she can't go without learning. Su Youyou smiled and stroked Linglong's hair. What do you think? I'm fine with it. Linglong was thrilled at the prospect of attending the boys' school. Back home, she had always outperformed her brothers and cousins in studies. When her father was home and tested them, none of the boys could beat her. Yet they got to go to school while she stayed home. She had complained about it many times. It seemed her mother had always remembered. The thought of fulfilling her dream in the countryside was exhilarating. Old Nurse Lan thought this was wonderful. If the young miss could go to town, they could better care for mother and daughter. The village was fine, but the town was more convenient. Youyou longed for his son to go to a better place, but his pockets were empty. He'll handle Linglong's schooling, he nodded. But let's not go to town for now. Youyou longed for his son to go to a better place, but his pockets were empty. He'll handle Linglong's schooling, he nodded. But let's not go to town for now. Sending Linglong to school was just to let her learn more, not to pursue scholarly honors. Besides, staying cooped up at home was dull, though she could play with the other children in class. Alright then. Su Youyou nodded with a smile. I don't expect her to learn much. It's just that there are many kids at school, and it's stifling for her to be stuck with adults all day. Hee little would you have to keep my secret once we're at school. Linglong said to Yu Jiangshu with a grin. Yu Jiangshu looked around wondering if he was the only one who thought this was a bad idea. Aunt Su was so strange. Why would she let a girl go to school? Shouldn't she be teaching her needlework and domestic skills? But he knew he had no say in the matter, so he just nodded silently. Don't worry, if anyone bullies you at school, he'll help you, Linglong declared confidently. Su Youyou laughed. You protect him. Protect yourself first. Of course we don't go looking for trouble. But if anyone dares bully you, come tell me, and he'll get justice for you. It's fine, mother. No one can bully me, Linglong said full of confidence. After all, who was she? Her father was the Earl of Zhenyuan, one of the 8 great generals Feng Lingxiao. Good, then it's settled. Su Youyou said to Youyou. Whenever it's convenient, take Linglong to meet the teacher. As for the tuition, pay whatever he asks. Don't haggle. They'll hurry and make a few sets of boys' clothes for the young miss. Old Nurse Lan quickly chimed in. Su Youyou looked at Youyou and said with a smile, see. Now Xiaoshu and Linglong are fellow disciples under the same master, so it's only natural for him to come over for meals, isn't it? Stop worrying. I won't bother with breakfast at home, but lunch and dinner. Eat here. Su Youyou gave him a direct order. Well, alright. Youyou hesitated before agreeing. He would eat here, but had send some money later. He couldn't just freeload completely. After picking up his son and returning home, they sat in silence. Yu Jiangshu cautiously studied his father's expression, but couldn't tell if he was pleased or angry. Dad, I don't have to eat at Aunt Zus, he said quietly. Youyou smiled faintly. That's not what I'm worried about. Since they're being kind, go ahead. Just make sure to look after Linglong, and don't let anyone bully her. They'll send some money over later. It won't be much, but it's the right thing to do. Don't worry about it. Sending Linglong to school was not particularly difficult. After Youyou took his son to the academy, he made a detour to speak with the tutor, who after a moment of consideration, gave his consent. Bring her over. As long as she seems decent, he'll accept her. This tutor had once taught their cohort years ago. Now in his 50s he had long abandoned any aspiration for the imperial examinations. It's just a small favor, there's no need for such formality, Madame Su. Madame Feng quickly stopped her. When school resumed in the afternoon, Youyou felt very... Linglong was overjoyed. Great. I can go to school too. Though Nanny Lan felt a twinge of reluctance. School is so arduous. If you fail to recite your lessons, the teacher might strike your palms with a ruler. Linglong turned to Youyou awaiting his response. He nodded. That does happen. If someone truly cannot memorize their lessons due to sheer negligence, the tutor will indeed use the warning ruler on their hands. Hiss. Linglong drew a sharp breath. Striking palms was too dreadful. Youyou chuckled. What expression? The tutor is not unreasonable, nor does he strike at the slightest provocation. As long as you diligently complete your assigned tasks, how could you ever incur punishment? That made sense. Linglong nodded. Nanny Lan had worked through the night to sew 2 sets of boys' clothing for her. At this age, a maiden's figure had not yet fully developed. By coiling her hair up like Youyou and darkening her eyebrows, she transformed into a strikingly handsome young master. Youyou looked her over and nodded approvingly. I'm a fine little scholar. Linglong smiled a little embarrassed. Mother, will others see through me? You are still young. As long as you mind your manners, it will be fine. When the hair runs side by side, who can tell the male from the female? Youyou patted her with a laugh. Even if you are discovered, so what? You can just come back. It's not as if we expect you to achieve great academic heights, right? I will stay put and never let them uncover the truth. Linglong declared proudly. When Youyou came to fetch Xiaoshu home that evening, Youyou said, we are ready. Let him go tomorrow. She handed over a pouch. This is the tuition I prepared. Please give it to the tutor for me. Then how should I introduce her? He glanced at the exuberant Linglong and asked in a low voice. Naturally, she takes my surname. Surname Su Long. Hearing that Linglong was a feminine name, but Su Long was perfectly fine. Linglong bowed deeply to Youyou, lowering her voice. Brother Yu, your humble younger brother greets you. No need for such formality, Brother Long. Youyou returned the bow with equal decorum. Watching them exchange formalities, Youyou could not help but burst into laughter. Mother, is it that funny? Linglong complained, somewhat miffed. I'm not laughing at that. It's just that watching you both, I cannot ignore the fact that you are a girl. You look just like... Ha ha. Youyou could not contain her mirth. Youyou's face flushed with shyness as he quickly tugged at his father's sleeve. Youyou understood and said to Youyou with a smile. Alright, I will take her tomorrow. A light rain had moistened the dust the previous night, yet the morning sun still emerged. Linglong and Youyou followed Youyou to the academy. Along the way, familiar villagers would ask, Youyou, whose child is that? He's my cousin's son. It's convenient for him to send the child to school here, so he's staying with me. Youyou spoke without a hint of hesitation, utterly natural. Linglong kept her head down, afraid of being recognized. Xiaoshu, do you think my disguise is alright? It should be fine. Youyou could not guarantee it, but he still encouraged her. Don't worry, I will help you. Watching the 2 children whispering as they walked behind, Youyou could not help but recall his own past. When he was young, wasn't it the same with him and Youyou? Looking back across 20 years of time, the past was still vivid before his eyes. Shangfeng village was less than 5 li from Yu family village, a 2-meal walk of about 2/4 of an hour. The private school was simply the tutor's home, a compound with 2 courtyards. The inner courtyard was where the tutor's family lived, while the outer one, consisting of a main hall and 2 side rooms, served as the classroom for the children. The tutor, surnamed Feng, was known as Tutor Feng. He had a gaunt face, 3 long wisps of beard, and an air of refined distinction. Seeing Youyou enter with the 2 children, he smiled and nodded. You've arrived? Good morning, tutor. Youyou clasped his hands in greeting. This is the child I mentioned. He's quick-witted, has learned a fair bit, and has some foundation. Tutor Feng pulled out a book. Read a passage. Linglong took it with both hands. A single glance set her mind at ease. These were all texts she had studied. She began to read aloud in a clear, resonant voice. After she read about a page, Tutor Feng smiled. That's enough. You are better than many students who have been here a year. Very well, you will join Zhenyuan and the others. Linglong was overjoyed and quickly thanked the tutor. Youyou offered the tuition and the tutor did not refuse. He ran the school to make a living and saw no shame in it. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it in a proper way. Youyou bowed respectfully. Then I entrust him to your care, tutor. All right, rest assured. The tutor gave a slight nod. Seeing Youyou off, the tutor led Linglong to the classroom. There are 3 classes, A, B, and C. You will be with Zhenyuan in class B. Zhenyuan, come with me in a moment to get Su Long's textbooks. When Linglong entered the room, there were already 8 or 9 children about her age inside. Hey look, a new kid. Yeah. Hey, what's your name? A chubby boy called out to her. Linglong glanced at him. Seeing that Linglong ignored him, the chubby boy rolled his eyes. What's so great about you? Zhenyuan said to Linglong, ignore him. Come sit here. He cleared a desk next to his own for Linglong. Thank you. Linglong nodded to him and thanked him softly. Thank you. The chubby boy laughed loudly. So refined. Where are you from? He stood before them, looking Linglong up and down. You're so girly. Are you in disguise? Ha ha. Though the chubby boy was speaking offhand, his words struck precisely at Linglong's secret. You're lying. Linglong flared up. Never in her life had she endured such an insult. She stood up, and with a sharp slap struck the chubby boy across the face. The chubby boy was stunned. The slap came so unexpectedly that for a moment he forgot to cry. After a long pause, the numbness in his face, faded pain set in, and he burst into loud wails. He hit someone. He hit someone. The other children, also frozen in shock, finally began to clamor. Go call the tutor. This new student dares to hit a senior on his very first day? This is rebellion. Tell the tutor to expel him. Expel him. Expel him. The others, having spent more time with the chubby boy as their classmate, naturally sided with him. What's all this noise? Silence. The sharp crack of a ruler against the desk mingled with the master's stern shout instantly silenced the room. Everyone immediately scrambled back to their seats, leaving only Linglong and Yu Jiangshu standing. There was also the chubby boy who had rolled onto the floor wailing and crying. Youtian, what are you doing? Get up at once. Master Feng bellowed sternly. The chubby boy, his face streaked with tears, pointed at Linglong and tattled to the master. Master, he hit me. Master Feng looked and indeed saw a handprint on the chubby boy, Du Yushin's face. What? Master Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. A child being mischievous was one thing, but fighting was unacceptable. Master, he insulted me first. Linglong said indignantly. Though a bit scared, Yu Jiangshu still spoke up. Master, I can bear witness. Du Yutian was the one who provoked first. No matter the reason, hitting someone is wrong. Master Feng's cold gaze swept over, sending a chill down Yu Jiangshu's spine. Since it's your first offense, just apologize to Yutian. Linglong sighed in relief, smiled sweetly, and immediately said to the chubby boy, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used my hands. After speaking, she even reached out a hand to pull him up. The chubby boy looked at the proffered hand, unsure whether to accept it, but for a moment he forgot to cry. See, I've admitted my mistake and apologized to you. A real man wouldn't refuse to forgive me, would he? Linglong sighed and withdrew her hand. Master Feng looked at the chubby boy on the ground and said with a frown, a man should be magnanimous. Since the other has apologized, you shouldn't hold a grudge, should you, eh? Alright, this matter ends here. Let's begin the lesson. To be honest, this chubby boy was a bit dim-witted, but his father was the landlord of Du family village, owning over 100 mu of land. Not only were his annual tuition fees paid promptly, but his holiday gifts were also quite generous. In consideration of these favors, the master had few other demands of the chubby boy, just to not cause trouble. He didn't reprimand Linglong too harshly either, for fear that driving the little one away would be a great loss. So he meted out a half-hearted punishment to both sides, and the matter was thus settled. Linglong was quite indifferent to it all, as she hadn't really suffered any loss. But the chubby boy felt he had been gravely wronged. Even during the lesson, his eyes were still brimming with tears, and he kept turning back to glare at her viciously. It seemed he had truly taken a dislike to her. The master's lessons were rather simple for Linglong, who she could keep up with ease. Moreover, her calligraphy was excellent, earning even the master's approving nod. This only made the chubby boy more indignant. After half an hour of class, the master would let them go to the courtyard for some activity. Yu Jiangshu blushed and quietly asked if she needed to go to the latrine, offering to keep watch for her. Truth be told, Linglong did need to go, but the yard was full of noisy boys, and she felt too embarrassed to go. Seeing her slight nod, Yu Jiangshu understood her meaning. Follow me. Linglong followed him through the second gate into the courtyard, where an elderly woman in plain clothes was washing clothes. Mistress. Yu Jiangshu called out respectfully. Mistress Feng looked up and smiled. Oh, it's Little Tree. What is it? Yu Jiangshu felt a bit awkward, but still said to Mistress Feng, Mistress, this is Su Long. He's new here and isn't used to using the latrine with so many others. Could he possibly use the inner courtyard's latrine? Mistress Feng looked at Su Long, who was even more delicate than a girl, and smiled. Sure. Oh my, this child is even prettier than a girl. Thank you, mistress. Linglong quickly expressed her thanks. Then she looked at Yu Jiangshu, signaling him to point out the direction. Yu Jiangshu understood and pointed the way, and Linglong hurried off. The mistress wiped her hands on her clothes and asked with a smile, is this a new classmate? Yes, he's a relative's child, my younger cousin. His surname is Su, given name Long. How nice. The mistress. When Linglong came out a while later, the mistress smiled and told her she was welcome to use the facilities anytime, no need to be polite. Because he dislikes mischief, the master doesn't like us coming to the back courtyard. Yu Jiangshu told Linglong quietly after they left. Seems like you have quite the influence. Linglong said with a smile. Yu Jiangshu's face reddened again. What influence do I have? It's just that the mistress is very kind, so I gave it a try. Regardless, thank you. The chubby boy had been keeping an eye on the two of them. Seeing them walk out, he immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. Oh, where have you two been off to? Not doing something shameful, I hope. Little fatty, do you want to taste my fist again? Linglong shook her fist at him menacingly, making the chubby boy shrink his neck. A gentleman uses words, not fists. If you hit me again, it'll go to the master, the chubby boy cried out. A gentleman, you. Linglong snorted in disdain. You're just a fatso. A gentleman. They say a gentleman's words are few but true, while a petty person's words are many but false. What bad deed have I done? Do you have proof? You're just spouting nonsense. And you call yourself a gentleman? Linglong sneered. You're not only fat, but also a petty person, humph. When it came to arguments, Linglong had never been one to back down. Everyone burst into laughter, and the chubby boy was so ashamed, he couldn't lift his head. You're the petty one. A gentleman's actions surpass his words, a petty person's words surpass his actions. Linglong continued. Who is the gentleman, and who is the petty person? Well, see in time. It's not something you decide just by running your mouth. Just then Master Feng walked back, and upon hearing this nodded approvingly. Sulong's words are excellent. You all yes, master. Seeing that Linglong had not only failed to be troubled, but had instead earned the master's praise, the chubby boy was seething with anger. Look at him, doesn't he look like a toad? Linglong whispered to Yu Jiangshu. Yu Jiangshu stole a glance, and sure enough, Du Yixin's cheeks were puffed out indeed, resembling a toad, and he nearly burst out laughing. The morning class lasted 1.5 hours, after which the students could go home for lunch. Those who lived too far would eat at a relative's or friend's house. Linglong happened to be in this situation. The noon break was also 1.5 hours, enough time for children like Yu Jiangshu who lived in nearby villages to make the round trip. There were quite a few children from other villages. As soon as class was dismissed, a swarm of boys rushed out like wild horses, breaking free from their reins. Let's go. Yu Jiangshu helped wash and put away the brush, ink, and paper, then called out to Linglong. But just as they left the village, they saw the chubby boy standing with 2 others at the intersection leading back to their village, clearly waiting to intercept them. Their intentions are not good. Yu Jiangshu's face darkened. He pulled Linglong close to the wall and said, let's retreat and take another path. What's there to fear? Linglong began to roll up her sleeves. If they're really looking for trouble, I wouldn't mind loosening their bones a bit. Seeing Linglong and Yu Jiangshu walking straight towards him, the chubby boy Du Yutian was somewhat surprised. Haha, look at how bold those 2 are. He turned to speak to the others. The few kids with him came from ordinary families, much like Yu Jiangshu's situation. The chubby boy came from a slightly better background, occasionally bringing some food like bread and eggs, thus winning over a few classmates who followed him around. Although their backgrounds were similar, they still looked down on Yu Jiangshu. Their foundation was about the same, but their grades lagged. In the eyes of the other parents, Yu Jiangshu was just another child from a different family. Why can't you learn from Yu Jiangshu? So compared to Yu Jiangshu, they preferred the chubby boy. Today, after the chubby boy suffered a setback, he gathered them to confront Yu Jiangshu, and after a moment of hesitation they agreed. Exactly, coming in here on the first day, acting so bold, if we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know who the boss of the class is, another quickly chimed in. The chubby boy immediately felt triumphant. As the 2 approached, he jumped into the middle of the path. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some toll. He often heard the village elders tell stories that included such phrases. The chubby boy felt particularly excited today, finally having a chance to show off. Du Youtian, step aside. Yu Jiangshu shouted with a serious expression. Do you think your chubby lord is that easy to bully? He straightened his neck. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about passing through here. What do you really want? Yu Jiangshu suppressed his anger and shouted loudly. Nothing. The chubby boy chuckled. This kid dared to hit me, I must hit back. Otherwise, if you crawl through here and shout grandfather 3 times, I will let you go. Shout what? Linglong asked with a shout grandfather. What? Grandfather? The chubby boy said impatiently. Oh, good boy. Linglong burst. You little rascal, dare to take advantage of your grandfather. The chubby boy, realizing he was being played, became furious and rolled up his sleeves, marching towards them. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to step forward as well. Yu Jiangshu's heart trembled, and he opened his arms to block Linglong, saying to the chubby boy, we already apologized this morning, and the teacher forgave us. If you cause trouble again, be careful that I tell the teacher and have you all thrown out. Hearing this, the others felt a twinge of fear and hesitated. If fighting gets you thrown out by the teacher, let's see how you explain that to your families. Yu Jiangshu quickly continued to apply pressure, making them even more reluctant to act. Yeah, brother Tian, if they tell the teacher, he will definitely be angry. The others not only hesitated, but also began to advise. Cowards. The chubby boy sneered. If you're scared, just stand aside and watch. I can handle them all by myself. Is this little matter really worth telling the teacher? Linglong raised an eyebrow dismissively, saying, if you have the guts, just come at us. I guarantee I won't tell the teacher. You said it. The chubby boy was immediately delighted. All right, you choose. Do you want to turn back from under me, or let me hit you back? I choose this. Linglong smiled as she stepped forward to within a fist's distance of the chubby boy. Yu Jiangshu rushed over. Don't confront him, Heaton, let's break through. Yet he was blocked by the others. The chubby boy laughed loudly. Looks like no one is helping you now. Fool. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit in the face. He let out a cry of despair, clutching his nose and squatting down. Linglong kicked 2 feet, knocking down the 2 who had surrounded Yu Jiangshu. Then she unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the remaining dazed 2 sprawling on the ground before grabbing Yu Jiangshu's hand and quickly running towards Yu family village. The chubby boy's cries followed in the wind, and they could still hear the others exclaiming, oh no, he's bleeding, he's bleeding. They ran 2 miles without stopping, and when Yu family village was finally in sight, they stopped to catch their breath. Looking at the bruises on Yu Jiangshu's face and his messy hair, Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Yu Jiangshu angrily shook off her hand. Why were you so impulsive? There were so many of them, it wasn't wise to act rashly. If you got hurt, how would I explain it to Aunt? Linglong smiled. Don't worry, I only acted because I knew I could handle it, and am fine. Even if there were a few more of them, I wouldn't be afraid. Oh, finally got to put my skills to use today. Linglong sighed. She had been training with the female warriors in the manor since she was 5. Though she couldn't claim to be exceptionally skilled, at least she looked somewhat competent. Yet in the manor, no one ever gave her the chance to practice her moves. Today this chubby boy had finally provided her the opportunity. If she didn't test her skills on him, how could she let this chance fall through her fingers? Thus today the chubby boy had to take action. If he hadn't acted, she would have created an opportunity for him to do so. Regardless, she needed to verify whether her training. After preliminary verification, it was useful. Conclusion confirmed. This isn't a matter of fear or not. Yu Jiangshu still said angrily. It's not that he was particularly pained by beating up those two today, he just felt it was something that could have been avoided and didn't need. Though he was unhappy Linglong was a girl, and it wasn't good to be angry with her. Alright, let's hurry and leave. Otherwise Aunt Su and Mama Lan will worry, Yu Jiangshu said. As soon as they entered, Youyou quickly noticed the bruises on Yu Jiangshu's face. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Yu Jiangshu felt a rush of heat on his face and hurriedly said, Aunt, please don't tell my dad. Youyou hesitated and Linglong expressed her dissatisfaction. Mother, Xiaoshu only got into a fight to protect me. You can't leave us hanging. Youyou glanced at her. Xiaoshu is very well behaved. It must be you who caused trouble again and brought him into it, right? Linglong stuck out her tongue. I know I can't fool you, mother. They bullied me first, and I only fought back. Lan Mama was bringing in dishes and exclaimed, Miss, are you alright? Linglong said proudly. I've been learning from Master Yang for so long, it wasn't for nothing. I knocked them down with just a few punches and kicks. Oh. Youyou wrinkled her nose in disdain. You talk so big, how did Xiaoshu still get hurt? Just a boastful big talker. Linglong wanted to retort, but found she had no words. Alright, let's eat first. Seeing the two little ones fall silent, Youyou said, we'll talk after dinner. But Xiaoshu, don't worry, I won't tell your dad. Kids sometimes have little conflicts, it's nothing serious. But did you really suffer any losses? If you did, we can't let it go. No, they got hurt worse. Yu Jiangshu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then it's settled, let's eat. After sending the two little ones off to eat, Nanny Lan pulled Youyou aside to speak. Miss, if the young miss gets into a fight with others and they report it to the teacher, won't our young miss end up at a disadvantage? Perhaps I should go to the school and explain the matter to the teacher, Nanny Lan said with some concern. He'll go later. Youyou smiled faintly. After all, I am Linglong's mother. It wouldn't be right for me to stay home and send a relative instead. Besides, I have a few words to discuss with the teacher as well. Like this, call Youyou to prepare the carriage for me. He'll go to the town first to buy some gifts. Yes, miss. Nanny Lan then called Youyou out to get to work. Hearing the family carriage drive away, Linglong felt quite puzzled. Nanny Lan, what is my mother doing? Miss didn't say, so I don't know either. Nanny Lan told a lie. As the carriage traveled along the road, Youyou said, Madam, let me pick up Miss and Jiangshu for school from now on. That way we won't have to worry about those bad kids. Youyou said with a smile. As long as they don't play dirty tricks when it comes to fighting, Linglong might not be outmatched by them. Sending a big kid like you to deal with those little ones would be an ungraceful victory, even if you won. Although parents should provide a peaceful and harmonious living environment for their children, as the legitimate daughter of the Zhenyuan Earl's manor, if she couldn't even handle such a trivial village matter, she would be far too incompetent. Arriving in town, Youyou bought 2 bolts of cloth and a few boxes of pastries, then drove to Teacher Feng's home in Shanfeng village. His teacher Feng at home. Youyou called out for her. Madame Feng came to open the door, and was somewhat startled to see an elegant woman standing at the doorstep, with a smiling expression. Madam, is there something you need from my husband? I am the mother of Su Long who enrolled this morning, and I have come specially to visit the teacher. Teacher Feng had already finished his meal, and was sitting there sipping tea waiting. Greetings, teacher. Youyou gave a slight bow. My Su Long has caused you trouble. Teacher Feng had already finished his meal, and was sitting there sipping tea waiting. Greetings, teacher. Youyou gave a slight bow. My Su Long has caused you trouble. I have come this time to apologize on her behalf. Youyou had already deftly placed the items on a nearby chair. Teacher Feng's eyes swept over them briefly, noting that the 2 bolts of cloth were of excellent quality, probably worth at least 1 tael of silver each. These gifts must have cost no less than 3 taels of silver. He nodded slightly. Madam Su, you are too kind. Teaching and nurturing students is our duty. I dare not accept your gifts. Teacher, you impart wisdom, teach skills, and resolve doubts. This is a great virtue. I am merely expressing a small token of appreciation. You please do not refuse. So-called refusal was merely a formality. After repeated deferrals, unable to withstand her sincere insistence, Teacher Feng finally had his wife accept the gifts. Teacher Feng said with a smile, Su Long is clever and has a good foundation. If she studies diligently, she has a promising future. Thank you for your praise, teacher. After sitting for a while, Youyou rose to take her leave. As Madame Feng escorted her to the front gate, Youyou said in a low voice, there is one more matter I would like to ask you to look after. Please speak, Madame Su. My Su Long is actually a girl. Youyou stated directly. Madame Feng was shocked and stared at Youyou dumbfounded. The child enjoys learning, and I thought since she's mischievous at home, I let her come here. It doesn't matter how much she learns, or what's important is that she learns to get along with others. Youyou said with a smile. It's hard for you to have such thoughtfulness. Madame Feng sighed. Girls have certain inconveniences compared to boys, so I hope you can keep an eye on her from time to time. Youyou smiled and bowed. It's just a small favor, there's no need for such formality, Madame Su. Madame Feng quickly stopped her. When school resumed in the afternoon, Yu Jiangshu felt very uneasy. Especially when he saw that the little fatty hadn't come, he grew even more anxious. Sure enough, this anxiety was confirmed in the afternoon. About halfway through the lesson, Mr. Du dragged the little fatty over. Teacher, look at what they've done to my son. You can't just ignore this, can you? Mr. Du shouted at Teacher Feng. The little fatty's beating had Mr. Du heartbroken. After having 4 daughters, he finally got this precious son whom he usually coddled, endlessly afraid he might fall if held too loosely or melt if kept in his mouth. Now seeing him bleeding profusely from the beating, he was furious. Teacher, how can such a delinquent student be allowed to stay in this school? No, you must expel him. Otherwise who would dare send their children here to study in the future? Mr. Du said. Teacher Feng chuckled. Mr. Du, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Have you asked what exactly happened? Youyou, how did you explain this to your father? He asked the little fatty beside him with a smile. The little fatty still held some reverence for the teacher and dared not lie in his presence, so he stammered for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. What are you doing, teacher? Mr. Du said with great dissatisfaction. My son was beaten. Instead of dealing with those 2 bad kids, you're treating my child like this. Mr. Du, it seems you truly don't know what happened. Teacher Feng said without anger. This morning Youyou was the one who first provoked 2 classmates, leading to some quarrels. But that matter was already settled after an apology in the morning. However, at noon dismissal he gathered several classmates to ambush them and started a fight, which is why he got beaten again. Mr. Du, to be honest, this is Youyou's fault. First, since the fight happened outside the school, I have no authority over. Second, you outnumbered them, but still lost, and now you want to complain. That hardly seems appropriate. Teacher Feng stroked his long beard and said with a smile. Mr. Du's face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt ashamed himself. But losing face was one thing. He couldn't just come in a huff and slink away. That would be too disgraceful. Since the teacher won't handle it, he'll go find their parents. Mr. Du said angrily as he took his leave. Tell Dad which 2 bullied you. Mr. Du asked the little fatty with a dark face. It's Yu Jiangshu from Youyou village and Su Long. Mostly Su Long, he hit me. The little fatty pouted. In Youyou village the only family named Su was that nouveau riche old Su family. Oh, so it's them. Fine, go to class. They'll go settle accounts with old Su. Mr. Du stormed angrily from Shangfeng village to Youyou village and banged loudly on the door of the Su family's new house. The elder sister-in-law flung the door open and asked with a dark face, Who are you? What's all the knocking for? Are you Su Long's mother? Mr. Du wanted to confirm. Su Long? No idea. The elder sister-in-law. Nonsense. Who else in this village is named Su besides your family? Pa. My family is named Su, but we don't have anyone called Long. With that she slammed the door shut, nearly hitting his nose. This is infuriating. Mr. Du shouted in rage. The other household was filled with women. Even if he was furious, he couldn't just barge in. We'll see about that. Master Du grumbled as he stormed off. The more he walked, the angrier he grew. He had intended to return home, but unable to swallow his pride, he went back to Shangfeng village instead. He sat under a large tree by the roadside waiting until the children were dismissed from school. When the chubby boy came out and saw his father waiting for him, he was overcome with surprise and joy. Dad, you came to pick me up. He ran over happily. Master Du nodded with a stern face, watching the children pass by. Which ones hit you? Just then Yu Jiangshu and Su Long walked past them. The chubby boy whispered, It's them. Let's follow them. Master Du grabbed his son and trailed behind. Yu Jiangshu felt uneasy. That chubby kid is following us. This can't be good. Don't worry, what can he do in broad daylight? Linglong said softly. Don't look back. Let them think we haven't noticed. But if they follow us home and there's no one there, it's fine, brother Nyo can handle it. Linglong comforted him with a smile. Though brother Nyo was only 15 or 16, he trained with the mansion's guards and could easily fend off 3 or 5 grown men. Brother Nyo had wanted to join their father as a soldier at the border, but Mother Lan couldn't bear to let him go. Under the assault of her tears, he finally relented and stopped mentioning the frontier. Their mother had chosen to stay in the village without guards. First, the village was safe with little risk. Second, with brother Nyo at home, ordinary petty thieves were no threat. Besides, he was just a half-grown boy, so no one would be wary of him. In fact, Linglong felt she could handle the fat man, but her mother had told her not to fight or show off outside. It was better to go home first. Yu Jiangshu was anxious while Linglong remained calm and composed. But her mother had told her not to fight or show off outside. It was better to go home first. Yu Jiangshu was anxious while Linglong remained calm and composed. The door opened to reveal a teenage boy. Where are your parents? I need to speak with them. Anyo looked him up and down. As Master Du entered, he saw a young, beautiful woman standing on the steps flanked by the 2 children who had hit his son. He had planned to lash out at the parents, making them realize their mistake. They would have to apologize and pay for medical expenses. But facing such a beautiful woman, the words died in his tongue. Are you Su Long's mother? Master Du forced a smile. I'm Du Yushin's father. The boy offended Su Long at school. Everyone grew alert. Anyo planned to lure them in and trap them. As the dust entered, his hand rested on the door bar. Are you Su Long's mother? Master Du forced a smile. I'm Du Yushin's father. The boy offended Su Long at school, so I brought him to apologize. The chubby boy was stunned. That wasn't what his father had said earlier. Master Du glanced at his son, who stood there foolishly. He slapped the back of the boy's head. I told you to study hard, not bully classmates. Apologize to Aunt Su now. The slap left the chubby boy dazed. Dad, why are you hitting me? It wasn't my fault. Don't talk back. Master Du roared, raising his hand again. Though confused, the boy knew he had to go with the flow. He said meekly, I'm sorry, Aunt Su. Then, overwhelmed by grievance, he burst into tears. Linglong and Yu Jiangshu were bewildered. So they weren't here to cause trouble, but to apologize. Had they judged others by their own low standards? Oh, why hit the child? Youyou said quickly. She had also expected trouble, but was surprised by the turn of events. Children fighting is normal. Adults shouldn't meddle, she said. Both sides are at fault here. Linglong come and apologized to Youtian. I'm sorry. Linglong smiled and bowed to the chubby boy. I shouldn't have hit you. It was my fault. Master Du glared at him and the boy quickly said, It's fine, it's fine. I shouldn't have Master Du glared at him and the boy quickly said, It's fine, it's fine. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. His heart ached. See, that's better. Youyou clapped. Nanny Lan brings some of our homemade snacks for little Youtian. Alright. Soon she brought a packet wrapped in oil paper. We made these at home. They're quite good, a bit different from the street ones. Youyou handed them to the chubby boy with a smile. Thank Aunt Sue. Master Du scolded his son, then said to Youyou, This is too kind. We came to apologize, and now we're taking your things. It's just a little snack, nothing much. Youyou said with a smile, Well, no discord, no concord. From now on you're classmates, so get along. Exactly, you're very magnanimous, Madam Sue. We'll take our leave. Master Du puffed out his belly and bowed. Farewell, Master Du. After seeing them off Linglong, they followed us all the way, clearly looking for trouble. Why did they suddenly change? Youyou shot her a look. What you? Linglong laughed. No, that's not me. I just find it strange. That man is very odd. Nanny Lan pursed her lips. He doesn't seem like a good person. You kids stay away from him. What's there to fear? Anyo raised an eyebrow. If he tries anything, he'll make sure he comes in standing and leaves lying down. Go on, are you a band? Nanny Lan shooed him away irritably. Better safe than sorry, that's all I'm saying. As they walked out of the village, the chubby boy looked aggrieved. Father, you said you would seek justice for me, but now we're the ones up. Master Du's face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? You must win people over with virtue, understand. You're classmates. Can't you get along? Besides, do you think I don't know your true nature? If you hadn't provoked him, would that delicate girl like boy have hit you, eh? The chubby boy felt utterly wronged. Let's go. It's getting late. If you keep dawdling, it'll be dark by the time we get back. Master Du urged impatiently, seeing the boy drag his feet. Oh, I know. The chubby boy hurried to catch up. As they neared the village entrance, they encountered several men carrying Master Du's eyes lit up and he approached them with a smile. You're done for the day? I have something to ask, he said cheerfully. The men were amiable and replied with a grin. What do you wish to know, old brother? Old Zu's family in this village built a new house and moved out, but someone's still living in the old place. Who are they? Oh, that. I heard it's old Zu's daughter who ran away over a decade ago. Now she's been divorced by her husband's family. Divorced? Master Du was taken aback. Why? Why? Who knows? They wouldn't tell us, the men said with a laugh. Maybe because she didn't bear a son. Oh, I see. Master Du nodded thoughtfully. On the way back, his mind churned with turmoil. Youyou's pretty face lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade. When he returned home and saw his aging wife, a wave of disdain washed over him. With his house, land, and money, now taking a concubine wasn't too much to ask, was it? Seeing him toss and turn unable to sleep, Du sure couldn't help asking. What's wrong? Did you fail to get justice? Not exactly, Master Du sighed. I'm thinking our son doesn't seem cut out for studies. In the future, he'll likely have to rely on farming to get by. So what? Du sure said softly. How many can truly excel at studies? Most people get by just the same. A woman's narrow view. Master Du put on a stern face. Without education, a family will never amount to anything. With just the ancestral property left behind, if an unworthy descendant gets hold of it, they'll squander it in no time. Then what do you mean? I mean we should have more children. With more sons, at least one might turn out promising. I'm already this old. Du sure murmured. That's simple. Just bring in someone else. Master Du finally revealed his hidden intention. Du sure, gentle and weak by nature, had no one to support her. She wept through the night, but by morning she acquiesced. Do as you wish. He'll listen to you. Overjoyed, Master Du quickly said, Rest assured, I'm only taking a concubine to bear children. You're the first wife and Youtian is the eldest legitimate son. That won't change. Even if she enters this household, she'll be the one to bow to you and serve you. Du sure sighed. She was timid, not foolish. Seeing his elation, she knew he had already set his heart on someone. All she hoped was that the new woman wouldn't banish her to the woodshed. She dared not dream of being served. Youyou had just sent the two children off and returned to rest when she heard someone knocking. As soon as Lan Momo opened the door, the visitor squeezed in, grinning. Good day, sister. Lan Momo was not easily fooled and asked crossly, What's the matter with you barging in without a word? What business do you have? The woman who entered had painted eyebrows and glossy hair. Though advanced in years, her gaudy attire was so jarring that even Lan Momo, seasoned in the capital, found her eyes twitching. From her appearance alone, Lan Momo knew her trade. She was a matchmaker, one who went from door to door arranging marriages. The woman giggled. Sister, is anyone else home? She peered into the house. Whether there is or not is none of your concern. Get out. Lan Momo snapped. Oh, sister, won't you even ask why I'm here? It's good news. A matchmaker couldn't have thin skin. Even when driven away, she remained cheerful. We don't want your good news. Leave now. If you don't, I'll call someone to throw you out. Lan Momo's thick brows knitted into a fierce line as she snarled. What's wrong with you? Zhang matchmaker shot her a disdainful look. I'm not here for you, so why keep shooing me away? She left the unspoken thought hanging. Even if you wanted my services, I wouldn't bother. Lan Momo with her thick brows and lips was not attractive. At her age, looks were no longer a concern. But Master Du had told the matchmaker the woman was in her 20s, beautiful, and so it couldn't be this 40-something hag. Sister Sue, she called out loudly. Lan Momo was furious. No one had ever dared to shout in the young lattice courtyard. Since returning to the village, it felt like a phoenix turned into a hen, each day worse than the last. Even a village woman dared to squawk. Enough, stop shouting. Youyou emerged from the house and stood on the steps looking at her. Say what you have to say. I'm listening. Zhang Matchmaker's eyes lit up. No wonder Master Du had insisted on dragging her here early. This was having traversed every village for miles, she had seen no maiden or married woman as lovely. Madame Su is truly beautiful. This old woman's eyes are blessed. She approached with a grin, reaching out to take Youyou's hand. Youyou flicked her sleeve and evaded her grasp. Everyone's busy. Speak plainly. All right. Zhang Matchmaker beamed. Madame Su, congratulations. Someone has taken a fancy to you. Pop, Lan Momo spat. What kind of congratulations is that? Leave our courtyard at once and stop spouting such nonsense. Zhang Matchmaker rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you? Will you die if you hear me out? Oh, by the way, I hear you're alone too. Want me to find someone for you as well? They'll beat you for your nonsense. Lan Momo flew into a rage, grabbed a broom from the yard, and chased her out. Youyou's face turned cold. If this is about that, spare your breath. I have no intention of remarrying. Please leave. Go on, get out. Lan Momo began to drive her away. The matchmaker Zhang stumbled out, nearly falling as she turned in anger, cursing, "You old woman with no luck." It was truly too much that Master Du had given, and she couldn't bear to let go of this marriage proposal. In other families, a marriage agreement would be settled with just a few hundred coins. But Master Du said that as long as she could help him secure it, it would be 2 taels of silver. Unfortunately, this Su lady didn't even give her a chance to speak. It was said that as long as she agreed, they would follow the standards for marrying a wife with dowry and everything included. Although there was a senior woman in the house, her temperament was too soft, almost like a deadweight. Once she entered the door, wouldn't everything be under her control? Such a good opportunity was hard to come by. However, in recent years, as the environment improved, unlike a few years ago when families sold their children for a few measures of grain, it wasn't so common anymore. After thinking it over, she turned and walked towards the new house of the Su family outside the village. The Su family was an old acquaintance of hers. The eldest daughter-in-law was someone she had personally introduced. Upon entering, she saw Su Posey watching the children play in the yard, while 2 daughters-in-law were busy with chores. Zhang Matchmaker laughed heartily. "Oh, Sister Su, why are you so leisurely today, resting at home?" Su Posey smiled and replied, "Zhang Mei, you're here. Sit down. The Heist wife, pour some water for Aunt Zhang." Coming. The teapot was warmed by the residual heat from the stove, ensuring the water wouldn't get too cold. Zhang Matchmaker quickly waved her hands with a smile. "No need to fuss, I'll just sit for a moment and be on my way. What's the rush? Let's sit and chat." Su Posey was thinking of discussing this matter when things at home weren't so busy. This eldest daughter had returned like this, currently with some money in hand and living comfortably. But for a woman, how could she not have a place to call home? She was saying that she had some free time these past few days and planned to seek out Zhou Posey in the village, as well as Feng Posey from the neighboring village and Zhang Posey to help find a suitable match for her daughter. Though she was a bit older now, she was exceptionally well-preserved, looking nearly 20. And although she had a child, what trouble could that really cause for a girl? As long as she wasn't too picky and found a decent family, there was still hope. Today Zhang Posey had come at just the right time, saving her a trip. "All right then." Zhang Matchmaker sat down with a smile. "It's truly wonderful that you're home today." "What do you mean by—" Su Posey smiled at her. "Then I'll speak frankly." Zhang Matchmaker leaned closer and whispered, "I have a match in mind, and I think your eldest daughter would be quite suitable." Su Posey laughed. "You're not saying anything, making me guess. I can't figure it out, so how would I know if it's suitable?" "Wow, they have so much land." Su Posey exclaimed in surprise. "Then their conditions are indeed quite good. Their 50 acres were something her cousin had bought for them after seeing how hard their lives were." "Wow, they have so much land." Su Posey exclaimed in surprise. "Then their conditions are indeed quite good. Their 50 acres were something her cousin had bought for them after seeing how hard their lives were. Otherwise, with just their 2 acres of thin fields, how could they expect to marry off a son?" Upon hearing about so much land in the other family, Su Posey felt a bit more inclined. "What about the person?" she asked eagerly. "As long as the person wasn't too bad, it would be acceptable. You should know him." Zhang Matchmaker said with a smile, "It's Master Du from Dujia village." Su Posey's expression instantly turned from joy to disappointment. "I thought it was someone else." "It's him. His wife is still around." "Oh, what's there to discuss about a match?" "Oh, isn't this just—" Zhang Matchmaker hurriedly said. "That day he suddenly saw your eldest daughter and took quite a liking to her, so he asked me to help facilitate this match. Yes, he does have a main wife, but so what? She doesn't manage anything. Usually whatever the master says goes. This matter was told to me by her, saying that once she enters, she would be treated equally with no distinction between first and second." "Huh." Su Posey was so angry she laughed. "What does Master Du think he is? People may respect him and call him master, but he really thinks he is some kind of nobleman. Isn't he just like us, a common person with muddy legs? Oh, just because he has a few acres of land, he thinks he's a master. Then we are masters too. I could play the lady for a few days. What do you mean by equality? He really thinks he is some remarkable figure. He's nothing and still wants 3 wives and 4 concubines without even considering if he's worthy of it." Su Posey sneered, her gaze towards Zhang Matchmaker growing unfriendly. Sister Zhang, if you genuinely have a good match for my daughter, I would thank you. But if it's someone repulsive, then please don't say anything. Oh, why is Sister Su still angry? Zhang matchmaker had anticipated this reaction and was not at all upset. I initially thought this was inappropriate too. Your Su family is a respectable family with houses and land. How could your daughter be a concubine? But Master Du said he genuinely likes this person and would never treat your eldest daughter as a concubine. He wants to marry her properly and is offering this amount for the bride price. She shook her 2 fingers. Su Posey looked at her disdainfully. However, both daughters-in-law exchanged glances. Zhang matchmaker exclaimed, 20 taels of silver. Just think about it nowadays, who in the village would spend this much to marry? That still won't do. Su Posey retorted with annoyance. I'm marrying off my daughter, not selling her. No matter how high the bride price, what does it matter? Oh my dear sister. Zhang matchmaker exclaimed, patting her leg. My good sister, marrying a man means having clothes and food. The eldest daughter isn't marrying for the first time, she's even bringing a child. In the Du family, wouldn't she be well-fed and warmly clothed? This isn't something Du family openly speaks of, otherwise many eligible young ladies would want to marry in. Even if you say it beautifully, I still won't agree. Su Posey stood up. They're still in the fields. I need to go deliver water. Zhang family girl, I won't keep you company. After saying that, she began to send her off. Zhang matchmaker knew that this matter could not proceed today, so she stood up with a smile. All right, think it over, and I'll come back in a few days to hear your news. Su Posey pursed her lips. You should help see if there are other suitable matches. After sending her off, she noticed the 2 daughters-in-law whispering together and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. What are you 2 gossiping about instead of working? Oh. The 2 of them quickly dispersed. Old Madam Su carried a water jug to deliver water to the men working in the fields while the 2 sisters-in-law huddled together. I heard your sister-in-law sent her own daughter to the academy, whispered the second son's wife. And why not, scoffed Dahai's wife. It's not like she's aiming for the imperial exams. As long as she's willing to pay, the tutor would turn a blind eye. Silver is silver after all, not a single coin less. What's she thinking? Spending money on a girl. Our Chongwon and Chongli haven't even started school yet. Exactly. If she has that much money, why not spend it on her nephews? Dahai's wife fumed. Wasting it on a girl is just burning cash. Eldest sister-in-law, how much money do you think she really has? Probably a lot. Dahai's wife whispered. Look at her lifestyle. No farming, no weaving, yet she eats chicken, duck, and fish every day. That takes serious money. Exactly. I've heard that meat smells waft from her house every day. And she even invites that neighbor boy Xiaoshu over for meals. With all that good food, she doesn't even think to share with her parents or nephews, but gives it all to outsiders. How infuriating. Isn't it? Dahai's wife sighed. When I mentioned it to your eldest brother, he snapped at me saying it's none of our business. It drives me crazy. Same here, lamented the second son's wife. When I brought it up to my husband, he scolded me. He said his poor sister is pitiful enough, and instead of helping her, we're scheming to squeeze money out of her. How wicked. Men just don't get it. Dahai's wife said. I'm not asking for her money for no reason. If she weren't wasting it like this, I wouldn't even think about it. But since she's throwing it away, why not use it wisely? If Chongwon and Chongli succeed in the future, won't they remember their aunt's kindness? And when little Belle needs help, won't we be there for her? Exactly, for her money for no reason. If she weren't wasting it like this, I wouldn't even think about it. But since... Exactly. I'll have to talk to them again when they get back. You should talk to your husband too. If she's wasting money like this, she must have plenty left. Better we use it than let strangers have it. Yes, she's not very bright. Once she marries, that money will be tricked away by some man. The 2 whispered on, already dismissing Su Youyou as a foolish wealthy waste. They were determined to save their sister-in-law before some man swindled all her money. Meanwhile, old Madam Su delivered water to the 4 men in the fields, her face still dark with anger. Mother, what's wrong? Who upset you? Dahai asked as he poured water. Old Madam Su was bursting with frustration. At his words, her grievances poured out like a breached dam. It makes me furious. That old woman Zhang from Dujiazwang came to introduce your sister to some middle-aged man. And not just any man. He wanted her as a concubine. It's infuriating. A concubine. Dahai and Dashin both laughed. The third son Dae asked, who around here can even afford a concubine? Who's so wealthy? How dare he? Dahai and Dashin's faces reddened with rage. If we see him, we'll teach him a lesson. Dashin added, no decent girl becomes a concubine. If he comes again, I'll drive him out with a carrying pole. Kind words won't work on his kind. How dare he? Dahai and Dashin's faces reddened with rage. If we see him, we'll teach him a lesson. Dashin added, no decent girl becomes a concubine. If he comes again, I'll drive him out with a carrying pole. Kind words won't work on his kind. Old man Su listened with a stern face, then said coldly, that girl is nothing but trouble. If she were any good, why would she have been divorced? What a disgrace. Tell her to find someone and marry quickly. But being a concubine is out of the question. Our Su family can't bear that as if I need you to tell me. Old Madam Su shot him a glare. I'll find a good match for Youyou myself. He must be talented, well off, and have an easygoing mother-in-law. She's 30 now, what's there to pick from? Old man Su sneered. Old Madam Su glared at him. Dashin smiled, and said, Mother, if you ask me, Brother Lei would be a good match. He's about the same age as sister, and they got along well as children. Bah no. Old man Su shouted. Old man Yu was so arrogant back, then saying we mudfoots weren't good enough for his scholarly family that valued farming and reading. Huh. He never even passed the imperial exam in his life, and he calls himself a scholar. And Lei is just a child student. He's not destined for greatness. There's no smoke rising from his ancestral graves. You can't force it. Why not? Old Madame Su disagreed. He's working honestly in town now, earning a decent living. I think it's fine. You only see him earning, not spending. Old Man Su scoffed. Just supporting his son's schooling costs a fortune every year. Tuition fees, paper, ink, brushes, all need buying. He can't wear rags to school, so new clothes are needed: spring jackets, summer shirts. He can't wear the same set all year. And that's not counting meals out and social expenses. Everything costs money. And if the boy doesn't pass, it's even more expensive. Old Man Su ticked off on his fingers. Traveling for exams, renting carts, lodging, meals, all cost money. Do you want Youyou to marry into that and suffer? Old Man Su snorted at his wife. At his words, Old Madame Su fell silent. Yes, when you counted it up, it really wasn't feasible. If they told the boy to stop studying, that went against the family's tradition. The child had to study and aim for official rank. Even a man like Lei and Old Man Yes Eyes was a deviant path. If their daughter married into that, she'd indeed have a hard life. Dahai and Dashin also began to dismiss Lei as a candidate. Yes, for ordinary folks, why push themselves so hard? Then forget it. Old Madame Su immediately backed down. When I have time, I'll go ask the matchmakers if there's a suitable What? Send Chongwen to school. Dahai almost jumped up at his wife's words. I've been toiling in the fields all day. Can't you let me have some peace? Dahai grumbled discontentedly. You want me to talk to Dad? Are you implying I haven't been scolded enough by him? Normally, if her husband spoke to her like this, Dahai's wife would have shut her mouth and said nothing more. But today was different. If she didn't speak up and the second brother's family managed to persuade them sending Chongli to school, then her own household would be at a loss. If you don't say it, the younger one might speak up first. She sneered. Originally, I didn't have such thoughts. But your good sister is sending a useless girl to the schoolhouse. What does she expect her to pass the imperial exams and become an official? Isn't that just throwing money away for the sake of seeing the splash? Dahai's wife said angrily. Dahai fell silent. They had actually heard about his sister sending Linglong to school. It was impossible to hide such a thing from them. Although Linglong was dressed in boys' clothes, there were only a few children from the village attending school, and they had encountered them before. How could they not recognize her? But this was his sister's family matter. They really had no need to meddle, right? After all, she wasn't spending a single coin of theirs. Still, it would be a lie to say they didn't have any thoughts about it. His wife's words, though unpleasant to hear, struck a chord in his heart. She wasn't wrong. A girl sent to study. What not? Seeing that he remained grim-faced, but silent, Dahai's wife knew he had absorbed her words. Overjoyed, she pressed on. Well, if she were short on money, of course we wouldn't think this way. I would have to help out, wouldn't we? But now she not only has money, but squanders it recklessly. That's just wrong. With that money, wouldn't it be better to send our Chongwen to school, eh? If she sent Chongwen to school, I would remember her kindness. If Chongwen ever makes something of himself, even if he's more filial to his aunt than to me, his mother, I'd accept it. Look at her now. She's no longer young. Even if she finds a match, it'll likely be a man with children. Can other people's children truly treat her well? Surely her own nephew is more reliable, isn't he? Dahai sank into thought, weighing in his mind how feasible this plan might be. Seeing him unresponsive, Dahai's wife shook him. Tell me, am I right or not? Dahai nodded. Let me think about how to put. Seeing his agreement, Dahai's wife was overjoyed. All right, then make up your mind quickly. I'm going out now. If I stay too long, Mother will start scolding. With that instruction, she hurried out to help with the cooking. Old Mrs. Su glanced at her quite displeased. You two are old married folks. Can't you talk later? Do you want to keep the whole family from eating? With that instruction, she hurried out to help with the cooking. Old Mrs. Su glanced at her quite displeased. You two are old married folks. Can't you talk later? Do you want to keep the whole family from eating? Only when he heard the call for dinner did he emerge from the room. Old Su rolled his eyes and said gruffly, what were you doing cooped up in the room as soon as you got back? Dad, I have something to tell you. Dahai decided to bring the matter up directly. Go on. Old Su picked pickled vegetables into his porridge and slurped it noisily. Dad, have you been to see Big Sister these past few days? Hey, nonsense. Old Su banged his bowl on the table. I've been busy in the fields with you all. When would I have time to wander around? Then it's no wonder you don't know. Dahai chuckled. You must not know what big things Sister has done these days. What mischief has she stirred up now? Old Su couldn't stand hearing about his eldest daughter. It always made him furious. Just this morning someone had mentioned taking her as a concubine. Now what? Nothing much. Dahai shook his head, not continuing. Old Su flared up. You get my hopes up, and now you clam up. Are you messing with me? He raised an eyebrow, ready to throw. All right, I'll tell you. Dahai sighed and smiled. I heard that Big Sister has sent her daughter to school. He said it casually. Oh, school, that's good. Old Su nodded. Dahai was puzzled. Why such a reaction? That wasn't right. He wondered if his father hadn't heard him clearly. But if he repeated himself, wouldn't that be too much? Just as he was about to pick up his bowl and eat, there was a loud bang as Old Su slammed his fist on the table. Luckily the table was solid wood, or it would have fallen apart. The bowls, chopsticks, and dishes on the table jumped with the shock. Everyone was startled. Chongwen and Chongli were terrified, while little Chongwu, held by the second daughter-in-law, burst into loud wails. Old Mrs. Su snapped. What's gotten into you throwing a fit? Old Su pointed at her fiercely. Did you hear that? Did you hear what your precious daughter has done? What did she do? She hasn't stolen or robbed anything. What's the matter? Old Mrs. Su sneered. She actually sent a girl to school. What was she thinking? Is she afraid people won't gossip about her, won't point fingers at us? Old Su suddenly stood up. That wretch. Can't she let me live in peace for a couple of days? He started to head out. Old Mrs. Su quickly stood up too. Where are you going? I'm going to ask her clearly if this is true. If it is, I'll drag her back right away. No more making a fool of herself. Stop. Stop. Old Mrs. Su hurried after him. Dahai stuffed a black cornbread into his mouth. I have to go see. Can't let this cause trouble. He got up and chased after them. The second son Dashan was still in a daze. His wife said with exasperation, go quickly. Don't let them start fighting. Oh. Dashan scrambled to his feet. Big brother, wait for me. Let's go together. Now only the 2 women and 3 children remained in the house. The second daughter-in-law pursed her lips. Sister-in-law, you were quick to tell big brother about this, weren't you? It had to be said sooner or later. Dahai's wife smiled. It's evening now. We talk things out, and it won't delay tomorrow's work in the fields. Don't you think so, sister-in-law? Talking is one thing, but you need to think about how to say it. The second daughter-in-law sighed. Now that you've said it and Dad goes over to make a scene, who knows what will happen? What can happen? Dahai's wife sneered. If you don't let Dad go, do you think your man or mine can get anything done? You have a point there. Youyou never expected that calamity would descend upon her while she was sitting peacefully at home. Just as her 2 children returned, and they sat down for dinner, they heard someone pounding violently on the door. Madam, it's the old master and the old madam. Youyou went to check and rushed back to report. Open the door. Youyou said. No matter what they had come for, she couldn't keep them knocking outside forever, could she? If the neighbors saw, they might. Old man Su charged in like a mad bull, panting heavily. What's the matter? What's happened to get you into such a state? As old man Su was about to catch his breath, interrupt again, Nanny Lan handed him a cup of tea. Please have some tea. She had intended to address him as old master, but then remembered she was now his sister-in-law's wife, and couldn't afford to slip up. Old man Su, no matter how furious, couldn't vent his anger in front of his benefactor. He took a deep breath to suppress his seething rage. Sister-in-law, you must excuse me. Old man Su took a sip of tea and smiled apologetically at Nanny Lan. Take your time with whatever it is, no need for such a temper. Nanny Lan smiled as she refilled his tea, speaking cheerfully. Old man Su nodded, then turned to Youyou and asked, pointing at Linglong, did you send her to the school? Youyou smiled and said yes. She has nothing to do at home anyway. Sending her to school will let her learn something. Nonsense. Old man Su suppressed his anger and roared, what business does a girl have at school? If word gets out, people will laugh us to death. Laugh? Youyou chuckled. I've only ever heard of people being laughed at for not being able to afford school. I'm paying for my own child to go to school. Why would they laugh? Shouldn't they be envious? She gestured for Nanny Lan to take the 2 children to the next room to finish their meal. Yu Jiangshu, observing the furious old man Su and the anxious old Madam Su behind him, said understandingly, and I'm done eating. They'll head back now. With that, he picked up his book bag, bowed, and walked out. Nanny Lan quickly called out, Anyo, it's dark outside. Light a lantern and see your younger brother back. Sure, Mom. No need, it's just a step away. Don't trouble brother, Anyo. Yu Jiangshu quickened his pace toward the Youyou said to Linglong, go with Nanny Lan. He'll talk to your grandparents. He'll stay with Mom. Linglong sighed. She knew this matter wouldn't end well, and wanted to stand by her mother, perhaps to help her speak. It's fine, go on. Youyou signaled Nanny Lan to take her out. Seeing no one else in the room, old man Su no longer held back. What's gotten into you, girl? Since ancient times has there ever been a girl attending school? Go tell the teacher tomorrow that we're withdrawing. If you're embarrassed, have your elder brother go with you, and get the tuition back. Father, your thinking is so outdated. Youyou laughed. The girls in the city all go to school. Which lady or madam is illiterate? When the family is wealthy and prominent, if you can't read or count, how can you manage the accounts or the household? Pa, a pheasant's body dreaming of a phoenix's fate. Old man Su spat. Look at yourself. Who do you think you are to dream of being a lady or madam managing a household? Do you have that kind of luck? Who knows? Youyou retorted without backing down. Nothing in this world is certain. What if? Nonsense. Stop daydreaming. Old man Su scoffed. Just pack up and find a decent man to marry and be done with it. What's the rush? Youyou chuckled. You're just spouting nonsense. Old man Su realized he had been sidetracked by his daughter. We'll talk about marriage later. First thing tomorrow, withdraw her from school. Are you so flush with cash you don't know what to do with it? If you have money to burn, bring it to your mother to keep safe. No need. I can manage that small amount myself. Seeing Youyou adamantly refusing to let Linglong drop out, old man Su grew even angrier. As he was about to explode, Dahai quickly stepped forward and said, Father, let's talk nicely. Don't lose your temper. He quickly said to Youyou, big sister, tell father you know you were wrong. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the school and get the tuition. I'm not wrong, and the tuition won't be refunded. Youyou smiled, but her tone was resolute. It's my own family affair, and I can handle it. You ungrateful wretch. Old man Su grabbed his shoe, ready to strike. Nanny Lan flashed over like a ghost. You've gone too far. Old man Su couldn't bring himself to strike. Sister-in-law, you be the judge. Is it right for a girl to go to school? She's driving me mad. Old man Su sighed. But Nanny Lan didn't indulge him. She said coldly, I think there's nothing wrong with it. In the city, any family that can afford it sends their girls to school. That way they can find a good match in the future. You've been in the village too long and don't know how things are outside. Nowadays, when people choose a bride, many refuse to marry into a family that doesn't educate its daughters. The emperor himself esteems scholars. Every family is trying every way to have their children study more and study well so they can achieve something in the future. The difference between marrying a literate wife and an illiterate one is vast. So even for girls they should study if they— Nanny Lan's words settled the matter. Old man Su had nothing more to say and could only sigh deeply. Old Madam Su seized the opportunity to speak. Schooling is a good thing. But a girl mixing with a bunch of boys all day? Is that proper? If word gets out it would be disastrous. This reminded Old Man Su, who immediately said, that's exactly it. No, she must quit. As I said, if you don't have the destiny, don't dream the dream. When the child grows up, just find a suitable family nearby and marry her off. We're just farming folks. What's all this talk about managing a household? As long as she knows how much rice to cook for a meal, that's enough. Dahai quickly interjected, Father, that's not right. Linglong is such a good girl. Why wouldn't she find a good family? She still needs to study. If people laugh at us later, it's none of your concern, is it? Old Man Su scolded his son irritably. How is it none of my concern? Yuzi is my own sister. Dahai laughed. Father, I was thinking if possible we could send Chongwen and Chongli to school too. That way all the siblings can look out for each other, right? Rubbish. Old Man Su glared and roared. Do you think schooling doesn't cost money? And two of them. Who's going to pay? Old Man Su asked bluntly. Father, isn't studying a good thing? We can scrimp at home. Maybe the kids will have a future and even become officials someday. Su Dahai said. Dream on. Old Man Su rolled his eyes at him. Your third brother isn't married yet. Do you know how much that will cost? You're like the well-fed who can't understand the starving. You only care about your own happiness, not your brother. Su Dahai, scolded by his father, blushed and dared not speak. His third brother was still there and marriage talks had been ongoing for 2 years. The girl was interested in the third son, but the Su family's reputation for wealth had spread, and she insisted on a betrothal gift of 25 taels of silver. Old Man Su refused to accept such a loss, and the matter had been deadlocked. Now it was a waiting game to see which side. Third brother Day didn't expect the fire to land on him. He had no say in this matter, and could only step back, trying to stay. Anyway, this is my decision. She can't go to school anymore. What you did before is none of my business, but back in the village you'll listen. Old Man Su glared fiercely around the room, daring anyone to defy him. So Youyou looked up at him and smiled faintly. So it seems I can't stay here, is that it? Her implication was clear. If Old Man Su wouldn't allow it, she wouldn't remain in Youyou village. Old Man Zu's beard trembled with rage. Go. He'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. As if you ever treated me like a proper person. Su Youyou sneered. Did you think of that when you wanted to sell me off for my brother's betrothal gift? Then why did you come back? Old Man Su roared. I just came to see how you all were doing. Since I'm not welcome, well, leave. Su Youyou raised an eyebrow. Nanny Lan, pack up. And you'll get the cart ready. We'll leave today, old Mrs. Su burst into tears. What a curse. You are my lifelong debt. Why must you quarrel the moment you meet? Dahai and Dashin quickly tried to mediate. Sister, father has a quick temper. Why argue with him? Seeing this, old Mrs. Su wailed, even louder, clinging to Nanny Lan. You can't leave. If you walk out that door— Nanny Lan, who had never wanted Su Youyou to stay in the village, was delighted by this turn of events. She called for Inyo to prepare the cart and busied herself with packing. Seeing this, old Mrs. Su wailed, even louder, clinging to Nanny Lan. You can't leave. If you walk out that door today, you'll have no face left to live. Though Old Man Su could be harsh with Su Youyou, he still respected Nanny Lan. Sister-in-law, I wasn't referring to you. Nanny Lan shook her head. Living here alone is too lonely. If the young mistress leaves, I'll go with her. We've grown close these past days, and I can't bear to part from her. Old Man Su sighed. Then no one will move out. As long as she doesn't mind wasting money on her children, I couldn't care less. He snorted angrily and sat on the bench sulking. Father, Dahai, seeing a chance, quickly said, Father, I think we should still send the kids to school. Even if they don't become officials, learning to read and count could get them jobs as shop assistants in town. Better than farming. Besides, with their own brothers there, they can look after Linglong, their cousin. Old Man Su glared at him fiercely. No money. Even if we had it, it's not to be wasted like this. Father, you need to think long term. Su Dahai sighed. We only have so much land. With us 3 brothers, each will get just over 10 mu. If we each have 3 or 4 children, they'll only have 3 or 4 mu each. In 3 generations, they won't even have enough to eat. Can farming alone sustain us? Su Dahai explained patiently. Though Old Man Su frowned, he took in his son's words. Dahai was after all a man with some insight. While we still have some means, we should support the boys through school. No matter what, it's a way out for them, don't you think? Su Dahai continued. Hey, race the deal, you send Chongwen and Chongli to school, and he'll cover the tuition, she declared generously. Su Dahai. Hey, race the deal, you send Chongwen and Chongli to school, and he'll cover the tuition, she declared generously. Su Dahai's heart leaped. This was exactly what he wanted. But Old Man Su was displeased. A woman like you, how much money do you have to waste like this? They'll take care of my own Su descendants. Tomorrow we'll find time to talk to Master Feng and send Chongwen and Chongli to school. Yes, father. Su Dahai agreed cheerfully. He glanced at the second brother, who was also beaming. Only the third brother remained expressionless, lost in thought. So from now on, Chongwen and Chongli will go to school with Linglong. Su Dahai said to Su Youyou with a smile. They must take care of each other. Of course. Su Youyou nodded. Old Mrs. Su was relieved that the quarrel had ended. Back home, before blowing out the oil lamp, she couldn't help but say, Old man, it's good for the children to go to school. I'm not against it. But the third son is so old now he needs to get married soon. The betrothal gift, the wedding feast. It'll all come to at least 40 taels of silver. Our savings aren't exactly plentiful, she sighed. Old man Su let out a long breath and said nothing. He had been swayed by his son's words earlier, but walking home, he had begun to regret it. Now hearing his wife, he felt even more uneasy. He had been poor for too long in the first half of his life. Though they now had a house and land, they were far from wealthy. They still had to live frugally. But I've already given my word. Old man Su muttered. How about this, old Mrs. Su said with a sigh. Let Chongwen, the eldest from the first branch, go to school first, and well arrange the third son's marriage. Next year, when we're a bit more comfortable, well send Chongli to school. That way we stagger the expenses, and it won't be so hard on. Fine. You make sense. Well, do as you say. Old man Su said gloomily. In the past, old Mrs. Su had no say in family matters. But now with the house and land secured through her connections, old man Su had to defer to her somewhat. Tell them clearly to... In the eastern room, Dahai and his wife, along with Deshan and his wife from the western room, were all brimming with excitement. Father actually agreed. Dahai's wife could hardly believe it. She never imagined things would go so smoothly. She had thought, given her father-in-law's temperament, he would have scolded the brothers harshly at the very least. Yes, Dahai said with some pride. That's truly wonderful. Dahai's wife was almost moved to tears. For years they had lived with her in-laws, and all the money they earned was kept by her mother-in-law. They worked tirelessly, but never received any money, unable even to decide on sending their children to school. While this couple rejoiced, the second brother and his wife were equally overjoyed. When eldest brother brought it up today, I never thought father would agree, Deshan said with a smile. Chongli can go to school. When eldest brother brought it up today, I never thought father would agree, Deshan said with a smile. Chongli can go to school. Schooling is truly a good path. The second brother's wife's eyes were full of longing. Not to mention becoming a jiren or jinsher. Even if he only becomes a shotsai, he could open a private school in the future and life would be better than ours. There's more to it than that. The second brother said. A shotsai means the family's land is tax-exempt and no corvée labor is required. That's the real benefit. If it weren't for these years of peace with so many men in our family would have to provide corvée labor and transport military grain every year. That would be truly miserable. Exactly. Speaking of this, they were still shaken. They hadn't experienced it themselves, but their father's generation had endured it many times. Some people never returned for various reasons. I must keep a close eye on Chongli and make sure he studies hard. Otherwise, if he remains a farmer, who knows when we'll face such troubles again. You're right. The second brother nodded with a smile. That night, both families talked late into the night before sleeping. When they woke the next morning, they were all filled with joy and felt refreshed. But during breakfast, a single word from old Madame Su plunged the household's atmosphere into gloom. Your father and I discussed it last night. Old Madame Su said solemnly, supporting 2 children in school is too heavy a burden for the family. So let's have Chongwen go first this year since he's a year older. Chongli can go next year. The joy on the second couple's faces vanished instantly. They could hardly believe their ears, staring blankly at old man. Chongli had been thrilled the night before when he learned he would go to school. But waking up to this change, he couldn't hold back his tears. Father, didn't you say yesterday that both of them could go? The second brother, though timid, still managed to ask. What's wrong? Can't he wait 1 year? Old man Su glared fiercely and snapped. The second brother immediately fell silent, though resentment churned inside him. The second brother's wife couldn't help her eyes reddening as she held Chongli and began to cry. Don't listen to father's sweet words about next year. If he can change his mind in one night, who will remember this promise a year from now? Old man Su couldn't stand crying and glared at her fiercely. The second brother quickly whispered, Eat your meal, what are you crying for? Dahai and his wife also felt uneasy. Although their own child could go to school, it was originally for both brothers. Now that Chongli couldn't go, only their son attending left a bitter taste in their mouths. But he couldn't bring himself to say, let my brother go instead of me. The atmosphere grew heavy. Old man Su was displeased, feeling his authority was waning. Who are you making faces at, huh? He snorted, pushed his bowl aside, and stood up. Finish eating, and get to the fields. The men quickly gulped down their porridge and hurried after him. The second brother's wife could only suppress her grief, feed the child, eat what was left, and then put the child down to clear the table. Dahai's wife bit her lip, thought for a moment, and said, actually there might be a way. The second brother's wife looked up sharply. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? She knew her sister-in-law wouldn't give up this opportunity for her own family, but she still wanted to hear what good idea she had. Yesterday your elder brother and the others went to their aunt's house. Their aunt said she would support both children in school, but father is too stubborn and refused. I think you should take Chongli to her and explain the situation. I reckon it might work. A glimmer of hope rose in the second brother's wife's heart. Will it work? Just go and try. Dahai's wife said softly. Even if it doesn't work out, you won't lose anything, right? The second brother's wife nodded. After cleaning up, old Madame Su also went to the fields. The second brother's wife tidied up, took her 2 children, and headed to the old house. Youyou was quite surprised to see her sister-in-law. She had been staying here for a few days, and they hadn't visited. She had even sent Lon Mammy with meat and vegetables twice. The second brother's wife rambled for a while before finally revealing her intentions. If it weren't for the children, I wouldn't have the nerve to bring this up. I know things are hard for you too. Youyou smiled, and said, "Second sister-in-law, don't say that. I told you yesterday I would cover their expenses, but father disagreed." She took a silver coin from her waist pouch and handed it over. "This should be enough for now. When the school asks for more money, just tell me quietly." The second brother's wife accepted it with some shame. Then she pulled Chongli over. "Come kowtow to your aunt." Youyou quickly stopped her. "What are you doing? Just make sure the child studies hard. We're family, no need for these forms." Filled with emotion, the second brother's wife walked home. As soon as she entered, she found someone else there. Little sister, what? During this busy season, how could her in-laws let her come? It was her second sister-in-law, Suhi. Suhi, around 24 or 25, was married and lived in a nearby town. Suhi smiled. "Second sister-in-law, you're back. I heard eldest sister returned, so I asked my mother-in-law for permission to come see her. You just came from the old house. How is eldest sister?" "She's doing well." The second brother's wife felt relieved after accomplishing such a big task. She glanced at her sister-in-law, who shook her head, indicating that this little sister had come empty-handed again. How shameless. Every time she returned, she brought nothing, but left with bags full. Compared to Youyou, she was worlds apart. "Since that's the case, I'll go over and take a look first," Suhi said with a smile. Thinking back, her elder sister had left home over a decade ago. In her memory, her sister remained that radiant and lovely maiden. They used to wash clothes and cook together, forage for wild greens and pigweed, until her sister fled an arranged marriage, and they parted ways. "He'll go with you," Dahai's wife said with a smile. Suhi shook her head. "It's fine, I can manage on my own." Suhi arrived at the old residence, and upon entering saw Youyou. She intended to speak from the heart. But the moment she saw Youyou's face, she couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed over, embraced her, and burst into tears. Youyou patted her back gently and comforted softly. "It's all right, it's all right." Suhi wept for a long while before gradually calming down. She lifted her head and smiled apologetically. "Look at me. We sisters haven't seen each other for so long, and I should have said something proper. Instead of speaking, I ended up crying. You must be laughing at me. What's there to laugh about?" Youyou said with a smile. When she had left, her little sister was only about 10 years old. Now she had grown into an adult, her appearance greatly changed. "I heard you got married. How is it? Do they treat you well?" Suhi sniffled and smiled. "It's okay. Life in the village is just so, nothing to write home about." Youyou exchanged a glance with Nurse Lan. Understanding, Nurse Lan went into the inner room, took a pair of silver bracelets from a jewelry box, wrapped them in red cloth, and discreetly handed them to her mistress. "They'll head back soon. It's inconvenient to bring Youyou along," Suhi said with a smile. "What a pity. I was hoping to see my little niece. You must bring her to see me." "They'll head back soon. It's inconvenient to bring Youyou along," Suhi said with a smile. "What a pity. I was hoping to see my little niece. You must bring her to see me next time." "They'll head back soon. It's inconvenient to bring Youyou along," Suhi said with a smile. "What a pity. I was hoping to see my little niece. You must bring her to see me next time. Stay for a meal before you leave," Youyou urged. Suhi smiled. "No, Youyou is still at home. I can't rest easy without someone watching her. Stay for a meal before you leave," Youyou urged. Suhi smiled. "No, Youyou is still at home. I can't rest easy without someone watching her." Nurse Lan had already prepared a gift, a few bolts of cloth, some homemade pastries, and the like. "Aniu escorts," Youyou called out. Suhi left with tears in her eyes, reluctant to part. Shortly after she left, the second sister-in-law came over to visit, carrying Chongli in her arms. "Has little aunt gone back?" the second sister-in-law asked. Youyou nodded, reaching out to tease Chongli. The little boy smiled, a hint of shyness in his expression. "Tell me about Xiaohe's situation," Youyou said, her heart feeling heavy. "I feel like she's hiding something." The second sister-in-law sighed. Life hasn't been easy for her. Little Aunt Su, he had originally married into a family. At that time, the Su family was just beginning to thrive. The young men and women of the household suddenly became sought after. First, the older bachelor brothers Dahai and Dashan both found wives. Then Suhi, the second daughter of the Su family, married into a wealthy family in town, the He family. At first, her in-laws treated her well. But after 3 years of marriage without bearing a child, her mother-in-law's attitude changed. Day in and day out, she made cutting remarks, taunting her for being a barren hen. When her sister-in-law entered the family and had 2 children in 3 years, while Suhi, after much difficulty, only gave birth to a daughter, the scales in her in-laws' home tipped completely. The elder's attitudes influenced the husband's mindset. He grew increasingly impatient with her, never showing a kind face, and ignoring both her and their daughter. Over the years, aside from food and drink, Suhi had no say in the household whatsoever. Even when visiting her own family, she couldn't bring a single gift. Suhi also valued her pride, so she rarely returned home. If not for knowing her elder sister was back, she likely wouldn't have left the house at all. "I heard that brother-in-law, he has someone on the side," the second sister-in-law whispered mysteriously. "Is that so?" Youyou frowned. "Don't father and mother do anything about it. The He family gave a considerable bride price, but when our sister married into their home, father only gave some bedding and clothes as a dowry, not a single coin for her to keep. Because of that, the in-laws looked down on her from the start," the second sister-in-law sighed. "Besides, these are just rumors. Little sister never comes back to talk about it. Even if the family wanted to step in, it's not easy to take the lead. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. If even they had heard the whispers, then the matter was likely true." Youyou felt she needed to go see Suhi. The distance from the village to the town was over 20 li. Youyou drove the cart directly to the He family's doorstep. "Young brother, thank you so much. Come in and have some water." Suhi said, feeling quite indebted, and invited him to come inside. Before leaving, Nurse Lan had instructed him to observe the situation in this household. Youyou nodded, tied the horse to the gate, and followed her inside. No sooner had they entered than an old woman snapped at her. What are you running around for all day? You neglect the housework, but have time to wander about. Suhi said softly, Mother, my elder sister from my natal family has returned from out of town. I just want to see her, and came right back. Oh, the old woman rolled her eyes. What? Can't I even say a word to you now? That elder sister of yours is no good either. What's there to see? Old madam, he said disdainfully. Didn't she run away from an arranged marriage back then? Why is she back now? Couldn't make it out there, huh? Don't you learn from her? Our He family is a respectable household. Oh, we don't tolerate such crooked ways. Bombarded by the old woman's rapid-fire tirade, Suhi's face turned pale and flushed, and she couldn't utter a word. Youyou couldn't help but say coldly, what respectable household goes around gossiping behind people's backs? What? Old madam, he jumped up in fury. Where did this little bastard come from daring to lecture me? You little slut. You say you went back to your family, but were you actually looking for a lover? She cursed foully, and reached out with both hands to grab Suhi's hair. Terrified, Suhi cried out, Mother, you've misunderstood. Old madam, he sneered. You've even brought your lover home, and you call it a misunderstanding. With that, she grabbed Suhi's clothes and raised her hand to slap her. A little girl screamed and rushed out from the house. Don't hit my mother. Before she could reach old madam, the old woman, kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Mother, don't hit Zhenyuan. Suhi shrieked, shaking off old madam, to check on her daughter on the ground. She used considerable force, but old madam, he held on tightly. With a tearing sound, Suhi's clothes ripped, and the pair of silver bracelets clattered to the floor. Fine. You've even taken love tokens. And you still deny it. Old madam, he roared in fury. Nonsense, this is a gift from my sister to Zhenyuan. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. This is our mistress' gift. Youyou grew furious, kicking away. He posed his hand that was reaching for the bracelet, then stepped in front of Suhi. Second aunt, quickly check on the young miss. Is she alright? Youyou said to Suhi. Oh dear, the little bastard has hit someone, come quick. Posey immediately began wailing and shouting. Suhi quickly said to Youyou, young man, you should leave quickly. I've truly dragged you into this today. Though Youyou was young, how could he simply walk away when second aunt's household was in such chaos? Second aunt, this house is no longer livable. The young miss is injured, and we don't know how bad it is. We must take her to the medical clinic. Suhi hesitated. But looking at Zhenyuan in her arms, she saw her furrowed brows and face drenched in sweat. Though she bit her lip tightly to endure, tears had already streamed down her face. Zhenyuan, tell mother, where does it hurt? Suhi asked frantically. My stomach, it hurts, she said, her voice weak. Suhi instantly panicked. Let's go, mother will take you to the clinic, just bear with it. Pa, little girl playing pretend, who do you Posey was furious, hands on her hips as she cursed. Just like your shameless mother, always putting on an act. It was just a fall, and you think it's worth seeing a doctor. Youyou grew anxious. Second, and don't cry, taking the young miss to the doctor is what matters. Don't worry about the money, I have some on me. Suhi Youyou grew anxious. Second, and don't cry, taking the young miss to the doctor is what matters. Don't worry about the money, I have some on me. Suhi finally picked up Zhenyuan. Then he'll trouble you. When her father returns, he'll pay you back. With that, she began to follow him out. How dare you leave? Posey was frantic. After all, if word got out that she had kicked her own granddaughter, it would be disgraceful. Dirty laundry should be washed at home. Family scandals must not be aired. She couldn't bear the shame. Seeing them about to exit the gate, she lunged forward like a madwoman to stop them. If you dare step through that door today, I'll have my son divorce you. Lazy and idle all day, disrespectful to your in-laws, and you can't even bear a grandson. What use are you? Youyou was furious. You old hag, you're utterly unreasonable. Your grandchild is hurt, and instead of taking her to a doctor, you spout nonsense. Get out of the way. He then grabbed the door bar, brandishing it menacingly. Anyone who dares to stop me today, I'll fight them to the death. Posey, being the type to cherish her own life, wouldn't actually charge forward. He then grabbed the door bar, brandishing it menacingly. Anyone who dares to stop me today, I'll fight them to the death. Posey, being the type to cherish her own life, wouldn't act. The neighbors, hearing the commotion, came out to see. The moment they heard about a child being snatched, righteous indignation flared, and they clenched their fists and gave chase. Youyou was unfamiliar with the town. Seeing Suhi struggling to carry the child, he took over. Second aunt, you lead the way, I'll carry the young miss. Thank you. Suhi wiped her tears and hurriedly directed him. Fearing that a small clinic might not be able to handle the injury, they headed to the largest medical hall in town. Returned Spring Hall. Doctor, please take a look at the child and see how serious the injury is. Youyou rushed in, shouting to the elder, don't panic, lay the child down and let me examine her. The old doctor quickly had his apprentice take the child and place her flat on the table. What happened? The old doctor asked as he examined her. She was kicked in the chest. Please check if any bones are broken, Youyou said quick. Having some martial arts training, he knew that such a blow could easily fracture ribs. He had been extremely careful while carrying her to avoid causing secondary injury. The old doctor's expression turned serious as he unbuttoned the child's clothes to inspect. At the slightest touch, Zhenyuan cried out in pain. It seems the bone is cracked, the old doctor said with a frown. Aunt. Suhi froze, then burst into tears. Mother, don't cry, I'm not in pain. Zhenyuan reached out, trying to comfort Suhi and wipe away her tears. Don't move, the old doctor quickly said. The injury looks serious, but once it's properly set, it will heal with time. However, during this period she must not move around, or the bone might fully break, which would be much worse. He instructed while setting the bone. Sui nodded hastily. Just then a crowd burst in shouting, "Stop right there. Dare to snatch a child in our town. You're asking for death." They pointed at Youyou and cursed, ready to attack. "Everyone stop." The old doctor turned and shouted coldly. "Dr. Gu, this man is a kidnapper, don't shield him." The leading man snarled. "Bullshit." Dr. Gu cursed in irritation. "Would a kidnapper run to my clinic after stealing a child? Can't you see the child is injured? Don't interfere with my work." The neighbors were stunned. "Injured? What happened?" He posed, his face flushed red, unable. Youyou snorted coldly. "What a show of power. A grandmother kicks her granddaughter's ribs until they break. Such skill must have taken decades of practice. I reckon even a general couldn't match your prowess. You're talking nonsense." He jumped up and cursed. "I did no such thing. She fell on her own." "Oh, is that so?" Youyou sneered. "Dr. Gu, would you mind lifting the child's clothes so everyone can see? Is this injury from a fall or a kick?" Dr. Gu said coldly to the crowd. "Do you think an old man like me can't tell the difference between a fall and a kick? If you keep causing a ruckus here, don't blame me for throwing you out." Realizing it was a misunderstanding, the crowd quickly apologized and retreated. Once outside, they began to grumble. "He has always disliked her eldest daughter-in-law, but to break a little child's bones today, that's truly heartless. Indeed, that has always been vicious. But they say even a tiger won't eat its own cub, yet today, she broke her grandchild's bones. Who knows what else might happen?" "Exactly. A woman's heart is the most venomous. I heard that the He family's son has taken a mistress outside, and she's already borne him a son. So the first wife has become an obstacle. They're planning to drive this daughter-in-law out to make room for the other woman." I've heard that too. What a cunning scheme." Youyou grew angrier with each word. "Second aunt, is what they said true?" Sui's heart ached. "I don't know." Youyou said bluntly. "Where there's smoke, there's fire. It seems you can't stay in that house. If you go back, who knows what will. They'll go back and report to the mistress immediately." "No, don't go," Sui said hastily. "They'll go home now and have my family come to take them back to stay." "All right, rest assured." Dr. Gu nodded. Though this child was not old, he handled matters with meticulous care, and Dr. Gu silently approved. "They'll go home now and have my family come to take them back to stay." "All right, rest assured." Dr. Gu nodded. Though this child was not old, he handled matters with meticulous care, and Dr. Gu silently approved. "They'll go home now and have my family come to take them back to stay." "All right, rest assured." Dr. Gu nodded. Though this child was not old, he handled matters with meticulous care, and Dr. Gu silently approved. "Old madam," he sat at the door with a fierce glare. The moment she saw him, she snarled, "You dare come back? Why wouldn't I?" Youyou sneered, "Treating my second aunt like this? You're outrageously bold. You'll soon learn what it means to provoke the wrong person." "Hey kid, you've got a big mouth," one of the He family youths protested. "Listen to my aunt, or you won't get this carriage back." "Fine. I won't take it then. Since we're all free, let's take a trip to the Yamen for some entertainment." Such a bluff couldn't. If the Yamen proved useless, he could return to fetch Brother Meng and the others. He didn't believe this tiny Qinghe town could dare to detain their carriage. "Kid, who are you trying to scare?" several of them shouted discontentedly. "If you'd said a few nice words, we brothers might have let you off. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being rude." They rolled up their sleeves and charged forward, intending to teach Youyou a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. The men screamed as they flew off in different directions, crashing into the alley walls, or being knocked down by their comrades who hadn't yet risen. Youyou blew on his fist and said disdainfully, "A bunch of weaklings trying to pick a fight. Do you even know how to spell death?" He glanced at the He family's lintel and let out a cold laugh. "Daring to bully my lattice younger sister. You've got a death wish. Outrageous." Youyou trembled with rage upon hearing Youyou's report. "Utterly reckless. Lan Mama, come with me to the town." "Mother'll go with you," Linglong quickly said. "You stay here and go to school with Xiaoshu." "But I want to see my little sister, as she's so pitiful," Linglong murmured. "They'll bring her back," Youyou said firmly. "When she returns, you can get along well." She wouldn't take Linglong. If the He family were reasonable, fine. If they still acted tough, she wouldn't hesitate to tear down that vile household. Upon hearing the news, Youyou lost all appetite. After the two children finished eating, everyone boarded the carriage and headed for the town. Passing Shangfeng village, they dropped off the children to go to school on their own. Entering the town, Lan Mama, go fetch them. "Youyou, take me to the clinic." "All right." Before reaching the clinic, they saw a crowd gathered at the door, craning their necks to look inside. "Move aside, please." Youyou shielded Youyou as they squeezed through the crowd. "Mother Zhenyuan is badly hurt and can't move now." Sui's crying voice came from within. "Ba, what's so serious about this that she has to lie here?" "Old madam," he scolded. "The clinic charges money, you know. You good for nothing, not earning a cent, just wasting money. If I'd known you'd be so useless, my family would never have married you in. Eldest, pick up that burden, and let's go home." She ordered a man beside her. The man responded with a gloomy face, preparing to take Zhenyuan from the small bed. Zhenyuan shrank back in terror, crying, "Mother, mother. He gang, if you dare touch Zhenyuan, I'll fight you to the death." Sui shouted fiercely as her husband approached. Dr. Gu said coldly, "The child can't be moved now. If the bones shift, they'll need to be reset." "Are you sure about?" "I know." He gang snapped. "Even if there's a problem, I'll find another clinic. Your Huichun clinic is so crooked. You fool others, but not me." The same medicine costs 30% more here than elsewhere. Dr. Gus' white beard trembled with anger, his lips quivering as he huffed. Fine, do as you wish. He flung his sleeve and stepped aside. These people had been pestering since after lunch, trying to take the poor mother and daughter. A few words from him, and they slandered him like this. Forget it, he couldn't intervene anymore. Anyo hit anyone who dares touch the child. A woman's harsh voice suddenly rang out. Beat them until they can't get up, even if it kills them. Yes, madam. Anyo's voice brimmed with excitement. With his mistress backing him, what did he have to fear? He kicked He-gang, who was reaching for the child, sending him crashing into the wall, barely able to peel himself off. Seeing her son beaten, old madam, he lunged forward, crying and fighting desperately. Anyo dodged left and right, reluctant to fight a woman or elder. Su Youyou said coldly, Anyo, would you hesitate like this on a battlefield? Anyo stiffened, then struck back, dislocating her shoulder joints with 2 sharp cracks. I'll help. Old madam, he screamed in panic, unable to move. Sister. Sui snapped out of her shock and collapsed into Su Youyou's arms, sobbing. What are you crying for? Su Youyou said coldly. You're so mistreated at home, yet you didn't even tell me. Useless woman, no wonder my niece suffers with you. Now you have 2 choices. 1, go back with this scum and live your life. 2, come with me. If I don't agree, you're not to return with this man. Sui was stunned. Her sister's sudden demand for a choice. If you're worried about the future, don't be. I can support you and the child. Su Youyou added, seeing her hesitation. No way. He-gang lifted his head with difficulty from the ground. She's my family's woman, who I decide whether she stays or goes. Su Youyou snapped at Anyo. Didn't you eat enough at noon? Why can he still yap? Anyo nodded, my mistake, and kicked him. With a crack and a scream, He-gang conveniently passed out. They're quiet now? You choose, Su Youyou said. What choice was there for Su-hee now? Sister'll go with you. Good, let's go then. Su Youyou tossed a silver coin to Dr. Gu. I've delayed your business today because of my sister's matter. If there are any other losses, include them all here. Dr. Gu accepted it with a smile. You're too kind, madam. It was no trouble at all. Please have 2 men carry my sister and the bedboard to my cart. They'll take them home to recover. Also, please prescribe some medicine. Should we come daily to collect it? Or, they'll prescribe some pain relief. For such an injury, pain is inevitable. Very well, thank you for your trouble. She sat composedly waiting for the physician to prepare the prescription. Sui gazed at her imposing elder sister, a mix of shock and joy swelling within her. Was this truly her sister? So commanding. Yet being under her protection felt wonderful. Dr. Gu, please look at my son. Old madam, he cried out in panic, staring at her son, who had Dr. Gu shot her a cold glance and said icily, I dare not. I'm a man with a black heart. My medicines cost 30% more than others. I wouldn't presume to prescribe for you. Seek another physician. No, please. Dr. Gu, he's talking nonsense. Don't mind him. Old madam, he dared not argue now. Saying this, she pulled out silver from her waist. Wincing inwardly, she found a small silver ingot and handed it over. Though angered, Dr. Gu would not quarrel with money. He first set old madam He's arm, then woke He-gang with acupuncture. Your bone is broken. Bear with it, I'll set it now. He then grasped the limb and began aligning the bones carefully. He-gang screamed in agony. Were it not for the several men holding him down, Dr. Gu might have made a mistake. After the setting, He-gang lay limp, drenched in sweat, as if pulled from water. Dr. Gu in truth harbored a touch of pettiness. The man had already been unconscious, setting the bone, then would have caused less pain. Yet he deliberately revived him before proceeding. To claim it wasn't intentional would be hard to justify. After collecting the medicine, Su Youyou led Su-hee and her daughter out. Instead of returning directly to the village, she went to see old Nanny Lan and the others. Miss, what shall we do? Old Nanny Lan had already informed everyone. Upon learning that their young lattice kin had been wronged, they were all indignant, clamoring to avenge the second miss. Prepare yourselves first. Su Youyou took a deep breath and said solemnly, This he family merely owning a grocery store dares to be so arrogant. Prepare yourselves first. Su Youyou took a deep breath and said solemnly, This he family merely owning a grocery store dares to be so arrogant. If he shows a good attitude later, and my sister forgives him, well, let things be. But if he's blind to reason ill, make the he family pay the price they deserve. Yes, miss. Everyone accepted the orders and departed. Old Nanny Lan said gravely, Miss, you cannot be without guards. Let me arrange for a few people to stay next door at Mr. Yes place, to protect you and the young miss from nearby. Su Youyou was not worried for herself, but regarding Linglong, she was willing to add extra layers of security. Very well, just ensure you have a good cover story and don't blow our cover. After making arrangements, Su Youyou rode home in Ania's cart. Suddenly, Su Youyou had brought Su-hee and her daughter back, sparking all sorts of gossip in Youyou family village. Could it be that this second sister has also been divorced? I heard her mother-in-law really dislikes her. That's nothing, someone said dismissively. Her husband has taken a mistress outside, and even had a child, all while keeping it from her. Who knows what else he's hidden? Maybe it's all out in the open. Su-hee covered her face and wept. Even the villagers knew this. Her years of silent endurance had been nothing but self-deception. Cry if you must, Su Youyou said firmly. But after you've cried, think about where to go from here. She had no desire to see that abusive man ever again. Had it not been for Su-hee's feelings, beating him half to death would have been too light. But she could not live her sister's life for her. Su-hee had her own thoughts. She was merely a sister after all. Su-hee nodded through her tears, stroking her daughter, who had fallen asleep after taking medicine. Back home, old Nanny Lan prepared a room for the mother and daughter. Stay here as long as you like. As long as you don't want to go back, I won't let anyone force you. Jintai needs quiet recovery now. You must make up your own mind. Youyou said this hoping she would not return. Sui nodded. Elder sister, I know. I won't go back until Jintai is full. Her mother-in-law's cruel act against her own daughter had chilled her heart completely. Even a tiger wouldn't devour its cub. How could she kick her own granddaughter? If she returned, Jintai's life might be in danger. She was useless, unable to keep her husband's heart or protect. Nothing spreads faster in a village than rumors. Soon the eldest and second sisters-in-law got word and hurried over. How could this be? Little sister, you're not really divorced from the He family, are you? The eldest sister-in-law asked in shock. The elder sister-in-law, though divorced, had money. She wouldn't be a burden and could even help out. But this younger sister had not a single coin. If she were divorced, she'd have to rely on her birth family. Not yet. Youyou curled her lip. And why must it be divorce? Why can't we be the ones to leave him? Elder sister, it's not that. The eldest sister-in-law quickly advised. They say it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Even if there's trouble, you can't be so impulsive. Yes, second sister, the second sister-in-law chimed in. Every household goes through this. Just endure it, and itl. Youyou looked at them, a cold laugh rising in her heart. You know nothing, yet you urge others to endure. Then again, perhaps they knew everything. It's just that the knife wasn't cutting their own flesh, so they felt no pain. Enough. Second sister has just returned, and Jintai is injured. Say no more. Youyou cut them off bluntly. The two women were taken aback and fell silent awkwardly. Before long, old man Su and old Madam Su came rushing in covered in dust. What are you stirring up now? Old man Su shouted angrily. One after another getting divorced and coming home. Do you care about the Su family's face at all? Face? Youyou sneered. I wonder where this so-called face of the Su family lies. Are you telling me you never heard a word about how second sister was treated in her husband's home? Isn't that how married life is for everyone? Old man Su declared with righteous indignation. So you all knew. Youyou laughed bitterly. And you just stood by while second sister was bullied by the He family completely? How do you know we didn't intervene? Old man Su retorted angrily. If you had done something, would second sister be in? Youyou didn't believe him. Old man Su fell silent. Thinking back, when Su had first clashed with her son-in-law, they had indeed gone. With 4 or 5 able-bodied men from the Su family showing up, the He family was somewhat intimidated. But the He family always harped on Su He not bearing a son. When pressed, they threatened to take her back and annul the marriage, and old man Su would back down. A married daughter is like spilled water. If she came back now, wouldn't the villagers laugh? Now that the Su family's reputation in the village had finally improved, old man Su couldn't allow anything to tarnish it. Faced with this, old man Su and his wife could only counsel Su He to serve her in-laws, while be a good wife and mother, and avoid bringing shame to the Su family. What else could Su He do but agree with tears in her eyes? Anyway, no matter what, she absolutely cannot be divorced, and otherwise our Su family's face will be completely lost. Old man Su stamped his foot and shouted. Your third brother is about to get engaged, there can't be any problems. He added. Su He couldn't help but cry again. Then he'll go back. Nonsense. If you go back now, what kind of life will you have in the future? Youyou snapped. She turned to old man Su and old Madam Su and said, You're always thinking about the Su family's face. I don't see what face there is left to speak of. She sneered. Your own daughter is being bullied by her in-laws, crying every day, and you don't dare to intervene. Her husband is seeing other women, even siring illegitimate children, and you still don't dare to act. Your granddaughter's bones were broken by her grandmother, leaving her lying here unable to move, and you still don't dare to do anything. Instead, you want her to swallow her anger and go back to suffer more. I don't know where your face is. I suppose you're all deaf and blind, unable to hear how the villagers are laughing at you. Enough. You won't handle this right. I will. Youyou swept her cold gaze over them. If that He family dares to come, tell them to talk to me. You can just be the You? Insolent. Old man Su roared in fury, his shout so loud that dust fell from the beams. He reached out to strike her. Nanny Lan immediately stepped in front of him. What do you think you're doing? Leave me be. I'm disciplining my own child, it's none of your business. Old man Su said angrily. No, I won't allow it. I like her. You can't hit her. Nanny Lan lifted her chin and glared at him fiercely. If you dare to lay a hand on her, fine, Nanny Lan sneered. Return my silver, and he'll take the mother and daughter away immediately. Well, sever all ties and never see each other again. These words cornered old man Su. Where would he get the money to repay her now? Even if he had it, he wouldn't want to part with it. He sighed and stormed off. Old Madam Su didn't leave. She first went to check on Jinjin, then took Su He's hand and began to weep. My poor Heir, why is your fate so bitter? As she cried, Su He couldn't hold back her tears either. Enough. It's come to this. What use is crying? Youyou raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, Now is the time to think about what to do next. Oh, by the way, let me tell you. That old hag and that beast caused trouble at the clinic today, and I gave them a good thrashing. She sneered. That beast, my brother-in-law, had his leg broken. Think about it. When your sister goes back, will she have any peace? The two were stunned. Su He had only seen Youyou hitting people, but hadn't realized it was so severe. Big sister. She cried out in alarm. Old Madam Su first cursed fiercely, serves him right. But then upon second thought, she began to worry. She couldn't help complaining. Youyou, how could you be so impulsive? How is your sister supposed to get along with them now? Youyou said disdainfully. That's an interesting remark. When they bullied our sister, did they ever think about how to get along? Since they started it, don't be afraid of the consequences. Besides, what's there to hold on to with a family like that? That may be true, but here we'll ultimately have to live under their roof. Old Madame Su was still worried. How about this? Youyou thought for a moment, and said, let me be straight with you. If Heir doesn't want to stay with him until she finds another home, he'll cover all her food, lodging, and expenses. Don't worry about that. If she finds a good family, he'll handle all the arrangements for her remarriage. If they don't like Zhenyuan, he'll raise her here. She'll be treated just like Linglong. Are you reassured now? He quickly said, I won't be separated from here. If they don't like her, I can't stay with them either. Old Madame Su sighed. Remarrying isn't that easy. Every couple's life has its bumps. Over time you just get used to it. No, Youyou retorted. Heir is still young. She has at least 50 years ahead of her. If she settles now, when will it end? Besides, that family is too cruel. They'd even harm a child. I wonder if Zhenyuan can even survive to grow up like this. It can't be that bad, can it? Old Madame Su muttered. He covered her mouth and sobbed. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have hanged herself long ago. Sister will listen to you, she cried. I won't stay with him. Sister, I can weave cloth and embroider. I can support myself and Zhenyuan. I won't be a burden to you. I won't stay with him. They're not human. Whoa. As she wept, old Madame Su couldn't help but join her in crying bitterly. It's all your father's fault. I said you should marry someone in our village so we could look after each other. But he insisted that the He family lived in town, had property, and you'd have a good life there. Bullshit. If I'd known, I'd rather have married you to Erware. Old Madame Su sobbed, while berating Old Man Su. Whoa. He wailed, even louder. Mother, don't cry. Zhenyuan woke from her stupor, and seeing her mother and grandmother weeping so sorrowfully, quickly said, it doesn't hurt now. Not at all. They'll listen to mother from now on, work hard, and not eat for free. Then grandmother won't dislike me anymore. Youyou sighed. It's not because you don't work. It's your very existence that she dislikes. When someone dislikes you, even your breathing is wrong. Before long, a Nyo came rushing in flustered. A crowd has arrived from outside the village, heading straight for the new residents with a fierce demeanor. What? Youyou was taken aback. Then I'll go back and see. It must be the He family coming, Youyou said in a low voice. Find a few people to blend in with the onlookers. Once they make a move, strike ruthlessly. As long as no lives are lost, she instructed Nyo. Nyo nodded and hurried off with eager enthusiasm. Nanny, please watch over Zhenyuan. He'll take them back to see what's happening. Youyou said to Lon Nanny. Miss go without. Lon Nanny had no concerns for Youyou's safety. They had already arranged for guards from the town to disguise themselves and enter the village. If they couldn't protect the young mistress from harm, then those men would be useless. Before the three of them could reach the new residence, they saw a large crowd gathered outside the door. The villagers' plots of land were limited, and having finished planting in the past few days, they had a bit of leisure time. With such a spectacle to behold, how could they stay away? Especially since it was the Su family's drama. Why not watch for free? As the three approached, they heard a cacophony of voices. They're back. Everyone make way, let them through. Thus the three effortlessly squeezed through the crowd and entered the courtyard. Inside, a clamorous group of over a dozen people was confronting the three Su brothers. Have that wench come out. Old Madame, he shouted. Injuring someone and then fleeing. Do you think it's that easy? Call her out. Daring to strike, yet now too cowardly to show your face, hiding like a turtle. Come out now, or we'll force our way in. Old Madame, he yelled, stamping her feet toward the house. Who says I don't dare to come out? Youyou stepped forward from the crowd with a light laugh. Fine. You finally come out. Old Madame, he charged over in a fury, pointing at Youyou. You injured my son. What do you intend to do about it? What do you intend to do? Youyou quickly stepped in front of Youyou, shouting at Old Madame. What do I intend? Kneel down, apologize, and pay 20 taels of silver for medical expenses. Old Madame, his thin lips moved, and the words she spat out stunned the onlookers. Oh, only 20 taels. Don't you? Youyou spoke with a faint smile, her eyes fixed on her. Old Madame, he was taken aback, thinking to herself, I've never seen anyone like this. Could it be she has so much money she doesn't know what to do with it? You're right, it is too little. Let's make it 30 taels then. Old Madame, he promptly raised the price. 30 taels is still not much. How about 50 taels? Youyou chuckled lightly. Yuzi, have you lost your mind? Youyou exclaimed in shock. Why should we give her money? Does she think she's that important? Don't be afraid. With me and your brothers here, we're not scared of them. Do you really think the few of you can stand against our people? Old Madame, he sneered dismissively. Hand over the money now, she barked fiercely at Youyou. And have the one who did the beating come out and kneel in public to apologize. Otherwise we dare not acknowledge this family alliance any longer. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped. From the looks of it, this mother-in-law of the second girl truly intended to send her daughter back. Everyone turned to look at Old Man Su, waiting to hear what he would say. Now that they had been humiliated at their own doorstep, it would be inexcusable for him to remain silent. Old Man Su shot a cold glance at Youyou, muttering inwardly, always causing trouble. My dear-in-law, let's talk this over calmly. Making such a scene only invites ridicule from others. Word of this spreading won't do your reputation any good either. But, Old Madame, he spat a wad of saliva. Your daughter nearly beat my son to death, and you expect me to care about face. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, watch me tear this dog hole of yours apart. You dare. Old Man Su, the house and the fields were what he valued most in life. Anyone who dared touch them would be signing their death warrant. Old Madame, he blustered. Su Youyou let out a cold laugh. Are you mad? You came for me, so why are you blustering at him? Old madam, he suddenly came to her senses. Yes, it was this woman who had struck her son. Going after old man Su was indeed a mistake. Fine, as long as you admit it, that's enough. 50 taels of silver, and have that little bastard who did the beating come out and kowtow to me 100 times, and that'll settle it. Su Youyou said to Anyo with a smile. See, they've made their demands. We have to oblige them, don't we? Anyo was a bit bewildered, but since the mistress said so, he had no choice but to step out dejectedly. Su Youyou continued, it's up to you now. If they don't kowtow 100 times and pay us 50 taels for Zhenyuan's compensation today, this isn't over. Opt. Anyo's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. So this is what the mistress meant. I thought. Ha! He darted forward like a monkey weaving through the crowd. Though the He family had brought many men, Anyo was as slippery as an eel. They couldn't even touch his clothes before their bodies went numb and they collapsed. Anyo had learned the art of acupoint striking best from the guard captain of the estate. These men were no martial artists, just ordinary laborers. Using such a skill on them was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But the mistress wanted speed, and this was fast. Seeing the burly men sprawled on the ground, Anyo clapped his hands in satisfaction and grinned at old Madam He. Mistress, there's only this old woman left. Should we keep her too? Old madam, he shrieked in terror. Su Youyou curled her lip. What would we keep her for? Let her go back and gather the money. There are. She counted 16 people. 3 taels per person. Pay 3 taels, and 1 goes free. Otherwise they can lie here. And tell your mother to wait at the town gate. If she dares to report to the authorities, well, file a complaint first for trespassing with malicious intent, and let the magistrate sentence them to 50 lashes and 1,000-mile exile. Su Youyou had studied the laws of the great Qi dynasty, and spoke with authority and confidence enough to intimidate. Looking around, she saw the villagers of the Youyou family village watching her with amused smirks, pointing and whispering deep in. At that moment she resorted to her old trick, plopping down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing. Oh, I can't go on. The Su family is bullying me, an old woman. The crowd couldn't help but snicker. You came parading in with over a dozen people to stir up trouble, and now that you've lost you claim we're the bullies. How utterly absurd. Yet some chimed in, one should be lenient when possible. You're in-laws after all. Why make things so tense? Niece Yuzi, just let them go. Su Youyou looked up and saw an old man speaking, though she didn't recognize him. Soon someone clarified for her. Su Lao hurried over upon seeing the newcomer, saying, Elder brother, you've come. Then he turned to Su Youyou, since your uncle has spoken, let's drop this matter. Let them go. Madam, he's crying, immediately subsided as she stole a glance at Su Youyou. Which uncle was this? Su Youyou searched her memory. Madam Su whispered, this is your eldest uncle. Su Youyou immediately. He was one of the elders of the Su clan, sharing the same ancestor with Su Lao 3 generations ago. The Su family had lived in Youyou village for barely a century with few descendants, so all were kin. Now this man held the highest seniority in the Su clan. Su Youyou merely nodded, not stepping forward to greet him. Su Dabai felt quite displeased. This niece hadn't even visited him since her return. Improperly divorced by her husband's family, she came back only to stir chaos in the household. Was she so discontented that she had to tear apart her sister's family as well? Every family had its petty squabbles, but she alone had to beat her brother-in-law, causing the in-laws to storm in and disgrace the Su name. Brother Detsai was once a formidable man, but now that he had wealth his temper worsened, unable even to control his. Relying on his age and status, he approached Su Youyou with a smile. Dear niece, let's just settle this matter. You've already beaten them, so your anger should be vented. Apologize to the elders, and well, call it even. Oh. Apologize. Should I also pay for their medicine? Su Youyou sneered. Since injuries were inflicted, a small compensation is only fitting. That way Heir won't face too much trouble when she returns. Su Dabai said solemnly. Oh, my sister will still be troubled when she goes back. What shall we do? Su Youyou feigned anxiety, asking Anyo, they still dare to bully your aunt. What do you suggest? Anyo growled, let them try. They'll scare them senseless. Indeed, if they still dare to bully here, it means we haven't beaten them hard enough today. Anyo, why not break a few more legs to test them? Let's try. Anyo looked around, grabbed a thick doorstop the size of an arm, and weighed it. He nodded, this feels right. One swing, and a leg will snap. Madam, he screamed in terror. Su Dabei's face flushed with anger. You. Do you want to infuriate me? Uncle, they were supposed to apologize and pay 50 taels for Zhenyuan's injuries. But you're siding with outsiders. Su Youyou sneered, those who know you call you a Su clansman. Those who don't might think you're sent by the He family. Su Youyou rolled her eyes. Now I understand why our Su clan, though not insignificant, gets bullied on our. Su Youyou rolled her eyes. Now I understand why our Su clan, though not insignificant, gets bullied on our own turf. The root of it all lies with you. As they say, a snake cannot move without a head, and a bird cannot fly without wings. A weak leader invites oppression. Su Youyou ruthlessly exposed the old man's hypocrisy. Indeed, whether it's apology or compensation, it's our family's affair, not yours. Some people are always quick to speak glibly, seeking a good reputation. Though she was confronting the old man, her gaze flickered. Su Lao caught her meaning, his face dark as a pot's bottom, but he remained silent. If you're truly generous, pay the money. It's only 50 taels. Su Dabai immediately stepped back. Where would I get that? You have no money, but my father does. Su Youyou nodded with a smile. You. I'll never meddle in your affairs again. The old man, humiliated and furious, stormed off. The onlookers stared at Su Youyou in astonishment. Who knew the eldest Su girl was so fierce? Indeed, Su Lao always seemed amiable, but his daughter is formidable. Of course, else how could she have climbed the wall to escape an arranged marriage? Someone dug up her past. Tell us more, uncle. Several young men grew intrigued. Seeing madam, he's still wailing on the ground, Youyou said to Youyou, keep at it. Several young men grew intrigued. Seeing madam, he's still wailing on the ground, Youyou said to Youyou, keep at it. Fine, bring the money to ransom them. Youyou called out. Su Lao frowned at the groaning men sprawled on the ground. Yuzi, that's enough. Brother-in-law, he will likely come to fetch them soon. Let them go. It's unsightly to leave them lying here. He's lame, he can't come. Youyou chuckled. Someone else from the He family will come. Let Heir return then. Su Lao said with a furrowed brow. Today's uproar had brought the Su family some prestige, but their reputation would be ruined. Second sister isn't going back. Youyou declared firmly. Nonsense. Su Lao trembled with rage. If she doesn't return, will you support her for life? If I do, so be it. I can afford it. Youyou raised an eyebrow. Find you're capable. Su Lao pointed at the prostrate men. Then deal with these people. Easy. Youyou smiled. If the He family doesn't come in half an hour, we'll hang one out. Let's see if they can bear the Not all He family members had entered the yard. 2 young boys had stayed outside to watch. Now that the trouble turned to them, their amusement vanished. Stay here, I'll go report, said the cleverer one to the other. He slipped through the crowd and dashed madly toward the town. The He family had arrived in 3 carriages. Madam, he had taken one, leaving 2 at the village entrance. They had feared the Su family would seize them, but now the carriages proved urgently useful. Brother Huzi, hurry back. That Su woman is vicious. She said if the money isn't delivered on time, she'll hang the men on the wall for all to see. What? The driver's eyes bulged. Then our He family's face will be completely lost. Let's go, hurry back. What? The He family clansmen were both shocked and enraged. The men of the household had all been called out by fourth aunt only for this to happen. This won't do. If this continues, we won't be able to show our faces in public anymore. Let's go find fourth aunt. The women swarmed toward the He family's doorstep, demanding an explanation from old Madam He. There's nothing I can do. Old Madam, he wailed loudly, my Gangzi's leg has been broken. I'm helpless too. Whoa. It's all that wretched woman's fault, bringing so much misfortune upon the He family. She must be divorced. Old Madam He, amid her sobs, began cursing Suhi vehemently. If Suhi were before her now, old Madam, he would want to bite her to death. All this turmoil over a worthless girl. What a family calamity. Fourth aunt, if you hadn't injured Jinjin, the Su family wouldn't have acted this way. Someone snorted coldly and rebuked without mercy. You should apologize and admit your mistake. It wouldn't have come to this. Now the entire town is probably laughing at our He family. Exactly, fourth aunt, you never consider the consequences of your actions. If word spreads that you mistreat your daughter-in-law and crippled your granddaughter, how will the young men and women of our He family ever marry? Who would dare form ties with us? Hearing this, the other women grew anxious. Nowadays, which family doesn't have 3 or 5 children? If their reputation were truly ruined because of this, what would they do? Fourth aunt, we can't delay any longer. If people really put our He family on display, we'll be infamous for miles around this. Yes, fourth aunt, we're trying to help you. Don't you bring harm upon us. Hurry up and use money to ransom them. Where would I get that much money? Old Madam, he wailed. I have no money. No money. Who believes that? The crowd seethed with anger. Didn't your Ganzi build a house outside and keep a mistress? You have money to keep a mistress, but no money to bring our men back. What kind of logic is that? After all is said and done, you just don't want to spend the money. The women were furious. Sisters, search her. Search out the money, and we'll go get our husbands back ourselves. That's right, let's do it. A crowd surged forward surrounding old Madam, he, their hands groping everywhere. Old Madam, he shrieked, my good people, you can't do this. We're relatives. Relatives, my ass. From now on we're through no longer connected. The women cursed as they acted ruthlessly. They pulled the silver hairpin from her head, tore the gold clove earrings from her ears, and stripped the bracelets from her wrists. This still isn't enough. Frowning at the meager haul, the crowd said, search the house. They abandoned old Madam he and turned to enter the house. Old Madam he scrambled up, her hair disheveled, and charged inside, crashing into a woman who was beginning to ransack chests and cabinets. Just kill me. I can't live anymore. Ah, heavens above, there's no justice. Murder. In the next room, the sleeping He Gangzi also began to roar and curse from his bed. Meanwhile, his second brother's family had locked their door, tightly bracing it with a cabinet. The family of 4 huddled inside, trembling. Mother, I'm scared. The 2 children clung tightly to Li Shi's chest, crying out in terror. She don't make a sound, or they'll hear us. Li Shi quickly covered their mouths in fright. She looked at her husband, tears streaming down her face. Husband, what can we do? I don't know. He Erling was also dumbfounded. Guard the house for now. We'll talk later. If they dare touch you, or the children they'll fight them to the death. Fortunately, the group of women did not come their way. After turning old Madam he's place upside down, and finding over 20 silver taels and some jewelry, they left her sitting on the ground wailing and cursing and moved to He Gangzi's adjacent room. You? Don't you dare. He Gangzi was both angry and indignant. You're a bunch of robbers. He'll report you to the authorities. The leading woman sneered, fine, go ahead. Don't talk about reporting us. We'll go find the clan chief ourselves and accuse you of acting lawlessly and disgracing the entire He clan. Well, ask the clan elder to open the ancestral hall and banish you from Qinghe. Exactly, you're the rotten apple that spoils the whole barrel. The other women also pointed at him and cursed. You've only had a few good days, and already you're acting recklessly playing around like that. One at home, one outside, look at how capable you think you are. You have money to keep a mistress, but no money to bring our men back. You've all lost your conscience. Sisters, don't waste words with him. Let's get to it. At the command, the women swept through his room like an autumn gale clearing fallen leaves. Gangzi struggled to get up from the bed to stop them. But with one leg bound, he couldn't even stand steadily. The women gave him a fierce shove, and he fell to the ground. You can't do this. I'm supposed to call you aunts and sisters-in-law. Gangzi yelled in pain. We'll talk about that later. They turned the room upside down, finding little money but a lot of odds and ends. Doesn't his family own a shop? Why is there so little money? The women were incredulous. Gangzi said dejectedly, you all know that shop of mine is barely surviving. If it's not losing money, that's good fortune. How could it be making money? There really isn't any more. He cried out in grievance. Is that so? The women stared at him with suspicion. It's not all stashed with your lover, is it? Let's go. Doesn't she live in Xinghua Alley? We'll find her. No. Gangzi panicked. Ladies, please don't go. Sister Ro has a timid nature. Don't frighten her. I have the money. He'll give it to you. With that, he struggled back to his bed, pulled a pouch of silver from under the covers, and tossed it to them in grievance. That's all there is. He had heard them ransacking his mother's place, and had quickly gotten up to hide his own money in the bedding. He thought, being all women, they surely wouldn't search his bed. But then they threatened to go after Ruer, and they even knew where she lived. That should be about enough. The women wrapped up the loot. Let's go to Youyou village. The crowd of women swept in like the wind and swept out just as swiftly, leaving only a scene of devastation and two hearts broken with grief. Heavens above, I can't live anymore. Old Madam He's wails traveled from the courtyard out into the street. Outside the Su family home in Youyou village, many men lay scattered about. Apart from being unable to move their hands and feet, they were otherwise unharmed. Staring at Youyou, who watched them menacingly with a club in hand, none dared to lift their heads. Good brother, just let us go. Put in a good word for us with your mistress, and let us return. Yes. We were all deceived by that old Madam He. Otherwise we would never have come to do this. The others quickly chimed in, let us go. No matter what she says in the future, we won't listen, and we'll never trouble you again. Youyou said coldly, it's fine. Come anytime as long as you're not afraid. We wouldn't dare. Wasn't one humiliation enough? Who would dare come again? They'd have to be out of their minds. This young man has real skills. With a single poke he rendered them completely immobile, as if by sorcery. Who would dare try again? It wasn't even their own affair. Even they found Gangzi's usual behavior hard to stomach. Today they only came out of a sense of clan obligation, unable to refuse, and now they've all been caught in the net. In the courtyard, the other villagers had withdrawn, leaving only the Su family seated there. Aside from Su Youyou and Su He, everyone else wore deep frowns. Yuzi, let's just let this matter rest. Old Madam Su sighed. After what you did today, the He family has lost all face. They'll probably quiet down from now on. When Heir goes back, her days should be a bit better. But, old man Su cursed. The way she acted today, she's offended the entire He clan. Do you think Heir will have an easy time going back? Now I finally understand how you got yourself divorced. With a temper like yours, if you were in our family, you'd have been divorced 10. Haha, when Heir was bullied before, you all turned a blind eye. Su Youyou sneered. That was because I wasn't here and didn't know about it. Now that I know, I'm collecting the debt with interest. As for going back to the He family, Su Youyou said, holding Heir's hand. Why should she go back? To go back and be beaten and cursed. To be a beast of burden. Is there no man left in the world besides the He family? Does she have to hang herself from one tree? You, old man Zu's face darkened again. Her words weren't wrong, but that wasn't how things were done. Even so, after what you've done, who will dare marry her? He demanded viciously. If he's afraid, it means his feelings aren't genuine. Su Youyou laughed. What's the point of marrying into a family like that? If he truly cared for Heir, why would he be afraid of us coming to call? A clear conscience never fears a knock at the door. Su He also spoke up, emboldened. Dahai and Dashan dared not speak, silently standing to the side. They sympathized with their second sister's plight, but were powerless to help. Their father forbade them from causing trouble for their brother-in-law, he fearing it would make things worse for their sister. They could only fume in silence, unable to do anything. Today's events felt satisfying, yet they still worried. If their sister was divorced and sent home, what would become of her life? The best outcome today would be for brother-in-law He to realize his mistake, take his wife back, and live peacefully. They'd heard he had another woman outside. That had to stop. Otherwise they wouldn't let it slide. But they still needed to resolve the current situation. Dahai cleared his throat. Yuzi, listen to your big brother. Take a step back, and the sky is vast. Let these people go today. Surely after this they want dare to help that wicked. And when Heir's mother-in-law and husband arrive, well, make him promise to treat Heir well, and stop all his nonsense. Big brother. Su Youyou smiled at him, her face radiant in the slanting sunlight. They say a leopard can't change its spots. How can you guarantee he'll change for the better instead of treating Heir even worse? Anyway, I don't trust him anymore. If they don't learn their lesson today, they won't remember it. Su Youyou stood her ground. Dahai could only sigh and sit aside. Su Youyou felt Su He trembling beside her. She turned and asked softly. Su He took a deep breath and said firmly, with big sister here to help me, I'm not afraid. I've had enough of He gang in this life. If you had come back earlier, I would have left him long ago. His heart belongs only to that woman and her brat. He doesn't treat Zhenyuan like his own child at all. The poor girl always thinks she's done something wrong, that's why her grandmother and father dislike her. Such a little child, already knowing she has to work hard every day to please them. Sui sobbed. She told me, Mom, if I work hard and learn embroidery from you, once we can earn money, will Dad love me then? These words brought the women in the courtyard to tears. What a tragedy. Old Madame Su wept. My poor Heir, what kind of life has she been living? She shot a venomous glare at the men of the Su family. If you had even a shred of the He family's spine, would our Heir be suffering so miserably? The three men of the house wished they could bury their heads in the ground. Only Old Man Su stubbornly retorted, isn't this how every woman lives? Does she need her birth family to back her up for everything? If you couldn't keep your man's heart, brother-in-law, he wouldn't have turned out this way. Su Youyou laughed in disbelief. So in your eyes, it's always the woman's fault. It must be both their faults. Old Man Su insisted stubbornly. Old Madame Su snorted and turned away. They're coming. They're coming. A shout came from outside the door. A half-grown boy ran in grinning. Auntie Su, more people are coming. Good, they're here. Su Youyou nodded to him with a smile. 3 carriages rumbled up and a dozen or so women jumped down one by one. They cast disdainful glances at the men lying on the ground. The men, disheveled and shamed, felt a wave of embarrassment and humiliation under their wives' gazes, wishing the ground would open up and swallow them. The leading woman was called Chuanhong, known to all as Aunt Chunhong. She strode into the courtyard, surveyed the scene, and fixed her gaze on Su Youyou. So this is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Yes, I am, Su Youyou nodded. May I ask your name? I'm Zhao Chuanhong, folks call me Aunt Chunhong. And your relationship with the He family, who came earlier? Su Youyou inquired. We're from the same clan, Zhao Chun. Oh, so no one from the He family came. They just don't care what happens to these people. Su Youyou asked with a smile, gesturing towards the men outside. We've brought the silver you asked for. Zhao Chunhong shook the money from her bosom, scattering it with a clatter across the table. This? Old Man Su stood up, staring in astonishment at the pile of silver pieces, large and small. We've brought the silver. So can we take our men now? Zhao Chunhong's eyes were sharp as she looked at Su Youyou. The money's here so the people can go. Su Youyou laughed. But I asked the He family for this money. You paid it, so I don't worry, this is the He family's money. We won't be digging up old grievances. Good. Su Youyou nodded with a light smile, then called to Anyo, Anyo, let them go. Under the peculiar gazes of Youyou village, the He family scrambled onto their carriage and hurried away. The sky was dim as Linglong and Yu Jiangshu walked home from school. It was unusual to see several carriages passing by on a road where normally even one was a rarity. What happened? Yu Jiangshu asked, puzzled. Linglong shook her head, though she had a suspicion. It was likely her aunt's people. She wondered about the situation at home and let's hurry back. They quickened their pace and jogged home. They didn't see their mother or aunt, only a girl 2 or 3 years younger lying there. As they entered, the girl trembled slightly, her eyes glistening as she looked at them. In that single glance, Linglong felt an instant fondness for her. Is this my little sister? She asked Lan Mama with a smile. Yes, this is your cousin from Aunt Zu's family. Her name is Zhenjun. Miss Zhenjun, this is Miss Linglong, your older cousin. Lan Mama said with a smile. Zhenjun struggled to rise and bow. Sister Linglong. Lie down, don't stand on Sarah. Linglong quickly stepped forward with a smile and gently pressed her back down. Where's my mother? Linglong asked Lan Mama. She's at your grandmother's place. Lan Mama brought out their meal, urging them to wash up and eat. As they spoke, they heard the door creak open. Linglong smiled joyfully. Mother is back. Lan Mama went to the door and saw Su Youyou returning with Su He, while Anyo closed the door behind them. As soon as Zhenjun saw Su He enter, she called out sweetly, Mother, wash up and eat. Lan Mama cheerfully invited everyone to the table. Zhenjun could move a little if careful. Su He lifted her and settled her into a chair to eat. Linglong quickly asked, Mother, what were you doing? Dealing with villains. Su Youyou sat down and served food to Zhenjun. Eat more, you're so thin. Su He sighed. Yes, my greatest regret these years is failing my child. She gently touched Zhenjun's head with affection. Linglong smiled. And don't leave yet, stay here. Mother is often lonely, and you can keep her company. And cousin Zhenjun, I've always wanted a little sister. Alright, since you like her so much, get along well with her from now on. Su Youyou said with a smile. They were halfway through their meal when a knock came at the door. Anyo opened it, and the entire Su family filed in one after another. Father, please sit. Su He stood up quickly to offer her seat as the old man arrived. Old Man Su sat down with a dark face, glancing at the table and swallowing involuntarily. It was true what they said about Yuzi's household having good meals. Even at night, there was meat and steamed egg custard. Father, you haven't eaten yet. Please join us. Su Youyou offered. Old Man Su pursed his lips. This little food isn't enough for us. The family's already cooking. Eat at home. We came today to ask here what you truly think. What do you plan to do from now on? Give us an honest answer. Su He bit her lip gently and said firmly, Father, I don't want to continue living with him. She knew that if she didn't speak now, she might never have another chance. For years, she had desperately hoped her family would stand up for her, but it only happened after her elder sister returned. Her sister's strength today opened her eyes. Women could live another way, without needing to heed a man's whims, living freely. Seeing Linglong, another girl who was lively and confident while her own was shy and timid. It was all because she hadn't given her child a good environment, stifling her. She realized her sister was no ordinary person. The young man following her was so capable. Such people were rare. She wondered what her sister had experienced outside to change so dramatically. Old Man Su was very displeased with her words. Here they say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. How can you sever that bond so easily? And if you leave him, what about the child? No matter how bad son-in-law he is, he's still the child's father. Isn't that better than a Look, you took their money today. Return it. And for the sake of the money, they won't make trouble for you anymore, right? Old man Su had never spoken to his children like this before. Money obtained through skill, why return it? Youyou chuckled. Old man Su felt that since this eldest daughter returned, she'd been nothing but a thorn in his side. No matter what he said, she always shut him down. The eldest brother sighed. Youyou father means well. You had your satisfaction today, but the He family won't let this go. They'll come back for trouble. Better to take a step back. I never expected you to be like this. Youyou sneered. Step back. Why should we? And even if we must, why us first? If you're afraid of trouble, tell them to come and speak to me. Youyou didn't want to argue further. Fine, you're so capable. I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. Old man Su fumed in anger. And this small temple can't accommodate a great bodhisattva like you. Leave as soon as you can. With that he turned and strode away. Old man. Old Madame Su called after him, but he didn't look back. Unable to stop him, old Madame Su turned to Youyou and sighed. It's not your father's fault. This was a bit too much. With such a sharp tongue, who would dare marry you? Youyou was about to retort when a man's voice came from outside. I will. Everyone was stunned, and Yu Jiangshu's face flushed crimson. Yulei walked in and said solemnly, if Sister Yuzi doesn't mind, I'm willing to marry you to support each other and live together. Old Madame Su was dumbfounded, then stomped her foot and cried. Liar, I was teaching her. What nonsense are you causing? I've been listening outside for a while, and I think Sister Yuzi did nothing wrong. Yulei said firmly, the He family went too far. Tomorrow I'll ask my master for leave and stay here to wait for them. I don't believe they dare do anything. Youyou was both amused and moved. No need. Mere nobodies like them. If they dare come, I'll show them my power. Besides, if they return, it'll probably just be that old woman alone. What trouble can one person cause? Youyou's estimation was correct. The He family was already in a state of utter disarray. Old Madame He, weeping and wailing, went to the clan leader's home, pleading for him to seek justice on their behalf. The He clan leader, already seething with anger over this matter, saw her delivering herself right to his doorstep. You still have the nerve to come here, he bellowed furiously. Yesterday such a major incident occurred, and you didn't even bother to consult with me. You just went ahead on your own. Do I, as your clan leader, still command any respect in your eyes? Fine, you went. But you ended up with your face covered in dirt. From now on, how can the He family ever hold its head up high? And the clan leader slammed the table, cursing vehemently. Yesterday a whole crowd of the He family had marched over aggressively to pick a fight, only to be thoroughly thrashed in return. This affair was utterly disgraceful. He for one wouldn't dare show his face for at least half a month. He had told her long ago not to treat her daughter-in-law so harshly, to show her some kindness. And that Gongzi secretly keeping a mistress outside. Did he think he was a high-ranking official or a millionaire to act with such arrogance? As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Misfortune is not absent, but delayed. Now look at the outcome. Not only has she lost face herself, but she has dragged the entire He clan down with her into elder brother clan leader. I know I was wrong. Old Madame He, stripped of her usual arrogance and bluster before the clan leader, pleaded meekly. You must stand up for me. Yesterday that Chunhong and her lot barged into my home and stole all the money I had saved for my old age. How am I supposed to survive now? You still have the nerve to speak, the clan leader raged. You instigated the men to go out and fight for you, and they ended up getting captured. But you, instead of thinking of a quick solution, vanished without a trace. Clan leader, you are wronging me. Old Madame He began crying again. A dozen strong men couldn't handle them. What could I, a weak woman, possibly do? I ran back home to think of a way out. But those women, without any reason, just took all of mine and my son's money to ransom their own men back. Clan leader, this is banditry. You must help me, Youyou. You started this trouble. If you don't face it, who will? The clan leader wasn't buying her act. Since you can't rescue the men, you'll have to follow their terms and pay the ransom. What is there to complain about? He scolded, glaring at her. But the price was too high. Old Madame He said, wiping her tears. That madwoman named her price, and they just paid it all. Couldn't they have haggled a bit? She also knew there was no better solution for yesterday's incident in the short term. The longer the He family men lay sprawled on the street, the more they would lose face for the entire clan. She also knew there was no better solution for yesterday's incident in the short term. The longer the He family men lay sprawled on the street, the more they would lose face for the entire clan. She had guessed the women's thoughts correctly. After all, it wasn't their money being spent. As long as they could get their men back quickly, why bother with bargaining or pleading? If old Madame He was unhappy, she could go and deal with it herself. She probably didn't have the guts. Indeed, by now old Madame He had almost completely alienated the entire He family, who would still wade through this muddy water with her. Not just distant relatives, even her own cousins and siblings refused to step forward. So no matter what the clan leader said, old Madame He just kept crying in front of him. This won't do. The He clan leader sighed. Enough, stop crying. They'll go with you to the Su family and see how this matter can be resolved. Old Madame He was overjoyed and quickly began to thank him. Don't thank me yet, the clan leader interrupted. First let me ask you, what do you plan to do from now on? Us? What do you mean? Old Madame He asked, bewildered. The clan leader nearly face-bombed. When we get to the Su family, what are you going to say? She is the daughter-in-law of the He family. It's already a great honor for me to go and fetch her back. Do you expect me to roll out the red carpet and carry her home in a sedan chair? Old madam, he said crossly. In her view, she shouldn't have left at all. Now that her son was hobbling around with an injured leg, everything was inconvenient, and it fell to her as old mother to take care of him. Was it such a big deal just because she kicked that worthless girl? It was all the fault of that eldest Su girl. If it weren't for her backing, how would Su he have dared to defy her? Now that she was offering her a way back, she should just obediently return. Did she really think she was in a position to bargain? The He clan leader looked at her, as if she were a fool. If that's your attitude, then go by yourself. I can't help you. He waved his hand, dismissing her. How could old madam he leave? She quickly put on a fawning smile. Elder brother clan leader, just tell me what to do, and is that so? The clan leader expressed his disbelief. Old madam, he hastily swore an oath promising to follow his every instruction. Elder brother clan leader, just say the word. As long as we can get the money back, I'll go east if you say east, and I'll chase dogs if you say not to chase chickens. The clan leader scoffed, inwardly thinking your word is about as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. However, he couldn't just ignore this matter. If that Sioux woman truly refused to return and divorced, he ganged the accusations of the He family abusing their granddaughter and driving away their daughter-in-law would become an undeniable stain on their name. Let's go, stop wasting time. The He clan leader stood up and called for his son to prepare the cart. He would go to Youyou village himself to bring the woman back. Let me be clear with you. Fearing that old madam, he would mess things up again, the clan leader gave specific instructions. The first and most important thing when we get there is to bring the woman back. As for the money, you can slowly work on her to return it later. Don't be too hasty. Understood, understood. Old madam, he nodded vigorously. She dared not refuse. If the clan leader wouldn't stand up for her, she had no one else to rely on. After buying a few gifts at the market, old madam, his lips trembled with pain as she paid. Oh well, you have to spend a little to catch a big fish. You need to scatter some chaff to catch a sparrow. For the sake of that family fortune of several dozen silver taels, she would endure it for now. Old madam, he led the way, and they soon arrived at the Sioux family's doorstep. She timidly followed the clan leader to knock on the door. Is anyone home? Who is it? The person who answered was Dahai's wife. Seeing her, she couldn't help but frown. What are you doing here? They had all gone to see Zhenyuan earlier. The poor little thing, so young, and already suffering such hardship. Though the saying goes aunt by blood is true, aunt by marriage is false, and a maternal aunt is half true, even they, the aunts by marriage, couldn't help but shed tears at the sight. At the same time, they gnashed their teeth in hatred towards old madam, he the culprit. You must be the sister-in-law. Old madam, he forced a smile. I've come to see here, and little Zhenyuan. See them? What's there to see? To see if they're dead yet. Dahai's wife retorted sharply. Seeing that the situation was about to reach a deadlock, patriarch, he said with a smile, this elder sister, please don't be angry. The reason we've come today is that we truly realize our mistake, and we've come specifically to apologize to our in-laws. Can we see them? Please allow us to enter and speak first. His conciliatory tone made it hard for Dahai's wife to flare up. She also knew that second sister had no father-in-law, so this must be an esteemed elder of the He family. Well, come in then. Dahai's wife hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. Because of yesterday's incident, old man Su hadn't gone to work in the fields today either. Every time he stepped out, he felt as though the entire village was staring at him. Whenever someone spoke, it seemed they were discussing his. This made him utterly mortified. He sent his sons to work in the fields while he hid at home, claiming to be ill. Saying he was ill wasn't entirely an excuse. Since yesterday his heart had felt stifled, and this morning he couldn't even eat. He feared that if this continued, his feigned illness would become real. He kept sighing deeply to the point that even old woman Su began to disdain him. A grown man hiding at home and sighing all day. What kind of example is that? Old man Su, in low spirits, lacked the energy to retort. He leaned against a pile of bedding, staring blankly as he pondered life. Hearing voices outside, followed by old woman, he calling out, in-laws, are you home? Our clan patriarch is here. Upon hearing that the He clan patriarch himself had come, old man Su could no longer pretend to be ill. He scrambled to. Before he could get off the Kong, old woman Su had already welcomed the two inside. Seeing there was no time, he flopped back down and grabbed a quilt to cover himself. Look at this, he said, struggling to sit up from under the quilt, forcing a smile. Forgive me, elder brother, but I'm feeling a bit Lie down, lie down. Patriarch, he stepped forward and pressed him back down. We've come today just to have a few words. If you fall even more ill because of this, it would be our fault. Patriarch, he said cheerfully, sitting on the edge of the Kong. Then forgive my discourtesy. Though feeling embarrassed, old man Su lay back down as instructed. Old woman Su called for the daughter-in-law to bring tea, then shook her head with a sigh. After that commotion yesterday afternoon, he's been a bit off. This morning it's gotten worse. He hasn't even eaten. Patriarch, he understood immediately that she was referring to yesterday's incident, which had angered them deeply. Old woman, he thought to herself, were the ones who suffered, you know. I haven't taken to my bed, yet you have. Could it be you're trying to extort some medicine money from me? Patriarch, he smiled apologetically. I'm truly sorry about yesterday. Even mentioning it makes me blush. Regardless, it was my He family's discourtesy. Please be lenient, elder brother. Seeing the clan patriarch himself come to speak kindly to him, old man Zu's heart immediately lightened. The weight that had pressed on his heart vanished without a trace. What you say, elder brother, it's not that serious. He sat up, leaning against the bedding. In a couple's life together, how can there be? Elder brother is truly understanding, patriarch, he praised. All the faults lie with my sister-in-law here. Please for my sake, let's put this matter behind us. He then glared at old woman, he signaling her to speak. Though reluctant, she said, in-law, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. From now on I'll treat them well. Old man Su sighed. Alright. As long as they get along well in the future, that's what matters most. He called for old woman Su. Take elder brother he and our in-law over there. Have her pack up and return with her mother-in-law. Since the old man had spoken, old woman Su had no choice but to comply. The group headed to the old house where old woman Su called out at the door. Youyou, seeing it was the old madam, quickly opened the door. The moment old woman he saw the young man before her, the one who had struck her yesterday. She was startled and hid behind patriarch he. Patriarch he frowned. What are you doing? Nothing. Old woman, he forced a strained smile. So Youyou looked up and seeing it was her mother stepped outside. Today was a day off from school, so Linglong and Yu Jianshu were at home practicing calligraphy while teaching Zhenyuan to read. Zhenyuan, clever and sensible, learned quickly and remembered while giving the two young tutors a great sense of achievement. But when old woman, his shrill voice rang out, Zhenyuan shuddered in fright. Don't be afraid. Linglong held her close and whispered, I won't let you go back. Well, stay here and you can live as long. Thank you, sister. Zhenyuan nodded gratefully. Linglong thought for a moment and said in a low voice, come on, let's go listen to what they're saying. Keep quiet and don't make a sound. Both nodded and crept with her to crouch under the window, eavesdropping on the adults' conversation. As the weather grew warmer, sitting in the courtyard was quite pleasant. A faint smile played on Su Youyou's lips, but her gaze was resolute as she looked at the two visitors. Sui felt somewhat awkward seeing her mother-in-law twisting the handkerchief in her hands into a tight ball. Old woman Su remained silent. Her old man might easily forgive the He family, but she wasn't so magnanimous. Patriarch, he said with a smile, this must be the eldest sister. I'm terribly sorry that the He family's affairs have caused you so much trouble. Su Youyou smiled faintly. Patriarch, you're too kind. This is my own dear sister. Whatever happens to her, I'll do what I must. It's no trouble at all. What deep sisterly affection. Truly enviable. Patriarch, he said cheerfully. Erase the thing we've come today, first to apologize. Yesterday was indeed our fault. And second, to take our niece-in-law home. What do you think, eldest sister? A cold sneer rose in Su Youyou's heart. Oh, a mother-in-law coming to apologize to her daughter-in-law. We're truly flattered. But may I ask, what exactly do you think you did wrong? At these words, the forced smile on old woman, his face crumbled and her expression darkened visibly. Patriarch, he also smiled awkwardly. He nudged old woman, he urging her to speak. Helpless, she scowled. I shouldn't have cursed here or kicked Zhenyuan. I know I was wrong. Daughter-in-law, let's go home today. Sui bit her lip lightly and looked at her sister. Su Youyou gave a slight shake of her head, signaling her not to be hasty. Auntie, do you think a flippant admission of fault is enough to take your back? Isn't that a bit too simple? Su Youyou said with a old woman, he was immediately furious. She had apologized in person. What more did she want? Don't push it. Old madam, he almost retorted with, what do you want? But clan leader, he sensed something amiss and quickly interjected with a smile. Auntie, please speak your mind. We came today to admit our mistakes. If you point out our faults, we'll correct them. Old Madam Su, seeing clan leader he speak so courteously, felt some of her anger and sorrow dissipate. It seemed the He family still had capable members, unlike old Madam, he who was a stubborn troublemaker. Su Youyou glanced at clan leader he, thinking to herself that this man was indeed more refined than old Madam he. At least he knew when to say what rather than acting entitled. Clan leader, you're too kind. This was originally a matter between our two families, and we've troubled you to come all this way. I'm truly sorry. Honestly, since you've stepped in, we should take the opportunity to reconcile, so as not to waste your goodwill. Su Youyou said with a smile, but if we don't clarify certain things beforehand, even if here returns, the two of them still won't be able to get along. We can't trouble you, clan leader, with every little matter, can we? Clan leader, he nodded. Auntie is right, that makes... He couldn't help but glance at old Madam he, who looked as if she owed a fortune, sighing inwardly, people really are incomparable. Oh, look at this young lady from the Su family, and then look at you. So I'll speak plainly up front. You won't mind, will you? Su Youyou said cheerfully. Not at all, not at all. That's how it should be. Clan leader, he replied with a smile. All right, then I'll speak. Su Youyou smiled at Su He's sister. Let me speak for you, okay? Go ahead, sister. Su He knew she wasn't as insightful as her elder sister and willingly handed over the reins. Whatever my sister says, that's what I mean. Su Youyou nodded, deeply satisfied. First, Zhenyuan was injured by you yesterday. A little girl not harmed by outsiders, but beaten by her own grandmother until her ribs were fractured. Clan leader, I doubt you've ever heard of such a thing, have you? Oh, this. Haha, no. Clan leader, he said, awkwardly forcing a dry laugh. Old Madam, he said resentfully, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Yes, an accident. If you admit to, I might never have seen my niece again. Su Youyou sneered. You've already hit and scolded me, what more do you want? Old Madam, he began to play the victim. Nothing much. Just apologize to the child and admit you were wrong. Is that too hard? Su Youyou asked with a faint smile. How could that not be hard? Old Madam, he had always been domineering at home, never contradicted. Her son and daughter-in-law never dared to speak against her. Now apologizing to a mere child felt worse than death. Since when does an elder apologize to a child? Old Madam, he pouted. Who says elders are always right? Even the sage said who has no faults. To err and amend is the greatest good. If even a sage can admit his mistakes, why can't you? Are you nobler than a sage? Su Youyou said disdainfully. I don't understand your nonsense. Old madam, he huffed. There's no such rule. Is that so? Youyou smiled and dropped the argument. Clan leader, they say a family's rise or fall lies in propriety, not wealth or status. Family values and upbringing are crucial. Given Grandma Zhenyuan's behavior, I worry about what the child will become in that household. You're talking nonsense. Old madam, he could no longer contain herself, jumping up and cursing. How am I bad? How will I ruin the child? Youyou merely smiled and said nothing, while clan leader, he felt deeply embarrassed. Fifth brother's wife, if you keep making a scene, I'll wash my hands of your family's troubles. Clan leader, he said angrily. Old madam, he immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Clan leader, he smiled at Youyou. Auntie from the Su family speaks wisely, it's indeed so. As the saying goes, harmony in the family brings prosperity. He'll make sure she reforms and gets rid of that vile temper. It takes a clan leader to see things so clearly. Youyou praised him with a smile. Clan leader, he was so pleased his beard quivered with joy. So what else is there, he asked. Moreover, I've heard that brother-in-law, he has a woman outside. Not just a woman, but a child as well. Is that true? This? Old madam, he hesitated, then denied it outright. No, that's not true. Oh really? Youyou didn't argue, simply waved at Lady Lan. Lady Lan understood and handed her a booklet. Youyou slowly opened it. Third household on East Street, Green Locust Lane, headed by a woman named Lu, 21, with a 3-year-old boy. She was said to be in that trade before, and now she's with a merchant living in sin without any status. Old madam, he grew increasingly alarmed. In such a short time, Youyou had uncovered everything. So she has nothing to do with your family? Youyou chuckled. Of course not. Old madam, his words lacked conviction, even to herself. Good. Youyou nodded. That's fine. But I heard her precious son disappeared this morning. Oh dear, I wonder if he was taken by wild dogs or kidnapped by traffickers. Such a pity. You're lying? Old madam, he lost her composure, jumping up and shouting. Youyou looked at her in surprise. Didn't you say she's no relation? Then why are you so agitated? I. Old madam, he faltered. Did you do this? She spotted Youyou standing nearby and accused him angrily. It must be you. You stole the child. You black-heart, gutless bastard. May heaven strike you dead with a thunderbolt. Lady Lan was enraged. How dare she curse my son? Without a second thought, she strode over and slapped old madam, he several times across the face. Everyone present was taken aback, frozen in shock. Old madam, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud wails and lunged at Lady Lan like a mad dog. Who do you think you are to hit me? Lady Lan kicked her to the ground. And who do you think you are to curse my son? No one insults my boy except me. She stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at the prostrate old madam. Youyou gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Linglong, hiding in the room, covered her mouth with a low laugh. Lady Lan is so majestic and spirited. Exactly. Jiangshu nodded in agreement. Though fighting was wrong, Lady Lan's victory was a good thing. The two suddenly came to blows, and patriarch he and old madam Su hurried forward to separate them. Don't be angry, sister, don't be angry. Old madam Su urged, afraid that her sister-in-law might be too upset. Patriarch he, on the other hand, shouted angrily at old madam, he who was on the ground, get up and come back with me. Old madam, he wept, that wretched man. My poor little grandson. Get up, don't make a scene. Patriarch he was both ashamed and annoyed. Even if that was your grandson, he was still raised outside, hidden from sight. In front of the legitimate wife you weep and wail, acknowledging that illegitimate child as your grandson. Where is the dignity for the proper wife? He was both embarrassed and angry when Youyou sighed. Uncle Patriarch, look, before anything is certain, she's already called. There's no need for my sister to return to that home. He who had been sobbing, burst into loud tears upon hearing her sister. Old madam Su also spat fiercely at old madam, he who was still on the ground. You'd better get out of here. We're never going back to that place of yours. Bringing all sorts of people into the house and calling them grandsons. Who knows whose grandson that really is? Originally she had thought to persuade He to go back and live well with her husband He. But now look at the pitiful life this poor child was living. A woman who ran a brothel had climbed right over her head. If they continued like this, the Su family would truly be cuckolds. That's right, you should leave now. My sister won't be going back. Youyou began to show them out. She had never wanted He to return and had already sent people the night before to thoroughly investigate He gang and that woman. Now even He had completely given up on that man. The only reason she had listened to so much today was for her mother's sake. Otherwise they would keep calling her back. No way. Old madam, he, seeing that things couldn't be settled amicably, decided to go all out. If you want, come back, fine, but you have to return the money. She said angrily. That was my retirement fund. Money? What money? Youyou sneered. Yesterday, when we called you to redeem him, you didn't come. Where did your money come from? How can you say that? Old madam, he shrieked, the money they brought yesterday was mine. You'd better hand it over or it'll make you regret it. I'd like to see what you can do to me, Youyou said disdainfully. By the way, why aren't you worried about your little grandson anymore? Oh, I see. Money is more important to you than that grandson, isn't it? You. Old madam, he was so furious she felt like vomiting blood. Give me the money now, or ill. Ill. She had no idea how to threaten Youyou. That's right, I'll have my son divorce you. Let's see who will want you then. In this world, any random man would be better than your son. So he said irritably, divorce me if you want, suit yourself. I've had enough of that life in your house. Even if you don't divorce me, you'll divorce he gang, that spineless man. Fine, so now you have someone backing you up, daring to talk to me like that. Old madam, he fumed. You want to leave my family. You want a divorce. I won't give you the satisfaction. He'll have gang drag you along, and you'll live like a widow for the rest of your life. Old madam, he began to play dirty. That's fine too. So Youyou laughed. Then we'll just drag it out. Let's see how long that woman can wait. If you dare take a concubine, it'll lead the Sioux brothers and sisters to storm your house. Let's see who dares to bring a woman into the house without the consent of the legitimate wife. And when your precious grandson grows up, he'll see which family would marry their good daughter to an illegitimate child with an unknown father. And if he wants to study, let's see if any school will accept him. In this world, there were many restrictions on illegitimate children. Even the illegitimate children of noble families didn't have it easy. They might not lack food or clothing, but if they wanted a career in officialdom, that was a huge problem. Old madam, he understood this well. Struck speechless by Su Youyou's words, she slapped her forehead and slumped to the ground, wailing loudly, "Oh dear, I can't go on. You're all bullying a lonely old woman. You heartless people. You cheated me out of my retirement money." Her tantrum made Patriarch he lose face. "I shouldn't have come." He sighed, covering his face as he left. "Mother, see Uncle Patriarch out," Su Youyou said with a smile. Old madam, Su quickly followed to see him off. Su Youyou said to old madam, he on the ground, "Either you shut up, or he'll have Youyou come and immobilize you just like he did with those men yesterday, and put you on display at the village entrance." Gulp. Old madam, he's long wail came to an abrupt halt. She suddenly remembered how terrified she had been yesterday, when so many people were immobilized by that young man, unable to move. To her it was no different from being possessed. "You have a choice," Su Youyou continued with a smile. "Do you want your hands and feet immobilized, leaving only your mouth? Or your hands and feet fine, but unable to speak? We can customize it to your needs." Looking at Su Youyou's pink lips uttering such devilish words, old madam, he scrambled to her feet and ran away. He. Linglong laughed as she watched the wicked old woman flee in disgrace. "You rascal eavesdropping, aren't you? Come out." Su Youyou scolded playfully. Mother, you're amazing. You drove that evil old woman away." Linglong clapped her hands and laughed. Dealing with her was just a piece of cake, Su Youyou said. These were merely external troubles, as she had many ways to deal with them without worrying about consequences. The hardest part was handling the messy affairs within her own family. Often one had to be cautious for fear of causing collateral damage, unable to act rashly. That was the real trouble. The hardest part was handling the messy affairs within her own family. Often one had to be cautious for fear of causing With you and my sister protecting me and the children, I feel very safe. He adored this lively and lovely niece. She also hoped that Zhenyuan would spend more time with her and become cheerful and outgoing too. After chatting and laughing for a while, he asked quietly, "Sister, has that family's child really gone missing?" "What? Are you feeling soft-hearted?" Su Youyou asked with a smile. "No." He knew she shouldn't sympathize with that woman, but actually taking the child away. "No, I was just scaring that old woman. How could I do something so immoral? But the child is indeed not with that woman for now," Su Youyou said with a smile. "Sister." He frowned. "Is that all right?" Su Posey pursed her lips. "You should help see if there are other suitable matches." After sending her off, "What play?" Linglong quick-tongued as ever voiced the question he had in mind. "Nothing much," she replied. "I simply had someone ask him if he wanted to know how much he truly meant to the He family to test their sincerity about letting you in. That's all." He was astonished. "Yes, that's simple," Su Youyou said with a smile. "I just had her leave the child with a familiar family for a day, then claim the child had gone missing to see how frantic the He family would be. Afterward, we'll see when he's willing to bring her into the household. To be honest, the He family is a pitfall. But if she thinks it's a nest of blessings, then let her have it," Su Youyou said. "Anyway, from now on that family has nothing to do with Sis. I'm worried they won't let go," He said with deep concern. Yesterday his sister had given him all the silver she had gotten from the He family, which along with the jewelry amounted to several dozen taels. If it were just him and Zhenyuan, it would last 10 years. With that money, he could raise the child on his own. So he had no desire for that scoundrel He gang. They want. Where there's a will, there's a way. Su Youyou smiled meaningfully. Old madam, he rushed out in a flurry and saw that the carriage was still there. Though the He clan leader's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, he was still waiting for her outside the village. "Brother, you're here." "Old madam," he said with an embarrassed smile. "Umph." The clan leader turned his head away from her and boarded the carriage directly. "Brother, She tried to say more, but he cut her off harshly. "Say nothing. Get in the carriage and go home." "Brother, today You did well today? Don't ask me. If anything happens again, don't come looking for me. I can't help you." The clan leader crossed his arms, staring at the carriage roof, unwilling to look at her. Today had been a complete loss of face. He had no courage to face the Sioux family again. The journey was silent, heading straight to the town. Old madam, he had hoped the carriage would take her to Green Locust Lane on East Street, but it went straight to the clan leader's home, forcing her to walk back. As soon as she entered, she heard her son cursing inside. "What's wrong?" she asked, entering. He gang sat on the bed with his leg dangling, fuming. "Where has everyone gone? I can't even get a cup of water. This morning second brother helped me to the outhouse and he looked so disgusted, as if he'd never need to use one himself. Mother, where is that dead woman? Has she come back? She's off having fun while I'm stuck at home with no hot food or water." He gang shouted. "She hasn't come back." "Old madam," he said darkly, her tone sour. "How can she not come back?" He gang exclaimed in shock. "If she's not here, who'll take care of me? If you're so capable, go fetch her yourself." "I don't have the ability." "Old madam," his face darkened. The room fell silent for a moment before he gang spoke. "Mother, pour me a cup of water. I'm parched." The noodles sister-in-law made this morning were so salty, they could have killed the salt merchant. Such a spendthrift, salt isn't free. Old madam, he cursed viciously as she poured him water. He gang took the cup and took a sip complaining, it's cold. Be grateful you have anything to drink at all, stop being so picky. Old madam, he couldn't help scolding. Suddenly she cried out in alarm. Oh no, your blabbering made me forget the important matter. What is it? That dead woman said Lu lost the child. I have to go see if it's true. Old madam, he rushed out in a hurry. He gang was terrified forgetting his injured leg as he sprang up. A searing pain shot through his right leg making him scream and collapsed to the floor. Oh damn it. He cried out clutching his broken leg. When the pain subsided he crawled back to bed, tears in his eyes. Second brother, he shouted loudly. After a long pause a woman's voice replied from outside the window, don't shout, big brother. He's at the shop. The whole family relies on that shop to get by. If he doesn't go, we'll have nothing to put on the table. This was his sister-in-law Chen, a sharp-tongued woman who had borne the He family 3 grandsons, earning old madam He's favor. She was quite proud of herself and looked down on this idle elder brother. He gang snapped, the shop won't starve us if it's closed. Have second brother go to Green Locust Lane quickly and see what's happened. Chen picked her teeth contemptuously and said, big brother, that's not right. If our shop closes for a day, old customers might go elsewhere. Over time the shop will fail. Green Locust Lane. What for? Do we have relatives there? I didn't know. Though she despised the useless Sue, she had no respect for this worthless and philandering elder brother. Stop talking nonsense. Go when I tell you. He gang furious and anxious roared. Chun curled her lip. Oh dear, little third has pooped again. I have to change his diaper. Big brother, I can't get out. Ask someone else. She walked away, leaving He gang so enraged he threw everything within reach, cursing her as a venomous woman. When second brother comes back, he'll make him divorce you wretch, he cursed viciously. Meanwhile old madam, he stumbled along to Green Locust Lane. A woman spotted her from afar and ran to tell Lu, that old he woman is coming. Lu was surprised, how did she get here so fast? She quickly rubbed her eyes to make them red as if she'd been crying, then grabbed a handkerchief and wailed, Bower, my Bower, where have— Old madam, he heard Lu crying for her son as she reached the door. In shock she collapsed at the entrance. Had the child really gone missing? She felt as if the sky was falling. Crawling through the door while crying she shouted, are you a dead person? How could you— She cursed as she entered, lashing out at Lu. Lu was furious and pointed at her nose. Who do you think you are yelling at me like? Do you think I'm your useless daughter-in-law to be beaten and scolded at? Well, go get that coward He gang and find the child. He gang's leg is broken. Are your legs broken too? Can't you search yourself? Old madam, he shouted back unafraid. He's your He family's grandson too. If you don't look for him, who will? I know, He Posey said, her spirit drained at those words. Isn't it Gongzi who was hurt? Come on, I will go with you to look for him. He Posey urged anxiously. Lu Shur wiped her tears and said, it is only the 2 of us. How can we search by ourselves? We must call on a few more people. Me. He Posey hesitated, embarrassed. She had offended nearly everyone in the household the day before. To ask them for help now felt unbearable. Lu Shur's face fell. After all, she said, isn't it because I am not the legitimate wife that you look down on me, and by extension you disdain my child as well? Fine, then do not search. Lu Shur cried. If the child is lost, so be it. I might as well die and spare you the sight. With that she flung herself toward the wall. The other women panicked and seized her, asking Lu Shur, what are you doing? Speak calmly, there is no need for this. After restraining her they turned on He Posey and demanded, what kind of household are you? You courted her into bearing a child, and now you treat her like this. What is your intent? Exactly, they cried, do not mistreat her, give a proper explanation. Their clamor left He Posey dizzy and overwhelmed. Ladies, please stop arguing. He Posey sighed, why talk of that now? The priority is to find the child. I will not look for him. Lu Shur sobbed, you will not give me an explanation anyway. I cannot raise this child. If he is lost, then even if he is found, I will not keep him, she wailed. I am a proper girl from a respectable family. What will I do dragging a child into my future? Yes, the women urged. He Posey, you must give us an answer now, or we will not look today and see who is anxious. All right, I promise. He Posey cried hurriedly, as soon as that wretched one's leg is healed, we will carry Lu Shur into the house at once. How about that? What do you mean by at once? Lu Shur asked through her tears. This is all so unclear. Am I a lawful wife, or a concubine? Is he to marry me properly, or merely take me in? There must be a clear declaration. Exactly, my sister cannot enter the household in confusion, the women insisted. Tell us plainly what is the truth. They formed a human wall and pressed toward her. He Posey bit her lip and said, rest assured, when we return I will have that wretch dismiss that other woman and marry you into the house with proper ceremony. How is that? That will do, the women laughed, pulling Lu Shur to them and congratulating her. At last your clouds have parted and the moon appears. Congratulations. This is strange. He Posey felt a prick of unease. They were hardly desperate to find the child. Instead they were pressing her to accept this arrangement, which felt oddly suspicious. He Posey, now we can all bear witness that you promised to bring Lu's sister into the household. The women jeered, laughing. What about the child? He Posey asked, sensing she had been duped, though hoping the child was safe. The women giggled, saying the child is fine. June Gear took him to play. Hearing that her grandson was unharmed, He Posey's body went slack as if a rope had been released. Relief washed over. Oh my, what happened? The women exclaimed, hustling to support her and lead her back into the courtyard. You see, you took the joke too far and scared Aunt so badly. They began to chide one another, but He Posey waved them off. I am fine, a rest will do. Not long after, a plump little boy toddled in, wobbling as he ran. Come to Grandma, he Posey called, clapping her hands with a smile, but the child bypassed her and flung himself into Lu Shi's arms, giggling all the while. Seeing the child truly unhurt, all of Posey's worry melted away. Very well then, since all is well, I will go home now, she said weakly. She was an older woman resigned to fate. One such commotion was enough to exhaust her. Posey, remember what you promised, one of the women reminded her, half admonishing, half threatening. Within a month, you must carry our sister into the house, or do not blame us for being blunt. All right, rest assured, Posey replied. When she returned home and entered her son's room, the disorder on the floor made her blush. What is this mess? Posey snapped. You leave the place in such disarray and expect your mother to tidy it all. Do you mean to work? Then bring her back, Gang grunted in a hoarse voice. This household cannot manage itself. Humph. I cannot bring her back, Posey protested. That eldest sister is fierce, and I dare not provoke her. She touched her face. Having fled earlier, she had not checked it, and now it remained swollen and painful. Then what shall we do? Shall we hire someone to fetch her back? Gang suggested. Are you made of money? Posey retorted, giving him a withering look. Or else just take Lu Shi back into the house, Posey said. Are you not afraid of tongues wagging this time? Gang asked in surprise. Let them talk if they must, she replied. I am only after that eldest grandson. As for Su Shi, Gang hesitated. I think she may not want to return, Posey observed. It may be better to simply part. However, we must find a way to reclaim the money, she added. If she is willing to repay, we will not write a formal divorce, but that way her reputation remains less tarnished. What do you think? Posey proposed. I think that will do, Gang nodded. He felt nothing for Su now, as she was not unattractive, but she lacked any spark. There was simply no comparison with Lu. Besides, Lu Shi had saved a tidy sum over the years. Bringing her into the household would ease their finances. Was this not a most advantageous arrangement? Gang chuckled to himself. Gang smiled slyly. After Posey left, Lu Shi tidied her hair and dress, crossed into the neighboring yard, and showed proper respect to Adamantly. You were right, the old woman has finally given in, she said with a smile. For 3 years, she had coveted nothing more than to be taken into Gang's household. In her line of work, one could not expect longevity. Marrying into a decent family promised security for the rest of her life. Though Gang was not remarkable, she could expect no better and would make do. All along, Posey had been the principal obstacle between them. Su Shi mattered far less. Now that the old woman had yielded, they must strike while the iron was hot and settle the matter at once. Please, Adamantly, teach me what to do next so that he will marry me as soon as possible, Lu Shi asked eagerly. That is not difficult, Adamantly replied with a smile. Go to Youyou village and see Su Shi rouse her temper, Adamantly advised. Then stir up, Gang, to fetch the woman back. When the water droplet strikes the red-hot iron plate, how can it fail to erupt? She added, meaning that once provoked, a reaction is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Lu felt it was absolutely reasonable. As long as the Su family left the He family, there would be no reason for the old lady to stop her from entering. Returning home, she carefully groomed herself and tidied up her son before heading out to find a carriage to Youyou family village. In the past couple of days, due to the story between the He and Su families, whenever someone arrived, the villagers would speculate whether they were going to the Su family. See, I told you it was right. They are indeed going to the Su family. I wonder who has come today. Every day is busier than a theater performance. Yes, the other day was so lively that it is said old Su was so angry he fell ill. Ha ha ha, which family wouldn't be troubled by such matters? Someone laughed and said, what kind of background does the eldest daughter of the Su family have to have such a formidable person under her command? To take down 10 or so strong men from the He family by herself? Didn't you hear? That's not her people. That's the cousin of Su family's aunt who is wealthy and has been practicing martial arts since childhood, skilled in combat. It's said that the money Su family has now was sent by her family. They ended up here after their business failed. Oh, I see. Someone nodded. Even if they're fallen, they are still better off than us. I wonder if that young man is married. It wouldn't hurt to introduce someone to him. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the conversation drifted off topic. Upon arriving at the old Su family residence, a woman stepped down from the carriage with a child looking delicate and charming, and suddenly knelt at the entrance. I beg you, sister, have mercy, and let me marry He Lang, she cried out sweetly. The crowd was immediately taken aback. What's going on here? To marry someone from the He family? Isn't that the surname of the Su family's second daughter's husband? Oh dear, looks like there's a good show to watch here. Ha ha, that must be a little concubine the He family has raised outside. The He family is really something. Not only do they keep a concubine, the He family is really something. Not only do they keep a concubine, but they also come to the main wife's doorstep to This is still at her maternal home. I can't imagine how she would be treated at her own. Exactly, the second daughter is too pitiful. Old Su family is really inconsiderate. Their daughter is in such a state, and they don't dare to stand up for her. Yes, if it weren't for the return of this eldest daughter, who knows how much she would be bullied without anyone knowing. So pitiful. TSK. The elderly women couldn't help but express deep sympathy for Su He while deeply despising the Su family's inaction. Lu was still at the door, tearfully recounting her deep feelings for He Gang, pleading with Su He to show her mercy. As more and more people gathered at the entrance, even Su Posey and others were alerted. Upon hearing this, Su Posey became furious and stormed over with a large broom used for sweeping the yard. You, a little whore who sleeps with thousands and is ridden by tens of thousands, dare to come to my home to cause trouble. I'll kill you, shameless wretch. Lu was terrified as she saw the broom coming down and quickly grabbed her child, scrambling away into the crowd. And Su, let's talk nicely and don't resort to violence. The crowd saw that Lu was still holding a child, and while they felt she deserved a beating, it was concerning for the small child. Get out of the way, let me kill this shameless woman. Su Posey shouted angrily. Amidst the noise, the front door of the old residence opened. Su Youyou with a stern face said, "What's all the shouting about? Come in and talk." As she spoke, she opened the door for Lu and her child to enter. "Pa, this shameless woman is worthy of entering my door." Su Posey cursed loudly. "Mother, let's talk inside, but it's embarrassing to be laughed at outside." Su Youyou raised her eyebrows and said. After a few people entered, Su Youyou addressed the neighbors outside who wanted to come in, saying, "This is our family matter, so we cannot entertain everyone today. Everyone should go back to their own business." After saying this, she instructed Anyo to close the door. The crowd saw the door close. "It's over, there's no good show to watch anymore. Let's go. I wonder if that woman will be able to come out soon." Right, the eldest daughter of the Su family is quite formidable. As the door closed, Lu felt a wave of fear rise within her. "What are you planning to do? I'm telling you, killing someone is against the law. You little wretch, if you die, you die. Oh, what's there to be afraid of?" Su Posey shouted loudly. As Lu Shi walked towards the Su family with her child, everyone was filled with astonishment. They had thought that the Su family was plotting a scheme to trap her. However, nothing happened, which left everyone feeling a bit disappointed. Is nothing happening? What a letdown. The women and idle men outside gradually dispersed. "Did you see that, eh?" Su Youyou sighed to Su-hee. "These people are just a bunch who mock others when they have no one to laugh at themselves. If you care too much about their opinions, you won't be able to live your life. The key is to live well for yourself. That's what truly matters. It's pointless to be praised by others if you're actually living in misery." Su-hee nodded earnestly. After experiencing the ups and downs of human emotions over the years, she knew her sister was speaking from the heart and truly had her best interest in mind. "Let's live our lives well from now on and show that scoundrel that without him, we will only thrive. Let him regret it." Su Youyou encouraged her with a smile. "Yes, I will." She nodded emphatically. "Once we settle things with the He family, let's move to the town." Originally, I intended to stay with the family for a while, but it seems there's no point in putting myself through that. It would be more convenient to go to the town or county. Alright. Sui didn't have any particular ideas, so she decided to follow her sister. Meanwhile, Lu Shi left Yu family village and headed straight for the He family in town. As soon as she appeared in front of the He family gate, the people on the street began to gossip. Who is that? The women chatting on the street looked as if they had discovered a new world. Who else could it be? It's the child and woman of that lad from the He family. Those in the know chuckled as they filled others in. Oh wow, she's really stepping into the house now. Yeah, no wonder fifth aunt went to pick up the daughter-in-law and sent her back. It seems this isn't entirely the fault of the scoundrel's wife. If I were in this situation, I would cause a huge ruckus or my life would be in vain. Right, the scoundrel's wife has a good temperament. If it were someone else, would they let her be so comfortable? Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Lu Shi with her son walked in confidently. The second daughter-in-law of the He family, Chun Shi, blocked her path and looked her up and down. What are you here for? They had long heard of the elder brother's mistress, and given how small this town was, it was inevitable they would cross paths. Not sure if Lu Shi recognized her, but Chun Shi had already secretly sized her up. She couldn't compare to the elder sister-in-law at all, but one had to wonder what kind of vision this elder brother had. You are. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized, you must be the elder sister of the Chin family. She hadn't even entered yet, and once she did, she would have to call her sister-in-law. Now that she was older, it was alright to call her sister. Chun Shi disdainfully replied, don't call me so affectionately, though I'm not that fortunate. First tell me why you're here. She watched Lu Shi cautiously. I heard that brother Gang hurt his leg, so I came to see him. Lu Shi was completely unbothered by Chun Shi's cold demeanor. Hadn't she endured enough disdain and humiliation from others? What's there to see? Chun Shi snapped. Aren't you adding to the chaos already? After all, he is the father of the child. Oh, what's wrong with us coming to see him? Lu Shi stood her ground. In a few days, she wouldn't be surprised if she had to get used to being called sister-in-law by Chun Shi, so she allowed her to gloat for now. Second sister-in-law let Ruer in to speak. The Gang, who had been listening from inside, heard the tension and called out. Oomph. Chun Shi stepped aside, giving Lu Shi a disdainful look. Oomph. Lu Shi gleefully glanced back at Chun Shi while holding her son, swaying her hips as she walked past her. Vixen. Chun Shi couldn't help but scold. Lu Shi couldn't care less. Every woman who called her a vixen was just a foolish woman who couldn't hold a man's heart. A vixen is a vixen, don't deny it, you're just jealous. Upon entering the house, Lu Shi couldn't help but frown. The stench was overwhelming and everything was in disarray, almost like a pigsty. How could a decent house end up in such a state? How are you doing now, brother Gang? Lu Shi frowned as she opened the window for ventilation, standing in front of it to take a few deep breaths. What else could it be? Just managing on my own. The Gang said with a sour face. That stinking woman actually dared to let someone hit me. Ooh, just wait until I get even with her. He looked up at Lu Shi saying, Ruer, it's nice of you to come visit me. He smiled. Lu Shi looked at his disheveled appearance and suddenly felt he was a bit of a stranger. I haven't been able to come see you these past few days. You must take care of yourself. Once I'm feeling a bit better, I'll come over to your place. He Gang said with a smile. Brother Gang, don't you have anything else to say to me? Lu Shi couldn't help but ask. Oh, what? He Gang looked a bit dazed. Now that things have escalated to this point, and the outside world is buzzing, haven't you thought about bringing me in? Lu Shi bit her lip and asked him about that. He Gang felt a bit flustered but then smiled and said, look at me in this state, once I'm better and can walk I'll divorce that foolish woman and properly marry you. What do you think? Lu Shi's heart leaped with joy. This was the first time he had clearly stated he wanted to marry her rather than just take her as a concubine. Really? You're not lying to me. Lu Shi laughed. How could I lie to you? He Gang shook his head and said, you know how sincere I am towards you, right? So let me tell you something, you mustn't get angry with me. Lu Shi said playfully. Alright. He Gang turned over, adjusting to a comfortable position. Go ahead, I won't be angry. I just want to see Su Shi. Lu Shi spoke the truth. Oh, He Gang was a bit surprised, but not too shocked. How was it? Was she crying at home, regretting it terribly? Actually, she didn't show up much today, it was mainly that big Su Shi who was talking. To be fair, that big Su Shi was indeed formidable. Oh, He Gang was intrigued, really. I must have underestimated. I don't think that just because you have an elder sister-in-law backing you, you can go against me. Just wait for the day she comes back crying. But what if she doesn't come back? If she doesn't come back, then let her stay away. Oh, I'll just divorce her and marry you. He Gang kissed her passionately. Stop it, the child is still here. Lu Shi shyly pushed him aside. The two individuals indulged in a moment of intimacy. Lu Shi stood up and said, honestly, what do you plan to do about this? The child has grown so much, do you really want me to remain in the dark for a lifetime? Should the child be taught? Have you thought about what to do in the future? Are you just planning to keep me entertained for a while, and then once I'm old and faded cast me aside? Of course not. He Gang quickly swore, I only like you. That woman was someone my father forced me to marry. If it weren't for fearing that he would die without peace, would I marry a village girl? It turned out He Gang had already been involved with Lu Shi before marrying Su Shi. It was only because of his father's strong opposition that they had to separate. However, after He Gang got married, he immediately rekindled his relationship with Lu Shi. Initially, his father was extremely opposed to it, but later he fell seriously ill and was mentally drained. Moreover, since his son was being discreet, not too brazen, the matter eventually faded away. Compared to Lu Shi's gentle demeanor, how could Su Shi, a woman from a respectable family, compare? Furthermore, since she gave birth to a daughter, there had been no further offspring. This left He, who was eagerly anticipating a grandson from the main branch, extremely disappointed. Later, when Lu Shi had a son, He's balance of feelings was completely overturned. While it didn't come to divorcing his wife, what He was constantly thinking about was to bring Lu Shi into the home and place the eldest grandson under Su Shi's name. Wasn't that the same thing? However, Su Shi was agreeable about everything except this matter. This made He incredibly angry as she fretted over it daily, estimating when Su Shi would finally relent. Unexpectedly, the eldest daughter of the Su family suddenly returned, delivering a heavy blow to them. Yet for Lu Shi it was an excellent opportunity. If they didn't strike while the iron was hot, they would miss this chance. So now what are you waiting for? Lu Shi chuckled. Now that the Su family has brought things to this point, if the He family still has any face left, they should take this opportunity to settle things directly. Lest others say that the people of the He family lack backbone, allowing themselves to be bullied to this extent without even daring to make a sound. But I right now. He Gang fully agreed, yet upon looking at his injured leg he couldn't help but hesitate. Lest others say that the people of the He family lack backbone, allowing themselves to be bullied to this extent without even daring to make a sound. But I right now. He Gang fully agreed, yet upon looking at his injured leg he could. Then I'll leave. In the future, don't come looking for me. I'm no longer young and can't afford to waste time with you. While I still have some charm, I might as well find a decent man to marry. After saying this, she got up to leave. He Gang hurriedly grabbed her. This movement inevitably affected his injured leg, causing him to wince in pain. Agangzi, does it hurt again? It's all my fault. Lu Shi quickly apologized. No, I mean, in my current state, how can I go? He Gang sighed. Lu Shi, feeling angry in her heart, could no longer maintain her gentle facade. Even if your leg is broken, your mouth isn't disabled, and your hands aren't crippled. Why can't you go? Is it that you can't find a ride on the street? Or can't you carry a pen in your hand? Lu Shi couldn't help but mock. Alright, my dear, don't be angry. He'll go. He Gang hurriedly coaxed. He still had some feelings for Lu Shi. It's just that now that he was older, he was too lazy to bother. Divorcing and marrying again would cost money, not to mention the trouble involved. He was now less energetic than before, just wanting to get by. Besides, although Su Shi might not excel in other areas, with her around, everything would be kept tidy and clean, much better than hiring a maid, and he wouldn't even have to pay her. Yet looking at the little bow tie's pouting anger, he knew there was no such thing as a perfect solution. Fine, let's go along with Lu Shi's wishes, as she has been with him for many years after all. After making up his mind, he said to Lu Shi, then go call for a ride, and let's head over right away. Lu Shi's frown turned into a smile. Now that's more like it, wait here. After saying that, she turned and left the room. He Gang looked at the child at the foot of the bed and couldn't help but reach out to tease him. Come baby, call daddy. Daddy. Oh. The child merely stared at him wide-eyed, responding casually. Call daddy, daddy. He Gang continued. Oh. The child continued to call out. Seeing that he still wouldn't call, He Gang immediately lost heart, turned over, lay back down, and closed his eyes to rest. After a while he heard footsteps coming in. Opening his eyes, he saw it was his mother, He. That woman has come. He couldn't help but frown. Her feelings towards Lu Shi were somewhat complicated. To be honest, she didn't like this woman. If it weren't for her having given birth to a son for Gongzi, she wouldn't even bother to glance at her. What is she here for? Posey knew that the woman coming was never for anything good, it was surely about entering. Previously, in order to extricate herself, she had casually made some promises, and now the woman had come to get her son to fulfill those promises. Is she asking you to marry her? Posey was a bit anxious for someone with her background. Even being taken as a concubine is already a favor to her. You mustn't be swayed by this woman's words. Marrying such a woman as the main wife, even the ancestors below would come to settle accounts with you. Got it. Gang didn't want to listen to her, and pulled the quilt over his head. I'm tired, you can go out. Listen to mother, but you mustn't agree to her. Posey stood up, but still warned him with concern. What do you mean by not agreeing? Lu Shi suddenly said coldly. Posey looked up and saw Lu Shi with a cold smile on her face looking over. You really are unreliable. What did you say in front of my family and neighbors? Now you want to turn your back and deny it. No, let me tell you, I'm not Su Shi whom you can easily manipulate. Lu Shi said coldly, if you really provoke me, do you believe I will accuse you of abduction and seduction? Nonsense. What do you mean by abduction and seduction? Gang retorted angrily. If you properly take me in as your wife, that would naturally be mutual affection flowing like water. Otherwise it would be deception and seduction. You choose. Posey faced with such a woman really had no way to respond, only sighing in frustration. What are you sighing about? Lu Shi said unhappily, you don't have to care or take charge. You get a chubby grandson for free, oh what more could you be dissatisfied with? She pulled over the baby boy next to her, and smiled, come baby, call grandma. Posey felt awkward, stood for a while, and then turned to leave. Lu Shi coldly laughed at her back, and said to Gang, the carriage is already at the door, are we going? Let's go. Gang said glumly. Gang hobbled out of the courtyard on his crutch, and got into the carriage. Do you want me to come with you? Lu asked. Gang's face stiffened. Don't, your presence would only add fuel to the fire. Lu knew this all too well, but she said it deliberately. Seeing Gang's anger, she smiled gracefully, and whisked away with her son in her arms. Watching her seductive figure, Gang couldn't help but curse, you little vixen. If you know it. Old madam, he emerged. You're not a child anymore, acting like a gluttonous cat. Mother, where are you going? Gang frowned as she climbed into the carriage. Where? I'm coming with you. To keep that woman from taking advantage of you. Have you forgotten she still owes us dozens of silver taels? At this, rage flared in Gang's heart. My money isn't so easily taken. Gang's attitude pleased old madam. That's the spirit. Are you going? The coachman, displeased, called out with his whip. Let's go. Gang hurriedly replied. But with his injured leg, even with old madam, he's help, it was a struggle. Can't you give me a hand, he grumbled. I'm paid to drive the carriage, not nurse the sick, the coachman retorted sharply. You? Gang was speechless with anger. But anger aside, they had to proceed. The two struggled into the carriage and told the coachman their destination. The coachman chuckled, cracked his whip, and set off. They had visited Youyou village a few times recently. The affairs between the He and Su families were already widely known. Given the situation, it was clear the man was at fault, and the woman who passed by was alluring. Clearly no good. Old madam, he asked gravely, have you decided to cut ties with Su completely? Gang fumed. She's ruined me like this, there's no choice. Mother, if this happens again, it'll be finished. Old madam, he sighed. Now that Su had backing, she had no hold over her. Repeating the past was impossible. But that Lu isn't a good woman. Old madam, he advised gently. A good woman? Mother, do you really like good women? Gang laughed. Su was obedient. A good woman wasn't she. But you didn't like her either. You? Old madam, he wanted to slap him. Is that any way to talk to your mother? Fine, since you're set on marrying that vixen, I won't interfere. It's your life. Do as you please. With that, she sat sulking in silence. The carriage soon arrived at the Su family's old home. Old madam, he told the coachman. Wait here, we'll need to go back. Fine, add 10 coppers, the coachman said with a lift of his eyebrow. You're robbing me. Old madam, he exclaimed. If not, I'll leave. The coachman made to rise. All right, you win. Old madam, he conceded helplessly. If he left, how would she old and frail get back? She reluctantly pulled out 10 coppers and handed them over. Not enough, another 20. What? Old madam, he stared. What's the matter? The trip here doesn't count. The coachman's eyes widened even more. 10 coppers per person, fair and square, thank you for your patronage. He extended his large hand. Give it to him. Gang urged impatiently. With no choice, old madam, he dug out another 20 coppers and handed. Wait here, don't run off. The coachman laughed heartily. Why would I run? You'll need to pay for the return trip, won't you? Old madam, he was furious. This trip had cost 50 coppers already. How much did they earn in a day to waste like this? If Su hadn't run home, this expense wouldn't have occurred. Shedad, that's his account. Open the door. Her voice was laced with anger. The door opened promptly. Youyou smiled. You're visiting quite often. A few more trips and the threshold will be worn down. Come in. The lady of the house is home. Youyou said. Hearing him say lady of the house, old madam, he couldn't help. Who did she think she was to call herself that? Inside, she saw the Su sisters picking wild vegetables in the yard. How were they starting? Old madam, he thought. Su Gang is here too. Let's go home, she said directly. Though she planned for her son to divorce her, she couldn't start with that. Shed asked first if Su was willing to return fine. If not, she wouldn't be polite. Just because he's here I have to go back. What logic is that? Sui sneered, placing the cleaned wild garlic in a bowl. If at home you'd at least have a full stomach. You wouldn't have to gnaw on wild greens and bark. Old madam, he scoffed. Even if I gnaw on wild greens and bark, I won't. Sui stood up, glaring at old madam. You only remember me when there's work to be done at home, right? Enough, go back where you came from. I want return with you. Old madam, he cried out. What do you mean? I gave you a way out. If you don't come back today, don't bother coming back at all. Gango, borrow some paper and a brush to write her a letter of divorce. We don't want her anymore, she spat viciously. At this, Su Youyou and Su he weren't angry yet, but the Youyou villagers watching were indignant. Well, you mother and son are bullying us right at our doorstep. Guzzi, hurry and fetch Uncle Su, tell them to come back. Say that he family is too much causing trouble here. An elder shouted. A young man immediately sprinted off. Old madam, he grew fearful. Don't be unreasonable, she blustered. I kindly came to take her back, but she refused. A wife who won't return home. What use is she? Why keep her if not to divorce? Hearing this, some villagers found it reasonable. They said to Suhi, second daughter, since your mother-in-law came, you should go back. Sulking won't solve anything. I'm not sulking, Suhi said firmly. I don't want to go back to that house. But I bore his children, cared for his parents, washed clothes, cooked, and supported him. I don't see what I did wrong. They can't just divorce me. If they want me gone, it must be a mutual separation. Suhi shouted angrily. Well, Su Youyou applauded her first. Blind gentleness and compliance will never earn one's respect. Sometimes a firm stance is necessary. Dream on. Old madam, he sneered. No, I won't agree. Old madam Su arrived in a hurry with the 3 Su brothers. Su Dahai shouted, second sister, did this bastard he bully you? Let me beat him to death. He brandished his carrying pole and charged forward. How dare you? Old madam, he blocked his path and barked, if you want to hit my son you'll have to go through me first. He gang hid behind old madam, he's still blustering. I told you to go back, but you wouldn't. Today I'm writing this divorce letter for sure. Fine. Su Youyou said with a smile, go ahead and write. Lawn mama, bring out our paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Old madam Su was both shocked and furious. Youyou, have you lost your mind? If she were truly divorced by her husband's family, how could Heir ever live a decent life? Why would I be mad? Su Youyou chuckled. Watching Lawn mama set Linglong's set of 4 treasures of the study on the table with a grim face, she said, young master, he don't say, I didn't warn you. A divorce decree isn't something just anyone can write. There are still the 7 grounds for divorce and 3 circumstances against it. If your reason doesn't convince us, we can take it to the county magistrate for a fair judgment. He gang immediately hesitated. Old madam, he sneered. What's 7 grounds and 3 circumstances? She's unfilial to me, this old lady. Isn't that grounds enough for divorce? Oh, but there are still the 3 circumstances. Wasn't it your old man she carried up the mountain? Old madam Su retorted. By that rule alone you have no right to write a divorce letter. I'm full right if I want. Can you stop me? Just try it. The 2 began quarreling loudly again. Alright, stop, Su Youyou shouted at them, then said to He gang, today, either we have a mutually agreed separation, or you go back. What if I don't agree to a separation? He gang asked through gritted teeth. No problem. You can wait, and your little beauty behind you can wait, but so can we. Su Youyou said coldly, we're in no hurry anyway. If you're not in a hurry, neither am I. Later it'll take Heir to live in. Su Youyou said with a smile, we'll live right under your nose. If you dare to bring any other woman home, just wait for the authorities to come for you. Taking a second wife while the first is still alive is a serious crime. We want Mary, just take a concubine, that should be fine. Old madam, he said crossly. Fine. Su Youyou nodded. As long as he dares to take a concubine, well, go and report it. Who has ever seen a concubine enter the household without the consent of the principal wife? You vicious woman. Old madam, he felt a throbbing headache. Ever since meeting this woman, she couldn't win in a fight, and couldn't win an argument. Usually when she was in the wrong she could throw a tantrum. But if she dared to act up, Su Youyou would immobilize her and silence her, making her feel like a cripple. Where am I vicious? Su Youyou said with a beaming smile. Just issue a letter of divorce, and after that we'll have nothing to do with each other. Whether you bring the woman from Green Locust Lane home, or find a virtuous lady to marry, we won't interfere at all. My suggestion is to just take that woman from Green Locust Lane back. 1 step and you get both a wife and a son. How great is that? Su Youyou laughed. So it turns out the He family already had another woman. No wonder they wanted to divorce second daughter. They're making room for that woman. Exactly, he looks human, but why does he act so inhumanely? And to have the nerve to cause trouble at his father-in-law's house, where does he get the face? If it were me, I'd have flattened this family long ago. Old Su is too useless. With 3 sturdy sons at home, they can't even stand up for their sister. Someone shook their head and sighed. Old Su really didn't care much about his daughter. The murmurs from the crowd made Su Dahai and his brothers burn with shame. Being pointed at and gossiped about by so many people, even he gang thick-skinned as he was couldn't bear it. A separation is fine, he said hurriedly. But you have to return the silver you tricked from our family. Yes. That's this old lad's money for retirement. Old madam, he quickly added. Su, he snapped angrily. In all these years have you ever given me a single coin? Every time I visit my parents' home I come empty-handed. Do you have any idea how shameful that is? She burst into loud sobs. We have food and drink at home. What do you need money for? He gang sneered. That woman in green Locust Lane lacks for nothing, yet you send her money, quite diligently. Su Youyou sneered. It's my money, I give it to whoever I want. No one else has the right to interfere. Husband and wife are one body, your money is half hers too. Who says no one can interfere? Enough, I won't waste words with you anymore. You're delaying our meal preparations. Su Youyou grew impatient. Write it or leave. Standing here blocking the way is an eyesore. Give us the money and hell right. Old madam, he yelled. Forget it then. Su Youyou began to pack up the writing materials. If you want write then don't. All in all, not writing has more benefits. When we're short on money at home, I'll send Youyou to get some from you. It's only natural for a wife to use the family's money. Don't you dare complain. He gang shuddered at the sight of Youyou, who was grinning foolishly on the side. Fine, all right, but you have to give me back half the money. Didn't you say husband and wife are one body, so it's half and half? He gnashed his teeth. Agreed. Su Youyou nodded. He gang then picked up the brush and wrote a letter of divorce. He had studied for a few years in the past, so writing this was easy. Make 3 copies. We each sign and fingerprint them. Later we'll send one to the government office for records. Su Youyou said. Fine. He gang copied 2 more. They asked an elder of the Su family to witness and add his fingerprint, and with that the matter was concluded. Su couldn't hold back her tears as she looked at the separation document, especially when she saw the clause stating that their daughter would live with her and the He family would have no further responsibility for her from birth to death. She wept like rain. All right, now that this scumbag is gone, life will only get better. Su Youyou comforted her. Su nodded through. Fine, the signatures are done. Hand over the money. Even though he was losing half, getting something back was better than nothing. That was all he gang could think. Otherwise, how would this situation end? Sure. Su Youyou took out a pouch. It's all here. Let's settle the accounts properly. What's there to calculate? Half each. Just give me my half. That won't do. The accounts aren't calculated that way, Su Youyou said with a smile. What? He gang would have jumped 3 feet high if his leg wasn't injured. There are so many people here, you can't go back on. How could I? Su Youyou smiled innocently. I only said we'd settle the accounts. When did I ever say I'd change my mind? Then hand over the money now, and stop wasting words. He gang grew impatient. If he had known she would be like this, he should have exchanged the contract for money right then and there. Look, the money is right here, Su Youyou pointed out to him. He gang nodded impatiently. If not for his bad leg, he would have snatched it and run. The family money belongs not only to you, and here, isn't that child also a member of the family? He gang couldn't refute that, and could only nod. Since she's family, she deserves a share. Even without this matter, when she marries in the future, you'd still have to give her a dowry. Think of it this way. You're saving yourself a lot of trouble. I'm a mere girl, why would she need a dowry? As if that Su woman brought anything when she married me. He gang said disdainful. My here may not have had much, but she at least had clothes, wardrobes, and quilts for all seasons. Since being with you, she hasn't even had a decent set of clothes. Look at her when she came back. Her clothes were patched worse than when she was in her maiden home. Old Madam Su spat at him. Enough now that you're divorced, let's see how well she lives in your house. He gang said with a hint of schadenfreude. It hadn't been long, and they were already digging wild vegetables to survive, yet they talked about a good life. I'll wait and see. Little did Su Youyou know that going to dig some wild vegetables with her younger sister would make them so smug. When she was in the capital, she sometimes missed life in the village. Especially now, when shepherd's purse was tender and plump, just in season. Making dumplings with shepherd's purse and pork belly. What a delight. Su Youyou had wanted to go for a while, but her younger sister's matters took precedence. Helping her break free from that scumbag was more important. This morning while out for a walk, she saw the lush shepherd's purse in the fields and couldn't resist picking a basketful to make dumplings. Yet he gang and his mother thought she was too poor to afford food. How ridiculous. Did they know how rare such things? She had even deliberately scattered shepherd's purse seeds in the garden of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion, but barely any grew. In the end, he gang was just after money. Su Youyou said with a smile, we just agreed that this money should be divided among your family. Do you accept that reasoning? A couple of days ago, he gang had been stripped of all his money by those ferocious women, leaving his pockets emptier than his face. The money he had lost was only about 10 or 20 taels, but the small pile before Su Youyou amounted to 50, or even split equally, it wasn't a loss. But what trick was this eldest Su sister up to now? Hurry up, I need to get back. The cart driver won't wait, he urged. All right, Su Youyou nodded. It'll be done in a moment. Originally this money was for ransoming those who broke into my home with ill intent. Honestly, even if I didn't give it back, there's nothing you could do, Su Youyou said with a smile. He gang naturally wouldn't agree with her, and shot her a dismissive look. But I'm not that unreasonable. I want to take all of it. Let's split it evenly among the 3 of you. He gang did the math. Split 3 ways, heads still get 40 taels. He nodded. Fine. Old madam, he shrieked, why on earth? He gang quickly pulled her aside. Mother, don't make a scene. If you keep this up, she won't give a single coin, and you'll be left staring helplessly. Old madam, he fumed. This is our family's savings. You may be willing to part with it, but I'm not. Mother, stop it. If she gets angry and has us thrown out, you'll have come for nothing. Enough, I'll handle my own affairs. He gang pushed old madam he aside, and said to Su Youyou, fine, let's do it your way. This is about 60 taels, or I won't ask for more. Give me 40, and we're done. He reached for the silver. But Su Youyou struck his hand with a willow branch. He gang reacted swiftly, pulling his hand back, just in time, leaving her swing to hit nothing. What kind of math is that? Su Youyou sneered. A family of 3, my sister you, and our Zhenyuan. Even if it's 40 taels, it belongs to my sister and Zhenyuan. You only get 20. With that she slid 20 taels aside. No why. He Gang's face reddened with anger as he shouted, a family of 3. Isn't it me, my mother, and your sister Su? Wrong. Su Youyou wagged her finger and smiled. Your family of 3 is you, my second sister, and Zhenyuan. Now that you've written the divorce papers and Zhenyuan is with my sister, the money naturally goes to her. You, I won't accept this. He Gang roared in fury. Whether you accept it or not, what's it to me? Su Youyou said coldly. The money is here. Take it or leave it. Then she said to Youyou, if they haven't left within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, throw them out into the street. Yes, madam. Youyou replied, cheerfully cracking his knuckles at the mother and son. He Gang shuddered at the sight of Youyou's grinning face. He grabbed the silver and urged old madam he to leave quickly. The two fled the Su residence, their backs drenched in sweat. Oh heavens, what robbery, what black heart theft. Old madam, he wailed, but then Youyou poked his head out of the door, grinning at her. Go, go, go. Old madam, he grabbed He Gang and dragged him forward. The cart that had brought them was still waiting at the alley's end. Seeing them approach, the driver chuckled, heading back already. Not picking up your wife and granddaughter. Mind your own business. Just go. He Gang snapped. Alright, let's go then. The driver laughed. You pay, you're the boss. You say east, I want go west. Hiya. The whip cracked in the air, startling the horse, which nearly threw them both off balance. Watch it. He Gang yelped. Back at the Su residence, the onlookers had dispersed. As old Madame Su and the Dahai brothers prepared to leave, Su Youyou said with a smile, let's have dumplings for lunch here. Old Madame Su sighed. Why eat dumplings when it's not a festival? Keep that money for yourself, don't squander it. Don't worry, we won't go broke from eating. Su Youyou laughed. Seeing Su Youyou like this, Su Posey could only sigh. Forget it, we won't eat. Su Posey sighed. You are fine now, but what will we do in the future? Although a divorce sounds better than being rejected, for a woman with a child, how will she get by in the days to come? Just thinking about it makes her worry for these two sisters. They are fine happily making dumplings, how can they eat? Shaking her head and sighing, she hurried her 3 sons to. Upon returning to the new house, Su Laotu sat under the eaves. Seeing a few people return, he anxiously asked, what happened? The High side, we divorced from the He family. What? Su Laotu suddenly stood up, feeling dizzy as he swayed. Su Posey quickly supported him. Why are you so Sit down and rest. Su Laotu angrily said. You should have stopped them. How could this divorce happen? How could the High side? This time it was not only the younger sister who wanted a divorce, but the He family is even more despicable. They wanted to directly cast off the second sister. The elder sister is amazing. Not only did she force him to agree to the divorce, but she also kept a large part of the money from last time. At this point he couldn't help but feel a bit happy for the second sister. The He family is too despicable. Su Laotu sighed. Back then they seemed to have some sense, so we married the second sister to them. Who knew that once old He died, the He family became unrecognizable. Exactly such a family if they want a divorce. Deshawn laughed in agreement. Nonsense. Su Laotu coldly shouted. What kind of talk is this? They say you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Can you just say you won't do it anymore? Because the in-laws are bad. Deshawn felt scolded and couldn't lift his head, thinking brother said there was nothing wrong, but you just know to scold me. Baby feels wronged, but baby won't say anything. Enough. Su Posey said irritably. What does it matter to say this now? In any case, what's done is done. They have already divorced. With this time we should think about what to do in the future. What is this? Big or small, none of them are easy to deal with. Su Posey sighed. Did we offend something during the new year? I have to go to the temple to pray. Aight. Su Laotu sighed deeply again. Dahai's wife and the 2 sisters-in-law did not dare to show their faces at this moment, hiding in the kitchen and whispering. Do you think what mother said is true? This year we offended something. Why does this happen one after another? It seems to be specifically hindering the girls. Have you noticed? Deshawn's wife said mysteriously. Yes. I have to say I also feel something is off. Dahai's wife nodded. Look, the elder sister was divorced by her husband, and now the second sister is also divorced. No family is doing well. If there isn't some reason behind this, I can't believe it. Exactly. Deshawn's wife nodded vigorously, and then sighed in relief. Fortunately, all the children I have with you are sons, so there shouldn't be any problems. Su Youyou was still comforting the tearful Su-hee. Don't cry, oh, leaving that heart-wrenching home is a good thing. What's there to cry about? Come wash your hands, and let's make dumplings together. Granny Land's filling is absolutely the best, it's the most delicious. Su-hee wiped her tears and squeezed out a smile. I'm not reluctant to leave that home. I'm happy. In the future I can enjoy some easy days. To be honest, don't laugh at me, elder sister. I actually didn't want to live with him for a long time. I was just worried that after leaving the family, I would have no place to land with Zhenyuan, so I endured it all this time. Now that I have my elder sister to help me, I'm not afraid anymore. In the future, I will work hard with my elder sister to raise Zhenyuan. Mother. Zhenyuan leaned in her arms and called softly, Mother, aren't we going back? Yes. Su-hee smiled and asked her, We're not going back, are you happy? Living here with Annie, are you happy? Happy. Zhenyuan nodded. Auntie is good to Zhenyuan, and elder sister also likes Zhenyuan as Zhenyuan likes living at Auntie's house. Su Youyou laughed and said, This is not Auntie's house. This is your grandfather and grandmother's house, the home shared by me and your mother. After a few days we'll move to the town. That will be our own home. Su-hee hesitated a bit. Elder sister, living in the village is still more economical. When we go to town the expenses are quite high. Granny Lan smiled and said, second aunt need not worry. Since the lady dares to come back, she must be well prepared. Sui looked at Su Youyou in astonishment. Su Youyou smiled and said, I have been out for more than 10 years, it's not for nothing. It's just that the villagers elevate some and suppress others, they didn't want to make it public, that's why it hasn't been announced. What my sister does is right. Sui nodded, but I can't always rely on my sister to live. It's alright. Su Youyou smiled and said, you can first live with me, get used to the outside life. Once you've seen enough and feel you are suited for something, then you can depend on yourself later. I'll listen to my sister. Sui nodded gratefully. Actually, I haven't been back for many years. This time I just want to get closer to you. Su Youyou was afraid she had concerns. I would very much love for you to stay with me. It's been a long time since we lived like this together. Sui smiled. She glanced at Granny Lan curious and said, then Granny Lan, you aren't necessarily our distant aunt, are you? After staying for a few days, she noticed that Granny Lan showed great respect to her elder sister, which did not seem like the distant aunt her mother spoke of. Of course not. Granny Lan laughed and said, second aunt is gifted and virtuous. I see things clearly. I am merely the young lattice old servant, and was truly worried about leaving them alone in the village, so I made up a lie to deceive the old master and old madam. Is there really no such aunt? Sui's question made Su Youyou laugh. Naturally there is none. Granny Lan said with a smile, which family's relatives would put in so much effort to support their relatives. This is all secretly provided by my young lady. The Su family can only have such days. Sui was shocked. I am fine, it's just that after a long time I miss my family, so I came back to take a look. Su Youyou sighed. I thought that by sending money back home your lives would improve. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Sister, please don't think like that. Sui hurriedly said, now our lives at home are already much better than before. In the past we couldn't even fill our stomachs. Now what is there to be dissatisfied with? People like me can only say it is bad. Speaking of herself, she couldn't help but feel sad. There is no such thing as bad luck. Su Youyou said assertively, from today onward we will not believe in this. We must rely on ourselves to live a good life. So fragrant. Su Youyou praised without reservation. I don't know why, but with the same ingredients Aunt Lan's cooking always tastes better. So fragrant. Su Youyou praised without reservation. I don't know why, but with the same ingredients Aunt Lan's cooking always tastes better. Su Youyou said to her sister with a smile. Confess honestly, are you holding back some secret recipe from me? She teased playfully. Aunt Lan exclaimed dramatically. By heaven's truth, I've told you everything, miss. Su Youyou laughed. Here later you should dig deep into Aunt Lan's secrets and learn all these recipes. What do you think about opening a small eatery someday? That would be wonderful. Sui chuckled. With Aunt Lan's skill, customers would flock like clouds. Alright, as long as second aunt doesn't think my skills are lacking, he'll hold nothing back. To be shameless about it, my craft could thrive even in those grand households. Exactly, look at Linglong, she can't do without you. Su Youyou added. To be shameless about it, my craft could thrive even in those grand households. Exactly, look at Linglong, she can't do without you. Su Youyou added. With the filling prepared and the dough already kneaded and resting, they tidied up and began making dumplings. We need to make plenty today. There are many mouths over there, mostly men, so a small batch won't suffice. Su Youyou said with a smile. Rest assured, miss, this will be more than enough. Aunt Lan nodded, confidently assessing the filling and dough. The three worked together, one rolling out wrappers and two filling them. Plump piglet-like dumplings lined up in neat rows on a cover made of sorghum stalks. Aunt Lan, you roll so fast that sister and I can't keep up. Sui couldn't help but praise. They'll roll a few more and we'll wrap them together. We'll have it all ready before noon. Aunt Lan said with a smile. When the dumplings were nearly done, Su Youyou remarked. It seems we still need to go call them over. Sui stood up, wiping her hands. They'll go. No, Su Youyou clicked her tongue. If you go, they might not come, and you'll lose your appetite too. They'll go. You two finish wrapping the rest, and get ready to boil them. With that she got up to wash her hands, and headed Anyo saw her leave, and followed. Madam will come with you. There are too many bad people around now. Alright. Su Youyou nodded with a smile. Entering the new house, she found her eldest sister-in-law washing clothes, and the second sister-in-law picking wild vegetables. Aunt's here, Dahai's wife greeted with a smile. Su Youyou said with a smile, sister-in-law, don't bother with that. I've made dumplings at home, and came to invite you all over to eat. No need to cook today. Well, they wanted to go, but their eyes darted toward old man Su, who sat under the eaves with his eyes closed resting. If the patriarch wasn't going, how could the younger generation feel comfortable going alone? Su Youyou called out to old Madam Su, Mother, I invited you to stay for dumplings earlier, but you all ran off so fast. Did you need someone to come beg you? Old Madam Su subtly pointed at old man Su. What else could we do? Your father would starve on the northwest wind. Su Youyou laughed. Since I'm inviting everyone for a meal, of course the whole family should come. How could I invite some and leave others out? Father, don't you agree? Oomph. Old man Su didn't want to acknowledge her. Ever since she returned home there had been no peace, and they had become the village laughingstock. And now it was even worse. She had instigated Heir to divorce. Was this a daughter? She was clearly a troublemaker. He already had enough trouble supporting the whole family, and now had have to take in his daughter and granddaughter. The angrier he grew, the more he saw her smiling and chatting with him. How could she smile so brightly? He turned his head sharply away, refusing to look at her. Seeing that the old man was truly angry and wouldn't even glance her way, Youyou chuckled softly, still standing before him. Father, come along with us. We've made a lot today. If you don't come, it'll all go to waste. The weather is warming up and it won't keep. What a shame to let it spoil. Youyou knew old man Su was frugal and wouldn't want to waste good food. If you knew it would spoil, why make so much, he grumbled. It's because you and the brothers have been working so hard in the fields these days. Even if Wed had the idea earlier, you had no time. Now we can finally sit down for a proper meal together. If you really don't want to come, that's fine too. Seeing old man Su still unmoved, Youyou smiled. How about I bring the dumplings here with the sisters-in-law and cook them? Why make such a fuss? Old man Su finally wavered. The Su household had already been the talk of the village these days. If she paraded dumplings through the streets, there'd be even more gossip. Rather than go through all that trouble, it was simpler for everyone to just walk over and eat. Let's go. No cooking at home today. We'll eat over there. Old man Su stood up and said to old Madam Su. Everyone's heart lifted with joy. Dahai and Dashin couldn't hide their smiles. It had been a long time since they'd had dumplings. The group left and headed toward the old house. As they approached the door, Dahai and Dashin's noses twitched at the savory aroma of chicken broth wafting from inside. Chicken too. Sister is spending too much again. Dahai rubbed his hands together, grinning. Old man Su shot them a glare. We have plenty of space at home. Why not raise a few chickens ourselves? Buying chicken to eat. How can farmers live like that? Yes, father is right. We'll get some chicks to raise soon, Youyou said with a smile. Having resolved her second sister's issue, she was in good spirits. And old man Su wasn't wrong. Thrift was the way to buy nothing. Old man Su glared at her. Have your mother pick some eggs, and let the old hen hatch a brood. Why buy everything? Do you think you're a bank? Youyou stuck out her tongue discreetly, and her two sisters-in-law laughed at her antics. Dahai's wife said with a smile, father is right. Raise some chicks. Hens lay eggs, roosters provide meat. It saves a lot compared to buying. Times are different now, but it's always wise to be frugal. In his idle moments, old man Su wondered what kind of family his eldest daughter had married into. Given how freely she spent money, that family must have been well off. With such a good match, why couldn't she hold on to it? A little more flattery for her in-laws, more gentleness toward her husband. Wouldn't that have worked? It must have been her bad temper, as she must have insisted on leaving. And if he doubted that, he only had to look at how she handled her second daughter's situation. Old man Su mused as he stepped through the door. Nanny Lan and the others had already boiled a pot of dumplings. Seeing everyone enter, she smiled and said, please everyone take your seats, but we'll be ready shortly. By then Ling Long and the others had also returned. As Chongwen and Chongli passed by the door, he called out to them and invited them to stay for the meal. Initially the two were a bit anxious, but seeing that the whole family had come, they finally relaxed. The two sisters-in-law hurried to the kitchen to help serve the dishes and set the table, and soon the dumplings were also brought out. I also bought some wine. Father, you and the brothers can have a little, Youyou said with a smile. At the mention of wine, the throats of the three brothers involuntarily moved. Old Su noticed his son's sneaking glances at him, and said unhappily, since you've already bought it, drink if you want. What are you looking at me for? The three brothers Dahai and the others laughed. Little sister, today we'll bask in your glory and have some wine. Exactly, it's been ages since we even smelled wine. I thought the next time I'd drink would be at the youngest brother's wedding feast. The eldest and second brothers exchanged words, making the third brother Dave blush. Humph. At this mention, old Su became displeased again, his face darkening. Old Mrs. Su shot him a glare. We're having a happy day today, don't spoil it. Old Su retorted angrily, I'm spoiling it. Why don't you talk about someone else? He slammed his chopsticks on the table in a huff. I'm not eating. With that he turned and walked away. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to sit or follow. Old Mrs. Su fumed, all of you sit down and eat. That stubborn old man, utterly ungrateful. Everyone finally sat back down. The third brother said softly, Mother, perhaps I should go and fetch father back. Don't bother. Old Mrs. Su sneered. Even if you go, he won't come back and you'll just get a scolding. After we finish eating, have your sister-in-law take a portion back to him. Dahai's wife quickly said with a smile, I'll go deliver it now. It won't taste as good if it sits too long. Nanny Lan chuckled, no need for you to go, I'll take it. With that she set aside two large bowls, one filled with dumplings, the other with an assortment of dishes, packed them up and headed toward the new house. Come, let's eat now. Youyou urged everyone. Sister-in-law, give the children more meat. Mother, you should eat too. Once everyone had begun eating freely, Youyou asked, has something else happened at home to make father so angry? She guessed it wasn't entirely about her second sister's divorce. Of course he was certainly angry about that, but since she had managed to call him over, it couldn't be solely for that reason. Recalling her eldest and second brother's joking mention of the third brother's wedding feast, she suspected the issue lay there. No, nothing serious. Old Mrs. Su didn't want to elaborate. Eat. She urged everyone and began eating herself. Seeing this, Youyou knew her mother wasn't ready to talk and dropped the subject. She decided to ask quietly after the meal. Today's dishes left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Although the Su family's circumstances had greatly improved, having endured harsh times for so long, they still dared not indulge extravagantly, even with some surplus now. Old Su frequently reminded his sons of past hardships, teaching them to be content and grateful, never forgetting their former struggles. Meals at home were about filling the stomach. As for variety or improvement, that was out of the question, otherwise it would be seen as ingratitude and forgetting one's roots. The family, accustomed to their frugal past, didn't find it unusual. But tasting the dishes Su Youyou had prepared today, they couldn't help but marvel. "Yuzi, this food is even better than the banquet dishes in the village," Dahai exclaimed in admiration. He and the second brother had already downed several cups of wine, and would have continued if old Mrs. Su hadn't scolded them. But by now his words were slurring, and he was getting talkative. "Yuzi, don't take father's anger to heart. It's not aimed at you," Dahai said with a smile. "Oh, then what's the matter?" Su Youyou asked in surprise. "I thought father was still angry with me over here's matter since I was the one who orchestrated it." "Of course he's still angry about that too. But since it's already done, his anger will fade. The main issue is some trouble with the third brother's situation again." Su Youyou blinked. "Third brother? What's going on with him?" "The third brother," Day said darkly. "Big sister, don't ask. They keep playing these games, and it's pointless. He'll tell father later. This marriage is off." "Nonsense. Old Mrs. Su shot him a glare. "It hasn't come to that yet. What's your hurry? What exactly happened?" Su Youyou pressed. Even Su, he sitting nearby, felt a knot of tension, wondering if her insistence on divorcing the He family had affected her younger brother's marriage prospects. If so, her guilt would be immense. Is it about increasing the bride price? "Don't worry, your second sister still has some money. Whatever they ask for, I'll add to mother's share," she said hastily. "It's not about money," the third brother said grimly. "With all this trouble, even if we bring her home, she'll be a headache." But Dahai snorted. "How is it not about money? All their fussing is just a way to squeeze more bride price out of us. But I'm not blaming you, third brother. Your in-laws are too ruthless. Look at me and your second brother. Our bride prices were only a dozen or so silver taels. But your father-in-law opens his mouth and demands 25 taels. What is his daughter made of gold?" The eldest sister-in-law quickly tugged at him, signaling him to stop. The third brother was already angry. If he pushed further, he might drive him away too, spoiling the goodwill of the meal their younger. Sure enough, the third brother was about to explode. Just then Linglong spoke up. She blinked and said to him, "Third uncle, it really is just a money problem." "Then it's no problem at all. I have money. I'll give it to you, uncle, so you can marry my third aunt." The table fell silent. After a long moment, a burst of hearty laughter erupted. "Linglong is so sweet, wanting to find a wife for your third uncle." Dahai's wife laughed heartily. Old Mrs. Su also hugged her with a smile. "My dear, how thoughtful of you. But you don't need to worry about this. Your Her innocent words, while making everyone laugh, also warmed the third brother Da's heart. "Linglong, your third uncle is fine. Keep your money to buy candy." He reached into his pocket intending to give Linglong some small change, but found it empty, nothing to pull out. His face flushed with heat, and for the first time in his life, he felt ashamed of his poverty. Su Youyou then noticed that all four little ones were still there. "Finished eating. If you're done, off to school." Su Youyou began. The three boys, somewhat embarrassed, climbed down from the table. "Grandma, father, uncle, mother, Aunt Annie, we'll be off to the schoolhouse." Linglong wriggled out of her grandmother's embrace. "Mom, why are you chasing us away? What's the harm in listening? It doesn't hurt anyone. I'm serious. If third uncle really needs money, just take it from my coin purse. You know where I keep it." Everyone burst into laughter again. Su Youyou also smiled and said, "All right, we know your heart. Go to school now. Your mother may lack ambition, but she won't touch your pocket money." The two aunts-in-law also chimed in with laughter. "Exactly, this is adult business. You just focus on your studies." "How offering to pool money for your uncle. How adorable and endearing." They simply thought Linglong's words were childish nonsense born of goodwill, wanting to help her uncle. Even if a child had some money, it was but a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant compared to a bride price that often amounted to dozens of silver taels. But the child's heart was kind, knowing to care for the adults, and they felt deeply comforted. "Keep your money for yourself," everyone said with a smile. Only Su Youyou knew that her daughter's words were no idle boast. If her allowance were all counted, it would likely amount to several hundred taels. The red envelopes during festivals, the pocket money she occasionally gave, and her monthly stipend of 2 silver taels as a young lady of the Earl's mansion. All these Linglong managed herself. Before leaving, worried about leaving it at home, she had brought it all with her. Linglong didn't care whether they believed her or not, her mother knew the truth. After speaking, she led the 3 boys outside. "Let Anyo escort you," Nanny Lon called out loudly. "No need, we just ate. A walk will help with digestion." Linglong waved her hand, and the 4 of them ran off laughing merrily. These children. Watching their lively, adorable figures, the adults couldn't help shaking their heads with smiles. Su Youyou asked old Madame Su, "So what exactly happened?" "If the girl is good-natured, simple, hard-working, and willing to live in harmony with third brother, then a little more bride price isn't a big deal. How much are you short? He'll make up the difference." "Big sister." Third brother flushed red. "Don't trouble yourself for me. I don't want to marry Maisie anymore." "Nonsense. Just a while ago you were yearning to marry her. How can you change your mind so suddenly?" Old Madame Su. "Yes, you two were getting along well before, didn't you? Did you quarrel?" Dahai's wife asked curiously. "No. Then why?" "If it's about money, big sister said she'll cover it. Don't worry, it's a gift. No need to repay." Su Youyou smiled. "It's not that." They sighed. "I'm starting to think I might have been wrong before. Maybe Maisie never really liked me that much. I was just carrying a torch all on my own." Dahai and Dashin furrowed their brows, but said nothing, though inwardly they couldn't help despising their younger brother. They were all rough men, yet he had to imitate those refined scholars with their romantic entanglements. Marrying a wife, as long as she's strong, hard-working, and can live peacefully with you, isn't that enough? Must it be all you love me, I love you? They had wanted to scold him earlier. Every day after tiring work, he'd still act like a randy young stallion running to the wall outside Mize's house, scheming to meet her for a chat. Wasn't that exhausting? To be honest, why did Mize's father keep raising the bride price? Because you were so eager, unable to live without her, and he took advantage of that. If you hadn't been so clingy, this matter might have been settled long ago. See, you finally understand. Dahai said irritably. I told you not to be so invested. Once they know you can't live without her, they'll jack up the price for all they're worth. Day, dejected by his words, pouted and fell silent. I still say the same. If you truly love her, a little extra money is nothing to fear, Youyou encouraged. Marriage is a lifelong affair. Mutual affection is best. Mother, later, send someone to tell them we accept their terms. Since the busy spring season is over, let's get third brother married early. Won't that relieve you of a burden? All right. Old Madame Su nodded. When I get back, I'll discuss it with your father. Since we have to do it sooner or later, better soon. Third brother said gloomily. Mother, big sister, don't bother. I really don't want to get married. Dahai grew a bit angry. Third brother, what's wrong with you? First you were dying to marry her, and now that mother and big sister agree, you're throwing it's not a tantrum. Da's nose twitched, tears welling in his eyes. I told Maisie earlier that the bride price was a bit high, and asked if she could talk to her father about lowering it. Maisie disagreed, saying it couldn't be reduced. Her two younger brothers are also of age, and they're waiting for this money to marry. What? Everyone was stunned mouths agape. That's outrageous. Old Madame Zu's face darkened. Getting children married is the parents' responsibility. How can they rely on their daughter's bride price to marry off their sons? At her words, Dahai felt a pang of guilt. He glanced stealthily at his eldest sister, and only relaxed slightly when he saw her expression unchanged. After all, hadn't their father originally planned to betroth her to Lu Pokface in town, just to get a higher bride price to find a wife for himself? Youyou blurted out. That makes her a foodie demon. Seeing everyone stare at her, she quickly covered her mouth and laughed. Oops, slip of the tongue. Go on, mother. Dahai and the others had no idea what their sister meant by foodie demon, and assumed it was some new term she'd picked up elsewhere, so they paid it no mind. Youyou stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself that being too relaxed at home made her careless with words. That was bad. She mustn't do it again. Old Madame Su nodded. Still, everyone does this in practice, even if they don't say it openly. But what's infuriating is that Maisie, after being with Day for 2 or 3 years, not only refuses to help him, but sides with her father. I misjudged her. Exactly. Dahai also complained. Even if her words carry no weight, she could at least show some support for Day to make him feel better. But no, she's all about her father and brothers. And she's not even married yet. Once she is, if her brother needs money for his wedding, won't she expect her husband to chip in? And when there are children, won't the unclean law have to give gifts? You'll be supporting her family for the rest of your life. Humph, Dahai sneered. Although Dahai's words were harsh, they essentially echoed what everyone was thinking. Old Madame Su found this reasonable and nodded, saying that's right, Dahai makes sense. If Maisie doesn't have a clear understanding of her own situation, then to hear your days ahead will be tough. Sui sighed, then what? He said in a muffled voice, what to do. Forget it. I'm still not that old, I can slowly find someone suitable. With that said, no one knew what else to say. He picked up the wine jar again, filled his bowl, and drank with the leftover dishes on the table. Deshaun also filled his bowl. Come on, brother, I'll drink with you. Then he poured for Dahai as well. Big brother, you have some too. And so the three of them began to drink. In the past, old Madame Su would have scolded them. But now, with her youngest son in low spirits, she let them drink. Youyou watched the three clinking glasses and couldn't help but sigh. When she had left back, then the third brother was just a child of 5 or 6. As the eldest sister, she had practically raised Heir and the third brother herself. In those days, the Su family had many children but little land, and just feeding them all consumed all the energy. Thinking of those times, Youyou sighed deeply. If only she had been given time, she had already encountered a fortuitous opportunity back then, and had plenty of ingenious ideas to make the Su family prosperous. But at that time, the eldest brother had met a suitable woman, and the family was eager to arrange a marriage for him. To gather the bride price, they even considered marrying her off to Lu Mazi, a man over 30, who had already been married twice. With no other choice, she fled that very night. Perhaps it was fate that she met Feng Lingxiao. The years passed in a blur, and even the third brother, who used to always have 2 trails of snot, had grown into a handsome young man. She had originally prepared the wine to treat the family to a meal. The 5-gene jar was drained completely by the 3 of them. Fortunately, they were decent drinkers. Once drunk, they just fell asleep, slumping over without causing a scene. Anyo helped them to that room over there. They'll be fine after a nap. Looking at the 3 grown men, she had to call Anyo for help. It seems the third brother is still quite reluctant to let go. Youyou sighed, mother, should we give it another try? Alas. Old Madame Su also sighed. To be honest, I never really took a liking to this Maisie. Apart from being somewhat good-looking, she has nothing else to offer. She's not generous, always timid and hesitant. She has many brothers, and her family clearly relies on the sisters to exchange bride prices for their own sons. Why did they set their sights on our third brother? Isn't it because we have a reputation in the village for being well off? In fact, there are sensible parents who, seeing our family's good conditions, are willing to marry their daughters to the third brother. Their bride price demands are also reasonable. But the third brother is simply infatuated, insisting on marrying that Maisie. Originally, our family could afford the marriage. But if we let ourselves be pushed around so easily now, there will be endless trouble later. Old Madame Su said crossly. If we agree too readily, Maisie's father will only become more arrogant. Youyou naturally understood this. If the girl were sensible, paying a bit more wouldn't be a problem. But what's frightening is someone who doesn't know her place, thinking she's the light of her family, destined to save everyone and shoulder all the burdens. If she had the capability herself, that would be one thing. But if she's incapable and only plans to drain her own small family to support her natal home, then she's truly not worth having. Which family does this Maisie belong to? What's her surname? Youyou asked. It's the family to the east, naturally surnamed Yu. Her name is Yumei, the elder sister-in-law said with a smile. Youyou nodded, thinking to herself that she would go and meet this girl one day to see what her character was really like. They chatted while cleaning up, and soon the pots and pans were put away and the floor was wiped clean. Then we'll be heading back. Old Madame Su smiled and said, when I get back, he'll pick out some good eggs for you and have the hen sit on them. Youyou quickly waved her hand. Mother, no. I don't want to raise chickens. Oh. Old Madame Su was stunned. If she didn't raise chickens, how would she get eggs and chicken meat? It wouldn't be good to all. Youyou laughed. I've planted flowers in the yard, and they've already sprouted. If I keep chickens, they'll ruin everything. Besides, chicken manure is dirty and smelly, and the roosters crow every morning. It's so noisy. The neighbors next door kept chickens, and they would start crowing before dawn, keeping her awake. If they were her own chickens, she would have long since sent an yo to wring their necks. But it wasn't entirely hopeless. Over the past few days, they had been buying and eating the chickens from the households that crowed the loudest, another way of cleaning up the neighborhood. Sure enough, it had gotten much better these days. Just a few more days, and she would achieve her goal. She certainly wasn't going to invite trouble by keeping chickens herself. If she could, she would rather keep a yellow dog. A watchdog, huh? Old Madame Su nodded. That's good too. They'll keep an eye out and get you a nice puppy from someone. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left Su, he sighed. Who would have thought the third brother's matter would be so troublesome? Later, we'll find an excuse to go see the girl. If it works out, I have some money saved up, and we can take care of it first. Youyou shot her a glare. Keep your own money safe. How much do you even have to be so smug? Hold on to that money tightly, and don't lend it to anyone, not even parents or siblings. If they need anything, tell them to come to me. Got it, big sister? Youyou's eyes curved into crescents with a smile. That money you have now is the foundation for you and Zhenyuan's future life. But we can't just rely on that money forever. Let's go to town later and see if there's something we can do. We can't just sit idle and watch our savings dwindle. She could manage, but Youyou couldn't. She would likely have to return to the capital eventually, and she needed to make sure Youyou could stand on her own before she left. If Youyou wanted to open a small eatery, that would be wonderful. She had plenty of secret recipes to offer. She remembered when she first started building her fortune, she also ran a food stall with Feng Lingxiao and earned their first pot of gold. Once Youyou was established and the third brother was settled, it would probably be time for her to go back. But the infuriating thing was, could that man not guess where she had gone? He still hadn't found her. Maybe it wasn't that he couldn't find her, but that he simply didn't want to. That cousin Gu might not be his type, but there were plenty of women in the world. Who knew which one had caught his eye? A country bumpkin like her was naturally beneath his notice. Come, or not, who cares? Feng Xiaoling, stationed at the distant frontier, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Who's thinking of you? Consultant Gu chuckled beside him. What's there to laugh at? Don't you sneeze too? Feng Xiaoling shot him a glare. It must be your wife complaining that you haven't visited her in so many days. Consultant Gu laughed. She's probably gone back to her hometown. Feng Xiaoling sighed. All these years she's always wanted to go back and visit. A couple of years ago, when I had free time, I offered to accompany her, but she refused, saying, "We'd do it another day." I know she's still somewhat bitter about what happened before. Thinking of his wife's stubbornness, she couldn't bear to let go, sending money and gifts, yet still harbored resentment, remembering how they'd ignored her plight and tried to trade her for a bride price. He felt a mix of concern and frustration. Now she had finally made up her mind and gone home. If you know where she is, why not just send someone to bring her back? Consultant Gu suggested. The problem is she never told me where her hometown is. Feng Xiaoling sighed. But it's fine, as some of her stewards must know. They'll ask when I get back. So with the capital mansion in complete chaos, you're really not going to get involved, eh? Consultant Gu asked. Hearing the news, he felt a headache coming on for the general. A noble marquis mansion, unable even to cover its daily expenses, racking up debts everywhere with creditors chasing them to the door. The Zhenyuan Marquis mansion had become a laughingstock in the capital. Why should I care? Feng Xiaoling retorted irritably. They're so capable, let them manage themselves. I haven't found Youyou yet, but even if I do, I'll advise her not to return. Let them make enough of a mess until they can't bear to stay in the capital. When they go back to Huaizhou, I'll bring Youyou home to live peacefully. Had received a letter from his mother a few days ago, crying about their recent troubles. Let them make enough of a mess until they can't bear to stay in the capital. When they go back to Huaizhou, I'll bring Youyou home to live peacefully. Had received a letter from, after all, it's the Marquis silver. Why not spend it? So they too started competing, buying clothes, jewelry, and fabrics. After all, it's the Marquis silver. Why not spend it? So they too started competing, buying clothes, jewelry, and fabrics. When the accounts ran dry and they pressed hard, even the mansion's stewards resigned one after another, foregoing their last few months' wages. The two sisters-in-law led people to break open the counting house, only to find a few hundred taels of silver left along with a mountain of IOUs and bills. It's over. The Marquis mansion is broke. Panicked, they rushed to report to Mother Feng. What? No silver at all? Mother Feng was shocked. When you took over, there were over 20,000 taels. How could it be gone so soon? Mother, we don't know either. The silver just didn't last, the eldest wife muttered. Oh, is that so? Mother Feng glanced at her, displeased. 20,000 taels could buy over 1,000 mu of good land back. That would be enough to pass down through generations. Yes, mother, we know. But everything in the capital costs money and we have no income, only spending. So it's all gone. The third wife explained quietly. Is it spent or squandered? Mother Feng snorted. Don't think I'm sitting here like a bump on a log knowing nothing. Now I understand why the second wife kept such a tight rein on you, refusing to let you spend a single extra coin. She saw you for what you were, born prodigals. She thumped her cane on the floor. Earlier I listened to you, and thought the second wife looked down on you. I even took your side, but today I see I was wrong. Terribly wrong. I should never have listened to your nonsense, and let you take over the household. Mother, we accept your scolding, the eldest wife sighed. But what do we do now? The silver in the counting house won't even cover the maid's wages. Doesn't the second son get his salary on time every month? Mother Feng asked. The two sisters-in-law curled their lips in disdain. We always thought the second brother as Marquis Zhenyuan would have mountains of gold and silver. Who knew that the esteemed Marquis only earns 200 taels a month? Oh, ha. Mother Feng laughed. You're quite something now, aren't you? What are you? Your own husbands can't even earn 200 taels a year, and you dare mock the Marquis' salary. Enough. Get out of here. If you have money, keep wasting it. If you don't, go back to Youyou. Mother Feng shouted. Mother, the problem is if we don't pay our debts, we won't even have money for food, the eldest wife said softly. Yes, mother, we can't solve the immediate problem. Going back to Youyou also requires travel expenses, the third wife. I don't care. Mother Feng cried out in anger. You made this mess, you fix it. I don't care if you sell clothes, jewelry, or even your children. Mother, they pleaded pitifully. Get out. Seeing their mother-in-law wouldn't listen, they stood up and slunk away. Selling things was out of the question. For now, they had to cut expenses, dismiss all unnecessary staff, and pawn the bulky items in the mansion for some cash. When the two masters returned, they were astonished to find the mansion eerily empty with hardly a soul in sight. What's going on? This is worse than if the emperor confiscated our property, they grumbled. Entering their own courtyard, someone, bring the master some tea, the eldest brother yelled, collapsing into a chair. But after a long while, no one. Furious, he jumped up and shouted, where is everyone? Are you all dead? Get me some water. Do you want to thirst me to? Still no response. He had no choice but to get water himself. The kettle had water, but it was cold. Damn it, making me drink cold tea. What if I get a stomach ache? He went to the pantry, but it too was empty, the stove cold. Hell, what's going on today? A rebellion. He cursed as he searched for someone. But the entire courtyard was empty save for an old cleaning woman. What does this mean? He was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third brother also discovered the same issue. He hurriedly rushed to find the eldest brother, only to find the exact same situation there. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the second brother has gotten into trouble and the emperor has confiscated our property? The third brother asked in panic. Nonsense. Don't talk such rubbish. The eldest brother warned. Say that again, and he'll beat you. Come on, let's go find mother, and see if she's still here. When they arrived at the Shokong courtyard, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were signs of life here. If it had been as desolate as outside, they would have had to pack up the valuables and flee immediately. As it happened, their wives, whom they had been searching for in vain, were also here. What's going on? After paying their respects to their mother, they almost asked in unison, what are you two up to? We thought the house had been burgled. Where have all the servants gone? The eldest brother demanded. The place looks like a derelict temple. There isn't even a cup of hot water. Exactly. Is this how you manage the household? It was never like this when the second sister-in-law was here. The third brother also complained. Servants. Gone. Old Madame Feng sneered. There will be no more servants from now on. If you need food or drink, come to me. As for everything else, you'll have to do it yourselves. Don't expect to be waited on hand and foot like before. Mother. The third brother broke out in a cold sweat. Mother, what is this all about? Why has everything suddenly turned out like this? Suddenly, old Madame Feng's brows shot up and she tightened her grip on her walking stick. Come closer, and he'll tell you all about it. The third brother obediently leaned in, but the old lady suddenly raised her stick and brought it down on him without warning. Caught off guard, the third brother took a blow to the head. As he instinctively dodged, another strike landed on his backside. He let out a yelp and scrambled away, touching his head to find a lump already forming. Mother, what are you doing? The third brother asked, rubbing his sore spots in bewilderment. What am I doing? I'm beating you two wastrels to death. Old Madame Feng was panting from the effort of swinging the stick. Do you think I'm dead and can no longer control you? Not only did you cause a huge mess last time, without learning your lesson, but now you're indulging in wine and women fawning over actresses. Are you planning to bring them home as concubines next? Old Madame Feng scolded bitterly. Just look at yourselves. Do you even deserve it? Mother, what do you mean? Why? The third brother retorted indignantly. You were going to take a concubine for second brother, so it's not unreasonable for us to take a few as well. Besides, any sons we have would still be your grandsons, wouldn't they? But the old lady spat. Is the second brother the same as you two good for nothings? He's over 30 and still without a son. Of course I'm worried. You two already have sons one after another. Why do you need more concubines? If you had the second brother's wealth and official rank, I wouldn't interfere. But do you? The old lady had always cherished these two sons. Though the second brother was successful, he was away. They rarely saw him, let alone anything else. The second brother's wife, Sue, was haughty and looked down on this old country woman, so she wasn't close to her. Ordinarily, it was the eldest and third brothers who stayed by her side joking and keeping her company. She used to think well of them, but now in such a short time, they had become unrecognizable. Were those things something people like us could afford? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. But these two scoundrels had also grown clever. They wouldn't come close denying her stick its target, leaving her unable to vent her fury. Not a few, but just one. Can we? The third brother tried again. Just one. Surely that's not too much, mother. Furious old Madame Feng hurled her walking stick at him. It clattered to the ground, making both of them jump. Eldest son, do you feel the same way? Old Madame Feng demanded. Having seen what happened to his younger brother, the eldest naturally wouldn't court trouble. Mother, of course not. Though she knew he didn't mean it, the eldest brother's wife let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at her sister-in-law who was sobbing quietly, she sighed. Don't cry, sister-in-law. Third brother was just joking. Seeing that his mother was truly angry, the third brother quickly put on a playful grin. Exactly, mother. I was just trying to lighten the mood in here. Didn't expect you to take it so seriously and give me 2 whacks. Hiss. He winced and leaned in to show her the lump on his head. It's already swollen. If I get another one on the other side, I could pass for an old ox in the fields. With that, he even let out a moo like a cow. Despite her anger, the old lady couldn't help but chuckle. But as soon as she did, she caught herself and immediately sat up straight. Stop your clowning. I have something to say to you. Old Madame Feng said with a stern face. The two of them finally sat down, dropping their frivolous demeanor. Old Madame Feng pulled out a stack of receipts and laid them on the table. Take a look. Are these the IOUs you signed to withdraw money from the accounts? They knew without looking that they were theirs, so they nodded in acknowledgement. Old Madame Feng sneered. You sure know how to spend money. Have you counted how much you've spent these past few days? Both of them shook their heads blankly. Furious old Madame Feng tossed the receipts into the air, and they fluttered down like butterflies, scattering all over the floor. 12,000 taels. Just the two of you, and in such a short time over 10,000 taels have vanished. Even they were taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances. They had only gone to withdraw money, but they had no idea how much they had taken. At first they kept track, taking 100 or 200 at a time. But as they grew bolder, they started taking 300 or 500. The accountant was accommodating, letting them withdraw as long as they signed and sealed. Money came easily, and it went even faster. In the city, there was always a crowd of idlers egging them on to indulge in pleasure and entertainment. These people were either neglected sons of wealthy merchants, bastards of official families, or scions of fallen houses. In the city, when it came to food and fun, there was nothing they didn't know. As long as someone was footing the bill, they would arrange everything with meticulous clarity. Of course, the money itself was spent in a blur of confusion. Day after day of revelry. The brothers were having a grand time, even entertaining the idea of bringing home the girls they favored. Those girls, seeing their lavish spending and their status as sons of a noble house, were more than willing. But now, after what the old lady said, it was like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. They exclaimed in unison, "How could we have spent so much?" Then they turned to each other. "Big brother, third brother, you took that much money. Why, you took more than I did." They immediately began to accuse each other, even listing in front of others where and how much. Enough. Seeing their increasingly absurd argument, Mother Feng flew into a rage and silenced them. Mother. They whined, looking at her with pitiful eyes. Shut up. Mother Feng bellowed. If I could ID stuff you both back into my belly and pretend I never gave birth to you two. Mother Feng too hailed from the village. Though she now held the noble title of a titled lady, her cursing was no less fierce than that of Granny Sue or Granny He. When the matriarch began to scold, her sons had no chance to retort. They could only hang their heads in dejection, not daring a single word of rebuttal. Mother Feng scolded for a full half-hour before stopping. Finally, she decreed, "From now on, neither of you is to go anywhere, nor are you to draw any money from the accounts. Oh, and by the way, the accountant has already fled, so there's nothing to draw anyway. That cash box is so empty, even a mouse would have to bring its own rice to get a grain. From today, all the small kitchens in other parts of the house will be closed. Only my kitchen here will remain open. We'll have just enough food for meals. Don't think about fat chickens and big ducks anymore. Rice will be plentiful. Also, all the servants have left, and there are no guards in the mansion. You two move in next to me. It'll be safer, and save you the trouble of running back and forth. And bring all the valuables from your rooms over, and lock them in my small storeroom." Upon hearing this, the third son's eyes lit up. What about second brother and second sister-in-law's place? Oomph. Mother Feng shot him a glare. Don't you even think about your second brother and sister-in-law's things. Their belongings are under tight guard. Wind can't get in, rain can't soak through. Did you think Mother Feng hadn't considered that courtyard? Unfortunately, it was firmly guarded by the people Youyou had left behind. If it were just that, she might have had something to say. But those guards were all military experts, and they only obeyed her son's orders. They said the entire courtyard and everything in it involved military secrets. Without the Earl's personal authorization, no one could enter, or they would be charged with stealing military intelligence and executed without mercy. No matter how ignorant or shrewish Mother Feng was, she knew better than to meddle in matters of state and military affairs. If she made a scene here, it would only bring disaster upon her precious son. Moreover, all expenses there were drawn from accounts separate from the mansion's finances. Even if the mansion ran out of money, it had no effect on that place. The third son sighed regretfully. What a pity. Second sister-in-law's place must be full of treasures. Who knows, maybe there were mountains of gold and silver hidden there. Otherwise, why hadn't the mansion felt so strapped before? Where do you think second sister-in-law went? The third son couldn't help muttering. Maybe she went to the border to find second brother. Mother told her to get pregnant within half a year. How could she manage that stuck in the capital? If she did get pregnant, that would be it. I bet she's definitely gone to the border to find second brother, he declared confidently. Mother, how about this? Don't force second sister-in-law to take a concubine anymore. As he spoke, he couldn't help glancing at Youyou, who stood behind their mother. She kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Why not just invite second sister-in-law back and let her manage the household again? Though life was dull before, it was better than this destitution. Yes, mother. The eldest daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law, who had also grown weary of managing the household, chimed in. Better to bring her back. Managing the household truly isn't something just anyone can do. Mother Feng snorted coldly. She thought to herself, you were all so eager to manage the household before pleading with me time and again. And now you've lost your nerve. Besides, what makes you so sure second brother's wife is at the border? Second brother himself, when he returns and finds out who drove his wife away, he'll have it out with them. Oh, and one more thing, Mother Feng recalled. As for you two, settle whatever debt you've incurred outside on your own. Don't come to me. I'm an old woman on the verge of death. I don't have much money for you to squander. I'm already kind enough to keep you here and feed you. Don't get any wild ideas. And don't think about selling off second brother's property. You've heard second sister-in-law say it before, haven't you? This mansion and the fields outside are all bestowed by the imperial family. You can live here and collect rent, but selling them? No chance. The matriarch's words shattered their last shred of hope. Mother, you can't abandon us. The eldest son, panic-stricken, fell to his knees. How can I help you? Mother Feng fumed. Your father died early. Wasn't it I who took care of everything? Your food, clothing, shelter, marriages, and children. And what have you given me in return? It was second brother who had it rough, lost during that famine year, wandering alone outside for so many years. As she spoke, Mother Feng grew emotional and began to weep. But mother, second brother is doing quite well now, the eldest son muttered softly. His success is his own doing. What does it have to do with you? The old lady roared again. Anyway, you made your own debts, you settle them yourselves. Don't count on me, or second brother. I've already sent word. From now on, second brother's salary, and all other income of the mansion, will be brought to my courtyard. I may be old, but I can still manage a household. Don't think I don't know. You've been stashing things away these past few days. Mother Feng sneered at her two daughters-in-law. They hung their heads in shame, unable to meet her gaze. Now I understand why second brother's wife didn't dare let you meddle in managing the household. I used to think she was too possessive, trying to hog everything for herself. Now I realize she was spot on in her judgment. Exhausted from the scolding, she was ready to rest. Sierra, the maid, seized the moment to ask if she should serve the meal. Serve it, Mother Feng sighed wearily. The eldest and third sons felt a flicker of anticipation. After all this commotion, they were indeed hungry. They watched eagerly as the maids brought up the dishes: a plate of stir-fried choy, some dried long beans stir-fried with pork belly, a dish of salted soybeans, a bowl of chicken soup garnished with a few sprigs of cilantro, and then steamed rice. And that was it. The eldest son frowned. There's more, isn't there? Why not bring it all at once? In the old days, a family meal would have at least 17 or 18 dishes. Mother Feng let out a derisive laugh. Don't wait. That's all there is. If you want better food, go carry sacks at the dock tomorrow and buy it with your own earnings. At home, this is what you get. Eat it or leave it. Well, eat. How could we not? They quickly picked up their bowls. Carry sacks. Ridiculous. They were the first and third masters of the Zhenyuan Earl manor. They'd never stooped to that. Today, during the meal, everyone behaved unusually, remaining utterly silent. Only the faint sound of spoons clinking against bowls could be heard. After a quiet meal, everyone stood up, preparing to take their leave. Mother Feng said coldly, I have something to say to you all. The few of them had no choice but to stay behind and listen attentively. Eldest daughter-in-law and third daughter-in-law listened carefully. The old lady first directed her ire at the two daughters-in-law. Soon let Sierra and Xiang follow you back and hand over everything you have secretly hidden these days. Don't think you can keep this from me. Everything is documented here. If anything is missing, I will make you pay for it. Test me if you dare. The daughter-in-law dares not. Both of them lowered their heads, their faces flushed. The old lady was quite a capable woman in her youth. After her husband passed away, she managed to raise her three sons all alone without remarrying, which was a remarkable feat. If she had been weak and muddled, there would have been nothing left for her to eat long ago. Upon arriving in the capital, she indeed felt pity for the eldest and third sons and disliked the second daughter-in-law's high and mighty demeanor, and thus deliberately allowed the others to oppose her. Now it seems that only the second daughter-in-law is still of some use. Alas, it would be best to have the second son quickly send someone to bring her back. Relying on these two spendthrifts, I fear this family will come to ruin. And you too. After a moment of daze, she turned her attention to the two sons. From now on, you are to cut all ties with those worthless friends of yours. Not a single one is allowed to associate with you anymore. Mother, we are men. How can we just stay at home without any friends? The eldest son said with a grievance. Ha ha ha. Mother Feng was so angry that she laughed. Friends? Don't disgrace your mother. With your kind of company, do you even deserve to call them friends? Why not? My son gets along quite well with them. Besides, they come from good backgrounds. Look, there's the second son of the Minister of Revenue, the fourth son of General Youyou, and the young lord of the Dingjing Marquis residence, and so on. As he continued to count on his fingers, Mother Feng impatiently interjected, Is this useful? Speaking of which, you are still the eldest of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. But what is your worth inside? Don't you keep track of that? Seeing that the two seemed unconvinced, Mother Feng sneered, fine, I know you don't trust my words. But it's okay. She waved her hand and said, although the family is out of money, the second daughter-in-law often sends gifts adding up to more than 1,000 taels of silver. The two of them's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, I knew Mother still had money. Today's actions are just to teach us a lesson. Seeing the joy on their faces, Mother Feng sneered, I will leave this money here. If you go out this afternoon, each of you must borrow 500 taels of silver. If you can't, then stay at home obediently. They quickly replied, don't think about taking advantage of your wives. Mother Feng shot them a glare. None of them can leave me until you return. All right, you have 2 hours, go, and come back quickly. A total of 1,000 taels, whoever borrows more gets more. The old lady revised the rules again. Okay, it's a deal. The two of them left with excitement. After stepping out, they exchanged a knowing smile. Big brother, how about this? We go in different directions, you go east, and I go west to see who returns first and borrows the most. The third brother said confidently. The eldest brother laughed, sure. Then let's see who's better. I'll let you know that the elder brother is still the elder brother. All right, big brother. Third brother, let's go. They clasped their hands and turned their backs to leave. The eldest brother walked particularly quickly. As the eldest, he couldn't lose to the third brother in this matter, right? The first place he went was the General Bohai's residence, which was just a street away. They had always been good friends with the third son of the house, so borrowing 300 or 500 should not be a problem. Especially since they had just been together in the morning when Li San, the third son, had wrapped his arms around his neck and said, brother, you are my real brother, who just let me know if you need anything. If it can be done, I will make it happen, and if it can't, my brother will think of ways to help you. As he thought of this while walking over, he called out to the doorman at the entrance, is your third son at home? Who are you? I am from the neighboring Zhenyuan Marquis residence, and I am friends with your third young master. Please inform, the eldest brother said with a smile. All right, please wait a moment, I will go inform him right away. Li San was taking a nap, and when he was called up, he was a bit annoyed. When he heard that it was him, he immediately burst into laughter. Ha! I didn't expect him to come. As Li San laughed, he said to the maid who was helping him dress, do you know the Feng family from the Zhenyuan Marquis residence? I know. The maid covered her mouth and chuckled. Today's commotion is quite severe. I heard that the Feng family has run out of money and laid off everyone they could. Is that so? Li San laughed and said, we just saw them this morning, and I thought to myself, with the current situation of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence, I didn't know how long they could last. Indeed, it didn't take long before this incident arose. It's utterly ridiculous. One would think that a marquis residence should be somewhat stable. How could they fall into poverty so easily? The maid also chimed in, playfully teasing as if it were an obvious matter, but still wanting the young master to repeat it. Ha ha ha. Li San pinched her tender face. If you want to hear it, then let me tell you. The Zhenyuan Marquis residence was originally an upstart. It relied entirely on Feng Lingxiao's bravery in battle and great merits to attain this title. In fact, his original family was just an ordinary farming household with no wealth whatsoever. Although there was a bit of salary and royal rewards, which noble family survives on those things merely ensure that you don't starve to death. It's just luck that a rough man like Feng Lingxiao ended up with a charming and clever wife who was a business genius, allowing the Zhenyuan Marquis residence to establish itself in the capital and live quite comfortably. Originally, we were just teasing the two brothers to relieve our boredom. Who would have thought they would be taken seriously? Just a couple of country bumpkins still covered in mud, and they dare to call us brothers. Unexpectedly, recently these brothers suddenly became wealthy, spending money so extravagantly that even I myself am self-deprecating. Li San laughed and expressed his feelings. The maid smiled. I know everyone has spread the word that the Feng family forced Madame Su to take a concubine, and as a result Madame Su got angry and threw the Marquis residence to them and disappeared without a trace. Thus these two fools have suddenly become rich, unable to handle it. Ha ha. Li San laughed heartily. They wouldn't know how to spend the money even if they had it, so isn't it only right for me to help them out, said young Master Li with a... If you ask me, the Feng family brought this upon themselves. Madame Su was such a capable woman, yet they couldn't tolerate her, the maidservant sighed. Hee, it's her misfortune not to meet a good man. If I were to marry such a wife, I'd treasure her like a goddess. He pulled on his robe. Alright, I'll go see what that fool wants. He's not here to borrow money, is he? Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter again. The eldest brother now sat in the small parlor, a cup of tea already finished, yet young Master Li still hadn't appeared. Doubt crept into his heart. He feared he might have misjudged the situation. He thought of leaving, but decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps the young master was merely delayed by some matter. Ha ha ha, my apologies for keeping you waiting, brother Feng. Young Master Li emerged with a cheerful laugh. Not at all, not at all. The eldest brother smiled. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest, young Master Li. Not really, but I do need my afternoon nap. Otherwise I won't have the energy for anything else later. He sat down with a smile. Brother Feng, your urgent visit. Have you discovered some new entertainment? Not yet. The eldest brother gave an awkward smile. I'm truly sorry for coming at this hour. Please don't take offense. No, we're friends after all. Yes, friends. The eldest brother laughed. I have an impertinent request, though I'm not sure. Young Master Li grew cautious. Brother Feng, speak your mind. If it's within my power, I won't refuse. The eldest brother's heart leaped with surprise and joy. He felt he had come to the right person. It's like this, brother. I'm a bit short on funds lately. I was wondering if you could lend me some. Before he could name a sum, young master, if you'd asked me for anything else, I'd have gladly obliged. But when it comes to money, brother Feng, you must know I have no say in household matters. My monthly allowance is only a pittance, and I've already spent most of it in the past few days. The eldest brother's heart sank. I can't even draw any funds from the mansion now. Tell you what. He unfastened a jade pendant from his belt. If you're in a bind, brother Feng, take this to the pawn shop. It should fetch a few taels of silver. The eldest brother couldn't bear to pawn someone else's belongings. I appreciate your kindness, young Masterly, but I can't accept this. He'll find another way. With that he rose and clasped his hands in farewell. Young Masterly didn't insist. I would have liked you to stay longer, but since you're in a hurry, I won't delay you. He merely inclined his body slightly in a token gesture, then sat back down as the eldest brother turned away. The maidservant emerged from behind the curtain smiling. Young master, your foresight is uncanny. You predicted he would come to borrow money. It didn't take much calculation. The young master sighed. Families like ours may seem grand and bustling, but our daily expenses are enormous. For people like them with only outflows and no inflows, how long can the thickest fortune sustain them? Then you still offered him something to pawn, the maidservant teased. The young master tossed the jade pendant into her hand. It's yours. It wasn't worth much anyway, and I figured he's too proud to accept it. Ah, people. He shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the loss of 2 more dining companions. What a pity. The eldest brother leaving the general's mansion was also lost in lamentation. He never imagined that young Masterly, with whom he had spent every day of late, could be such a person. Forget it. Ifeng the eldest was blind. Not far ahead stood the Youyou general's mansion. This time it was even worse. As soon as he gave his name, the gatekeeper chuckled. You've come at a bad time, sir. Our young master has just gone riding with the young viscount of the Feng general's household. He's not home. Oh, no matter. Forget it. He could only force a laugh and retreat from the door. He tried 2 more households, but either the masters were out, or they were said to be still sleeping off a hangover, with the guests advised to come back later. The eldest brother looked up to the heavens and sighed. It seemed his mother had judged them correctly. These fellows were all spineless cowards lacking honor and integrity. When they were whining and dining at his expense, they were all good buddies and brothers. Now that they saw his family in decline, they avoided him. He found a deserted spot and cursed heaven and earth, bitterly venting his resentment. But at this point, what use was cursing? He touched the ornaments on his body, and passing by a pawnshop went in to inquire. The answer made him want to curse again. The jade pendant he had bought for dozens of taels of silver was now only worth 10 taels as a pawn. If he sold it outright, he might get 2 taels more. Fuming, he snatched the pendant back from the pawnbroker and stormed out. He now understood that continuing on would yield no results. After wandering the streets for a long time, he finally had to go. Perhaps his luck was just bad, and he couldn't borrow anything. Maybe third brother had fared better. They could pool the money from mother and share it evenly. Returning to the empty mansion, he hid in a secluded corner, watching the only path into the estate. Before long, the third brother sneaked in, glancing around furtively, and slunk back along the wall. Hey, over here. He stuck his head out and waved at the third brother. The third brother was startled. He had carefully checked that no one was around before coming back. Big brother, why are you hiding here? You scare me to death, he complained. What are you sneaking around for? It's not like you're a thief. The eldest brother grabbed him. So, did you borrow any silver? The third brother's eyes darted away, and he stammered. I borrowed a little. Not much. That's still something. The eldest brother wasn't ashamed to admit his failure. Better than me, big brother. I didn't get a single. Those people are worthless. We treated them so many times before, and now, when we just need a small loan to tide us over, they all make excuses and shirk responsibility. It's outrageous. Exactly, big brother. I think they're so dishonest. Unlike the people back home who treated us to food, drink, and fun. Come to think of it, apart from not being as bustling as the capital, our hometown is superior in every other way. Exactly. The eldest brother nodded. Recalling their days in Youyou, he couldn't help but sigh. Alright, enough talk. We can't go back anyway, and mother refuses to return. Just tell me, how much silver did you actually borrow? Can we get some silver out of mother? The eldest brother asked, full of hope. The third brother licked his lips. 500 taels. The eldest brother was overjoyed and slapped the third brother on the shoulder. Well done, third brother. You're better than your big brother. No, 5 taels. The third brother opened his palm, revealing a lonely little silver ingot. Up. The eldest brother was dumbfounded. Why didn't you throw this silver in his face? The eldest brother leaped up, pointing at the third brother and shouting, is he treating us like 5 taels? Huh. The third brother's face was full of shame. Forget it, 5 taels is better than nothing. This was even from the Yangon County consort. He had visited several mansions, and his experience was likely no different from the eldest brother's. Finally, they arrived at the Yangon County princess residence. The consort did not appear, only one of the princess maidservants. It's you lot who have been leading our consort astray. What? Our consort still needs to freeload off your food and drink. How much did he spend? Alright, take this silver, and you'll be even from now on. From now on, don't come looking for our consort. He needs to focus on his studies. After a few curt words, the maidservant arrogantly ordered them to be shown out. Big brother, if she weren't a woman, I would have thrown this silver right in her face. What do they take us for? Beggars. The third brother said indignantly. But then I thought throwing silver at her would be too good for her. So you brought it back. The eldest brother was speechless. Alright, let's go. Let's go in and see mother. We won't be getting our hands on this money. He sighed, feeling drained. Seeing the two enter dejectedly, a cold sneer curled on Mother Feng's lips. So, how much did you borrow? I've got the silver already here. Mother. The eldest brother said, full of shame. The third brother sighed. Mother was right. I realize now these are nothing but fair weather friends. When you have money, you're a good buddy. When you're broke, you're nothing but dog shit. Good that you understand. Mother Feng shot him a glare. You've only been in the capital a few days, and you're already so recklessly arrogant, not knowing your place. When you have money, you're a good buddy. When you're broke, you're nothing but dog shit. Good that you understand. Mother Feng both knelt down together. From now on, well, turn over a new leaf and be better men. Alright, it's enough that you know you were. Mother Feng sighed. Experience teaches wisdom. Just don't do it again. But we. The third brother looked at the money box beside Mother Feng. Mother, we don't have any spending money left now. Could you spare us a little? Not much, just as much as second sister-in-law used to give us. 20 taels, okay. Get lost. Mother Feng clutched the money box and roared, don't even think about getting your hands on my money. Think about it. It's not even summer yet, and we're far from the autumn harvest. If you squander this little bit too, our whole family will have nothing to eat but the wind. Now get back inside. Come for meals when it's time. Without my permission, you are not to go out gallivanting. Anyone who disobeys can pack their bags and go back to Huaizhou. Mother Feng's voice was fierce. The scene of maternal affection and filial piety just moments ago instantly transformed into a raging storm, sending the two brothers scurrying away in disarray. The two walked out dejectedly. You knew Mother was angry, and you still asked her for money. Weren't you just asking to be scolded? The eldest brother complained. It wasn't just for myself, the third brother said plaintively. If Mother agreed, would the money have been just for me? Yeah. You would have gotten a share too, wouldn't you, big brother? Mother has thousands of taels of silver on hand now. Even if she gave us 20 taels a month, we too couldn't spend 500 taels in a year. I don't believe second sister-in-law won't come back in a year, or even two. How is that possible? The eldest brother snorted coldly. Second brother is the Zhenyuan Earl. Without him, what decent family could she find? I reckon she'll be back in a few days. Right now it's just a matter of pride waiting for second brother to give her an excuse to back down. Big sister, did you and brother-in-law really? Suhi asked Youyou quietly when they were alone. No, Youyou replied, not hiding anything. Suhi smiled. I didn't think so. Otherwise how would Nanny Lan Aniu and those people from Brotherlay's place next door all listen to you so well? They're all from brother-in-law's household, right? These are all my people. They have nothing to do with your brother-in-law. Youyou stated, but Suhi clearly didn't believe her. Then how could brother-in-law let you come back alone? Is he very busy? He is. Youyou sighed. He can't even come home for more than a few days a year. He's in big business, isn't he? Suhi guessed. Then she smiled and added, he must be. Otherwise he couldn't have given you so much silver to lift our family out of poverty. Youyou knew that no matter how much she insisted the money was hers, he probably wouldn't believe it. She let it go. Let her think what she wanted to, it didn't matter. So don't worry. Youyou said. I insisted you divorce that man because I have the confidence and the ability to ensure you and Zhenjian have a good life. Actually, even without your support, I couldn't have gone on living with him. Suhi sighed. I've wanted to leave him for. I'm just glad you don't blame me. Youyou sighed. Let's work hard from now on, make a good life for ourselves, and make that scum. Suhi nodded firmly. Alright, tomorrow you'll come with me to town, and we'll figure out what's best to do. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, big sister. In truth, Youyou had already had Nanny Fan and the others do some research. Given Suhi's current situation, opening a breakfast stall on the main street was a very suitable idea. It required a low investment, yielded quick returns, and offered decent profits. Especially along the official road in town, there were few such stalls, and those that existed lacked character and suffered from severe homogeneity. Miss, let's open a shop selling small wontons. Paired with steamed buns, business is sure to be good. Nanny Fan suggested. That's what I was thinking too. Youyou walked with Suhi through the streets, taking in the surroundings, and found Nanny Fan's advice. The location was close to both the school and the government office. As for greasing the wheels on the street, Youyou, as a second-rank titled lady, didn't need to get involved at all. Even the head of the guard was a 7th-rank military officer. He only needed to have a word with the county magistrate, and naturally the constables would keep an eye on the place, ensuring no ruffians or thugs would dare cause trouble. Everything was now in place, just waiting for the shop to open. These past few days, Suhi had been full of ambition. She learned things incredibly fast. Within days, she was wrapping wontons quickly and skillfully, earning praise, even from Nanny Lan. The two sisters had also told the family about their plan to set up a stall in town. Old man soon naturally disagreed. A woman should stay properly at home. What's all this about going out and showing your face in public? It's easy to stay home. But who will support her? Youyou asked back with a smile. You insisted on being clever and getting a divorce. Now you regret it, don't you? Here, come in. He gang feeling no regrets. Suhi declared firmly. Sude hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Second sister, I'm not busy lately, anyway I'll go help you. Thank you, little brother. Suhi said joyfully. Old man Su wanted to object, but old Mrs. Su spoke up. It's good for the third one to help your second sister, lest some scoundrels on the street bully her, just because she's a woman. Mother, I understand. I'll protect second sister, the third brother Day nodded. With that said, old man Su found it hard to oppose further, and he barked gruffly, go on, all of you go. Do you think making a living outside is so easy? An old man's words are pearls of wisdom. When you've squandered what little money you have, don't come crying back. Ba always saying such discouraging words. Old Mrs. Su spat in disdain. No matter how tough it is, there are plenty of people doing business on the street, and not every household is losing money. It's fine, go ahead. Old Mrs. Su encouraged. Even if you lose money, it doesn't matter. You can always come back. The family can still support you. Oomph. Old man Zu's face turned ashen. With a cold snort, he turned and strode toward the street. If he stayed home any longer, he felt he'd cough up blood. This old woman was opposing him every day as if she'd become a different person from before. A married daughter is like spilled water, always thinking of coming back to the family for handouts, spoiling them rotten. Regardless of what old man Su thought, Youyou said to the family, I've already rented a small courtyard in town. Well, third brother, pack up your things. We'll set out at dawn tomorrow. All right, eldest sister. Day nodded. He didn't want to stay home either. A couple of days ago had already spoken with May. Her family's bride price was too high, so forget it. From now on they'd go their separate ways in marriage. May had run off crying, and now he had no idea how she was. Forget it. No point dwelling on it. Since they'd decided to part, it was best to be clean about it. Dragging things out would only waste her time. But his father said he was wrong. How could he just call off something they discussed for 2 or 3 years? If he did, how would he and Mai's father ever face each other again? As for the bride price being too high, they could negotiate. Even if it was over, it couldn't be so abrupt. People would say the Su family was heartless and ungrateful, and their reputation would be ruined. For the past 2 days, his father had been nagging him non-stop, telling him to say something soft to May. Then he'd talk to Uncle Yu. If the bride price was 20 taels of silver, they'd formalize the matter. Father, don't bother going to talk, the third brother said bluntly. Even if their family asks for not a single coin of bride price now, I still won't marry her. You little wretch. Old man Su grabbed the shoe off his foot and hurled it. It didn't hit the third brother, but nearly knocked him out with its stench. She's not of one mind with me, and would never get along. I won't marry her. Day repeated himself and walked out. These past 2 days, father and son had been at odds over this. Old man Su never expected his usually quiet third son to be as stubborn as an ox. The eldest and second sons, on the other hand, seemed to have grown slicker. These past 2 days, Mai's family might have sensed the crisis. 2 days ago, the matchmaker suddenly came and gave him a thorough scolding. Tell me, what kind of nonsense is this? The matchmaker scolded. If you think the bride price is too high, just say so. How can you just call it off without a word? How is Daju supposed to hold his head up? These past 2 days, May has been crying her heart out. You're too heartless. I say, brother Su. The matchmaker flattered further. Don't say such things. Old man Su was startled. He dared not let anyone hear. The matchmaker gave a thumbs up. If your Su family weren't a minor clan, I reckon you old brother would be the village head. The matchmaker flattered further. Don't say such things. Old man Su was startled. He dared not let anyone hear that. If people thought he harbored such ambitions, who knew how they'd view him? What's there not to say? The matchmaker retorted. By all accounts, your family has the most land in the village and the finest house. You're the top household around here. They'll go back and persuade brother Juzi to loosen up a bit too, so the kids can settle this matter. Alright, I'll trouble you then. Head just agreed with the matchmaker, and now the third brother refused to marry. Wasn't this making a fool of them? If this fell through, the Su family's reputation would be ruined in the streets. So old man Su repeatedly pressed Day to go to Mai's family and clear things up. Day, fed up with the harassment, saw his elder sisters needing help and seized the chance to escape to town for some peace. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. In the morning, he tied up his bedding roll and bundled his clothes, waiting for his sisters to arrive. Hearing the bell on the horse-drawn cart outside, he shouldered his luggage and walked out. Old man Su stood blocking the door, his face dark. You're not leaving today unless you give me an explanation. Father, are you my father or hers? I've told you 100 times. I'm not marrying, I'm not marrying. Can't you hear me? Day shouted in exasperation. Youyou and Sui walked in. What's wrong? Old man Su shot them a glare and ignored them. Day said aggrievedly. I've already said I want Mary, but father keeps forcing me. Youyou said indifferently. You. Old man Su felt his head buzzing again. No, you're not leaving until this is. And if he doesn't? Old man Su retorted. Then it means they're not meant for each other. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Youyou said indifferently. You. Old man Su felt his head buzzing again. No, you're not leaving until this is. With that, he grabbed Da's luggage and wouldn't let go. Day struggled twice, but couldn't free it, so he simply let go. He strode out the door. Old man Su stood stunned, looking at the luggage in his hands, then at his son, who had already walked out. If you've got the guts, don't ever come back, he roared furiously. Fine, I won't come back. Alright, if I ever let you through this door again, I'll call you father. Old man Su kicked out in rage, sending the luggage roll flying across the yard. Old man, you've gone too far. Old Mrs. Su snapped. Youyou smiled at her and nodded. Mother, we're leaving. Don't worry, you'll take care of here and the third brother. Old Mrs. Su wiped away her tears. Children are nothing but debts. Alright, go on. She lowered her voice. Your father's angry now. You go first. He'll have your eldest brother bring the third brother's things later. Mother, no need. He'll buy him new ones. Oh, so high and mighty. Save your money and spend wisely. Old Mrs. Su said with a glare. Old Madam Su gave a few more instructions, then waved them off to the carriage for their departure. Inside the carriage were her elder sister and her niece Xinjin. Youyou suggested squeezing in to make room for him too, but the third brother shook his head, refusing. I didn't want to argue either. The third brother said, full of pent-up frustration. He just won't listen to me. No matter what you say. I didn't want to argue either. The third brother said, full of pent-up frustration. He just won't listen to me. No matter what you say, if he thinks you're wrong, then you're wrong, and even what's right becomes wrong. When I take a wife, I have to be the one who feels she's right for me. Before it was him looking down on Maisie, saying her father was too calculating. Now he's dead set against it. He just has to have all the reason in the world. Youyou felt an unkind urge to laugh. He sighed and said yes. He's always been like this. But it's fine. From now on we'll do it ourselves. I refuse to believe that others can succeed, while we cannot. MM's second sister will work hard, and earn plenty of money. Let him keep looking down on people. That's the spirit. Youyou praised with a smile. When they arrived at the small courtyard in the town, he was astonished to find it was no mere courtyard at all. It was a full 2-section compound built of green bricks. To live here, how much would it cost? He was flustered. He was equally shocked. She had thought her elder sister had only rented a single room, never imagining it would be an entire compound. Sister, isn't this? It's fine. Besides, you all living here will be living here too. Youyou said with a laugh. You're a grown man now, so it's not convenient for you to live with us. You'll stay in the outer courtyard with Yo. Oh. He was still a bit dazed. We women will live in the inner courtyard, Youyou said with a smile. Big sister, this courtyard rent must be expensive. How much will we have to earn just to cover the rent? He still felt uneasy. Spending like this before we've even earned any money. Doesn't it seem a bit off? Huh. Youyou laughed. I told you we'll be living here too, and I have quite a few people. But since we're doing business, let's keep accounts clear. Consider this as you renting a place from me. They'll charge the same rate as anywhere else on the street. How about that? She said with a smile. He and he exchanged a glance. That's only fair. Good. Let's sort things out first, put our things down, and then we'll talk. Once Xinjian was settled, Youyou showed them the supply she had already prepared. Stoves and pots, benches and tents, bowls, chopsticks, ladles and pans. Everything was there. As for the price, in the capital we charged 10 coppers a bowl. But since things are cheaper here, 6 coppers should be enough. Once Xinjian was settled, Youyou showed them the supply she had already prepared. Stoves and pots, benches and tents, bowls, chopsticks, ladles and pans. In any case, it's better than working as a laborer or farming. Hearing Youyou's words, their confidence grew a little. Also, I've already greased the wheels around here and spoken to the patrolman. But that only means there shouldn't be major problems. It's hard to say if we'll run into any other troublemakers. That's for you to judge and handle. Sister, I understand. He nodded. Their elder sister had already prepared everything she could in advance. If they still couldn't do well, they would be letting her down terribly. Then when do we set up the stall? He asked. Youyou laughed. Everything is ready. Tomorrow it is. The Su family's food stall got off to a very successful start. At first, naturally, there were many who stopped to watch, but few who came over. But then County Constable Chun from the Yamen personally came with his men to have a bowl, and said with a beaming smile, excellent flavor. With him taking the lead, those who had been hesitating hesitated no more, and sat down one after another. Boss, 1 large bowl. They'll have a large one too. 1 large bowl, and 1 small bowl. He was overjoyed, and quickly lit the fire to cook the wontons while he was responsible for serving and clearing bowls and collecting money. Though the siblings worked hard, their hearts were sweet. Youyou watched from a distance with old Madame Lan. They saw the pair go from being flustered and clumsy at the start to becoming orderly and efficient. Though the siblings worked hard, their hearts were sweet. Youyou watched from a distance with old Madame Lan. They saw the pair go from being flustered and clumsy at the start to becoming orderly and efficient. He was a bit reserved at first, but he gradually loosened up, calling out to customers as big brother, big sister, uncle, and grandpa with great fluency. Miss, you can rest assured now. I told you second aunt and third uncle could do it. Old Madame Lan said with a smile. Youyou nodded. Everyone has a first time. Take me for instance. I also started by selling snacks with Feng Lingxiao. Yes, that's how the Baron later got the chance to learn martial arts, and met his benefactor, finally building this career. Without you, miss, there would be no Zhenyuan Marquis Manor today, old Madame Lan sighed. But that was also because he was capable. My role was very limited. Youyou laughed. So even though I have the means to let them live a good life directly, I still want them to start from scratch. Because only a career built with one's own hands can last. Not like the eldest and third masters in the manor who only know how to eat, drink, and squander wildly. Miss, the news from the capital nearly infuriated me. You left them 20,000 silver taels, and with their remarkable skill they squandered it all in less than 2 months. Truly, a pair of prodigal sons. Old Madame Lan was so angry, she could have torn them apart. All right, don't. Though the silver was wasted, at least half of it was spent in our own shops. So the loss isn't too severe. Youyou can, if spending those 20,000 taels can make Feng Lingxiao see reality and stop harboring illusions about his brother and kin, then the money was well spent, Youyou said. Let's hope so. Old Madame Lan said crossly. The Baron is a sentimental man. That's not necessarily but ever since he brought his relatives from his hometown back, it ceased to be a good thing. We are family. They've never had a good life, so please, madam, be more tolerant. She's my mother. What can I do? Please, madam, be understanding. The miss truly did tolerate, bear with, and understand them, but those people never had a moment's peace. My son's and my brother's home is my home. They'll do as I please. Old Madame Lan felt that this very tolerance and understanding were day by day eroding the bond between the miss and the Baron. This time the miss was truly enraged, and simply washed her hands of the whole affair. She only hoped the Baron would recognize his own faults, properly settle his family, and live well with the miss from now on. Old Madame Lawn sighed to herself. What a business. When they returned at nightfall after closing the stall, both were exhausted, yet overjoyed. Big sister, guess how much we earned today? As soon as he entered, Day exclaimed excitedly. He also looked weary but couldn't hide her smile. Truly, I never expected it to sell so well. Just then Dahai arrived to deliver bedding for the third brother and asked in surprise, it really makes money. How much? We haven't even had time to count. Day chuckled. We were too busy collecting and giving change to count. But it's definitely a lot. Dahai grew intrigued and decided to help them unload the cart before hurrying back. After packing everything away, Day picked up the money box, brought it into the room, and placed it on the table, rubbing his hands with excitement. Quick, pour it out and see how much there is. Dahai seemed even more thrilled than them. With a clatter, Day upended the box, spilling out all the copper coins which gleamed golden under the lamplight, forming a small mound. Let's start counting, Day said with a grin. The three of them took positions around the coins and began. Sui, being meticulous, fetched some twine to string them up as they went. Each string held 100 coins, and they made 12 strings with some left over. That's 1,268 when 1 guan and 2. Da's grin stretched from ear to ear. 1 guan and 2 equaled 1 tael and 2 mace of silver. If this continued, that would be 36 taels a month. In just 2 months, it would surpass the earnings from the Su family's 50 mu of land in a year. This trade is worth pursuing. Dahai marveled, feeling both envy and a twinge of bitterness. The eldest sister was willing to help the second sister and third brother make money, but didn't mention him at all. Did she have some issue with him? He looked at Youyou with a hint of hope. But Youyou only smiled at her siblings. This is a good start. But this is just the gross profit. Oh, it looks like a lot, but after deducting costs there won't be much left. Also, the initial investment counts too. Pots, pans, flour, pork. So it's not as much as you think. Her words brought them back to reality, and they nodded with a smile. Dahai felt a bit relieved. Yes, while business seemed profitable, the upfront costs were significant, and it wasn't as simple as, alright third brother, starting today you need to learn to keep accounts. Youyou said with a smile. Huh. Day looked dumbfounded. Big sister, I can't write. That's not a problem. Youyou replied. If this business grows, how can you manage without literacy and arithmetic? You can learn, can't you? Linglong, come here. Hearing her mother call, Linglong ran over. Mom, what is it? From now on, after your third uncle closes the stall, teach him how to keep accounts and learn a few characters each day. Can you handle this task? Youyou asked with a smile. Linglong snapped a crisp military salute. Roger. She turned seriously to Day. Third uncle, Mom has entrusted me with this task. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Day scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm pretty dull. Oh, I don't know if I can learn. Whether you can learn is a matter of ability, or whether you're willing to learn is a matter of attitude. They're different. Linglong said sternly. So do you have the determination? Yes. Day nodded vigorously. That's right. Linglong smiled. Mom is so smart. You're her biological brother. How different can you be? Have some confidence in yourself. You're right. Day felt more assured. As long as you don't think him too dumb, he'll study hard. Dahai watched with envy and clicked his tongue. Third brother, I really envy you. Work hard. Big brother, He grinned sheepishly at Dahai. Is Dad still angry? What do you think? Dahai sighed. But it's fine, OITLL blow over in a few days. Then he'll leave the family matters to you, and second brother. Do I need you to say that? Dahai rolled his eyes. Do well, and when you succeed bring me and second brother along. Day nodded. Dahai left with a wistful sigh. Sui tidied the coins on the table and said softly, I think big brother is really interested in this. I know, Youyou nodded. So big sister, what do you think? Sui looked up at her. I have no plans for now. Youyou said, they're not suited for this yet. For one thing, do you think Dad would let big brother and second brother do this? Even if the stall does make money. Day was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I don't think Dad would agree. Exactly. Youyou laughed. He definitely wouldn't. In his eyes, farming is the safest and best career. Doing business is opportunistic and beneath him. Money is money, neither is more honorable, he said with a smile. I'm a woman. Even if I had land, I couldn't. Big sister, I'll learn to write and keep accounts from Linglong at night too. Good. Youyou laughed heartily. Big sister, I'll learn to write and keep accounts from Linglong at night too. Good. Youyou laughed heartily. She admired people like this. When opportunity knocks, you have to reach out and seize it. It wasn't that she didn't want to help big brother and second brother, but first they needed the courage to defy their father. Otherwise, no matter what they planned, old man Su would scold them into retreating. That wouldn't do. Today, Day counted money in front of him, which must have stirred something. She planted a seed in his heart today. One day that seed would sprout and grow. Speaking of which, wasn't she being a bit unkind by undermining the old man's authority? By the time Su Dahai headed home, it was completely dark. But a sturdy man like him naturally had no fear of the night road. Besides, his heart felt like a blazing fire burning with excitement that made him sweat. When he entered, old man Su glared at him fiercely. Where have you been wandering? Skipping dinner, not going to the fields tomorrow. The flames in Dahai's heart were instantly doused. He grinned sheepishly. Dad, I just delivered something for Mom. I've eaten and am full. Their food must be delicious. If it's so good, why not just eat there and not come back? Old man Su grumbled. Dahai didn't argue, just chuckled. With that, he grabbed Da's luggage and wouldn't let go. Day struggled twice, but couldn't free it, so he simply let go. Returning to his own room, he saw that his wife had already coaxed the child to sleep. Back. What took you so long? Su Dahai sighed. Demi insisted I stay for dinner. After we ate they came back, so it took a bit longer. How was it? Business good? Dahai's wife asked in a hushed tone. They were terribly curious too. Seeing Su Youyou confidently take Ermiai along, and even bringing Santiao, they itched with curiosity. What if it went well? Could they join in too? At least they could earn some spending money. Unlike now where they had to ask their mother-in-law for every single coin. The mother-in-law was easygoing enough now. But the father-in-law, whenever he saw them, always questioned them endlessly as if afraid they were sending money back to their own families. After all, they had been married so long and had children. They knew where their loyalties lay. Sometimes she thought it would be wonderful to split the family and live a few days of carefree clean living. But that was just a fantasy. Their father-in-law would never agree. As long as parents lived, the family stayed together. That was the village tradition. Anyone who dared clamor for a division would be gossiped about behind their backs. But if they just went to town to help at their elder sister's stall, they could earn money and get out from under their in-laws' watchful eyes. The thought alone made her heart leap with joy. Dahai sighed. It looks really good. Today when Santiao and the others packed up, do you know how much they made? How much? 301. Dahai's wife guessed high. A man earned 31 a day doing odd jobs. 10 times that seemed about right. Dahai's wife was stunned. How can it be so much? And that's a conservative estimate. Dahai sighed. Dahai's wife was stunned. How can it be so much? And that's a conservative estimate. Dahai sighed. They sold 1,201 worth in a single day. Even after deducting the cost of flour, oil, meat, firewood, and seasonings, half of that should be profit, right? So two people splitting 601. That's 300 a day each. Oh my god. Dahai's wife's jaw dropped. 300 a day, 3,000 in 10 days, 30,000 in a month. Mother, I can't even calculate it. 9,000 a month. That's 9 silver taels. Dahai said gravely. Over a year, that's something incredible. Yes, 100 taels a year. Santiao can marry any bride he wants. In less than 2 years he'll have a house and a wife lacking nothing. Dahai's wife exclaimed in awe. Exactly. Then he can marry Maisie if he wants or someone else without caring about father's arrangements. Dahai sighed. Tell me. Dahai's wife sat up in bed and looked at him. What if we went to work with Demi and the others? Would they? Definitely not. Father won't agree. Dahai hesitated. Then what about me? Our son's in school now, and there's not much for me to do at home. He'll go help Ermiai. I don't need much, just 31 a day. Dahai's wife said excitedly. Bah, don't you dare bring it up to father. You'll only get scolded. Dahai quickly stopped her. Oomph. Dahai's wife was displeased. She turned over and faced away. After a while Dahai lay down too and whispered to her. If you really want to go, wait until they've been at it a while. If it keeps making money, then we'll talk to father. What do you think? The reasoning was sound, and Dahai's wife's heart bloomed with joy. Alright, I'll listen to you. The next day before dawn, He and Day got up to prepare the day's ingredients. Mixing, filling, kneading dough, blending broth. Nanny Lan worked alongside them, offering occasional guidance. As the sky began to lighten, Youyou drove them to their spot, helped set up the stove tables and stools, and then waited for customers. The fire was lit, the pot of water boiled, and from the steamer baskets a rich aroma of meat rose, with the curling white steam drifting through the streets. Baozi, wontons, Day shouted loudly. He covered her mouth and smiled, looking approvingly at her younger brother. In just one day the once somewhat shy young man had become bold. Doing things really did build character. Before long someone sat down. 2 baskets of baozi, 2 bowls of wonton. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. Day swiftly brought over the baozi and dipping sauce, beaming. Today looked like another good day. Thanks to yesterday's reputation, today's crowd was no smaller. Many townspeople who heard about the novel snack stall couldn't resist coming to try it. Delicious. Much better than what we make at home. How do they make these meat buns so fluffy and not sour? These wontons are good too. They look like jiaozi but taste different. Others, however, were more interested in the proprietress. Hey, isn't that woman He Gang's wife? Really? Let me see. Didn't He Gang divorce his wife? He's supposed to marry that brothel woman in a few days. Tisk tisk, what a disgrace to his ancestors. Leaving such a capable wife for a woman like that? Is he insane? Probably bewitched. Women from those places have their ways. He Gang is even a relative of ours. He'll probably ask us to come. I want Lou's face over this. I'd rather not acknowledge the connection. The customers gossiped as they ate, and even Day overheard them. Second sister, he called out worried. Don't let it bother you. It's all in the past. He smiled reassuringly. Day felt a pang of regret. He should have ignored the family's advice and just gone to beat that scoundrel. At least it would have been satisfying. But father and his elder brothers said that beating him would only make things harder for the couple afterward. Once they were gone, second sister still had to live her life. Persuaded by them, he had to hold back. If he had known they'd end up divorced, he would have beaten He Gang up for sure. Was it too late now? He couldn't be bothered with that man anymore. Her life now was full of promise, and she had no time to dwell on the past. Besides, it was over. He could marry whoever he wanted. If he had the skill, he could even marry a princess. It was none of her concern. In Qinghuai Lane, Lu Shi walked into the neighboring courtyard with a bright smile. Godmother, why are you suddenly moving? I'll miss you so much, she said to Nanny Fan. I came looking for someone, and since I can't find them, I won't waste any more time, Nanny Fan replied with a smile. We've gotten along well. Before I leave, there's something I want to say, if you don't mind. Please godmother speak. When the He family marries you will you ask for a bride price? Lucia fell into silence. Indeed, should she accept the betrothal gifts or not? Seeing her hesitation, Mama Fan smiled and said, originally this matter shouldn't be for me to say. But since we have a good rapport it truly cannot be left unspoken. Although you have been with him for several years, and even have a child, nonetheless you are his first marriage while he is on his second, no matter what we are at a disadvantage. Furthermore, which woman gets married without the matchmaker's involvement? Nonetheless you are his first marriage while he is on his second, no matter what we are at a disadvantage. Furthermore, which woman gets married without the matchmaker's involvement? Our situation is already a bit questionable. If we even save on the betrothal gifts, wouldn't that imply we are undervalued? It's as if we're paying to get married. In the end we fear being looked down upon by the mother-in-law, and the sisters-in-law may also underestimate us. Mama Fan's words struck deep in Lucia's heart. As she listened she nodded. Seeing Lucia still attentive, Mama Fan continued with a smile. But if we accept the betrothal gifts it would be different. This way it wouldn't be us desperately wanting to go with him. Rather he would be genuinely bringing us into his home with real gold and silver, and that changes the attitude. Mama Fan's words were spot on. Lucia, holding her son, sincerely thanked her. You still care for me, dry mother, and are willing to share these heartfelt thoughts. Yes. Although I come from a poor background I have followed him since a young age, and have not lost my virtue. His marrying me is not a loss. Lucia bit her lip, and said, thank you for the reminder, Mama. I will talk to him about it. And let's not say it's casual. How much betrothal gifts did he give for marrying Sue? He should give me the same amount. Am I not better than that, Sue? Lucia said with some indignation. For these past years she had been living like a rat in the sewers, avoiding and hiding. She was a good person, why couldn't she live a dignified life? After all, it was all he gang's fault. He had promised to marry her, yet in the end he married Sue and left her behind. After saying this, she said to Mama Fan, then please help me look after Youyou. I will go find that unfaithful man to After saying this, she said to Mama Fan, then please help me look after Youyou. I will go find that unfaithful man to talk. Mama Fan readily agreed. Alright, you go. Be a little tougher, today's circumstances are different from the past, and that lad isn't better than us. You marrying him is already a fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. Exactly. Lucia nodded and smiled. She changed her clothes, combed her hair, applied hair oil, and put on the gilded hairpin she usually hesitated to wear. Then I'm off. On her way from Qinghua Lane to the He family, she happened to pass Sui's stall. At first she didn't know it was Sui's. As she got closer she saw the business was booming with many people willing to wait in line to eat a dish called wontons, which piqued her curiosity. After stopping to watch for a while she realized that the woman working there was indeed Su He Gang's wife from back then. She couldn't help but be stunned. Following her gaze to the young man working alongside her, tall and handsome, he was indeed quite a catch. This woman, Lucia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Just a few days had passed, and Su had already found a new partner, and such a young and handsome one at that. Who would have thought? As Lucia shook her head, she walked over gracefully. Isn't this Sister Su from the Su family? What brings you to do this? Lucia smiled and approached, asking with a grin. Suhi, upon seeing her, coldly snorted, what are you doing here? Nothing much. Lucia smiled charmingly, raised her hand to touch the hairpin at her temples, and sweetly said, I went to see brother He to see if I could help him with something. Oh dear, some people seem virtuous and demure on the surface, but who would have thought they would find a new partner so quickly? Impressive, truly impressive. He observed that this woman was acting rather flirtatiously, and said to Su, Sister Heir, what is this woman doing? She doesn't seem like a good person. Should I chase her away? Suhi laughed, and said, of course she's not a good person. But don't worry about her, take care of the customers first. She wiped her hands, and stepped out to Lucia, saying, speaking of this, I surely cannot compare to you. No matter whether I have found a new partner or not, that is a matter after divorce. Unlike you who have already had a child with that man, yet are still not officially married, right? If we're talking about shamelessness, I still fall short by 3 streets. When I have time I would love to ask you how you managed to charm someone else's man so thoroughly. As the two women quarreled, it naturally attracted quite a crowd. Among them were those who knew the details, sharing the story with others, and many couldn't help but laugh. This woman is so shameless. She stole someone else's husband, and now comes to provoke, utterly shameless. Exactly, is that man he blind? Why would he choose a woman like her, when he could have such a capable daughter-in-law like Su? His taste is truly questionable. Ha ha ha, people just like what they like, what can you do about it? I say, young lady, you should hurry and leave, blocking the way here will spoil everyone's appetite. Exactly, a woman who doesn't uphold her duties as a wife should leave quickly before she dirties the ground. Why don't you hurry and bring some water to splash on her? Her strange smell is mixing with the wonton's aroma. Lucia was besieged by the crowd and quickly retreated. Yet she still stubbornly retorted, what good is being so capable? In the end you were still cast aside by brother He. In the end it will be me, Lu Mairu, who is carried into the He family by 8 bearers of a grand sedan chair. Yes. You are capable, you are impressive. Suhi said impatiently. How he chooses to marry you is his business. Whether it's 8 bearers or 16 bearers, it's all up to him. In the end I wish you both a long and happy life together. Just make sure to keep an eye on him, so he doesn't go out and harm other women's lives again. Youyou. Lu sure saw that she couldn't gain any advantage and could only coldly huff as she continued forward. Bah, what is so great about a street vendor? She spat angrily on the ground. Upon reaching the He family door, she pushed the door open and entered, finding the courtyard eerily quiet. The second daughter-in-law of the He family peeked out from the window, and seeing this woman coldly snorted, showing no intention of welcoming her. Adulteress, what is there to welcome? I spit. She picked up her son and gently rocked him while humming a tune. Hearing someone inside but not coming out, Lu sure didn't mind and cheerfully called, "Brother, he am coming in." I spit. "Him here, come in." He gang, feeling rather bored, was secretly pleased at her arrival. As Lu entered the house, the wife of the second He son saw her mother-in-law stealthily emerge from the room and creep over to the eldest brother's window to eavesdrop. Like mother, like son, not a decent one among them. She hugged the baby in her arms tighter, thinking that when her husband, the second son, returned today, she would make it clear even if they had to rent a house elsewhere, they must separate from the elder brother's family. Otherwise, her own spotless reputation would be tarnished by this pack of shameless degenerates. Even if she could bear it, her son would suffer for it. Not to mention that the second son was running the shop alone, yet had to support the whole family. Why should he? While others idled at home indulging in wine and women, he had to toil like an ox, who was foolish enough to obey and suffer. The second son's wife grew angrier with every thought. Old madam, he crouched quietly beneath the window listening to the conversation inside. At first Lu exchanged a few ordinary pleasantries, then laughed and asked, "Brother he, when will you marry me and take me?" Oh, such a coy tone that even old madam he was covered in goosebumps. Was this what all men liked? Shuddering with disgust, old madam, he heard her son reply in a fawning voice, "Are you in a hurry? Don't be impatient. I can't very well marry you while hobbling on crutches, can I?" "True," Lu said with a smile. "But brother, did you mean it when you said you'd marry me properly with all due rights?" "Of course I did." He gang swore earnestly. "Then it's been so long. Why hasn't the matchmaker you promised come to my door?" Lu asked with a hint of reproach. He gang chuckled. "Ruer, given how close we are, why bother with such empty formalities? If we were strangers, a matchmaker would be needed to broker the match. But we've known each other for years and our child is already so grown. Why do we need that? Hiring a matchmaker isn't free. Wouldn't our silver be better spent on wine and meat than handed over to some stranger?" Old madam, he couldn't help nodding inwardly. Her son was right. Why waste money needlessly? Unless they had silver. That won't do. Lu immediately slipped out of He gang's embrace, sneering, "Don't think him still a naive girl of 16. Everyone says a marriage without a matchmaker is a clandestine union. I have no parents or elders to speak for me. If you just send a sedan chair to carry me off, who's to say if you're taking a wife or a concubine? Once I'm in your house, I'd be at your mercy." Lu snorted coldly. "I won't fall for your tricks. If you want to marry me, go through every proper step. Otherwise, I won't step into your home blindly." All right. He gang pulled her back into his arms, nuzzling against her. Since his leg injury, he had been deprived for many days. Seeing Lu today, his mind and eyes were filled with lascivious thoughts, yearning to. Right then and there, Lu, seeing he wouldn't give her a straight answer, grew annoyed and pushed him away. She scowled and demanded, "Stop thinking about that all the time. Tell me, will you marry me properly or not?" Yes. By now He gang was so blinded by lust he couldn't think straight, merely agreeing to everything. Lu, seeing his lack of sincerity, was furious. "You're so untrustworthy. I don't care. If you want to marry me, you must not only hire a matchmaker, but also go through the full betrothal rites and present the bride price. Only then will it be proper." Bride price. He gang was taken aback. Old madam, he had been seething with rage, itching to burst in and curse that shameless woman. And now she dared demand a bride price. She stormed into the room, pointing at Lu and shouting, "Take a look at yourself in a puddle. Do you even deserve it? A cheap slut who's been passed around by 1,000 men, and you want full betrothal rites and a bride price. Have you no shame?" Lu burst into tears. "Why don't I deserve it? I've been with him since I was 18, lived without a title for all these years, and bore him a son. Why don't I deserve the full? Why can't I ask for a bride price? If a grand sedan chair is for a virgin bride, are you still one?" Old madam, he sneered contemptuously. "How by that logic remarried women and widows shouldn't wed again? Others can have it, so why can't I?" Lu retorted, "In my old eyes, you're worse than a widow or a remarried woman." Old madam, he shot her a disdainful look and scolded, "You?" Lu glared at her in fury, then took a deep breath and turned to He gang. "Tell me, what do you think?" He gang quickly said, "How could I? My feelings for you are true." "If you heard that." Lu raised an eyebrow, gloating at her. "So what?" Old madam, he sneered. "If I'm to spend silver on betrothal rites and a bride price, why wouldn't I find my son a virgin bride instead of taking you? Because I gave you a chubby grandson." Lu laughed triumphantly. "What's there to brag about? Any woman can bear children." Old madam, he shot back, "As if you're the only one who can." "Oh really?" Lu said smugly. "Then why did you? But speaking of her, she's doing quite well now. She set up a stall on the street with a young man, making good money." Lu deliberately provoked her. "What?" He gang was shaken. "Zus on the street. What business is she in? Selling some kind of food. It's thriving." Lu felt a twinge of envy, but seeing He gang's agitation, she sneered. "Why do you ask? Can't let her go. She's not as foolish as me. In just a few days she's already taken up with someone else." Old madam, he digested this, then roared, "So that's it. No wonder she was so eager to divorce. She had another man lined up. Outrageous." Exactly that scheming bitch, he'll beat her to death. In his excitement, he nearly forgot his injured leg and almost jumped out of bed. Why get so worked up? Lu said disdainfully. What's she to you now? You divorced her, and now you miss her. Too late. Don't change the subject. Tell me, how will you marry me? Lu steered the conversation back, but He Gang's mind was no longer on Lu. How dare she? In just a few days, she's brazenly set up a stall on the What will people say? Don't worry, they speak better of her than of you. Lu laughed coldly. You're old news now. Besides me, who would even marry you? No, He Gang retorted. If she had this excuse before then, she was unfaithful. If that's the case, why should I give her? Last time when writing the divorce agreement, he only managed to get back 1/3 of the silver, a fact that still pained him deeply. Now that he discovered Su Shi might not be innocent herself, it was the perfect chance to make a scene and reclaim the remaining money. Old madam, he chimed in. Exactly, that's the logic. This couldn't have happened overnight. It must have started long ago. He'll go demand the money back right now. Otherwise watch me ruin her stall. With that she stormed off with swift steps. He Gang pounded the bed fiercely, his voice venomous. That shameless adulteress, how dare she treat me like this? Lu Shi curled her lips. Enough, look at yourself. What are you, a saint? Tell me, how much betrothal gift are you planning to give to marry me? Ruru, what's gotten into you? He Gang asked with displeasure. Did someone say something to you? Can't we just live peacefully? Even if I give you a betrothal gift, wouldn't you bring it with you? Would you leave it for someone else? Lu Shi sneered. Right, you said I'd bring it over, so why not give me the betrothal gift and let me save face? Well, He Gang stammered, feeling guilty. It's just that I'm a bit short on cash lately. Huh? Do you think I don't know whether you're short on cash? Lu Shi said coldly. Didn't you get back 20 taels of silver when you divorced Su Shi? I won't ask for much. Just give me the same betrothal gift you gave Su Shi. How about that? Fair and reasonable is. Back then Su Shi's betrothal gift was 20 taels of silver. The He family had assumed the Su family was wealthy and would provide a generous dowry so the money would return to them. But to their surprise, when Su Shi married, and aside from a few quilts and clothes, she brought not a single coin of cash. Those items were worth no more than 2 or 3 taels in total. This infuriated the He family. Old Madam He in particular looked down on Su He from then on. The harsh treatment she received over the years stemmed from this very beginning. He Gang fell silent. He did have the silver on hand, and since he couldn't go out lately, he hadn't spent it. But now giving it to Lu Shi as a betrothal gift still didn't sit well with him. They had been together for years, and even had a child. Why demand a betrothal gift? Wasn't that just being pretentious? Did she really think she was still a maiden? Seeing He Gang's silence, Lu Shi knew he was unwilling. I knew it. You just see me as a plaything. Now that you're tired and fed up, you want to discard me. Let me tell you, it's fine if you don't marry me. But if you dare marry another woman or sneak around with someone else, believe me, you'll hang myself and our son from your doorstep. Hearing Lu Shi's harsh threat, He Gang finally panicked. No, why say such frightening things? Fine, I'll give you the betrothal gift, alright. Is that necessary? Is it necessary? Lu Shi sneered. Of course it is. It's what I deserve. Why shouldn't I have it? Do you think I'm not? How could that be? He Gang said with a fawning grin. In my heart, you and our son are priceless treasures. If that's more like it. Meanwhile, old madam, he stormed down the street, and indeed spotted a newly opened shop nearby bustling with thriving business. Taking a closer look, the woman was none other than Su Shi. Beside her stood a young man chatting and laughing with her, looking utterly carefree. Well, you fickle Su Shi, already hooking up with someone. Quite the skill. Old madam, he shouted curses as he flew into a rage, grabbing a basin of dishwater from the side and splashing it toward her. You shameless old hag, how dare you come here to cause trouble? Old madam, he saw a shimmering curtain of water rushing toward her and stumbled back in fright, losing her footing and falling to the ground only to be drenched by the basin. In an instant she was soaked from head to toe. So he quickly apologized to a customer who had been splashed. I'm so sorry, so sorry. This bowl is on us, my deepest apologies. The customer was forgiving but frowned. Who is this old woman? Why is she so vicious? He seized the chance to clear his second sister's name. This is my sister's former mother-in-law. Her son found someone else had a grandson, and then beat and cursed my sister, forcing her to make way for the other woman. Because of this, they even broke her own granddaughter's bones. My sister couldn't bear to see her child suffer, so she agreed to divorce. Yet this old hag still won't let her be chasing her here to hurl insults. If you dare disrespect my sister, I won't go easy on you. He declared, grabbing a cleaver from the chopping board and slamming it down with a thud. Old madam, he was stunned. Not only had she been drenched with filthy water as soon as she arrived, but her reputation was also being dragged through the mud. Let's see how you won't go easy on me. She scrambled up from the ground, her wet clothes clinging tightly to her body. Pointing at she cursed, you pair of adulterous dogs. Before she could finish, the onlookers grew disgusted. You old woman, you're utterly unreasonable. They're brother and sister. How can you call them adulterous dogs? Don't you have brothers or sisters of your own? Does that make you an adulterous dog too? Old madam, he was momentarily speechless. She had believed Lu Shi's words and assumed Su Shi had indeed found, but it turned out they were siblings, so her visit had only brought shame upon herself. Too embarrassed to back down, she immediately plopped onto the ground and began wailing. You heartless lot, bullying a poor old widow like me. Just as she let out a sob, a tall man in official robes with a saber at his waist approached. Brother Su, is someone causing trouble? He quickly pointed at old madam, he on the ground. Brotherly, you've come just in time. This old crone is making a scene for no reason. Easy enough, the officer said, disturbing the peace. Let's lock her up for a few days to cool off until her family comes for her. With that he turned his gaze to old Madam He. She broke out in a cold sweat from sheer terror and scrambled to her feet panicking. Misunderstanding, officer, it's all a misunderstanding. As an old woman she could bluster and throw tantrums with the neighbors, but if she were truly thrown into jail, she would have no one to turn to for help. Now is the time to flee. Officer Lee smiled at the crowd. Everyone eat in peace. I doubt that vicious hag will. The crowd laughed. Coming for a meal and getting a free show, this bowl of wontons was well worth the money. Day said, gratefully, thank you for your trouble, brother Lee. Please sit down, and I'll cook you a bowl of wontons. Officer Lee didn't stand on ceremony, taking a seat directly. Make it a large bowl, no scallions. Coming right up. Day responded with a smile, hurrying to count out the wontons and drop them into the pot. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she feared old Madam He ruining her reputation, but she dreaded the woman causing a scene that would ruin her business. She wiped her hands and approached Officer Lee, offering a respectful bow. Thank you for your help. I don't know how today would have ended. Officer Lee was a bit surprised that she came to thank him in person. He quickly cupped his hands in return. You're too kind, Madam Sue. Maintaining peace on this street is my duty. There's no need for thanks. Suhi was no naive young girl, if she understood how things worked. If her sister hadn't pulled some strings behind the scenes, even if it was his duty, would he have arrived so quickly? Regardless, I must thank you, brother Lee. Day, one bowl of wontons isn't enough for our brother to be full. Add 2 steamer baskets of soup dumplings. Coming right up. Day cheerfully brought them over. With you patrolling the streets, brother Lee, we all feel much more at ease. Officer Lee felt a little embarrassed. Hee, it's nothing. It's my job to do. If anyone causes trouble again, just come find me, and I'll beat them so badly they'll wet their pants. After finishing his meal, Officer Lee took money from his pouch and insisted on paying Day. Day absolutely refused it. Finally, Officer Lee frowned and said, if you act like this, I won't dare come again. Taking advantage of Da's stunned moment, he tossed the money into the cash box and sauntered away. This isn't right. Day was troubled, unsure of what to do. Suhi smiled. It's fine. We'll just invite him a few more times to make it up to him. Old Madam He returned home in a disheveled state, enduring countless scornful looks and sneers along the way. Upon arriving, she heard lewd laughter from men and women echoing from her son's room. That damned vixen. Old Madam, he cursed through gritted teeth. She went to her room to change into clean clothes and dried her hair with a cloth. No matter how she tried, her body still reeked of the pond, but she couldn't bathe in broad daylight, so she had to endure it. Finally, that seductive slut emerged from the room, flashing a smile at her. Old Madam He's eyes blazed with fury. You cheap slut. Gangsy's wounds aren't even healed, and you're already seducing him. Why don't you just fuck yourself to death? She cursed viciously. Hey brother, he insisted. What could I do? Besides, you're his mother. You can control heaven and earth, but can you control what happens between a man and a woman in his room? Now I see why Madam Sue couldn't stay in your house. It's clearly your fault. Lucia was malicious, deliberately poking at her sore spot with a smile. Old Madam He was so furious, she nearly fell over. It's all because of your lying mouth. They are clearly brother and sister, and you insisted she had taken a lover. Old Madam He cursed loudly, slandering an innocent woman like that. Aren't you afraid your tongue will rot in hell? Oh, Lucia chuckled, covering her mouth. How do you know they're real brother and sister? Did you go make a scene? Oh my, it looks like you didn't get anything out of it either. Ha ha ha. She burst into laughter. Old Madam He was so angry that the veins on her forehead bulged, and she felt dizzy. You shrew. I'll have Gongzi divorce you. That won't do. Lucia laughed. First have Gongzi marry me, then you can talk about divorce. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to get back. My child is still with his godmother. I'm off, no need to see me out. Watching her sway out the gate, Old Madam He was so furious she felt like she was dying. Fuming with rage, she stormed into her son's room. He Gang was lying under the covers, his bare arms exposed. In the middle of the day, are you trying to kill yourself? Old Madam He couldn't help but scold. Ma, why do you have to meddle in everything? He Gang said with a dismissive pout. Not meddle. If I don't, you two will be turning the world upside down. Old Madam He panted with rage, lowering her voice. You dare to fornicate in broad daylight. Have you no shame? Your sister-in-law is still in the courtyard. Can't you show a little discretion? If word of this gets out, what's left of our family? Old Madam He hissed. He Gang squinted at her, grinning cheekily. Our family still has a reputation. I truly regret. Old Madam He slapped her thigh in anger. I regret ever agreeing to let you divorce Sue. Sure. Now that this slut is in the house, who knows what chaos shall bring. What's there to regret? He Gang said nonchalantly. All you wanted was a grandson. Now you've got one, so why are you worrying about? Let me tell you, I've already agreed to marry Lucia in 2 months. Old Madam He wanted to object, but didn't know how. She could only let out a long sigh and retreat from the room. Seeing that Sue today, all dressed up, she was actually somewhat pretty, and her business was booming. That damned woman, she was never this capable at home. After taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and rushed back into the room. What now? He Gang frowned. Old Madam He warned him, telling you, don't you dare give that woman a bride price. Marrying a woman like her is shameful enough. Paying a bride price would make our He family a laughingstock. Ma, He Gang shouted impatiently. I've already promised Ruer the bride price. What? Old Madam He jumped 3 feet in the air. Are you out of your mind? Why pay a bride price for her? She's an orphan with no family to rely on. Even if I give it to her, she'll bring it back. She just wants to save face and it'll all come back to us in the end. Old Madam He thought it over and found some logic in it. How much does she want? 20 taels. 20 taels. Old Madam He's voice suddenly exploded. Who does she think she is demanding 20 taels? Ma, keep your voice down. You're hurting my ears. He gang rubbed his ears in annoyance. 20 taels. The second daughter-in-law, eavesdropping outside the window, was stunned. When she had married into the family, her bride price was only 12 taels. And now a woman who ran a brothel business was demanding 20 taels. When had she fallen to a level beneath even a whore? A surge of rage filled her, and she wanted nothing more than to storm in and tear that shameless mother and son to pieces. But she still had some restraint. She didn't have a formidable sister like the eldest sister-in-law, who could stand up to old Madam He. Taking a deep breath, she controlled herself, and didn't lose her temper. She forced herself back to her room holding her son, and silently weeping. Lucia returned to Qinghua Lane in high spirits, and went to pick up Bauer from Nurse Fan's house. Upon seeing the child, she immediately scooped him up, and gave him a resounding kiss. Nurse Fan, observing her demeanor, knew that she had smoothly achieved her goal. How did it go? Did he agree? Nurse Fan asked with a hearty chuckle. He did. Lucia replied, her eyes. It was exactly as you said, godmother. If I hadn't been tougher, his family wouldn't have treated me with respect. That's precisely. Nurse Fan sighed. In this world, it's always a matter of one force prevailing over another. The east wind overpowering the west, or the west wind overpowering the east. If you don't stand firm, others will take you for an easy target. You're absolutely right, godmother. Lucia nodded emphatically. I used to be too easygoing. That old hag, he is nothing but a bully who fears the tough. Look at Su Shi. I have to admit she's a good person, but look how she's been trampled on. Once I'm in that household, I won't let myself be pushed around. Lucia declared vehemently. That's the spirit. Nurse Fan said with a smile. Some people only know how to bully the weak. You must stand your ground and not fear that old crone. If she throws a tantrum, you must be even fiercer. As long as you have a firm grip on the man, that old woman won't be able to cause any trouble. Ha ha ha. Lucia declared vehemently. That's the spirit. Nurse Fan said with a smile. Some people only know how to bully the weak. You must stand your ground and not fear that old crone. New home amidst the clamor of gongs and drums. Since he's offering a bride price, you must hold on to it tightly and never give it back to him, Nurse Fan advised earnestly. When it comes down to it, neither a man nor anything else is as reliable as silver. A man can run away, but silver won't. Once you have that bride price in hand, make sure you keep it safe. Don't be foolish enough to let a few sweet words from him cloud your judgment and hand it all over. Thank you, nurse. I understand. Lucia knew these words were for her own good. She sighed and said, It's a pity you're leaving, godmother. If you were here, what would I have to fear? I curse the fact that I wasn't born a man. If I had my own career, I would keep you by my side, godmother, and support you in your old age. Lucia said with deep emotion. Ha ha ha, it's the thought that counts. Nurse Fan said with a laugh. Godmother, I will miss you. Lucia was reluctant to part with Nurse Fan. All feasts must end, and when the play is over the audience disperses. Such is the way of the world. Don't take it too hard. That evening when he the second returned home, not only was there no dinner waiting for him, but he was also met with a barrage of complaints from old Madam He. Turning into the room, he found his wife again muttering indignantly. What's wrong now? He asked, utterly weary, finding no peace even at home. I can't live in this house anymore. Chun Shi roared in anger. I'm stuck with these three little terrors, my head is splitting, and your mother blames me for not making dinner. She does nothing all day, won't even watch the children for me, yet expects me to cook. What was I, a beast of burden in a past life, fated to slave away for your he family in this one? Chun Shi shrieked. Keep your voice down. He the second was startled and quickly said, It won't be good if mother hears you. I don't care. Chun Shi fumed. I've had it. I won't be bullied like this anymore. How am I bullying you? Old Madam He, drawn by the noise, appeared at the door and began to shout at the top of her lungs. Go out and take a look. What daughter-in-law in this neighborhood doesn't do her work, leaving everything for her mother-in-law to handle? Ha, go out and take a look. Go where? How? Chun Shi pointed at the three boys standing behind her like steps and said angrily, With these three little treasures, where can I possibly go? I've been married into this family for 6 years and given birth 3 times. Have I had a single moment to myself? Chun Shi fumed. Other mothers-in-law help their sons raise the children. But you're always flitting from house to house, bored out of your mind. If you bear them, you raise them. Didn't I raise the two of them, your husband and his brother, the same way back then? Who did I rely on? Old Madam He said disdainfully. Now that I've married off my sons, my duty is done. Can't I eat? What's wrong with me as a mother-in-law? Other daughters-in-law have to pay their respects morning and evening, don't they? I haven't asked that of you, have I? All I asked was for you to cook a meal, and you're making a fuss like the sky is falling. As old Madam He grew more agitated, spittle flew from her mouth, forcing he the second to step back to avoid the spray. Morning and evening respects. Chun Shi sneered. Who do you think you are? That's a privilege reserved for titled noble women. You wish. Have you accumulated such virtue? Has that kind of auspicious smoke ever risen from your ancestral graves? Chun Shi was utterly contemptuous. Doesn't she know her own standing? She wants to live like a lady of leisure, waited on hand and foot. Who does she think she is? Enough. Both of you say no more. Can we please stop this? He the second said helplessly. No. Before old Madam He could speak, Chun Shi shouted at him. I have to say my piece today, or he'll suffocate. Do you know, second brother? Your crippled elder brother is going to marry a whore who was kept behind closed doors, and he's doing it with full ceremony, even offering a betrothal gift of 20 taels of silver. Chunshur shouted through her tears. I, a pure and innocent girl, married you to bear your children and work my fingers to the bone for 5 or 6 years. In the end, I'm worth less than a whore or a kept woman. What's the point of living? As she spoke, she burst into loud wails. The 3 boys, already frightened by the quarrel, were terrified by their mother's violent sobbing and reached out their hands to her, crying. Chunshur gathered her 3 sons into her arms and wept even harder. He the second frowned deeply at the sight of the mother and children huddled together in tears. He looked at old Madame He and said in a deep voice, is what she said true? Is Big Brother really going to use silver as a betrothal gift for that woman? 20 tails. No matter how recklessly Big Brother behaved, he was still the elder brother, and I had no say in the matter. But this time he's gone too far. If he had quietly brought the woman in, we could have pretended not to see it, turned a blind eye, and let it be. But now not only is he making a huge fuss, he's even offering a betrothal gift. As if he's afraid no one will find out. We try to look the other way, and he shoves a club-sized needle right into our eyes. This is truly a case of if this can be endured, what cannot. Mother, if you and Big Brother are both of this mind, then I have no choice, he the second said with a sigh. Let's divide the family property. Once we're separated, you can do as you please, and we won't have to see it and be troubled. Divide the family. Old Madam He was stunned. Chunshur's crying immediately subsided. Fearing that the children's wails might cause her to miss something, she quickly hushed them. But her ears perked up, straining to hear what he the second would say next. Wasn't today's big scene all to pave the way for dividing the family? Who would have thought second brother would think of it too? This was wonderful. He Posey could no longer hold back. Ernie, you have no conscience. I raised you with great difficulty, and now you want to split the family. Do you have any conscience? Whoa. Ernie sighed heavily. Mother, it's not that I lack conscience. Look, I have 3 sons too. The youngest is only 2 years old. There will be more matters in the future. You say there's no money, but I can work hard to earn money. But if eldest brother continues like this, the reputation of the He family will be ruined. In the future, who would dare to marry into our family? What about your 3 grandsons? Do they still want to marry and start their own families? Mother, I also want to be conscientious. But if you don't take conscience seriously, then don't use it against me. Anyway, if eldest brother marries that woman, I will leave with Chunshur and the children. Even if we have to eat nothing but bran and vegetables, we accept that. Chunshur was deeply moved, choking back tears. Husband, even if we have to beg for food, I will follow you. You all are trying to drive me to death. He Posey sat down on the ground and began to wail. It's not that I want to drive you. It's you and eldest brother who want to drive our whole family to death. Ernie shook his head. He turned to Chunshur and said, is there anything to eat at home? I'm hungry. Whether there is or not doesn't matter, I can cook it now. Anyway, the kids haven't eaten either. Chunshur happily stood up and led the 3 children outside. Come on, mother will make you something good to eat. Previously, all the household chores were done by Soo-hee alone. Ever since she left, Chunshur took over. She pulled out everything good from the kitchen, striving to prepare a lavish dinner to the best of her abilities. Oh no. He Posey, upon smelling the cooking oil wafting from the kitchen, she pulled out everything good from the kitchen, striving to prepare a lavish dinner to the best of her abilities. Oh no. He Posey, upon smelling the cooking oil wafting from the kitchen, scolded in her heart that her daughter-in-law must have used an excessive amount of oil. Eating so greasy at night, aren't you afraid of getting fat? She angrily got up from the ground. What are you doing pouring so? If we finish this meal, won't we have to cook again tomorrow? Why should I worry about that? Chunshur had already broken 7 or 8 eggs into a bowl, scrambled them with chopsticks, and poured them into the sizzling hot oil pan with a sizzle. Seeing this scene, He Posey sighed in pain. Wasteful wretch, those eggs cost 3 won each. So what? Chunshur sneered. Should I starve myself to save money for you to marry a wild woman? Don't think I'm as easy to bully as my sister-in-law. She is kind and easy to talk to, but I'm different. If anyone dares to go against me, then so be it. Chickens will fly and eggs will break. We won't live like this anymore. The spatula clanged against the iron pot, creating a sharp sound. However, Chunshur felt this was like a resounding battle song, inspiring her to charge forward against He Posey. He Posey saw that Chunshur was determined to confront her and shouted at He family's Ernie. Are you dead? Can't you see how your wife is bullying your mother? Otherwise, Ernie sneered, should I chase her away like eldest brother did with sister-in-law? I just don't know how many 20 tails mother has left to marry me another wife. Chunshur felt secretly pleased upon hearing this, thinking that her devotion was not in vain, and he knew how to protect her. Husband, bring some bowls and chopsticks, let the children eat some scrambled eggs first, and I will cook noodles right away. Chunshur called out with a smile. Oh. Ernie went to the cupboard to get bowls and plates, distributing one to each of the 3 sons, who looked at the fragrant eggs in surprise, yet hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Eat. Ernie felt a pang of sorrow. Some people can easily squander dozens of tails, yet his own sons hesitated over a single egg. They must split the family. Otherwise life will only get harder in the future. Over there, he gang yelled loudly. Ernie, you didn't call me for dinner, do you want to starve me? Starving is fine. Ernie shouted back. He gang was momentarily stunned. When did Ernie dare to shout at him? This was truly a reversal of roles. Once he could move again, he would definitely let Ernie know what it meant for an elder brother to be like a father. After a while, the water boiled and Chunshur tossed in a handful of dry noodles, just enough for the family of 5. He Posey couldn't help but say, the water is boiling, just put in more, won't I, and your brother also have some. Chunshur rolled her eyes at her. Can't you use your own hands? If you want to eat, make it yourself. who said whoever gives birth whoever raises. You? Posey was left without. I won't live anymore. I'll go in front of the ancestors, and let them see what kind of descendants I've raised who even neglect their own mother. And also let the ancestors see who wants to marry a prostitute into the family. It would be good for them to open their eyes. Chun sneered. After the noodles were ready, she scooped some for her husband, children, and herself, and then turned to leave. Posey had no choice but to add more firewood and boil water again for herself and Gang's noodles. She served. Gang looked at the thin broth of the Yanchun noodles and couldn't help but complain. How can anyone eat something without broth or vegetables? Posey replied impatiently, save it. In a couple of days there won't even be this to eat. Didn't you hear Ernie and his wife want to split the family? Split the family? You must be joking. Gang's eyes widened. When parents are alive you don't split the family. Doesn't he know this principle? Then what will you do if he wants to split? Posey asked. Gang sneered. Splitting is fine, but since ancient times the family property belongs to the eldest legitimate son. If he really wants to split he won't get much. He better think it through. Exactly, Posey nodded. If he insists on splitting then the family shop has nothing to do with him. Right, it should be like this. Gang said fiercely. The mother and son both thought Ernie and his family were just talking big and would naturally calm down after a night. However, since that night Ernie's family seemed determined to split. They no longer cooked for everyone and only cared for their own family. Gang's needs were completely ignored, and they relied on Posey to serve him. After 5 days Posey could no longer. Don't come begging on the street later. Ernie smiled and said, don't worry, even if I beg for food I won't come to your door. Alright, if you want to split then split. Gang slammed his chopsticks onto the table and said angrily, let's split immediately. I want to see how you will survive once you leave this family. Don't come begging on the street later. Ernie smiled and said, don't worry, even if I beg for food I won't come to your door. Good spirit. Gang mocked. Seeing their unwavering resolve Gang knew it was futile and sighed. Second brother, when did you become like this? You used to listen to mother and me the most. It must be this woman who made you say that, isn't it? Second brother, you're a man. How can you let a woman control you? What dignity will you have left? Heir sneered. Big brother, keep those words for yourself. You may not be under a woman, but didn't you agree to a 20 teal silver betrothal gift? Enraged that he brought it up again Gang roared. I told you it's just for show. Your sister-in-law will return the money later, it's just a formality. Words are cheap, you can say whatever you want. Heir retorted dismissively. Chun added, no matter what you do, whether the money comes back or not, it's none of our concern. Once we split the family, even if you give her everything we won't interfere. Humph, Gang sneered. Don't forget before father died, he said, even if we brothers split the family the shop stayed. And don't you forget I opened that shop with father through hard work, you had no part in it. Chun grew anxious. All these years my husband has managed the shop. What have you done? No woman's place to speak here. Old madam, he scolded. Enough, drop it. Decide how to split, just do as you see fit. Heir felt weary. If possible he would have wanted a life of maternal kindness and fraternal harmony, but time could not. Fine. Gang placed his crutch before his legs. He knew his younger brother, he rarely spoke, but once he did he seldom changed his mind. Alright, then go fetch second uncle to witness the family division. Gang said. Second uncle, he was stunned by the brothers' dispute over splitting the family. But upon reflection, it was inevitable. The clan had been gossiping about Gang's plan to marry that woman, considering it a disgrace that trampled the He family's honor. Now that it led to a brotherly split, second uncle wanted to mediate, but also thought Heir deserved peace. With a sister-in-law, splitting the family is a serious matter, perhaps reconsider. Second uncle advised. It's not me who wants this. Old madam, he snapped. He's the one insisting, bewitched by who knows what. She glared bitterly at Chen. With the clan elder present, Chen restrained herself from arguing. Second uncle merely asked out of formality. He was there as a witness, not to be disliked. In his view the division was utterly unfair. The shop excluded Heir, and his family of 5 had to move out. Old madam, he offered only 15 taels of silver, 6 acres of land in the village, and a dilapidated old house. And take all his belongings. Old madam, he declared. Chen wanted to protest, but Heir held her back. Fine, let it be. He nodded. As long as they split, unfairness was acceptable. A wheelbarrow carried their luggage. Heir, his wife, and 3 children left the He family courtyard. Husband, we have nothing. How will we live? Chen fretted, looking at their small children. And where will we stay now? Heir smiled. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. They arrived at a small courtyard. This is... Chen was stunned. I rented it a few days ago. If we were to split from big brother, I had to find a place. Heir said with a smile. Everything is ready. Oh, I brought what was missing from the shop to fill it. I also found another job. For now you and the kids won't go hungry. Husband. Chen burst into tears. Unbeknownst to her, he had already done so much. News of the He brothers' family division reached Su He within days. A customer, knowing she was his former daughter-in-law, mentioned it while dining. Su He merely smiled. The He family's affairs no longer concerned her. Suddenly she noticed the He's unease. What's wrong? She asked softly. Nothing. The He shook his head. Su He sensed something amiss and glanced around, spotting a woman in the distance peering their way. She put it aside amid the bustle. That evening while packing up she recalled it, and told Youyou about He's odd behavior. Despite his denial, Su He sensed trouble. But they were busy and couldn't leave. Later when she looked up, the woman had vanished. She put it aside amid the bustle. That evening while packing up she recalled it, and told Youyou about He's odd behavior. I see. Su Youyou nodded thoughtfully. She had a guess. If she's here for day, he shall likely return. He'll confront her later and see what she's up to. The next day, Su Youyou brought Lady Lan and others to the stall. Soon they saw a woman glancing their way repeatedly. Su Youyou whispered to Suhi, is it her? Suhi nodded, probably. Alright, I'll go meet her. Big sister. He blushed, blocking her way. Don't go, I don't want to see her. Is it Mei Zi? Su Youyou raised an eyebrow. Yes, he admitted, head down. Alright, I understand. Su Youyou, big sister, I don't like her anymore. Ignore her. He tried to stop her. Leave it to me. He'll talk to her, nothing will happen. Su Youyou waved and walked toward the woman. Mei Zi saw her coming and turned to Mei Zi stammered nervously. Since you're here, let's sit and talk. Su Youyou smiled warmly. Whatever it is, Mei Zi stammered nervously. Since you're here, let's sit and talk. Su Youyou smiled warmly. Whatever it is, isn't that right? Elder sister, I have things to do at home, I must go. Mei Zi dared not even lift her head to look at anyone, only speaking in a flustered manner. Su Youyou sighed quietly. Lacking even the courage to look someone in the eye, it was no wonder she couldn't muster the bravery to fight for her own happiness. Since you're here, you can at least sit down and talk for a while, can't you? Lacking even the courage to look someone in the eye, it was no wonder she couldn't muster the bravery to fight for her own happiness. Since you're here, you can at least sit down and talk for a while, can't you? Su Youyou pointed to a tea house nearby. It's quiet here now. How about we talk inside? Mei Zi timidly nodded. Entering the tea house, Su Youyou ordered a pot of tea and said to Nurse Lan, go tell he to bring 2 bowls of wontons. I haven't had breakfast yet. Also, you take his place and help second sister for a while. Yes, miss. Nurse Lan replied with a smile. After a while, he arrived with a tray carrying 2 bowls of wontons and 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Elder sister. He furrowed his brow and whispered. Alright, sit down too. Su Youyou shot him a glance. She first pushed the wontons toward Mei Zi. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Even if you have, you must be hungry after walking all this way. First eat something with me, and then we'll talk. Mei Zi replied softly, obediently picking up her chopsticks. He stood to the side, feeling utterly awkward, not knowing where to put his hands. But his elder sister ate her wontons and bit into her soup dumplings slowly without a hint of hurry. Once Mei Zi had finished eating, Su Youyou smiled and said, Alright, now that we're full, let's talk about you two. At these words, both of them became uneasy. Su Youyou said seriously, no matter what you were thinking before, after so many days you must have made up your mind by now, right? Tell Mei Zi the specifics of the situation. Whether it works out or not, this matter needs a resolution. He's face flushed purple at Su Youyou's words. Elder sister, I'm not saying this out of anger. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to Mei Zi. Mei Zi, I've thought it over carefully. We're just not suited for each other. Upon hearing this, Mei Zi immediately burst into tears, burying her face in her hands on the table. He shot Su Youyou a helpless look and spread his hands as if to say, see, this is how it always is. Su Youyou shook her head with a faint smile and said to Mei Zi, he has said his piece. Miss Mei, is there anything you'd like? Mei Zi just lay there sobbing without uttering a word. There was no choice but to wait until she stopped crying. Thankfully, there were private rooms here, and it was still morning with hardly anyone else around, otherwise who knows what people might think. After a long while, Mei Zi sniffled and said, Brother you can't change. He shook his head. Just tell me. Mei Zi insisted. If you say, it'll definitely change. Really? He let out a cold laugh. Then let me ask you this, if I pay the bride price your father demands, can you promise never to listen to them again and keep your distance from them? Brother they're my father and mother. How can I just cut ties with them? Mei Zi said, tears in her eyes. We're all from the same village. We'll see each other every day. It wouldn't be right. Oomph. He snorted in disdain. Miss Mei, Su Youyou said with a gentle smile, I've looked into it. In our village, the bride price is usually around 12 taels, at most 18, and never more than 20. Your father is asking for 25 taels of silver this time. What do you think about that? Mei Zi hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. My father has no choice. My brothers are twins. They're almost 16 now and have started looking for marriage prospects. The matchmaker has shown them to several girls. The girls like my brothers, but they look down on our family's poverty. My father has to ask for so much. He has no other option. Brother the bride price is a bit high, but uncle can afford. Why can't you just help my father and my brothers? Why say we're not suited? As she spoke, she began to cry again. He's face darkened, and he turned away, refusing to look at her. Why can't you just help my father and my brothers? Why say we're not suited? As she spoke, she began to cry again. He's face darkened, and he turned away, refusing to look at her. There's an unspoken rule about the bride price. Just because our family has money doesn't mean we're obligated to pay more. My father earned that money through wind and rain, digging it out of the soil. You probably haven't noticed. He works dozens of acres of land with my 3 brothers, never hiring help. Why? To save a few coins. You say your father has it hard. But who doesn't? Why should he be responsible for your father and your brothers, just because he That's not right. Mei Zi was at a loss for words. Miss Su, you can't say that. Suddenly the door to the tea room was pushed open and 4 or 5 people filed in noisily. Mei Zi scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, Father, mother, big brother, little brother, why are you here? Mei Zi's father, who looked to be under 50, glared at her and said irritably, You haven't done a lick of work for days and keep running into town. Do you think we're blind? He sneered at Su Youyou. Since ancient times, what's wrong with a brother-in-law helping his wife's younger brothers? He has the means, so it's only right for him to help. Miss Su, as a married daughter, you should just mind your own business and stop stirring up trouble in your natal family. Youyou was immediately amused into laughter. How I conduct myself is none of my parents' concern, let alone yours to dictate. It's Uncle Yu, isn't it? She said with a sweet smile. As I was just saying, even if we had the money, it's not right. Why should he be obligated to raise your sons? They're not his children. Miss Su, watch your tongue. Don't be vulgar. Mei's father was still aggressive, glaring with wide eyes. Anyway, things between Mei Zi and your brother are already like this. You can't just say it's over and be done with it. My Mei Zi has a spotless reputation. It can't be ruined for nothing. Mei's father shouted arrogantly. You will marry Mei Zi whether you want to or not. And the bride price isn't 25 taels anymore. It's 30 taels now. Oh, so aggressive. Youyou burst. Honestly, I was starting to feel some sympathy for Miss Mei. But now I think that he is right not to marry her. As they say, you have to look at the pin before you buy the pig. With elders like you, their future life is bound to be difficult. At these words, Mei's father nearly exploded with rage. Girl, that's no way to talk. If it weren't for the sake of being fellow villagers, do you believe I could? Youyou stopped on Yo, who was already eager to step forward, and said with a smile, oh. This is my Maisie. Any other girl who would want to marry your Day. Isn't it shameful enough? Day said coldly. Then Mei's mother sneered. Oh, so the Su family has such good character. Sisters getting divorced one after another. Is that good character? How don't make a fool of yourselves. This is my Maisie. Any other girl who would want to marry your Day. Isn't it shameful enough? Day said coldly. Then it settled. Since everyone finds it shameful, let's just call it off. I have things to do. I don't have time to argue with you here. I'm leaving. He turned to walk away. Hey, leaving won't be that easy. Mei's three brothers blocked the door, their faces dark as they shouted. What, you want to fight? Da's anger flared as he glared at the three. But the two brothers said with a grin, fight. Why would we fight? We're practically family now. Let's talk things out nicely. The two brothers knew well that in this village no family other than the Zus could afford such a substantial bride price. And there were two of them. By ordinary standards it would cost at least 30 taels. But his family had many mouths to feed and little land. They were, to put it bluntly, dirt poor. Other families might scrape together 10 or 20 taels at most for a bride price. But the Su family was different. It was said they earned 30 or 40 taels of silver a year. Years ago, Mei's father had set his sights on Day, a promising young man. Not only was he tall and hardworking, but the Su family was also one of the wealthiest in Youyou village. Other families might scrape together 10 or 20 taels at most for a bride price. But the Su family was different. It was said they earned 30 or 40 taels of silver a year. So for Maisie to marry into that family, the bride price would be a trivial matter. He also knew that his own family situation was not just bad, but quite poor. With many sons and little land, they mostly relied on odd jobs to get by. Maisie wasn't particularly clever, but she was pretty and obedient. Encouraged by her two younger brothers, Day soon became infatuated with Maisie. Over the past 2 years, he had sent gifts for every festival and occasion, and everyone thought the match was as good as made. If Maisie didn't marry Day, who else would she marry? Old Su had already sent a matchmaker to the Youyou family to propose. The children were grown, and spending so much time together risked something improper happening which would be embarrassing. Old Su valued his reputation and wouldn't let things go that far. But Mai's father was patient. He was shrewd enough to know that he wasn't the one in a hurry, it was the Su family. After Old Su had repeatedly sent intermediaries, Mai's father finally held up 2 fingers. 20 taels. Old Su was quite displeased with the figure. His family had a house and land, and his son was a decent, handsome young man with no faults. Why should he spend so much? The villagers would laugh at him for being a fool with more money than sense. So the matter between the two families was shelved for a long time. Old Su wasn't worried, and Mai's father wasn't afraid either. Day was quite smitten with Maisie, and besides, everyone in the village knew about their relationship. If he didn't marry Maisie, Mai's father held firm on the 20 tael bride price. As time passed, Old Su began to relent. 20 taels it would be. As long as the children were willing, a little loss was acceptable. The two families had resumed negotiations before spring plowing. Once the bride price was settled, the wedding would take place after the plowing. But just at that critical moment, Youyou returned. With her came the widespread rumor that she had been divorced by her husband's family. Upon hearing this, Mai's father was not worried but delighted. Hell with the Su family's reputation, now tarnished, they could forget about marrying Maisie for the original bride price. If you really want to marry her, bring 25 taels. Thus the negotiations broke down once again. Day was deeply upset by this, and even went and talked to Maisie hoping she could help. But Mai's reaction chilled Day to the bone. In her heart, the most important people were still her father and— Say no more. Day set his face dark. Even if I never marry, and remain a bachelor for life, I won't marry Day. Maisie wailed, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. Day, you can't do this. Mai's mother began to panic, and even Mai's father and brothers were stunned. You've been with Maisie for years. How can you just call it off like this? What will people think of her? Day. Maisie wailed, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. Day, you can't do this. Mai's mother began to panic, and even Mai's father and brothers were— Negotiate? How? Day sneered. Go negotiate with your future father-in-law to lower the bride price. The two young men, both 16, blushed at the topic. Our bride price probably can't be reduced anymore, or Taihua's father won't let me marry her. Day laughed coldly. Oh, I see. It only costs 14 taels to marry your wife, but I need 30 taels to marry your sister. Huh, and I suppose I'm supposed to cover the wedding feast expenses too. If that's the case, why don't I just marry Liang Taiwa? Bang! A fist slammed squarely into Da's chest. Mize's eldest brother flushed with rage and shame shouted, "Third brother, what kind of talk is that? Say that again, and I'll hit you again." Da rubbed his sore chest and sneered, "What? Am I wrong? After your attitude today, I'm not marrying your sister. You want to use my bride price to get married yourself? Fine." Mize's father jumped up and roared, "If you dare not marry my Maisie today, I'll make sure you never leave this house." Da kicked the stool over and sneered, "Then try it." He moved closer to Youyou, determined to protect her from harm no matter what. Youyou also moved closer, his arms tensed. Dealing with these few would be effortless for him. Youyou chuckled, "Uncle Yu, it seems you don't know how I dealt with the He family, do you?" Mize's father's heart skipped a beat. Though he hadn't witnessed it, the whole village had heard the tale. The eldest Su girl, with just one companion, had sent over a dozen of the He family's tough guys fleeing with their tails between their legs. If it weren't for the fact that she was only here with a young lad today, he wouldn't have dared to be so aggressive. On that day, Plum's mother had gone to the Su residence to watch the commotion, but she hadn't witnessed the scene where Youyou displayed his prowess. She assumed that old man Su, along with his sons, had simply overpowered the He family troublemakers. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local serpent, and no matter how formidable the He family was, they wouldn't dare run amok in the Yu family village. "Oh, young lady, who are you trying to scare here?" Plum's mother rolled her eyes disdainfully and said, "Brother Su and your two brothers aren't here today, so you can't frighten us. My Plum and He have been together for so many years. You say you want to marry her just like that, so what about our Plum? Isn't this wasting our Plum's time?" Plum's mother was no pushover on ordinary days, as she would stir up trouble even when she was in the wrong. Besides, today they were the ones in the right, weren't they? "Oh, you mean He has been wasting your daughter's time? But as I see it, you've been wasting my brother's time." Youyou sneered. "Now it's your He who refuses to marry Plum, not that we won't give her away." Plum's mother shouted. "Fine," Youyou said with a smile. "Then I'll agree on He's behalf. Well, marry Plum." "Big sister," He exclaimed in a panic. Plum's family all broke into delighted smiles. "You've promised, don't go back on it." "Humph, but we'll offer exactly the same betrothal gift as your son paid for his bride. If we pay even one extra copper coin, the deal is off. How about that?" Youyou laid out her terms. "How can this be?" Plum's father frowned in displeasure. "It's not. Why isn't it the same?" Youyou retorted coldly. "Do you think that He is inferior to your son? Or is my family standing worse than yours?" "It's not that." Plum's father denied. "If not, then does your Plum possess any virtue that other girls don't? If not, why should He pay double the betrothal gift to marry your Plum?" Youyou pressed on immediately. "Young lady." Plum's mother, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, quickly put on a smile and said, "It's different. After all, He and Plum have been together for so long. Don't you think it's fitting for them to be together? When He and Plum were talking about feelings, you talked about money." Youyou scoffed. "Now that I'm talking about money, you want to bring up feelings again? What are all the principles under heaven yours to decide? You get to choose when to be reasonable. This it really is different." Plum's mother couldn't articulate a proper argument and paced around in agitation. "There's nothing different about it," Youyou said coldly. "Either He marries Plum and we pay only what your son paid for his bride, or this matter is off and everyone goes their separate ways, marrying and giving in marriage without interference." Just as Plum's family was about to erupt in protest, Youyou added, "Considering your Plum is a girl and has waited for He for 2 years, and personally willing to compensate her with 10 silver taels. How about that?" 10 taels? Plum's entire family was stunned. "Father, 10 silver taels." First, Plum's 2 younger brothers were tempted, whispering to him with barely concealed joy. Plum's father was also quite tempted. But if Plum married He, wouldn't they be able to get even more money in the future? How could Youyou not guess what he was thinking? He was merely hoping for a long-term steady income. "Uncle, I advise you to quit while you're ahead. If you're counting on Plum to support her family after marrying He, you're mistaken. You don't know my father. He will absolutely not divide the family property early. In the future, every single coin He earns will be in my parents' hands. Your Plum won't even get to touch the edge of a silver coin. If that's what you're counting on, you'd better give up now." Hearing this truth, Plum's father began to waver and looked towards his wife. Plum's mother was also greatly tempted, but she gritted her teeth and said, 15 taels. "Well, settle this for 15 taels. Then forget it." Youyou flicked her sleeves. "Youyou, show them out. 15 silver taels is enough to find a new wife for He. Why should I give it to you for nothing?" Youyou grinned and walked over. Plum's second brother was the first to block his way, but Youyou twisted his arm with one hand and flung him aside. "Oof, oh. The series of startled exclamations followed by the crash of toppled objects terrified the rest of Plum's family into immobility. The memory of Miss Su giving the He family a thorough beating immediately resurfaced. Plum's father quickly put on a smile and said, all right, well, do as the young lady says. 10 taels is enough. If only you'd been like this from the start." Youyou sneered coldly. Plum's second brother limped back in and quietly hid behind his 2 older brothers. He frowned and said, "Big sister, this is my affair. You don't need to give them money." Youyou smiled and said, "Since neither side has any intention, it's best to end it early. From now on, Plum can seek another marriage. Consider this silver as our gift for her dowry." This small amount of silver was nothing to her. The most important thing was to end this matter quickly so that everyone could start anew. Plum's father stared at Su Youyou with a fawning smile on his face. So young lady about the silver. Should I go back with you? I have the silver here, no need to go back. Su Youyou pursed her lips in a smile. Of course I can give it to you now, but to be safe he go find Officer Li to come and be a witness. I have the silver here, no need to go back. Su Youyou pursed her lips in a smile. Of course I can give it to you now, but to be safe he go find Officer Li to come and be a witness. His official black uniform instilled a heavy sense of oppression in Plum's family. Plum's father gave an awkward smile. Young lady, who is this gentleman? Officer Li smiled without speaking and simply stood behind Su Youyou. Su Youyou chuckled. Uncle, don't worry about that. I've invited him to be a witness. You don't need to know who he is. Plum's father was somewhat intimidated. It was common knowledge that the poor don't fight the rich and the common folk don't contend with officials. He hadn't expected that the young lady had such connections. So, about our matter. He was afraid Su Youyou would change her mind. Su Youyou smiled. Since we've agreed, I won't go back on my word. She sent Youyou to borrow a brush and paper from the shopkeeper, wrote down the entire course of events, and read it aloud to Plum's family. Uncle, any problems? Su Youyou asked with a smile. No problem. Plum's father nodded. All right then, sign and affix your seal. Su Youyou signed her own name. Knowing Plum's family couldn't write, she signed for them as well. They only needed to dip their fingers in red ink paste and press their thumbprints. Finally, after Officer Li also signed, Su Youyou took 10 silver taels from her pouch and handed them over. Plum's father's eyes lit up, his joy rendering him speechless. Only Plum, watching he who didn't look back, wept. Sister, why did you have to give them money? They sighed. We don't need to be afraid of them. When it comes to a fight, not a single one of them is a match for me. If money can solve the problem, why resort to violence? Su Youyou shot him a glance. After thanking the tea house owner, they stepped out together. Dae went back to his stall to relieve Nanny Lan. Nanny Lan grumbled. It's too good for those scoundrels. If you ask me, Miss shouldn't have given them a single coin. If they dare to cause trouble, let Youyou beat them until they beg for mercy. TSK, you think just like Dae. Su Youyou chuckled. It's not that I'm afraid of them, she said as she walked. I'm just nipping future trouble in the bud. Future trouble? Youyou said grimly. Let them come at me first. That's not what I mean. Su Youyou shook her head. After all, Dae and Maisie were once close. It seems fine now that they've parted, but in the future he might feel a twinge of guilt. Given how Maise's family behaves, they'll probably marry her off to whoever offers the highest bride price regardless of character. With Maise's temperament, she's unlikely to have a happy marriage. She sighed. Dae isn't heartless. If Maisie ends up in a bad situation, he'll surely feel remorse. If he gets entangled with her again, our family's peace will be ruined. I've spent the silver now, but if it can remove a thorn from Da's heart, it's worth it. You've thought it through, miss. Nanny Lan nodded. The miss approach seemed like a loss, but as she said, it would save many future Watching Dae busily working at his stall full of youthful energy, Su Youyou couldn't help but smile. With such an adorable younger brother, how could he fail to find a suitable wife? She knew word of the settlement with Maise's family would reach the village, but she didn't expect old Su and his wife to storm over on the very first day. You've settled things with Maise's family. And you gave them silver? So much. Old Su fired off 3 questions in a huff the moment he saw her. Seeing Su Youyou admit to everything without denial, he rolled his eyes in fury. You wasteful girl. Old Su squatted on the ground fuming, ignoring even Nanny Lan's offer of a seat. Madame Su sighed. Now Maise's family is boasting, saying we're rich fools handing them money for nothing. Today they even circled your father a few times, spewing all sorts of nasty words. Dae had just returned from closing his stall. Hearing this, he bellowed, damn it. They got the advantage and still act smug. I'm going to get the money back. He turned to leave, but Sui grabbed him. Calm down. Listen to your eldest sister. What's the point? Let them talk. Su Youyou said with a smile. Do they think this wins them face? Let them have their delusions. Father, it's not that I'm Dae and second sister's stall is thriving. Why waste time squabbling with them when we could be earning more? Oomph. Old Su turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Su Youyou smiled at Madame Su. Mother, please sit. Would you like to try what second sister and Dae have made? Sui laughed. We don't eat this early at home. They'll cook. Su Youyou pulled her mother to sit down. Mother, Dae and second sister are doing well. They've already recouped their investment. Everything from now on is pure profit. That's good, Madame Su sighed. Every bit counts. But a woman without a man, how can that be? She needs to marry. Dae chimed in with a grin. Mother, I think brotherly might have his eye on second sister. Busy at work, Su he quickly retorted. Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. Dae snickered. Look, she's blushing. Su he grew flustered and angry. Dae, keep talking nonsense, and I'll hit you. Dae laughed. But Madame Su was intrigued. She pulled Su Youyou aside. Is what Dae said true? Who is this man? Where is he? Does he have any family? Mother. Sui called out with annoyance. He doesn't feel that way at all. Don't go prying. Besides, I just want to live peacefully with Zhenyuan. I don't want to remarry. What are you saying? Madame Su pursed her lips. That's how you feel now, but what about later? If a good man comes along, why let him slip away? I heard that the He family is about to welcome a new bride. Are we any worse than them? If there's a suitable match, why shouldn't you? Su Youyou couldn't help but laugh. Where did her mother get such competitive spirit, wanting to win, even in this? Let him marry whoever he wants. What's it to me? Sui said sulkily as she ladled wontons into bowls. How is it none of your business? Madame Su sighed. The whole village is buzzing. The woman he's marrying is that kind of woman you've known for ages. Why get upset now? Sui set down the wontons with a light laugh. We only knew there was a woman, Madame Su said, taking a spoon. She called to old Su, stop squatting there. Come eat your noodles before they get sticky. Old Su finally took a seat, but ignored the spoon. He offered picking up chopsticks instead. We thought He'd marry a Who would have thought He'd actually bring that woman into his home? What a disgrace to his ancestors. Such a sin. Let him disgrace himself. Why get angry? Sui said. How can I not be angry? Madame Su fumed. Making such a big show of marrying a whore. Isn't that a slap in our face? He'd rather marry a whore than our Heir. Isn't that just to spite us? So if Heir doesn't find someone, fine. But if she does, he must be better than that bastard. Madame Su said bitterly. Nanny Long glanced at the second Miss Grim expression and quickly chimed in with a smile. Of course. We'll find someone 10 or 100 times better than him. But that won't happen overnight. Won't that vile creature just keep gloating? Madame Su sighed. Sui laughed bitterly. You make it sound so easy. Where am I supposed to find a man at the drop of a hat? Youyou smiled. That's not hard. My sister is wonderful. How could she fail to find a good match? Eldest sister, that's a distant solution to an immediate problem. Dave said gravely. All right, don't you worry. I won't let that man strut around in front of us. Since her eldest daughter had spoken, old Madame Su decided to take her words at face value. She could now see that this daughter of hers possessed great capabilities, and perhaps she really could get things done. Seeing the old man slurping his soup beside her, she asked, Are you full? He'll share some of mine with you. He quickly interjected, Mother, you eat yours. If father needs more, he'll just cook another bowl. With that, she rose to prepare more. Don't cook too much, just half a bowl will do. Old man Su finally spoke. After eating another half bowl, his mood improved considerably. Since what's done is done, let it be. But both of you must hasten your affairs. There are many people in town, so keep your eyes open. Your mother will also have others help you keep watch. You're not young anymore, and you both have children. Don't be too picky, just settle for someone decent. No way, Youyou said with a smile. I must find a good match for my younger sister. The past few years haven't been good to her, we need to make up for it. Suit yourself. Just don't get dazzled by all the choices. Old man Su snorted, then rose and called to old Madame Su. Let's go unless you plan to spend the night here. Exactly, mother, why don't you stay and have a good talk with second sister? Youyou smiled as she tried to persuade her. Old Madame Su seemed quite tempted, but in the end she said, never mind. We have to thin the seedlings in the fields these days and can't get away. Once the farm work eases up, they'll come and stay. With that, she followed old man Su out. Youyou called out, Wait, let Zhenyuan escort you. No need, old Madame Su replied with a smile. It's pitch black and the horse can't see the road well. Well managed, better on foot. But in the end she said, never mind. We have to thin the seedlings in the fields these days and can't get away. Once the farm work eases up, they'll come and stay. With that, she followed old man Su. Walking on this dark road isn't safe. Maybe I should go with them. He said with concern. Let Youyou do it, Nanny Long said with a smile. Take the lantern and see the master and mistress off. Youyou immediately picked up the lantern and hurried after them. All right, now tell me what's really going on. Youyou sat down with a smile looking at He and Suhi. Suhi's face flushed. Don't listen to He's nonsense, there's nothing to it. He, however, grinned and said, I'm just saying it's possible. Look, brotherly comes to our stall almost every day for a bowl of wontons. Big sister, even if the wontons are delicious, who can eat them every single day? He winked at Youyou. Big sister, don't you think there might be something more to it? Youyou chuckled. If what he said was true, then there might indeed be a possibility. But although Officer Li was tall, sturdy, and robust, what was his family situation like? And what kind of person was he? Haven't you done some discreet inquiries? Youyou didn't believe he hadn't. He laughed. I only asked around a little. Brother Li's family lives in town, and his position as a yamen runner is actually hereditary. Youyou was aware of. Indeed, some of these yamen runners and minor officials in the county were hereditary. When the father retired, one of his sons was chosen to take over. It seemed Officer Li was in that situation. Brother Li was married once before, but his wife died in childbirth. Given his circumstances, it wouldn't have been hard for him to remarry. For some reason, though, he never did. After a few years, his mother also passed away, leaving him alone in the world. His home is on East Street, a small compound with 2 courtyards. You've been quite thorough in your inquiries. And Officer Li was willing to tell you all this. Youyou laughed. Sui felt embarrassed by her laughter. Big sister, if you're going to laugh, at least don't stare at me like that. I'm just happy. If there were no other flaws, this man would actually be quite good. First, he was robust and pleasing to the eye. Second, his family was simple with none of those messy complications. Third, although he had been married, he had no children, so there was no worry about being a difficult stepmother. So overall, he was a good candidate. Here, don't be shy. You've been through life, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's be honest. If Brother Li has feelings for you, would you be willing? Sui lowered her head shyly. With his good prospects, how could he possibly be interested in me? I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. She turned to leave. Wait. Youyou quickly called her back. Why are you so shy? I'm not asking you to agree to anything right now. I'm just asking if someone like that were interested, would you be willing? Big sister. Sui sighed. Given my situation now, with a child in tow, I'm in no position to be picky. As long as no one rejects me or looks down on Zhenyuan, that's enough. Understood. Youyou nodded. It seemed that if Officer Li was interested, he would be open to the idea. That evening Nanny Lan said softly to Su Youyou. Actually the second miss is still young. Finding a suitable match shouldn't be too difficult. Heir is not an ambitious person. A quiet, peaceful life would suit her perfectly. Thinking about this, she couldn't. Heir is not an ambitious person. A quiet, peaceful life would suit her perfectly. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but recall the troubles in her own household, and sighed inwardly. They'll have Nanny Fan make some inquiries later. She's the best at this sort of thing. Nanny Lan said with a smile. Yes, I haven't even rewarded her for the He family affair yet. Su Youyou said with a smile. Such a trivial matter doesn't require any reward from you, miss. Nanny Lan said. By the way, they've sent word that the master has dispatched people from the capital. They should arrive in a few. Who've sent people? Who? Su Youyou sounded displeased. He had to send someone. Nanny Lan reasoned. The master bears a heavy responsibility. The military situation in the north is critical. He can't easily get away. It's not that he doesn't want to come, he simply can't break away. Su Youyou looked at her with dissatisfaction. Nanny Lan, you're siding with him more and more now. Miss, you wrong me. I'm just stating the facts. Nanny Lan smiled as she poured her tea. Of course I'm on your side. Oomph. Su Youyou took the tea and sipped it. Sending people only now? That's far too slow. It shows he didn't put any real effort into it. If they come, turn them away. Tell them I'm in a bad mood and not seeing any visitors. Su Youyou said crossly. Yes. They'll be sure to stop them. Nanny Lan coaxed her with a smile. Hey, you're putting up a strong front now, miss. I bet you'll be the one eager to see them when the time comes. After tidying up, Youyou walked toward the government office as usual. On the street, Zu's breakfast shop had already opened for business. Steam rose from the pots, forming billowing clouds of white mist. Su Shi was wrapping wontons while warmly greeting the nearby customers. He smiled faintly and said, 1 bowl of wontons, 1 basket of steamed buns. Seeing it was him, he felt a flutter of panic. The questions her elder sister had asked the previous night surged back into her mind. All right, please wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. She hurried over to open the steamer and pick out the buns. He had already deftly prepared the bowl. Second sister, give it to brotherly to eat. First, don't delay his official duties. The words were proper enough, but why was he grinning so strangely? Sui shot him a glare, took the wontons and buns, and delivered them. Please take your time, mind the heat. Youyou accepted them with a smile. After eating, he directly dropped a few copper coins into the money box in front of He. Call me if anything comes up. Don't stand on ceremony, he said before leaving. Su Youyou sat at the very back watching with a cheerful smile. Throughout the entire exchange, Youyou hadn't cast a single extra glance at her second sister, yet Su Youyou felt there was a spark between them. No need to rush. She would wait until Madame Fan returned with information before making a decision. After sitting for a while, she excused herself and rose to leave. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, having feared her sister would broach the subject, but thankfully she didn't. During lunch, Madame Fan returned with a smile. Miss, I've made inquiries. Su Youyou listened. The information was much the same as what he had told her. His constable Youyou had only an older sister who had long since married and moved away. On ordinary days he lived alone. When it came to meals, the government office also provided 2 meals a day. According to the neighborhood aunties and grannies, despite his tall and formidable appearance, Youyou had a very good temperament, got along well with the neighbors, and often lent a hand with daily tasks. His wife had indeed passed away from a difficult childbirth 3 years ago. Before that, the couple had been very loving, as all the neighbors had witnessed. His wife had indeed passed away from a difficult childbirth 3 years ago. Before that, the couple had been very loving, as all the neighbors had witnessed. So it seems this man is indeed decent. Su Youyou sighed. Yes, Madame Fan nodded. His reputation is... All right, then I need to ask second sister what she thinks, Su Youyou said. They packed up their stall earlier than usual today. We prepared a bit less today, but a large merchant caravan passed through town and bought dozens of bowls. Sui happily shared the good news with her sister. Didn't I tell you before? Make less each day, don't work so hard, Su Youyou advised. Zhenyuan is still young, you should save some time to spend with her. Sui smiled and said, I'm not tired really. Now that I have work and money coming in, what's there to be tired about? As for Zhenyuan, with big sister looking after her, I have nothing to worry about. It's because Zhenyuan is well behaved. I haven't done much, Su Youyou said with a smile. Money can never be fully earned, health is what matters most. Starting tomorrow, set a daily limit. Sell out, and that's it. Let people crave what you sell, not feel it's always available, or they'll soon take it for granted. Sui pondered her sister's words, finding them profoundly insightful, and fell into a brief daze. He had already unloaded everything from the cart. Big sister, I think it's fine, I'm not tired. Su Youyou shook her head. I set up this stall for you and your second sister to give you something to do to keep you from being anxious. But doing this isn't about doing it for the rest of your lives. Especially you need to think about what you want to do in the future, Su Youyou said earnestly. A while ago I suggested Linglong teach you to read and keep accounts. Did you stop after a few days? He scratched the back of his head sheepishly and gave an embarrassed laugh. We got back late later on and we couldn't keep our niece up with us, could we? So don't do so much from now on. Close up shop early. Then in the evening study what needs to be studied and spend time with Zhenyuan. Sui bit her lip gently and nodded. What big sister says makes sense. We'll make less from now on and aim to close up early. He was still young. The more he learned now, the more opportunities he'd have in the future. She really shouldn't have dragged him along and worn him out. Sui looked at Zhenyuan, who was sitting quietly at the nearby table, and stroked her hair. Then from now on, Mama will come back early to be with Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan broke into a sweet smile. After dinner both of them washed up. Youyou used a dry towel to wring the moisture from her sister's wet hair. Today I sent Madame Fan to inquire about Li Yong's background. She found nothing amiss. Everyone speaks well of him. Youyou got straight to the point. Even through the towel, she could feel Suhe's tension. After a moment of silence, Suhe said softly, "Sister, why are you bringing this up? Just because he gang hurt you once, you don't plan to find someone else?" Youyou asked with a smile. "It's not that." Suhe let out a long sigh. "But it's only been such a short time. If I remarry now, what will people say about me?" "Oh, you." Youyou sighed. "After everything you've been through, why do you still care what others say or think? When you were suffering, did anyone help you? People in this world always kick those who are down and flatter those who are up. Only when you live your own life, well prosperously, will others look up to you. Everything else they say is just empty talk." Suhe fell silent again. "I think that he is right. Li Yong might actually have some feelings for you. As for me, if you think he's a decent man, why not be brave and give it a try?" "How do I even give it a try?" Suhe was a bit embarrassed. "Honestly, even if I were to look for someone, I don't have many requirements. As long as he's good to Zhenyuan, that's enough." "What kind of talk is that?" Youyou sighed. "Only if he's good to you first can he possibly be good to the child. They say love me, love my dog, but I've never heard of love my dog, love me." "Big sister, what are you saying?" "I'm all confused." Suhe was bewildered by her sister's roundabout logic. Youyou rolled her eyes. "I mean, he has to like you first before he can like Zhenyuan. You can't expect him to like Zhenyuan without ever seeing or knowing you, and then come to like you afterward. Have a little confidence." Youyou said, "You're not hard to look at. Back when you were unhappy in the He family, you lacked luster. But now who doesn't say you're beautiful?" "Big sister." Suhe was embarrassed by the praise. "I'm not as good as you say. Big sister is the truly beautiful." "Beautiful? Of course." Youyou raised an eyebrow and declared with an air of authority. They chatted and laughed for a while before Youyou steered the conversation back to the main topic. Regardless of how long or short the time is, what matters is whether the person is suitable. The He family is already making urgent preparations to welcome Liu into their home. They don't care about the length of time at all. If they aren't afraid of shame, why should you be? Youyou urged. Suhe felt a twinge of displeasure at the mention of Liu. "Alright, I'll listen to you, sister. But even if I'm willing, how can I be sure that brotherly has any feelings for me?" Youyou chuckled. "As long as you have that thought, leave the rest to me. I have my ways of finding out." Suhe's face flushed, and her heart pounded fiercely. Come to think of it, she had been seeing brotherly quite often lately, and at least his face had become familiar. He seemed far better than he gang. But with his qualifications, even marrying a virgin wouldn't be difficult. Why would he want a twice-married woman with a child? Anxious and uncertain, she tossed, and turned unable to sleep. Listening to her child's soft breathing beside her, she thought that if he would treat Zhenyuan, well, she would have no other wishes. She didn't know when she finally fell asleep, but it felt like a blink of an eye before dawn. "Oh no, I'm late." Suhe cried out in alarm, scrambling out of bed in a panic. In the yard, she saw Day had already loaded the cart with goods. "Second sister, you must have been exhausted these days. I've packed everything. Let's go." Alright. Suhe washed up, hastily tidied herself, and left with Day. By the time the sun was high, the familiar figure appeared again. One bowl of wontons, one basket of buns. "Coming right up. Please wait a moment." Li Yong, as usual, had finished half his shift at the yamen, and was now patrolling the streets with his colleagues. The road in front of the yamen was a main thoroughfare connecting nearby cities, bustling with activity. Because of this, it inevitably attracted some petty thieves and troublemakers. To uphold the county's reputation, order here had to be maintained. As he passed the tea house, he heard someone call out from above, "Captain Li, got a moment? Come up and rest your feet." Li Yong looked up and saw Sister Su smiling at him. He hesitated briefly, then stepped inside. "Greetings, Lady Su." He clasped his hands in salute. "Don't stand on ceremony. Please have a seat." Youyou gestured with a smile, inviting him to sit. "Lady Su, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Li Yong asked in a deep voice. Having walked the streets for years, he was a good judge of character. From her demeanor and bearing, this Sister Su was no ordinary woman. Especially since the county sheriff had specifically instructed them to keep an eye on the Su family's stall. This only added to the air of mystery. "Nothing much, just wanted to sit and chat with you," Youyou said with a smile. "It won't take long, won't interfere with your duties, Cap. If there's anything you'd like to know, Lady Su, I'll be happy to share if I can." Li Yong nodded. Perhaps Lady Su wanted to inquire. And he was indeed the right person to ask. After all, he spent his days on the streets. No one knew the local goings-on better. "If there's anything you'd like to know, Lady Su, I'll be happy to share if I can." Li Yong nodded. Perhaps Lady Su wanted to inquire. Li Yong's heart skipped a beat. What did Lady Su mean by that? Could it be? He gritted his teeth, stood up, and clasped his hands. "Since you're here, Lady Su, I have a favor to ask of you." Youyou was slightly surprised but smiled. "Alright, go ahead. If I can help, I won't refuse." "Thank you, Lady Su." A sudden flush crept across Li Yong's face. I heard your sister is also alone now. And I'm a bachelor myself. If you don't mind, I'd like to marry your sister and make her my wife." "Oh." Youyou was delighted. She had been planning to broach the subject slowly, but Li Yong had cut straight to the chase. "Excellent. That saved her a lot of talk. Is that so?" Youyou stroked her chin thoughtfully. "You want to marry my sister? That's fine. But we don't know you well enough to agree just like that." "Of course." Li Yong was overjoyed at her tone, which didn't seem opposed. "Ask me anything, sister." They'll hold nothing. Li Yong was quite a character, calling her sister before anything was settled. Actually, we already know a bit about you, Youyou said with a smile. You've mentioned some things when chatting with Day, haven't you? Li Yong's face grew warm. So they had already figured it out. But do you know about my sister's situation? She's been married before and has a 5-year-old child. She's not unattached. If you marry her, you must accept that she has a child, Youyou said. I know, sister. Li Yong nodded. I walk these streets every day. Oh, I know about half the things in this town. The He family is utterly despicable. We've all heard about what happened to Second Lady Su. I know about her child, of course. Li Yong continued. To be honest, I've been married before too. I'm also on my second marriage. When we wed, I'll treat the but you might have children of your own in the future. Can you guarantee equal treatment? Youyou expressed doubt. I swear it. Li Yong raised his hand. Youyou wasn't one to trust easily, but Li Yong's candid speech suggested he was a man of his word. Very well then. Youyou smiled. You've passed my test. Now it's up to you to win my sister over. Li Yong was overjoyed. Thank you, sister. He had often sat at their stall lately, and since that second lady, Su had a decent impression of him. As long as he showed sincerity, she would likely agree. Don't rush to call me sister. If Heir doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. Youyou laughed. Li Yong chuckled. After taking his leave of Youyou, Li Yong walked out, with a radiant face, his steps brisk and spirited. A smile lingered on his face as he walked down the street. Many acquaintances teased him. Captain Li, what's the good news? How the captain looks radiant today and high spirits. Captain, come in for a bit. We have fresh osmanthus cakes. Want some? A pastry shop owner called out cheerfully as Li. Carrying the pastries, he took a shortcut through a long alley. Just as he was about to step onto the main street, a figure flashed. Carrying the pastries, he took a shortcut through a long alley. Just as he was about to step onto the main street, a figure flashed. Who's there? His brow furrowed as he barked coldly. The newcomer slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a resolute and handsome face. Are you the constable here? He scrutinized Li Yong from head to toe, his voice deep as he asked. Yes. May I ask what business you have? A sense of foreboding crept into Li Yong's heart, and his hand instinctively rested on the saber at his waist. That lady you just met, what relation is she to you? You're meddling too far. Li Yong stepped back, eyeing him warily. That lady is a married woman. You'd best understand that. The man warned coldly. Who are you? Li Yong retorted in indignation. If you're not worthy to know who I am. The man snorted. If I find you harboring any improper intentions, watch your leg. Outsider, don't be too arrogant. Li Yong was enraged. Though he was no one of great importance, he could still be considered a local. Yet here he was being threatened by this outsider. Truly a provocation beyond endurance. Rage surged within him, and he clenched his iron fists, swinging them viciously. Feng Lingxiao laughed heartily. I refrained from striking, yet you dare to attack. He parried with one hand, and Li Yong felt as if he had hit an iron rod, both arms throbbing with pain. Hiss! He drew in a sharp breath, instantly realizing this man was no easy opponent. Who exactly are you, sir? What is your purpose in Qinghe territory? He asked, shocked and bewildered. That's none of your concern. I'm not here to commit any crimes. The man scrutinized Li Yong once more, smiled, and walked out. Li Yong rubbed his stinging arm, then suddenly recalled something. With a startled cry, he leaped to his feet and ran, forgetting even the osmanthus cake he had dropped. He took a shortcut straight to Su He's wonton stall. Day, where is your elder sister? He called out, abandoning all Day was taken aback, staring at the breathless Li Yong. My sister just passed by here and went home. Come, you're coming with me. Li Yong ordered without explanation. Seeing his urgency, Su He couldn't help but ask, what's nothing? You mind the stall and let Dave come with me. Li Yong urged. Then go quickly. Su He gave Dave up. Dave tore off his apron and immediately followed Li Yong, racing toward home. What's going on, brotherly? Dave knew from Li Yong's desperation that this was no small matter. No time to explain. Just follow me. Li Yong dragged him along, sprinting toward the Su residence. As they rushed in, Lan Mama asked in surprise, what's the matter? Is someone chasing you? No time to explain. Just follow me. Li Yong dragged him along, sprinting toward the Su residence. As they rushed, please ask Madame Su to hide quickly. There's an outsider asking about her, and I fear his intentions are ill. Li Yong, though slightly startled, Lan Mama smiled. Whoever dares to harbor ill intent toward our lady is gravely mistaken. Youyou added, indeed. No matter who it is, if they mean harm to the lady, they'll have to get through me first. His words had barely faded when a hearty male voice laughed. Youyou, such bold words. Let me see just how formidable your first line of defense truly is. Li Yong cried out in alarm. No good. He followed us. But Lan Mama and Youyou exclaimed joyfully, Master, you've come. Li Yong and Day were instantly stunned. Master, could this man be the eldest sister's husband? As Feng Lingxiao approached, Li Yong felt quite awkward and gave an embarrassed laugh. So it's our eldest brother-in-law. I was worried for nothing. You're quite swift, arrived before me. Feng Lingxiao was also a bit sheepish. The warning he had given Li Yong had cost him some time, and by the time he circled back, he had lost sight of his wife. He had roamed the streets only to catch sight of the two men racing along as if on wheels of fire, and had followed them. The warning he had given Li Yong had cost him some time, and by the time he circled back, he had lost sight of his wife. He had roamed the streets only to catch. Lan Mama replied with a smile. I'm not in. Youyou's voice came from the courtyard, tinged with what seemed like. Feng Lingxiao broke into a grin. His wife was still angry with him. But no matter. He would find a way to soothe her temper. Master, please come in. Feng Lingxiao broke into a grin. His wife was still angry with him. But no matter, he would find a way to soothe her temper. He stepped through the doorway as he spoke. Lifting his eyes, he saw his wife sitting beneath the wisteria in the courtyard, her light blue dress a charming contrast to the purple blossoms around her. Oh my, what an honored guest. Our humble home is truly blessed. Youyou's lips curved upward, her tone sardonic. Youyou, am here. Feng Lingxiao approached with a cheerful laugh. Fan Mama and the others suppressed a smile. Young mistress, the master is here. Do enjoy your conversation. We'll take our leave. They withdrew quietly with Xia He and the others leaving the space for the long-separated couple. What are you here for? To call me to account. Youyou pouted. You'd better go back and placate your mother and brothers. They must have suffered terribly without your attendance all this time. What suffering could they have? Feng Lingxiao knew exactly how to soothe his wife at this moment. It is I who have made you. Youyou shot him a glare, but the look in her eyes was almost flirtatious. She had been very angry, but seeing him travel-worn and weary had already quelled half her fury. His gentle words melted away another portion. Now looking at the dust on his clothes, she felt a pang of pity. Yet ever stubborn, she refused to utter a single soft word. My suffering is nothing, but don't let your delicate cousin suffer. I imagine you've been enjoying the company of a scholarly beauty these days. What scholarly beauty? Feng Lingxiao sighed. I traveled all the way from the north to the capital, and then from the capital here, barely eating or sleeping, just to see you as soon as possible. As for cousin Gu, I've already sent her back to Huaizhou. Even if mother favors her, I can't keep delaying the girl's youth forever. I've sent 50 taels of silver as a wedding gift. Until she marries, they won't need to return. Youyou couldn't help but. She had come hoping to inherit the Earl's fortune, and he dismissed her with a mere 50 taels. What a chasm between expectation and reality. She almost wanted to weep for cousin Gu in sympathy. And the old lady. Did she have any objections? She asked with a smile. Objections? Well, perhaps a tiny one. Feng Lingxiao gave a roguish grin. Feng Lingxiao spoke as if it were nothing, but that day the Zhenyuan Earl's mansion was turned upside down. The moment he stepped through the door, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The old madam burst into tears at the sight of him, and cousin Gus' eyes were also brimming with tears. That was one thing, but his elder brother and third brother, like orphans reuniting with a loved one, sobbed uncontrollably. They had been utterly wronged during this time. Shower, why have you returned? Mother Feng asked, greatly startled. Though she had sent several tearful letters, she never expected Feng Lingxiao to rush back from the border. Did His Majesty grant you leave? Mother Feng quickly inquired. If I hadn't come back, this family would be finished. Feng Lingxiao snorted coldly. How could that be? Mother Feng forced an awkward smile. Your mother is here. Then where did you go? Feng Lingxiao asked bluntly. Well, she said she wanted to go somewhere to recuperate her health properly, so she could bear more children to carry on our family line. I thought it was a good thing, so I agreed. Mother Feng picked her words carefully. Yes, that's exactly what her second daughter-in-law had said, if she hadn't embellished it at all, had she. In truth, facing this son, she felt a twinge of unease. When he was 7 or 8 years old, she had carelessly lost him. By the time she found him again, he was already a man nearing, though over the years the thought of it always brought her heart-wrenching pain. Yet when they finally reunited, beyond the initial excitement, their interactions were always somewhat strained. To spend more time with her son, she had uprooted the entire family from their old home in Huaizhou and followed him to the capital. This capital, as others said, was indeed a dazzling place of wealth and temptation. The eldest and third sons had quickly fallen into depravity, carousing with a bunch of idle loafers. As a result, their second sister-in-law gave them a harsh lesson, strictly forbidding them from causing trouble outside. Even though she agreed that those two needed discipline, they were still her sons. Even if they needed a lesson, it should be her place to do. For a sister-in-law to so unceremoniously discipline her husband's elder and younger brothers seemed improper. Besides, she, the mother, was still alive. It was sheer arrogance for that woman to act so domineering. When she was gone, wouldn't that woman drive everyone out? This Zhenyuan Earl's mansion belonged to her son, not to some woman of unknown origin. Several times other elderly noble ladies came to chat, boasting about their daughters-in-law from prestigious families. Their tone was clearly one of showing off. Her own son was so outstanding and deeply favored by the emperor. Others said that even marrying a princess would be more than fitting. Besides, there had once been such an opportunity. Those old sisters had told her that the emperor's own sister, the Grand Princess Xianyang, who was recently widowed, had set her sights on the handsome and dashing Zhenyuan Earl. Marrying a princess would be such an honor to the ancestors. This excited Mother Feng immensely. But when she eagerly discussed it with Feng Lingxiao, he said, Mother, I will not marry the Grand Princess Xianyang. I have someone I love. I've already sent for her, and she will soon arrive in the capital. Mother Feng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her from head to toe. Are you foolish? Mother Feng stamped her foot in anger. Having a princess as a daughter-in-law would be an incredibly prestigious thing, would it not? But no, he insisted on marrying an orphan girl with unknown parents and origins. Besides, marrying the emperor's own sister would make him, the emperor's brother-in-law, a member of the imperial family. Rising to power and glory would be effortless after that. Why was this child so stubborn? Though Feng Lingxiao was kind to her in every aspect of life, he simply refused to listen to her on matters like these. Oh, how angry she was those days. The eldest and third sons were much better. They always listened to her. Not long after, Youyou entered the household, bringing a child with her. It was clear she was an improper woman. She had intended to put the new daughter-in-law in her place, but Youyou was not one. After several rounds, not only did she fail to subdue the new daughter-in-law, But Youyou had the entire mansion locked up tighter than a drum. All daily necessities were provided, but she couldn't get her hands on a single extra coin. After years of scheming and wrangling, she had finally succeeded in one thing. But she never expected things to turn out this way. The once respectable Zhenyuan Earl's mansion had become the laughingstock of the entire capital. "It's good that you're back. Go and bring your wife home," she said, forcing back her displeasure with a smile. "If she really needs to recuperate, she can do it in our mansion, can't she?" "Oh, is that so?" Feng Lingxiao said with a mocking smile. "So mother, you know where Youyou has gone." Mother Feng sighed. "You are her husband, she would surely tell you, wouldn't she?" Though her second daughter-in-law wasn't always respectful to her, having her around made things much easier and more worry-free. Even though she had cut all expenses in the mansion to the bone and kept the two troublemakers locked up at home looking at the desolate and dreary mansion and the gloomy faces of everyone, she was at her wit's end. It would be a lie to say she didn't regret it. Thinking back now, she really had been asking for trouble. Too bad. She didn't tell me either. Feng Lingxiao said coldly. Mother Feng was astonished. Impossible. How could she not tell you? Then where could she have gone? The world is vast, where couldn't she go? Feng Lingxiao sneered. That woman Youyou can thrive anywhere she goes. Mother, do you think I achieved my current position solely on my own ability? Otherwise, Mother Feng said with a smile. My son charged into battle and fought bravely. Isn't everything you have today well-deserved? Huh? Feng Lingxiao laughed. Without Youyou, I would still be a petty thief stealing chickens and dogs on the streets. How could I be the Grand General or the Zhenyuan Earl? If she hadn't helped us get back on our feet, ensuring we had food and clothing, and if I hadn't met our master and learned martial arts, someone like me would have died 180 times over on the battlefield. This time those brothers wrote to me saying that if I don't find their sister-in-law, they will sever ties with me. Furthermore, His Majesty has sent a reprimand saying that if I can't even manage my own household, how can I command 100,000-strong army on the frontier? Was it that serious? Mother Feng couldn't help but tremble. What are we to do? She said, starting to panic. It's nothing much. His Majesty said that if I can't find his adopted sister, I can forget about being the Grand General and just go home to farm those few hundred acres of land. Feng Lingxiao said flatly. That won't do. Mother Feng cried out in alarm. How could this be? If her son was stripped of his position, it would be the death of her. Son, you must bring your wife back. Mother Feng pleaded earnestly. Bring her back. To this foul and chaotic mansion. What for? To be mistreated? Then what do you suggest? Mother Feng couldn't hold back her tears. Aren't you afraid she'll call you unfilial speaking to your mother like that? Youyou asked, quite astonished, feeling as if this man had been replaced by someone else entirely, so changed was his demeanor. I'm not afraid. Feng Lingxiao took her hand. Let them call me unfilial if they will. She still has eldest brother and third brother to care for her. There are plenty to show filial piety. As for me, as long as I have enough for food and clothing, that's sufficient. The chaos at home this time had made him see things clearly. The household could do without anyone else, but without Youyou it would fall into utter disarray. Eldest brother and third brother only clung to him, weeping about how they had been deceived by their so-called friends. People who used them when needed and cast them aside when not. Second brother, you've returned just in time. Eldest brother fumed. Those people tricked me terribly. You must avenge us. Exactly. Second brother, I've never been so humiliated in my life. They toyed with me like a dog. Third brother sobbed, his face a mess of tears and snot. That's no one's fault but your own for acting the part of the dog, Feng Lingxiao said coldly. Though he was not in the capital, how could such disgraceful affairs at home escape his notice? It was Youyou who had kept him completely in the dark, slipping away without a word. But that was fine. He was certain those people wouldn't refuse to tell him where she had gone. After giving them both a thorough scolding, the two slunk away in disgrace. They had thought their brother's return would give them support, but now it seemed he felt no solidarity with their plight at all. Were they even brothers? They might as well go back to their hometown. The two left in frustration. Cousin. Youyou gazed adoringly at her heroic second cousin, her heart pounding wildly. Oh, it's you, cousin. Feng Lingxiao sighed, then addressed his mother. Mother, I know you dote on cousin and want her to keep you company. But in doing so, have you considered what's best for her? How have I not? Mother Feng chuckled. Zhenyuan is so gentle and virtuous. How could I not think carefully about finding her a good match? So which families have caught your eye, mother? As long as they're not too unreasonable, I can help put in a good word. Feng Lingxiao asked. Well, Mother Feng's gaze wavered. Zhenyuan has lived in our household for so many years. Wouldn't it be a disservice to marry her into some humble family? She should at least marry into a family comparable to ours. Feng Lingxiao nearly spat out his tea. Mother, that's not. If she marries a minor 7th or 8th rank official with me and her sister-in-law here, she won't suffer. But if you're thinking of dukes or marquises, forget it. There's no hope even for a concubine's son, let alone a legitimate heir. He bluntly shattered his mother's illusions. Zhenyuan has grown accustomed to life here. How can I bear to send her back to suffer? Mother Feng sighed. Mother, so you mean to keep cousin here forever serving you until she's old and never married? Don't you think that's too much? Would that honor your promise to uncle and aunt? Feng Lingxiao countered. That's not what I meant. Mother Feng quickly said. Then I understand. Feng Lingxiao nodded to Youyou. Cousin, pack your things. He'll send someone to take you home shortly. Also, when you marry, I'm afraid your sister-in-law and I won't have time to attend. They'll have the steward prepare 50 taels of silver for you as a wedding gift from us. Cousin. Youyou's eyes widened like brass bells, her face a mask of disbelief. Cousin, are you driving me away? If that's how you see it, I can't help it, Feng Lingxiao sighed. I cannot let mother's indulgence. She is advanced in years. If you grow older still, how will you ever find a husband? If your filial piety causes mother to bear the blame for ruining a niece's marriage prospects, how could she live with herself? Your cousin and I would also be troubled. Feng Lingxiao looked at Gu Yuzhen's tear-streaked face and felt only disgust. Having clawed his way up from the bottom, he knew that tears were the most useless thing in the world. What one needed one had to fight and strive for, not wait weeping for it to be handed to them. Cousin, I cannot bear to leave aunt. Gu Yuzhen wiped her tears, speaking with profound sorrow. All good things must come to an end, Feng Lingxiao said solemnly. Madam, I cannot bear to leave you. She collapsed sobbing at Mother Feng's knees, burying her face in her lap. And I beg you, don't send me back. The region of Huaizhou, ravaged by a decade of war, was now desolate. With her family's circumstances, what good match could she hope for? Even becoming a concubine in the capital was better than marrying in Huaizhou. And have pity on me. Don't send me back. Mother Feng looked up at Feng Lingxiao, wanting to plead for her niece. But Feng Lingxiao sneered, cousin, that's a strange thing to say. Sending you home to reunite with your parents and siblings. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you so unwilling? You're getting older. If you don't go back and marry soon, you'll become an old maid no one wants. If word gets out, people will say my mother selfishly wasted her niece's youth. If that spreads, how will others view my mother? Feng Lingxiao smiled at Gu Yuzhen. Haven't you always said my mother is good to you, and you want to be filial to her? Is this how you plan to show your filial piety? By destroying her reputation for kindness and care toward the younger generation? That's not it. Gu Yuzhen shook her head, frantically looking at Mother Feng with tearful eyes. And say something. Say something. This isn't what you told me before. Shower. Mother Feng couldn't help but say, Shower, listen to me. I brought your cousin Zhenyuan here because I wanted her to be your chamber concubine. Look at you now, successful and accomplished. Taking a few concubines is hardly a big deal. Or perhaps. A sharp glint flashed in Feng Lingxiao's eyes. First, I have no intention of taking a concubine. Second, such matters are for the mistress of the household to handle. Mother, please don't interfere. I never imagined that after years in the capital, cousin's horizons haven't broadened. Instead, she harbors such thoughts. It truly saddens me for uncle. Mother, I'm not criticizing you. It's fine to care for uncle, but this is a grave mistake. If you let cousin Jin become a concubine, what future will your two nephews have? When they pass the imperial examinations and the Ministry of Personnel investigates, they'll find their sister is a concubine. How will their mentors and peers view them? What about the Gu family's honor? Regardless of whether I take a concubine or whom, it must never be a member of the Gu family. I cannot betray uncle and aunt's trust. Hearing this, the Wind Mother was left utterly speechless. She looked at her niece, who was weeping before her, and then at her son, whose face was set with determination. She could only let out a sigh. Zhenyuan, then. You should go back, Wind Mother said with difficulty. Aunt. Gu Yuzhen wailed. All right, the sooner this matter is settled, the better. I'll make the decision on mother's behalf. Feng Lingxiao knew that things could not be delayed, for delays would breed trouble. Call Feng Lu in, he called out. Yes, someone immediately responded. Soon a handsome, resolute man entered. Greetings, General. Take a squad and escort the young lady back to Huaizhou tomorrow. Feng Lingxiao ordered. Yes. Feng Lu glanced at Gu Yuzhen and replied solemnly. They'll go make the arrangements immediately. Mother, please help cousin pack her things and prepare some local specialties for uncle and aunt to take along. After saying this, he nodded and turned to leave. That wretch. Wind Mother exhaled a turbid breath, slapping the armrest in fury as she cursed loudly. Aunt. Gu Yuzhen lifted her tear-streaked eyes. Aunt, save me. I don't want to go back. Zhenyuan, you heard him. If you stay, your two brothers' futures. Wind Mother sighed. Aunt, you know my two younger brothers. They're hardly the scholarly type. Gu Yuzhen wiped her tears. I understand how far cousin is thinking. But I've lived in the mansion for 3 years now. If I go back, what will people think of me? How can they believe that nothing truly happened between cousin and me? And even if I return, I'll never find a good match. Then what do you suggest? Wind Mother sighed. You saw Shower's attitude. He will absolutely not take you as a concubine. And I have an idea, but you must help me. Gu Yuzhen sniffled, lowering her voice. Wind Mother's eyes dropped. Gu Yuzhen blushed deeply. If I were to turn things into a done deal with cousin, perhaps he wouldn't send me away. Even Wind Mother, weathered by life's trials, was shocked by her niece's audacity. But after a moment's thought, she found it a viable plan. Then what do you want to do? Wind Mother asked, troubled. Her son's courtyard was not somewhere they could easily enter. And why not prepare a feast to welcome cousin home? If he can't hold his liquor, he can rest in the side chamber, Gu Yuzhen said shyly, her voice low. Very well, let's give it a try. A feast tonight. Feng Lingxiao looked at his third brother, who had come to deliver the message. Isn't the family strapped for money? Why waste it? The third brother's face flushed. That's from mother's private savings. It's rare for mother to part with her money like this, Feng Lingxiao sighed. The old lady had endured many hard years. Once money entered her hands, it almost never left. For her to use her own savings for household expenses was already remarkable. The third brother grimaced. Second brother, you'd better bring second sister-in-law back soon. Of course, that's the plan. He'll go tomorrow. Tell mother to call off the feast. If I get drunk, ITLL, just waste time. Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. It won't take that long, the third brother quickly interjected. He was here on mother's orders, determined to secure second brother's presence. Fine, Feng Lingxiao nodded. Tell mother he'll definitely come for dinner. After the third brother left, he said to Feng, did you bring the stewards? Yes, General. They're waiting outside. Call them in. The stewards Fan and Lan entered with smiles. Enough, Feng Lingxiao curled his lip. Tell me, where has your mistress gone? Do I really have to ask you myself before you'll speak? Steward Lan smiled. Of course not. My wife said not to tell anyone else. But how could you be anyone else, Lord? We must tell you. The others laughed as well. Exactly. Our wives said the same. Unless you ask personally, even if an envoy from the palace comes, we can only say we don't know. You all. Feng Lingxiao shook his head with a sigh. So the lady didn't say how she'd come back. Well, I suppose you'll have to go fetch her yourself, Lord. Steward Lan hesitated in his words, but his meaning was clear. It had to be him. Very well. I've always promised to accompany her home, but never followed through. Now I'll keep that promise. Feng Lingxiao sighed. All right, go about your business. I've already requested leave from His Majesty. He'll go bring your mistress. The men exchanged smiles. That would be wonderful. It pains us to see the mansion in such disarray. Oh, come off. Feng Lingxiao shot them a glare. If you'd held them back a little, would things have come to this? I think you've all been too lenient. I understand your intentions. Now go. Yes, we take our leave. The men bowed in unison and filed out. Watching them leave, Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but sigh. These were men he had grown up with. After meeting Youyou, they had followed her to build this great enterprise. Sometimes he wondered if he had been better off not chasing glory, not following the current emperor, than the fourth prince, on campaigns across the land. Had he lived an ordinary life with Youyou, would he be happier now? But he wouldn't dwell on it. Now that he knew where Youyou was, he would set out tomorrow to find her and pay his respects to his parents-in-law. That evening, the third brother came in person to invite him to the feast. He first paid respects to his mother, then took the seat of. With most of the maids and servants dismissed, Youyou personally served the dishes and filled everyone's cups. Hop Hair Blossom White. You're willing to go all out, Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. This wine was brewed in his wife's distillery. With limited annual production, it was almost exclusively supplied to the palace and the mansions of nobles and high officials. Even the grand taverns in the capital rarely had it in stock. Youyou had said that brewing consumed grain, so they couldn't flood the world with it lest it destabilize grain prices and affect the people's livelihood. Cousin, try this wine. It's hard to come by. Youyou filled his cup to the brim. This brew had a much higher alcohol content than ordinary wine, leaving most tipsy after just 2 or 3 cups. For tonight's scheme, she had spent her long-saved silver and pulled strings to acquire this single jar. She was willing to give it to her second cousin. But when her eldest and third cousins also raised their glasses, her heart ached silently. Feng Lingxiao offered a faint smile at Cousin Gus' insistence on drinking. To others this was undoubtedly a rare and exquisite wine, but to him it was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet under normal circumstances, Youyou seldom allowed him to drink excessively, as alcohol harms the body. A light sip sufficed, and any more would earn him her disdain. This wine must have cost a fortune, Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. Youyou blushed and chuckled softly. It's rare for cousin to join us for a meal, though a little expense is only fitting. Come cousin, let me toast you as well. She feigned a bold demeanor and downed her glass in one gulp. Ah, so fiery. Youyou stifled a cry, barely restraining herself from spitting it out. She couldn't lose face before her cousin, so she took a deep breath and suppressed the surging sensation. She flipped the empty cup toward Feng Lingxiao, coquettishly laughing. Cousin, I've finished mine, you can't refuse. Feng Lingxiao smiled. With such sincerity from my cousin, how could I not reciprocate? With that he drained his glass in one go. Youyou sat down with a smile, her heart pounding like a drum, and her face flushed, as if engulfed in flames burning hot. Feng's mother said with concern, why drink so hastily? Your face is all red, I have some food to settle it. Her eyes shimmered as she cast a charming smile at Feng's mother. It's rare for cousin to be home, my heart is truly glad. Besides, he'll soon return to Huaizhou, and our future meetings will be few and far between. Sharing a meal and a drink together may no longer be possible. The eldest brother laughed heartily. Exactly, why go back? The capital is wonderful. If you leave, cousin will miss you. Before Youyou could be moved, Feng Lingxiao chuckled. Since elder brother is so reluctant to part with our cousin, why not go back with her? The old family estate is unattended, and who knows what condition it's in now. The eldest brother fell silent, awkwardly raising his glass with a laugh. Drink, drink. Second brother, let me toast you. Feng Lingxiao raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Youyou's heart blossomed with joy, and suddenly she no longer begrudged the expensive wine. A surge of heat rose from her abdomen, burning her chest and lungs. She quickly ate a few more dishes to quell the alcohol's effect, but the wine was too potent, and her consciousness gradually blurred. Vaguely the candlelight around the feast seemed to shimmer, merging into a radiant glow. She thought she heard her aunt say something, strained to listen, but to no avail. In a haze it seemed her cousin came to her, lifted her up, and carried her into his room. Then, when she groggily awoke, she felt the bed beneath her still swaying incessantly. Her head throbbed. She groaned as she sat up, only to find herself not in her own chamber, but in a cramped space. She screamed, shall we? Shall we? Shall we was her maid who tended to her daily needs. After 2 calls with no response, a male voice said, Miss, you're awake. Would you like some water? Youyou was startled and quickly checked herself. Seeing her clothes intact and her body unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you? What do you want? I'm Feng Lu. The young master introduced me to you yesterday. It was arranged for me to escort you home, Feng Lu explained in a deep voice. Youyou was horrified, realizing she was indeed in a carriage. No, I won't go back. Take me to see my cousin. Miss, the young master left with us this morning to fetch his wife, Feng Lu said flatly. Then take me back? I want— She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. The old lady said she couldn't bear to witness such a farewell. When she left earlier, she specifically instructed not to wake you. Feng Liu's words pierced Gu Yuzin's heart like a needle, leaving her breathless with pain. She finally understood. Her aunt had abandoned her. What? She could no longer hold back and burst into tears, burying her face in the blanket. Outside the carriage, Feng Lu smirked and lightly shouted, "Giddy up!" With a flick of his wrist, the whip cut through the air with a crisp crack. The horse lunged forward, speeding the carriage along. "You're so wicked!" Youyou exclaimed in astonishment at Feng Lingxiao. "Sending her back like that? Aren't you afraid your uncle and aunt will hate you, eh?" "Let them hate me," Feng Lingxiao said helplessly. "Compared to earning your hatred, my lady, they matter far less." Youyou couldn't stop laughing. "You're acting so strangely now. When did you become so glib? Let me see. Have you been possessed?" Feng Lingxiao caught her wandering hand and leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Now's not the time. If you want to look, I'll let you see all you want tonight. How about that?" Even Youyou, who thought herself thick-skinned, couldn't handle it. "Stop your nonsense. My younger siblings are watching." Feng Lingxiao glanced over and saw Dai and Li Yong standing frozen at the door. "Come in and sit, brothers," he called. That single call jolted them awake. They quickly said, "Oh no. You go ahead, we'll be off." They turned and bolted as if chased by a hungry tiger. He chuckled and turned to Youyou. "I invited them, but they ran off like rabbits." Youyou snorted. "Why don't you tell me what you did to scare them like that?" Feng Lingxiao's face flickered with embarrassment as he rubbed his hands and gave a dry laugh. "What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Keep your secrets, I can always ask around." Youyou shot him a glare. Fine, I'll tell you." Feng Lingxiao said sheepishly. "Actually, I spotted you on the street earlier, but I noticed someone seemed to be targeting you. How could I let that slide? Naturally, I had to follow and check it out. Just check it out." Youyou looked at him with a knowing. With Feng Lingxiao's silver tongue, you could only believe half of what he said. He must have done something to make Li Yong and Dai rush to warn her in such a panic. Besides checking, I also tested his skills. Feng Lingxiao smiled ingratiatingly at Youyou. Startled, she sat up straight, snatched her hand from his, and slapped him a few times. "Look what you've done. That's the new husband I picked for my second sister. If you scare him off, how will you compensate me?" Feng Lingxiao chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't know. He'll apologize to him later, alright. Don't be angry. We'll make sure he doesn't run off." He quickly did his best to soothe Youyou. "Oomph." The two of them ran all the way to the breakfast stall, before finally sitting down to catch their breath. "I figured it out now. That man who just arrived is the elder sister's husband," Li Yong said. He was a bit stunned. But elder sister said she was divorced by her husband's family. He poured them each a bowl of water. "What exactly is going on? Your sudden dash just now made me uneasy. What happened?" "It's probably your elder sister's husband, who has arrived," Li Yong emphasized, again nodding to himself. "And this brother-in-law of yours is no ordinary man. He's definitely a master of martial arts from the military. I've trained in martial arts to strengthen my body for so many years, yet I couldn't last a single move against him." "So it's elder sister's husband," Sui said joyfully. He looked at her in surprise. "Second sister, you knew." "Elder sister told me," Sui said with a smile. "She and her husband never separated? She just left home in anger." "Oh." The two nodded in unison. "Elder sister was too reckless." He sighed. "How could she run away from home? Traveling such a long distance alone with a child? Wasn't she afraid of danger?" Sui sighed. "That's why I say you're a bit naive. Do you think elder sister was truly alone? Old Madame Lan and old Madame Fan, and the neighbors next door. They're all elder sister's people." The two were both taken aback. After a long pause, Li Yong sighed. "Yes, elder sister is truly formidable," Sui said with a laugh. "Second miss, third masterly, the young lady requests your presence for lunch at noon." Old Madame Fan came to deliver the message. "Alright, well, return early today." Sui nodded. My apologies. I was truly rude earlier." At the noon banquet, Feng Lingxiao pulled Li Yong aside and repeatedly apologized. It's fine. You didn't mean it," Li Yong quickly replied. Youyou said with a smile. Come, everyone take a seat. Let me introduce you all. This is my husband, your brother-in-law, second sister, third brother, and brotherly." Feng Lingxiao cupped his hands in greeting to each of them. "Brother-in-law, you're from the military, aren't you?" Li Yong couldn't hold back and finally voiced his question. "I do serve in the army, just a minor role," Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. Youyou had already warned him earlier that this time he must not reveal his true identity in front of everyone. If anyone asked, he was to say he was just a 7th rank colonel. Although Feng Lingxiao didn't know his wife's intentions since she had said, so there must be a reason. "Also, I used to be called Yuzi at home, so when they call out Yuzi, they're calling me," Youyou said with a smile. Feng Lingxiao nodded. "Then let's go visit your parents this afternoon." "Sure," Youyou laughed. "An ugly son-in-law still has to face his father-in-law sooner or later." Feng Lingxiao burst into hearty laughter. He teased, "Sister, your standards are too high. If a man of brother-in-law's caliber is still considered ugly, then there's no one presentable for miles around." Ha ha ha. Linglong and Yu Jiangshu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. So this is Linglong's father. Yu Jiangshu silently mused as he watched the man chatting and laughing with ease. Ordinarily visits were made in the morning, but Youyou wasn't one for such formalities, so she brought gifts and set out in Youyou drove the carriage while Feng Lingxiao rode a horse, and they brought no others so as not to disturb her parents. Youyou lifted the carriage curtain and chatted with Feng Lingxiao. Ahead someone was staggering drunkenly across the road. Youyou shouted from a distance, "Please make way, careful not to get bumped." But the man puffed out his belly and stiffened his neck, shouting, "Go on then, run me over if you dare. Come on, hit me. Hit me." Feng Lingxiao's face darkened instantly. "He's probably drunk." Youyou, steer clear of him. Youyou instructed. Youyou got down and led the horse forward, but the man deliberately blocked the horse's path. "Run me over, come on." Looking up, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's Madame Su. You're back from town." Geng Jiabao, seeing her in the carriage, was both surprised and a little excited. "Madame Su, I've fallen for you at first sight," Geng Jiabao said with a lecherous grin. "If you're willing, I'll have my aunt propose to your family right away. Really am a first marriage, you're a second. You won't lose out." Feng Lingxiao suppressed his anger and asked Youyou, "Who is this scoundrel?" Youyou curled his lip and said, "Just a toad lusting after swan's flesh." Geng Jiabao flew into a rage. "What did you say, you brat? Looking for a beating? How am I a toad?" "Oh," he glanced sideways at Feng Lingxiao. "So you found a prettier man and now look down on your Geng master, huh? Don't think you're so great just because you're on a horse. If you dare come down, he'll still beat you until you're picking your teeth off the ground." Feng Lingxiao laughed in disbelief. He dismounted, tossed the reins to Youyou, and said, "Take care of the lady. He'll deal with this toad, and see how he makes me pick my teeth off the ground." With that, he stepped forward, grabbed Geng Jiabao by the collar, and dragged him into the nearby woods. "What are you doing?" Caught in an iron grip on his collar, Geng Jiabao panicked, and the cheap wine head drunk at noon turned into cold sweat streaming down his back. "You outsider, how dare you cause trouble here? Watch out." "Ouch." Before he could finish, an iron fist came flying toward his face. As if struck by a hammer, Geng Jiabao immediately let out a miserable scream. "Go easy on him." Youyou called from outside. "He's a relative of my second aunt's aunt. If you hit him too hard, it'll be hard to explain." "Got it," Feng Lingxiao replied, while continuing to pummel the toad. Of course he was measured in his strikes, hitting only fleshy areas that wouldn't be fatal. Otherwise, with his level of skill, could this toad withstand even one punch? Geng Jiabao was beaten into sobbing loudly, crying and begging for mercy. "You cur." Feng Lingxiao gave him another kick before stopping. "He'll spare you today. If you dare act up again, watch your miserable life." Youyou shot him a glance. "If he dared, you wouldn't have had the chance to step in today." Youyou nodded. "Exactly. If Head tried that idea, have shown him a thing or two." Feng Lingxiao said to Youyou with a smile, "Haha, all taken care of." He then asked, "Has this scoundrel been harassed?" Youyou shot him a glance. "If he dared, you wouldn't have had the chance to step in today." Youyou nodded. "Exactly. If Head tried that idea, have shown him a thing or two." He added, brandishing his fist. "I rejected him long ago. He must have gotten drunk and lost his senses today." Youyou said with a laugh. "Let's ignore him. Let's go. Ahead lies Yu family village." As Youyou and her companions entered Yu family village, they once again stirred up a commotion among the villagers. The main reason was Feng Lingxiao's striking presence. Even astride a tall horse and clad in plain attire, he exuded an undeniable charm. "So how about it? Is your ugly son-in-law presentable enough?" Feng Lingxiao asked Youyou with a smile, a hint of, "Just so-so." Youyou laughed. If it weren't for being captivated by his handsome face back, then she might not have." Youyou rolled her eyes at him. Watching him cheerfully wave and respond to the villagers, she suspected he couldn't understand a single word they said. But he was clever enough, mostly replying with right, or yes. When asked a longer question, he'd say, Yuzi's husband from out of town. Because he could still catch words like Yuzi, the villagers were puzzled. Wasn't the eldest daughter of the Su family supposed to have been divorced? Why did things seem otherwise? No wonder she managed to tame the He family so thoroughly after returning. Even after being beaten like that, they didn't dare make a Exactly, and they even paid several dozen taels of silver in compensation. Now that second daughter is quite wealthy, someone said enviously. Is that so? Some felt a stir of interest. That second daughter was not bad-looking and had money, making her quite a cat. As for her being remarried with a child, what of it? In a poor family, just having a wife was enough. Who dared to be so picky? The child was a girl, just another mouth to feed. In a couple of years, she could even bring in a bride price for her brother. Some began to scheme, quietly calculating their chance. As they neared the new house, they noticed a carriage parked at the gate. Oh, we have guests today, Youyou said in surprise. At the door, Youyou went to tether the horse and park the cart. Feng Lingxiao, laden with purchased gifts, supported Youyou with one hand as they entered. Dahai's wife and Dashan's wife stared in astonishment at the two newcomers. Dahai's wife set down the clothes she was scrubbing and greeted with a smile. Little sister is back. And this is. Dashan's wife called into the house. Dad, Mom, Yuzi is back. Then several people emerged from the house, among them a conspicuously fat man. His eyes lit up at the sight of Youyou. Today Madame Su seemed even more radiant than usual. Greetings, Madame Su. Master Du addressed Youyou in his non-standard Mandarin. Feng Lingxiao understood. He shot a sidelong glance at Master Du and asked Youyou, who's this fatso? His tone was unmistakably sour. Youyou smiled at him. No one special. He's the father of a classmate of Linglong's at the academy. Probably here to see Dad about something. You two discuss your business. Youyou nodded politely to Master Du, then pulled aside old Madame Su, who had just approached, and asked in a low voice, what does he want? Alas! Old Madame Su sighed. Master Dust's wife passed away last month, and he's come to propose taking you as his second wife. What? So Youyou was taken aback then laughed. What's there to discuss? Just send him packing. Why can't we talk about it? Old Madame Su said. You may have been divorced, but life goes on. You're so free with money. If you married into a poor family, who could support you? Around here, only the Du family can afford it. It's my life after all. Shouldn't you at least consult me? So Youyou said, clearly displeased. You're so busy. We thought we'd look into it first and tell you when it's more settled. Isn't that the same? Old Madame Su. Then she glanced at Feng Lingxiao, who was still laden with gifts. When you come home, you come home. Why buy so many things? Such a waste of money. She reached out and took them. Such a spirited young man. Which shop in town do you work at? Old Madame Su asked with a smile. Su Youyou shook her head helplessly and said to Master Du, who was still talking to her father, please take your leave. I have someone I care for. We appreciate your kindness, but we're not suited. Both Master Du and Old Man Su were startled by her words. Old Man Su frowned. What business does a woman have interrupting? We haven't finished our conversation. If it concerns me, then there's no need to continue. Su Youyou said with a smile. Dad, I've brought your son-in-law home. Master Du's heart churned with jealousy. He stepped forward to block Su Youyou. Madam Su, please reconsider. I may not be as handsome as him, but I have 100 acres of fertile land. If you marry me, you'll never suffer want. As for you, young man, you may be good-looking, but life isn't just about a pretty face, is it? He addressed Feng Lingxiao directly, hoping to discourage him. Feng Lingxiao was both amused and angered. Did he look like someone who relied on his face? He glared, ready to lash out. Su Youyou quickly intervened. All right. Come pay your respects to your father-in-law. She pulled him over to Old Man Su. Dad, this is your son-in-law. Father. Feng Lingxiao clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Hold on. Old Man Su raised a hand to stop him. You fool, what father? Have I agreed to let you marry Youyou? Feng Lingxiao was taken aback. Indeed, his future father-in-law had never given his consent. Exactly. Master Du chimed in excitedly. If you want to marry Madam Su, how much bride price are you offering? Have you sent a matchmaker? Is it proper to just talk your way into taking someone's daughter? Bride price. Feng Lingxiao was dumbfounded. He was about to take home the woman he had married for over a decade, and he still had to pay a bride price. Su Youyou burst into laughter. That's right. Where's your bride price? She had almost forgotten, as she hadn't asked for one back then. Now was a good chance to make up for it. Master Du smugly held up 3 fingers. If Madam Su marries me, I will offer 30 taels of silver as bride price. Old Man Su nodded in approval. 30 taels? Feng Lingxiao looked uncertainly at Su Youyou. Is that what you need? His question made Old Man Su think he found it too much. What? Is my Youyou not worth that much? Master Du sneered. Boy, if you don't have money, don't try to take a wife. Go cool your heels somewhere. He proudly pulled out several silver ingots from his robe. Marriage requires capital, boy. Is that so? Feng Lingxiao laughed heartily. I have silver too. Youyou, how much do you think I should give? How much do you think is appropriate? Su Youyou asked with a smile. How much was appropriate? That question stumped Feng Lingxiao found himself in a dilemma. No matter how he looked at it, it was all wrong. Even if he said 30,000 or 300,000, Youyou wouldn't care for it. Moreover, he couldn't produce that much silver on the spot, saying so would only invite ridicule. This hesitation was caught by old Master Du. His heart brimming with delight, he said cheerfully, Young man, I understand your thoughts. But you should earn a few more years before talking big. Su Youyou grew annoyed. I'm talking to him, what business is it of yours? She called out to Feng Lingxiao, don't think it over. If you can produce 3 taels of silver, it'll go with you. Feng Lingxiao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. He took out all his silver and gold beads, pressing them into Su Youyou's hands. I don't have 3 taels, but is this enough? Old Master Du's face flushed crimson with shame. This pile of treasures was worth at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. He had ridiculed the man for being poorer than himself. Truly a case of brandishing a broadsword before Guangong, losing face entirely. With a bashful bow to Old Man Su, he turned and strode out of the Su household. Su Youyou smiled sweetly at Old Man Su. Father, let me say it again, this man is your son-in-law. Old Man Zu's face warmed. I know I shout so loudly. Come inside to talk. With that, he led the way back into the house. Zu's mother pulled her daughter aside and whispered, even if you like him and want to marry him, you must follow proper formalities. This is nothing yet, and you're already talking about son-in-law. Aren't you ashamed? Come in and speak. What are you muttering about out there? Old Man Su said gruffly. They exchanged a smile and entered the house. Sit down. Old Man Su said sternly, his eyes scrutinizing Feng Lingxiao. This young man around 30 looked truly spirited. Judging by his appearance alone, he was agreeable. Even though this is a remarriage, I still need to ask the necessary questions. Old Man Su said. Where is your home? Who else is in your family? What do you do for a living? He asked in rapid succession. Feng Lingxiao glanced at Su Youyou, thinking, how should I answer? Su Youyou laughed. All right, father, no more questions. Let's be honest. This man is your son-in-law. We've been married for over a decade. When I said I was divorced, it was just out of spite. At these words, Old Man Su and his wife were stunned for a long moment. So you've been fooling us all along. Otherwise, did you really wish for me to be divorced? Su Youyou cut them off directly. How could that be? Zu's mother said with an awkward smile. Come, don't stand there talking. Sit down quickly. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law only grows with each glance. Zu's mother looked at Feng Lingxiao, unable to suppress her joy. What was so important that Youyou had to run back like this? Zh's mother chided gently. They'll give her a good talking to later. How can a wife behave like this? Son-in-law, don't blame her. Let me teach her properly. Mother. So Youyou called out. How can you do this? You're siding with an outsider. I came back for my own reasons. Old man Su glared at her. When your mother scolds you, you listen. What kind of reason justifies abandoning your family and rushing back alone? Alright, since our son-in-law is here, hurry and call Dahai and the others back. Let's all sit and chat. Prepare some good dishes for the evening and let them have a few drinks with their brother-in-law. Old man Su instructed. Yes, sir. Zh's mother said, wiping her eyes with a smile. She was truly overjoyed today. Youyou wasn't divorced as she had a husband. Otherwise she would have had to pray to the gods and ask why the Su family was cursed with such misfortune. Now not only did Youyou have a husband, but he was also a fine promising young man. Now they could rest easy. They would treat him well, send him back with his wife and child, and live peacefully. Zh's mother beamed as she left the house, crossing the street to call the two brothers from the fields. Along the way someone pulled her aside mysteriously and asked, Zhenyuan, is that man at your house Youyou's husband? With that tall horse and his spirited look, he's not from around here, is he? No. Zh's mother replied, loudly, her heart now at ease. This is Youyou's husband. They've been married for married. Didn't she get divorced? Someone asked doubtfully. Well, what divorce? It was just a quarrel between the couple. Zh's mother immediately denied it. Our son-in-law came to find her. They'll stay a few days, and then go back. That's not right, someone countered. If he's really your son-in-law, why hasn't he visited in all these years? Annie, are you fooling us? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you, so you found someone to pretend? The crowd nodded in agreement. Yes. Auntie, you don't have to do this. We're all neighbors, we won't look down on you for this. Besides, a divorced woman, though rare, isn't unheard of. Don't take it to heart. Exactly. We'll keep an eye out for you. Youyou and Heir won't have trouble finding a good husband. The chatter left Zh's mother. What's wrong with you people? When I say it's not true, it's not. What do you mean by this? Are you hoping for our family's misfortune? Zh's mother said angrily. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had only meant to comfort her. Why was she angry? Zh's mother huffed and pushed through the crowd, heading to the family's field. The crops were now knee-high, and the Dahai brothers were weeding. Dahai! Zh's mother called loudly from the brothers turned and saw their mother waving and shouting. Has something happened? Their hearts skipped a beat. They grabbed their hoes and rushed out of the field. Mother, what's wrong? Dahai asked hastily. Ba jinxed. Zh's mother scolded. Hurry home. Your brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Dashan said scornfully. Don't tell me it's that he gang. If I see him, I'll give him a couple of punches. Oh, stop it. Dahai sneered. Enough nonsense. That scoundrel isn't even worth mentioning. It makes me sick. Zh's mother cursed. Come on, follow me home. Keep your brother-in-law company and chat. It's his first visit, so behave yourselves. Mother, what first visit? Have you found someone suitable for Youyou or Heir? Is it for Youyou or Heir? Dahai asked in surprise. They were together every day. How had they heard nothing? It couldn't be that fat dude, could it? If it was him, they wouldn't care for it. He was bloated and greasy, not only their sister, but even they couldn't stand the sight of him. The two brothers returned with lingering doubts, but the moment they saw Feng Lingxiao's demeanor, their hearts settled somewhat. The two sisters-in-law also murmured in the courtyard, never thought the little sister would deceive us. Look at our brother-in-law, so distinguished and handsome. Truly a rare find. Dahai's wife chuckled softly. Exactly, Dashan's wife whispered in reply. That Master Du was strutting around earlier, but compared to our brother-in-law, he's nothing but a lump of lard now. Ha ha, sister-in-law, you're too amusing. The two burst into laughter. Old Madame Su came out and shot them a stern look. Keep your voices down lest our son-in-law hears and thinks our family lacks manners. She pulled out a handful of coins and handed it over. Go see what the butcher has left and buy more. Today, since he's visiting for the first time, we need to prepare a decent feast. Yes, mother. The two women took the money with smiles. While the men talked indoors, Youyou stepped out to speak with her sister. No need, you don't have to help, the elder sister-in-law quickly stopped her. Just tell us about our brother-in-law. Their eyes sparkled with gossipy curiosity. What's there to say? Youyou replied with a smile. He's just a minor officer in the army, a 7th rank school commander. He rarely comes home, so there's nothing much to tell. When Youyou returned from the town, he always passed through Shangfeng village to pick up his son. Today upon arriving, he found Lan Momo there with Linglong. Why haven't you returned yet? Youyou asked in surprise. Linglong giggled. My mother went back to the village today, so I asked Lan Momo to bring me along. I see. Youyou nodded. Then let's go. Yu Jiangshu hesitated for a moment before telling his father Linglong's father has arrived. Oh, Youyou was startled. Why is he here? He looked at Linglong, wondering if the man had come to take the child. Many families after divorcing a wife wouldn't let the woman take the children. Earlier he had thought this family probably didn't care much for a girl, which was why they allowed Youyou to bring the child along. But now it seemed he might have been mistaken. No, I need to hurry back and see. I can't let Youyou suffer. Walk faster, let's get back quickly and see if your aunt needs help. Upon returning to the village, he didn't go home, but headed straight to the Su family with his son. As he entered, old Madame Su greeted him with a smile. Liar, you're back. Just in time, come join us for a drink. He nodded and stepped inside. A table was set in the main hall with old Su and his two sons seated on each side, chatting with a sharp-looking man. As he entered, the man glanced up and Youyou felt a chill run down his spine. Uncle, who is this? He asked proactively. Old Su laughed. Liar, come sit. This is Youyou's husband. Is this your first time meeting him? Youyou nodded. Yes, it's my first time, but I heard he's no longer with Yuzi. Uncle, I shouldn't be saying this, but if Yuzi can't get along with him, don't force it. A forced melon isn't sweet. Forcing a mismatched couple together only leads to misery. After speaking, he looked anxiously at old Su, waiting for a response. But all three Su men stared at him in stunned silence, too shocked to speak. After speaking, he looked anxiously at old Su, waiting for a response. But all three Su men stared at him in stunned silence, too shocked to speak. Meanwhile, Feng Lingxiao's lips curled slightly into a faint contemptuous smile. Youyou happened to enter the room and sensed trouble. She had made a mistake by not explaining things clearly to Heir earlier. Once everything came to light, he would surely be embarrassed. She quickly said, Heir, you've misunderstood. He and I are still husband and wife. When I said I was divorced, I was just joking. What? Youyou stood there dumbfounded. Feng Lingxiao rose and said with a smile, you must be Youyou. Youyou has mentioned. She said she had a neighbor brother in her childhood who often played with her and was very kind. That must be you. Come sit down. Today let me borrow my father and mother-in-law's wine to thank you for your past kindness to my wife. Feng Lingxiao guided. Youyou felt mortified. Only a shred of sanity kept him from bolting out the door and never seeing these people again. It's all my fault, Youyou said, pulling him to sit down. Heir has always been like a big brother to me, unable to bear seeing. His words today were to save face for me. He'll remember this kindness. She poured herself a glass of wine and raised. Heir, a toast to you. Youyou quickly grabbed his own cup. I was too hasty. Please forgive me, sister and brother-in-law. He downed the wine in one gulp. Don't drink so fast. Have some food. Old Su urged. The meal was tinged with awkwardness. To mask his embarrassment and drown his sorrow, Youyou drank heavily with the others. Unfortunately, he had little tolerance for alcohol, and with a heavy heart, he soon became drunk. Heir, take Heir home. Old Su instructed his sons. That evening on the way back to town, Feng Lingxiao carried Linglong on his horse. Father, how did you come back? Didn't you need an imperial decree to return home? Linglong asked curiously. Feng Lingxiao suppressed a laugh. If I didn't come back, your mother would abandon me. Then that uncle Youyou might really become your stepfather. Youyou snorted. Good that you know. Don't think no one else would want. Huh? Feng Lingxiao roared with laughter. That brother Yu is quite amusing, isn't he? Yes. If not for my family's opposition back, then you wouldn't be in the picture. Youyou said haughtily. So I should thank your father for originally wanting to marry you to that pockmarked Lu. Feng Lingxiao teased. Father, you still haven't answered my question. Linglong pouted, annoyed that her father was only talking to her mother. Oh. Feng Lingxiao smiled. I petitioned the emperor for 2 months' leave. That's wonderful. Linglong exclaimed. Are we going back to the capital? Does Linglong want to go back? Feng Lingxiao asked with a grin. Not for now, Linglong said thoughtfully. It's quite nice here. The teacher at school is very kind, the teacher's wife is lovely, and my classmates are fun. With her lively and cheerful nature, she often brought treats from home to share, quickly winning everyone over. Free from academic worries, she didn't care about her grades. This life was far more enjoyable than her time in the capital, chatting and laughing all the way they returned to the town. In the dead of night, they could finally speak some quiet words in private. Did you come this time to take us back to the capital? Youyou asked in a whisper. What does my lady think? Feng Lingxiao replied, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. Truth be told, the chaos in the household now was largely his fault. Does my opinion even matter? Youyou chuckled. As long as your mother is here, the weight of filial piety alone will keep you from turning things around. What good will my words do? If I had known, I would never have brought them here. Feng Lingxiao sighed. He had always harbored a dream. Once he had the means, he would build a grand mansion and live happily ever after with his entire family. But reality proved him wrong. Living together didn't guarantee happiness. For the sake of a selfish whim, he had nearly torn this family apart. It simply wasn't worth it. Now it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Feng Lingxiao lamented, truly regretting his earlier decision. Youyou giggled. Are you really thinking that way? Of course. He wrapped an arm around Youyou and sighed. If I had known, I would have just let them stay in our hometown. At most, I'd have bought them some property and asked them to take good care of mother. But coming to the capital has only made their hearts wild. You have no idea. The savings you left them, they squandered in a month or two down to the last coin. What a talent. The mere thought made Feng Lingxiao furious. 20,000 taels of silver. Even he had never spent so lavishly. Visiting brothels for pleasure, gambling, and casinos. They had certainly enjoyed themselves. Oh, they're your own brothers. What's a little spending? Youyou mocked. Feng Lingxiao quickly said, My lady, I was wrong. I admit it. Let's not bring up those foolish words from before. Over the years, Youyou had always controlled the family's finances, especially when it came to those two brothers-in-law strictly managing their spending. Their daily expenses were covered by the household, including food, clothing, and lodging. Beyond that, the old lady received a monthly allowance of 20 taels, and the two sisters-in-law got 10 each. As for Feng Lingxiao's two brothers, since they were men who needed to socialize, they were also given 20 taels each. At first, the two brothers were quite pleased. After all, back in their hometown, a person might not even earn 20 taels in a year. Now doing nothing, they received 20 taels a month. What was there to complain about? But human greed knows no bounds. Once they grew accustomed to the capital's splendor, those 20 taels no longer. As men, they were too embarrassed to broach the subject with their sister-in-law, but they never tired of complaining to Feng Lingxiao about how pitiful and lowly their lives were. Feng Lingxiao knew exactly how much Youyou earned each year. Not counting other shops, just the liquor business alone brought in tens of thousands of silver taels annually. Seeing his brother's genuine misery, he couldn't help but mention it. Youyou naturally refused. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. If you spoil them rotten, what will happen later? Now they're in the capital with you to support them. When they return to Youyou, what then? Why would they go back to Youyou? Feng Lingxiao said displeasedly, a family should be together. I've been separated from my mother and brothers for 20 years. Now we can finally have a proper reunion. Whatever displeasure you may have, please for my sake make some allowances. Youyou smiled and nodded. Fine, general has spoken. I cannot disobey. But the matter of the monthly allowance is non-negotiable. Even the young masters of dukes and marquises receive the same amount. There's no reason to break the rules in our household. If general thinks they're pitiable, you may subsidize them yourself. Even if you give them the entire marquisate, I won't say a word. After all, it's your property. Do you need to consult me about giving it to your own brothers? She had never really used Feng Lingxiao's money to support the family anyway. His meager official salary barely covered his own expenses, and sometimes, he even helped out struggling colleagues or subordinates. How much could he possibly save? Feng Lingxiao fell silent. Though he didn't keep accounts, he knew that everything in the household was sustained by his wife. He let out a long sigh. After all, they are my family. For my sake, please indulge them a little. I'm sorry for the trouble, my lady. Please, I beg you. He bowed deeply to Youyou. Youyou smiled and nodded. Since the general has spoken, so what more can I say? But Youyou was not one to change easily. Especially in this matter, she didn't believe she was in the wrong. For the sake of filial piety, she had given the old lady an extra 200 taels a year separate from the monthly. She also increased the holiday gifts by 20% compared to previous years. As for the eldest and third brothers, sorry, nothing. Was it her duty to support her husband's brothers? Besides, had she denied them anything? Feng Lingxiao had no choice either. He was barely scraping by himself, and had no extra means to help his brothers. After all, they weren't starving. They just lacked money to squander. But the two brothers were naturally dissatisfied. Seeing the marquisate so grand and prosperous, yet having no share in it, they were filled with resentment. So they went crying to Mother Feng, claiming that Youyou kept a tight grip on the family's money, and wouldn't let them spend a single coin, even suggesting she might be funneling it all back to her own family. Mother Feng had never been entirely pleased with Youyou, feeling she wasn't good enough for her son. With the constant murmuring in her ears, her dissatisfaction grew. Adding to that, Youyou had failed to bear a legitimate son for years, and Mother Feng felt her son was being wronged. So this year she resolved to teach her daughter-in-law a lesson. Seizing this opportunity, she planned to exert her authority. But the result was that Youyou simply flipped the table and walked away. When Feng Lingxiao returned to the capital this time, Mother Feng tearfully told him, I did this all for you. Adopting a nephew might be a solution, but a biological son is always better. You're my own son. How could I ever harm you? You're still young and capable of having children. Taking a few concubines and having sons would be only natural. If your wife can't understand that, then she's a fool, and it wouldn't be too much to divorce her. Feng Lingxiao said helplessly, Mother, please don't meddle in this. If you want me to adopt a son, discuss it with my wife. But as for taking concubines, let's not mention it again. When I proposed to my wife, I promised her a lifetime of devotion to one person, and I will never take a concubine. You do have a conscience. Youyou rolled her eyes at him, a smile playing on her lips. Though life was fraught with countless petty and unscrupulous affairs, a single warm word from him made Youyou feel that all the hardships of the past were nothing. So when do you think I should return? She asked, resting her head on Feng Ziling's chest, listening to the powerful, steady beat of his heart, finding immense peace. I certainly hope you can return as soon as possible. Feng Xiaoling sighed. Otherwise, with the way they're carrying on, the little influence I have in the capital will be completely ruined by them. Youyou laughed. If we had to rely on them, the Marquis estate would have collapsed long ago. I've arranged for several stewards to manage all the ceremonial affairs of the capital's noble houses. They will naturally deliver the appropriate gifts to each household on my behalf. How could Youyou not have considered all these? It wasn't as if she was truly going to divorce him. A life had to go on. It always comes down to you. Feng Xiaoling exclaimed. Youyou just smiled silently, thinking to herself, you finally realize it. She expected him to urge her back to the capital immediately, but instead he said, since you rarely get to visit home, it's up to you. Stay as long as you like. The emperor granted me 2 months leave, but 20 days have already passed. I can probably stay for about 10 more days before I must return to the border. I wonder when I'll truly be free to tend the flowers and plants with you, to enjoy the bliss of family life day and night. Feng Xiaoling said with deep emotion. Youyou laughed. You want to live like that now? Aren't you afraid the emperor will scold you for being unambitious? He might even blame me for being overly sentimental and holding you back. Just endure a little longer. When you turn 40, ask the emperor to let you return to the capital for a post. By then, the new generation of young generals will be able to hold their own, and there won't be a need for men like you to still be charging at the front lines. In truth, it's usually fine, but I just feel I've failed you and our child. I once promised you we'd live an ordinary life together. In truth, it's usually fine, but I just feel I've failed you and our child. I once promised you we'd live an ordinary life together. Now I realize that even living that ordinary life has become incredibly difficult. Since I can't give you a good life, then live a few carefree days as you wish. Feng Xiaoling sighed. I think I should just send my eldest brother and third brother back to Youyou. Staying in the capital, they're like parasites, constantly nagging and causing trouble. Su Youyou sat up looking at him with a smile. Are you serious? Hearing Feng Xiaoling say such a thing was truly a It seemed her drastic measures this time had worked. Serious. Feng Xiaoling nodded. I am merely their brother, not... Am I supposed to take care of them for life? If they have the ability, I'll lend a hand at a critical moment to fulfill my duty, but am I to support them forever? Let them return to Huaizhou. I'll give them everything I have left in our hometown, keeping nothing back. If they agree, I'll send them off with due respect. If they refuse, don't blame me for resorting to unscrupulous means. And your mother, will she agree? Su Youyou asked with a smile. There are 3 brothers, filial piety isn't my responsibility alone. Generally speaking, shouldn't the eldest brother bear a greater responsibility? Feng Xiaoling was not a man bound by convention. He had spent his youth wandering. Those rules and principles were nothing but nonsense to him. What he had always wanted was merely his mother's care and brotherly, but only now did he realize he might have been somewhat one-sided. His sincerity seemed utterly worthless in the eyes of his eldest and third brothers. All they cared about was how much silver and how many benefits he could give them. Whether he was doing well or not never crossed their mind. In that case, I'll go back with you. Su Youyou said, her heart filled with joyous smile on her face. The emperor's birthday is also approaching, and it wouldn't be right for me not to show my face. Although you'll only stay for about 10 days, it should be enough time. Su Youyou said with a gentle smile. It should be sufficient for me to settle Heir's affairs. Let me tell you, the man Heir was with before was utterly disgusting. To think he could do such a thing. Su Youyou was still seething with anger when she spoke of her sister's suffering. Let me tell you, the man Heir was with before was utterly disgusting. To think he could do such a thing. Su Youyou was still... Do you need me to do anything? Feng Xiaoling asked with a smile. Anyone who dared to bully his sister-in-law was practically asking for death. Why would I need you? Su Youyou gave a cold laugh. Just back me up. I can handle this. The two talked for a long while, not falling asleep until late into the night. Feng Xiaoling woke earlier than Su Youyou the next morning. He had a habit of morning exercise, so he gently slid his arm out from under her dress and left the room. Suhi and Dai were already loading the cart with the day's supplies, preparing to head out. Good morning, brother-in-law. Suhi greeted him with a bright smile as he came out. Feng Xiaoling quickly shushed her, pointing inside. Your sister is still asleep. Let's not wake her. Then he lowered his voice. Are you two heading out to set up the stall? Yes. Dai whispered. It gets light early now. If we leave early, we can catch the first wave of people going out. Feng Xiaoling nodded. Then I'll come with you, he said, reaching out to help them with their things. Dai quickly stopped him. Brother-in-law, you don't need to bother. We can manage. You should stay and keep my elder sister company. It's fine, she'll sleep a while longer. Feng Xiaoling laughed. Your sister is always quick and decisive, but she absolutely must get her full sleep in the morning, or she gets terribly grumpy. So he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, her elder sister's morning temper was formidable. They'll go out with you and take a walk. Since their brother-in-law insisted, they didn't stop him, and together they pushed the cart out the door. When they reached their destination, Feng Xiaoling helped them unload the cart and set up the stove, his movements surprisingly skilled. Dai was astonished. Brother-in-law, how do you know how to do all this? Feng Xiaoling said with a touch of nostalgia. In the early years, your sister and I started out doing exactly this. Those times weren't as peaceful as now. Setting up a stall meant not only competing with other vendors both openly and covertly, but also dealing with thugs and local bullies. Things are much simpler for you now. So you and my elder sister had such a hard time too. Suhi sighed. Those days are in the past. Now compared to before, things are much better. Seeing Suhi take out the prepared wrappers and filling, Feng Xiaoling washed his hands and began to wrap dumplings with practiced ease. Brother-in-law, you can do this too. The two of them were utterly amazed. When Su Youyou woke up, sunlight was already streaming through the window lattice, dazzling and brilliant. Xiaohe brought in wash water and said with a smile, the master has gone to set up the stall with second miss and third master. Since he has nothing better to do, let him go and enjoy himself, Su Youyou said with a gentle smile. Xiaohe chuckled. Since the master arrived here, he seems much more at ease. He's no longer always scowling like he did in the mansion, which used to make everyone uneasy. Of course, try going home and having your mother complain to you, your brothers pour out their grievances. See how you'd feel. Su Youyou teased. Miss, you should talk to the master about sending those people back to their hometown. They're always causing trouble in the mansion, and even we feel distressed for you. Xiaohe sighed. This needs to be handled gradually, Su Youyou said with a smile. Otherwise they'll think I can't tolerate them. After freshening up, she had breakfast with Nurse Lan. Miss, did the master say anything to you yesterday? She asked with a hint of worry. Just some household matters, nothing special. What's wrong? Su Youyou asked, noticing her troubled expression. Nurse Lan sighed. Since the master came from the capital, my husband sent word to me. Miss, if the master makes any request, you must not agree. You are still young, and with proper care, having a few young masters is no problem at all. In my opinion, the main issue is that you and the master have been apart for so many years, Nurse Lan lamented. Take advantage of this long stay, focus on conceiving. That's the real priority. Huh? Su Youyou burst out laughing. In just these 10-odd days, how could it be that easy? You never know. Nurse Lan, seeing her take the matter lightly, grew anxious. I've asked around Dr. Gu at the Spring Revival Clinic. Later I'll accompany you to have him take your pulse and see what needs to be replenished. The mere mention of seeing a doctor made Su Youyou uneasy. Do we have to? There's nothing wrong with me. Why see a doctor? Those bitter medicinal brews are useless and taste awful. She dreaded taking medicine. For one, she had no idea what ingredients were in it. Maybe scorpions or centipedes, which made her shudder at the thought. For another, it was too bitter, making her nauseous. Miss, that's not right. Nurse Lan strongly disagreed. You often tell us not to hide our illnesses and to see a doctor early. Su Youyou pondered for a moment. All right then. Persuading her mistress filled Nurse Lan with a sense. She had Xiaohe dress Su Youyou up beautifully before escorting her out. Touching the hairpins on her head, Su Youyou sighed. Why make it so complicated? It's just a bother. She started to remove them. Nurse Lan quickly stopped her. No, you can't. Before the master arrived you could dress, but now that he's here you can't be careless anymore. In front of the master you must look your best, making those flashy little vixens green with envy. Su Youyou laughed heartily. What flashy little vixens? Isn't that Miss Gu from the Gu family one? Nurse Lan fumed. This time the master sent her away. Otherwise I wouldn't have let her off when we return. She used to be coquettish, but now she dares to openly demand to be a concubine. Who gave her the nerve? Nurse Lan said sternly. If you hadn't been in such a hurry to leave the capital, I would have taught her a lesson. Oh. Su Youyou chuckled. What's the use of punishing her? If the Lord has no such intention, even a celestial beauty wouldn't matter. So the root of the problem lies with Feng Lingxiao. I don't care about the others. That's true, but you mustn't let your guard down. Nurse Lan urged. Men are easily tempted. You need to keep a close watch. This time let's return to the capital with the master. Don't let anyone exploit our absence. After all this talk you're still trying to persuade me to go back to the capital. Su Youyou glanced at her with a knowing smile. Nurse Lan's expression clearly said, that's exactly what I mean. Do as you see fit. Don't worry, I will return to the capital. But for now let's settle matters at home first. Su Youyou said. Nurse Lan brightened instantly. That's simple. The mistress and maid tidied up and left walking directly through the streets without needing a carriage. As they passed the wonton stall, it was still bustling with customers. Second Miss business is thriving. Nurse Lan remarked. Then she exclaimed in surprise, Miss look. Isn't that the master? He's actually helping Second Miss wrap wontons. That's his old trade. Su Youyou giggled. In the past he was much better at this than I was. Come on let's tease him. Su Youyou said with great enthusiasm. With that she strode and sat down boldly, and called out boisterously, oh my, when did such a handsome shopkeeper appear? Give us 2 bowls of wontons. They was stunned. Su Youyou burst out laughing. Big sister, what are you doing? Feng Lingxiao smiled, and replied, coming right up, madam. What flavor would you like? Anything will do. Su Youyou gazed at him with a smile. Day was about to cook the noodles when Feng Lingxiao stopped him. He said cheerfully, you attend to the others, they'll take care of your sister. He carefully cooked 2 bowls, and brought them over eagerly. See if it tastes the same as before, he asked with a smile. Su Youyou took a bite, and Feng Lingxiao watched her intently, waiting for her verdict. A bit overcooked, she said judiciously. Feng Lingxiao looked slightly frustrated. I guess I've lost my touch after not doing this for so long. Should I make a new batch? Su Youyou rolled her eyes. It's perfectly fine to eat, why waste it? Nurse Lan however said with a smile, I think it's excellent, just like the old days. Feng Lingxiao pulled up a stool and sat down. Where are you headed? He'll come with you. Nurse Lan chuckled. I heard there's a good doctor in this town. I'm taking the miss to see him. Feng Lingxiao immediately grew anxious. What's wrong, my lady? Are you feeling unwell? No. She's just making a fuss insisting I get my pulse checked to see if there's any issues. Su Youyou. That's only right, that's only right. Feng Lingxiao nodded repeatedly. He'll go with you and hear what the doctor says. He lost all interest in work, took off his apron, and stared at Su Youyou, eagerly wishing she would finish eating in one gulp, so they could head straight to the clinic. Why are you staring at me like that? It's weird, like you're about to snatch someone's food. Su Youyou shot him a glare, and turned slightly. Haha, I'm just anxious. Feng Lingxiao said with an embarrassed laugh. Su Youyou had no desire to go to any medical clinic. However, Nanny Lan and Feng Lingxiao flanked her like a pair of guardian deities, forcibly escorting her there. What's the matter, afraid? He'll run away. Su Youyou glared at him. Not at all. Feng Lingxiao said with a placating smile. It's just a visit to the doctor. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to take medicine. What are you afraid of? Who's afraid? Su Youyou shot back, her eyes blazing as she shook off the 2 and strode ahead. Fine, let's go. The spring returns clinic was not particularly busy that day, and after a short wait it was their turn. Old Dr. Gu still had some recollection of Su Youyou, as such a formidable woman was a rare sight. Madam, is there any? He asked with a genial smile. As Su Youyou was pondering how to respond, Nanny Lan interjected urgently. My mistress bore a daughter some 7 or 8 years ago, but has had no children since. Please, doctor, take a look and see if she needs some tonic. Su Youyou gave an awkward laugh. Having children or not was a matter of fate. Coming to a doctor for this reason felt far too deliberate. Dr. Gu nodded. Madam, please have a seat. Let me take your pulse. Su Youyou sat down and extended her hand, then suddenly chuckled. But it's not necessarily my problem that I haven't conceived, is it? Perhaps you should let Dr. Gu examine you too. Feng Lingxiao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I'm in peak condition. It shouldn't be me, right? His final glance was laden with innuendo. Su Youyou smiled without speaking, just watching him. Feng Lingxiao's laughter faltered after a moment. All right, I'll have a look then. Dr. Gu took a careful pulse and nodded. He then gestured to Feng Lingxiao. Let this old man take your pulse as well. Indeed, as your wife says, this matter is not solely the woman's concern. Ha 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 ha. So if a woman can't bear a child, it's the man's fault. A arrogant laugh came from the doorway. Su Youyou looked up. You, even if we're no longer in-laws, we're still relatives of a sort. Such a momentous event as your marriage. Surely we deserve a cup of wedding wine. Could you take her pulse and confirm? After speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Feng Lingxiao. He first helped Lu sit down, then said to Su Youyou, Big sister, when did you get married? Why didn't you send us an invitation? Even if we're no longer in-laws, we're still relatives of a sort. Such a momentous event as your marriage. Surely we deserve a cup of wedding wine. But you're in quite a hurry. It's only been a short while, and you're already seeing a doctor for this problem. Ha 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 ha. He pointed proudly at Lu. Look at my wife. She's pregnant again. Maybe it'll be a son this time. Having too many sons is a headache too. Feng Lingxiao withdrew his hand from Dr. Gus' grasp. From the man's words he deduced this was likely his sister-in-law's former husband. He had intended to seek him out one day, but he never expected to encounter him today. A crooked smile spread across Feng Lingxiao's face as he thought, truly there are paths in heaven you refuse to take, and gates to hell you barge into uninvited. As for that wedding wine, I'm afraid you won't be drinking it. Feng Lingxiao laughed. But I can offer you some other wine. He Gang was astonished. Wine? Indeed. Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink this instead. With that he reached out his hands, fluttering like butterflies among flowers, raining down dozens of slaps in rapid succession. You? He Gang struggled to rise and dodge, but who was Feng Lingxiao? Once he struck, how could there be any room? Amid Liu's shrieks, He Gang endured dozens of resounding slaps. Dr. Gu sighed. Esteemed guest, this old man is still here. Please grant me a modicum of face. Since Dr. Gu has spoken, how could I refuse? Feng Lingxiao spun around and landed back in his original spot, his robes undisturbed, as if he had never moved. He Gang covered his swollen cheeks with both hands, hissing in pain. Lu stamped her feet and cursed. You damned wretch. He'll report you to the authorities. Fine. Feng Lingxiao nodded with a smile. They'll be waiting. Go on, hurry back, or your master here won't wait. Lu turned and pulled He Gang up. Husband, let's go. He Gang knew he had met his match today and could only swallow his pride as he stood. Let's go. Watching the two flee in a huff, Youyou couldn't help but laugh. You? Picking a fight with him? Aren't you just bullying the weak? Feng Lingxiao sneered. He deserved it. How dare he strut around in front of me? Blind fool. Scum like him. If I ever see him again, I'll beat him every time. Nanny Lan was overjoyed. Serves him right. No matter what you do to that villain, it's not enough. Dr. Gu chuckled. Both of you are in fine health. He returned the rest. The three of them sat for a while longer before taking their leave. On their way back, they passed the wonton stall and saw a crowd gathered with people shouting encouragement. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Youyou nodded with a smile. Nanny Lan took out the consultation fee, but Dr. Gu only accepted 20 coins. This is more than enough. He returned the rest. The three of them sat for a while longer before taking their leave. On their way back, they passed the wonton stall and saw a crowd gathered with people shouting encouragement. Beat him to death. Youyou was startled and quickly pushed through the crowd with Feng Lingxiao. Peering in, she saw He and Li Yong raining punches and kicks on a man writhing on the ground, crying for his mother. Looking closer, the victim was He Gang again. Youyou pulled Suhi aside and asked, what's going on? Suhi's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of her elder sister. Beat him to death. Youyou was startled and quickly pushed through the crowd with Feng Lingxiao. Peering in, she saw He and Li Yong raining punches. With a shout, he leaped into the fray and added a few more kicks. Mercy, mercy, sir. I didn't mean it. He Gang curled up on the ground, clutching his head and wailing. He regretted it deeply. Having been humiliated at the clinic, he couldn't swallow his anger. He knew he was no match for Feng Lingxiao if he went back to confront him. He had intended to go home, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. You go back. He sent Lu away and headed straight for the wonton stall. I can't deal with that adulterous pair, but I can certainly handle you, you little slut. He stormed over viciously and sent the tables on the stall flying with a crash. Up. The diners were caught off guard and utterly startled. Suhi shouted angrily, have you lost your mind? He Gang raised his foot to kick another table, but he lunged from the side and tackled him to the ground. Then came a heavy punch that made him howl in pain. Damn it. I was so focused on revenge I forgot my ex-brother-in-law compared to Feng Lingxiao Day was far less impressive. Although he managed to land a few punches on He Gang with his brute strength, He Gang had not spent his days on the streets for nothing. He might lack other skills, but he was a master of brawling. Soon he turned the tide and exchanged blows with Day. Someone informed Li Yong, who rushed over immediately. With Li Yong's intervention, they finally overpowered He Gang, adding more bruises to his already swollen face. Bullying the few with the many, what kind of hero are you? He Gang shouted while shielding himself. Bah! You despicable scum, what right do you have to call yourself a hero? Day cursed angrily. We're beating you today to rid the world of a menace. With that he kicked him viciously again. The onlookers cheered, well done. Beat him to death. He Gang grew terrified and shrieked. What good would killing me do you? I'm a worthless wretch with nothing to lose. If you rot in jail with me, that's just fine. So he thought to herself, he's right. Perishing alongside such a scoundrel would be a loss. Sister, tell brother-in-law and the others to stop. Let him go. Youyou figured they had taught him enough, so she called out. All right, let him off this time. Let him go. The three reluctantly stopped. Get lost. He Gang felt excruciating pain all over, but dared not say another word. Dragging his aching leg, he stumbled out. That damned beast. Who knows where he got bullied and came to take it out on me. Suhi grumbled angrily as she packed up her. Youyou wanted to help, but Feng Lingxiao and old Madame Lan stopped her and quickly tidied up instead. Hearing Suhi's complaint, Youyou laughed. You're talking about us, aren't you? Just now at the clinic this fellow was rude, and your brother-in-law taught him a lesson. He probably couldn't swallow his pride, and he thought he could bully the weak. What a blind fool. They fumed. All right, enough anger. Clean up and get back to work. Youyou soothed. The fight had frightened off many customers, so they had to apologize, waive some meal costs, and compensate for damaged clothes. This infuriated Day, who cursed again. Youyou chuckled. No worries, you'll go recover your losses soon. Youyou knew exactly how to deal with a rogue like Hegang. After settling things, he gathered a few brothers and headed straight for the He residence. Hegang had just grabbed a bottle of bruise oil to tend to his wounds when the door burst open with a bang and a menacing, "What? What do you want?" "Old madam," he shrieked. "What do we want?" One man pointed at her and cursed. "Where's your son? Tell him to come out." Dare to act, but not to own up. He dared to smash the turf our brotherly protects. Tired of living, is he? "What?" Old madam, he was stunned. "That can't be. Oof, he's already done it, and you say it can't be." They ignored her, barged into Hegang's room, and dragged him out like a dead. Hegang yelped in pain and begged incessantly. Brotherly, I was wrong. I didn't know it was your turf. Just saying sorry is enough." Youyou sneered, arms crossed. "The furniture you smashed, the customers you scared off? How are we going to settle this?" He'll pay. Hegang quickly replied. "Fine, hand over 20 taels of silver, and this matter is closed." Youyou grinned. "What?" Hegang was shocked. "Brotherly, I know I was wrong, and am willing to compensate them, but 20 taels is too— Where would I get that kind of money?" "Is that so?" Youyou couldn't be bothered to argue. "Brothers, you all saw him commit assault and disturb the peace. Taking him in to cool off isn't too much, is it?" "Not at all," they chuckled. "Chiefly is finding him a free place with room and board. He should be thanking you." With that they moved. Terrified old madam, he rushed over and knelt to block them. "No, please. Well pay. She then dashed into Hegang's room. Soon sounds of scuffling and angry shouts emerged. "What are you doing?" "I have no money." Lucia screeched. "Old madam," he cursed. "Are you trying to die? Can't you see that if we don't pay, your man will be thrown in jail? Hand over the money." "Didn't Gang just give you 20 taels as a bride price?" "That was my bride price. What's mine is mine. Why should I give it back?" Lucia retorted. "So you'd rather see your man get arrested, you heartless bitch? Then you pay." Lucia shot back bluntly. "You are his mother. Saving your own son is only natural. Why don't you pay?" I have no money left." "Old madam," he cried in exasperation. Unable to bear it any longer, Hegang shouted into the room. "Ruer, stop arguing with mother. Take out the money to save us for now. He'll earn it back and give it all to you later, okay? A man's mouth is a liar's tool. I don't believe you." Lucia yelled through the window. Hearing this, Youyou and his men couldn't help but smirk. He put on a stern face and said, "Looks like you can't afford to pay. Forget it. Come with my brothers. A few days in chains to serve as a warning." With a nod, his men pounced, pinned Hegang to the ground, and pulled out. No, have mercy. Hegang knew all too well that once inside he'd be stripped of everything he owned before getting out. "Brothers, ease up. He'll get the money, you'll get it." He struggled and shouted. "Fine," Youyou nodded. They let him go, knowing he wouldn't dare run. Hegang dashed into the room and began rummaging. Lucia's hiding place was no secret to him. Soon he fished out a small cloth bundle of silver from the bottom of a trunk. Lucia screamed and lunged at him. "Put that down. That's my money." But Hegang shoved her away. "Mother, hold her back," he said impatiently. Opening the bundle, he took out 20 taels and tucked the rest into his own belt instead of returning it to Lucia. "He give me back my money." Lucia howled in anguish. This was her entire life savings, and now he had cleaned her out. "Return my money, or he'll never let this go." Lucia attacked old madam, he wildly scratching her until she was covered in blood and disheveled. Ouch. "Old madam," he screamed and dodged. "You wretched woman, daring to strike your elder." "Bot." Lucia spat in her face. "Some elder? Stealing my money makes you my enemy. Come and die." Youyou took the silver from Hegang's hand, and then led his brothers out. At the stall, he handed the silver to Suhi and said with a smile, "I have fulfilled my mission." Suhi blushed as she took it. "Thank you, brotherly." Upon opening the pouch, she was startled. "Why is there so much?" Youyou smiled, and said, "If there's extra, considerate compensation for the years he treated you poorly. Spend it on the child, don't return it to that scoundrel." Youyou nodded and said, "Just keep it." He got off lightly by not paying child support after the divorce. This money is merely his meager contribution as a father. Only then did Suhi put it away and quickly invited everyone to sit. "I've troubled you all, please stay for some tea." The constables waved their hands, politely declined with smiles, and left together. Before leaving, they instructed Chief Li, "Stay a while longer. Be careful that fellow doesn't come back to cause trouble." "All right, go," Youyou said with a smile. He understood his brother's intentions. They wanted him to have more time with Sue. Everyone could see clearly that he had feelings for her. His old iron tree was about to bloom, so naturally everyone wanted to help. Meanwhile, Hegang, having sent the troublesome group away, returned to the house with sighs, only to find his mother and Lu in a fierce brawl. Lu was young, and old madam, he was fierce. The two were evenly matched, pulling each other's hair and clawing at faces, resulting in a bloody chaos. "Stop fighting." Hegang tried to separate them, but instead of breaking them apart, he received several scratches himself, leaving burning red marks on his face. Lu cried out in anger, "Shameless old hag, why are you taking my money? You hoard your own, and steal from me, you shameless wretch." Old madam, he grabbed a handful of Liu's hair, and said viciously, "Your money comes from my son, and what I take is his money. You have no say in this." Lu, enduring the pain, snatched her hair back, and kicked out. "Your son has no money. He dragged his feet for 2 months, before handing over the paltry betrothal gift. It hasn't even warmed my hands, and now it's gone again." "Huh, the money from the shop. Has it all gone into your bottomless pit?" Old madam, he fumed. In the past the shop earned 3 to 5 taels of silver a month, whether good or bad. But since this woman took over, not a single coin has come into the household. Now even the expenses for groceries and grain come out of this old woman's pocket. Others raise children for old age support, but I have to support my son instead. And on top of that I have to care for his child. What a curse. These 2 months have exhausted me. Especially that Lu who sleeps until the sun is high, eats and drinks for free, and still complains about the lack of flavor. Then she pushes the bowl away and saunters off to the shop, swaying her hips. With her coquettish and provocative manner, who knows if she's actually tending the shop or flirting outside. When she returns at night, she doesn't bother to light the fire or cook a meal, nor does she care for the child. This old woman works herself to the bone all day without a single kind word. Oh, this again. Every day it's porridge or gruel. Can't we have some meat? Old madam, he was a formidable woman who had once subdued her 2 daughters-in-law with her sheer force. Of course Suhi was no longer in the picture. She was no match. Even Chun, who was quite tough, couldn't stand against her. She had ruled the He family for over a decade, and today encountering such an opponent was both surprising and infuriating. As a daughter-in-law, shouldn't one be gentle, respectful, and frugal? Not like this. If it weren't for Lu volunteering to mind the shop, old madam He's temper would have sparked at least 8 quarrels a day, if not 10. Even so, there were small arguments every 3 days, and big ones every 5. Now that they had come to blows, if she didn't subdue Lu today, what kind of life awaited her? With this in mind, old madam He had held nothing back when she started fighting with Lu, determined to defeat her once and for all. So she ignored He Gang's attempts to mediate and continued to fight Lu like a mad tiger. Lu, one hand protecting her lower abdomen, fought back with the other. Even while fighting, she didn't stop cursing. What money? The shop is deeply in debt. If I hadn't humbled myself to beg for credit, it would have shut down long ago. What money in the shop? Have you even been there lately? Half the shelves are empty, and we owe a fortune to suppliers. If I hadn't swallowed my pride, you'd have been out of business by now. Nonsense. Old madam He refused to believe it. When the second son was around, he always brought back 3 or 4 taels of silver each month. Though not abundant, it was enough to get by in the neighborhood. How could it be in the red after just a few days? This woman must have pocketed all the earnings. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her blows grew heavier. Lu shouted, He Gang, you bastard, are you just going to watch her beat me? Come and help. He Gang was torn and helpless. On one side was his mother, on the other his wife. Mother, stop. Be careful of the child. Ru. Normally he could use his brute strength to separate them, but today after 2 severe beatings his whole body ached as if it had been dismantled. Even if he wanted to separate them, he lacked the strength. He watched as old madam He let out a roar and shoved Lu hard. Lu staggered backward several steps until she was stopped by a table behind her. She felt a heaviness in her lower abdomen, followed by a warm trickle. It's over. Even in her ignorance, she knew she had likely miscarried. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground wailing. Old madam He cursed, giving up already. Get up and fight. Let me teach you how to be a proper daughter-in-law. She was about to lunge again, but He Gang sensed something wrong and grabbed her. Ruer, get up quickly. Think of the child. At that, Lu wept even more bitterly. What child? There's no child anymore. Sob. Oh. When he saw the bright red blood seeping beneath Liu's skirt, he was dumbfounded. Mother, the child is really gone. Old madam He was startled, then sneered, don't try to trick me. How could one push cause such a thing? But when she saw He Gang's trembling hand covered in blood, she was shocked. With a gasp, she closed her eyes and collapsed. Mother. He Gang cried out in alarm. After He Gang's arduous effort to escort the 2 women into Gus Revival Medical Hall, old Dr. Gu examined Lu and shook his head with a sigh. The child is already lost. They'll prescribe some medicine soon. I'll take 2 doses to expel the remaining embryo. Rest well afterward, and you'll be fine in the future. After checking Lu, he turned to old madam He and frowned. It's nothing. No need to worry. He Gang asked in confusion. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Dr. Gu snorted coldly, drew the thickest and longest silver needle, and jabbed it straight into the daling acupoint on her wrist. Old madam He let out an earth-shattering cry and opened her eyes. What happened to me? She asked weakly. It's nothing, see. You're fine now. Dr. Gu said calmly. Oh. He Gang nodded. Old madam He looked around and muttered. Why come to the medical hall? It's dreadfully expensive. Let's go home. Mother Ruer lost her child. He Gang said with some anger. Old madam He flustered. I didn't mean to. Fine, stay if you like him going back. I wonder if you've closed the shop. Hope no thieves got in. With that she scrambled up and hurried away. He Gang went to see Lu. She cried softly, but it seemed even more heart-wrenching. Gang Go, our child is gone, she said. It's okay. He Gang comforted hollowly. Let's take good care of your health, and we'll have another in the future. Gang Go, let's move out. I don't want to live with the murderer of my child, Woa. Lu cried. Let's talk about that later, alright? Focus on recovering first. He Gang coaxed gently. Moving out? How easy. As the eldest son, if he truly abandoned his mother to move out, the elders of the He family would break his backbone with their scorn. If old madam He went to the county court to accuse him of filial impiety, he'd end up locked up for a few days, and might even. He had no money to waste on such trouble. Besides, despite her bad temper, old madam He could still handle household chores. Otherwise, what would become of this home? He found a cart to take Lu home. This was like a minor confinement period, so she needed good care. Mother, can you and Ruer stop fighting? He Gang said helplessly. If this continues, our family will fall apart. Tomorrow I'll check on the shop. You take good care of Ruer. I know. Old madam, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the child was of he blood. Losing it pained her too. The next day she specially killed a chicken and stewed it, scooping the best parts into a bowl for Lou. Lou glanced at it, curled her lip, and scowled. Why only half the chicken? Did you feed the rest to the dogs? You fobbed me off with this broth. Oh, my poor child. She wailed loudly. Old madam, he burdened by guilt, didn't snap back as usual. She forced a smile and said, this is freshly cooked, not leftovers. I saved half for Gongzi. What's there to save? Lou snapped. Did he lose a child? Is he in confinement? I knew it. You've never treated me like a person. You all bully me. Old madam, his head throbbed from the shouting. She sighed. All right, stop arguing. They'll bring it all over, okay? Lou smirked with a hint of triumph, eyeing the pot of chicken soup, and gave a slight smile. What's there to eat in this chicken head? I don't want it. She tossed it straight to the floor. Then she ate half, and threw away half, scattering chicken skin and bones everywhere. When old madam, he entered, she saw the mess and the mother and son, each gnawing on a drumstick. The pot was nearly— You should eat more cleanly. There's still plenty of meat. Old madam, he cried in distress. What's the matter? Lou sneered. You killed your own grandson, and now you begrudge me a chicken. I don't begrudge it. Watching old madam, his suppressed anger, Lou felt immense satisfaction. Before, out of respect for he gang, she had held back. But now she realized this old woman needed a firm hand. Did she think Lou was as useless as Sue? From then on, Lou did nothing, expecting to be waited on hand and foot. Whenever something displeased her, she would curse loudly. The harsher the words, the better, leaving old madam, he dizzy with rage. The two fought fiercely at home, and he gang, tired of the noise, mostly holed up in the shop. Lately business had been terrible. A similar shop had opened nearby, offering a wider selection at better prices, stealing away his regular customers. He thought about causing trouble, but then he saw Youyou coming out of that shop and lost his nerve. Can't mess with him. He sighed, realizing Lou had been telling the truth about not making much money. One day, passing by the street, he noticed the wonton stall was gone. His spirits lifted, and he grabbed a passerby. Where's the stall owner? Did they go out of business? The man gave him a contemptuous look. What are you thinking? Mrs. Sue is doing great. See over there? She bought a shop and stopped setting up a stall. Now she's sheltered from wind and rain. Even better. He gang stared at the shop, its sign reading Zus Wonton Shop. Through the doorway he saw it packed with customers, Sue bustling about with a radiant smile. Suddenly he thought Sue was actually quite pretty. Even more so than Lou. He stood there dazed for a moment, then sighed bitterly. Even though he didn't want to go back, where else could he go? Just a few steps away he saw Youyou striding over. They greeted him with a smile. Brother Youyou, you're here. Youyou smiled. Where's your sister? Inside. Brother Youyou, have a seat. They said. No, I need to oversee the craftsmen fixing up the house. Big sister and the others are leaving soon, so I have to get your second sister home before they go. Ha ha ha. They laughed heartily. Then you'd better get busy, Brother Youyou. Glancing back and spotting he gang, he frowned and cursed, what bad luck, and went into the shop. He gang slouched away dejectedly, but Youyou called out. If it isn't brother he. What a coincidence. Oh, by the way, second sister and I are getting married on the 26th of this month. You must come for a drink. He gang was stunned. After a moment he forced a smile. Congratulations, Captain Lee. Ha ha ha. Youyou laughed joyfully. Brother, he is getting married too, right? Joy to us both. What a joke. He gang dared not show any expression on his face, yet he was cursing inwardly as he walked home, already hearing the uproar inside before he even entered. Old lady, he jumped up and shouted. I advise you to tone it down. You eat whatever is available, yet you pick and choose every day. Why don't you go to the palace and become a queen? Oomph. Lou Sure yelled angrily from outside the window. What have I picked? If it weren't for you, would my child have fallen? Besides, what good food have you given me? You've only had chicken once in several days, yet you keep bringing it up over and over again. If you don't have money, don't marry a wife. Who can afford to support someone as lazy as you? Old lady, he sneered. Just look at Sue Sure. Even Chin Sure is better than you. Lou Sure laughed loudly, then go. How could you let such a good wife get driven away? Ha, it's too late to think about that now. Just then old lady, he turned her head and saw her son had returned. Her grievances found a voice. Look at the kind of person you've brought home. She argues with me 100 times a day. I can't serve her anymore. Take her back to where she came from. Mom, just say one less thing. Have you made dinner? I'm hungry. He gang replied irritably. Just noodles, take it, or— Old lady, he said irritably. I even made her meat sauce, and she still complained about not having vegetables. What kind of wife is this? She's nothing but a burden. She grumbled as she walked into the kitchen to serve he gang noodles. This family has lost all semblance of order. Today I went to see the second son, but his wife wouldn't let me in at all. It's truly infuriating. And the second son is no good, either. He hasn't come back since he left. The thought of this made old lady he furious. Oldest son, why not send this woman back, and bring Sue Sure back instead? After all, you still have a child together. If you say a few soft words, she might change her mind. The more old lady he spoke, the brighter her eyes shone, filled with excitement. Besides, she's doing quite well with her wonton. When she comes back, let her brother go, and you can work with her. I think her stall is even better than our shop. He gang shot her. This matter should not be mentioned again. Why should it be forgotten? Old lady, he chuckled. Just tell her that as long as she comes back, she won't have to worry about anything at home. You both can focus on outside matters. If she cares about that woman, just cut ties with her. He gang sneered. Don't you want a grandson anymore? Old lady, he pouted. Gongzi, honestly, don't get angry. I think this child might have some issues. Look, he's so big yet he can't even call out for his milk or father properly. If there's really something wrong, it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. It's better to send him and that shameless mother away. Oh, it will save trouble. I knew you old thing wouldn't have good intentions. Lucia burst in with her hair disheveled, swinging a broom wildly at old. You're bullying me, and now you want to bully our treasure. He'll beat you to death, you heartless old hag. Lucia, filled with resentment, swung the broom fast and furiously. The broom was used for sweeping the yard and was covered with chicken droppings and feathers. He gang didn't dodge in time and got a mouthful of unknown substances. Disgusted, he shoved the bowl away and stood up shouting angrily, "Are you two done yet?" "Not done," Lucia yelled back. "Do you still want to drive me away and bring Susher back?" "I'm telling you there's no way. Unless I die, she can forget about coming back." "Enough." He gang seized the broom from her and said irritably, "Just because you say she should come back doesn't mean she will. She has now climbed to a higher branch and will be getting married in a few days." Huh. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were stunned. Who is so indiscriminate to marry a divorced woman with a child? "Old lady," he sneered repeatedly. "Haha, she is marrying well. You know the head of the office, Lee. She's hitched to such a big shot." Who is so indiscriminate to marry a divorced woman with a child? "Old lady," he sneered repeatedly. "Haha, she is marrying well. You know the head of the office. Alright, from now on just keep your distance. Otherwise Lee will come looking for trouble every few days. Can we still live our lives?" He gang warned solemnly. Old lady, he despite her dissatisfaction could only comply. "That woman has really gotten a good deal as she lives, so," she muttered as she began to tidy up. Li Yong rubbed his hands nervously, feeling a bit shy as he sat in the courtyard of the Su family in Yu family village listening to the matchmaker Wang introduce his situation to the Su elders. This wasn't his first time proposing, but he still felt a bit nervous inside. The Su couple was more shocked than happy. "Is this true? How could someone working in the government office set their sights on our second daughter? Don't mention that she's a divorcee. With her conditions, countless young women would be crying and begging to marry her." Old lady Su smiled and said, "We wouldn't be dissatisfied with Li Langjun's conditions. As for the betrothal gifts, just a token would suffice." Li Yong was overjoyed and quickly said, "The betrothal gifts cannot be less than a single coin. Let's set it at 20 taels. Besides, whatever others have we should have too. Rest assured I will treat the second sister well." In the inner room, Su Youyou was smiling as she hugged her sister, whose eyes were filled with tears. "So how is it? Are you reassured now?" Su he nodded, feeling sweet and joyful in her heart. What did he say? "Will you continue running the shop in the future? Or will you just return home to be a good wife and mother?" Su Youyou asked. Su he smiled and said, "I told Li Ge that even if I get married, the wonton shop must still be open. He said it's fine as long as I like it." "Then that's good. It seems you didn't pick the wrong person." Su Youyou nodded approvingly, glancing. "Since he said that you need to take good care of the shop. Later we can have he open another shop. Even though we are siblings, we don't need to be entangled together for a lifetime." I understand." Su he smiled and said, "For now it's just the two of us talking. Once we have a sister-in-law, things will get complicated, so it's better to separate and each do our own thing. He is doing well too. When he finds a wife, I will separate from him. Speaking of which, he is not young anymore. He should find a good girl to marry. Then you'll need your second sister and brother-in-law to help." Su Youyou smiled and said, "When I send you off, I will go back to the capital with your brother-in-law. Big sister, I don't want you to leave." Hearing that her elder sister was about to depart, Su He's heart ached with sorrow. She buried her head in her sister's embrace, clinging tightly to her. "When you have time, come visit me in the capital. It's easy to find," Su Youyou said with a smile. Old Mr. and Mrs. Su were very satisfied with Li Yong. The two families quickly reached an agreement, deciding to hold the wedding on the nearest auspicious day. After all, a good match was hard to come by, and an early marriage would put everyone's minds at ease, avoiding any unforeseen complications. Once Li Yong and his party had been seen off, the Su family gathered to discuss Su He's wedding arrangements. Old Mr. Su cleared his throat. "This Li Yong seems decent. And according to him, you've met him in town before. Are you satisfied here?" Su He's face flushed with warmth, and she nodded shyly. Old Mr. Su laughed heartily. "Good, as long as you're happy. Then it's settled." He said, "Head, offer 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. When the time comes, take 12 taels as your private savings for your dowry." Su Youyou pursed her lips, thinking to herself, why not give it all to Heir and keep back a little? Su He was indifferent to this matter and nodded gently. "I have no objections. Whatever you and mother decide is fine." Over the past 2 months, she had also earned some money. How much dowry her parents gave her didn't really matter. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't rely on his family's inheritance, and a good woman doesn't depend on her dowry. Now that she had her own hands and feet, she could earn as much money as she wanted. Su Youyou said to Su He with a smile, "After you marry him, don't feel burdened. He may seem well off, but you're no less. If he ever mistreats you in the future, don't endure it or make compromises. Don't swallow your pride for the sake of peace. If things truly become unbearable, just write to me, and he'll take care of it for you." Old Mrs. Su scolded angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting again? Can't you say something nice for a change? Don't you wish her well? Here, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. When you marry Li Yong, just get along with him. Don't be so quick to quarrel or make a fuss. In a marriage there are bound to be bumps along the road." Having been scolded by her mother, Su Youyou chuckled and winked at Su He. Su He smiled shyly and said, "Mother, I understand what you've said. But my sister is also right. I will naturally live well with him in the future. But if he changes, then I will have my own reason." Su Youyou clapped her hands. "That's the right attitude. Now I can rest easy. Father-mother after Heir's wedding ill returned to the capital. Although a little reluctant old Mrs. Su still said, you should have gone back long ago. You've been away for months. It's a mercy your mother-in-law and husband haven't complained, or you might have been divorced. She wouldn't dare? I'm not afraid of her, Youyou said with a laugh. Anyway, returning to the capital this time promised to be a fierce battle. Now that Feng Lingxiao was on her side, she had nothing to worry about. She would just go all out. If she didn't subdue them completely this time, she might never get another chance. Time was too tight, and the Su family hadn't prepared any decent dowry for Suhi. Even ordinary clothes and bedding couldn't be made in time. Don't worry, leave it all to me. Since the town of Qinghe was too small to get things done quickly, they would go to the prefectural city. When Li Yong came to welcome the bride, 9 days later, he was utterly stunned at the sight of Suhi. She was dressed in a splendid red wedding gown embroidered with gold adorned with a full set of dazzling and exquisite gold ornaments, making her appear exceptionally beautiful. Suhi looked at him shyly. What's wrong? Don't I look good? Beautiful, beautiful. Li Yong nodded hurriedly. He took his new bride back to the town. When they entered the bridal chamber, the wives of his colleagues, after seeing the bride, were all full of praise. Indeed, just the set of gold jewelry alone made them envious. Who would have thought the bride's family was so generous, willing to give such a lavish dowry? Watching the wedding procession disappear into the distance, Youyou felt a profound sense of loss. Sui's marriage was something she had strongly advocated for. She wondered what the future held, and whether Li Yong would treat her well forever. Feng Lingxiao put his arm around her shoulder, and said, don't worry. They'll be fine. If that guy dares to mistreat your younger sister, he'll be the first to deal with him. Youyou rolled her eyes at him. Always talking big. You may have the intention, but do you have the time? Alright, I'm fine. If he turns out to be as despicable as that bastard, he then am not to be trifled with either. That's right, my formidable lady. Feng Lingxiao said with a laugh. When I return to the capital this time, I'm not going to be some meek little lamb. Youyou warned him in advance. If they are willing to do things my way, then we'll coexist peacefully. If they remain stubbornly unrepentant, don't blame me for being ruthless. Youyou sneered. Alright, whatever you say. I promise I won't say a word. Feng Lingxiao chuckled. After Suhi's return visit to her family 3 days later, they would prepare to go back to the capital. Xiaoshu, I won't be able to go to school with you anymore. Linglong sighed regretfully. She took out a piece of 5 blessings celestial green jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to Yu Jiangshu. Since I'm leaving, keep this as a memento. Yu Jiangshu's eyes welled up as he reached out to take it. Linglong, you'll miss you. Me too. Linglong said with a smile. You must study hard and come to the capital someday. All your food, lodging, and entertainment. Alright, it's a deal. Yu Jiangshu silently resolved to one day go to the capital with dignity to see her. As the 2 children talked, others bidding farewell were also taking their leave with reluctance. Yulei nodded with a smile. Take care on the road and safe travels. Youyou laughed. Don't worry, these are peaceful times, and with so many of us nothing will happen. You on the other hand take good care of yourself, and Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu is a good child with a talent for studying. As long as possible, let him continue his education. If you encounter any difficulties, don't be too proud to ask for help. Go to your second sister. You men would rather suffer in silence than lose face, but you can't afford to delay the child's future, you know. Youyou specifically instructed him. Yulei smiled sheepishly. As she passed by him, Suhi with tears in her eyes grabbed her. Sister, I don't want you to leave. I don't want to leave you either. Youyou patted her shoulder. Remember what I said, if you have troubles, don't bottle them up. Send me a letter, and he'll come to solve them. Also keep an eye on Xiaoshu for me. Lend a hand if he's in need. I know, sister. You even left money. Our generation has endured a lot of hardship. We just hope the children can have a better life. Youyou sighed. After bidding farewell to everyone, she and Linglong boarded the carriage. Watching the convoy slowly disappear into the distance, Suhi couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed in Li Yong's arms. Don't cry, don't cry. When we get a chance, we'll go to the capital to visit big sister too. Li Yong comforted her gently. With a hint of reluctance, Youyou watched the familiar mountains and rivers recede into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. A bit reluctant to leave, aren't you? Feng Lingxiao felt somewhat guilty. She didn't have to rush back to the capital so urgently. It was for his sake that she decided to return early. A little, yes. Youyou smiled. But as pleasant as another's home, maybe it's not a place to stay forever. No matter how disagreeable the capital is, we still have to go back. I've wronged you, my lady. Riding on his horse, Feng Lingxiao sighed inwardly. Over the years he had been away from home, so often leaving her to face the tangled relationships within the household alone. It truly was a hardship for her. Seeing how freely she indulged herself in the countryside, it was clear how stifled she felt in the capital. That's just how there are bitters and sweets. Finding joy amidst hardship is nothing to fret about. Youyou had never been a fragile person. She wasn't in the past, not since she fled her arranged marriage and renamed herself Youyou, and certainly not in the future. Before reaching the capital, Feng Lingxiao turned back to the border. After another 6 days of travel with Linglong, the majestic and magnificent city walls of the capital came into view from afar. Even though she had seen them many times, each sight still stirred a sense of awe in her heart. Youyou smiled and said to Linglong, we're back again. Linglong, however, sighed. It's so dull. That's you. I won't find it dull. Youyou laughed. The lady of the house has returned. Shizi rushed in to inform Mother Feng. Oh, she's back already. Mother Feng was taken aback. She both longed for and dreaded her daughter-in-law's return. Yes, she's already through the second gate and heading this way. Shizi exclaimed. Mother Feng could no longer sit still. Supporting herself with her cane, she stood up. Come, let's go greet her. As she stepped out, she saw Su Youyou dressed in red walking in with a smile accompanied by Linglong. Long time no see, mother. Are you well? A simple greeting, but Mother Feng detected an unusual tone. Well enough, not yet driven to death by anger. She snorted coldly. Su Youyou feigned surprise. Someone dares to anger you. Such filial impiety. Was it eldest brother, third brother, or their wives? Tell me, and I'll vent your anger for you. The eldest sister-in-law quickly interjected. Second sister-in-law, you jest. How could we dare to anger the old lady? We can't even show enough filial respect. Sister-in-law, your trip to relax took so long. Mother was terribly worried. Su Youyou smiled and bowed to Mother Feng. Then it must be cousin Gus' fault. She's always by Mother's side. How could she fail to take care of her? And she claims to be so considerate and filial. Doesn't seem like much to me now. Enough. Mother Feng, catching the sarcasm in her words, grew even angrier. Aren't you tired from the journey? Go rest. With that, she turned to enter the room. Su Youyou smiled and said, Mother, since I'm back, there's something I must seek your guidance on. Come in and talk. The sun outside is giving me a headache. Mother Feng said irritably. The eldest and third daughters-in-law exchanged glances, knowing that Su Youyou's first order of business would be to reclaim the household management. If she wanted it back, they'd be more than happy to hand it over. They didn't want the burden any longer. As they entered the room, the eldest sister-in-law noticed Linglong following and quickly said with a smile, Linglong, why are you here too? You've traveled so far, go rest first. Linglong smiled sweetly. Ain't no rush. My room hasn't been lived in for a while. Let them clean it first, or I won't have a place to sleep tonight. Oh, I see. The eldest sister-in-law gave a dry laugh and couldn't object further. She didn't want the child to know about her mismanagement, or her authority would be completely undermined. As expected, after a few pleasantries, Su Youyou brought up the household management. Earlier I had to take some time to recuperate, so I asked you both to manage the household affairs. Thank you for your hard work. She nodded slightly in gratitude. The two women blushed with shame, unable to meet her eyes. But since I'm back, I can't let you continue to toil. Otherwise people might think I'm being lazy and making relatives do the hard work instead of saying you're being kind to me. Her words emphasized the word relatives. The two quickly nodded. Mother, let sister-in-law, second sister-in-law handle the household. Our abilities are limited, or we're truly not up to the task. Mother Feng knew this well, but she was irked that her second daughter-in-law, instead of offering warm greetings, immediately sought power. It was infuriating. She wanted to hand over the keys, but the directness of the request made her uncomfortable. So she pursed her lips and remained silent, her face stern. Su Youyou smiled softly. It seems your management has been quite successful. Mother is very satisfied. Very well, let's keep things as they are for now. With that, she stood up, curtsied gracefully to Mother Feng, and said, we're covered in dust from the journey, so I won't keep you company. Linglong, let's go back and bathe and change. We'll come chat with grandmother tonight. I'm okay. Linglong replied with a smile. Su Youyou turned to Nanny Lan and said, we brought some local specialties. Have someone bring them in for the old lady. Yes, miss. Nanny Lan responded. As soon as Su Youyou left, the two sisters-in-law grew anxious. Mother, if sister-in-law wants the household keys back, just give them to her. Why make things difficult for ourselves? Mother Feng shot them a glare. Handing over the keys is easy, but what if she asks where the leftover silver in the treasury went? How will you answer? Hi. The two looked aggrieved. It wasn't as if they had spent the money. Besides, even if we return it to her, we can't just give it away so easily. Nothing in this world comes that cheap. Mother Feng sneered. Hearing Nanny Lan outside shouting orders to be careful not to bump anything, the three women quickly composed themselves. Nanny Lan led servants carrying two large chests, which seemed quite heavy. The two sisters-in-law brightened, thinking Su Youyou was never stingy and her gifts would surely be valuable. The third sister-in-law giggled. Open them quickly, let's see what fine gifts second sister-in-law brought from Mother. Nanny Lan smiled. It's naturally something the old lady will like. With that, she opened the chest and lifted the oilcloth wrapping. A pungent smell of salted fish nearly suffocated the three women. Ugh, it stinks. Take it away. The eldest sister-in-law shrieked. Madam, this is salted fish. It's supposed to smell this way, Nanny Lan said cheerfully. Miss Hometown is near a large lake with abundant fish. She remembered that Huai Prefecture also produces dried fish, so she specially brought these from afar for the old lady and the two madams to taste a bit of her homeland. Take it away, take it away. Mother Feng pinched her nose and shrieked. Apart from the salted fish, would the old madam care to see other items? Madame Lan ordered the servants to carry the salted fish out. Sierra and Xiang'er hurriedly opened the windows to let the air circulate and dissipate the odor in the room. Though the three of them tried not to look, they feared missing something. Open it and let me see. A specialty from southern Anhui, pressed salted duck. Madame Lan said with a smile. Ugh. The three turned their faces away in unison. What was this? First salted fish, now pressed duck. Since it was from Anhui, weren't there countless fine inkstones and silks? Why send such things? Was she deliberately trying to disgust them? Enough, take it all out. Madame Feng said with disdain. Yes. Madame Lan led the servants out carrying the items. How detestable. How utterly detestable. She did it on purpose. Madame Feng fumed, slapping the armrest of her chair. Mother, please calm down. Don't let it harm your health. The two sisters-in-law tried helplessly to console her. By afternoon, Su Youyou sent Xia He to inform the old madam to avoid adding to her burden. They would not need dinner prepared for their side that evening. The two sisters-in-law tried helplessly to console her. By afternoon, Su Youyou sent Xia He to inform the old madam to avoid adding to her burden. They would not With so many of us returning, the expenses for people and horses are considerable. She didn't want to trouble you. Well, just prepare our own meals in the eastern courtyard. Xiaohe said with a smile. This. The two sisters-in-law exchanged bitter glances at their mother-in-law. They were tired of eating greens and pumpkins day after day. They had hoped Su Youyou's return would reopen the main kitchen, allowing them to enjoy flavorful meals again. But now that mother, it seems second sister-in-law wants to split the family, doesn't it? The eldest daughter-in-law muttered. Would she dare? Split the family. I won't agree to it, and second son wouldn't dare either. Madame Feng declared with murderous intent. If the family really split, she would likely have to live with the eldest son. With him, what kind of life could she expect? Not being bled dry by him would be a stroke of luck. Want to split the family? No way. Unless I die. She glared fiercely at her two daughters-in-law. Don't any of you think about splitting the family. As long as I live, I won't let the Feng family fall apart. Xiaohe listened with a smile, knowing these words were meant for her to relay to her mistress. She curtsied again and said with a smile, You misunderstand, madam. My mistress never mentioned splitting the family. She only thought you had much to manage and suggested saving wherever possible. Otherwise, if the kitchen here prepares too much, wouldn't it go to waste? That's why she sent me to inform you. Madam first, madam third, madam, please don't overthink it. Having said that, she bent her knees, slightly smiled, and walked out. What is she trying to do? Madame Feng panted with rage. Mother, perhaps we should return the household management to second sister-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law urged again. Oomph. Madame Feng turned away, unwilling to acknowledge them. If not for their greed and foolishness, would she now feel guilty facing second son's wife? Enough. She can come, or not. I never wanted to see her sour face anyway. And you two go about your business, instead of hovering around me all day. Madame Feng waved her hand, impatiently dismissing them. The two rose resentfully and withdrew. I thought with sister-in-law back would finally live well, but now she pulls this stunt. Really, the eldest sighed. Why bring that up now? The eldest daughter-in-law was displeased at having her old wound exposed. Forget it, ha. The third one realized, why bring that up now? The eldest daughter-in-law was displeased at having her old wound exposed. Forget it, ha. The third one realized she had misspoken and quickly laughed it off. Su Youyou had sent Madame Fan and the others ahead to tidy up the mansion before her return. The loyal servants who had been driven out were also sought out and brought back. However, this opportunity was used to weed out those who were lazy and dishonest. Those who returned were all arranged in the east. As for the old madam's side, her original staff remained. But for the eldest and third sons' families, their former arrangements. When the first and third madams find out, they will resent you again. Madame Lan sighed. It doesn't matter, Su Youyou said lightly. Even if I arranged everything for them, they'd still envy me. When trouble came, did they ever stand with me? Now I use my own money for my own affairs. What does it have to do with them? Besides, what they're using now is my husband's money. No, half of that is mine. When the stipends are distributed, you must take my half. Though it's not much, I won't let others have it for free. Su Youyou was never one to be magnanimous. Madame Lan smiled and replied, You're right, miss. Not just half. All of it is yours. Never mind. Supporting the elderly is his duty. I won't be too precise about that. But what do the elder and younger brothers-in-law have to do with me? Even if they gave me the household management, I'd stop their allowance. That's right. Madame Lan clapped in approval. It should have been done long ago. I always said you were too kind before. I thought they were his family. If they lived well, wouldn't he be happy? But now I see I was only troubling myself. Su Youyou couldn't help but laugh. I know what to do from now on. They'll fulfill my filial duties, but not a step more. They can do whatever they want to. I want Bob. She found a comfortable position in the chair. Lately, perhaps from traveling too long, she easily felt drowsy. By evening, the eldest and third sons returned home with excitement and anticipation. With second sister-in-law back, we should get some good food this time, the eldest hoped. Probably. The third son chirped. After so long eating bland greens, my mouth is practically tasteless. I want braised pork knuckle, steamed shad. Buddha jumps over the wall. Slurp. Just talking about it made them almost drool all over the floor. Lately, the two miserable men had not a single coin in their pockets, unable even to buy a sesame cake on the street. Those who once called them brothers now avoided them like the plague, fearing they'd ask for a loan. Anyone who came to talk only mocked or teased them. These months had shown them the fickleness of the world and the cruelty of. From now on, he'll never speak ill of second sister-in-law again, the eldest sighed. The moment he saw the dinner, he immediately broke his word and lashed out. Why is it still this stuff? Where is second sister-in-law? Didn't she tell the kitchen to make something edible? Eat up. Mother Feng said crossly. Not just today, but from now on, it'll be the same. The eldest slammed down his chopsticks. Mother, why don't you talk to her? She's deliberately making things difficult for you. Look, she's feeding you this. The third son chimed in. Exactly. I thought things might improve once she returned. Enough. No more nonsense. Eat if you want or leave if you don't. You're getting on my nerves. Mother Feng was already displeased, and their grumbling only annoyed her further. Mother, how can you be like this? Does she have any respect for you as her mother-in-law? I'm going to find her. The eldest son. Suddenly the door curtain lifted and Nanny Lan walked in. The eldest master wants to speak with Our Lady. You can tell me instead, and he'll be sure to pass on the message. The eldest son pointed angrily at the dishes on the table. Is this how you treat mother? You feed her this? Nanny Lan looked at the greens and steamed buns on the table and said with a smile, well, this really isn't our latest fault. Now in this household it's still the eldest madam and the third madam who manage the affairs. What we eat and use is beyond our lattice control. What? The two were utterly astonished. Nanny Lan gestured for the maidservant behind her to bring up the food box she carried. Our lady thought that since the old madam had been away from home for so long she might miss the flavors of home. Back then the old madam often told Our Lady about the hard times you all endured when the whole family couldn't bear to eat even a single salted fish during meals. This time Our Lady specially brought some from afar, prepared it in the Huai prefecture style, and had this old servant bring it for the old madam to taste. With that she took out 2 plates of steamed salted fish from the food box. Just this. Feng Ruoqi glanced at it, pouting in disappointment. Salted fish. They had eaten it before, and it was always salty and stinky, nothing special. They were still young and hadn't eaten well for months, so they were already craving good food terribly. On their way from the manor to the academy, every day they passed countless delicious snacks, but all they could do was drool. In the past they each had a monthly allowance of 2 silver taels to buy whatever they wanted. But ever since their mother and the others took over the household, the allowance was soon cancelled, and later the servants who followed them were dismissed as well. Everyone at the academy had book boys to help with tasks, but the 2 brothers had to carry their own bags and run to and from school. They had been mocked by their classmates for quite some time. Everyone stared at the salted fish on the table, their faces dark. But although the fish looked unappealing, the lingering scent of saltiness and brine was strangely enticing. Now not only were they ignored, but they were also taunted from time to time. It was too humiliating. Nanny Lan set down the salted fish, bowed to old Madame Feng, and left with the maidservant. Everyone stared at the salted fish on the table, their faces dark. But although the fish looked unappealing, the lingering scent of saltiness and brine was strangely enticing. The eldest and third sons couldn't help but swallow. Mother, this salted fish smells quite nice. Why don't you try some? Hell, let me taste it for mother first. The eldest son chuckled, picked up a piece of salted fish, and placed it in his bowl. To his surprise, the salted fish paired perfectly with the rice. It's good. Come on, everyone, dig in. He urged them. Salted fish, no matter how humble, was still meat. For a family that had only been getting meat every few days recently, it brought a hint of happiness to their meal. Meanwhile, at the same manor, Youyou and Linglong's dinner was far more lavish: 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. Not abundant, but exquisite. When Nanny Lan entered, Youyou smiled and asked, "When you delivered the salted fish, did the old madam say anything?" "No." Nanny Lan suppressed a laugh. "I never thought the old madam would be so frugal. She must have quite a bit of private savings. How could she stoop to this?" Youyou pursed her lips and smiled. "I know why. The old madam endured so many hard times in the past that she's very tight with money. After losing so much silver to those 2 spendthrifts the other day, how could she not be pained? Naturally she'll cut corners wherever she can. TSK, but still this is too much." I saw both young nephews, their faces have grown thin. Nanny Lan covered her mouth with a smile. "Do you really think they have no spare cash?" Youyou snorted coldly. "Whoever it is, if they were truly broke, they could pawn just 1 or 2 of their belongings. Wouldn't that be enough to eat well for half a month? Everyone is afraid of letting others benefit, so they cling tightly to their own money. Fine if they don't care about their own children. From now on, well, just send the old madam her portion of our meals as usual. There's no need to do anything extra." "Yes, miss, we understand." Everyone replied with a smile. It was right that the miss had finally decided to mind only her own. A few days later, the eldest son noticed that all the maids from his second sister-in-law's courtyard had changed into new summer clothes. He went to ask his own wife about it. "Have our summer clothes been made yet? Why would we make new ones? If you need to wear something, I'll take out your old ones and iron them for you," the eldest wife said. "What do you mean?" The eldest son cried out in great dissatisfaction. Even their servants and boys are wearing new clothes, and we're stuck in old ones. Since when have we become worse off than the servants? He shook off his wife and stormed towards Youyou's courtyard. Before he could enter, the maids and older servants blocked him at the gate. "Please stop, eldest master. If I won't go in. Call out second sister-in-law. I have something to say to her," he said angrily. "You've come at a bad time, eldest master. Our miss is feeling unwell and truly cannot receive visitors," Nanny Lan said sternly. Is she unavailable, or is she afraid to see me?" The eldest son sneered. "Isn't she afraid that when my brother finds out how she treats his own mother and brothers?" "Eldest master, I don't understand. How has our miss mistreated you?" Nanny Lan retorted with a cold laugh. Let's not even start on that. Why are you all dressed in new clothes while we aren't? Since when do servants get to lord it over their masters? I'm going to ask her, does she have any regard for mother or for—" Nanny Lan let out a soft chuckle. "If it's about that, there's no need for our miss to see you. Even a servant like me can explain." "You are right, eldest master. The servants, maids, and old women in our courtyard have indeed changed their clothes. But those new clothes have nothing to do with the manor's finances. If you don't believe me, you can ask the eldest madam or the third madam. Has our miss taken even a single copper from the accounts? Is that really the case?" Granny Lan scoffed. "My young lady is spending her own money for us. This shouldn't violate the rules of the household. Don't worry, if the eldest lady buys something good for the master out of her own pocket, we won't say a word about it." This remark made Feng Lingxiao turn away in anger. "Mother!" Feng Lingxiao turned to complain to his mother. "This second sister-in-law is really going too far. You don't know they are now locking themselves away and enjoying delicious food every day while we are left to eat nothing but vegetables and tofu. Also, did you see that all her maids and servants have new summer clothes today? We have nothing at all. Mother, isn't this just bullying us? Lao Da complained incessantly to Feng Mu, filled with resentment. What do you want me to do? Feng Mu looked at him coldly. Mother, why not just give her the responsibility of managing the household? If she continues to manage it, won't everything be fair? This way we can save a lot of expenses. He knew his mother well. Whenever it was about saving money, she would surely be pleased. Feng Mu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Alright, she has been resting for a few days since she returned. It's time for her to take on some responsibilities. Enough, I have made up my mind about this. You go and busy yourself with your own matters. Don't keep me occupied here, it's irritating. Although he was sent away by his mother, Lao Da still felt pleased. Enough, I have made up my mind about this. You go and busy yourself with your own matters. Don't keep me occupied here, it's irritating. Oh, the eldest daughter-in-law felt a bit awkward. However, since her mother-in-law had already gone ahead, she had no choice but to comply. The three of them walked towards the eastern garden. When the elders personally arrived, Granny Lan and the others naturally did not dare to stop them. Now this second daughter-in-law is getting more and more arrogant. Even when I, as her mother, come personally, she doesn't come out to greet me. Feng Mu snorted coldly after being welcomed into the small guest room for tea. Isn't it because my arrival was too sudden? Enough with the nonsense. Feng Mu said irritably. Let's get to the point. You returned a few days ago, and I thought you were tired, so you should rest a bit longer. Enough with the nonsense. Feng Mu said irritably. Let's get to the point. You returned a few days ago, and I thought you were tired, so you should rest a bit longer. It's about time you should take back the management of the household. You don't even have your own home, and yet you expect your sisters-in-law to do all the work for you. She glanced at the eldest and third daughters-in-law. The two hurriedly pushed the box they were holding towards Youyou. Youyou, however, simply smiled and drank her tea, not taking the box and keys. Actually, after I returned to the countryside, I encountered a very famous doctor. Youyou set down her teacup and said with a smile, he told me that I've been too overworked these past years, which has led to serious deficiencies, making it hard for me to conceive. As for this ailment, he said it needs to be gradually adjusted, it won't get better overnight. Regarding the management of the household, I think my elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law are doing quite well. At the very least, they are much better than I am. Not to mention they are doing a good job at increasing revenue and reducing expenses. If this continues, our family will surely be able to save money. After returning, I have also felt quite touched. In the past I indeed was too extravagant, so I can't blame Mother for saying that. Youyou said with a smile. So wasteful, so extravagant, I really haven't taken Mother's words about frugality and managing the household to heart. That's why it's still my elder sister-in-law and sisters-in-law. After all, they have been by Mother's side for a long time, influenced by her teachings and guidance. In the future, I also want to learn from Mother and inherit this excellent family tradition. Haha, look at what you're saying, sister-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law chuckled. The people in the capital have a different way of doing things. Oh, we can't do that. Sister-in-law, just take the keys and the accounts. It's enough to follow the rules we all abide by. How can that be? Youyou smiled. Elder sister-in-law, Mother has very high expectations for you. You are the daughter-in-law of the first branch, and in the future you will be the matriarch of the Feng family. If you don't take on these responsibilities, who will? As for me and the third sister-in-law, we can afford to be lazy, but it will be hard work for you, elder sister-in-law. Youyou said with a smile. This? The eldest daughter-in-law was at a loss for words after being praised so highly, glancing at her mother-in-law, as if hoping she would say something. Feng Mu felt she needed to re-evaluate Youyou. Over the years, she had never realized that she was such a person. In the past, she had always been calm and unconcerned about money. What has happened this time? If the last time was about marrying Zhenyuan to the second branch, causing her anger, now that they have also been sent back to the countryside, isn't that sufficient explanation? Why is she still acting so oddly? What is she trying to achieve, trying to keep control over herself? So she said coldly, this is your father's home, naturally you should manage it. Don't say unnecessary things. Although I am just a country woman, I am not unreasonable. There is no reason for the eldest and youngest sons' wives to manage the household for you. Furthermore, wasn't it you who asked your elder sister-in-law and younger sisters-in-law to help manage the household before? A wise old fox. Feng Mu immediately turned the tables. Youyou couldn't help but laugh. Yes, Mother is right. Alright, I will accept this. The three women finally sighed in relief as she finally spoke up. Feng Mu said in a deep voice. Alright, the matter has been settled, you should rest more. I don't need you to serve me on this side, oh, just manage the household well. Yes. Youyou replied with a smile. After sending the three of them out, Granny Lan frowned and said, Miss, does this mean we still have to manage these parasites? How long is this going to take? It's so annoying. I already said they are the eldest and youngest sons, we just need to fulfill our duties as relatives. Youyou said nonchalantly, all those previous arrangements have been cancelled. Later ask them if they will cook for themselves, or if the main kitchen will deliver food. If they are cooking for themselves, we'll send over firewood, rice and oil, they can cook for themselves. If they are eating from the main kitchen, that's fine too. However, the usual allocations for clothing in all seasons have been completely cancelled. Even though they are relatives, continuously sending them things makes it seem like they can't afford to live without it. I don't want to show off, oh, from now on I want to be a humble person and not look down on relatives just because I'm the wife of the Marquis. Yes, you are absolutely right, miss. Granny Lan laughed heartily. The others Chunlan and Xiaha also. The previous lady was too kind, which only made that group more arrogant. Now their good days have finally come to an end. As soon as Feng Mu and the others left the eastern garden, Lauda and Laosan hurried over. How is it? Mother, did you hand it over? The eldest daughter-in-law said joyfully. It's been handed over. That's great. The two almost jumped for joy. At last the two brothers felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. They exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with joy. As soon as their mother and the others had left, they dashed excitedly toward the accounting office. Previously, the accounting office staff had all been dismissed without even receiving their wages. However, just 2 days ago, they had noticed people coming and going from the once empty office. Even when they passed by the main kitchen earlier, they saw smoke rising from the chimney. Third brother, do you think we should only take this month's allowance or collect the past few months' allowances all at once? The eldest asked with a grin. The third brother didn't hesitate. Of course we take all 3 months together. Although it's only 20 taels a month, 60 taels in total. Not much. We're absolutely broke right now. TCH, once I have money this time, those people won't get anywhere near me. With money we can spend it on ourselves and eat well. Why should we let those bastards benefit? The third brother now felt that he must have been blinded by lard and had dog dung in his eyes to have ever considered those people true friends. Exactly. This time after we get the money, we need to be more careful with our spending. The eldest sighed. Last time they had indeed spent far too recklessly. Even though the second brother's family was wealthy, they couldn't sustain such extravagance. Fortunately, he hadn't openly quarreled this time upon returning. Otherwise, if the two of them were driven away, they would be like a mute swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice their grievances. From now on he had better restrain himself. If he truly angered his second brother, things would take a turn for the worse. But his second brother had been genuinely good to him, without a word of complaint. Not bad. This brother was truly reliable, someone worth keeping close. So it was a matter of exchanging hearts for hearts. He would just have to be more restrained and spend less in the future. As the eldest walked, he engaged in self-reflection, moved by the profound fraternal bond between them. Third brother, second brother has indeed treated us well. From now on we must also be good to him and cherish this place as if it were our own home. Big brother, I understand. I won't act foolishly again, the third brother quickly confessed. At worst, next time mother urges second sister-in-law to take a concubine, he'll speak up for her. Or how about I offer my second son to be adopted by him? That way he won't have to worry about this vast estate having no heir. That's a good idea. If your second brother finds out, he'll surely praise you for being sensible. The eldest nodded. As they spoke, they arrived at the courtyard of the accounting office. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the guards at the gate. Masters, this area is off limits. Please go elsewhere. Two burly guards said in a deep voice. What? The eldest immediately flared up. What do you mean? If you recognize us, how dare you speak to us like this? Do you believe he'll go tell your mistress right now to have you thrown out of the mansion? Apologies. This is a restricted area. Without authorization, no entry is permitted. It's the rule. Their tone was firm, leaving no room for compromise. The eldest was about to explode, but the third brother quickly pulled him back and whispered, Big brother, we're here to get money. As long as we have the money, what does it matter if we go inside or not? The eldest thought that made sense. Why get angry at a couple of lowly soldiers? Tell Manager Lon to come out and see me, he barked gruffly. The two guards exchanged a glance and nodded. Wait a moment, well, go report. The brothers stood with arms crossed waiting for Manager Lon to appear. Before long, Manager Lon emerged with a beaming smile. Oh, what wine brings the two masters here today? The eldest sneered, cut the chatter. I'm here to collect our monthly allowances. 3 months worth, 60 taels, each 120 in total. We're all busy, so we won't keep you from your work. Manager Lon listened with a smile, then turned to the third brother. Third master, are you here for the same reason? Why else? I see. Manager Lon nodded. I've been so busy these days that I forgot to inform you both of what matters. The brothers frowned. Effective immediately, your allowances have been discontinued. Manager Lon announced cheerfully. What? The two brothers exploded. What did you say? Who do you think you are to dare cut off our allowance? With that, they reached out to grab Manager Lon, intending to teach him a lesson. Manager Lon was not intimidated. He took a step back and the two guards immediately shielded him securely. I am indeed nothing, just a servant in the Earl's mansion. But you two masters should also understand that you are merely relatives and guests of the household. If you truly wish to reprimand me, you have no right. Please take your leave. This is the accounting office, a restricted area. I want to offer you tea. With that, he nodded to the two guards and retreated inside. The brothers wanted to charge in again, but the two burly men blocked their way. Helpless, they had no choice but to slink back. Mother! Mother! As soon as they entered the room, they burst into tears. We can't stay here anymore. They don't treat us like human beings. The eldest wailed as soon as he saw old Madame Feng in Shokong courtyard. Mother, let's go home. We can't stay here. Even the servants look down on us. Yes, mother. We've lost all face this time. The third brother also looked aggrieved. What's wrong with you two now? Old Madame Feng asked impatiently. We only went to collect this month's allowance, and that servant drove us out with sarcastic remarks. Mother, we can't stay here. Allowance. Shizi, has the East Courtyard sent our silver yet? Old Madame Feng asked. Shizi quickly replied, Madam, it has arrived. Oh, then you two go back. It will probably be delivered to you in a day or two. Old Madame Feng said lightly. She's probably been busy these days, and simply hasn't gotten around to it. Mother, that's not it. The third brother cried out. That man clearly told Big Brother and me that from now on there will be no more allowance for us. None. None. Old Madame Feng frowned. What is this second daughter-in-law up to? Why is she making trouble for no reason? Alright, you two go back first. I'll ask her about this. Why was everything fine before, and now she's stirring up trouble? Can't we just live in peace? The two nodded pitifully. As they came out of the room they saw their own wives there and whispered, have you received your allowances? The two sisters-in-law also shook their heads. The eldest frowned deeply. Do you think second sister-in-law is planning to stop giving us money from now on? Exactly. If she stops the money, how are we supposed to get by? The third brother was also troubled. This won't do. We need to have mother talk to her properly. Not only get the money back, but also make sure she promises never to— Exactly. Second daughter-in-law, what exactly are you trying to do? How could you just arbitrarily cut off the allowance for your eldest and third brothers? Mother Feng arrived without even accepting tea and immediately began to scold. Youyou chuckled lightly. Mother came rushing over just for this matter. What's the matter? You don't think this is important? Mother Feng was furious. Youyou nodded. What do you mean by this? Mother Feng sensed the gravity of the situation and became wary. It seems you don't intend to treat us as family, do you? Mother, why do you say that? How have I not treated everyone as family? Youyou said with a smile, if I truly didn't consider you family, why would I have brought everyone here from Huaizhou in the first place? Why would I have us all live together, eat together, and share everything? And when I was away, why would I entrust the household to mother's sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law? Youyou's face still held a smile, but her tone turned icy. Tell me, mother, have I truly not treated you as family? Well, Mother Feng was left speechless. From her daughter-in-law's perspective, she indeed had done no wrong. Old Nanny Lan pulled a long face and said, Old Madam, speaking to our young mistress like this today. It's not that this servant is being impertinent, but it truly chills her heart. Our young mistress was willing to treat you all as family. But how have you treated her? Not only have you tarnished the reputation of the Zhenyuan Earl's mansion here in the capital, but you've also squandered the entire decade's savings of the estate. Do you know how many people have come to the door demanding payment these past few days? As she spoke, Old Nanny Lan dabbed at the tears flowing from her eyes and began to sob. It was just spending a bit of money. What's the big deal? The third daughter-in-law muttered under her breath. Mother Feng overheard and shot her a fierce glare. Youyou sighed. Old Nanny Lan, why bring that up? Isn't mother already well aware of everything at home? Saying this, are you suggesting that mother should repay the debts for us? Old Nanny Lan wiped her eyes and said sullenly, the old madam herself said we are all one family. Then we should share joys and hardships together. When you managed the household, madam, you never shortchanged anyone in the slightest. Now that the mansion is in trouble, shouldn't everyone put their heads together to find a solution? The eldest and third daughters-in-law immediately panicked and looked to their mother-in-law. They knew full well how immense the mansion's deficit was. Mother Feng's face was taut, her eyes darting about. Oh dear, why has my head started to ache? Eldest daughter-in-law, third daughter-in-law, help me back to my courtyard to fetch some medicine. Oh, let's go. The two quickly jumped up, supporting Mother Feng as they hurried out. Old Nanny Lan nearly laughed out loud, but the matter wasn't over yet. Old madam, we still need your guidance on this matter. Perhaps we could all pool our resources to settle this once and for all. We are all part of the Feng family, one family after all. Old madam. The more she called, the faster the trio in front fled. Had Mother Feng's legs not been ailing, they might have taken flight. Having hastily escaped the eastern courtyard, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at Shokong courtyard, the eldest and third sons were still waiting eagerly. She then swung at striking him indiscriminately. They'll beat you two scourges to death. Mother Feng cursed viciously. Mother, what are you doing? The eldest son said with a grin, reaching out to help his mother. But he didn't notice how tightly her grip on the walking stick had become. She then swung at striking him indiscriminately. They'll beat you two scourges to death. Mother Feng cursed viciously. Mother, what are you doing? The two fled in shock and terror. If I kill you, the world will be at peace. Mother Feng fumed. Seeing them escape far beyond her reach, she flung her staff to the ground in rage. What a curse! Why did I give birth to two debt-collecting demons? Old madam, came a call from outside the door. It was Old Nanny Lan. Old madam, open the door. Our young mistress sent me to ask if you need a physician. Old Nanny Lan shouted loudly. If your headache has eased, we still need to discuss that matter further. Old madam. Cheesy. Why have you closed the door in broad daylight? Old Nanny Lan grumbled. Inside, no one dared to breathe, loudly shrinking in place, afraid to make a sound. Mother Feng beckoned Cheesy over. Tell her that I've lain down as soon as I returned and just need to rest. No need for a physician, and don't let her disturb me. Cheesy nodded and said through the door, Old Nanny Lan, the old madam, says she'll be fine with some quiet rest. There's no need to call a physician. As for any matters, please ask the second madam to come back later. The old madam needs to rest. Very well then. They'll go back and report to our young mistress. With that, she turned and left. Only after she was gone did those in the courtyard breathe a sigh of relief. All of you come inside. Mother Feng glared at them and walked back into the room sulking. They hesitated for a moment before following her in. We can't stay in the capital anymore. We're returning to Huaizhou. Mother Feng's first words upon sitting down stunned everyone. Mother, what do you mean by that? The eldest son said urgently. Why would we go back to Huaizhou for no reason? Mother Feng shot him a cold look. If you don't want to go, fine, he'll go back alone. She had saved up several thousand taels of silver over the years. Returning to Youyou now, she could still live the life of a respected matriarch. The current state of the mansion was indeed troubling. She had been careless before letting those two spendthrift sons drain the second son's wealth. If they came to her now demanding money to pay off the debts, should she give it or not? Everyone knew she had some money stashed away. If she refused to part with a single copper, the second son would be disheartened, and if he harbored other thoughts later, it would be even more unworthy. No, she had to leave quickly. Mother, why suddenly think of returning to Youyou? The third son asked, puzzled. Although the brothers had fallen on hard times recently, having tasted the splendor of the capital, going back to the stagnant Youyou was unbearable. Moreover, their ancestral home wasn't even in Youyou City, but in a village 200 li away, even more boring. Can't we stay? The eldest son said with a grimace. Mother, think about it. Heir and Liner still need to attend school. Besides, aren't you going to do something about second brother's situation? Aren't you afraid he'll end up without an heir and this grand mansion will fall into someone else's hands? We'll talk about that later. Mother Feng shot him a glare. Second brother isn't that old yet. Why worry about that now? If she still hasn't given birth in a few years, he'll be the one to panic. If you have such thoughts, it's better to have a few more children yourself. Then let second brother pick a good one from among them. Mother, what you— The eldest son said joyfully. What? Mother wants to return to Youyou. Why? Have I done something wrong to displease you? Youyou's heart leaped with joy upon hearing that her mother-in-law intended to go back to Youyou. Yet she still had to put on a show of reluctance. Donning a sorrowful expression, she lamented, Mother, now that our family faces difficulties, I was just about to seek your advice. They say an elder at home is like a treasured heirloom. With your vast experience, you can surely help us. You cannot leave now. Startled, Mother Feng grew even more determined to depart. No. Mother Feng waved her hand hastily. My limited knowledge might suffice in the countryside, but it falls short in the city. I am an old woman who understands little of your youthful affairs, so I shall not meddle. Besides, staying away from our hometown for too long is not ideal, she sighed. Many kinships fade if not maintained. Moreover, it won't do to leave our land in the care of relatives indefinitely. Problems may arise over time. This time I shall take the eldest and third sons with me to manage the household back home. Enough said. Just arrange an escort to see us back. Youyou's eyes lit up. The land in our hometown. You're right, Mother. We still have fields there. Mother, we have 600 mu of land, and with 3 brothers in the family, it's only fair that each gets 200 mu. If these fields could yield 300 taels a year. In a few years we could repay the debts of the eldest and third brothers. Youyou exclaimed delightedly. Mother Feng's face darkened. How can you be like this? Surely it's easier to earn money here in the capital. I'm not expecting your filial piety, but how dare you try to exploit an old woman like me? Fine. After I return, you needn't bother with anything else. Just send me 200 taels each year. Mother, will the eldest and third brothers' families also pay the same? Youyou asked. Mind your own affairs. The eldest and third sons can serve me personally. Can you? Mother Feng retorted angrily. Oh. Youyou nodded with a smile. Indeed, then he'll leave it to the eldest and third brothers. Fine, we won't contest the land in our hometown. As for the money, I'll have it sent to you as soon as possible. If that's more like it. Mother Feng shot her a glare. Once she mentioned leaving, she grew impatient. The next day she packed everything in her room and repeatedly urged Youyou to prepare the escort. Youyou occasionally murmured words of reluctance. After all, she couldn't show her joy before they departed. The next day she packed everything in her room and repeatedly urged Youyou to prepare the escort. Youyou occasionally murmured words of reluctance. After all, she couldn't show her joy before— We understand, Chunlan said with a smile. I even made a headband for the old lady as a keepsake. We'll miss them too. Yes. Xiaohe also chimed in. I embroidered a few handkerchiefs. Though they're not valuable, they represent our sincerity as maids. Hee, you're thoughtful. Nanilan chuckled. Then he'll prepare something as well. When Mother Feng and the families of the eldest and third sons set off the next day, they filled 6 large carts. Seeing Mother Feng pack nearly everything movable from the house, the other 2 families followed suit, even taking their bed. Sister-in-law, rest assured, well, take good care of Mother, the eldest son's wife said with a smile. Returning to Youyou was not a bad prospect for her either. In Youyou they had many relatives and friends to visit, basking in their compliments and enjoying their envious glances. Here they were confined to their mother-in-law's side, and their own small courtyard with no one to talk to. Even their own parents and siblings had been long unseen. The mother-in-law's sudden whim to return had fulfilled their secret wishes. Had they not feared the second son's wife might think them wealthy, they would have brought more capital specialties as gifts. Youyou accompanied them out of the capital, hosting a farewell feast at the 5-mile pavilion. Had it been possible, a few reluctant tears would have completed the perfect send-off. But she didn't force it. Smiling, she waved until the caravan disappeared. Finally, she heard a collective sigh of relief. Turning around, she saw everyone beaming. Nanny Lan supported Youyou and said with a smile, Mrs. Finally, I doubt the old lady will want to return anytime soon. Youyou sighed. I hope so. Then she laughed. Come, let's all— I need a good sleep. I'm so tired. I woke up too early today. Back at the residence, she slept again and woke feeling refreshed. Opening her eyes, she found Linglong watching her by the bed. Why aren't you playing? What's so interesting about watching me sleep? Nanny Lan said you have a little brother, so I came to see you. Linglong replied with a smile. Curiously, she gazed at Youyou's belly. Mother, do you really have a little brother? How amazing. We're not sure yet. Su Youyou laughed heartily. Nanny Lan entered. How could it be false? Though we're not doctors, we're women. How could we not know when we're with child? It's been so many years, and now suddenly. It feels a bit embarrassing. Su Youyou giggled. What's there to be embarrassed about? Nanny Lan handed her a cushion to lean on. In those past years, I think it was because the young master was rarely home that you couldn't conceive. I always said you were perfectly healthy. Why couldn't you bear a child? Humph. Then why didn't you call a doctor, mother? Linglong quickly asked. It was because your grandmother and the others were about to leave, Nanny Lan explained. If they knew you were pregnant, they might refuse to go. So we kept it quiet until they left. Miss, let Chunlan and the others help you dress. Physician Liang should arrive soon. He's a gynecology expert in the Imperial Hospital. With just a pulse he can tell if the child is male or female, Nanny Lan said with a radiant smile. She was the happiest about Su Youyou's pregnancy. Once her mistress had her own young master, she would no longer fear the old lattice schemes. Oh, what's the rush? Whether it's a boy or girl is decided from the moment of conception. He'll love either. Linglong nodded. But I still hope mother gives birth to a brother. Then grandmother won't find fault with you anymore. Nanny physician, Liang has arrived. Chunlan announced from outside. Please invite him in. Madam, you are indeed with child, announced physician Liang with a congratulatory smile. My felicitations, madam. Physician, can you discern whether it is a boy or a girl? Nanny Lan urged eagerly. This placed physician Liang in a difficult position. Su Youyou chuckled, don't trouble him. So early on, how could one possibly know? Alright, please see physician Liang out on my behalf. No need, no need. As Chunlan escorted physician Liang out, Xiahe and the others entered with beaming smiles to offer their congratulations to Su Youyou. Nanny Fan's smile was so wide it seemed her mouth would split. We must send word to the young master at once. Nanny Lan shot her a glance. Isn't it a bit early before the 3rd month? Best not to spread the news just yet. Right. See how joy has muddled my wits. It's fine, I am not overly particular about such things. She decided to inform Feng Lingxiao nonetheless. He must have longed for this child for quite some time, Su Youyou mused silently. Wonderful. I shall have a little brother, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight with a cheerful laugh. Indeed. Now you can play with your younger siblings. In the season of blooming lotus, the news of Madame Su of the Zhenyuan Earl Manor being pregnant suddenly spread, startling many. How extraordinary. Madame Su has not conceived for years. How did she suddenly become pregnant? If she fails to bear a son, who knows who will inherit the Earl Manor in the future? True. Wasn't it said not long ago? The old Madame of Zhenyuan Earl Manor wanted to take a concubine for her son, but in a fit of anger Madame Su abandoned everyone and fled. Do you remember the great fuss that ensued in the manor afterward? Said the lady, speaking, covering her mouth with a round fan, her body trembling with laughter. Of course we do. The others joined in the laughter. By rights does a wife need her mother-in-law's reminder to arrange a concubine for her husband? Having been childless for years, she should have seen to it long ago, said the wife of General Zhenyuan with a smile. Over the years, Madame Su has had countless disputes with old Madame Feng over her lack of a son. Even the Earl himself wears a perpetually grim expression, deterring all. Taking a concubine and raising the son born to her as one's own. There is little difference from bearing one yourself, don't you? Indeed, someone chimed in from a distance, approaching with a smile. Thus is the virtuous name of Lady Zhenyuan renowned throughout the capital. With 7 sons and 8 daughters, she is the envy of all. How leisurely she must be. At the sight of the newcomer, the ladies' faces fell with embarrassment. Being caught red-handed gossiping behind someone's back was indeed a loss of face. Madame Su has arrived. Please sit, the ladies exclaimed, rising to greet her. I wonder if my presence here will intrude upon your amusement. Su Youyou said with a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over the wife of General Zhenyuan. How could it be? You jest, madam, replied Lady Zhenyuan with an awkward smile. Today the Marquise of Chongning hosted a lotus viewing gathering with some 20 to 30 guests from friendly families in attendance. Su Youyou had been too lethargic to stir in the heat, but Nanny Lan insisted that without proper activity the fetus would grow too large, making childbirth a painful ordeal. Understanding the reasoning, she forced herself to come. Little did she expect to overhear gossip about herself upon arrival. Her refusal to let Feng Lingxiao take a concubine had already become a notorious tale throughout the capital, branding her the capital's foremost jealous wife. I must also admire Lady Wu's virtue, Su Youyou said, looking at Lady Zhenyuan. I hear the general's mansion now houses 20 or 30 concubines. It's fortunate that General Wu is robust, still able to mount his horse and charge into battle without his back aching or his legs weakening. At this the company burst into clear laughter. Lady Wu's face flushed crimson and then paled, utterly mortified. Truly she had touched a raw nerve. During the new year, her husband, having drunk a bit too much, failed repeatedly to mount his horse, sparking rumors that his many beauties had left him with kidney deficiency, unable even to ride. You little mischief maker, said the Marquise of Chongning, taking Su Youyou's hand with a laugh. She addressed the other ladies. Do continue. Madame Su is with child, so I shall accompany her to the pavilion by the lake. Saying this, she helped Su Youyou toward the lakeside pavilion. Su Youyou laughed. I can walk on my own. There's no need for such fuss. That won't do. Your condition is no ordinary matter. A little caution is essential, urged the Marquise. That Lady Wu has always been excessively virtuous. She doesn't care that her husband is nearly 50, as she still brings one woman after another into the house, producing a swarm of illegitimate children. Good for her. If it were me, I'd be driven mad, complained the Marquise. She is free to let her husband take as many concubines as she wishes. Sighed Youyou. But when she expects everyone else to follow her example, it becomes rather unlikable. If it weren't for our husbands being commerce-en-arms, I wouldn't have invited her. She's such a killjoy, sighed the Marquise. By the way, have you had the physician check whether it's a boy or a girl? I will love it regardless of gender. There's no need to know. Youyou laughed. Knowing in advance would spoil the surprise. He'll wait to see what gift fate brings. What a wonderful way of thinking. In all the capital you are the only one so unconcerned. Look at how you dote on Linglong. One would think you were grooming her to be the heir. She rides horses and practices martial arts. She hardly seems like a proper young lady. The Marquis's words carried a veiled note of admonition. A girl should behave like a girl. A child's health is what matters most. Youyou held her own philosophy of child-rearing. Let her do as she pleases. For a girl, the most carefree time in her life is these years. I cannot bear to constrain her. You truly know how to cherish a child, sighed the Marquise. Yet no one was better off than another. The Zhenyuan Earl manor might seem lower in rank than her own, but look at how young Feng Lingxiao was. Feng Lingxiao was just over 30 with countless opportunities for future merit and rewards. In a few years he would likely rise another rank, standing shoulder to shoulder with her own husband. Previously, everyone had mocked their household for its constant turmoil. But once Youyou took charge, she resolved all problems in an instant. The troublesome mother-in-law and elder brother-in-law had finally left, as had the delusional cousin. Now she could quietly nurture her pregnancy. It seemed Madame Su was not as useless as she appeared, mused the Marquise. Like mother, like daughter. Perhaps betrothing her Linglong to her own son would be a fine match. In terms of family standing, appearance, and talent, she was not unworthy. Lost in thought, she began to smile. Sister Su, your Linglong has grown so gracefully. I wonder what kind of family could ever be worthy of her. The Duchess of Chongning asked with a chuckle, probing Youyou's thoughts. It's not something to force. Youyou replied with a smile. If she doesn't fancy someone, even a third or fourth rank official won't do. If she does, even a duke or marquis is fine. It all depends on the children's affinity. I don't place much importance on such things. What do you mean by that? The Duchess of Chongning laughed heartily. What about my family? What do you think? She fixed her gaze on Youyou, awaiting her response. Just as Youyou was about to speak, a young maid came running over, shouting in panic. It's terrible. The young master has fallen. All the ladies were startled and rushed to where she pointed. By the time they arrived, the child had already been rescued. The Duchess of Chongning looked at her drenched youngest son, her anger flaring. What happened? How did you end up in the water? It was her. The other children pointed at Linglong. Youyou fell in while picking lotus flowers for her. Linglong pursed her lips. I told him I don't need anyone to pick them for me. I can do it myself. With that, she flicked her finger, and a flat stone flew out, striking a blooming lotus. The stem trembled slightly and snapped in two. As the flower began to fall, the silk scarf on Linglong's shoulder shot out, wrapped around the lotus, and pulled it back. Linglong caught it, took a sniff, and a smile graced her face. Annie, the lotuses here are so lovely. Could you give me a few more to put in a vase later? The Duchess of Chongning was too worried about her son to respond immediately. Linglong handed the lotus to Li Gu with a smile. I think you might like this flower too. Here, it's for you. Li Gu was dazed and took it somewhat blankly. Youyou quickly said, though it's warm today, the young master should change his clothes and drink some ginger soup to ward off the cold. Exactly. The Duchess of Chongning instructed the attendants, take the fifth young master to change immediately. Li Gu came to his senses and said to Linglong, thank you, sister. I love the flower you gave me. Linglong suddenly laughed. It's a flower from your own garden. Why thank me? Go change quickly, or you'll catch a cold. The maids escorted Li Gu out of the garden. The Duchess of Chongning said it was nothing and urged everyone to continue, but the other ladies insisted she go check on her child and not worry about them. We're frequent visitors here, we can entertain ourselves. Go on. Only then did the Duchess leave. Linglong saw her mother looking at her, felt a flush of heat, and was a bit embarrassed. Several ladies laughed. Indeed, a brave father has no timid daughter. That move by Linglong was superb. Youyou smiled. She's been playing with swords and spears since she could walk, ignoring all the things other girls love. Lady Lu of the General's mansion laughed. Coming from a military family, this is only natural. If you don't mind our humble status, my third son isn't betrothed yet. How about pairing him with your Linglong? Her directness made everyone chuckle. Sister Lu, are you here to snatch a daughter-in-law? Lady Lu laughed heartily. A good girl is liked by all. It's first come first served. She slid a gold bangle off her wrist and tried to put it on Linglong. Linglong, who had remained calm and directed others to rescue Li Gu when he fell, was startled and quickly hid behind her mother. Youyou quickly stopped her with a smile. Sister Lu, what are you doing? How can a child accept such an expensive gift? Lady Lu looked at Linglong, beaming. Sister Su, how about a child betrothal between our families? Rest assured you know what kind of person I am. I'm definitely not the type to mistreat a daughter-in-law. My eldest son is already married, and everyone can see how I treat his wife. Am I right? Yes, Sister Lu is an easygoing one. The others chimed in with laughter. Someone added, Sister Lu, no matter how much you like her, you can't settle the engagement right now. We like her too. Lady Lu laughed heartily. I don't care about that. It's your fault for not making a move first. I've already spoken for her with Sister Su. This daughter-in-law is mine. What do you mean spoken for? Sister Su hasn't agreed yet. Enough. Youyou saw the conversation getting out of hand and quickly called a halt. The children are still here. Let's all take it easy. The ladies burst into laughter and dropped the topic. Lady Lu was still unwilling to give up. Sister Su, I brought this up first. Even if you need to think it over, my family should be the first in line. Alright. Su Youyou replied casually. The ladies went off to talk among themselves, but before leaving they instructed the children. Stay away from the water, and don't fall in again. Yes. The children answered in unison. Once the adults left Linglong, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Li Gu is such a show-off, even when he can't manage. Lucky it was Aunt Su who's so easygoing. If it were my mother, my bottom would be swollen from spanking. Zhang Jixuan stuck out his tongue, and said with a grin. His mother was Lady Lu, the one who had just tried to betroth Linglong. But Linglong's martial skills are impressive. How about a spar? He was thrilled to find a peer with such skill, and wanted to test his own abilities. At home, he was the third child with 2 older brothers who wouldn't play with a little brat. The mansion had guards with decent skills, but none would truly fight him. They only humored him. He had enjoyed it at first, but soon grew bored. Great. The other children cheered and clapped. Linglong rolled her eyes. No way. I'm all dressed up today not for a fight with you. If you really want to practice, let's set a time and place. He'll change clothes then so it'll be proper. Zhang Jixuan found this reasonable and nodded. Alright, we'll set a time later. No backing out. Haha, just don't cry if you lose. Linglong teased. Only kids cry. Zhang Jixuan retorted indignantly. Just then Li Gu returned in dry clothes, and shook his head. Fighting is so unbecoming. Linglong is a girl. Wouldn't it be better to admire flowers and read together? Violence is so boring. Reading is boring. You bookworm. Fighting is crude. Linglong shouldn't play with you. Hey Li Gu, are you asking for a beat? Zhang Jixuan shook his fist menacingly. All of you shut up. Linglong couldn't help but shout, silencing them. Let's all speak nicely and stop arguing. Linglong frowned, calling out in displeasure. Zhang Jixuan shot a glare at Li Gu and turned his head away. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Su Youyou said to Zhang Jixuan. If it's convenient, come to my place, and we'll have a— Can I? Zhang Jixuan was both surprised and delighted. Want your aunt scold you? It's fine, my mother doesn't really mind such things. She might even bring some melon seeds and tea to watch the fun. Linglong said with a laugh. Alright, then I'll be sure to visit the day after tomorrow. Zhang Jixuan was overjoyed. Li Gu standing by was rather displeased. After pondering for a moment he said, then I can come too, can't I? Zhang Jixuan rolled his eyes and gave a contemptuous smirk. You don't like fighting and wouldn't understand it anyway. What's the point in coming? Linglong however said with a smile, come if you want to, no one's stopping you as long as you don't mind being bored. Then we want to come too. The others were also eager. We're all from military families, we usually practice as well. How about we have a match too? Zhang Jixuan was disdainful. You lot are just putting on a show. You dare call that martial arts? I could beat you with one arm tied behind my back, and you'd be crying for your parents. Hey Zhang, don't be so arrogant. Who's putting on a show? How about we have a go right now? The few of them provoked by his contemptuous tone immediately rolled up their sleeves and clenched their fists ready to teach him a lesson. Enough, if you fight here, don't you think the aunties will spank you? Linglong stepped in between them. If you want to fight, come to my place the day after tomorrow, all of you, and we'll have a proper match. Agreed. Alright, then I'll show you just how many eyes the Lord Ma has. The group exchanged threats, and then ran off to play. Li Gu, seeing that things had escalated a bit, couldn't help but worry for Linglong. Are you sure it's okay to have so many people come to your place for a match? Won't Aunt Su scold you? My mother is different. As long as I don't cause real trouble, she doesn't interfere much with other things. Your aunt is really great. Li Gu was full of envy. As the group dispersed, Li Gu was holding a wide-mouthed jar with a dozen large budding lotus flowers inside. If you like them, Sister Linglong, I'll bring you more in a few days. Li Gu said with a hint of shyness, handing over the vase. Thank you, these are beautiful. Linglong took them with a smile and handed them to her maid. The Marquise of Chongning said to Su Youyou with a smile, You personally picked these from the pond on a little boat. The other ladies laughed. How unfair of you. How come we didn't get any? I'm not being unfair. The Marquise of Chongning laughed heartily. I didn't give them to anyone. This is my son's gift to his own little friend. It has nothing to do with me. All the ladies burst into laughter. Sitting in the carriage, Linglong told Su Youyou about inviting her friends over for a sparring match the day after tomorrow. Su Youyou was very interested. Good. Let Mama Lan prepare the tea, snacks, and meals. Also, if they just come on their own and someone gets hurt, it might cause displeasure. Why don't you send out formal invitations first? Use the theme of meeting friends through martial arts. They'll have someone deliver them for you. That way it's all out in the open. If their families accept the invitation and let them come, then it's fine. If they can't accept it and they don't come, then we won't offend anyone either. Don't you think? Linglong nodded. Mother, you've thought of everything. They'll go write the invitations as soon as we get back. The next morning, the various mansions received invitations sent from the Zhenyuan Earl's residence. Meeting friends through martial arts. Hosting the Lotus Debate, small gathering. Several family heads held the invitations, laughing heartily. A bunch of kids holding a debate gathering. What an idea. The Marquis of Chongning, Li Tung, said to his wife with a laugh. The Marquise of Chongning also laughed. Viewer doesn't practice martial arts, he won't be participating. The Marquis of Chongning, Li Tung, said to his wife with a laugh. The Marquise of Chongning also laughed. Viewer doesn't practice martial, otherwise giving Ger's nature he'll only drift further apart from these brothers of mine in the future. That won't do. He needs to go out more, get involved, so he can make some friends in the future. Then he'll take Heir over tomorrow. The Zhenyuan General's residence also received an invitation, but Lady Wu was dismissive. Tell Lady Su that my son has to visit his maternal grandparents tomorrow, so he won't be attending. Yes, my lady. By the afternoon the buzz began to spread. When those who had received invitations mentioned it to others, some said, "Hey, you got an invitation? How come our family didn't get one? I must get one for my child too." Yeah, even Li that one who gave up martial arts for literature got one. I at least practiced. Some children from military families were insistent, whining and cajoling their mothers to go and get an invitation for them as well. Alright, I'll go get one for you. Unable to withstand the children's pleas, most households sent their stewards to the Zhenyuan Earl's residence to request invitations. This sudden turn of events even startled Linglong. "Mother, there are too many people coming. I haven't prepared enough." "It's fine, I'll help you get ready," Youyou said with a smile. She hadn't expected the news to spread like this. In just one day, over 20 more invitations had been sent out, bringing the total, including the original 10 or so, to over 40 people. "Since it's a martial arts gathering, we need some rules. Later divide them into groups by age and gender. Those over 10 years old shouldn't participate in the main matches. They can select a few to act as referees. If they want to spar and compete amongst themselves, let them organize it on their own." Youyou agreed to let Linglong hold this event, but only so she could play more with children her own age, not to make a big fuss. Although everyone was from the military system, privately, they belonged to different factions. She certainly didn't want factional or family conflicts to be mixed into this children's play. By limiting the age to under 10, no matter how the children roughhoused, it would remain a matter among kids. But if it were expanded, it might include the heirs of various families. If someone got hurt, it might become complicated. Youyou sighed, thinking to herself, were people in the city so idle that they had to meddle even in children's affairs? Just as she was feeling a bit emotional, Mama Lan walked in with a smile. "My lady, someone has arrived from the palace. Quickly invite them in," Youyou said hurriedly. The visitor was an old eunuch from the Empress Dowager's side. He said with a cheerful laugh, "Lady Su, Her Highness heard that you are hosting a debate gathering tomorrow. She specifically sent this old servant to inform you that the 7th prince and the 9th prince will also come to join the fun. No need for any fanfare. Treat them like children from a relative's family, and let them join in the games too. Isn't that inappropriate?" Youyou exclaimed in surprise. It was merely a minor squabble among children, but if the princes were to join, it would be difficult to have a truly enjoyable time. Seeing Youyou's troubled expression and her hesitation to respond, the old eunuch who had delivered the message smiled. Her Majesty the Empress also said that when the 2 princes come, they should travel lightly and not reveal their identities. Only then can they have fun, he said with a smile. And their highnesses have agreed as well. Is that so? Youyou thought for a moment, and then agreed. Very well then. She was about to say they could send the boys over tomorrow when the old eunuch waved his hand, and 2 children dressed in the yellow robes of young eunuchs walked in with smiles. "Greetings, Auntie. You came dressed like this?" Youyou was taken aback. "Yes," said the 7th prince with a grin. "Since we have to come early tomorrow anyway, it was easier to come today. This way we avoid a grand procession tomorrow that would reveal our identity to my brother and me." The 9th prince chimed in with a smile. "What 7th brother says is true. Besides, father has already given his consent." As for the emperor, Youyou had nothing left to say. He was always springing whimsical ideas that left one feeling helpless. Since the boys had already arrived, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Well, if your father is at ease with it, then I have no objection. But tomorrow you must not participate. You can only watch from the sidelines. If you get hurt, I won't be able to answer to His Majesty," Youyou stated directly. "Auntie, since we're here, we want to spar with them. What's the fun in just watching?" The 7th prince shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Annie, I know what I'm doing. Besides, my brother and I have been learning martial arts from the guards for a long time. Now is the time to test what we've learned." He flexed his arm, brimming with confidence. "Then you'll be disappointed." Linglong entered from the back hall and said with a smile, "Tomorrow no one age 10 or above is allowed to compete. But if Brother Che is interested, I can reserve a seat for you as a judge." Being a judge was never as fun as competing. The 7th prince, Zhou Che, was somewhat disappointed. Still, it was more interesting than staying in the palace. "Fine, I'll be the judge." He quickly accepted reality and nodded in a "Then this old servant will take his leave. Tomorrow at the hour of the rooster, I will return to escort their highnesses back to the palace." "Very well, please convey my regards to His Majesty and Her Majesty. You need not worry about the 2 princes here, I will take good care of them." The old eunuch smiled and withdrew. Youyou looked at the 2 young princes. "Let me find you some suitable clothes first." The next morning the front of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence was buzzing. Seeing this, Youyou quickly instructed Nurse Fan to notify Steward Fan to immediately rearrange the small training ground. With so many people suddenly flooding in, there wasn't even enough room to sit. Many male guests had arrived, so Youyou had to set up awnings with partitions in the middle to avoid impropriety. The children from each household were attended to by Linglong and her assistants. When Chunlan came to report, "Young Miss, the small training ground is ready. We can proceed." "Thank you, Sister Chunlan," Linglong replied with a smile. As the children entered, the men seated on the right side of the awning beamed with delight. Zhang Jishuan heard his father. As the children entered, the men seated on the right side of the awning beamed with delight. Zhang Jishuan heard his father boast loudly, "Look, that's my son. What do you think? Like father, like son." Uncle Gua from the brave general's mansion chimed in. "Whether he's a worthy son remains to be seen after the competition. As for you being a tiger father, humph. You old Gua, how dare you belittle me? How about we have a go first?" Zhang Feng roared in anger. Brave General Gua Xiaozhuang laughed. "Let's save it for another time. Today is for the children. You're not here to cause trouble, are you? Linglong glanced toward the awning and saw her mother and the other lady seated on the left while the uncles who served alongside her father in court sat on the other side, all watching with keen interest. Despite her usual boldness, being watched by so many people made Linglong feel a bit nervous. She took a deep breath, clasped her fists, and addressed the crowd above. Today your niece invited the young lords to play, but I didn't expect all the uncles and aunties to grace us with your presence. Your niece is truly honored. If there are any shortcomings, I beg your forgiveness considering your niece's youth and inexperience. Chongning Marquis, Li Tung laughed heartily. Niece Feng, don't worry yourself. No matter what happens today, whether someone ends up with a bloody nose or something else, it's their own doing. It has nothing to do with you, niece. Isn't that right? He turned and asked his colleagues with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Of course. If they lose, it's because their skills are lacking. How could we blame our virtuous niece? You little rascal. Compete well today. If you lose, watch out for your backside. Someone shouted to his son in the outer field. This immediately made the boys nervous. Uncles and aunties, this gathering is only for friendly sparring, not for gambling on wins and losses, Linglong said with a smile. If you keep shouting like that, it might spoil the harmony. Ha ha, well stop. The crowd responded, and indeed they, seeing Linglong silence them with a single sentence, the ladies on the other side couldn't help but laugh. They said to Su Youyou, sister Su, your little girl has the bearing of a great general. She takes after your Lord Feng. Indeed, like father, like daughter. The ladies all chuckled softly. Today there are 17 participants under the age of 10. Among them 4 are 7 years old, 9 are 8, and 4 are 9. For fairness, they will compete in groups of the same age. For this Lotus Gathering sword debate, the aim is friendly competition and mutual improvement. Each bout will last the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, featuring 1 round of unarmed combat and 1 round of armed combat. Of course, for safety, all weapons will be wooden blades and wooden spears. Linglong announced the rules with a beaming smile. These rules had already been explained to the children indoors. Repeating them now was merely for the benefit of the adults outside. After the rules were stated, it was time to draw lots. For the 7th prince, Zhou Che held the lot container, as everyone came forward one by one to draw. No picking and choosing. Take one and go. Soon the 4 7-year-olds were paired into 2 groups, one of which included the 9th prince, Zhou Man. Looking at his opponent across from him, he felt a twinge of fear. No wonder. Though the boy was his age, he was a full circle larger in build. It seemed he was destined to lose. Without any surprises, the 9th prince was defeated in 1 move and returned to the side of the 7th prince sulking. The 7th prince couldn't help but laugh. Losing is just losing, what's the big deal? The competition among the 7-year-olds quickly determined a winner. In the 80-year-old group, aside from Linglong, there were exactly 8 participants who were paired by lottery into 4 matches happening simultaneously. Zhang Jishuan indeed had strength. In just 10 moves he knocked his opponent out of the ring, proudly looking at Su Youyou. After several rounds he still secured the top position in this group. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained. The martial skills of the children were mostly taught by themselves. After seeing this, it was clear where the problem lay. Everyone was shouting and seemed eager to jump into the competition themselves. Linglong smiled and said, if you uncles and brothers keep making noise and disturb the match, I will be upset. Off. The crowd was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Alright, no more shouting. Did everyone hear that? No more noise. If you really want to compete after this side finishes, you can come over to my place. Ding Jingho Taihan shouted loudly. Sure, then we'll come over after this. Everyone shouldn't just talk. The crowd laughed in agreement. They settled down to continue watching the children's matches. After the 9-year-old group finished, Linglong smiled and said, now that each group has determined their winners, let me announce something. If you feel confident, you can challenge each other. Of course, only the younger ones can challenge the older ones cannot challenge the younger ones. Zhang Jishuan and the others laughed and said, that's natural. He was the first to jump out and addressed Lu Kai, the winner of the 9-year-old group. Brother Lu, please teach me. Lu Kai was not one to shy away from a fight. He immediately jumped out. Alright, bring it on. Don't cry if you lose. Whoever cries is a little dog. After a brief tea time, Zhang Jishuan fell to the ground, panting heavily. I lost. I barely won, to be honest. Lu Kai admired his younger opponent. Had it not been for his slightly greater age and experience, he would have been the one losing today. He reached out to help Zhang. The two exchanged polite bows and returned to their respective positions. Had it not been for his slightly greater age and experience, he would have been the one. Everyone performed wonderfully, so I have prepared some small rewards. Today your fathers will personally present the awards to you. Linglong did not expect her mother had arranged this and asked in surprise, Mother, you prepared prizes without telling me. What do you mean without telling you? I did it openly. Su Youyou smiled. Come, Lu family, brother Zhang, brother Gu, brother, please come over to present the prizes to the children. Su Youyou waved her hand to call them over. Guho, General Zhang and General Lu smiled and said, and we have our business too. Seeing the envious gazes of the old brothers around them, they felt quite proud, even puffing out their chests more than usual. They walked over with smiles. Sister, you're too generous. I really feel embarrassed. Zhang Jixin's father said with a smile. Guho laughed. I see you look quite unembarrassed. You look very pleased. Old Zhang glared. You can't talk, you're grinning from ear to ear yourself. These fellows were used to being casual, and Su Youyou didn't mind at all. Back at the border they often came over to eat at her house, so they were quite familiar with each other. Su Youyou prepared a fine steel short sword for each of the 3 winners adorned with gold and precious stones on the sheath. Look, the 3 strong men solemnly handed the small swords to their respective sons, happily ruffling their hair, feeling immensely emotional. Zhang Jishuan heard his father quietly praise, "Not bad, just like my son." When have the little ones ever received such affectionate care from their fathers? For a moment, they were utterly surprised. Particularly Zhang Jishuan, who almost cried. Other kids shouldn't be disheartened. I have prepared participation prizes for you. Su Youyou smiled and said to the other children, "Each of you will receive a 5-pound jar of pear blossom white wine and 2 pounds of new pastries from my workshop, which have already been sent to your carriage." Upon hearing they would also receive a prize, the children immediately cheered, "Thank you, Aunt Su. All right, the dining hall has prepared food. Everyone wash up and come in to eat." How terrifying. Linglong wiped the sweat from her brow. Earlier at the training ground, facing so many people had not unsettled her. Yet surrounded by these aunties and elder sisters, she found herself quite overwhelmed. Chunlan smiled as she brought water for her to wash. Young Miss was truly impressive today. So many young masters were utterly obedient. I've never seen the like. I was nervous too. Linglong laughed. But everyone was watching. No matter how flustered I felt, I couldn't lose faith. After seeing off the guests, Su Youyou entered the room with a beaming smile. Linglong performed splendidly today. It could still be better. Linglong replied modestly. I must thank mother for indulging me in such antics. What antics? Su Youyou laughed and draped her arm around her shoulders. Everything was handled perfectly and everyone was delighted. How could that be considered antics? But other young ladies usually host tea gatherings, poetry gatherings, or literary salons. Mine was indeed a bit unconventional. Linglong now felt a twinge of regret. Yet what was done was done. She didn't mind for herself, but feared causing trouble for her mother. What of it? Who says girls cannot host martial gatherings to make friends? Su Youyou chuckled. Actually, I felt a little regret today. What did mother find lacking? Linglong asked nervously. I had hoped to witness your heroic grace today, but you never stepped into the arena to compete. Su Youyou teased her. Never mind, I'd rather not compete with them. Linglong shook her head. If I win, they'd lose face. If they win me, they'd still feel embarrassed. Either way is awkward. Better not to put them in a difficult position. Ha ha ha. Su Youyou burst into laughter. That's my Linglong, always thinking of others. Back at the palace, the 7th prince, Zhou Che, and the 9th prince, Zhou Man, were in high spirits. Zhou Che was empress, yes, youngest biological son, and the 9th prince was also raised under her care. Each carrying a jar of wine, they entered Cunning Palace cheerfully. Mother, we're back. They called out eagerly as they stepped through the gate. Oh, you're back. Did you have fun? Empress, he asked with a smile. It was quite enjoyable. Zhou Che grinned. There were so many people today. Almost every household was represented. We had a wonderful time. Is that so? Such a delightful event, and they didn't even send us an invitation. How stingy. A voice chuckled from within the room, startling both princes. Your son pays respects to your majesty. They hurriedly bowed. Rise, be at ease. Emperor Zhou walked out with a smile, gesturing for them to stand. Consort, you must tell our sister next time. Such events must not exclude us. Emperor Zhou joked. Yes, your majesty, I will speak with her. It was only my quick thinking that allowed me to send Cheer and Monair there. Otherwise she truly intended not to invite us. The empress laughed. Seeing their father present, the 7th and 9th princes prepared to take their leave. Leave your wine and go, Emperor Zhou nodded. They quickly set down the wine jars and knelt properly to withdraw. Your majesty, your arrival frightened Cheer and Monair. Speaking of which, Youyou truly knows how to raise children. Look at today's event. She handled it splendidly. Indeed, it was well done. Her household was in such disarray before. Even I felt troubled for her. Emperor Zhou shook his head with a sigh. That was because Youyou chose not to intervene. When she decided to act, she cut through the chaos, swiftly sending that meddlesome mother-in-law and brothers-in-law packing. She was too lenient. Emperor Zhou snorted coldly. I've long been unable to bear it. But since she wasn't urgent letting them run wild, I couldn't directly meddle in a subject's family affairs. I could only fret. Your majesty cares too deeply. I've always said she has her ways, the empress said with a gentle smile. This time Feng Lingxiao acted properly. Emperor Zhou nodded. If he had continued muddling through, I'd have made him cool his heels for a few days. Now your majesty can rest assured, the empress laughed. I am at ease. Call her to the palace for a chat when you have time. Over the years, old friends have grown distant. All right, I'll invite her tomorrow. Receiving the imperial decree from the palace, Su Youyou smiled. I had planned to avoid seeing anyone in the first 3 months of pregnancy, but her majesty personally issued an edict. Then take the young miss for a stroll in the palace tomorrow. You and the empress used to get along well. It's only after arriving in the capital that you've grown apart. Times change. Now she is a busy empress, and I wouldn't want to disturb her often. Su Youyou thought to herself. Once she and Empress Yirume were close friends. But after entering the capital, when the latter became empress, she disliked trouble and formalities, so she rarely entered the palace. Except for major festivals, she never visited without being summoned. It's never easy to get you here, sister. You always need an invitation. Empress Yi joked as she saw Su Youyou. Your majesty is overwhelmed with state affairs. I feared frequent visits might disturb you. Su Youyou replied with a smile. That's just an excuse. There is much to do in the palace, but the female officials and directors are not mere decorations. They handle most matters. I merely give the final nod. How busy can I be? Empress Yi took her hand and sat down. Previously I knew your household was troubled, and didn't want to put you in a difficult position, so I didn't often call you over for idle chats. Now that family has finally left, you can breathe easier. You don't know how much His Majesty worried over your family affairs. He couldn't help but scold Feng Lingxiao whenever he saw him. I told him you must have your reasons, so he shouldn't fret. Empress He covered her mouth with a fan and laughed. And sure enough, you settled everything in one go, leaving Feng Lingxiao with nothing to say. When Feng Lingxiao first proposed bringing his family to live in the capital, if she had strongly opposed, he might have been displeased. When Feng Lingxiao first proposed bringing his family to live in the capital, if she had strongly opposed, he might have been displeased, but would have ultimately listened to her. She thought that since he had been separated from his family since youth, he needed the comfort of kinship, so she agreed to let him bring them. Little did she expect they would grow so bold, treating the Marquis mansion as their own. When tolerance reached its limit, there was no need to endure further. So Youyou took action. And once she acted, no one else stood a chance to counter. You know it in your heart. Empress He said with a smile. Speaking of which, your household was so lively yesterday that His Majesty even complained you invited everyone but him. Empress He couldn't help but laugh at the memory of Emperor Zhou's tone. Back in the border town, whenever you made something delicious, you'd always call us over. We really did freeload off you quite a few times back then. Nostalgia tinged her voice, and she let out a soft sigh. It was just simple rustic fare that country folk eat. I'm honored that His Majesty and your Highness didn't disdain it, Youyou said with a smile. Oh, you overthink everything. Empress He shot her a glance. Disdain it. After returning, His Majesty had the imperial kitchen try to recreate those dishes you made. But no matter how they tried, he'd always sigh that it didn't taste like yours. I offered many times to invite you to cook for him again, but he refused. He said you had enough troubles at home and outside. How could he bother you with something so trivial? Now you've finally pulled through, and you seem like your old self again. Empress He sighed. Youyou smiled, sheepishly thinking it was improper that her family matters had troubled His Majesty. It won't happen again. Youyou said, a smile playing on her lips. After this, I think Feng Lingxiao has finally seen his family's true colors. If there's a next time, I doubt he'll tolerate it anymore. That man, unless you give him a harsh dose of medicine, he'll just pretend to sleep and never wake up. Youyou's tone turned fierce. But that's only you. Anyone else who tried that would likely backfire. I'm not afraid. Youyou raised an eyebrow. If he dares to have other thoughts and brings in a second or third woman, just watch me turn a false play into reality. He wouldn't dare. Emperor Zhou, having finished his court duties and learned that Youyou was in the palace, strode over. If he mistreats, he will strip him of his rank and send him back to Huizhou to herd sheep. Your Majesty. Youyou quickly rose to bow. My own sister, why so formal? Emperor Zhou looked at her with a smile on his face, but a sigh in his heart. He remembered meeting her back, then not much later than Feng Lingxiao. If not for the fact that Feng Lingxiao was unattached, bold with words, and unafraid to make any vow. While he himself was already married and unable to offer the position of primary wife, perhaps Youyou would be his imperial noble consort today. Yet that scoundrel didn't cherish her. Instead of caring for and protecting her, he brought over all those troublesome relatives, making his sister unhappy. He had reprimanded Feng several times over this, but to no avail. It was only his sister's direct act of leaving home that finally settled the matter. But because of this, rumors spread through the city that she was jealous and intolerant, unable to tolerate concubines, and even driving away her in-laws. He had already ordered the Imperial City Guard to investigate. Those households most active and unbridled in spreading rumors would be sent to the hinterlands to taste dust and miasma and reflect on their actions. Empress He saw him arrive and said with a smile, we were just talking about the old days in the border town eating at Youyou's place. What a coincidence. Why not ask our sister to cook for us again? Emperor Zhou was tempted, but considering Youyou's current condition, he shook his head. Our sister is with child now. Let's leave it. Another time. Empress He was both surprised and delighted. You're pregnant. Why didn't you tell me? She chided. I only just found out. Youyou shook her head with a smile. They say not to spread the news before 3 months. Then well, wait. Empress He said quickly. Youyou stood up laughing. What harm is there? It's just moving my mouth a bit. She looked around. Hey, where's Linglong? The 7th and 9th princes came by and took her out to play. Empress He said with a smile. If sister is going, he'll come along. Emperor Zhou nodded with a smile. Be careful then. The 2 women, accompanied by a retinue of maids and palace stewards, made their way to the imperial kitchen. When the imperial chefs heard the empress was coming, they were terrified. Greetings, Empress. The chief steward of the kitchen hurried over to receive her. Rise. Let them go about their business. Empress He said firmly. Find us a separate small kitchen so we can cook something ourselves. Yes. This way, Your Highness. He bowed and led the way. Though it was a small kitchen, it was fully equipped with utensils and vegetables. Good. Leave 2 people to tend the fire and the cooking, the rest of you go out. Yes. The chief steward left 2 kitchen maids and led the others out. What does Your Highness think we should make today? Youyou asked with a smile. There are green beans and eggplants here. How about that noodle dish you used to love? Empress He smiled at the memory. I've always been curious. You're from the south, so how did you come to love noodles? And Your Highness, a poor child can barely fill their stomach. How could they be picky about rice or noodles? Besides, grain is so precious, wouldn't it be disrespectful to make it taste terrible? Ha ha ha. Empress He burst into laughter, abandoning all imperial grace. Oh, you're still so amusing. Emperor Zhou stood outside listening to their light-hearted chatter and felt a wave of emotion. After the meal was prepared, it was sent from the imperial kitchen to Cunning Palace. Linglong ran and drenched in sweat with the two princes. Empress Yi waved her over with a smile. Look at all that sweat. After the meal was prepared, it was sent from the imperial kitchen to Cunning Palace. Linglong ran and drenched in sweat with the two princes. Empress Yi waved her over with a smile. Look at all that sweat. It's so hot outside. Sure, couldn't you take your sister somewhere cooler to play? Your Highness, it's not the prince's fault. I asked them to take me to see the cranes dance. Linglong quickly defended Zhou Che. Oh, Emperor Zhou asked with a chuckle. And did they dance? I guess it was too hot. The cranes didn't want to move, Linglong said with a smile. And the peacock didn't fan its tail either. Youyou laughed. Dancing and fanning tails require the right moment. They don't just perform on command. Go wash. Oh, the three of them ran off together. Emperor Zhou said to Youyou with a smile. Look at them, childhood sweethearts. How about we arrange a marriage? Which one do you fancy, sister? Off. Youyou was stunned. After a while, Youyou finally spoke with a smile. The children are still young, isn't it a bit early to discuss this? Zhou Huang was about to continue when the three children returned, so he smiled and dropped the subject. Empress Yi smiled and invited the three little ones to sit down. You're in luck today. Your Aunt Su has made the noodles we use. Usually you wouldn't get to eat this. However, Empress Yi's praise did not have much effect. The 7th prince and the 9th prince had been pampered since childhood. If something existed in the world, they had already tasted it. They found the simple braised noodles with beans mediocre in both appearance and flavor, taking only a few bites before turning to other dishes. Zhou Huang frowned, his expression stern. Youyou smiled and said, everyone has different tastes, it's hard to cater to all. Just because your majesty likes something doesn't mean everyone else will. Otherwise the court officials wouldn't need to submit remonstrances so often. Zhou Huang considered this and snorted, they've grown too accustomed to the good life and forgotten the past. Zhou Huang frowned, his expression stern. Youyou smiled and said, everyone has different tastes, it's hard to cater. Back then your aunt had a merchant caravan, so she could occasionally bring some vegetables. She even reclaimed wasteland to farm, giving us a bit more variety in our meals. This braised noodle dish wasn't something we could have every day back then. He picked up a chopstickful and nodded approving. This is the taste. Only Youyou can make it. Youyou chuckled. Cooking is a strange thing. Even with the same ingredients and steps, each person's result is different. The Empress has watched me make this many times, and there's no secret recipe. Exactly. Empress Yi agreed with a smile. I've seen it clearly. It's just ordinary ingredients from the imperial kitchen, nothing special, yet the flavor is unique. Over the years the imperial kitchen has tried to replicate it several times, but His Majesty always says it's not right. Today with my dear sister cooking personally, your Majesty must eat his fill. Haha, I'll have another bowl. Zhou Huang laughed. Youyou watched the emperor eating with relish and sighed inwardly. In truth, food wasn't that complicated, it was just that the diner's mood had changed. Her arrival had rekindled his memories of those glorious years, allowing him to savor the original flavor once more. After 2 bowls, Zhou Huang still seemed unsatisfied. But neither Empress Yi nor Youyou dared let him eat more. Eating too much will bloat your stomach and make you uncomfortable. Youyou quickly urged, your Majesty should take it slow, let's have some tea and take a walk. Indeed, 100 steps after a meal grant a long life. Empress Yi said with a smile. Alright, I'll stop here. Zhou Huang said regretfully, watching the maids clear away the leftovers. Let's go for a walk and digest. Let's go to Youyou Garden. Empress Yi suggested. No one objected, so they rose, and since the purpose was to aid digestion, neither the emperor nor the empress took a palanquin. The 3 walked ahead while the maids, eunuchs, and attendants followed at a distance awaiting summons. By the way, I mentioned earlier that Xiao Qi or Xiao Jiao could be betrothed to your Linglong. What do you think? Zhou Huang hadn't forgotten, and asked as they walked. Empress Yi sighed inwardly, knowing Youyou was reluctant, and thus avoiding the topic. But His Majesty wouldn't give up until he heard a refusal. Youyou plucked a flower from a tree by the path and toyed with it. Your Majesty, you know me well. I am by nature jealous. She had heard how the noble ladies in the capital mocked her, calling her the city's premier jealous wife. Feng Lingxiao, a count of noble standing, had not a single concubine or favored maid. Moreover, after many years of marriage, he had passed 30 without a son, who would eventually inherit the vast wealth and time. Seeing that Zhou Huang was about to speak, Youyou interrupted. I cannot accept 2 women sharing one husband. Naturally, multiple women sharing one husband is even more unacceptable. When I was humble and poor, I already held this belief. Now with your Majesty's protection, it is even more so. Linglong's situation is far better than mine was back then. She has more choices in marriage, and I have no other requirements for her in this regard. My only condition is this: whoever wants to marry Linglong must not take concubines, not even favored maids. If this condition cannot be met, no matter who he is, I will not agree. After Youyou finished, Zhou Huang remained silent. In truth, he knew Youyou would make such a demand. She was far too proud to ever compromise on this matter. Heaven gave me talents, and they shall be used. 1,000 gold coins spent will return. That was her boldness. He wanted to say that if Linglong wished, he could decree that Xiao Qi or Xiao Jiao would never take concubines. But he knew that wasn't what Youyou wanted. Such matters required mutual consent. Oh, what meaning would there be in an imperial? Proud as she was, she would never accept it. Alas, it would depend on the fortunes of Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiao. To win Linglong as a wife would far surpass marrying any noble lady from other families. Lost in thought, he walked ahead. Suddenly a flower branch by the path trembled, and a pink figure stumbled out accompanied by a delicate cry. "Oh!" The enchanting voice gave Youyou, who was a few steps behind, goosebumps. Youyou watched as the woman raised her head, exclaiming, "Servant's surname is Mu, given name Yinran, and your majesty graciously appointed." Zhou Huang was startled. "You are? Your majesty, your servant's surname is Mu, given name Yinran, and your majesty graciously appointed me as a beauty." Mu Beauty said with a beaming smile. "Oh, so it's Mu Beauty." Zhou Huang's lips twitched. "Empress, this Mu Bowtie's palace etiquette is rather lacking. What is the meaning of leaping out and startling me? Demote her from beauty to promise." "Yes, your majesty." Empress Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Beauty was stunned. This wasn't supposed to happen. His Majesty had once said she was very beautiful and had promoted. Among the 100 women who entered the palace with her, only she and another named Li Jiarong were appointed as beauties. The rest were made talents, promises, or lower. The remainder never even saw His Majesty's face and were dismissed. She thought she was special. Who knew? If only she had gone back for a nice afternoon nap instead of basking in the sun for half an hour. Unfortunately, there is no cure for regret in this world. "Your Majesty," she called out pitifully. Immediately palace attendants came and dragged the weeping Lady Mu aside. Oh, now she was merely an accepted no longer. As Empress Yi passed by, the pitiful accepted Mu called out, "Your Majesty the Empress." "Accepted Mu, are you not returning? Do you wish to defy His Majesty's decree?" Empress Yi said coldly, "Indeed, as His Majesty said, your etiquette is truly lacking. Take her away, confine her to the Yuan Palace for half a year until she learns proper decorum." "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Accepted Mu was terrified. After half a year of confinement, would His Majesty even remember who she was? Would she not then wither away in the deep palace? Just as she was about to cry, an elderly palace matron gagged her with a hemp seed and dragged her away. This scene was witnessed clearly by Linglong and the two princes following behind. Linglong whispered, "Why is she crying so bitterly?" The 7th prince said disdainfully, "This is yet another woman trying to seduce Father Emperor." Alas, such things happen 5 times a year, if not 3. Women often fall before Father Emperor, or hide and sing, or play the zither when he passes by. In short, they try all sorts of tricks. I see. Linglong nodded, watching the dragged away Lady Mu, wondering why she bothered. She was quite beautiful. Could she not find a good husband outside the palace? Why must she enter? Suddenly she couldn't. "What's wrong?" the 7th prince asked with concern. "Nothing." Linglong shook her head. After returning from the palace, she seemed somewhat preoccupied. "What's the matter? Didn't you have fun?" Youyou asked with a smile. "Not really," Linglong sighed. "I just think that Lady Mu was fine as she was. Why did she have to enter the palace? There are so many rules inside, as she can't possibly live well." "It might not have been her choice," Youyou said, holding her. "Perhaps it was her family's wish." "Mother is the best. You would never make me do things I dislike," Linglong said, nuzzling into Youyou's arms. Indeed, Youyou hugged her and smiled. "My only wish for you is to live a life of peace, joy, and smooth sailing." "Mother, today," the 7th prince asked if I liked the palace. "And do you?" "Though the palace is beautiful and full of amusements, I think our home is better, more free and easy," Linglong said with a smile. "Yes, happiness and freedom are truly what matter most." Back at the mansion, Mammy Lon greeted them with a smile. "Little miss, the palace has sent a pair of cranes and 4 peacocks. They're all in the garden. Would you like to see them?" "Did His Majesty send them?" Youyou asked. "The 7th prince sent them, saying the young miss liked them, so he gave them." Linglong stuck out her tongue. "Then I dare not tell him what I like anymore." 10 years later, in the early spring of the 23rd year of Chengde reign, a caravan in Qinghe town prepared to depart for the capital. "Grandmother, I will miss you." Zhenjian hugged old Madame Su, who had come to see them off, and then said to old man Su with a smile, "Grandfather, please take care of yourself." "Yes, I know. Travel safely, old man," Su said, now white-haired and much gentler than in his younger days. "Your eldest aunt has invited you to visit, so that's fine. Remember to return early. And Xiaoshu, you are now a Jiren. I'll keep an eye on them, and don't let them cause trouble." Yu Jiangshu nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Grandfather Su. They'll look after Chongwen, Chongli, and Sister Xinjin. And second aunt is also there, so rest assured." Meanwhile, Li Yong was still reminding Su He about the journey. Xinjin laughed and said, "Father, you've said it all several times. I remember. Don't worry, well, take good care of Mother." "He, are you saying I'm being naggy?" Li Yong said with a simple, honest smile. Sui felt a bit embarrassed by her daughter's remark. "I'm off now. Keep an eye on the 2 boys. They'll visit my sister. Don't worry about home. Since you're finally going to the capital, stay with your elder sister for a while. If it weren't for my duties at the Yamen, I'd love to go to the capital and meet brother-in-law again." Now that brother-in-law is the Marquis of Zhenyuan, he must be very busy, Su He said with a smile. She knew her husband well. His talk of wanting to go to the capital but being unable to leave his duties was just an excuse. He felt that as fellow sons-in-law of the Su family, her elder sister's husband was already a marquis, while he remained a mere constable, a blow to his pride. Humph, what a hypocritical man. As her elder sister had said, Xiao Shu was indeed a born scholar. In no time he had passed the county, prefectural, and provincial exams, and in the autumn of last year, he passed the provincial examination, becoming a Jiren at just 17. This year being the year of the metropolitan examination, he prepared to go all out and take the exam in the capital. If lucky by 18, he would have completed a journey that took others 20 or 30 years. Everyone in Qinghe County praised Xiao Shu as a born scholar, a reincarnated star of literature. Since he was going to the capital, and she hadn't seen her sister in years, she decided to join him for the trip. She had wanted to go earlier, but her own affairs kept her tied down and pregnancies and childcare had delayed her until now. The children also wanted to visit the capital to broaden their horizons, so they decided to go together. Seeing the sun already high, old man Su interrupted their chatter. Enough talk. Get on the road now, or you'll miss the inn and your meal. Oh, old Madame Su wiped her tears. Alright, you should set off now. They waved goodbye, and the carriages slowly began to move along the main road. Mother, the capital must be wonderful, right? Zhenyuan asked excitedly. It's certainly much better than our Qinghe, and even better than the prefectural city, Su said with a smile. She had only ever been as far as the prefectural city, so she could only imagine the capital. But it must be the most beautiful place in the world. Her elder sister was there. Almost at the same time, Feng Mu of Huaizhou also set out for the capital with her 2 sons and several grandchildren. Now that the second son has been infected as a marquis, mother's title of honor will be elevated another rank. The eldest son said cheerfully. Look at your younger brother, so glorious and honored. And look at you lot, lazy gluttonous, always thinking of taking concubines. What a sight. Feng Mu sneered as she watched them load their concubines and illegitimate children into the carriages. Why are you bringing them? Don't you know your sister-in-law detests these people? Mother, you're being unreasonable now. The eldest son said with a grin. Back then you were the one who told us to take concubines, saying it would bring many sons and prosper the family. Now you scorn us. What? Can't I even scold you now? Feng Mu glared fiercely. You can. The eldest son quickly nodded. What? They're coming again. Linglong exclaimed, unable to help herself as she read the letter. Youyou shot her a dissatisfied glance, and Linglong gave an awkward laugh. I mean, weren't they doing just fine in Huaizhou? Why the sudden urge to come to the capital? Why does it matter? If they want to come, we can't very well refuse, Youyou said somberly. Exactly. How annoying. Linglong sighed, flipping through the letter. According to this, they'll arrive in about 3 days. Around the same time as your aunts, Youyou said with a faint smile. These past few years had been relatively peaceful for her, but now that dark cloud had drifted back. Alright, I'll have the sealed Shokong courtyard tidied up again. Linglong frowned, but took on the task nonetheless. And what about Uncle and the others? Linglong asked. It's easier to invite them in than to send them away, she fretted. If you ask me, just rent them a room at an inn outside. That would sound terrible. Forget it, just prepare a small courtyard for each of them. Provide the basics for food and lodging and don't bother with anything else. Youyou, still wounded by their past behavior, decided this time not to give her all. Since those people would never appreciate her anyway, let them be. Fine. Linglong agreed cheerfully. But it'll be different for the ants. I'll make sure they're well taken care of. Good, I'll leave it to you this time. Ever since Linglong turned 15, Youyou had entrusted most of the household management to her. 3 days later, the family stationed at the dock reported that the matriarch and her party had disembarked and were heading to the mansion. Just as we estimated, Youyou said with a smile. Waiting at the dock were Madame Lan, Madame Fan, and others. When Mother Feng descended from the boat, with great fanfare, she found only 2 matrons to greet her. Her face immediately fell. Where is your mistress? Doesn't she know I'm coming? Mother Feng demanded irritably. Madame Lan replied with a smile. To answer the matriarch, the young mistress knew of your arrival, and is at home preparing a welcome feast awaiting your return. May I ask who these esteemed guests are? Though they hadn't seen the eldest and third uncle's families in 10 years, they still recognized them. But the others were unfamiliar faces. Mother Feng said flatly. Oh, just my 2 younger brothers, and their wives along with their children. You may address them as... The 2 elderly men cast a haughty glance at Madame Lan and the other matron before looking away. Elder sister, the capital really is different. Even this dock is bigger and more bustling than in Huaizhou. This is nothing, Mother Feng said proudly. There's so much more to see and do in the capital. This dock truly doesn't count for much. A few young women, their eyes wide with curiosity, peered through their veils at the surroundings, their hearts fluttering with excitement. The capital. They had finally arrived. And let's go? The dock is filthy with people and animals. It'll overwhelm you, one young woman said solicitously to Mother Feng. Madame Lan looked at the woman uncertainly. Could it be Cousin Youyou? Youyou smiled faintly. Madame Lan, Madame Fan, it's been a while. It really was her. Even the experienced matrons hadn't expected to encounter her here. They settled everyone into carriage. Not having anticipated the Gu family's presence, they had to rent several more carts from the dock to accommodate everyone. What do you think the matriarch means by bringing all these people, eh? Madame Lan asked Madame Fan with a frown. Madame Fan pursed her lips. Mark my words, nothing good will come of it. If she thinks our young mistress is still the same as before, she's mistaken. Yes, this time we must help the young mistress keep an eye on them and not let them run wild. The 2 of them muttered to each other as the convoy passed through the city gates. Seeing the even more imposing Zhenyuan Marquis manor before her, Mother Feng was so excited she kept exclaiming in delight. She then asked, where's your mistress? Has she come to greet this old woman at the door? Madame Lan smiled. The matriarch misunderstands. The young mistress is waiting at the second gate. She's gotten too big for her boots, not even putting me in her sights, Mother Feng grumbled. Grandmother, Linglong called out with a smile as she came to greet them. You've arrived. Mother Feng snorted darkly. What are you doing here, you little girl? What's your mother up to? My mother is unwell and needs rest, so she couldn't come to greet you, grandmother, Linglong replied with a smile. She just doesn't want to see this old woman, that's all. What nonsense about being unwell, Mother Feng said crossly. Fine, since you're managing the household now, prepare a few courtyards and settle your uncles in. Follow the old rules. Very well. Linglong nodded with a smile. Please come in, grandmother. The Feng brothers couldn't take their eyes off her. After the matriarch passed, they sidled over with grins. Cousin Linglong, do you remember us? Im Chi Go. And Im Lin Go. Greetings, cousins. Linglong returned their salute with a smile. You've grown even more beautiful, little sister. The two said cheerfully. You flatter me, cousins. Recently Youyou had indeed been feeling a bit unwell, though not so much that she couldn't meet people. But Madame Lan and the others had advised that if she went to greet them in person and Mother Feng made excessive demands, it would be hard to refuse. Better to let Linglong handle it. The matriarch wouldn't be too harsh on her leaving room for negotiation. Youyou thought it a good idea and feigned a serious illness. Now supported by Chunlan and Xiahe, Youyou waited at the second gate to receive Mother Feng and her party. Mother, was the journey smooth? It was tolerable. Mother Feng looked at Youyou's haggard appearance. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so sickly? Just a minor ailment. Youyou smiled. Since you're back, Mother, you can stay in Shokong Courtyard. Everything is arranged just as you like. That's fine, Mother Feng said with a roll of her eyes. I'm easy to please. Just make sure your uncles are well looked after. Once inside and seated, she looked around. It feels so comfortable here. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Then she pointed to the two elderly men. These are my younger brothers and Shower's uncles. You may greet them. At these words, the original members of the Zhenyuan Marquis manor all changed expression instantly. Pay respects. The dignified lady of a first-rank marquis must first bow to a few rustic villagers. Where's the propriety in that? The crowd seethed with indignation, stealing glances at their mistress' expression, ready to rebuke at the slightest sign of displeasure. Youyou, however, remained unruffled. She knew that showing agitation would only play into her mother-in-law's hands. After all, those who come with ill intent are rarely kind. She doubted her mother-in-law's visit was meant for harmonious coexistence. The sons of Jiangdong are talented, who knows if they might rise again. Judging by the grand procession she had brought, ulterior motives were clear. Youyou cast a knowing smile at Linglong, curious to see how she would handle the situation. Linglong smiled and curtsied to old Madame Feng. Grandmother, let us speak inside. It is cold out here, and I would not want you to catch a chill. Old Madame Feng shot her a glare. Your mother grows ever more arrogant, sending a mere child to greet guests. Has she, as a marquis wife, come to look down on her elders? These words were heavy. If word spread, Youyou would be branded as haughty and disrespectful to her elders. Linglong, however, replied calmly with a smile. Grandmother, mother did not come to pay her respects out of consideration for you. Old Madame Feng erupted in fury. So now it is my fault that she fails to honor her elders. Is there such logic under heaven? Linglong laughed. Grandmother, you have been away from the capital for so long that you may have forgotten the customs here. The order of heaven, earth, sovereign parents and teachers is clear. In matters of etiquette, state rights precede family rights. If anyone should bow, it would be my granduncles, bowing to my mother first. Moreover, my granduncles hold no official rank, while my mother is a first-rank marquis wife. They would have to kneel. She then looked at old Madame Feng with a teasing smile, waiting for her response. Old Madame Feng was momentarily speechless. Is that the rule, eh? Grandmother, if you doubt it, you can send someone to inquire. Linglong nodded with a smile. Seeing the situation, the two granduncles quickly interjected. Big sister, let it go. We are all family, why stand on? Let us go inside. Our nephew's wife seems unwell, and standing here in the wind is not good for her. With an exit thus provided, old Madame Feng snorted. Fine, let us go in first. Linglong smiled and gestured. Grandmother, this way please. The group filed into the Shokong courtyard. Old Madame Feng glanced around. Still the same as before. Linglong replied with a smile. This is where grandmother is accustomed to living after all. Besides, it is spacious enough, and aunt once lived here. Changing places would require getting used to anew. I am old, any place to stay will do. Old Madame Feng said, shaking her head. Since you are managing the household on behalf of your mother, see to it that your granduncles, eldest uncle and third uncle, are properly settled. Rest assured, grandmother, we have made preparations in advance, Linglong said with a smile. Eldest uncle and third uncle will stay in the courtyards they previously occupied. However, we did not anticipate the granduncle's arrival. Please allow them to rest here for half a day while I have quarters cleaned. Oh, very well. Old Madame Feng was somewhat fatigued from the boat journey. Mother and granduncles, please rest a while. Once everything is ready, we will hold a welcome feast. Youyou said with a smile. After everyone had settled in to rest, Nanny Lan and the others came to Youyou. Miss, we have questioned Heir and Xiang. Leaving aside the others, why his aunt followed along again? Linglong asked, puzzled. Speaking of this is infuriating, Nanny Lan said irritably. This Youyou, after returning to Huaizhou, was married off by the eldest uncle's family to a scholar. The scholar's family was fairly well off, decent enough by Huaizhou standards. But Miss Youyou, having grown accustomed to the capital's luxuries, looked down on everything and despised Scholar Ma. After 3 rocky years, the marriage fell apart, and she divorced. Soon after returning to her maiden home, she went back to the old lady's side to live with her. She declared she would never marry again, vowing to care for the old lady until the end. Nanny Lan grew angrier as she spoke. What nonsense is this? With a house full of sons and grandsons, the old lady needs a niece to see her through her final years. It's laughable. That aside, Nanny Fan said gravely, her return to the capital. Could she still be eyeing our marquis? Nanny Lan scoffed disdainfully. When she was a maiden in her prime, the marquis took no notice. Now as a divorced woman, she dares to dream. Has she no shame? Better safe than sorry, Nanny Fan said coldly. And what of the others? Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to 100 victories. Linglong had to tread carefully. The eldest and third master's families are likely here to sponge off us, Nanylan said. In recent years those two have been causing plenty of trouble in Huaizhou. They haven't committed any grave crimes, but they've been reckless. They've taken concubine after concubine and squandered. Now that Masters Qi and Lin are grown, I suspect they want Miss to help them settle down. Yes, Zhenyuan Earl also said the two granduncles likely share that sentiment. Now that Masters Qi and Lin are grown, I suspect they want Miss to help them settle down. Yes, Zhenyuan Earl also said the two granduncles likely share that sentiment. Miss, you mustn't indulge them. Nanylan frowned deeply. Otherwise there will be endless trouble ahead. I know. We will fulfill our duties as relatives, and nothing more. If they want more, let them ask the Marquis himself. Humph, once the Marquis learns the old lady brought so many people, he'll hardly be pleased, Nanny Fan remarked. Chunlan came to report. Miss, the banquet is ready. Shall we begin serving? Has the Marquis returned? Youyou asked. Chunlan smiled. Feng Lingxiao sent word that he will arrive in about a quarter of an hour. Has the Marquis returned? Youyou asked. Chunlan smiled. Feng Lingxiao sent word that he will arrive in about a quarter of an hour. He thought his mother, now 70, could come to the capital to enjoy her remaining years in comfort. But bringing both uncles' families was going too far. Though the Marquis estate could afford to support a few idle mouths, why should it? When his father died young, and they needed help, where were these people? As you sow, so shall you reap. He could hardly be blamed for being heartless. As soon as they saw Feng Lingxiao enter, everyone quickly stood up. The Marquis has returned. Greetings, Marquis. Both uncles and several cousins appeared somewhat uneasy. This man was their relative, yet also a high-ranking official. Should they bow to him now, or not? Feng Lingxiao clasped his hands. So it's my uncles who have arrived. Why didn't you send word ahead? I've made no preparations at all. Feng's mother laughed. When an uncle visits his nephew, he comes as he pleases. Indeed, Feng Lingxiao nodded, smiling at Youyou. Since my uncles and cousins are here as guests, we must not treat them poorly. Have someone accompany them later to see the best sights and tastes of the capital. They must stay for many days before returning. With one sentence he defined their visit as a guest stay. This quashed any other intentions they might have harbored. Linglong smiled in response. Father's right. I've already ordered the courtyard prepared, ensuring granduncles and uncles dine and rest well. Once everyone is rested, let brother Youyou accompany them to explore. Since they've come all the way to the capital, they should visit all the famous places. Hearing this, the two granduncles looked at their elder sister. They had traveled thousands of miles to the capital not for sightseeing and feasting. Between their two families they had 5 sons and 3 daughters. Those who came this time were the 2nd, 4th, and 5th sons, ranging in age from 20 to 30. There were also 2 daughters, Youyou and Youyou. They came hoping Feng Lingxiao would help find the children employment and the daughters suitable matches. Now that their nephew held a high office in the capital, no longer serving in the border town, if the children could stay in the capital their futures would be secure. Big sister, Uncle Gu said quietly. Speak to our nephew. As Feng's mother was about to speak, Feng Lingxiao raised his wine cup. It's been years since we last met. I toast to my uncles and cousins. Come drink up. We dare not, we toast to you. The 3 cousins quickly stood, raising their cups respectfully. After 3 cups, Feng Lu burst in. Marquis, there's an urgent matter at the governor's office. Please come at once. Feng Lingxiao's expression darkened. What is it that can't wait? Feng Lu remained silent. Youyou smiled. Official business comes first. You should go. It wouldn't do to make a mistake and earn the emperor's reprimand. Granduncle Gu also urged. Official matters are important. Nephew, you should go. Feng Lingxiao stood. My apologies. He'll go see what it is and return shortly. Feng's mother watched him leave with displeasure, snorting coldly. Before, he never came home when stationed elsewhere. Now that he's back in the capital, he's still never around. Serving the nation, it can't be helped, the 2 granduncles quickly consoled. Being able to serve the emperor is our honor. Big sister should be happy. Serving the nation, it can't be helped, the 2 granduncles quickly consoled. Being able to serve the emperor is our honor. Big sister should be happy. After all, we're family. Now that you have the means, help your uncles out. Youyou smiled. Let's not rush. Everyone, we'll discuss it later. As the welcome feast neared its end, Feng's mother suddenly remembered. Where's your son? I haven't seen. Linglong laughed. You're asking about him. Ruoping is still at the academy. He only comes home once every 10 days. Didn't you tell him we were coming? Feng's mother was very displeased. She had never even seen her eldest grandson. The very thought angered her. When she lived in the capital, this daughter-in-law never bore a son. But the moment she left, the second daughter-in-law started having sons one after another, as if implying she was the one preventing the birth of sons. The second year she gave birth to the eldest son Feng Ruoping, in the 4th year the younger son Feng Ruohong. Now one is 9, the other 6. When news of Youyou giving birth to sons reached Huaizhou, Feng's mother didn't know whether to be happy or not. Niece Youyou cried bitterly before finally resigning herself to marry. And the faint hopes of her 2 sons were dashed. They never again mentioned returning to the capital. This time Feng Lingxiao had finally been relieved of his post as border city general and transferred back to the capital as commander of the 9 city governor's office. When her two brothers learned of this, they repeatedly came to her hoping she would ask their nephew to help their children secure good position. Nothing too high. A minor 8th or 9th rank official would suffice. Feng's mother had been quite content in Youyou. As a titled lady, even the prefect's wife ranked below her. Whether a new official took office, or during festivals the wives of these official families would visit her showering her with flattery. If not for the second son writing to local officials to restrain the eldest and third sons from running wild, they wouldn't have agreed to come to the capital. At her age, she shouldn't have traveled so far. But yielding to her brother's pleas and Youyou's tearful entreaties, she came to the capital once more. After all, at her advanced age, this might be her last chance to travel. She would use this opportunity to help her brothers fulfilling her duty to the Gu family. Youyou had been living with her all these years. She said that although she was married, her heart still pined for her cousin. Before the second sister-in-law refused to accept her, fearing she would bear a son and threaten her position. But now that problem no longer existed. She only wanted her cousin to give her a title so she could live out the rest of her life quietly in the mansion. Her exact words were, "Aunt, I don't intend to marry again in this life. He'll stay with you, serve you until the end. But if I just live in a mansion like this, rumors might spread over time. I hope my cousin will take pity and give me the title of concubine so I can stay here legitimately." Feng's mother sighed and wept. This niece had a hard fate. Was this request too much? But with so many people at the table, it wasn't the time to discuss such matters. After the meal, the head stewardess, Chunlan, reported, "Miss, the guest courtyard is ready. Please invite the uncles to rest." Feng's mother smiled at her brothers. "Go and rest. When you're refreshed, I'll accompany you for a stroll in the garden. From now on, consider this your home." "Yes, yes, big sister, you rest too," the two brothers and their wives quickly said. Just then stewardess Fan came to Youyou with a smile. "Miss, your second aunt has arrived." Her voice was not loud, but Feng's mother heard. "Who's here?" Youyou smiled. "My family has come. They'll go." "Oomph." Mother Feng curled her lip. "How come you arrived so opportunely? Could it be that you saw I was coming and hurried over as well?" Youyou paid her no mind, smiling as she walked out. Linglong said to Chunlan, "You escort grandmother back to the courtyard. They'll go greet them too." With that she followed. Chunlan was about to step forward and speak, but Mother Feng said indignantly, "I don't need your help. It's not like I can't find my way." With those words she rose and headed towards Shokong courtyard. Uncle Gu and the others, feeling uncertain, accompanied Mother Feng back to Shokong courtyard. "Sister." As soon as he entered, Uncle Gu said with some worry, "It seems our nephew's wife isn't very welcoming. Do you think we can still bring up the matter of your nephews?" Mother Feng's eyes widened. "Why bother with her? Even if we have something to discuss, we'll talk to shower. This daughter-in-law of his is hardly the docile and compliant type. I can't be bothered with her. You all just stay put and don't worry. With me here, this Marquis mansion isn't a place where she can have the final say. Hee with sister's word we can rest easy." Several nephews and nieces also chuckled. "Then we'll rely on Auntie. Big sister." As soon as He saw Youyou, she rushed over and hugged her, bursting into tears. "What's the matter?" Youyou smiled and patted her back. "The children are still here. Why are you crying?" Zhenyuan laughed and said, "Mother is just too happy to see Auntie." "Zhenyuan, long time no see. You've grown into a young lady." Youyou smiled, reaching out to embrace her as well. Chongwen and Chongli also stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Auntie. Ah, you're both fine young men now." Youyou said, affectionately helping them up. Come, let's talk inside." "Have you eaten?" "They'll have them inform the main kitchen," Linglong said with a smile. Yu Jiangshu quickly interjected. "Sister Linglong, no need to trouble yourself. We already ate before coming." Youyou looked at He with feigned reproach. "Look at you eating outside when you're practically at the doorstep. What, afraid I can't afford to feed you?" He smiled sheepishly. "How could that be? It's just that we're such a large, unannounced crowd arriving at this hour. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. We can have dinner tonight." "Oh, you." Youyou sighed. "You always overthink things. Come, let's go to my courtyard." And she happily took He's and Zinchen's hands and led them into the inner courtyard. Linglong smiled at Yu Jiangshu. "Little tree has grown into a big tree now." Yu Jiangshu gave a reserved smile. "Sister Linglong, your humor hasn't changed." Though they hadn't met in years, their correspondence was frequent, with several letters exchanged each year. Touching the fragrant, elegant stationery and reading Linglong's witty and endearing words, his heart felt sweet. Whenever his studies grew tedious, looking at those letters would rekindle his boundless motivation. "Come to the capital." Linglong's words echoed in his ears. Today he had finally arrived. Not for a visit, not to see friends, and certainly not for leisure, but as a provincial graduate to take the metropolitan examination. "Linglong, I have fulfilled my promise in 10 years. He gazed at Linglong's beaming face, silently saying to himself, for 10 years he had imagined countless times what Linglong might have become. Today he finally saw her again. Her figure was slender but not frail, though on her exquisite face a pair of bright autumn water eyes shimmered like the most brilliant stars in a summer night. Among the 4 arts of a scholar, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the first 2 required renowned masters to master. In Qinghe there were no such famous teachers, and his family's limited means left no extra money for such studies. Only in painting had he achieved some proficiency. In the intervals of his studies he had tried to draw Linglong from memory. Now looking back, what were those scribbles he had produced? He resolved to burn them as soon as he returned. The thought made his face flush with heat. Linglong said with a smile, "The heated floor in this room makes it quite warm. Little tree, if you're feeling hot you can take off your outer robe. Chongwen Chongli, if you're warm feel free to remove your coats. We're all family, no need to stand on ceremony." Linglong said to the others with a smile as well. Not hot at all. The boys were too shy to disrobe in front of the ladies. Faced with their radiant cousin, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Their cousin had been beautiful before, but now she was even more dazzling. To be honest, in all their lives they had never seen a woman more lovely than their cousin. Though cousin Zhenyuan was also pretty, she had the ethereal quality of an orchid in a secluded valley. But cousin Linglong was like the blazing sun or a brilliant rose, passionate and full of vitality. I told you before, once you came ID, make sure you ate, drank, and had fun, Linglong said with a smile. Suhi smiled tenderly. Linglong, you've grown even more beautiful. We came this time because Little Tree is taking the examinations, so we joined in for the occasion. If you have things to do, go ahead. We'll just keep your mother company and chat. After Little Tree finishes his exams, we'll travel back together. Honestly, without Little Tree to lead the way, I wouldn't dare take this whole group on the road. I'd probably lose someone. No way. Linglong laughed. What important business could I have? He'll take second aunt and cousin Zhenyuan to explore all the fun places in the capital. Everyone laughed. So Youyou said with a smile, just do as she says. There's no place in this city she doesn't know. Alright. So Youyou suddenly remembered something. What a coincidence. People from Huizhou have also arrived. The old lady from that side brought a bunch of relatives and got here today too. Suhi immediately grew tense. Should I go pay my respects to the old lady? The thought of meeting her elders made her very— Look at me arriving in such a hurry without any preparations. Don't worry, second aunt. Linglong reassured her. I've already sent someone to prepare things. Later, mother, and I will accompany you there. Just make an appearance. Oh, Linglong, you're so thoughtful. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said with some difficulty, since the old lady is here, wouldn't it be inappropriate for so many of us to stay in the house? Maybe we should stay elsewhere. Second sister. Youyou's smile faded, and she said solemnly, you can stay here with peace of mind. This is my home with Feng Lingxiao. If his relatives can stay, why can't mine? Settle in steadily, and don't worry, staying firmly here will also bolster my standing. Youyou patted her hand, and said earnestly. Suhi felt a pang of understanding knowing those words were true. She too must stand strong, and not allow herself to be underestimated. Second sister-in-law, may I come in? Just as the family was filled with laughter and joy, a discordant voice rang out. The laughter gradually ceased, and everyone turned to look at the doorway. Oh, it's cousin. Come on in, Youyou said in a low voice. The door opened, and Youyou entered shyly and timidly. Seeing so many people inside, including several men, she was taken aback and quickly retreated. I'm sorry, I didn't know there were male guests. They'll come back later to speak with second sister-in-law, Youyou said softly. If cousin has something urgent, feel free to speak now. These are all my younger nephews and nieces from my maternal family, not outsiders. There's no need for such scruples. No thank you, second sister-in-law. I just came to pass on a message from aunt. When you have time, please visit Shokong Courtyard. Aunt has something to discuss with you. Alright, I understand. Youyou nodded with a smile. Is there anything else? Youyou's eyes swiftly swept across the faces of the women in the room, a flicker of surprise in her heart. Nothing else. Aunt said that since the in-laws have arrived, it would be proper to meet them as a gesture of kinship. So he quickly stood up. We were just about to go pay our respects to the elder madam. I'm not rushing you. Please don't misunderstand, sister. Youyou hastened to say. Young lady, what are you saying? It's only right that we pay our respects to the elder madam upon arriving at the mansion. Suhi smiled and said to her elder sister, perhaps I should go pay respects to the elder madam first. Youyou smiled in response. Alright, I'll go with you. Let's see what instructions the elder madam has. Linglong, take your elder cousin and younger cousin to get settled first, she instructed Linglong. Mother, rest assured. Linglong promised with a smile. She took Su Zhenchun's hand. Little cousin, you'll stay with aunt right next to our courtyard. As for the two elder cousins and Xiaoshu, I'm afraid they'll have to make do with the outer courtyard. Chongwen and Chongli quickly replied. It's no trouble at all. We can stay anywhere. Yu Jiangshu smiled, his eyes crinkling. I've already booked a room at an inn on Front Street, just a short walk away. I won't be— The Chongwen brothers were her direct nephews, so it was perfectly proper for them to stay in the mansion. He, however, was merely a fellow villager. It would be inappropriate to impose for lodging. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Linglong looking at him with a knowing smile, his heart skipping a beat. Sure enough, Linglong said with a faint smile, what nonsense you speak. Traveling all the way from our hometown and still insisting on staying outside. If Uncle Yu hears of this, or even the folks back home, they'd scold us for being arrogant and looking down on our roots. A person as clear-headed as you. How could you do such a thing? Bombarded by Linglong's rapid-fire reprimands, Yu Jiangshu was instantly defeated. The Chongwen brothers watched him with grins. In their eyes, Yu Jiangshu had always been steady and composed, earning everyone's praise. Yet in front of their cousin, he was constantly at a disadvantage. Truly, everything has its vanquisher, like bean curd set with brine. I was wrong. Yu Jiangshu promptly admitted his mistake. Oomph. Linglong let out a delicate snort. You'll stay in the mansion obediently. It's quiet here and convenient for studying. Have you already taken your luggage there? They'll have someone cancel your room and bring your things back. Don't worry about it. Su Zhenjun admired Linglong's decisive manner. Linglong personally showed them the courtyard. The two elder cousins and Yu Jiangshu shared a courtyard, but each had their own room, ensuring no disturbance. To prevent unwanted visits from the elder and younger uncles, they deliberately chose the farthest courtyard. She also instructed the caretaker to keep the connecting side gate locked, preventing those from that side from casually intruding. If they wanted to go out they could reach the main street directly through a side gate. To enter the inner courtyard there was another path. The rest of the household is manageable, but my uncle and his sons are no easy characters. You're preparing for exams, and won't be going out, but they might still come to bother you. Don't engage with them from the start. If they go too far I have my ways of dealing with them. They'll just ignore them. Youyou agreed with a smile. Don't court trouble, but don't fear it either. If they cross the line don't cover for them. Just tell me. Linglong said gravely. A leopard can't change its spots. Even after 10 years apart she knew exactly what those two. Youyou nodded with a smile. He later learned something of Linglong's family affairs. The fact that Aunt Yuzi had taken Linglong back to their hometown was partly due to them. It was so good to see her again. On the other side Youyou took her younger sister to Shokong Courtyard to visit Mother Feng. Mother Feng slowly raised her eyelids, sipping a bowl of tea at a leisurely pace. So it's my daughter-in-law's younger sister. How thoughtful of you to come and pay respects to this old, useless woman. How are your esteemed parents? My parents are in good health. Suhi replied with a smile. Why didn't they come to the capital this time? Mother Feng smiled. I could have met my in-laws. It's been 20 years since our families became allied, yet we've never met. People would surely laugh if they found out. My parents are old and not keen on long journeys. Oh, just hire more attendants, it's nothing serious. Mother Feng said. Look at me, I traveled all the way from Huizhou. In the end it all comes down to whether one's children are filial or not. If they are they'll bring you to live with them no matter how. But if they're unfilial what difference does it make even if they're right under your nose? Sui frowned wondering what the old lady meant by. Was she implying that her elder sister was unfilial? Or that her own elder brothers were inept inferior to her sons? Unable to respond, she simply took a sip of the tea beside her. Although the capital doesn't produce tea you can buy tea from all over the world here. Sister-in-law have a taste, and see if it differs from the tea in your hometown. Mother Feng said cheerfully. Youyou smiled, and said, so mother enjoys this kind of tea. He'll have Chunlan bring you 2 more caddies later. If eldest brother and third brother like it too, he'll send some to them as well. Since mother says it's good he'll have someone send some to the 2 maternal uncles too. Mother Feng looked at her and laughed. How thoughtful of you. By the way, how are the courtyards arranged for the guests? We mustn't neglect them, or people will say our Marquis mansion mistreats relatives. That wouldn't sound good if it got out, would it? Mother Feng said looking at her. You're absolutely right. I have everything under control. Youyou replied with a smile. You know it well. Mother Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll speak plainly. Since all who come are guests they must be treated equally, otherwise I an old woman will be displeased. Rest assured, I will certainly treat everyone fairly. Youyou laughed. After sitting for a while Youyou excused herself saying that He and the others had just arrived and needed a good rest, and led He out. Elder sister, what does the old lady mean? He couldn't help but frown inwardly. She sensed that the old lady probably didn't. What does her meaning matter? This is my home. Youyou sneered. She always likes to stir up trouble. If you let her manipulate you with a few words you'd be a fool. Anyway, just ignore her. If anything comes up tell her to find me. Yes, elder sister. Sui let out a long breath realizing that her sister's life was not easy either. In Shokong Courtyard the eldest daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law sat before Mother Feng asking with concern, Mother, do you think sister-in-law will still give us our monthly allowance this time? The eldest daughter-in-law lowered her voice. It's not that I covet her money. I just think that uncle and the others probably didn't bring much silver with them. Although living in the mansion means no worries about food and drink with only expenses and no income, I'm afraid uncle and the others can't hold out either. Mother Feng nodded. You're absolutely right. But today with Linglong's aunt here how could I bring up this matter? The eldest daughter-in-law bit her lip. Mother, let's not even mention uncle and his family. Even my family and third brother's family can't hold out much longer living like this. The eldest is already so old he can't exactly go out to work, can he? Besides, even if he were willing what he earns wouldn't be enough for the family. Exactly, the third daughter-in-law added. And then there's Ruachi and Ruolin. They're growing up fast, and it's time for them to find wives. If second brother and second sister-in-law are willing to help, finding a good wife from a decent family could also give them a leg up. Enough, I'm well aware of all you've said. We'll have to take it slowly. Mother Feng grew a bit displeased. The eldest and third sons were useless, leaving everything for her, an old woman, to worry about. Truly a life of endless toil. But since the second son was doing so well, shouldn't he help his elder and younger brothers? That evening the whole family gathered together, getting to know one another. When the Gu family uncles learned that Youyou was already a Jiren and had come to the capital for the metropolitan examination, their eyes lit up. Young Master Yu is truly a prodigy. Mother Feng smiled and said, he happens to be of similar age to my grandsons here. You should all get to know each other better. Indeed. Ruachi and Ruolin chuckled. Brother Yu is a scholar. Please don't find us too crude. We can go out and have fun together later. We're familiar with the capital too. Linglong smiled. Let's talk about that after he finishes the exams. If you want to go out and have fun, I can find someone. Then well, trouble sister Linglong. The two brothers cupped their hands and smiled. Mother Feng laughed. Siblings should love and support one another. Daughter-in-law, am I right? She looked at Youyou, deliberately asking her. Mother is absolutely right. Youyou nodded. Relationships are mutual. That's indeed the case. After the banquet ended, and everyone dispersed, Mother Feng kept Youyou and Feng Lingxiao behind for a talk. It was so chaotic today that I didn't have a chance to speak with you properly. Mother Feng sighed. I know you're not too happy that I brought your elder brother, younger brother, and uncles here. Feng Lingxiao shook his head. How could that be? Mother, you think too much. Good, that's a relief. Mother Feng smiled. I knew Shower wasn't that kind of person, the kind who forgets his family once he's rich and powerful. Mother, just say what you have to say. Feng Lingxiao sighed. Why always beat around the bush? In the end, weren't you going to tell the truth? Mother Feng smiled. Alright, I'll speak plainly then. Your uncles didn't come this time, just for fun, as you can see. You've seen my grandnephews. They're not bad looking. Staying in the countryside would be a waste of their potential. See if you can find— And then there's Youyou and Youyou. Not to mention Youyou, but Youyou is exactly 18 now. It's time to find her a man. As her cousin and cousin-in-law, please keep an eye out for a suitable family. Especially you daughter-in-law, pay close attention. I see that the girl from your second sister's family is also about the right age. Coming to the capital this time. Does she have the same intention? Since you're looking anyway, keep an eye out for a few good families. Mother Feng chuckled. When people get older, they enjoy playing matchmaker. Seeing the younger generation find their places in life brought her immense joy, indescribably sweet. It was a pity she didn't have good connections, otherwise this good deed wouldn't have fallen to Youyou. Youyou smirked inward. Coming to the capital to find matches for the children. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old lady. Feng Lingxiao pondered for a moment. Mother, you mentioned finding work for the grandnephews years ago, and I brought it up then. But those children, they're afraid of death if they join the army and afraid of hardship if they work. I'm at my wit's end. Look at you the moment I bring this up, your face falls. Mother Feng said crossly, with your current status and position, can't you find them some easy, well-paying jobs? If it's just about being a soldier or a clerk, does it need a marquis like you to step in a? Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but laugh. Mother, if there really were such a good job, tell me, and I'll do it myself. Mother Feng was so angry she nearly fainted. Youyou smiled. Mother, don't mind his nonsense. But in this world there aren't many jobs that are both easy and profitable unless they're illicit. But if it were something like that, no matter what others think, I would be the first to refuse. Youyou smiled, yet her tone was exceptionally firm. He's weathered storms and walked through blades and arrows to get where he is today. I won't let just anyone drag him down. Although he now holds a high and powerful position, the more that's true, the more cautious he must be. Remember, great heights are cold. Countless eyes are on him, coveting his position and the emperor's favor. Even if we can't help him, we shouldn't hold him back at the very least. Mother, let me be upfront with you here and now. Even though my own nephews and nieces have come, I guarantee I won't ask Feng Lingxiao to help them seek official positions or wealth. Their trip to the capital is solely for visiting relatives and sightseeing, nothing else. Youyou spoke with utmost determination. Mother Feng was stunned by her righteous words, unable to recover for a long time. Seeing her dumbfounded, Youyou took Feng Lingxiao's hand and said, Look, Mother is so sleepy. Why aren't you leaving? Have you no tact? Mother, please rest early. We will come again tomorrow to keep you company. With these words, the two rose and took their leave. Feng's mother was both angry and anxious, yet she could not call them back, fuming in silence. Aunt, Youyou approached quietly. It seems our sister-in-law has become much more tactful than before. She sat beside Feng's mother, speaking with a smile. Exactly. She has grown even more mischievous. Feng's mother said indignantly. Shower has been corrupted by her humph. We haven't been in the capital for years, and now it seems this household is entirely under the control of the second sister-in-law. Youyou sighed. It appears even second cousin may not have much say in family affairs. And I fear the matter you wish to entrust to cousin might face some difficulty. If she thinks she can dominate everything, she is mistaken. Feng's mother snorted coldly. No matter who she is, she can. Even if Shower is not close to me, the fact that I am his birth mother cannot be erased by anyone. I am old now, but I am not dead yet, and this son is still my son. Rest assured, before this old woman is laid to rest, I will have everything arranged for you all. Feng's mother declared angrily. Youyou smiled faintly. I know Aunt cherishes me, more than my own parents. Please do help my father and second uncle. As for me, I am content to stay by Aunt's side forever. Feng's mother was pleased, patting her hand. Do not worry, I will ensure you have a proper outcome. Besides, this household supports so many people, as surely it can spare a mouthful for you. That woman cares for nothing, and has a notorious reputation. As an elder, it is only natural that I look out for them, is it not? Moreover, you are no outsider. Could you possibly harm him? I respect cousin and hold him in high regard. How could I ever harm him? Youyou quickly clarified her stance. By the way, Aunt, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Youyou suddenly remembered the important matter and hurriedly spoke to Feng's mother. What is it? Feng's mother asked with a genial smile. Having this niece by her side over the years had alleviated her loneliness and tedium. Seeing her niece's difficult circumstances, she felt obliged to help whenever possible. Actually, it is at my parents' behest, Youyou said with a laugh. You see, Youyou has now reached the age of 15, the year of her comingafage ceremony. Wasn't our original purpose in coming here to find her a suitable match? What do you think of that young man who came today with Aunt Sue, the one named Jianshu? He is already a provincial graduate at such a young age. My mother thinks he is a very good prospect. What is your opinion, Aunt? Youyou asked softly, gently massaging her aunt. Feng's mother pondered for a moment, reviewing the younger generation she had met today. Are you referring to that tall young man with a scholarly air? Yes, him. What do you think, Aunt? Youyou asked with a smile. Feng's mother nodded. Indeed, although the child was simply dressed, he had a handsome appearance and an aura of refinement. What was even more remarkable was that at merely 18 he had already earned the title of provincial graduate, almost as if he were a star of literature descended to earth. He is indeed a fine young man. Even this old woman finds him acceptable. But I wonder about his family's circumstances. Has he been betrothed? We can ask second sister-in-law about that later. Youyou said with a smile. Our Youyou is both gentle and beautiful, oh surely, she is not unworthy of him. Alright, when she comes tomorrow, I will speak to her. Feng's mother nodded. Youyou was her youngest niece, the late-born daughter of her second brother, who had finally fathered a child near the age of 40. She was not only obedient, but also literate, and the family had always hoped to find her a scholarly match. What a coincidence to encounter such a person here. After consulting with her, Aunt Youyou went to her parents' courtyard. Her second uncle and the others were waiting eagerly. As soon as she entered, second uncle Gu asked urgently, "Have you spoken to your aunt? Can she help?" Youyou nodded. "I have already spoken to aunt and she thinks it is a good idea. She said she will mention it to second cousin's wife and ask her to facilitate the match." "That's wonderful." Second uncle Gu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. "If our Ruer can marry provincial graduate Yu, she might become the wife of a metropolitan graduate. Provincial graduate Yu is young and handsome. Perhaps the emperor will be pleased and award him the title of Zhenyuan or Tanhua. Then our Ruer would be the wife of a Tanhua. And those who pass the metropolitan examination almost always remain in the capital's Hanlin Academy. Within a few years, they become high-ranking officials of the 4th or 5th rank. If that happens, I could die without regret." Second Uncle Gus' eyes glistened with tears as he sighed emotionally. "Father." Youyou, still young, was too shy to have her marriage discussed so openly. She sat to the side, wishing she could bury her head in her chest, her face flushed, as red as a piece of cloth. "What is there to be shy about?" Seeing her lack of composure, Second Uncle Gu muttered, "When a man comes of age, he should marry. When a woman comes of age, she should wed. When you encounter a good prospect, you must be proactive. If we can see this excellent son-in-law candidate, can others not see him too? Now, while he is preparing for the examinations, and others have not yet noticed him, we should secure the engagement. That is the way to seize the advantage." Second Uncle Gu said joyfully. Yes, father, that is an excellent idea." Second Aunt Gu nodded in agreement, embracing Youyou and asking with a smile, "Ruer, what do you think? This matter is for my parents to decide. Why ask me?" Youyou's face burned with embarrassment. She broke free from her mother's embrace and fled to her own room. Ha 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 ha. Everyone present, having experienced such matters themselves, knew from her demeanor that she was satisfied, and they burst into laughter. Watching Youyou run off, Youyou felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Her younger sister was truly luckier than she. Upon arriving in the capital, she had already encountered a talented and handsome ideal match. As for herself, after more than a decade of drifting, she remained alone. She took a deep breath and said to her parents with a smile, "Youyou is young and shy. I will go and have a word with her." "Haha, go ahead. You two sisters talk well together. Explain it to her properly, and don't just wait idly. If possible, visit your second sister-in-law often so she can put in more effort. I understand. I will go speak with her." Youyou nodded. Entering her younger sister's room, she found her sitting at the table staring blankly at the flickering candle flame. "What are you thinking about?" Youyou asked with a smile as she closed the door. Youyou's face flushed. "Elder sister, why have you come? Please sit. Mother asked me to have a chat with you." Youyou sat down beside her with a smile. "Regarding today's matter, I believe our parents have made a good judgment. That provincial graduate Yu is indeed a very suitable candidate. Do you think so too, elder sister?" Youyou's eyes sparkled. "But I feel it may not be so easy." "Of course I'm good, but how could someone like me catch their eye? I don't know anything." She bit her lip and said softly, "A woman's lack of talent is a virtue. What more needs to be known or done? As long as cousin Heir is willing to help, there's a high chance we can succeed." Youyou teased with a smile. Her eyes sparkled as she felt both shy and expectant. "Do you think cousin Heir would be willing to help us? I see that cousin Heir doesn't seem to like us very much." Youyou was taken aback and her smile became a bit awkward. How could she not know that Su Youyou disliked them? However, her aunt was her mother-in-law, and with the weight of filial piety pressing down on her, she had no choice but to listen. Whether it was herself or Youyou, or even her brothers and nephews, if they didn't rely on their aunt and cousin, they would spend their lives wandering in the countryside, never able to rise above their station. Not to mention others, even she herself, after experiencing the wealth and grandeur of the capital's marquis estate, how could she be content to marry a man of humble means and live a life of hardship, raising a bunch of children? "Don't worry," Youyou encouraged her. "This matter poses no harm to her. I believe she would be pleased to see it Really?" Youyou chuckled softly, looking down. "It seems Ruer is quite fond of this scholar Yu." After both daughters left, Youyou smiled at Youyou. Youyou felt quite pleased. "Of course my judgment is very accurate. Although this scholar Yu isn't from a noble family, it is precisely for this reason that we will be deserving of him. Of course we ourselves aren't anything special, but Lingxiao is our own dear nephew. They say kinship between aunt and nephew is strong as bones are connected by sinews. Finding a promising cousin-in-law is not a bad thing for him, don't you think?" But Youyou seemed a bit worried. "If it's really as good as you say, cousin's family won't hold back from their daughter." "Huh?" Youyou laughed heartily. "Look at what you're saying. Our cousin is a marquis. Our niece is the legitimate daughter of a marquis. Not only would she be suitable for the high families in the capital, but even marrying into the royal family would be appropriate. How could she possibly look down on a mere scholar?" Youyou chuckled. "Even if he were the top scholar, she wouldn't look at him." "Is that so? Our generation has no hope, We can only find ways to ensure that the children live well, and that is what truly matters. I understand I know everything with. You see now that the eldest sister is older, if we don't take this opportunity to ask her for help, we might not have another chance. Our generation has no hope. We can only find ways to ensure that the children live well, and that is what truly matters. I understand I know everything without you saying. Gu Ernyang shot him a glance and smiled down. The next day after breakfast, Linglong notified Youyou to accompany several cousins to explore the city. Now Youyou was already in his 20s, having grown into a sturdy man and a father of two. He had become a small team leader in the estate. Miss, don't worry, I know all the fun places in the capital, and I will ensure the young masters and young ladies have a great time. I trust you to do your job. Linglong nodded. Just make sure they don't run off, they're new here, and it would be bad if they got lost. Understood. Youyou nodded vigorously. Feng Ruoqi and Feng Wolin laughed, and said, we brothers know the capital well enough, but we can wander around on our own. After saying that, they cheerfully left. They had some childhood friends in the capital, and now that they were back, it was time to reconnect. Unfortunately, their pockets were empty. After haggling with their mothers for a long time, they managed to scrape together a little money. They really missed the days when their second aunt would give them monthly allowances. They wondered when she would give them money this time. However, it was said that Linglong had taken charge of the household. Now maybe they should ask her. With so many people around, it felt awkward to bring it up, so they decided to wait until later. The children were eager to enjoy the capital's splendor and had gone out to play early while the adults had their own matters to attend to. Feng Laodao and Feng Lao Sen had also disappeared, leaving the two daughters-in-law at home to tidy up. Their household was not small, but their sisters-in-law had only arranged one courtyard for them. That night the adults made the little ones cry, which was quite bothersome. You see, I have dark circles under my eyes. The eldest sister-in-law felt the same way. In one small courtyard, 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms with 7 or 8 rooms were a bit cramped for their family of over 10. You see, I have dark circles under my eyes. The eldest sister-in-law felt the same way. In one small courtyard, 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms with 7 or 8 rooms were a bit cramped for their family of over 10. Let alone there being no space for things, even living together was difficult. It would be one thing if there were no rooms in the estate, but clearly there was space. Not to mention that Su He and her daughter were living in a small courtyard. Furthermore, that little girl was living in the garden with Linglong's niece, so she effectively had her own courtyard. This seemed a bit unfair, right? The two felt somewhat resentful, chatted for a while, and decided to go together to speak with Su Youyou. I thought you all were tired from your journey and needed to rest, so I didn't rush to find you. Su Youyou smiled, allowing the maid to serve them tea. How have you been these years? It's been like that. The eldest sister-in-law sighed. You've had it easier, sister-in-law. Second brother is devoted to you. How can we compare? Although with second brother watching over them, they wouldn't dare to misbehave back home. This woman has brought many people into the house. Because of this, I have had many arguments with your elder brother. It's a pity they won't listen to our advice. The eldest sister-in-law sighed. Indeed. The third sister-in-law also lamented. It's true what they say that men become bad once they have money. I have no hopes for them anymore, though I only wish for my son to be promising. Exactly. The eldest sister-in-law quickly added, that's the way it is. Now that the children are older, it doesn't feel right for us to be crammed together. Sister-in-law, do you think you could let those 2 brothers stay with your family's children? I see those children are honest kids. They say that one is influenced by the company one keeps. Having them together would make us feel more at ease, don't you think? Looking at the smiling face of the eldest sister-in-law, Su Youyou shook her head inwardly. You know the saying about being influenced by your surroundings, so how could I trust you to let Chongwen and Chongli stay with your children? What if they go astray? I won't be able to explain it to my elder brothers and sisters-in-law. Let's just skip the idea of living together. Su Youyou smiled and said, brother, you still has to prepare for exams, and too many people will always be a bit noisy. If you feel it's inconvenient for the boys to live together, I'll speak to Linglong about opening another courtyard. The 2 sisters-in-law immediately beamed with joy. The eldest daughter-in-law said with a smile, then I must thank our sister-in-law. However, the third daughter-in-law retorted, second sister-in-law, I see there are still several empty courtyards in this mansion. Why don't you allocate us another one so we can spread out a bit and ease our burden? To be honest, I'm truly weary of listening to those women chattering endlessly by my ears. This time, third brother Feng had brought not only his wife and their 2 legitimate sons, but also 2 concubines and 3 children born of concubines. Previously, they hadn't lived in the same courtyard, so out of sight was out of mind. Her own children were grown, and she had forgotten the days when the little ones clamored and squabbled. Now hearing these little creatures making a racket all day long, she felt both vexed and overwhelmed. The 2 concubines were also restless, constantly comparing their attire and provisions. They would quarrel periodically, then come running to her with tears and complaints demanding she arbitrate. What sin had she committed in her past life to suffer such torment in this one? When she complained to her mother-in-law, the old woman only chided her for failing to captivate her husband's heart, thus causing all these troubles. She also said that as the principal wife, she must be magnanimous, not petty, and treat everyone equally. Words that made her stomach ache with rage. The eldest daughter-in-law felt a deep resonance upon hearing this. She quickly chimed in, isn't that the truth? It infuriates me. Su Youyou watched them with a faint smile, but did not immediately grant their request. It seems back then you were exceptionally virtuous, eager to find concubines for Feng Lingxiao. Didn't you say that given his status and position, it would be improper not to have a few concubines? Now that eldest brother and third brother have fulfilled your wishes, seeing this thriving household with numerous descendants, shouldn't you be delighted? Youyou said with a smile, elder sister-in-law, younger sister-in-law. Originally, this is not a big deal. The two women's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. But then Youyou continued, however, I cannot agree to it for now. If eldest brother and third brother were to blame me for tearing your families apart, wouldn't my good intentions lead to a bad outcome? The two blinked momentarily at a loss for words. Well, our husbands won't say anything, the eldest daughter-in-law said with difficulty. Let's drop it. After all, none of us can guess what eldest brother and third brother truly think. Youyou shook her head. Seeing that Youyou remained firm, the two women had no choice but to give up. That aside, when lunch arrived, the meal was an ordinary spread of 6 dishes and 1 soup. However, given the number of people now present, the portions were substantial. Mother Feng was furious at the sight of the dishes. Shizi, go fetch her here. What does this mean? She pointed at the food on the table, shouting angrily. What is she trying to do? The meals I had in Huaizhou were far better than this. Now that I'm in the capital, this is what we're served. When Shizi arrived, Youyou was dining with Su He and the others. She cast a sidelong glance and noticed that the dishes on their table were no different from those on the other side. Second madam, the old madam, request your presence. Shizi bowed and said, Oh, is there something urgent that must be discussed at this moment? Though she said this, Youyou immediately stood up. What's the matter? Is the food not to your liking? Youyou asked with a smile. Mother Feng didn't lift her eyelids, but sneered. This household. He quickly said, the old madam must have something important. Go on over. As they entered, they saw Mother Feng sitting with a grim face, the food on the table untouched. What's the matter? Is the food not to your liking? Youyou asked with a smile. Mother Feng didn't lift her eyelids, but sneered. This household grows worse by the day, doesn't it? It seems we can't even afford proper meals anymore. Are you saying the dishes are lacking, Mother? Youyou understood. This is how we usually eat at home. Linglong, why don't you tell the kitchen to add 2 more dishes for your grandmother? Youyou spoke the truth. Although the family could afford better, this was their standard fare, not a deliberate slight to forget it. Mother Feng snorted coldly. We'll make do with this today. Everyone says the Marquis household is wealthy and indulges in fine food and drink every day. If outsiders saw this, they'd laugh. Youyou chuckled. Mother, the border is embroiled in constant warfare and military expenses are enormous. All civil and military officials have voluntarily halved their salaries to ease the court's burden. Even in the palace, the empress has reduced everyone's food and clothing allowances to free up funds for the front lines. Everyone is doing this, so Lingxiao cannot be an exception. Although his salary increased when he became a marquis, what he actually receives now is less than before. With this explanation, Mother Feng had nothing more to say. Since even the palace was in such a state, she could hardly fault her daughter-in-law's actions. Shizi helped her to her seat for the meal. After a few bites, Mother Feng suddenly asked, This morning Linglong sent over the monthly allowance for my courtyard. What about the others? Have they received theirs? As far as she knew, at least the 2 daughters-in-law hadn't. Linglong smiled. Grandmother, yours has been fully distributed. Sister Shizi, have you received yours? Shizi quickly replied with a smile. Yes, miss, I have. Mother Feng nodded and then asked, What about your eldest uncle, third uncle, and your great uncle? Linglong asked in surprise. Grandmother, I don't understand why you asked that. You are father's birth mother, so it is only right for father and mother to support you. 20 taels of silver each month for you to buy something you fancy. Of course, your daily necessities must also be provided. The people in this courtyard are all registered members of the household, so they naturally receive their monthly allowances from the estate. As for eldest uncle and third uncle, although we are brothers of the same clan, each has his own family and cannot be counted in this arrangement. Otherwise, if outsiders heard, they might say we don't treat our relatives as kin, but as servants. Linglong covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes sparkling like crystals. Grandmother, we can't let others accuse us of bullying our relatives. So giving money to eldest brother and third brother meant treating them like servants. Mother Feng's first reaction was that Linglong was deceiving her. Are you trying to trick me? She snarled. Isn't this how it's always been done? That was then. Mother said that when eldest uncle and third uncle first arrived in the capital, they might be short of funds, so you spared some of your own money to help them out. Now that eldest uncle and third uncle have thriving households and many dependents, the situation is no longer the same. If mother continues this practice, wouldn't it belittle them? As if they can't support their own families. You? Mother Feng wanted to curse, but faced with her smiling granddaughter, she couldn't bring herself to do so. If it were just Youyou alone, she would have scolded her mercilessly. I was wondering why you suddenly stopped managing the household. So this is the reason. Mother Feng suddenly said. Youyou knew what she meant, but pretended to be clueless. Linglong is growing up day by day. If she doesn't learn to manage a household now, how will she manage after marriage? She can't expect her mother-in-law to teach her Kanxia. This is what they call preparing for a rainy day. Youyou said. In truth, Mother Feng was not overly particular about the quality of the meals. Yet this happening on her very second day here without any explanation would make it seem as though she were deliberately slighting her. The explanation now given was reasonable enough, leaving her unable to muster any anger. So you're telling me that when a whole family travels 1,000 li to seek refuge with us, you can just stand by and do nothing? Mother Feng said with a dark expression. She didn't care, as since she had already brought them here, she would not let them slink back. After all, that was her own younger brother, her own son. Youyou chuckled. Mother, I don't understand what you mean. Seek refuge. Has a disaster struck our hometown? Or what? Why can't they manage anymore? Besides, I didn't invite them here, so I have no obligation. Youyou knew that if she showed any leniency they would only make greater demands. Greed was an abyss if she couldn't indulge these people. Mother, let me be frank. You are the elder, and we have a duty to... As for the others, honestly helping is a kindness, but not helping is our right. As for me, I've never been one to care what others... My reputation in the capital is already tarnished. Adding mistreating relatives to the list won't make a difference. Originally, if they had stayed quietly in their hometown, she would have been willing to provide money or grain. If you consider them family, and wish to give that as your freedom. But if they come to my home and try to dictate what they want, then forget it. This is unfilial. Mother Feng cried out in anger. Get out. I want to talk to you. Send Shower to see me. When he returns from the yamen, I'll have someone inform him. Youyou said with a smile. Leaving Shokong courtyard, Linglong chuckled softly. Mother, why are you so direct now? Aren't you afraid grandmother will be angry? Let her be angry, what's there to fear? Youyou laughed. I don't care if she came to the capital herself, but why bring so many people along? Is it not enough that I married your father and have to support her? Must I also support her brothers, uncles, and cousins? Even if the Marquis Manor had the wealth, it wouldn't be right. Youyou said coldly. If I asked your father to say this, he probably couldn't get the words out. And you're a young girl, a junior, saying this would invite criticism. But I don't care. Even if people talk, they'll just say I'm not virtuous. And this so-called virtue in my eyes is worthless. Mother, you're amazing. Linglong hugged her arm, grinning. When you reach my age, you'll be able to do as you please. For now, whether sincere or not, you must still put on a show. Youyou, seeing her daughter so cheerful, feared she might inadvertently lead her astray. A young lady still needed. You just handle things your way. If they make excessive demands, send them to me. I understand, Mother. Linglong rested her head on her mother's shoulder, feeling a warmth in her heart. It was so good to have a mother. It was already late when Feng Lingxiao returned. But Youyou had not broken her word. As soon as he entered, someone informed him that the madam had requested he go to Shokong courtyard upon his return. Feng Lingxiao frowned slightly, wondering what had happened now. Upon entering, he saw his mother sitting at the table with a gloomy face. She didn't even offer him a pleasant expression when he came in. Mother, did you call for me for something? Oh, does a mother need a reason to summon her son for a chat? Mother Feng retorted coldly. Feng Lingxiao gave a faint smile and sat down on a chair. Of course not. He said nothing more, merely adopting an attitude of humble inquiry. Mother Feng had expected that upon his arrival he would at least apologize and confess his faults. But this son was like a block of wood, uttering only one sentence before falling silent. It was infuriating. Didn't your wife say anything to you? Mother Feng shot him a glare, annoyed. I just got home, I haven't even been to my own quarters yet. I see. Mother Feng nodded slightly. Then let me ask you, what are your plans for your uncle and your brothers now that they're here? Plans? Feng Lingxiao laughed. They're family. Since they've come to the capital, of course, I'll treat them well. Provide food and lodging, and take them to see the famous sights. When I have time, I'll take them out for a nice meal. In any case, since they're relatives, I can't let them leave empty-handed. They'll eat, drink, and be merry. Feng Lingxiao gave a simple, honest smile, which made Mother Feng want to smack him. This son had become slick, no longer as obedient as before. Let me put it this way. Mother Feng knew that if they continued to beat around the bush, her son would never give her a straight answer. Now that you're doing well, you can't just watch your brothers and nephews wallow in the mud, can you? We're all one family. It's not right for you to be an official and live high on the hog while your brothers eat dirt. So tell me, what are you going to do for your elder and younger brothers? So this was the real intention, was it? Feng Lingxiao wiped the smile from his face and said solemnly, Mother, tell me what you have in mind first. Shower. Mother Feng knew her son responded better to soft words than hard ones. She sighed, her voice softening. Just do this for your mother's sake. Find a path for your brothers and nephews. As long as you brothers all do well, I can die with a clear conscience and face your deceased father. As she spoke, her nose tingled and tears began to flow. Feng Lingxiao fell silent. Thinking of his deceased father filled him with sorrow. At that time, his elder brother, being the eldest son, was already able to shoulder some responsibilities. His younger brother was still an infant, naturally requiring more of his mother's attention. As a result, he, the second son, was often overlooked. So much so that when they fled, no one even noticed he hadn't kept up with the group. Recalling these past events, his heart ached. Mother, I understand what you mean by finding a path. But don't be offended. What special skills do eldest brother and third brother have? Can they handle such a position? Do you know that if they fail, they will be punished? I already bought you land and houses back home. As long as they don't cause trouble, they can live comfortably without worry. As for anything else, Mother, please forgive me, but I am powerless. So you refuse to show any consideration? Mother Feng stood up in agitation. If I showed no consideration, would I have bought them hundreds of acres of land? Feng Lingxiao retorted. Mother, have you ever counted how much that was worth? And don't tell me how well eldest brother treated me when we were young. I remember clearly whether it was good or bad. In any case, this is all I can do. If they want to stay a few more days, have some fun, that's fine. But if they have any other ideas, they'll have to find another way. You're infuriating me. Mother Feng burst into loud sobs. The next day, the eldest daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law came to pay their respects. Seeing the old lattice red and swollen eyes, clearly she had cried during the night, they were startled and quickly asked what was wrong. Mother Feng was a woman who valued her pride, but she could hardly admit that her son had turned her down. It's nothing. You don't need to hover around me every day. Go attend to your own affairs. The two women smiled. Mother, we have nothing pressing. Would rather sit with you and chat for a while. They had no desire to remain in their own quarters. One day you step on me, the next you use my water, or the children start fighting. Dealing with the household's endless troubles was more than enough. Coming to the old lattice place at least offered a moment of peace. They had barely sat down when the two maternal aunts arrived. Elder sister, did you sleep poorly last night? Your eyes are all swollen. Aunt Gu asked with concern. A little indeed, Mother Feng nodded. Are you comfortable staying? Later let the children take you out for a stroll, Mother Feng instructed. The two women smiled and nodded. After some idle chatter, Aunt Guer spoke up with slight embarrassment. Elder sister, I hate to trouble you so soon after your return. But some matters are better settled sooner rather than later, so I must be bold and come to you. What's so serious? Mother Feng said with a smile. Aunt Guer smiled. It's about Youyou. We quietly asked the girl, and she is quite satisfied with that young Jiren. But since he is a relative of younger sister-in-law's family, we didn't feel comfortable broaching the subject directly. We thought as the elder you might sound out younger sister-in-law's thoughts first to see if this match is possible. Aunt Guer's heart was full of hope. She had thought Yu Jianshu was fine before, but now the more she considered the more she felt he was a rare talent, and she was thoroughly delighted. After much deliberation, she felt it best to speak with elder sister early, otherwise if someone else snatched him up first it would be a great loss. Right. Mother Feng's interest was piqued. You think so too, don't you? I also said that young man looks promising. Alright, I'll call the second daughter-in-law over right now to ask. If it's possible, wouldn't it be wonderful for her to act as matchmaker? The more she thought about it, the better the idea seemed. She waved to Shizi. Go, and invite the second madam. Tell her I have something to discuss. Shizi agreed and left. Before long, Youyou walked in. Everyone's here, she greeted with a smile. With so many people present today, she wondered what new challenge her mother-in-law had prepared for her. Mother summoned me. May I ask what instructions you have? Youyou asked with a smile. Nothing else, just wanted to inquire about that young Jiren situation, Mother Feng said with a Mother means Xiaoshu. Youyou was somewhat surprised. Yes, Mother Feng nodded. I think he's a fine young man. I wonder if he is betrothed. So that was it. Youyou chuckled. I haven't heard them mention it, so probably not. Upon hearing this, Aunt Guer's face lit up with joy. Mother Feng couldn't help but nod and smile. Good, excellent. Second daughter-in-law, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What do you think? Mother Feng said with a smile. You've seen Youyou from your second uncle's family. She's a fine girl, isn't she? Aunt Guer was overjoyed to hear her elder sister praise Youyou so. Youyou could only nod with a smile. She had seen the girl who was quiet and gentle. But as for being exceptionally outstanding, that was hardly the case. As for matching her with Yu Jianshu, well, it still fell a bit short. Since you agree she's fine, how about you act as matchmaker and betroth Youyou to the young Jiren? What do you say? Mother Feng finished speaking and laughed along with Aunt Guer. What did she say? It was decidedly not good. Youyou sighed inwardly. Although Yu Jianshu came from a humble background, after 10 years of arduous study, he had already become a Jiren. Even if he failed the metropolitan examination, he could still be appointed to an official post. In other words, Yu Jianshu could now be considered an official. With his talent and potential, he could easily marry the daughter of an official family. The Gu family from the second uncle's side were merely ordinary farmers. How could they dare to harbor such extravagant hopes? If Gu Youyou were a woman of breathtaking beauty, it might be different, but in truth, she was merely a modest, ordinary girl. Generally, families marry up for daughters and down for sons, but there must be limits, mustn't there? Mother, it's not that I'm making excuses, Youyou said directly. This matter is not as simple as you think. Hearing her discouraging words, Mother Feng was displeased. You dismiss it without even trying. At bottom, you just look down on these poor relatives. Youyou felt she truly couldn't communicate with her. She acted and spoke with reckless assumptions and brimming overconfidence. Mother, it's not that I'm unwilling to speak. Youyou sighed. The gap is simply too wide, but it's hard to bring up. Indeed. If it were easy, why would I come to you? Mother Feng said crossly. For one thing, you are his elder. For another, you are the Marquise. He must show you some respect, mustn't he? Mother, what meaning is there in forcing a marriage like this, eh? Youyou lamented. For a husband and wife, it must be mutual willingness and true affection. Enough, it's settled. Mother Feng said angrily. If you want to, it'll speak to Shower. I don't believe a mere Jiren would dare to defy a Marquis. Mother, if you do that, you'll drive Xiaoshu out of this household. Youyou frowned deeply. I cannot agree to this. Enough. I knew asking you to do anything would be difficult. Go on, I don't need you here to attend to me. Mother Feng. Very well, I'll take my leave then. Youyou rose immediately, thinking to herself, go ahead and hit a wall if you like. I've given my warning. As she turned and left, Mother Feng vented her anger to her two sisters-in-law. Look, this is how she treats me. All I asked was for her to say a few words, but she made every excuse. Usually everyone thinks I'm the one who bullies the daughter-in-law. Now you've seen for yourselves what's really going on, haven't you? The two aunts sighed. Don't be too upset, elder sister. This niece-in-law's temper is indeed a bit strong. See, even with you two present she acts like this. Mother Feng finally found someone who understood her and poured out her grievances and dissatisfaction. Youyou returned to the inner courtyard, and Linglong frowned slightly. Did grandmother make trouble for you again? Not this time, Youyou sighed. It's about Youyou from your second granduncle's family. She has taken a liking to Xiaoshu. Your grandmother called me over to ask me to be the matchmaker for Xiaoshu. Off. Linglong was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. Huh. He's finally got his comeuppance. He'll go and tell him the good news right away. She was about to dash out the door, but Youyou quickly grabbed her. Don't be silly, you'll disturb his studies. Oh, Linglong stopped, but the smile on her face simply refused to fade. Yu Jiangshu felt it strange that Linglong seemed to be holding back a smile every time she spoke to him. You're a bit odd today. Yu Jiangshu smiled. Is it because I didn't wash my face properly? Linglong shook her head with a laugh. No. Then why do you keep looking at me as if you want to laugh, but don't? Hee, something good is happening to you. I'm wondering whether to tell you now or wait. Something good. Yu Jiangshu was puzzled. What good news could it be? Well, I'll hold off for now. He'll tell you after you pass the exam. Linglong finally held back. Alright, I won't disturb you further. Those books were recommended by Li Gu. Excellent essays written by the great Confucians back in the day. Pick what you like, they might help. These are truly rare. Yu Jiangshu had already browsed them, his heart filled with excitement. Thank you, Linglong. They're very useful. I can study their approach to breaking down topics in the coming days. Glad they help. Alright, I won't keep you from reading. I'm off, she said with a smile as she walked out. Shortly after returning to Linglong courtyard, the maid Zhenyuan came to report. Miss, the young lady from the Gu family has arrived. What does she want? Linglong frowned slightly. Invite her in. Gu Yuzhen entered with a smile. I came uninvited. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Behind her was Gu Yuru, head bowed, and looking somewhat restrained. Gu Yuru glanced up at Linglong and gave a slight. Linglong naturally didn't dare accept the bow, stepping aside and returning a half bow. It was rather awkward. Gu Yuru was Feng Lingxiao's cousin, making her Linglong's aunt by seniority, yet she was slightly younger than Linglong. Aunt has arrived. Please have a seat. Linglong smiled despite the awkwardness and gestured for her to sit. Very well. Gu Yuzhen sat down and said with a smile, I brought Yuru along. I hope it's not too presumptuous. How could it be? Aunt is welcome anytime. I'm actually a bit younger than you. Perhaps you could just call me by my name. Gu Yuru said nervously. That would be improper. Linglong replied. Seniority is fixed. No matter the age, you are still my elder. We mustn't breach etiquette. Seeing Gu Yuru's discomfort, Gu Yuzhen sighed inwardly. She smiled and said, my younger sister is young and grew up in the countryside where she met few people. Now that she's in the capital, I hope she can socialize more, broaden her horizons, and make the most of her time here. She looked at Linglong with a smile. In this household, only you and Miss Su are of similar age to her. I was thinking she could learn from you both and improve herself. What do you think, Linglong? If Aunt doesn't mind, of course we welcome her. What else could Linglong say? Overjoyed, Gu Yuru quickly rose and bowed. Then I'll trouble you. Just then Su Jin, seeing others, she hurriedly said, I didn't know you had guests. You go ahead, I will come back later. She turned to leave. Gu Yuzhen stood up and took her arm with a smile. Miss Su, no need to rush. We're just here for a casual chat. No, we were just saying that Yuru has no young companions to talk to. We thought we'd come over to sit with you if you were free. Heaven granted our wish, and here you are. Perfect, let's all chat together. Su Jinjin was rather uneasy. Her nature was reserved, and she disliked such fervent warmth. She struggled slightly but couldn't free herself, so she had to sit down. Cousin, come sit here. Linglong called her over. Relieved, Su Jinjin smiled and came to sit. We were just talking about you. Gu Yuzhen said cheerfully. We were saying that since you're all of similar age, you should spend time together, doing needlework, chatting, and such. If you go out to have fun, please take Yuru along. Linglong, is that too much trouble? Linglong smiled and said, I'm afraid it'll disappoint Aunt. I actually don't know how to do needlework. We have seamstresses at home, and I can't even hold a needle. As for going out, I rarely do that either. You know, the city girls are either tea tasting or flower gazing. I don't have much in common with them, so I seldom go. But since Aunt has asked if they invite me, and Aunt Yu is willing, we can go together. Gu Yuru had been feeling disappointed, but Linglong's words took an unexpected turn, and she finally agreed. Her heart leaped with joy as she quickly expressed her thanks. Linglong smiled and said, it's actually quite dull. I hope Aunt won't be disappointed then. Miss? Another maid entered with an invitation card. Miss Li of the Chongning Marquis Mansion sent a card saying the early plum blossoms in her garden have bloomed, and she invites you to visit tomorrow. Very well, I understand. Linglong couldn't help but purse her lips in a smile. It was hard to say if this was good luck or bad. She had just promised Aunt Zhen, and now an invitation arrived. But since the words were spoken, she couldn't go back on them. Truly, arriving early is no match for arriving at the right time. Linglong laughed. Then let's all go together tomorrow. But since the words were spoken, she couldn't go back on them. Truly, arriving early is no match for arriving at the right time. Linglong laughed. Then let's all go together tomorrow. On so smooth. Back in their small courtyard, when they told their parents, everyone was delighted. Only after Gu Yuru returned to her room did she realize things weren't so simple. Sister, what should I wear tomorrow? Gu Yuru fretted. She had been so happy earlier that she hadn't considered this problem at all. Gu Yuzhen was also taken aback. Yes, they had been so focused on the joy that they had forgotten this detail. Back in Linglong courtyard, not to mention Linglong's attire, even her cousin Jinjin was better dressed than her own sister. And besides clothes, what about jewelry? That was necessary too. Other girls were adorned with tinkling hair ornaments while her sister's head was bare. It wouldn't look good. Second Uncle Gu thought for a moment and said, Yuzhen, see what you have that Yuru can use. Lend her some things. Yuzhen was somewhat reluctant. Father, my clothes and jewelry are out of style now. I'm willing to lend them to sister, but she might not want to wear them out. Tears welled up in Yuru's eyes and began to fall. Then I won't go, she sobbed, turning and burying her face in the bed as she cried. Alright, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend them to you. Youyou sighed. Come and see for yourself. If anything suits you, feel free to take it. Youyou immediately broke into a smile through her tears. Though somewhat reluctant, Youyou genuinely brought out some of her own clothing and jewelry for her to choose from. Youyou glanced through them, feeling quite disappointed. As her sister had said, these garments and ornaments were indeed a bit outdated. These pieces were from her dowry and the betrothal gifts from her husband's family from years ago. After all, the family Youyou had married into was merely a small landlord. What decent things could they possibly provide for her? Among them, the only somewhat presentable items were a few gifts Youyou had given her when she first arrived in the capital. Just take these too. Youyou, seeing her sister's hesitation, picked up a few items to show her. Though these don't look valuable, their craftsmanship is delicate and lively, suitable for a young woman. Among them was a pair of pearl flowers entirely crafted from tiny seed pearls. Another was a red coral piece, its color vibrant like fresh blood. A white jade bracelet shimmered with a glossy luster, its quality quite fine. As for the clothes, their colors and styles were truly unsuitable for a young maiden to wear. Youyou felt a bit let down. Sister, why don't I just forget it? I won't go. She pouted, clearly displeased. Youyou sighed and sat down beside her. Is it that now you realize you have nothing? Back then I felt the same way. I know when I said I wanted to stay in the capital and be second cousin's concubine, you all disagreed. You scolded me in your hearts and with your words, thinking I had no ambition. But who among you truly knows the ache in my heart? At first, my cousin's wife was genuinely kind to me. She truly treated me like a sister. When she bought me clothes and jewelry, she was never stingy. Yet no matter what, I could never compare to the young ladies from others. They always had exquisite jewelry and garments, rarely repeating outfits when they went out. Though my cousin's wife was good to me, we were ultimately relatives. I couldn't always have whatever I wished for, could I? Yeah. After all, I wasn't her daughter to be given everything I wanted. I thought if I married into a wealthy family, wouldn't I have all? But the wealthy families in the city would never fancy someone like me, a country girl. After much deliberation, only cousin seemed suitable. Young as he was already a noble, accomplished at a tender age, handsome, and his family was well off. I observed for years and concluded that to change my future marrying cousin was the only path. Back then, Aunt favored me too. I was young and pretty, so I thought it wouldn't be too difficult. Youyou sighed. But our cousin's wife is no soft persimmon. She never agreed. What happened afterward you already know. Now I've long let go of those delusions. I just want to find a peaceful place to live quietly. But you're different. You're still young. You need to go out more, let others see you. Who knows, your opportunity might come. That young scholar is decent, but this matter isn't set in stone. We need to be well. Sister, I understand. Youyou nodded. He'll go back and match my clothes properly. Even if I'm not from a wealthy family, they'll be clean and neat. That's the spirit. Youyou patted her shoulder and wrapped up those few pieces of jewelry separately for her. Take these. Consider them a gift from me. Thank you, sister. Youyou bowed sincerely. Go now. Rest early tonight, so you'll have energy for tomorrow's. Youyou smiled. The next morning after breakfast, she was fully dressed and ready, waiting for Linglong to send for her. But she waited and waited, her anxiety burning like oil in a pan. Second Uncle Gu and second Aunt Gu kept muttering. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Has she changed her mind? Finally, Linglong's maid Zhenyuan arrived. Miss Biao, our young lady invites you to join her for the departure. All right. Youyou suppressed her joy, bowed to her parents, and stepped out. Even before a maid she could not afford. Linglong was in her room adjusting Su Zhenyuan's attire. These people in the capital are somewhat snobbish. Your clothes and jewelry look decent, but they're still a bit lacking. If you don't mind my meddling, let me change them for you. Su Zhenyuan smiled. Sure, I'll follow your lead, sister. So Linglong took out a set of her own clothes and had her personal maid redo Su Zhenyuan's hair and makeup. After the touch-up, she indeed looked fresher and more refined. Your temperament is gentle, so a light makeup suits you best. By the time Youyou entered, Su Zhenyuan was already. Seeing both of them so beautifully adorned, Youyou felt a pang of inferiority. You both look so gorgeous, she blurted out, her heart brimming with envy. This is just average. Linglong laughed. Li Dan from the Chongning Marquis Manor is a close friend of mine. There's no need to be too formal when visiting her. Comfortable and appropriate is enough. If this isn't grand enough, what would grand be? Youyou's heart soured. But once inside the Chongning Marquis Manor, she realized Linglong was right. Compared to other young ladies adorned in sable furs, silk sashes, and heads full of pearls, and jade, Linglong and Su Zhenyuan were indeed understated. The most exaggerated one had over a dozen hairpins stuck in her hair, wondered if it felt heavy. The Marquis' third daughter Li Dan greeted them with a smile. With our bond, you could have come earlier to help me entertain. You're hardly short-handed here. Linglong knew she was joking. Let me introduce you. This is my aunt's daughter, my cousin, and this is my aunt. Since you're hosting an event today, I brought them along. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. Welcome, welcome. Li Dan beamed warmly. Over 20 young ladies had gathered that day, all assembled before the waterside pavilion, chatting and laughing under the early blooming red plum trees. Not at all. Welcome, welcome. Li Dan beamed warmly. Over 20 young ladies had gathered that day, all assembled before the waterside pavilion, but when it came to Youyou, most gazes merely slid past her. Judging by her attire, one might mistake her for a maid accompanying Linglong. It wasn't until everyone began composing poems that the others realized she was also a participant. They cast a few more glances and murmured among themselves. Youyou felt deeply embarrassed. After placing her poem on the table, she dared not lift her head. The gathering she had so eagerly anticipated had become an ordeal for her. She felt as though every gaze was filled with contempt, and she longed to rise and return home. Even her poetry, which she had always prided herself on, failed to shine, here earning only a grade of plus. This only deepened her dejection. In summary, this gathering left Youyou deeply displeased. Upon returning home, her second uncle and others eagerly asked how she had fared, but she could only manage a faint smile. Anyone with eyes could see her unhappiness. Back in her room, she wept silently in distress. When Youyou came to see her, she found her sitting by the window lost in thought. Youyou was about to console her, when Youyou suddenly laughed. "It's alright, big sister. Now I understand the gap between me and others. From now on I won't go out anymore. They'll just wait quietly for my marriage." She gave a faint smile which made Youyou's heart. What is Linglong doing? What happened to her younger sister that she ended up like this? Alright, if you don't want to go out, then don't. Youyou went along with her, saying, "In a few days the old lady will go to pray at the temple. They'll take you along then." When she arrived at Feng Yu's courtyard, Feng Mu was chatting with her two daughters-in-law. "In 2 days it's the temple fair at Yunda Temple. Let's accompany mother to see it, and offer incense to make a wish," the eldest daughter-in-law said with a smile. Looking up and seeing Youyou arrive, she smiled, and asked, "I saw the carriage enter earlier. Has Sister Youyou returned? Did she have a good time?" Youyou forced a smile. "It was alright. But city folks look down on us country folk, that's just how it is." Feng Mu was instantly displeased. What is Linglong doing? Couldn't she take better care of her little aunt? Did she just let others speak ill of her own family? That girl may seem clever, but she's clueless. When Feng Lingxiao returned from his official duties and came to see her, Feng Mu naturally gave him a thorough scolding. "When you all went out together, your daughter and your niece were dripping in jewels while your own cousin looked shabby. Of course others would look down, and you as her cousin just let that happen. She's been here for days, and you haven't even given her a welcome gift. Is that a... Also, what about the matter I asked you to discuss with the young scholar? You haven't brought it up yet. Don't drag your feet. If someone else snatches him up, we'll face unnecessary trouble." Feng Lingxiao frowned. He had hoped to stall the matter until it faded away, but his mother was inexplicably fixated on it. His wife had explicitly told him not to interfere in this. She already looked down on the Gu family. After Xiaoshu passed the imperial exams, he could choose from countless daughters of noble houses. Why must he marry an ordinary girl like Youyou? If she were truly excellent, it might be different. But with a father like Gu Erjiu and a sister like Youyou, Su Youyou was... It's not appropriate for me to bring this up. Feng Lingxiao thought for a moment and shook his head. If I mention it, and he agrees, fine. But if he refuses, he'll feel awkward staying in the residence. At this crucial juncture, making him find new lodging and meals elsewhere would be tormenting him. I won't do such a thing. Feng Mu was so furious she nearly snorted smoke. You and your wife are cut from the same cloth. You both look down on me and my family. Fine, fine. Now that you're a marquis, I can't command you. We'll find someone else then. With that she angrily drove. Feng Lingxiao shook his head with a wry smile. Why couldn't his mother just live peacefully? She always had to stir up trouble. No wonder his wife found her annoying. Perhaps he should inform his wife first, asking her to give Xiaoshu a heads up, so he wouldn't. If he was unwilling, he could simply refuse without any pressure and continue staying there. When he returned to the inner courtyard, Su Youyou saw his troubled expression. What's wrong? Who upset you? Nothing major. He didn't intend to hide it. If this matter wasn't handled well, his wife would. So that's it. I understand. Su Youyou was satisfied with his attitude. Knowing he couldn't handle it and not hiding it was the foundation of good communication. I've got it. They'll take care of this, rest assured. The next day, Su Youyou brought several gifts to the guest courtyard. Greetings, aunt. The two nephews came forward obediently to pay their respects. Don't stay cooped up at home. If you want to go somewhere, find brother Youyou. He's been assigned to help you get familiar with the surroundings. Su Youyou said with a smile. Yes, aunt. The two replied with hands at their sides. They had helped out at their second aunt's shop back home, but the capital was too vast for them to easily adjust. See more, explore more, ask questions, and think deeply. It will benefit your future development. Yes, we understand. The two laughed. Su Youyou smiled and handed each of them a pouch. Don't refuse. Think of it as auntie's allowance for you to survey the market. After chatting with them for a while, she said to Yu Jiangshu, Come, I have something to tell you. The Su brothers, seeing their aunt had business with brother Yu, smiled and withdrew, leaving the space for them. Your time is precious, so I won't beat around the bush. Su Youyou said directly. You've seen the Marquis maternal family, the Gu family, in the past few days. The Gu family were very impressed with you and wished to arrange a marriage. Yu Jiangshu was taken aback. And I have no such intentions right now. He was genuinely anxious. Su Youyou smiled gently. I understand. Don't worry. I'm just letting you know. If you're unwilling, don't hesitate. If they come to propose, just refuse outright. I came to tell you that your uncle and I have no preference in this matter. The decision is entirely yours. I was afraid you might misunderstand and think it was our wish causing you distress. Yu Jiangshu hadn't expected Aunt Youyou to be so considerate, coming specifically to reassure him. Thank you, Aunt. It's nothing. Su Youyou laughed. I grew up with your father almost like siblings. Now that you're here, you're like my own nephew. Who else would I support if not you? For now, your main task is to study hard and do well in your exams. When you pass the imperial exams with flying colors and wish to marry any girl, just tell your aunt. They'll play matchmaker for you. Su Youyou chuckled, thinking to herself that she was indeed getting older, enjoying the role of matchmaker for the younger generation. Yu Jiangshu's heart stirred. but he was naturally composed and didn't show it. He silently thought, "And if I wanted to marry Sister Linglong, would you agree?" He looked at Su Youyou with immense gratitude, about to say something, when he heard a commotion outside. "Where's brother Yu? Why is he hiding now that we brothers are here? Does he think we're too coarse to associate with?" Su Youyou's face darkened. From the voice, she recognized it as the brothers Ruoqi and Roland from her uncles and cousins' families. Peeking through the gap in the curtain, she saw not only the Feng brothers in the outer hall, but also several Gu brothers. Upon hearing these words, Yu Jiangshu was about to step out, but Su Youyou stopped him, saying in a low voice, "Don't go just yet. Let me see what fine words they can utter." When the Su brothers saw that it was the Feng brothers who had arrived, they quickly rose with smiles and offered them seats. They then explained for Yu Jiangshu, "Brother, yes, examinations are imminent, every second counts for him. Although we share the same courtyard, we rarely disturb him." Feng Ruoqi sneered, "After 10 years of hard study, what difference does a single moment make? In my view, it's simply because we brothers hold no rank or power that you look down on us. And you too. We came to see the provincial graduate Yu, yet here you are making excuses. What is the meaning of this?" Feng Ruolan cast a sidelong glance. "Regardless, the ground you stand on bears the Feng name, he. Su Chongwen laughed. "Though it bears the Feng name, it's the Feng of Feng Lingxiao. Your Feng and my Su are both relatives, neither is nobler than the other. Brother Feng, if you deem us unworthy of your acquaintance, then please take your leave," he said with neither arrogance nor, "Oh, so you look down on us brothers?" Feng Ruolan exclaimed in anger. "I dare not," Su Chongwen replied with a smile. "We do not look down on others, nor do we belittle ourselves. We are all guests here, there's no need to sour the mood over such trifles. Enough, big brother. Don't waste words with them. We came to speak with provincial. You are mere guests, but we are different. The Feng family stands as one. Its glory and ruin are shared. Can you claim the same? Enough, big brother. Don't waste words with them. We came to speak with provincial graduate Yu, not to bicker with these two." Feng Ruolan said irritably. Su Youyou whispered to Yu Jiangshu, "Then go out. Let me see what fine words those two can muster." Yu Jiangshu nodded with a smile, "Yes, aunt." As soon as he appeared, the Feng brothers grew excited. "I knew brother Yu was here." "Greetings, brother Yu," they said, clasping their hands in salute. Yu Jiangshu nodded with a smile, "Greetings, brothers Feng." Feng Ruolan said with a laugh, "Brother Yu keeps to himself so much that even living in the same courtyard we rarely cross paths. Seeing you now, your bearing and grace are far beyond what we brothers can match." "You are worthy, you are." Feng Ruolan quickly interjected. "Brother Yu is a prodigy, inspiring our deepest..." "You are worthy, you are." Feng Ruolan quickly interjected. "Brother Yu is a prodigy, inspiring our deepest..." "We came today to share some good news with you, brother Yu," Feng Ruolan said with an air of mystery. Yu Jiangshu thought to himself, it seems aunt was right. He remained silent, a faint smile on his lips, waiting to hear what the brothers had to say. Feng Ruolan continued, "Ordinarily, this isn't something we should be the ones to tell you. But we are straightforward men who can't keep a secret. How could we sleep at night without sharing such good news with you, brother Yu? So we took the liberty of coming to inform you. It's about our great-uncle's family. He has a young aunt who just turned 15 this year and is yet to be betrothed. In our humble opinion, she would make an excellent match for you, brother Yu." "Indeed." Feng Ruoqi nodded with a smile. "Brother Yu and our young aunt are a perfect match. A brilliant man and a beautiful woman, a union made in heaven." "Brother Feng, please choose your words carefully." Yu Jiangshu frowned at his unguarded speech. "I have no connection with your young aunt. If such words spread, I as a man might not mind, but how would your aunt bear it?" Feng Ruoqi said with a grin, "Brother Yu, once you and my aunt become family, who would gossip? It would only be a tale of Please say no more of this." Yu Jiangshu said firmly. "Years ago my elders arranged a betrothal for me. Once I pass these examinations, I will proceed with the marriage proposal." "What? You're already engaged?" Feng Ruolan exclaimed, jumping to his feet. After a moment of shock, his eyes darted. "Brother Yu, you're not making up a story to fool us, are you?" Yu Jiangshu laughed. "How could I deceive you?" He took out a green jade pendant and showed it. "I even carry the token of our family's agreement on me." Seeing the jade pendant, clearly a woman's ornament, the Feng brothers could not help but believe him. "It doesn't seem like a lie," the Feng brothers whispered to each other. "He couldn't have known we were coming, so he wouldn't have prepared this on the spot to trick us. It seems we were too hasty." "Indeed, indeed." They laughed awkwardly. Brother, you don't mind us. It was just a little idea of ours, thinking you two would be well suited. Since you're already betrothed, well, drop the matter. Then we'll take our leave, brother Yu." With that they clasped their hands and bid farewell. Yu Jiangshu saw them to the door. "Take care, both of you." Returning to the room, he found the Su brothers staring at him in astonishment. "Brother Xiaoshu, when did you get engaged? How come we didn't know?" Yu Jiangshu put away the jade pendant and laughed. "I was just fooling them. How could you believe it too? You made it sound so real, and you even had the token. How could we not believe it?" said Su Chongwen. If I hadn't made it convincing, how could they have believed me? That was exactly the effect I wanted." Yu Jiangshu replied with a smile. Su Youyou walked out with a smile. "I was curious to see what they would do, and now they've just run off. I expect once they report back, others will back down," Su Youyou said. "That should be the case," Yu Jiangshu agreed with a smile. As Su Youyou walked out, she said teasingly, "I didn't know Xiaoshu was already betrothed. Which fine lady is it?" "Do I?" Yu Jiangshu's face flushed red, and he stammered, "I was just tricking them." "Aunt, you're teasing me too." Su Youyou burst into laughter. The Feng brothers went straight from there to Shokong courtyard. Grandmother, you didn't ask clearly beforehand, and you nearly made us brothers lose face. What do you mean? Feng's mother raised an eyebrow. That young man is already betrothed. He plans to go home and marry after the exams. Our young aunt's matter is off the table, Feng Ruolin said bluntly. Huh, could he be unwilling and just tricking you? Feng's mother asked doubtfully. Probably not, Feng Ruolin said lifting his head. He even showed us a fine jade pendant claiming it was the betrothal token. Is that so? Feng's mother's face darkened. She had thought the young man had a promising future and that her niece would have a good match marrying him. But unfortunately fate had other plans. He was already spoken for. Oh well, just look for someone else, Feng's mother sighed. The Gu family could do nothing but sigh in resignation over this matter. Youyou even secretly shed tears for several days, soaking her pillow. Now a more serious problem had emerged before them. Although the Marquis estate provided food and lodging, how could a normal person manage without spending any money? The women could stay indoors without much trouble, but the men of the Gu family could not bear to remain cooped up at home. They would go out from time to time, inevitably requiring expenses. Within just a few days, the maternal uncles of the Gu family found themselves struggling. Elder sister, this cannot go. We originally hoped our nephew would find us a way out, which is why we followed you to the capital. The two came again that day to lament to Madame Feng. But now we sit idle all day, spending money every day. At this rate, we won't even have enough to return home. Madame Feng frowned deeply. She had initially thought that once they arrived, the estate would provide a monthly allowance and her second son could help find them some work, allowing her maternal brothers to settle in the capital. But who would have known that this couple would be so difficult to handle? She had cried and made a scene, yet her son remained firm. What more could she do? She sighed, took out 20 taels of silver, and handed 10 to each. Take this to tide you over for a few days. They'll speak with Shower again. Elder Uncle Gu sighed. Don't make things difficult for our nephew. Just find any job that can support the children. I've come to see that making a living in this city isn't easy either. But second Uncle Gu retorted, brother, you can't say that. Since we're already troubling our nephew anyway, a word from him should land us something good. If the job doesn't work out, we'll have to bother him again. Elder Uncle Gu, being more straightforward, fell silent after being rebutted by his younger brother. All right, I'll summon Shower today and discuss this matter thoroughly, Madame Feng declared. Second Uncle Gu smiled. That's more. They say when one man attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. What's wrong with benefiting a little from our nephew? Work needs to be done anyway. Why not give it to family? If they do well, they can even help out our second nephew. And our nephew's wife. Does she know any suitable families for matchmaking? She should introduce someone to our Youyou. After the uncles took their silver and left, Madame Feng couldn't help but sigh. She had been too optimistic earlier. Her son used to be so obedient. Whatever she said, he would agree to almost immediately. And her daughter-in-law had never been stingy with money. Only after returning to Huizhou did she realize that her days in the capital had been the good life. Over the years, she had waited for her son to take the initiative to bring her to the capital, but that day never came. When she wrote more affectionate words in her letters, all she got in return was more silver and goods. This time she had staked everything on one final effort. Once she arranged everything that needed arranging, she would never come to the capital again. After all falling leaves returned to their roots, she didn't want to die in a foreign land. By evening, Feng Lingxiao finally, she sent someone to summon him along with Youyou. You two are so busy that I have to beg for an audience, do I? Seeing them arrive, Madame Feng couldn't help but complain. Mother, just tell us what's on your mind, Feng Lingxiao said, rubbing. Final, speak plainly. Madame Feng said sternly. Your uncles and their families traveled all the way from Huizhou with me. You can't just leave them hanging like this, can you? You must take care of the children's matters. She stamped her cane. Otherwise I'll have no face left. Even after I die, I won't have the nerve to face your grandparents. And you? She turned to Youyou. When the children came, you only gave each of them 10 taels of silver as a welcome gift. Is that how you handle things? Always throwing money at problems. Can't you buy them some clothes or jewelry instead? Youyou chuckled. Mother, you're being unfair. Children nowadays are different from us. What they want and need has changed. Just because I think something looks good doesn't mean they'll like it. I don't even buy clothes and jewelry for Linglong anymore. I let her choose her own things. Rather than buying something unsuitable, it's better to give them money and let them buy what they like. It saves me trouble and satisfies. Madame Feng snorted coldly, thinking satisfied my foot. What can such a paltry sum buy? Don't try to fool me, she said, her face stern. I don't believe you treat your sister's daughter the same way. Her clothes and jewelry look excellent. Did she buy them herself? Not exactly, Youyou admitted honestly. Madame Feng's anger flared. I knew it. You're too partial. They're all relatives. Why treat them differently? Are you looking down on me, an old woman? Humph, Shower, look at your good wife. Is this how she does things? Don't you have anything to say? Just as Feng Lingxiao was about to speak, Youyou smiled and said, Mother, that's not fair. Zhenyuan has parents, so naturally her mother buys things for her. Besides, my sister has been doing quite well in Xinghe. Not fabulously wealthy, but comfortable enough. She chuckled as she spoke. Madame Feng opened her mouth, then exhaled heavily. She knew this woman was doing it on purpose. Seeing the old lady's displeasure, Youyou continued with a smile, Don't be angry, Mother. I did give Zhenyuan a welcome gift, but my sister also gave Linglong several pieces of jewelry and insisted on paying for outings several times. So I didn't lose out. I actually came out ahead. She turned to Feng Lingxiao with a grin. I was about to ask if you could dig out some of your old clothes for my nephews to wear. Mother has always been frugal. We should learn from her. Fine, handle it as you see fit, Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. Madame Feng was furious, but couldn't voice it. As an elder, what's wrong with spending a little more on the children? Youyou shook her head. Mother, the Gu uncle's children are my and Lingxiao's siblings. I'm hardly their elder. But you're right. My niece from our hometown. Her clothes and jewelry are out of style. She really should get new ones. Madame Feng burst into a fit of coughing. Sierra quickly poured water and helped soothe her. After catching her breath, Madame Feng said, Fine, handle these trivial women's matters yourself. But Shower, you must arrange positions for Ruachi, Roland, and your younger cousins. They say when one man attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. You have the ability. You can't just ignore them. Otherwise, even after we return home, people will point fingers at you. Feng Lingxiao grew somewhat impatient as she insisted on broaching the matter again. If these people were truly capable, would he really have ignored them? Yet whether it was his own brothers in the past or his nephews and cousins now, not a single one had ever been willing to. Each one had ambitions soaring higher than the heavens, always looking at the next mountain, believing no task was worthy of their noble status. Frankly, if they could just live peacefully, he would rather support them with his own money. But these people constantly felt their talents were underutilized and craved a position to shine. Not just any minor clerk's role would do, they wanted an official post where they could wield power and enjoy privileges. Mother should know that all my comrades-in-arms are from the military. If they truly want to work, the only path is to join the army. If they hope to enter other government offices, it will be difficult. Before you, I won't mince words. The harmony between civil and military officials in the court is not as cordial as you imagine. If I use my name to squeeze them, and they might not gain any advantage and would instead be targeted. Mother Feng was stunned. You're not fooling an old woman like me, are you? Hey, Mother. Even in a village, it's hard to deal with the clan head and village chief, let alone in the capital. Anyway, I've told you everything. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. If they truly want to enter a government office, it's not impossible. They could be errand runners in Chang'an or Wanyan County. The capital prefecture wouldn't refuse me that favor. Feng Lingxiao said indifferently. The more casual he appeared, the more Mother Feng believed him. Then perhaps find something in the... Mother Feng said hesitantly. Feng Lingxiao nodded. Alright, that's simpler. If they had listened to me and come earlier, in 3 to 5 years, they could have earned a minor rank. Good, it's settled then. Mother Feng finally made up her mind. This matter could no longer be delayed, otherwise these people's resentment would only grow and they would waste their youth in vain. With Shower looking after them in the army, how hard could it be? If they endure a year or two, becoming a captain wouldn't be bad. Feng Lingxiao stood up with a smile. Mother, you should talk to them first. If they agree, he'll send someone to pick them up immediately. Mother Feng nodded. The two took their leave with smiles. Mother Feng in high spirits waved them off and immediately asked Youyou to summon her family. The eldest and third son's families should not be left out either, they would discuss together. Youyou followed Feng Lingxiao out of Shokong courtyard and asked in surprise, didn't you not want to bring these troublemakers into the army? Why did you agree this time? Aren't you afraid one bad apple spoils the whole barrel? Feng Lingxiao without smiling said solemnly, if I didn't agree, would Mother ever let it go? But I've come to terms with it. What kind of soldier can't be trained? I've been a general for 20 years. What troublemakers haven't I dealt with? I don't believe I can't straighten them out. If they're truly not cut out for it, they can obediently go back to the countryside. Feng Lingxiao said. That's a good approach. Youyou nodded with a smile. Give them the chance. If they can't seize it, they can't blame you for not helping. I actually hope they don't take this chance. Feng Lingxiao laughed. I won't go easy on them. At that moment, Shokong courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. Big sister, you're the one. Second Uncle Gu gave a thumbs up. Our nephew finally agreed. From now on, the Gu family's descendants will be forever grateful to their aunt and grandaunt. Enough, spare me the flattery. Mother Feng said with a smile. Shower has reluctantly relented. You all need to prove yourselves and show him what you're made of. Yes, Aunt Grandaunt. The younger Gu generation answered in unison. Years ago, when they were still children, Feng Lingxiao had once suggested they join the army. But the family disagreed, fearing hardship and toil. Compared to military service, studying seemed easier. Their aunt had covered all their educational expenses. But the family disagreed, fearing hardship and toil. Compared to military service, studying seemed easier. Their aunt had covered all their educational expenses. Once they turned 18, the academy had urged them to leave. These fellows had become seasoned slackers, not only neglecting their own studies, but also distracting younger students. Back home with nothing to do, first Uncle Gu and second Uncle Gu were at their wits' end. After pleading with their elder sisters, back home with nothing to do, first Uncle Gu and second Uncle Gu were at their wits' end. After pleading with their elder sisters several times, they finally secured this trip to the capital. They knew their nephew truly disliked them. So this opportunity was likely their last. If they failed to seize it, their nephew would ignore them, and they themselves would have no face to stay. This time, even if the children were unwilling, they could no longer indulge them. Fortunately, though these fellows were unreliable, they were obedient this time. Perhaps age had brought them wisdom. Even Feng Ruachi and Feng Roland brothers said nothing. Upon returning to the capital, their former companions were either successful in their studies or serving in the military with no time for them. This stung their pride, prompting them to better themselves. Seeing the younger generation finally on the right track, Mother Feng was delighted. Alright, it's settled. Pack your things, and I'll have Shower send someone to take you. Upon receiving word from Mother Feng, Feng Lingxiao nodded and assigned the task to Feng Jiao. Take them all to the southern camp and train them with this year's recruits. Yes, I will keep a close eye on the young masters. Feng Zhou acknowledged. Feng Lingxiao frowned and said coldly, what young masters? Once they enter the southern camp, they are all recruits treated equally. I don't need them to excel just to keep up with everyone else. In the army, everything follows military discipline. Remember, no special treatment, no favoritism. Otherwise you'll answer to me. Yes, sir. On the third day, a carriage pulled them out of the Marquis residence heading south out of the capital. The southern camp was located in the mountains over 30 leagues south of the capital, enclosing a valley into a military base. Upon entering the camp, they were dragged into a pitch-black room, and each given a set of uniforms. Change your clothes yourselves. No concealing anything unrelated to the military. The squad leader shouted. This is too shabby, they muttered, looking at the coarse linen uniforms in their hands. Uniforms are mandatory in the army. Change quickly. Anyone not out within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea will run 5 laps around the drill ground or receive 5 strokes of the rod. Off. They stood frozen in shock. Feng Lingxiao threw his clothes down. I quit. I'm going home. That's right, home. We want to go back. A few others chimed in, stirring up a commotion. You have the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to change. Miss this window, and you'll be out of luck. The squad leader didn't even bother to acknowledge them, simply closing the door as he left. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Uncle Bao, what should we do? Feng Lingxiao asked Gu Jiabao. Gu Jiabao, the youngest son of second Uncle Gu, was 21 years old and the oldest among them. Better just change, he said, a hint of timidity in his voice as he entered the military camp for the first time. You change if you want. I'm going back in a bit. Feng Lingxiao shouted loudly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the door swung open abruptly. The squad leader entered with several men. Seeing that 4 of them had already changed, he nodded. Take these 4 to the barracks to get settled. Why haven't you changed? Do you want to go for a run? The squad leader asked Feng Lingxiao coldly. If I quit, let me go. Feng Lingxiao declared, his tone arrogant and defiant. How do you think this military camp is a place you can come and go as you please? The squad leader gave a cold snort. Speak up. Will it be a run, or do you accept the punishment? My second uncle is the Marquis of Zhenyuan. How dare you be rude to me? Feng Lingxiao yelled. Of course we wouldn't dare disrespect Lord Marquis of Zhenyuan. But a raw recruit like you acting so arrogantly and defying military orders. Even if the Marquis were here, he would never let you off. They'll count to 3. If you don't get out there and start running, he'll choose the other option. 1, 2. Feng Lingxiao turned his nose up, wearing an expression of utter disdain. The squad leader gave a slight smile. 3. Alright, he's chosen 5 strikes of the military rod. Execute immediately. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards immediately pounced forward and hoisted Feng Lingxiao up. Let me go. Let me go. How dare you? Feng Lingxiao panicked, struggling violently and shouting at the top of his lungs. Haha, if you don't obey orders, there will be plenty more daring things in store for you. The squad leader said with a sneer. Seeing that this was becoming serious, Feng Lingxiao also panicked. He'll run, okay. He quickly begged. Too late. The squad leader gave a chilly smile. Do you think military law is something you can bargain with? Boy, looks like you need some serious discipline. Take him away. Feng Lingxiao tried to shout again, but a rag of unknown purpose was stuffed into his mouth. A sour, putrid stench assaulted his senses, nearly choking him into unconsciousness. Ugh. His eyes rolled back and his stomach began to churn violently. But with his mouth tightly gagged, he couldn't vomit and was forced to swallow it back down. The thought made it even more nauseating, and the whole process repeated. After being dragged out, he despairingly realized the training ground outside was packed with people. They were all standing in neat formation, as if gathered to watch his punishment. Oh, this was the end. He had lost all face. Feng Lingxiao grew frantic, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. With a thud, he was pressed down onto a wide bench and felt 2 large hands pulling at his pants. Youyou just hit me, but do you have to take off my pants? Tears streamed down his face. Feng Lingxiao watched as his brother was pinned to the bench, his pants roughly stripped by 2 men, revealing his pale bare backside. It was too brutal, he couldn't bear to watch. The sound of the military rod falling and striking flesh sent chills down the spines of the newly arrived recruits. Trembling with fear, they exchanged furtive glances, all their petty schemes vanishing without a trace. The 5 strikes were soon completed. The executioners immediately packed up and withdrew. The squad leader barked. You 5 report to the 12th squad. Zhang Shishir, come get your men. Yes, sir. A burly man stepped out of the ranks and approached the group. These are assigned to your squad. Train them well. If anyone dares to be lazy or rebellious, deal with them according to military law. Err on the side of severity, understand? Understood. Zhang Shishir immediately saluted. The squad leader said to Feng Lingxiao and the others, train obediently. Military regulations state that even if you're unfit for service, you can only submit a discharge request after 3 months of training. Otherwise, you'll be treated as deserters, 50 lashes and exile for 2,000 li. The group broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. We understand. Feng Zhou came to report on the young master's situation in the camp. So Youyou smiled and said, you're really something. Aren't you afraid the old madam will make trouble for you? I'm not afraid at all. Feng Lingxiao said. If these fellows don't get some training, they'll truly be ruined. They're actually good at heart, just spoiled rotten by the family. A little hardship will do them no harm. Enough about me. Has your stepmother been giving you trouble? He asked with concern. So Youyou rolled her eyes at him. What do you think? Naturally, Madame Feng wasn't going to let her off easily. She had specially invited Su He and her daughter for a talk, and Su Youyou had to be present. Otherwise, with her younger sister's temperament, she would be no match for the old lady. Besides them, the women of the Gu family were. Madame Feng first cheerfully asked about trivial matters like whether they were comfortable, then proceeded to inquire about Zhenyuan's marriage arrangements. Su He answered truthfully, saying the girl was still young and had none. Su Youyou thought to herself, troubles brewing. The old lady is probably up to her old tricks again. Sure enough, Madame Feng smiled and said, a fine girl like Zhenyuan, how is she not betrothed yet? I always thought she was promised to that Jiren scholar Youyou. Su He smiled and said, that's impossible. He's already a Jiren, who our humble family could never match up. How could you not match? Madame Feng disagreed. Zhenyuan's aunt is a marquise, and her uncle is a marquis. How could she not be a match for a mere Jiren? That's different. Su He said, he'll be an official in the future. His family affairs will surely be very complicated. Zhenyuan wouldn't be able to handle them. I plan to find her a suitable family, one where the mother-in-law is kind and the husband dotes on her. That would be best. Madame Feng clapped her hands and laughed. I like that down-to-earth thinking of yours. How about this old woman plays matchmaker? What do you think of my nephews from my maiden family? I'm not bragging, but they're quite presentable. As for a harmonious family and a good mother-in-law, just look at these two ladies here. How about this old woman plays matchmaker? What do you think of my nephews from my maiden family? I'm not bragging, but they're quite presentable. As for a harmonious... Su Zhenyuan was on the verge of tears, quickly tugging at Su He's sleeve. Su Youyou sneered inwardly. Seeing her sister at a loss, she quickly interjected, Mother, you're too late on this matter. I've already found a suitable match for Zhenyuan. Oh, what's this? I had no idea at all. Madame Feng said, displeased that she had butted in again. She had originally thought that since Su Zhenyuan's family was wealthy, if she married into her family, the dowry would be substantial and could help her younger brother's household, wouldn't it? Su Youyou smiled and said, these trivial matters are not worth troubling Mother over. Feng Mu's mouth twisted. I think you're just placating me. You clearly look down on the Feng family. Su Youyou clutched her chest, looking wounded. If you say that, Mother, you'll break my heart. If I look down on the Feng family, why would I have married Feng Lingxiao? Feng Mu was silenced for a moment, then said discontentedly, then tell me, what kind of family have you found for this girl? Su Youyou laughed. There are quite a few. For instance, my housekeeper Fan Mama's youngest son is quite promising. He studied in the past, and now works as an assistant manager in the shop. Feng Mu rolled her eyes. That's the best you could find for your niece. The son of a servant. How could you even think? Su Youyou shook her head. That's where you're wrong, Mother. Although Fan Mama and her family work for me, they are of freeman status. They can sit for the imperial exams and become officials without any issue. The main thing is the young man is handsome, hardworking, and good at making money. What's not good about that? Su Youyou explained to her mother-in-law, while also subtly speaking to her own sister. To be honest, Su Youyou herself was somewhat of a looks connoisseur. The appearance of Fan Mama's son truly struck a chord with her. The main thing is the young man is handsome, hardworking, and good at making money. What's not good about that? Su Youyou explained to her mother-in-law, while also subtly speaking. Feng Mu sneered. I don't know what goes through your mind. With Xiao's current status, you should be finding your niece a family of marquises or earls, or at least a very wealthy one. But no, you settle for an ordinary person. Really, I feel sorry for your sister. Feng Mu shook her head at Su He. Your sister has gone too far this time. Zhenyuan is such a good girl. Even if she can't marry into a family of hereditary officials, finding the son of a 5th or 6th rank official shouldn't be difficult, should it? And she chooses the son of a servant. How could she think of it? Su He smiled and shook her head. Zhenyuan is still young. There's no hurry. That's right. Feng Mu smiled. There's no rush. We can take our time to look at a few more families. But what about Linglong? She's this age and still not betrothed. If we delay any longer, she'll become an old maid. Linglong had remained silent, simply watching Zhenyuan with a smile. She never expected the conversation to turn to her. I'm in no hurry, Linglong said with a smile. How can you not be in a hurry? You're already 18. Feng Mu disagreed. If you wait any longer, others will start to be picky. Jining couldn't bear to see her young mistress belittled, not even by the old lady. She smiled and said, you worry too much, old madam. My young mistress is not hard to marry off. Not to mention the Chongning Ho mansion, the Qingyuan Ho mansion, and the Yongyi general's mansion. Even the palace has shown interest. The 7th and 9th princes are still unmarried because they are waiting for my young mistress to make her decision. Jining shut up. Linglong, though usually composed, was somewhat embarrassed. She turned and scolded her softly. Jining stepped back and lowered her head, having said her piece. Upon hearing that princes sought Linglong's hand, Feng Mu's eye sparkled. Why haven't you agreed to such a good thing? Aren't you afraid of missing the boat? What's the hurry? Linglong said impatiently. I need to think it over carefully. Think it over. What's there to think about? Feng Mu rolled her eyes and urged Su Youyou anxiously. Since this is such a good opportunity, why don't you settle the matter for the child? What are you waiting for? Su Youyou smiled and shook her head. This is a major decision for Linglong's whole life. She has to be the one to agree. As long as the person she chooses is upright, whether he is a prince or a commoner, I have no objections. Linglong smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mother. She was truly grateful for her mother's leniency for not forcing her to choose, just because she was 18. Although there were many young noblemen in the capital who had shown interest in her, she always felt something was missing. As for the 7th and 9th princes, the Empress had mentioned them several times, but Linglong had no intention of considering them. The royal family had too many rules, it would be dreadfully restrictive. Moreover, although the princes had not yet married, they already had several concubines in their mansions. Forget it. Unless she could have a marriage like her parents devoted to one person for life, she would rather not marry at all. She would ask her mother to inform the empress that she wouldn't be delaying the two princes any further. Most of the other families knew Su Youyou's temperament, and that she would not tolerate concubines in her daughter's household. So those intending to propose for their sons were careful not to offend this taboo. Thus the chambers of those young men were clean. However, having grown up together and interacted daily like brothers, often sparring with each other, Linglong found the thought of marrying any of them unbearable. They were too familiar. You two are simply infuriating, Feng Mu said angrily. This is about the imperial family. Why wouldn't you want to be a prince's principal consort? As a mother, you're not thinking of your child's best interests at all. In her agitation, she thumped her cane on the floor. Mother children have their own fortunes. We just need to keep an eye on things. Close enough is good enough. The royal family is good, but the rules are too strict and troublesome. So Youyou said with a smile. Oh, so you're saying you have no requirements for your future, have their own fortunes. We just need to keep an eye on things. Close enough is good enough. The royal family is good, but the rules are too strict. Fine, you're her mother, you decide. But don't be too lazy. If you find a suitable family, fine, you're her mother, you decide. But don't be too lazy. If you find a suitable family, keep Youyou in mind too. Yura's face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Su Youyou had no intention of taking on these matters. Youyou seemed nice, but with such a troublesome family, her future husband would have a hard time. I'm afraid I don't know any suitable families, Su Youyou refused outright. As mother said, the only people I know are merchants and servants. Such families would be an injustice to Youyou. Seeing her shut down the conversation, without a second thought, Feng Yu's face fell. I'm tired. You may leave. Very well, mother, please rest. Seeing her shut down the conversation, without a second thought, Feng Yu's face fell. I'm tired. You may leave. After leaving the old lady, Su Youyou noticed her sister seemed preoccupied and laughed, saying, What? Afraid it'll mess up Zhenyuan's marriage matchmaking. How could that be? Su Youyou was startled and quickly smiled, saying, You're my own sister Zhenyuan's aunt. How could you harm? Su Youyou smiled and said, I told the old lady that to keep her from meddling in Zhenyuan's marriage. I can't agree with her judgment of people. In her eyes, anyone from the Gu family is good enough, even for a princess or a noble lady. If I pay no attention to her, you don't need to come by often. If you do, just let her words go in one ear and out the other, and don't take them to heart. Sui gave a faint smile. Thinking back on her sister's words, she felt a bit hurt. Though she lacked a prominent family background, she still found it inappropriate for Zhenyuan to marry the son of a household servant. Su Youyou glanced at her, likely guessing her thoughts. What? Do you think the match I found for Zhenyuan isn't suitable? She asked. No. Sui felt a little embarrassed. Oh, you're shy to tell me whether it is or isn't. Su Youyou laughed. I just mentioned if it's up to you whether you want it. I'm not forcing a sale. Sui smiled sheepishly. Her visit to the capital was mainly to broaden the children's horizons with no intention of marrying her daughter into the city. She had only one daughter and preferred to find a son-in-law in Qinghe County where he could be close by. Linglong took Zhenyuan's hand and whispered with a smile, Sister, don't blame my mother, it's just that brother from Madame Fan's family is too handsome. There are many noble sons in the capital who are good-looking, but I think none can compare to him. Later he'll take you to sneak a peek. Zhenyuan's face flushed red. Sister, forget it, it's too embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? Linglong giggled. Everyone appreciates beauty, oh we're just looking, not doing anything. Today the cousins are going to the tavern to study, so we can go along and maybe run into him by chance. Linglong held her hand and whispered softly. Zhenyuan smiled without a word, her expression hinting at a flicker of interest. Su Youyou turned back. Take your sister out for a good stroll, there are still many places you haven't seen these days. As for that young man from the Fan family, I just mentioned it casually, don't get too excited. He got it. Linglong laughed. Su Youyou spoke quietly to Su He up ahead. I'm mainly annoyed that the old lady always wants me to find husbands for her nieces. These people have high ambitions, but empty minds, only wanting to marry into wealthy families without considering their own conditions. She wants me to treat everyone equally. Well, let's see if she's willing to let her precious niece marry into such a family with my Honestly, even if they agreed, I wouldn't want it. That young man is too good to have to serve their whole family. So he knew her sister said all this just to avoid misunderstandings. Big sister, I understand. She had contributed to Su He's marriage to Brother Li. Later people told her, your brother-in-law is an earl, finding you a 6th or 7th rank military officer to marry shouldn't be hard. Now she had married a commoner, which seemed like a loss. With so much talk, even Li Yong grew insecure. But Su He knew how good it was to marry Brother Li. He was devoted to her, and treated Zhenyuan as his own. Even after they had a son, he didn't love his daughter less, instead, he cherished her more. Whenever her younger brother was rude to his sister, he was the one scolded. Now both younger brothers knew they could provoke anyone but their sister. With no in-laws or other relatives at home, she could live as she pleased running her shop, without fear of gossip or criticism. After having children, he didn't ask her to close the shop to care for them. Instead, he hired maids and nannies to help, saying nothing. In another family, she wouldn't have been allowed to do that. So she understood that for a woman, choosing the right man to marry was most important, a family background was secondary. With that thought, she grew curious about the young man from the Fan family her sister mentioned. She turned to Zhenyuan and smiled. Then go out and play with Sister Linglong. But be obedient, don't run around or stare rudely. Zhenyuan smiled softly. I know, mother. It was still early, so they sent someone to ask the Su brothers if they wanted to go out, only to find they had already left early. However, Yu Jiangshu learned that the sisters were going out and came along. "He'll join you, but it's a good chance to see the capital scene. Want to interfere with your studies?" Linglong asked with a smile. "It's fine going out, and seeing the world is beneficial." He gently held a paper fan and smiled. "All right, let's go together." Just as they were about to leave, Youyou swayed over. "Oh, am I interrupting? Are you all going out?" Her gaze swept over Yu Jiangshu, and a sudden blush rose to her cheeks. "And do you need something from me?" Linglong asked with a smile. "Nothing much, just wanted to sit and chat," she said softly, looking down. "Since you're going out, I'll head back." Though she said that she didn't move, only fiddling with her hem. Zhenyuan glanced at Linglong. Linglong sighed inwardly but still smiled. "If Aunt has nothing urgent, why not join us for a walk?" "Sure." Youyou rejoiced, agreeing immediately. Then, feeling she had been too eager, she lowered her head. "Is that all right? Won't I be a bother? We're just taking a casual stroll." The three women squeezed into one carriage while the maids and nannies took another. They offered Yu Jiangshu a carriage, but he preferred to ride a horse to better see the streets. "I didn't know you'd learn to ride a horse." Linglong laughed. Yu Jiangshu smiled. "I learned later, otherwise I couldn't have gone to the prefectural and provincial exams. And he lent me a horse, and Uncle Li taught me." Linglong's eyes sparkled, and she whispered to Zhenyuan. "It seems you and Xiaoshu grew up together. Didn't your father and my aunt plan to betroth you to him?" At this question, even Youyou tensed up, holding her breath to hear Zhenyuan's answer. Zhenyuan's cheeks warmed and she said softly, "My parents have no such intention, and I only see brother Xiaoshu as my own brother." "Brother Xiaoshu has someone in his heart." "Oh, who?" Linglong asked, both curious and surprised. Zhenyuan shook her head. He didn't say. "Oh." Linglong was disappointed at missing out on gossip. The carriage traversed the bustling thoroughfare, arriving at the Fukuju Inn in the Eastern District. Suhi initially felt somewhat improper about venturing out, but upon arrival, she discovered that women constituted the majority of the patrons. Moreover, this establishment was not a tavern, but a tea house, primarily offering pastries and tea, along with a storyteller who performed for an hour each day. Besides merchant proprietors, some refined young ladies would discreetly visit, sipping tea and listening to tales with close companions, occasionally stealing a glance at the handsome young shopkeeper behind the counter as they passed by. As Linglong entered, manager Fan hurriedly greeted her. "Miss, you've arrived. Please upstairs. Honored guests, this way please." Youyou glanced up, unable to suppress a blush. This shopkeeper was exceedingly handsome. Even the scholar Yu, though pleasing to the eye, fell slightly short in comparison. However, Yu was a man of letters with an ethereal aura, a quality the shopkeeper could not match. Thus the two were fairly comparable. Yet if forced to choose, she would still prefer the young scholar, though regrettably, he seemed Observing the shopkeeper's familiarity with Linglong and hearing her niece address him as manager Fan, Youyou surmised he must be the son of Madame Fan, as mentioned by her second cousin's wife. He was indeed handsome. Could it be that Linglong had brought her cousin here for a matchmaking? If so, then what her second cousin's wife had said might be true. Was she truly considering marrying her own niece to the son of a servant? This thought made her restless. If her second cousin's wife treated her own niece thus, what hope was there for her? Surely she could find a suitable match in Huaizhou without coming to the capital to wed into a servant's household. Youyou's heart began to pound with anxiety, yearning to return home at once and tell her parents she no longer wished for her second cousin's wife to arrange a match. This was utterly unreliable. Yet having just settled in, they were enjoying pastries and tea while listening to the storyteller outside. Such a leisurely lifestyle was rare not only for Zhenyuan, but also for Yu Jiangshu, who listened with rapt attention. Naturally, Youyou could not insist that Linglong escort her back alone. Is Sister Linglong inside? A man's voice, courteous and inquiring, suddenly came from outside the door. Linglong smiled and said, "This is Li Gu of the Chongning home mansion, a family friend of ours." Zhenyuan nodded and adjusted her veil. "Since he is your family friend, please invite him in." Yu Jiangshu also nodded with a smile. Seeing that they were prepared, Linglong said cheerfully, "Is that brother Li? Please." The door opened, revealing a slender young man who entered with a grin. "I went to your residence to find you, but they said you had gone out. I guessed you might be here, and sure enough, here you are." His gaze then fell upon Yu Jiangshu, appraising him with a hint of scrutiny. Linglong introduced him with a smile. "This is a fellow townsman from my maternal grandmother's home. This is my cousin, Oh, and this is my aunt." Then turning to her companions, she said, "This is the third young master of the Chongning home mansion. Greetings, young Master Li." Yu Jiangshu and the others bowed. "No need for formalities." Li Gu replied with an easy smile, taking a seat on his own. "Greetings, young Master Li." Yu Jiangshu and the others bowed. "No need for formalities." Li Gu replied with an, "What of it? You could have brought them along." Li Gu chuckled. He nodded at Yu Jiangshu and asked, "May I ask your name, sir?" Yu Jiangshu of Qinghe. Yu Jiangshu replied with a cupped fist salute. "Also you are brother Yu," Li Gu said with a polite nod. "A pleasure to meet you." Li Gu had little interest in Yu Jiangshu, a mere country fellow. Since childhood, he had harbored feelings for Linglong, and with their families being well matched, he had assumed their union would be a natural progression. Yet his mother had subtly broached the subject several times, only to be politely declined by Aunt Su. She insisted that Linglong's marriage was her own decision, with her parents merely overseeing it. Winning Linglong's affections, however, proved challenging. He was neither accomplished in letters nor martial arts, possessing no notable qualities. If anything, he had spent considerable time with Linglong, and she had always been kind to him. He had believed that with patience and devotion, she would eventually see his sincerity and agree to be his wife. But from the age of 15 until now 3 years had passed, and Linglong had shown no such inclination. He was no longer young and his family had begun considering other prospective brides. Yet he remained devoted to Linglong and had no desire to marry another. Those other ladies with their pretentious airs could never compare to the frank and spirited Linglong. Being with Linglong always filled him with a sense of vitality and energy. Today he had come to make one final. After exchanging a few distracted pleasantries, he took a deep breath. Linglong, may I have a word in private? Linglong was taken aback. Can we speak here? As a woman, it was improper to be alone with a man. She was aware of Li Gu's feelings for her, yet she could not reciprocate them. Li Gu was genuinely a decent person with good character and family background. Perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other, but the thought of marrying him felt strangely awkward. Moreover, the lady of Chongning Ho was known to be somewhat difficult to please. She was content with her current life and had no desire to navigate the complexities of mother-in-law and sister-in-law relations nor the burdens of managing a household and raising children after marriage. Confessing his feelings in front of so many people was embarrassing for Li Gu, but he knew that if he did not speak now he might never have another chance. Linglong, you'll be straightforward with you, he said, biting his lip. You probably already know my feelings. My parents also very much hope you will become a daughter-in-law of the Li family. I want to. He repeated himself several times, but still could not bring himself to say the words. Zhenyuan and Youyou were so startled their faces paled. The sages taught that one should not look at or listen to improprieties, such words were not meant for their ears. Overwhelmed with shock, Youyou let out a soft cry and retreated backward. Zhenyuan, her face flushed crimson, stood up and scolded Li Gu, how can you behave like this? Even if a gentleman seeks a fair maiden, it should be done through a formal proposal by the family, not through such reckless talk. Please leave now. Pretend you were never here, and we shall pretend we never heard your words. She had never spoken so loudly to anyone in her life. Speaking to an unrelated man today had drained all her courage. As she finished, tears welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled, as if she might collapse. Linglong quickly helped her sit down, patting her back to soothe her. Then in a grave tone, she said to Li Gu, my cousin is right. You should go now. I will have my mother speak to Anne about this. With Li Gu's interruption, the others found it awkward to linger and hastily returned to the mansion. As soon as Youyou entered Shokong courtyard, she burst into tears. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Mother Feng asked in surprise. Aunt, let's go back to our hometown in Youyou. Youyou sobbed. What happened? Has someone truly mistreated you? Mother Feng rose to her feet. I will go ask your cousin-in-law how she teaches her children to show such disrespect to an elder. Youyou wiped her tears and hastily stopped Mother Feng, speaking anxiously. Aunt, no one bullied me. I just feel that the capital is not a suitable place for us. In recent years, Mother Feng had lived quite comfortably in Youyou. Her two brothers, fearing she might feel lonely, specially arranged for Youyou, the youngest daughter of the second brother, to stay by her side as a companion. This not only strengthened the bond with Mother Feng, but also reduced one person's expenses at home. After Youyou divorced her husband's family, she didn't return to the Gu household, but directly moved in with the old lady. In essence, the old lady had raised both of the Gu daughters almost as if they were her own. She had given birth to 3 sons, and had always longed for a beloved daughter. The 2 girls were obedient and sensible, perfectly matching her vision of a daughter, so she devoted herself wholeheartedly to planning for their future. Wasn't bringing them to the capital also to find them good matches? How could they speak of returning after just a few days? What is unsatisfactory? I will have them change it. Mother Feng demanded sternly. Seeing that she had to tell the truth, Youyou recounted the day's events. And it seems our cousin-in-law wasn't deceiving us. She truly intends to marry Zhenyuan to a shopkeeper. Aunt, did we travel all this way just to marry a shopkeeper? She wept. If that's the case, we might as well return to Youyou. I see, Mother Feng said, falling into contemplative silence. She had originally thought Su Youyou was merely using Zhenyuan's marriage as an excuse to avoid helping. Now it seems she genuinely meant it, even sending Linglong to secretly arrange a meeting. No, her niece might not be a princess of noble birth, but she couldn't be married off so carelessly. If she were to marry only a shopkeeper, why travel all the way to the capital? Were there no suitable men in Youyou? There, don't cry. Your aunt will ensure you don't marry into such a family. She patted Yura's shoulder to comfort her. No, she still needed to have a serious talk with her daughter-in-law. It was unseemly for family members to refuse such a small favor. Meanwhile, Su Youyou had her own troubles. Linglong had returned and recounted everything about Li Gu. Mother, please just tell Aunt Li directly. I have no feelings for Li Gu. Truly, let's not keep him waiting any longer. I can tell her, Su Youyou sighed. But it will be quite hurtful. Alright, I understand. Don't worry. Linglong nodded. Also, please reject the Empress offer on my behalf. The strict rules of the royal court would likely bring me no joy. Alright, Su Youyou agreed. Since she had to refuse anyway, she might as well settle everything at once. Before she could set out, Mother Feng sent someone to summon her. I thought you were joking, but you truly intend to find a merchant for your niece. Mother Feng said disdainfully. Zhenyuan is from a respectable family, and has you a marquise as her aunt. Couldn't she easily marry into an official household? Why must she stoop so low? Mother, finding an official family is not difficult, Su Youyou said, unwilling to be deceived by her words. But have you considered that they cannot enter truly prestigious and powerful families? As for ordinary households, if they marry beneath themselves out of respect for me or Feng Lingxiao, they will surely have ulterior motives. Mother knows I will not permit any corruption or lawbreaking, whether it involves nephews, cousins, or in-laws. No matter who it is, I will not allow Feng Lingxiao to betray His Majesty's trust. At Su Youyou's words, Mother Feng's face turned ashen. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I want my son to engage in corruption? Mother, why get angry? Su Youyou laughed. If there's a fault, correct it, if not, take it as a warning. I didn't say you intended to do that. Why wouldn't I find an official family for my niece? Su Youyou smiled. Honestly, if I speak up, I dare say Zhenyuan could enter a 4th or 5th rank household. I didn't say you intended to do that. Why wouldn't I find an official family for my niece? Su Youyou smiled. Honestly, if I speak up, I dare say Zhenyuan could enter a 4th or 5th rank household. Mother Feng's face darkened. She admitted Su Youyou was right, but did they have to be so selflessly righteous? So, rather than living miserably in the future, it's better to find a good young man and live harmoniously as husband and wife. My sister is also a merchant, so she naturally sees nothing wrong with trade. But of course it depends on the girl's own wishes. I'm just suggesting it doesn't have to be set in stone, don't you think? Su Youyou, that depends on what our cousin thinks. As I said, even being a concubine's wife in a truly noble family is nearly... That depends on what our cousin thinks. As I said, even being a concubine's wife in a truly noble family is nearly... As for other official families, to be blunt, unless they are generations-old officials or local gentry, ordinary households relying on salaries live quite meagerly. If they lack heritage yet indulge in extravagance, would you feel at ease sending our cousin there? It's better, as I suggested, to marry into a simple merchant family. Though their status is low, they have ample clothing and food and no financial grievances. Moreover, His Majesty is benevolent, allowing merchants' descendants to study. If the next generation is promising, they can rise to prominence. If according to you there are no good people in noble families. Mother Feng sneered. Faced with this, Su Youyou could only sigh. Very well, I understand your wishes, Mother. I will spread word of your intentions and see if there are any suitable matches. Su Youyou nodded in agreement. Simply spreading the word was easy enough. She could send Madame Lan and Madame Fan to casually visit the homes of 5th and 6th rank civil and military officials in the city, spreading information about Youyou. If anyone was interested, it could work. Mother Feng nodded. That's right. Youyou is your younger sister too. If you as her brother and sister-in-law don't care, I am entrusting this matter to you. Since the old lady insisted on it, Su Youyou decided to grant her wish. After all, filial piety was a virtue. Upon returning, she summoned several matrons and explained the matter to them. This is not difficult at all. Matron Lan said with a smile. There are plenty of families eager to form a marriage alliance with our Marquis Manor. We should try our best to help her choose a suitable household. Su Youyou sighed. She herself was not particularly fond of the concept of matching social statuses. However, it was undeniable that compatibility in values was essential. But the Gu family's sole desire to marry up and improve their circumstances made things rather tricky. Matron Lan and the others acted swiftly. Within a few days they had invested. But the Gu family's sole desire to marry up and improve their circumstances made things rather tricky. Matron Lan and the others acted swiftly. Within a few days they had investigated several households. In the past few days, several matriarchs have expressed interest. For instance, the Lu family of the Imperial Academy's erudite, the Meng family of the Imperial physician, the Tai family of the commander of the Fruit Garrison, the Wu family of the Huayin prefect, and the Ji family of the Right Assistant Director of the Bureau of Rights. The key is whether the old lady and cousin Gu find it suitable. I will present it to her shortly. Su Youyou put away the list and said with a calm smile. The key is whether the old lady and cousin Gu find it suitable. I will present it to her shortly. Su Youyou put away the list and said with a calm smile. After hearing Su Youyou's detailed account of each family, Madame Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. These are all 6th rank families. Are there none of a higher rank? Su Youyou sneered inwardly. She thought to herself that although the difference between a 6th rank and a 5th rank seemed like just one step, it was a formidable threshold. Crossing it could lead to boundless prospects. Failing to cross it might mean spending an entire lifetime stuck at the 6th rank. Why would these families who did not disdain the Gu family's lack of rank still be willing to form this marriage? Civil officials valued their scholarly connections and fellow graduates, naturally forming cliques and alliances. The same applied to military officials. There was no need to risk the reputation of currying favor with the nobility to do this. Therefore, choosing to attach themselves to the Marquis Manor was hardly a wise move. After all, the paths of civil and military officials diverged. Civil officials valued their scholarly connections and fellow graduates, naturally forming cliques and alliances. The same applied to military officials. However, the barrier between civil and military circles was not so easily broken. In this era of peace, civil officials were esteemed while military ones were slighted. Madame Feng still believed the civil official families were preferable. After all, they were scholarly households with greater potential. Moreover, the children of such families were well-read and cultured gentlemen who would surely treat her niece well. Then let it be these families. She pointed to the civil official families and said with a smile. If her daughter-in-law was like this, she needed to be pressured. See, with a bit of prodding she had handled everything perfectly. Su Youyou nodded. Since she had set her mind on it, she would simply cooperate. In the following days, Matron Lan and others took Youyou to various places subtly, allowing her to observe several young gentlemen. Though shy, Youyou carefully examined each one. She knew this opportunity was hard won by her aunt, and that she must take it. After reviewing them all, she said shyly to Madame Feng, The son of the Huayin prefect is quite good. Madame Feng nodded. She had also met with the matriarchs of these families in recent days. Upon learning of the matter, those families naturally came to visit her. This was a rare chance to interact with the Zhenyuan Marquis manor. Among the ladies there were channels of information. They knew that the wife of the Zhenyuan Marquis had close ties with the palace. It was rumored that several princes were keen to marry her daughter. If their sons married this younger cousin, they might eventually bask in some reflected glory. The ladies flattered the old lady, profusely praising her, as if she were a celestial being. Madame Feng had a favorable impression of them. Seeing that her niece had made her choice, she naturally gave her consent. A few days later, the second Uncle Gus family moved out. After all, a daughter could not be married off from a relative's home. Though the Gu family was of humble origins, they understood. Of course, this was also what Matron Lan had explained to second Uncle Gu and the others. Otherwise, they might have thought it fine to marry her off from the manor. Soon the Ji family of Huayin prefect came to propose, and the Gu family gladly accepted. Though Youyou felt a slight regret, she stayed dutifully at home embroidering her wedding gown. Madame Feng said cheerfully to Youyou and Feng Lingxiao, "Your younger sister is getting married. You should give her something, shouldn't you?" Feng Lingxiao was about to speak, but Youyou quietly tugged at him and said with a smile, "As her elder cousin and cousin-in-law, we naturally should give something." Madame Feng nodded. "Well, Youyou is marrying into an official family. A meager dowry would look bad. You wouldn't want her to be looked down upon by her in-laws, would you? Do add something to her dowry. There are many siblings in the Gu family. If you give to Youyou, what about the others?" Youyou looked at him in surprise. "Oh my, the Marquis is actually concerning himself with this matter. There are many siblings in the Gu family. If you give to Youyou, what about the others?" Youyou looked at him in surprise. "Oh my, the Marquis is actually concerning himself with this matter. Rest assured, mother. We have already prepared it," Youyou said with a smile. As they left Shokong Court, Feng Ling, Youyou continued with a smile. "Actually, you're mistaken. There are many sisters in the Gu family, and I've already given to others. How could I give more to Youyou?" Over the years, she had attended many joyous and mournful events among these relatives, and had established a practice she did not wish to break. "Last time I gave Yuzhen 50 taels of silver as a dowry. 10 years have passed, and 50 taels is no longer sufficient. He'll double it to 100 taels for her. Additionally, he'll prepare clothes for all 4 seasons, a set of head ornaments, and spend another 100 taels. That should be about it." Feng Lingxiao sighed. "That's quite generous. I've troubled you, my wife. I don't mind. It's your mother who needs to be satisfied." Youyou rolled her eyes at him. Feng Lingxiao chuckled. As expected, when Madame Feng saw the gifts Youyou had prepared, her expression turned displeased. "You are the lady of a marquis manor. Is this gift too meager? Mother, although I am the Marquis' wife, I am still just... No matter what, I cannot outshine Youyou's parents and brothers. Don't you think so? Those in the know would say we have a close... Those who don't would say I'm deliberately showing off and using my status to pressure others. Mother, even if I dote on cousin Youyou, I wouldn't go so far as to outshine Feng Lingxiao, would I? If I were to commit such a discourtesy, others would mock him. You wouldn't want him to be the subject of gossip, would you?" Youyou asked. "I." Once the two families approved of the match, the marriage arrangements became remarkably straightforward. Many unnecessary formalities were simplified, and during the interval between the imperial examinations and the announcement of results, Youyou married into the Huayin prefect's residence. The Huayin prefect himself was a native of the capital, owning a modest 2-courtyard dwelling in the outer city. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter was already married, and this wedding was for his second son. No sooner had Youyou entered the household than a pang of regret stirred within her. The bridal chamber was so small, even smaller than the room the Marquis' residence had prepared for her. Moreover, the courtyard she had glimpsed upon entering was barely the size of the house the Gu family had rented before her marriage. Even her own family's home in Huizhou was no smaller than this. The thought of so many people crammed into such a cramped space dampened her spirits. As the aunts and sister-in-law chattered merrily while visiting the bridal chamber, she responded with only a distracted air. "Is this it? Am I truly married now?" A haze of bewilderment clouded her mind. For the Gu family's wedding, everyone from the Marquis household was invited. They watched as the Huayin prefect's second son, clad in crimson robes with a large red silk flower pinned to his chest, cheerfully led Youyou away. "That young man is quite sharp and looks decent," Linglong remarked with a smile to Yu Jiangshu. Yu Jiangshu nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, my grandmother once intended to betroth our little aunt to you." Linglong looked him up and down, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "If you had been willing, you would be the one fetching the bride today." Yu Jiangshu's face flushed crimson. "I certainly wouldn't have agreed. Oh, by the way," Linglong suddenly recalled something. "I heard from Zhenyuan that you have someone in your heart. You plan to propose to her once the examination results are out. Who is she? Do I know her? Hey, if you truly like her, why wait for the results? What if someone else snatches her up first?" Linglong poked him with her finger and whispered with a chuckle. "That won't happen. No one has proposed to her yet," Yu Jiangshu murmured, lowering his head. "So which girl has caught your eye? Should we take a look first and give our approval?" No need, no need." Yu Jiangshu grew even more bashful. "She is wonderful. You will surely like her. Hee, when you marry, I will give you a grand gift." Linglong's eyes curved into crescents as radiant as the new moon. Watching her brilliant smile, Yu Jiangshu felt a momentary daze. "What about you? Has your aunt not found a match for you yet?" "Me, Linglong blinked. "I am in no hurry. My mother won't rush me. She says girls are too young to marry before 20. Besides, what is so great about marriage? Right now I can eat what I want and do as I please. How free. Why tie myself down with a mother-in-law to serve rising at dawn and dusk, without even a chance to sleep in? And then there's the husband to wait on. Having children would be the end of it. Wherever I go I'd have to drag along a bunch of burdens. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Linglong shuddered with a look of dread. Yu Jiangshu chuckled softly. By that logic your aunt would have to find you a Livian son-in-law. Linglong laughed. I have a younger brother. Why would I need a Livian son-in-law? Besides, men don't like being that, do they? They think it demeans their dignity. Oh well, I can't be bothered to think about it too much. Maybe one day I'll meet someone who catches my eye, someone I'd be willing to overlook everything for, and marry anyway. Linglong flicked a ribbon that drifted before her eyes. Yu Jiangshu almost reached out to smooth the fluttering ribbon for her. So what kind of person would catch your eye? He asked in a hushed voice, his heart pounding wildly. Well, perhaps I'll know when I see him. Linglong replied casually. And if that person has no power or wealth, would you still not care? How many people our age have power and wealth? Linglong laughed. As long as he is ambitious, upright, and kind, that's enough. Yu Jiangshu smiled too. You are absolutely right. Sui returned from her sister's place, and the young maid Xiaya came to report with a smile. Madam Master Yu has been waiting for a while. Oh, Xiaoshu is here. Sui hurriedly said. Please invite him in. Yu Jiangshu entered and bowed deeply. Greetings, second aunt. Sui smiled and pulled him to sit down. You are grown now, but you've become more distant. Back home you would often come to chat with your uncle. Now if I don't call for you, you never think to visit me. It is my fault, aunt. From now on I will certainly come to see you more often. Yu Jiangshu quickly clasped his hands in a... All right. I know you are busy. How could your aunt blame you? Sui looked at him warmly. She found Yu Jiangshu utterly delightful. A truth be told, she held him in high regard. If possible, she would gladly betroth Zhenyuan to him. Yet seeing how they interacted, there seemed to be no such inclination. She also knew her own daughter was perhaps not quite worthy of Xiaoshu, so she had never broached the subject with either of them. What concerned Sui most now was his performance in the imperial examinations. But fearing it might unsettle the boy, she dared not ask directly, so she instead spoke of everyday matters. Yu Jiangshu answered each question with a smile. As he gazed at the kind Sui, a thought churned within him on the verge of spilling out. Aunt, there is something I would like to ask of you. The words had barely left his mouth when his face flushed crimson. Seeing him nearly red to the point of bleeding, clearly struggling, Sui quickly said, Tell me what it is. If your aunt can do it, I will surely help. Yu Jiangshu bit his lip, gritted his teeth, and poured out his heart. And I hold Linglong in my heart. I beg you to help me. The moment he finished, his head nearly dropped beneath the table. Sui was genuinely startled. When did this happen? You have only just arrived. And what does Linglong think? She asked. Linglong doesn't know yet. I haven't told her, Yu Jiangshu said in a low voice. I don't know how she sees me, so I dared not speak. That is why I trouble you, aunt. Please sound out Linglong and my elder aunt's feelings. If they think I am not good enough and cannot accept me, then I will give up. But if I don't try, I will never be at peace for the rest of my life. Sui sighed. What kind of family were her elder sister and brother-in-law? Linglong, as the legitimate daughter of a marquis, could marry into any household she wished, even a prince, as had been said before. Xiaoshu was indeed a fine young man, noble in character and brimming with talent. In terms of personal qualities alone, he was second to none among other youths. But his family background was far too humble. From the countryside with only an aging father who worked as a mere accountant in a small town. Now his father had taken a stepmother who had borne him a half-brother. To be honest, if not for Xiaoshu's scholarly achievements that had earned him the title of Jiren, which girl would dare to marry? Yu Jiangshu looked at Aunt Sui with a heart full of trepidation. He knew that Aunt Sui would be in a difficult position. Yet if he did not fight for this matter, he would never find peace in this lifetime. Sui's mind churned with countless thoughts, but in the end she nodded in agreement. Xiaoshu, I can speak to your eldest aunt about this, but don't hold out too much hope. She let out a heavy sigh. You're a clever child, you must know how difficult this matter is, don't you? Yu Jiangshu nodded. And I understand. Whatever the outcome, I will accept it with grace. That's good. Knowing this puts my mind at ease. Sui sighed with deep emotion. All right, I'll find a suitable opportunity to speak with your eldest aunt. Yu Jiangshu repeatedly expressed his thanks. Sui turned the matter over in her mind countless times, thinking of various ways to broach the subject with her sister. Yet when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Her hesitation was so apparent that even Youyou noticed. Is there something you want to tell me? Sui gave an embarrassed smile. Sis, you noticed? Youyou rolled her eyes at her. You might as well have written it all over your... With that, I have something on my mind. Asked me quickly. Look, even a blind person could see it. Is it that obvious? Sui's eyes widened in surprise. All right, just say what's on your mind. If it can be done, do it. If not, just refuse them. Is it really that hard? Youyou said. Sis Linglong is 18 now. Haven't you thought about what kind of family you'd like to marry her into? Sui asked softly. Of course I have. How could Youyou not? Ever since she was born, I've been thinking about it. She couldn't help but sigh. I used to tell your brother-in-law that raising a son or a daughter was the same, and we would treat them equal. Come to think of it, before we had the second and third children, our mother never stopped arguing with me about it, constantly clamoring for your brother-in-law to take a concubine. I never knew that. Sui laughed. If it weren't for that, why would you have come back home? But unfortunately our parents couldn't help. After old madam, he caused Liu's miscarriage. Liu didn't tolerate the mother and son. She feasted on rich food daily and cursed them out thoroughly. After old madam, he caused Liu's miscarriage. Liu didn't tolerate the mother and son. She feasted on rich food daily and cursed them out thoroughly. He gang, unable to bear the harassment, could only avoid going home. A few days later, the He family's shop collapsed and creditors hounded them daily for repayment. With no other choice, the He family had to sell the shop at a low price to settle the debts. Liu also realized that the He family had no future. Once her body recovered, she wrapped up He gang's remaining silver, abandoned the child, and fled. This infuriated old madam, He to no end. She had He gang sue Liu at the county court. But Liu had vanished without a trace. Where could they find her? In the end, the matter was dropped. Without the shop, the He family lost their livelihood. He gang wanted to return to his old ways of swindling to get by. But after Li Yong's repeated crackdowns exposed his evil deeds, He gang had no chance of deceiving anyone in the Qinghe area. He had no choice but to slink off to the docks to carry sacks for a living. In contrast, Sui's life only got better. She not only opened 2 shops in Qinghe, but also brought her eldest and second brothers to open 2 more shops in the neighboring county. Once it was known that Su Youyou's husband was Earl of Zhenyuan, no one in Qinghe County or elsewhere dared to cause trouble. They all flattered and fawned over her. Even Li Yong eventually became the county magistrate of Qinghe. If he had held an official title, he might have risen even higher. But Li Yong knew his limits. He understood that becoming magistrate was already thanks to his brother-in-law's influence, so how could he dare to ask for more? With such a formidable backing, He gang wished he could turn into an ant to avoid Sui's sight. How could he dare to appear before her? Speaking of the past, they laughed again. After a long while, they finally got to the main topic. Su Youyou sighed. Only later did I realize that men and women are not the same. Take marriage for instance. When a man takes a wife, the whole family rejoices. It's an addition to the family. But when a daughter marries, her parents are filled with nothing but worry. Afraid her husband won't treat her well, afraid her mother-in-law will constantly find fault. And then there's childbirth. If she doesn't have children, you worry the in-laws will look down on her. If she does, you fear for her safety. There's never a moment of peace. Hearing her elder sister's words, Su also felt distressed. Thinking of her own Zhenyuan, who was also grown and nearing marriageable age, she couldn't help but cry. Su Youyou couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, why are you crying? Boo-hoo, I don't want them to get married. Su sobbed. If she really never married, you'd worry even more. Su Youyou said with a laugh. Then what should I do? Su blew her nose and asked in a muffled voice. Her sister was capable of her advice. What to do? Let nature take its course. What else can we do? Su Youyou spread her hands helplessly. As they say, man's life is less than 100 years, yet he harbors worries for 1,000. Parents will always have endless worries. Exactly. Su nodded. So sis, do you have any good ideas? She continued to ask. No good ideas. Su Youyou sighed. I can only say that your brother-in-law and I will take good care of ourselves and strive to live a long life. If she's unhappy, we can still back her up. Even if she doesn't want to be with him anymore, we will always be her refuge. Su Youyou's voice grew firm. Actually, finding her a reliable husband from the start is the real solution. Su said after some thought. People change. Su Youyou gave a cold laugh. Even if he seems good now, what about 10 years from now? 20 years? No one has a divine eye to see through a person's entire life. After all this talk, what kind of man are you planning to find for Zhenyuan? Su Youyou suddenly asked. Su Youyou sighed. I haven't decided yet. Mother mentioned earlier that we might consider the Chongwen and Chongli brothers. Su Youyou, he nearly jumped up, exclaiming in shock. Cousins are too closely related. Absolutely not. Su hadn't expected such a strong reaction from her sister. But everyone says. If you trust me, listen to me. Su Youyou said solemnly. Cousins are far too close. Their children are likely to be born with deformities unless they agree never to have children. How could they not have children? Su sighed. Seeing that her sister still seemed unconvinced, Su Youyou said firmly. I have no prejudice against Chongwen and Chongli. They are good children. But marriage is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. If you don't believe me, go back and have your husband investigate whether cousins who marry each other do indeed give birth to sickly children. Hearing Su's words, Su Youyou grew quite concerned that she might end up choosing Zhenyuan from among her 2 nephews. Now that the results of the metropolitan examination are about to be announced, I've heard that some people select their sons-in-law from the list of successful candidates. Perhaps you should go and snatch one for Zhenyuan. He'll have Amy you find a few men for you, whichever one catches your fancy, while sees him all right. Su Youyou said with a smile. Su chuckled. Sister, that's even more absurd. No way. Su Youyou had only said that. Actually, Zhenyuan has just reached the age of 15, so there's no rush at all. I think waiting another 3 years wouldn't be too late. This gives us ample time to make a careful selection. Originally, Su hadn't come to discuss Zhenyuan's affairs, but to probe the ground for Yu Jianshu. Yet as they talked, the conversation drifted off course. Hearing her sister speak this way, it suited her intentions perfectly. Exactly. I've been saying there's no hurry. But Sister Linglong is already 18 this year. Don't you have any thoughts? I've heard that even princes wish to take Linglong as their principal consort. Su Youyou sighed. Exactly, this matter is worrying me to death. But as for becoming a princess, let's just forget it. Su felt a surge of joy inwardly. Sister, you don't like Linglong becoming a princess. Being a princess is only superficially glamorous, Su Youyou lamented. In truth, the royal household has strict rules. One misstep, or a single extra word could lead to mistakes. Just thinking about it is vexing. Moreover, if the young couple ever quarrels constrained by the sovereign-subject relationship, you wouldn't be able to intervene. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? If it were any other family, if I were displeased, I could immediately storm their doorstep and make a scene to support my child. Sui burst into laughter. Though her sister was now the wife of a first-rank marquis, her love for her daughter was no different from her own. Sister, have you ever considered that if Linglong married into an ordinary family, you might feel embarrassed? Sui asked cautiously. Why would I be embarrassed? Youyou laughed. Speaking of which, her father and I are nothing. Feng Lingxiao was once a petty ruffian. As for me, I was just a village girl. As long as she's happy, family background is negotiable. There's only one condition: the man must be upright. Youyou emphasized. Sui smiled gently. If you say so, I do have a suitable candidate. Would you like to hear about? Youyou furrowed her brow in thought, but couldn't think of anyone suitable from her sister's side. Tell me, who is it? Sui was delighted and sighed. It's Xiaoshu, brother Lei's son. Youyou. Youyou hadn't expected her sister to be referring to him. She had always regarded the boy as one of her own nephews, just like Chongwen and Chongli. Previously, during every New Year and festival, whether it was gifts or red envelopes for the holiday, all the children received identical treatment. She had heard that he had successfully passed the county, prefectural, and college examinations and had become a provincial graduate. She was as delighted as if her own child had passed, and specially sent the steward 1,000 miles away with 500 taels of silver so that he could focus on preparing for the metropolitan examination in the capital without outside distractions. She knew that whenever someone from the countryside passed the provincial examination, there would be no shortage of people offering money, houses, or even their allegiance. However, accepting favors always came with strings attached, and such gifts were not easily taken. Not only did she send a letter to Xiaoshu advising him not to accept gifts from these people, lest it affect his future official career, she also specifically instructed his father Youyou not to accept any gifts that could jeopardize the boy's prospects. Youyou naturally understood the gravity of the matter and returned all the expensive gifts that were sent. Of course, the consequence of this was that his newlywed wife was greatly displeased. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied with Xiaoshu. He's talented and mature for his age. Youyou nodded approvingly. As for brother Lei, we know he's sensible. It's just that new wife of his. Youyou shook her head with a cold sneer. Though she had never seen her in person, he had frequently complained about her in letters. No matter how virtuous and gentle she had pretended to be before, once she successfully entered the Yu family, her true shrewish nature was fully exposed. Fortunately, before leaving, Youyou had instructed he to keep a close eye on Zayasha's situation and had left her with Li Yong's help. Once they discovered that his stepmother was not a kind person, they directly took Xiaoshu away from home, supporting him without spending a cent from his own family, finally giving him some peace. It was only after Yu Jiangshu successfully passed the imperial examination to become a scholar that the woman changed her harsh demeanor and put on a show of maternal kindness. After he passed the provincial examination, her fawning attitude was such that even a biological mother could not have done more. Mentioning that woman, he was also full of anger. Tell me, how could brother Lei be so blind as to choose a woman like that? She's two-faced. And that man is so careless. Xiaoshu is a patient child. If not for brother Lei's sharp eyes, we would never have known the hardships Xiaoshu suffered in secret. At first, the woman pretended to be a loving mother, deceiving Youyou into marrying her. But after just a few months, her true face was revealed. Not only did she treat Yu Jiangshu poorly, but she also secretly beat him. If not for Li Yong taking him to bathe in the river, the bruises would never have been discovered. Sui was so angry that she went to confront the woman and had a fierce argument with her. She also gave Youyou a thorough scolding and directly took Yu Jiangshu away. Thus Yu Jiangshu was practically like her. Just thinking about it was infuriating. Sui silently cursed the woman as a jinx. From her sister's demeanor, she seemed satisfied with Xiaoshu. But with such a stepmother, her sister would likely keep her distance immediately. At this point, Sui knew she couldn't continue the discussion. No matter how bad the woman was, she was still nominally Zayasha's mother. If Linglong were to marry Xiaoshu, having such a mother-in-law would be unfortunate. Forget it, pretend I never said anything today. Sui sighed. Seeing her sister's bitter expression, Youyou could only force a wry smile. Of course, she wasn't afraid of that woman, and Linglong could certainly handle her. But why would one wear new shoes just to step on dog excrement? There was no need. Since her sister had already backed down, she wouldn't insist that it didn't matter. It was a pity, though. Xiaoshu was indeed a They changed the subject and chatted about other trivial matters before he took her leave. After returning home and sighing for a while, she sent a young maid to deliver a message to Yu Jiangshu. Soon Yu Jiangshu hurried over. Aunt. Seeing the hope in his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sit down. Just from his aunt's tone, Yu Jiangshu knew the situation wasn't promising. Xiaoshu, this matter. He hesitated. Aunt, please speak your mind. Yu Jiangshu said in a deep voice. He looked at the composed and restrained Yu Jiangshu before her, and could not help but sigh. Over the past 10 years, watching him grow from a sapling into the tall, handsome young man he was today, she could not help but feel a sense of pride. Her sister actually thought highly of Xiaoshu. If not for his disastrous family situation, this matter might very well have been. Actually, Aunt Yuzi has no objections to you, but as you know, she dotes on Linglong and doesn't want her to suffer the slightest grievance. Your aunt doesn't care about family background, but she places great importance on the character of the other family. As for yours, your father's side. He didn't know how to put it. As the younger generation, one must shield the elders' faults. Even if the elders have done wrong, the younger ones cannot speak ill of them to their faces. Even if she told Xiao Shu her sister's concerns, could he possibly go to his father and say, I want to marry, but the other family doesn't like having a stepmother at home? Divorce her. If he dared to do that, not to mention what Brother Lei would say if anyone found out and reported him, the scholarly honor he had earned through 10 years of arduous study would be lost. The light in Yu Jiangxi's eyes faded. He knew what Aunt Su he was going to say and what Aunt Youyou was worried about. And with a family like his, anyone who knew even a little would not be willing to marry their precious daughter to him. And I understand. Yu Jiangxiu bowed deeply. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt. Alas, Sui could not help but sigh. Wasn't her reluctance to betroth Zhenjian to Xiaoshu also due to this very concern? There are plenty of good girls in the world. Sui comforted him. Once you pass the imperial examinations and top the list, you won't have to worry about finding a perfect match. Yu Jiangxiu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ever since he passed the provincial examination, countless matchmakers from the village had come to propose marriage. Even his stepmother was extremely eager to marry her own niece to him. His stepmother had quarreled with his father over this matter many times. If not for his earlier agreement with his father that once he passed the provincial examination, he would have the final say in his marriage. No marriage could be arranged without his consent, otherwise he would give up pursuing the provincial and metropolitan examinations. If his father dared to act on his own, he should not say he hadn't been warned. Yulei knew his son meant what he said, and thus did not press the issue. Even when his wife repeatedly brought it up, even suggesting bringing her niece to live with them, so the two children could bond, he refused. Yu Jiangxiu had come to sue he because he still harbored a faint hope, praying that heaven would show mercy, and that his eldest aunt might agree. Now that he had tried, should he finally give up? Returning to the outer courtyard, Yu Jiangxiu shut himself in his room and remained. The Su brothers were used to him studying in seclusion, but his recent days of staying indoors looking dejected and gloomy made them feel something was wrong. Later, Su he specifically spoke to them, asking them to keep an eye on Yu Jiangxiu and take him out to relax occasionally. Only then did they realize he truly had something on his mind. When they mentioned it to cousin Linglong, she found it strange. Maybe he's stressed because the exam results are about to be announced. Perhaps. The two brothers nodded. In that case, staying cooped up indoors all the time might really make him sick. How about this? I heard the peach blossoms at Shenzhen Temple are in bloom. Let's go hiking and admire the flowers. Climbing high and looking far can broaden the mind. Maybe it will cheer him up, Linglong said. The two brothers, having no better ideas, could only nod in agreement. Better to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go tomorrow, Linglong said with a smile. Okay. The two returned and went to Yu Jiangxi's room. Brother Shu, cousin Linglong has invited us to visit Shenzhen Temple tomorrow. Yu Jiangxiu forced a smile. Why did Sister Linglong suddenly think of going to the temple? She's never been one to believe in Buddhism or Taoism. Even if she doesn't like them, it doesn't stop her from enjoying the peach blossoms. I hear Shenzhen Temple has dozens of acres of peach trees, and when they bloom they're as beautiful as colored clouds. Brother Shu, come with us, Su Chongwen said with a smile. All right, Yu Jiangxiu nodded. Since Sister Linglong was going, he might as well go too. The Su brothers exchanged a knowing smile, thinking they had finally fulfilled their second aunt's request. Linglong thought that since they were going out to play, they should invite her mother and aunts along. But Sui said that if the elders were present, the young ones wouldn't have as much fun, so she declined. So Youyou thought this was reasonable. If she went, she would have to ask her mother-in-law if she wanted to come. And her mother-in-law would likely bring Uncle Gu and the others along. That would indeed prevent them from having a good time. You go and enjoy yourselves. So Youyou even had the maids give the Su brothers and Yu Jiangxiu some embroidered pouches containing pocket money. Have fun and be happy. So Youyou smiled as she saw them off. Sure enough, when the eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law heard about this, they were also tempted. Now that spring is warm and flowers are blooming, we really should go for a stroll. The two women spoke to Mother Feng about it with envy. Mother Feng smiled faintly. If you want to go, then go. I'm old and don't feel like going out. Yuzhen, if you want to go take a walk with your eldest and third sisters-in-law. They'll stay and keep Aunt company. I've been to Shenzhen Temple before, Gu Yuzhen said with a smile. But I think Aunt should go. It just so happens that second cousin has a day off tomorrow and can accompany you. Mother Feng became interested upon hearing this. Yes. Go tell Shower and see if he can come with us to the temple. Our family rarely has the chance to go out together. Since Mother Feng wanted to go, Feng Lingxiao naturally could not refuse. After all, the current emperor ruled by filial piety, and one must obey one's parents. So the next day the carriages of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion stretched in a long line, occupying half the street. Mother Feng and Gu Yuzhen shared one carriage, the Gu family, another the eldest and third sons' wives with their children another, and the concubines of both families with their children each had their own. Sui had originally not planned to go, but Mother Feng sent someone to invite her, and in the end, she couldn't refuse, and had to join. With the entire family mobilized, Su Youyou had no choice either. Additionally, Uncle Gu, the eldest and third sons, and others added another 3 or 4 carriages. The grand procession of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion wound its way out of the capital, heading towards Shualong Mountain, over 20 li outside the city. It was a day off, and quite a few families were out on excursions. Along the way they encountered many colleagues, and had to stop frequently to exchange greetings. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the area was already filled with carriages and horses, and many people had begun to hike up the mountain on foot. Mother Feng's legs were not very strong, so the household servants carried her up the mountain in a sedan chair with Youyou and the wives of the eldest and third sons accompanying her. Youyou and Sui walked behind. Sister, look how good they are at handling things. Sui whispered to Youyou with a smile. Indeed. The capable are no match for the eloquent, it's always been this way. Youyou said with a knowing smile. That being said, Youyou disdained to curry favor. Several men walked at the rear conversing as they went. Second brother, these lads have been in the camp for a month now. Should we let them return home for a visit? The eldest said to Feng Lingxiao. Feng Lingxiao glanced at him. Elder brother, didn't we agree from the start? If you entrusted the children to me, then you couldn't interfere further. Have you forgotten? If you truly miss them, I'll naturally release them. But after this, don't come to me with any other matters. The eldest chuckled awkwardly. I haven't forgotten. It's just that their mother misses them and asked me to inquire. Haha, future prospects matter most. They should train well. Feng Lingxiao smiled faintly. Let's observe for 3 months. If they can't endure even this, then they're simply not cut out for this path. You might as well take them back home and let them live as wealthy idlers. The others bristled at this. How could their children be inadequate? They thought them quite promising. Nephew, your official rank has grown, and so has your temper. Uncle Gu said discontentedly. We're all family. Can't you lend a hand so we all can get by? Think back to the old days. What about the old days? Feng Lingxiao asked with a smile. He was young back then. I still recall a thing or two about my uncle's past deeds, even if my mother in her old age might have forgotten. Both Gu uncles were deeply embarrassed. Those are bygone matters. Let's not dwell on them. Exactly. They say a prime minister's heart can sail a boat. Given your current status, second brother, why cling to the past? Look forward. Feng the eldest chimed in. Right. The others quickly echoed. Feng Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. I didn't bring up the past. You all did, didn't you? Now let's see their performance. If they excel, I'll recommend them without bias. But if they're hopeless, don't blame me for being logically, because of my connection, they should strive even harder. Otherwise, with so many eyes watching, even if I wanted to help, it wouldn't be easy. Feng Lingxiao said. Yes. The others could only nod repeatedly. Shualong Mountain was not particularly high, but standing atop it facing the vast plain below, one's view opened up, and the heart swelled with vigor. Linglong and her group had left early in the morning, not traveling with their families. By the time they reached the summit, Feng's mother and the others were still at the foot of the mountain. What's been going on with you these past few days? Linglong seized the chance to ask Yu Jiangshu. Are you worried you didn't do well on the exam, so you've been hiding in your room? Yu Jiangshu smiled faintly. Not at all. But to Linglong his smile seemed forced. You're still young. Even if you don't pass this year, it doesn't matter. You're still better than 99% of young men out there. If by some chance you don't succeed, you can always study at Laha Academy nearby. There are several great scholars there along with some retired officials who teach. The foundation is deep, and you'll surely benefit. As for daily necessities, don't worry. My mother has prepared everything for you. In her heart, you're just like cousins Chongwen, Linglong said with a smile. Yu Jiangshu watched her talk animatedly. Indeed, such a wonderful girl deserved someone better. Thank you, sister Linglong. What's there to thank? It's only right. Aren't we friends? Saying that makes it seem distant. Linglong pointed ahead with a smile. Look, Xingyin Temple is here. Later you should draw a fortune slip. Jinjin chuckled. Then sister should draw one too to see where her marriage fate lies. Linglong burst into laughter. I won't. I'll decide my own marriage. I won't trouble the Buddha or Bodhisattva. Jinjin glanced at Yu Jiangshu and deliberately asked Linglong, Sister, what are your requirements for a future brother-in-law? Tell us. I don't go out much, so I rarely meet good prospects. But brother Xiaoshu travels around. Maybe he'll come across someone suitable, and auntie can help propose. Well, Linglong blinked considering. Yu Jiangshu's heart pounded. He too wanted to know what kind of man Linglong might like. Just as everyone eagerly awaited Linglong's answer, a surprised voice called out, Isn't this sister Linglong? What a coincidence. Are you here to pray to Buddha today too? They all turned to see a robust man grinning at them. His face. Beside him stood an elegant middle-aged woman, who also smiled. Is it Linglong? Didn't your mother come? Auntie Louie's siblings just came out for a stroll today. My mother didn't come. Linglong replied, unaware that Su Youyou and the others were already on their way up the mountain. Is that so? Madame Lu laughed heartily, and said to her son, Go play with sister Linglong and the others. No need to keep an old woman company. It's too boring. Zhang Jishuan's heart leaped with joy, and he looked at Linglong with hope, though he said, Maybe sister Linglong has things to do. Would I be intruding? Linglong smiled. We're just here to enjoy the view. Nothing special. Madame Lu laughed and clapped. Sunner, stay close to Linglong, and make sure no one rude bumps into her. Zhang Jishuan had always wanted to be with Linglong, and with his mother's blessing it was now even more legitimate. But in front of Linglong, he didn't want to seem too eager. Mother, but you'll be alone. He stammered. Madame Lu rolled her eyes at him. I have plenty of maids and servants here. How am I alone? You rarely come home, so enjoy your time with sister Linglong and the others. It's been so long. Don't let the distance grow. I'll go draw a marriage fortune slip for you, and see where your fate lies. With that she chuckled, and headed toward the temple gate with her attendants. Zhang Jishuan blushed deeply at his mother's words, and said awkwardly to Linglong, My mother loves to joke. I just came to accompany her for prayers and a vegetarian meal. Nothing else. Linglong giggled. You're at the right age, so Auntie Lu might be a bit anxious. By the way, we grew up together. Have you taken a liking to any young lady? Want me to help you arrange a match? Zhang Jishuan's face turned as red as a cloth. What are you saying? There's nothing of the sort. Since her sister had already backed down, she wouldn't insist that it didn't matter. It was a pity though. Xiaoshu was indeed a Zhang Jishuan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Linglong. Her cheeks were faintly flushed just like the peach blossoms blooming on Shuolong Mountain. He hadn't seen her in a while, but Linglong was even more beautiful now. They entered the temple gate without needing a guide, as they were already familiar with the place. They led the Su brothers and Zhenjin through the various halls. It was said that the Shenzhen temple granted all prayers, so it was always crowded. Following the flow of people out of the Hall of Wealth, they found themselves before the Guanyin Hall. Do you want to draw a fortune stick? Linglong asked with a smile. They say the love fortunes here are very accurate. Zhenjin blushed and giggled while the Su brothers also looked a bit shy. If Linglong wants to draw one, he'll draw one too. Zhang Jishuan said with a laugh. Seeing that everyone was tempted but too shy to say, so Linglong took the initiative. Since we're here, let's follow the custom and draw one. She took Zhenjin's arm and led her into the hall. Ahead, several women were kneeling devoutly before the Guanyin statue, praying earnestly before picking up the bamboo tube and shaking it. With a soft clatter, a stick fell to the ground. The woman shyly hid it in her sleeve and went to find the master to interpret it. Come, Zhenjin goes first. With a soft clatter, a stick fell to the ground. The woman shyly hid it in her sleeve and went to find the master to interpret it. Come, Zhenjin goes first. Come, I'll take you to get it interpreted, Linglong said excitedly. Zhenjin tugged at her and whispered with a smile, sister, you should draw one too, and we'll go together. Linglong didn't really believe in it, but since everyone was participating, she decided to join in. She knelt down, picked up the bamboo tube, and shook out a stick. Zhenjin's eyes sparkled as she said to Linglong with a smile, why not let brother Xiaoshu take a look? He's literate, so he should be able to interpret fortunes too. Not necessarily, Zhang Jishuan said. Everyone has their own expertise, being literate doesn't mean one can interpret fortunes. By the way, what does this gentleman do for a living? Yu Jiangshu clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, brother. Greetings, brother Yu. Since you're Linglong's cousin, you're my brother too. We'll have to drink together sometime. Yu Jiangshu clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, brother. Greetings, brother Yu. Since you're Linglong's cousin, you're my brother too. We'll have to drink together sometime. Zhang Jishuan laughed heartily. After the Su brothers also drew their fortunes, Linglong turned to Zhang Jishuan with a smile. Do you want to draw one? Zhang Jishuan shook his head with a gentle smile. Not for me. The woman he loved was right before his eyes. Why would he need to pray to the gods? The master who interpreted the fortunes was Kindied with white hair and beard, looking like a venerable elder. After reading Zhenjin's fortune, he said with a smile, this is a supremely auspicious sign. The lady will have a smooth life, a destined marriage, a harmonious union with her husband, and a long happy life together. She is truly blessed. Then he looked at Linglong's fortune and said calmly, this lad's fortune is also good, but the star of romance shines too brightly, which may hurt others and herself. Though marriage is fated, the path will be fraught with trials. Zhenjin was troubled by his words. Master, is this good or bad? The white-browed master shook his head with a faint smile. Mountains and clouds connect peaks, seeking truth, words fail to speak. Sailing 1,000 sails, none are the one turning back trees by the river in haze. Zhenjin blinked. What does that mean? I don't understand. Master, could you explain? The white-browed master smiled. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. When the time comes and fate arrives, all will be clear. Seeing that he wouldn't say more, Zhenjin had no choice but to let it go. Once they were a few steps away and out of earshot, she began to complain. That master didn't explain clearly at all, leaving us to guess riddles. Linglong laughed. How much did you pay him for the interpretation? Zhenjin was taken aback. 21. Why? You paid 20 wins, so he gave you 20 wins worth of explanation. That's only fair, Linglong said with a grin. The others burst into laughter. After touring the temple grounds, a servant from Lady Lu came to inform them that she had ordered a vegetarian feast from the temple and invited everyone to join. Let's go. The vegetarian food here is quite famous, Zhang Jishuan said. But these dishes are more to ladies' tastes. I still think a real feast needs meat and wine. Linglong, when we go down the mountain, I'll treat everyone to a grand meal at Taotai Pavilion. You, Linglong looked at him with amusement. Talking about meat and wine in this sacred Buddhist place, aren't you afraid Auntie will scold you? Zhang Jishuan scratched his head with a foolish grin. Could this mean Linglong was concerned about him? When they reached the quiet room, Lady Lu had already prepared 2 tables of vegetarian dishes for everyone. After a while, a maid quietly reported to Lady Lu, the Marquis of Zhenyuan and his wife have arrived at the temple. Oh, then I must go and greet them. Lady Lu quickly stood up with a smile. Though she wondered why Linglong hadn't mentioned that the Zhenyuan Marquis family was also coming, she didn't say anything. You all continue eating. An old acquaintance has arrived, so I'll go see them, she said cheerfully. Please go ahead, Auntie, Linglong replied promptly. Lady Lu led her maid to the quiet room of the Zhenyuan Marquis family. Sister Su, I just heard you were here. And the old lady too. Forgive me for being late and not welcoming you personally, she said with a warm laugh as she entered, greeting Su Youyou and bowing to the elderly lady. Su Youyou smiled. What brings you here today, eh? The weather is fine and the peach blossoms are in full bloom, so I came out for a stroll. I also drew a fortune for my son to see if his marriage prospects have arrived, Lady Lu said cheerfully. I was just with Linglong earlier. It's been a while, and she's become even more beautiful. I wonder which fortunate family will have the blessing to marry her. Sister Su, I heard that you've already replied to the Empress saying that Linglong will not enter the royal family. Is that true? Lady Lu asked in a low voice. Though her voice was soft, Fengmu heard clearly. The Empress? Which prince? Why did you refuse? 3 questions in a row, and Fengmu was furious. Such a major decision, and they had made it on their own, without even This is the imperial family. How could you be so reckless? Do you have any respect for me as your mother? Fengmu fumed. Why would you give up such a wonderful opportunity? Youyou smiled faintly. Mother, this matter was never going to work out. Whether I told you or not, the result would be the same. No matter who Linglong marries in the future, one thing is non-negotiable. He must never take a concubine. If he cannot agree to that, then even if you were a prince, I would not consent. The mother phone was ablaze with fury, casting a chilling glare at her. What on earth is wrong with your head? When men are capable, which of them doesn't take 3 wives and 4 concubines? Those concubines are no more than little cats and dogs. You pet them when you feel like it, and cast them aside when you don't. How does that harm you? But this is the royal family. You rejected them outright, without even consulting us elders. Had Madame Lu not been present, Mother Phone would have erupted. Marrying into the royal family was a dream countless women cherished. This wasteful daughter-in-law had turned it down without a word. Madame Lu, seeing the tension, inwardly regretted her loose tongue. She had initially intended to broker a match for her own son, but now dared not speak further. This old Madame Phone was utterly fixated on the prince, and would never deign to look upon their general's mansion. Youyou was indifferent to most matters, but when it came to Linglong, she would yield not an inch. Mother, regarding Linglong, we now insist that the young ones must be of one heart and mind. I have no excessive demands, but the foremost is that he must never take concubines. I've made this clear, and everyone in the capital knows it. Youyou declared solemnly. So Mother, don't assume that just because someone has good prospects they're suitable for Linglong. Mother Phone sneered. I have a son. You may not listen to me, but I don't believe he will defy me either. Fine. A woman like you. Any man who marries you is cursed with bad luck. Indeed cursed. Youyou sneered. Before he married me he was nothing but a street thug. Don't be stubborn with me. Mother Phone fumed. I want not only a good match for Linglong, but also a caring, warm-hearted, a woman like you. Any man who marries you is cursed with bad luck. Indeed cursed. Youyou sneered. Before he married me he was nothing but a street thug. But after marrying me, he was unlucky enough to become the Marquis of Zhenyuan. He'll go to the palace and tell His Majesty that his mother says he's been cursed with bad luck. Since that's the case, let's revoke the title and have peace for everyone. You can take your good son and grandson back to Huai. In the future, there'll be no shortage of people to send you off to Wutai Mountain. You vicious woman. Are you trying to drive me away? Mother Phone shrieked. How dare I? Youyou snorted. You want a caring daughter-in-law, so we'll make way for you. Can't let you miss out on a family reunion full of love. Madame Lu found the atmosphere increasingly tense, and inwardly felt she couldn't bear it. I have guests to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Sister Su, do come visit when you have time. I have much to discuss. I've been remiss, Sister Lu. Youyou quickly apologized. Forgive me for this display today, but I don't care. My reputation as a shrew and a jealous wife is well known in the capital. What's one more charge of unfilial behavior? But if anyone dares to set their sights on my Linglong, let them try. Youyou's face was pale with fury, her anger barely contained. Madame Lu forced a smile, and withdrew mortified beyond words. Yet today she had witnessed something eye-opening. It was said that Youyou was strong-willed and domineering, keeping the Marquis of Zhenyuan firmly under her thumb, allowing not a single concubine or maid in the house. Now she imposed the same rule on her daughter, and even a prince couldn't bend it. She had known of this long ago, and wasn't particularly surprised. Every family wished the same for their daughters when marrying them off, but few dared to think and act as boldly as Youyou. Her own son adored Linglong, and she was willing to see it through. No concubines. Fine, as long as her son was happy. This old Madame Feng was no easy opponent. It was fortunate she had encountered Youyou. Had it been herself, she doubted she'd have the courage to speak so bluntly to her mother-in-law. Her own husband would surely object first. Oh, Youyou was truly blessed. Marquis Feng obeyed her every word. What different fates people had. Returning to her guest room, she saw Linglong and the others chatting and laughing over their meal, while her own son sat beside them like a docile hound, smiling. A scene so strange it defied description. Mother Feng, humiliated before outsiders by her daughter-in-law, refused to even glance at her. They sat in silence, the atmosphere unbearably awkward. A maid announced from outside, "My Lord Marquis, the eldest master, and third master have arrived." Mother Feng, as if on cue, burst into tears. The 2 daughters-in-law entered to the sound of their mother-in-law's weeping and quickly attended to her. "Mother, what's wrong? Everything was fine just a moment ago." Feng Lingxiao and the others were startled. The eldest brother immediately asked sister-in-law, "What's happened to Mother?" Youyou sighed with a smile. "Ask Mother yourself." Mother Feng sobbed. "Shower, you must stand up for me. Otherwise I can't stay in this capital." Feng Lingxiao frowned. "What exactly is the matter? Just tell me. What can I say?" Mother Feng raged. "I bore several sons, and now I must endure a daughter-in-law. I ask you, who rules this household?" Feng Lingxiao glanced at Youyou, who looked back at him with a faint, enigmatic smile. Feng Lingxiao sighed. "Mother, what's gotten into you today? In this household, men handle external affairs, and women manage the interior. Just tell me plainly what's wrong." Then why did you keep Linglong's marriage negotiations a secret from me? A prince proposed, and you rejected him, without consulting me. Do you have any regard for me as your mother? So that's it. Feng Lingxiao laughed relieved. Youyou handled it. She's Linglong's mother. Would she ever harm her? Oh really? Mother Feng sneered. And I am your mother. Would I harm you? I see this wife of yours is always busy and can't take good care of you. Let me find you a caring, devoted companion. Youyou, come here. Mother Feng grabbed Youyou's hand and pushed her before Feng Lingxiao. I decree it. Youyou shall be your close attendant. Aunt. Youyou's heart was in turmoil, unsure whether to be pleased or angered. Marrying her cousin would be ideal, but not under these circumstances. This was clearly a quarrel between her aunt and sister-in-law, and she was caught in the middle, utterly torn. Xiao give me a clear answer today. Will you take Youyou as a concubine? I ask nothing more now, but that you have someone who cares for you. If you are truly filial, spare me this worry, and take Youyou. In an instant the entire chamber fell into dead silence. Never speak of it again, Feng Lingxiao said, his face darkening as he refused outright. You are being unfilial. Madame Feng snapped. If you cannot even grant this small request of mine, what right have you to claim filial piety? I never professed to be especially dutiful, Feng Lingxiao replied coldly. A mother's kindness begets a son's filiality. If you insist I do what I am unwilling to do, you cannot lay the blame at my feet. You are truly driving me to my grave. Madame Feng cried. You married a wife I do not fancy. You failed to consult me about Linglong's marriage, and now your cousin endures hardship. Could you not set aside a courtyard and take her in? At last Madame Feng voiced her purpose. She was advanced in years with little time left. Feng Lingxiao's prosperity required no concern on her part. But her eldest, her third, and her two younger sons still needed provision, as she must ensure their affairs were settled while she could. Thus, even in death, she would have the face to meet those on the other side. Especially Youyou, who had tended her for 10 years, to deny her a secure future would be ungrateful. Youyou is, even if she remarries, she will surely find someone of similar standing, Feng Lingxiao said, frowning as he glanced at his cousin. He could not fathom what beclouded the girl. Knowing he would not take a concubine, she yet urged his mother to press the matter again and again. Youyou shook her head. Cousin, there is no need. I will remain at my aunt's side. When her upward journey is complete, I shall go to the convent, keeping candlelight and scriptures in quiet penance for the remainder of my days. Youyou shook her head. Cousin, there is no need. I will remain at my aunt's side. When her upward journey is complete, I shall go to the convent, keeping candlelight and scriptures in quiet penance for the remainder of my days. Tears glistened on her pale face and fell in scattered drops upon her pale green gown. Seeing her so stubborn, Feng Lingxiao wearied of arguing. With a curt, do as you will, he stepped out. Youyou surveyed the assembled company and smiled. I suppose my presence may spoil everyone's appetite. I will take my leave for now. Chunlan, stay and tend to them. Yes, madam, Nanny Lan replied with a smile. The vegetarian fare at Shenzhen Temple was famed, yet today everyone ate as if chewing wax. Several could not help but steal furtive glances at Madame Feng's countenance and dared not eat freely. What are you dawdling for? Eat. If you don't, it will be wasted. Madame Feng snapped harshly. Outside, Feng Lingxiao waited on the steps for Youyou to pass by. Thank you for enduring that, he said. Feng Lingxiao spoke gravely. It was nothing. I'm quite capable of handling such matters, Youyou replied with a smile. Come on, I reserved another room. Let us go sit there for a while. I will not take Youyou as a concubine, Feng Lingxiao reiterated, looking at his wife. If that had ever been my intention, I would have done it 10 years ago. Why wait until now? Of course I believe you, Youyou said with a smile. Yet one thing I must reiterate, Linglong and the youngsters' marriages must be their own choosing. You and I may only oversee and guide, under no circumstances shall we arrange betrothals for them without their consent. I remember, Feng Lingxiao said, seizing her hand and pledging with a smile. That's enough, Youyou retorted, rolling her eyes and withdrawing her hand. We're an old married couple, it's unbecoming for others to ogle us. She chuckled lightly. After the visit to Shenzhen Temple, the relationship between Youyou and Madame Feng sank to an icy nadir. Though daily provisions were maintained without lack, Youyou rarely showed herself before Madame Feng. Youyou tried several times to see Youyou, but each attempt was thwarted by Nanny Lan and the others. Just as the household simmered with uneasy tension, the results of the capital's provincial examination were announced. Though family members could go to inspect the list, no scholar would wish to miss such a chance. The Su brothers, grinning, clustered around Yu Jiangshu as they went to view the results. Faced with this pivotal moment in his life, Yu Jiangshu was palpably nervous. Youyou with Su He and the others sat in a nearby tea house waiting for news. He's on the list. He's on the list. The Su brothers barreled over, their voices reaching ahead of them. Yu Jiangshu brimmed with joy, yet remained more composed than the boisterous brothers. He stepped forward, bowed deeply to Youyou and Su He, and said, "Your nephew has not shamed your trust. Today I have finally succeeded." With that he knelt reverently and performed the formal kowtow before them. He was flustered and hurried to help him up. "This is the fruit of your own diligence. It has little to do with us," she said. Youyou nodded inwardly. Yu Jiangshu's character was good and grateful, already a virtue that set him apart. "What your second aunt says is true. Your success is the result of your own toil. Our help has been but a small part," they said. "No." Yu Jiangshu's throat tightened and tears blurred his sight. If it were not for the 10 years of aid from both aunts, there would be no Youyou of today. I shall never forget the immense grace my aunts have shown, he vowed. Do not speak so, Youyou replied with a smile. If your second aunt and I did you a small kindness, it was out of love for talent. If you truly feel you were greatly aided, then, when you have the means, help more impoverished scholars achieve their studies. That will be the finest repayment. Yes, Youyou will heed his aunt's teachings, he said, wiping his tears and rising with a smile. Sui grinned. I won't sermonize at you like your eldest aunt. Just be a good man and a good official, and we will be content. Yes, aunt. Linglong and Zhenyuan came forward to offer their sincere congratulations. Today is an auspicious day, we must celebrate properly. Linglong laughed. Naturally, Youyou replied. I imagine Nanny Lan and the others have nearly finished preparations. Come, let us return. When Uncle Feng arrives, we shall make a proper toast. No sooner had they entered the estate than Nanny Lan came to report. Madam, young master Yes family has arrived, and are in the small flower parlor having tea. Very well, I understand, Youyou said softly. Take young Shu over to them, he'll change my clothes, and join you shortly. In the small flower parlor of the guest residence, Youyou sat with a cup of tea tense, and constraining the rising unease in his chest. His later bride Madam Li regarded everything before her with wide-eyed curiosity. Brother Lei, I never could have imagined it. Your Su sister is so formidable. Look at this residence, who knows how many courtyards and chambers there are. And the furnishings, the appointments. I've lived more than 30 years, yet only now have I truly seen such splendor. Do you think that if our Shu passes and becomes a high official, he'll be able to buy a mansion like this and hire all sorts of maids and housekeepers to tend to us? The maid who served her tea just now spoke with such gentle refinement and bore herself with such poise that even the daughters of ordinary households could not hope to compare. Youyou cast a speechless glance at her. This woman had wide eyes, but an empty mind, hardly what one would call a good wife. It was sheer folly that had led him, blinded by the matchmaker's honeyed words, to marry her in the first place. Now regrets were too late. Yet today, visiting Youyou's home, she could at least preserve a modicum of face for them. He shot his wife a warning glare. Unfortunately, he was never a stern man by nature, and over the years she had long seen through him. Unfazed, she continued to gawk left and right, clicking her tongue in admiration. His authority wasn't entirely eroded, at least not in the eyes of his youngest son Jiangshi, who dared not overstep. Still the boy stole glances around, his eyes gleaming with novelty. A hearty laugh rang out from outside. Haha, brother Lei, you've finally come to the capital. Recognizing the voice, as Youyou quickly rose to his feet, and Li Shi along with her son stood up to greet her. As the door swung open, Li Shi saw a beautiful woman enter, flanked by several attendants. The woman beside her was familiar. It was Su He. Youyou's face radiated spring warmth, her eyes as limpid as autumn waters. Truly a rare beauty. Though she must be over 40, she appeared no older than 20. Li Shi couldn't help but feel inferior, thinking how she was several years younger, yet not even half as captivating. She had heard that her husband once admired Youyou, and had even wished to marry her. Youyou's gaze swept swiftly over them, and she said with a smile, since you're here, you must stay for a few days. Xiaoshu likely won't have time, but he'll have someone accompany you for a tour later. Oh, and I have good news for you. Youyou laughed. Xiaoshu lived up to expectations. He passed the exams. Youyou and Li Shi were overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful. Youyou smiled. Xiaoshu will be here shortly. Brother Lei, you two can catch up first. Sister-in-law, let's chat among ourselves if you don't mind. Not at all, not at all. Li Shi waved hastily. Soon a maid announced young master Yes arrival, and Youyou smiled, instructing someone to escort Youyou over. She and He stayed behind to talk with Li Shi. On the way, He had recounted all of Li Shi's misdeeds to Youyou, and indeed there was hardly a flaw typical of a stepmother that Li Shi didn't exhibit. Youyou naturally disliked such a person, but since Li Shi was a newcomer, and she herself an outsider, she refrained from comment, content to maintain a veneer of civility. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Shi, Nanny Lan announced that the family banquet was ready and invited everyone to the table. Since the guests were from Youyou's hometown, and Mother Feng was still angry, she did not appear. At the men's table, the Su brothers drank with Youyou and his son. Overjoyed. Youyou's eyes brimmed with tears as Jiangshi toasted him. You've finally fulfilled our family's long-cherished wish. In truth, I should be the one thanking you. Youyou drained his cup, overcome with emotion. Father, aside from seeing me, do you have other business in the capital? Jiangshi couldn't help asking. Knowing his father's nature, he wouldn't have come all the way to the capital for him alone. The man had always been proud, loath to impose on others. It was likely his stepmother's idea again. Meanwhile, Li Shi, having grown slightly more comfortable, couldn't resist venting to Youyou. Madam, you have no idea how difficult it is to be a stepmother, she sighed. Our family was already struggling, and after Yenner was born things got even harder. I never said I wouldn't send the child to school, I just grumbled a bit, and my husband took offense. Later Sister Su took Shu'er in making me look like a stepmother who couldn't tolerate the child of my predecessor. She dabbed at the corner of her eye. Yes, others chimed in, but Youyou and He merely smiled and said nothing. Now that Shu'er has passed the grand examination, it's a blessing from our ancestors. We came not only to care for the child, but also to take this opportunity to settle his marriage. So you already have a suitable candidate in mind? Youyou asked with a smile. Li Shi smiled sheepishly. There are a few possibilities, but we still need to choose carefully. After all, it's a matter of a lifetime, we can't be too casual. Even if someone once suggested a merchant's daughter for sure, how could that be? Yeah, our Shuer is destined to be an official. Marrying a merchant's daughter would be unthinkable. At these words, when Yu Jiangshu passed the provincial exam, his family had thrown a grand banquet. Old man Du and old woman Du had suggested that since Sui had devoted herself to Yu Jiangshu's studies all these years, and he had achieved success, perhaps he should marry Zhenyuan. Many had applauded the idea. But Sui, seeing Yu Jiangshu's reluctance, and having no desire to hold a favor over him, said Zhenyuan was still young, and it was too early to discuss such matters, thus deflecting the topic. It seemed Li Shi was uneasy, fearing that Sui might pull strings in the capital, which was why she had come. Youyou naturally caught the implication. For the rest of the time, she lost all interest in conversing with Li Shi, merely responding out of politeness. After the banquet, Nanny Lan came to ask, "Shall we accommodate Master Yu in the mansion, or?" "I find Li Shi utterly detestable, I'll find them in and outside." Youyou had no patience for pretense. "Yes, miss." Nanny Lan was unsurprised. Li Shi struck her as mean and ungrateful, hardly a good person, and her words had been infuriating. Even if the young lady hadn't suggested it, she would have proposed lodging them elsewhere. When Li Shi learned they would stay outside, disappointment flickered across her face. The Marquis mansion was so splendid, even a few days as a guest would give her bragging rights back home. Upon seeing her husband without Yu Jiangshu, she couldn't help asking, "Shuer isn't staying with us?" Youyou shot her a glare. "Shuer needs to prepare for the palace exam, it's quieter in the mansion." Oh, Li Shi nodded. "Did you mention Minor Tam?" "Minor is my niece. Marrying Shuer would be a match within the family, a wonderful thing. Don't you dare mess it up." "Let's discuss everything after Shuer's palace exam," Youyou said sullenly. If you're not vigilant, others will snatch." "You didn't see Suhi today. She looked at me as if I were beneath her. What, just because she threw some money around she thinks she can snag a Jinshu son-in-law? Dream on. Where in the world is such a good deal? They say good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders. Don't let Shuer marry someone irrelevant, understand?" Li Shi warned. "Can you stop? This isn't not our home." Youyou snapped angrily. Li could only shut her mouth in frustration. Yet it was merely a temporary silence, and after all she could not allow Yu Jiangshu, this prized son-in-law, to slip into another's grasp. Especially that woman Suhi. Over these years, by tending to Yu Jiangshu, she had garnered so much praise, casting herself into the dust by comparison. Even if I cannot have my way, I shall not let her benefit. She and Suhi are of similar age and circumstances, yet lacking a powerful elder sister, she was forced to marry Youyou, that mere accountant. Look at brother Li Yong, so imposing and dignified. Unlike him, cowering and always frowning, as if someone owed him money. At least in recent years, with Yu Jiangshu's growing academic brilliance, others have shown me more respect. Thus the gap between me and Suhi is less glaring. I can even overshadow her. But if she were to make Yu Jiangshu her son-in-law, I would never recover my standing. No, absolutely not. In the darkness of night, she clenched her fists, steeling her resolve. The next day, Youyou arranged for Li and her party to enjoy themselves, while also presenting Yu Jiangshu with belated gifts. An exquisite inkstone, several fine brushes, and 2 pairs of gold and silver pastries, symbolizing scholarly success. Truly the Marquis household has a generous hand. Li clutched the gold and silver pastries, unable to let go. "To give these 2 pastries to your mother. They'll take them to the silversmith and have a large gold bracelet made. What do you think? Look, Annie Sue and the others all have gold bracelets, but your mother has none." She shot a resentful glance at Youyou, her heart seething with indignation. Yu Jiangshu nodded. "Mother, keep them, there's no need to ask your son." Youyou frowned, at least beaming face. Among these gifts, the most valuable was the inkstone, likely worth 100 taels of silver. The pair of gold pastries weighed only 2 taels, equivalent to 20 taels of silver. "Since Shire has no objection, you may take them. But this inkstone was a gift from Annie Sue, carrying special meaning. Don't get any ideas, they'll keep it safe for Shire. As for these silver pieces, they are Shire's pocket money." If you could earn 1,000 or 800 taels, would I covet Shire's?" Li retorted sharply. "Rest assured, Shire is my son too, I wouldn't mistreat him." Youyou, unwilling to argue, thought silently. That remains to be seen. In previous years he had realized this woman was lazy, gluttonous, and sharp-tongued, far from a good match. But after having Jiangshu, and with Jiangshu's improving studies, he could not divorce her based on personal dislike. It would tarnish Shuer's reputation severely, and he could not allow that. Besides, she treated Jiangshu decently enough, though after all she was his biological mother, so he would make do. However, he would not meddle in Shuer's marriage. Shuer seemed to have someone in his heart. Whenever he received letters and gifts from the capital, he would be overjoyed for a long time. If not for Li constantly disturbing Shuer's belongings, driving him to dislike her, their relationship wouldn't be so strained. And who else could Shuer's friend in the capital be but his niece Linglong? In the past, Linglong was like a cloud in the sky, while his son was but wild grass on the ridge. Utterly incompatible. But now things are different. Shuer has passed the imperial examinations, ascending to prominence overnight. Though his background is humble, he might barely catch the eye of certain nobles. Moreover, Youyou is not one to be overly concerned with lineage. He felt there was still a glimmer of hope. When the opportunity arises, he might speak with Youyou. Surely his son would be too shy to bring it up, so it falls upon him, the father, to take the lead. After Li dressed up and left in high spirits, he headed to the Marquis' residence to find Yu Jiangshu. The gatekeeper recognized him, and while announcing his arrival led him to the guest courtyard where Yu Jiangshu stayed. As Youyou walked, he noted the elegant and tranquil surroundings, an ideal place for study, and nodded approvingly. Entering the room, the faint scent of sandalwood calmed the mind. The furnishings were antique and charming, rustic yet tasteful. Such a place was indeed far better than the chaotic and outside. Your Auntie Sue has been thoughtful, Youyou remarked emotionally upon seeing his son. Jiangsu nodded. Yes, without the care of my two aunties I would never have come this far. After those words they fell into silence. Father and son had never communicated much, and as they aged their conversations grew sparser. Sitting in silence, Youyou finally cleared his throat. Are you adjusting well in the capital? I am well, father, no need to worry, Jiangsu replied solemnly. Another silence ensued. After a moment Youyou ventured, now that you have achieved success in your studies, and are of age, have you considered your marriage? At this Jiangshu's expression shifted markedly. With a hint of tension he said, Father promised not to interfere in my marriage. Surely you haven't changed your mind. Youyou shook his head. No, but you are no longer young, you should take this matter seriously. I understand. Thank you for your Jiangshu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his father was not urging marriage, he relaxed slightly. Since he became a provincial graduate, his stepmother had been unusually eager, repeatedly trying to arrange a match with her niece. Setting aside her involvement, Jiangshu had no intention of marrying an illiterate woman. The wife he envisioned was someone with whom he could share conversations and interests. Not a woman who would only ask, have you eaten? Are you cold? Or husband, what should I do? Such delicate passive creature. Perhaps he could not find a wife as outstanding as Linglong, but it would certainly not be Li's niece. I know you admire Linglong. Yulei's words struck like a thunderbolt, nearly making Jiangshu jump. Father, you mustn't speak recklessly. Jiangshu almost cried out, his face flushed with panic as if caught red-handed in a childhood mischief. Youyou was pleased to see his son shed his usual composure. Fathers and sons are rarely close, but theirs was an especially distant bond. Facing his silent son, he often felt as if he were confronting his own deceased father. Especially after Heir became a provincial graduate, his authority grew, making even his father feel a twinge of unease. Youyou chuckled. Whether I'm speaking recklessly, you know in your heart. Rest assured, if you could marry Linglong, I would be. He quickly offered reassurance. A flicker of joy arose in Jiangshu's heart, but it vanished in an instant. Father, please don't mention this again. The gap between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I harbor only admiration and reverence, not the ambition to chase the moon or the stars. Youyou was stunned, and after a long silence he finally let out a deep sigh. This conversation had not brought him the result he desired. After leaving the Marquis' estate in a gloomy mood, he sat alone in his room lost in thought. After an unknown length of time, he saw Li Shi return with Jiangshu, her face dark with anger. Youyou couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? Nothing, Li Shi huffed. Originally, she had been feeling quite cheerful and excited when she went out today. The capital. How many people in Qinghe town had ever been to the capital? She had truly broadened her horizons, and others would surely be envious when she returned. But after walking for just a short while, her joy evaporated. For one thing, even the ordinary women on the street were better dressed than she was. Not to mention the shopkeepers' wives, each adorned in silk and satin with gold hairpins and silver bracelets, dazzling and radiant. When she inquired about the prices of the goods, her mood soured further. She had brought almost all the family's silver, yet it wasn't even enough for 2 bolts of cloth. Li Shi was naturally delighted to receive the free cloth. But upon closer inspection, when she returned, she found the colors were suitable only for men. How infuriating! Li Shi was naturally delighted to receive the free cloth. But upon closer inspection, when she returned, she found the colors were suitable only for men. How infuriating! Li Shi nearly shredded the handkerchief in her hands. What did this mean? Was it a deliberate slight? Was she implying that she wouldn't make clothes for her husband and stepson? If Youyou could earn more money, she wouldn't be so stingy. Seeing him lost in thought again upon her return, only fuel. After sending her son to rest, she asked impatiently, Who's been provoking you now? Who are you scowling at? Can't I even sit quietly without you interfering? After sending her son to rest, she asked impatiently, Who's been provoking you now? Who are you scowling at? Can't I even sit quietly without you interfering? Li Shi snorted coldly. How have I made a fool? Don't think I can't see through your little schemes. What's the matter? Seeing your old flame looking so beautiful and tempting has stirred your heart, hasn't it? Shut up, Youyou roared in fury. Even he, usually so placid, nearly lashed out. What's wrong? Li Shi snorted coldly. How have I made a fool? Don't think I can't see through your little schemes. What's the matter? Seeing your old flame looking so beautiful and tempting has stirred your heart, hasn't it? Youyou said coldly. He deeply regretted ever marrying such a woman. If he could turn back time, he would rather remain a bachelor for life than entertain such thoughts again. Oh, others. Li Shi taunted. You think she's forgotten you? She even bought you fabric. What's this, an old flame reek? She threw the bolt of cloth at his feet. So you're saying she was wrong to give you a gift? A gift for me? Li Shi persisted. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm from the countryside. I know all these tricks as well as she does. Fine, if you don't want it, I'll return it later, Youyou said, wearily rubbing his temples. Oh, so that's an excuse to visit your old... Li Shi sneered. I knew it. You've never given up on her. Unable to bear it any longer, Youyou stood up abruptly. Li Shi leaped back in fright. What do you think you're doing? Hitting me. This is the capital. If you don't care about ruining your son's reputation, go ahead. Beat me to death so you can be with your old flame. She thrust her chest out, advancing on Youyou. Cold-faced, he pushed her aside and strode toward the door. Where are you going? Li Shi panicked and tried to stop him, but Youyou left without looking back. Once outside, he felt utter. The bustling streets filled with carriages and crowds stirred no emotion in his heart. He walked aimlessly, following the long avenue ahead. Suddenly a gust of wind swept past his face, followed by an angry shout. Watch where you're going, you fool. Looking for death. A whip lashed out, aimed directly at his head. But the whip didn't strike Youyou. Another whip intercepted it, flinging it aside. Striking someone without cause. Return and accept 5 lashes. Yes, Marquis. The shamefaced knight replied. Feng Lingxiao frowned as he looked over. Is that brother you? What's wrong with you? Startled Youyou wondered how anyone here knew him. Looking up, he saw Feng Lingxiao. It's the Marquis. Youyou clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your timely assistance, Marquis. The fault is mine. Feng Lingxiao dismounted. Where are you headed, brother you? Let me accompany you. Youyou shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just taking a stroll. Seeing his earlier dejection, Feng Lingxiao doubted his words. Taking Youyou's arm, he said with a smile. I returned late yesterday and missed you. I was planning to invite you over for a drink to make amends. Since we've met now, it saves me the trouble. Come, let's go back for some more. He tossed his whip to an attendant. Go back and tell my wife that I'm inviting brother you for a drink. Have the kitchen prepare some. Yes, Marquis. One man rode off. The rest dismounted and followed behind. Feng Lingxiao laughed. Brother you have a fine son. To pass such a difficult imperial examination on his first try is truly remarkable for one so young. Youyou gave a bitter smile. It's all thanks to the blessings of the Marquis and Sister Su. To pass such a difficult imperial examination on his first try is truly remarkable for one so young. Youyou gave a bitter smile. It's all thanks to the blessings of the Marquis and Sister Su. We can't take credit for that. When he appears at the palace examination, His Majesty will surely be delighted by such a talented youth. His ranking will certainly be high. Perhaps he'll even become a Tanhua. Ha ha ha. Youyou managed to smile. I hope your words come true, Marquis. They soon arrived at the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion. Su Youyou greeted them with a smile. What a coincidence meeting like this. I was waiting for you to return so I could prepare that drink for Brother Lei. As they say, a chosen day is better than a chance encounter. Today, brother you and I will drink until we're drunk. Feng Lingxiao laughed. Su Youyou glanced behind them. Where is sister-in-law? Suppressing a sigh, Youyou smiled. She was tired from shopping and didn't come out. In truth, Su Youyou had already heard from the stewardess who accompanied Li Shi that she had been unhappy today. She suspected the couple had quarreled and Youyou had escaped to find some peace. Guessing this situation, Su Youyou didn't insist on inviting Li. Lei Gu rarely comes to the capital. You must enter. Su Youyou instructed Feng Lingxiao. Feng Lingxiao smiled heartily. Madam, rest assured, I'll make sure brother you drinks heartily. Entertaining male guests was the master of the house's duty. After giving a few instructions, Su Youyou left with the maids. She also ordered the kitchen to prepare several famous capital dishes and serve the estate's finest wine. Youyou, seeing the harmony between Youyou and Feng Lingxiao, couldn't help but sigh with envy. Marquis, I truly envy you. Not only are you distinguished in achievements and successful in your career, but you also have a happy family and a blissful life. Truly a capable person can do anything, unlike me who makes a mess of everything. After a few cups of wine, Youyou grew tipsy and became talkative. Hearing this, Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He and Su Youyou were indeed deeply in love and had a happy family, but to say they had no worries, that wasn't true. Brother, you don't say that. Feng Lingxiao comforted him. Look at Xiao Shu, he's passed the imperial exams, something countless people envy. Yes, Youyou nodded. It's all Xiao Shu's own effort. As his father, I can't give him a wealthy life, or even a peaceful. I'm ashamed to say it, but since Li entered the family, I've owed Xiao Shu so much. If not for his aunt Youyou, and aunt he, how could he be where he is today? Youyou sighed deeply. I thought having a woman in the house would at least ensure Xiao Shu had enough to eat and wear with extra care. Who knew a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean? One moment of inattention leads to a lifetime of regret. Marquis, you're truly fortunate. Sister Youyou is so capable, managing everything inside and outside the house perfectly. Your daughter is clever and quick-witted, and though I haven't met your son, I'm sure he's a good child too. Speaking of his 3 children, Feng Lingxiao was overjoyed. It wasn't boasting. Even in the entire capital, few families had children who surpassed his. Linglong, needless to say, excelled in both civil and martial arts. Though she usually kept it hidden, even among the sons of his colleagues, few could match her in martial skills. Since she organized the first sword-fighting gathering at age 8, 10 sessions had been held, becoming a must-attend event for martial families in the capital. For such grand events, the elders only attended as observers while the children handled everything themselves. Of course, most of the work was done by Linglong. This made her renowned throughout the capital, and many families sought her as a bride. As for Ruoping and Ruohong, they had started martial training as soon as they could walk, and were now studying at the academy. Even if they didn't pass the provincial or metropolitan exams in the future, they should at least become scholarly generals. So far they were doing well. As long as they stayed on the right path, their future was promising. All of this was thanks to his wife. Without her hard work, how could he enjoy such a good life? Indeed, he should properly thank. But how? Give her a gift. As he listened to Youyou venting his grievances, his mind began to wander, thinking of ways to make his wife happy. After a while he had no ideas, and suddenly noticed that Youyou had stopped talking. Looking closely, he saw that Youyou had slid under the table. Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but laugh. The wine was strong, and Youyou, unaccustomed to it, was drunk after just a few cups. "Someone escort Mr. Yu to the guest room to rest," Feng Lingxiao called out. Servants came forward to help Youyou out. Feng Lingxiao went to the inner courtyard to speak with his wife. "Why are you back so soon?" Seeing him enter, Youyou asked in surprise. Feng Lingxiao sat down and said with a smile, "Brother Yu was upset and drowned his sorrows in wine, so he got drunk. I've arranged for someone to take him to rest. When he's better, well, send him back." "All right. I saw he was in a bad mood, so I wanted you to talk to him." Youyou sighed. "It seems Brother Yu isn't doing well." Feng Lingxiao shook his head. "I suspect it's because of his wife. That's inevitable. A second marriage can never be as harmonious as the first." Youyou poured him a cup of tea. "You've had wine, to drink some tea to sober up." Feng Lingxiao smiled. "I haven't drunk much, though I don't need to sober up." Seeing his wife's disapproving glare, he quickly grabbed the cup and drank it dry. "There, I drank it, hee. What's with the hee?" Youyou raised an eyebrow. "Shokong Courtyard sent word asking you to go over later." "What now?" Feng Lingxiao sneered. "What wishful thinking. This isn't a charity. Besides, she has parents and a bunch of siblings and Feng Lingxiao sneered. "What wishful thinking. This isn't a charity. Besides, she has parents and a bunch of siblings and nephews. Why would her cousin need to meddle? With that money and time, I'd rather help more orphans of fallen soldiers." Youyou smiled. "I don't care about helping orphans as long as you don't bring them home as sisters. Don't end up with a I can't repay your life-saving grace, so I'll offer myself to you situation. I know. I always have the families of veteran generals handle it. I'm a marquis and a great general, oh, I don't have that kind of time or energy." Feng Lingxiao quickly nodded. "Good, as long as you know. Now go. Otherwise they'll say I'm keeping you tied up." Youyou said with a bright smile, urging him to go. "All right, I'll be back soon." Feng Lingxiao stood up. "In a few days, when Punger and Honger return, let's go out for a walk. Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" The weather was mild. They hadn't been out since the trip to Shenzhen Temple, and that had been a chaotic mess, hardly enjoyable. "I haven't decided yet." Youyou wasn't enthusiastic about going out. Before, with just the family, they could leave whenever they wanted. But now with a full household, how could the host go out to play while leaving guests at home? If they had to bring everyone along, she'd rather not go. Speaking of which, wasn't the old lady planning to return to Huizhou? Youyou thought to herself. As she thought she wanted to meet her sister for lunch. Sui had said they would return after Xiao Shu's palace examination. After this farewell, who knew when they'd meet again? They should spend as much time together as possible now to minimize regrets. When Feng Lingxiao arrived at Shokong Courtyard, the meal was already being served. Seeing the room full of people, he couldn't help but frown. With such a crowd, every day wasn't his mother bothered by the noise. Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but frown. Not only were his two maternal uncles present, but also his elder brother and younger brother. Could it be that there was no cooking fire in your own courtyards? Isn't it just that mother's meals are better here? Feng the eldest said with a cheeky grin. Second brother, you should talk to your wife too. This Marquis mansion is vast and wealthy. Can it afford to feed its own relatives? I don't understand that logic, eldest brother. Feng Lingxiao gave a cold smile. Mother is our own mother. It is our duty to honor her, and making the meals lavish is our heartfelt gesture. If my uncles or you brothers are truly not getting enough to eat each day, I will speak with my wife, and have the kitchen send extra white rice to every household. No need, no need. We have enough, the two uncles quickly said. Old Madame Feng snorted. Enough? I called you here to discuss matters, not to nitpick. I like having people around, it's lively. Is it wrong to invite them to eat together? If you're afraid of wasting money, have your good wife cut my allowance too. That won't be necessary. Feng Lingxiao sat down. Mother, what instructions do you have? Have you eaten? Old Madame Feng caught a faint scent of wine. I had a few drinks with a friend earlier. They say the wine in the mansion is quite good. Later bring some for your uncles to taste. Old Madame Feng said. That's easy. Feng Lingxiao nodded. Uncle Gu asked with a smile, nephew. Our boys have been away for nearly 2 months now. How are they doing? Their aunts miss them. Can we arrange to see them? Feng Lingxiao shook his head with a smile. Uncle, it's not that I'm making excuses, but the nation has its laws, and the army has its regulations. Once they enlist, it's a 3-month term. If they quit halfway, they'll never be hired again. If you want them to succeed, be patient a little longer. If you truly cannot bear it, I could make an exception. Well, Uncle Gu hesitated, stealing a glance at second Uncle Gu. Neither could decide. What about you two? What do you think? Feng Lingxiao asked his elder and younger brothers. Let me think more. Neither dared to act rashly, quickly lowering their heads. Seeing everyone cower the moment Feng Lingxiao arrived, old Madame Feng was displeased. Enough. If you have nothing else, go back. With you here, no one can relax. Yes. Feng Lingxiao stood up. Then take your time eating. He'll be off. Sister. Once we hear news of Bauer and the others from the military camp, we plan to return to Huizhou. Uncle Gu said with a flattering smile. Why so soon? Old Madame Feng was taken aback. They say life in the capital is hard, and it's true. Uncle Gu sighed. Besides, our roots are in Huizhou. It's not right to stay away forever. Second Uncle Gu added, yes, eldest sister. Staying in the capital, we have food and drink, but other expenses, whether we spend or not, still amount to 2 or 3 taels of silver a month. We simply can't afford to live here long. We'll head back soon. Please take good care of Yuzhen and Youyou. I see, old Madame Feng said. It was still a matter of But her own monthly allowance was only 20 taels of silver, and she had no extra. The money Shower had previously given her as filial piety, she had saved up to buy land for the family. Over the past 10 years the family had acquired another 200 mu of land. All of it the Feng family's legacy. She didn't need to worry about second son. Though he complained with a wife like that he would never lack for food or clothing. The pitiable ones were the eldest and third sons who were useless and couldn't earn much. She would squeeze a little more from second son for them, so they would have an easier time in the future. That was all. As for the others, she was old now, and couldn't manage too much. But since her brothers had spoken, she couldn't remain indifferent. Cheesy, that bronze tripod in my room might still be worth something. Take it out and pawn it for some silver. Yes, old madam, Cheesy responded. Technically all furnishings in the room were part of the Marquis estate, and were catalogued. But old Madame Feng didn't care about that. Once it entered her sight, it was hers. Cheesy took a maidservant, carried the foot-tall bronze tripod out of the mansion, and went to the Yuxingjing pawn shop on the street. The old appraiser examined the tripod carefully, then squinted at her. Madam, where did this bronze tripod come from? Cheesy could only say it was a family heirloom. The old appraiser shook his head and smacked his lips. He'll be honest with you. This tripod is not an antique from a previous dynasty. It's a later imitation and not worth much. Either your ancestors were fooled, or... He paused, not finishing. Cheesy understood his implication. Just name a price. How much is it worth? The appraiser raised 2 fingers and shook them. 200 taels. Cheesy asked in a low voice. The old appraiser rolled his eyes at her. What are you thinking? 20. That's only because the tripod has a few caddies of copper in it, and the craftsmanship is passable with a history of about 100 years. All things considered, 20 taels. Cheesy sighed. Fine. 20 it is. She took the silver and returned quietly, reporting to old Madame Feng. Fake. Old Madame Feng raised an eyebrow. I knew it. She would never put anything truly valuable here. Never mind. I understand. She took the key, opened the cabinet, and retrieved another 20 taels of silver from a box. Give 20 taels to Uncle Gus family, and second Uncle Gus family. That should tide them over for now. The 2 brothers left happily, but Feng the eldest and the third son were displeased. Mother, we brothers are also desperately short of money. You only give to our uncles, and ignore us. You have the nerve to say that. Old Madame Feng said crossly. Grown men, instead of doing something worthwhile, you spend all day asking your mother for money. No money. Figure it out yourselves. Mother, what can we do? The third son complained. You know second brother himself. So what if he's poor? His wife isn't poor. She wouldn't let him suffer, would she? Mother, we understand. The third son grinned slyly. Indeed, second brother was a marquis. Anything he had on him was worth a lot. Surely he wouldn't quibble with them. If force wouldn't work, one had to use strategy. After lunch, Youyou was about to take a nap when Chunlan came in and said, Madam, Lady Li, wife of Youyou, is here. Show her in. Youyou nodded. She guessed Li was looking for Youyou, who hadn't returned for a while. Once Li woke up, they could go. Li entered sobbing. Greetings, madam. Boo-hoo. Madam, my husband is missing. You must help find him. We're strangers in this capital. What are we to do? Youyou smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, there's no need to worry. My wife happened to meet Brother Lei on the street and invited him home for a drink, and he ended up getting drunk. Li, who had suspected that Youyou was here all along, now found her suspicions confirmed. And couldn't help but sneer. It seems I guessed right. He really did come to your place. Oh, my husband really is out of line. He has no sense of moderation when it comes to drinking. How could he be so indulgent? Getting carried away with alcohol is common enough. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Youyou, believing Li truly disliked Youyou's drinking, tried to soothe her. I'm not angry at all. Li drawled, then looked around. Where's my niece? She's learning needlework with her younger sister. Youyou lied. Having Linglong do needlework would be quite a challenge. Li nodded. Yes, a girl should be skilled in needlework, so her future mother-in-law will like her. Otherwise, after marriage, would she have to buy all the clothes for the family ready-made? That would be laughable. Speaking of which, my 2 nieces from my maiden home are excellent at needlework. I'm not boasting, but even an old tailor might not match their dexterity. They make clothes quickly and well, and the flowers, vegetables, fish, and insects they embroider look as vivid as real life. Oh, look at this. She pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and showed it to Youyou. Youyou glanced at it with a smile. Indeed, the work is very bright and fine. In truth, it was only average. If Madam says it's good, then it truly is good. Li laughed exaggeratedly. Madam has seen so many fine things, her judgment must be spot on. I've already discussed it with Brother Lei. After Shuer's imperial examination, he have a 2-month holiday. We thought we'd take that opportunity to go back and settle the matter between Shuer and his cousin. Isn't that a joyous event? She finished speaking, looking at Youyou triumphantly. Youyou was quite taken aback. Jiangshu was a good child. If this happened, wouldn't it be a pity? After all, she was an outsider and couldn't directly meddle in their family affairs, but it was necessary to remind Youyou later. Youyou nodded and said with a smile, Shuer has grown up under the watch of both me and Aunt He. If he gets married, we can't just stand by. Once you've set the date, remember to send us an invitation. Brother Feng and I would love to join in the fun. What do you think, sister-in-law? No. Li dared not let her interfere. Her purpose in saying this was to make Youyou abandon any thought of taking Yu Jiangshu as a son-in-law. If they knew that Yu Jiangshu had a relationship with her niece, naturally, they would lose interest in a marriage alliance. We are after all old family friends. When Shuer marries, we must attend. Youyou said flatly, though she didn't know what kind of woman Li's niece was. But just from seeing Li she felt extremely uncomfortable. If the niece resembled her aunt, then she truly couldn't sit. After some polite exchanges, a maid announced that Mr. Yu had woken up. Li stood up with a smile. Then I'll take him back. Sorry for the trouble today, madam. Don't mention it. We've known each other since childhood. Though Youyou had sobered up, his head was still dizzy. When the servant led him out, he still staggered a bit. The moment he saw Li, his face darkened. What are you doing here? He asked with disgust. I was worried about you, Li said in a coquettish voice, stepping forward to support him. Be careful, husband. Let's go home now. Youyou nodded to Youyou. I'm truly sorry for today's rudeness. Not at all. Youyou laughed. Feel free to come by when you have free time. The house may lack other things, but we have plenty of good wine. Youyou blushed and quickly cupped his hands. I wouldn't dare, never again. After the couple left, the smile on Youyou's face vanished. She turned and walked towards He. What does Brother Lei mean by this? Is he really going to marry Li's niece to little Shu? He was startled. Where did sister hear that? Li herself said so. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't from Lei himself. Then it's nothing. Li is always dreaming of good things. She used to despise Shuer, but now she wants to win him over. She knows she treated little Shu poorly and fears he holds a grudge. So she wants to marry her niece to him, thinking that with her niece around she'll have some security in the future. That woman is quite clever. Youyou snorted coldly. Too clever and cunning. He couldn't help shaking her head. I'm no match for her. How did Brother Lei end up with such a woman? Youyou wondered. He was introduced by a matchmaker. He sighed. Speaking of which, we're partly to blame. Youyou was puzzled. What does it have to do with us? He snorted. Once a man has some money, he tends to get arrogant. All these years he's been helping me with the accounts. I worried he might struggle, so I paid him twice the usual salary of an accountant. When you left, you also left him a good sum, essentially covering little Shu's living expenses. Brother Lei, to be honest, is a good man without any bad habits like drinking, gambling, or visiting brothels. Over time, he saved some silver. Being alone, he naturally caught the eye of women who had lost their husbands. This Li was quite a beauty in her day. She was a recent widow with nowhere to go, eager to remarry, and she was very attentive to Brother Lei every day. Gradually, Brother Lei fell into her trap, and the rest is history. By the time Li showed her true colors, the rice was already cooked. What was there left to say? I see. Youyou sighed. So perhaps she did bear some responsibility. What about the situation now? It's fine. Brother Lei knows what's what. He's firmly opposed to this. He said. But it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to evade a hidden arrow. Shouldn't we warn little Shu? Youyou bit her lip. The tricks of the world were too numerous to guard against. Little Shu was young and might be deceived. I've already warned him. But now that little Shu has passed the imperial exam, they'll be even more relentless. He also grew anxious. Really? He suddenly exclaimed in anger. He shouldn't have married that woman, as she's nothing but trouble. It's too late to say that now. Let's talk about what to do next. If it were up to Youyou herself, she had 100 ways to deal with the Li family. But no matter how much she doted on Xiaoshu, she was still an outsider, lacking a proper justification for her actions. Forget it, I'll first inform Xiaoshu and let him prepare himself mentally, Youyou said in a deep voice. Anyway, with the two of us here, we absolutely cannot allow Brother Lei to mess things up and ruin the child's future. Youyou nodded. They'll go talk to him about it later. Linglong, carrying a colorful vase holding peonies, walked into Youyou's courtyard. Mother, what do you think of these flowers? Oh, what vibrant peonies. Where did they come from? Youyou asked with a smile. Li Gu sent them over. He said the peonies in their garden have already bloomed, so he sent a few for you to enjoy. He also sent an invitation asking us to come admire the flowers. All right. Youyou agreed with a smile. You can go with Xinjin later. I also brought one for Xiaoshu. Linglong said with a smile. Good, his provincial exam is finally over, and it's time for him to get out and socialize. Find someone reliable to accompany him and let him make some acquaintances. Understood. When the invitation was delivered to Yu Jiangshi's courtyard, the Su brothers joked, You must go. Those attending are all influential people. Your attire won't do, we need to spruce you up properly. As they were rummaging through chests, a servant announced, Young master, the young mistress is here. They hastily put things aside and said with a smile, Please come in. It wasn't just Linglong, Xinjin was also there, and behind them 2 maids carried a full set of clothes and shoes. You're going out tomorrow. Though it's not a grand occasion, some people are snobs who judge by appearances alone. So wear this for now, Linglong said with a smile. You won't take offense, will you? Why would I? Yu Jiangshu laughed. I understand Aunt's intentions perfectly. If I took offense at this, what kind of person would I be? After a bit of light-hearted banter, Linglong turned to Yu Jiangshu and said, Come, I have something to tell you. She walked into the courtyard waiting for Yu Jiangshu to follow. I need to speak with you, Linglong said in a low voice. Yu Jiangshu's heart stirred, and a flicker of anticipation arose. Linglong glanced around. You haven't been betrothed at home, have you? Yu Jiangshu felt his face flush. How can one start a family before achieving academic success? He was also a bit puzzled as to why Linglong would ask him such a question. Perhaps I shouldn't be the one to say this. But my mother and aunt are a bit worried. They've been thinking about how to bring this up with you, but they can't figure out how to start. Well, if the elders find it awkward, the younger generation can handle it. Linglong chuckled. Yu Jiangshu felt a chill run down his spine at her laughter. Just tell me what it is. Though he hadn't experienced much in life, he believed his tolerance was still considerable. Linglong sighed. Your father and stepmother came by the other day. That aside, your stepmother's intentions are not entirely pure. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiangshu breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? Linglong looked up at him. You know? Yu Jiangshu nodded. She mentioned to my father about arranging a marriage with her niece, saying it would strengthen family ties. What a joke. Even if it were to strengthen family ties, it wouldn't be with the Li family. What do you think? Her plan won't succeed, Yu Jiangshu said coldly. I have no fondness for the Li family. That's good. Linglong nodded. Not to speak ill of her, but your stepmother doesn't seem like a good person. Besides, you've come this far through hard work, you can find someone much better. I know. Thank you, Yu Jiangshu said with a slight smile. Alright, as long as you're aware. Actually, this kind of banquet is often a disguised matchmaking event. Many ladies will take a liking to successful scholars like you. However, in most cases for a poor student like you, they tend to marry off their concubine-born daughters. Linglong noticed the shy expression on his face. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Most men your age in the city are already married with families. When you go, don't feel uncomfortable. If they compose poems or anything, just show off your talents freely. If any lady or madam takes a liking to you, they'll speak to our family. My mother and I will naturally help you make a good choice. After all, we have connections with most of the influential families in the city, both civil and military. Yu Jiangshu looked at her with a smile and simply nodded. Actually, I'm not in a hurry to get married, Yu Jiangshu said, biting his lip. I've only just passed the exam. I don't know what the future holds. There's no rush. Once I'm more settled and can offer a better life to someone, then he'll consider it. Well said. Linglong gave him an approving thumbs up. You're quite responsible. Alright, go try on the clothes when you get back. They'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. With that, she called for Zhenyuan and left. The flower viewing banquet at the Li residence was a great success, with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. Alright, go try on the clothes when you get back. They'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. With that, she called for Zhenyuan and left. Linglong, if I become a jincher, would you? Linglong felt a bit troubled. To be honest, her relationship with Li Gu was merely that of family friends. She had no feelings for Li Gu. If they were to become husband and wife, life would likely be very dull. Since she had no such intentions, she shouldn't give him false hope. Linglong sighed. Li Gu, I've always thought of you as a good brother. That won't change whether you're a jiren or a jincher. Just like Zhang Jishuan and the others. They can't even finish reading a single book, but they're still my best brothers, she said with a smile, looking at him. There are plenty of women in the world, each with their own merits. You should open your eyes and look around, see the other women out there. I understand, Li Gu said with a sigh. I just held on to a sliver of hope. He forced a smile. Alright, don't worry about it. He'll get over it. Linglong nodded. As she walked out the door, Yu Jiangshu looked over with a smile. Linglong. He raised his hand slightly. Li Gu thought for a moment before recalling that this person's surname was Yu. Brother, you, congratulations on passing the imperial exam. He'll be sure to visit and seek your guidance. Please don't hesitate to share your knowledge. I wouldn't dare. Let's learn from each other, Yu Jiangshu said with a smile, cupping his hands in a polite gesture. Bringing Yu Jiangshu to the peony festival this time yielded excellent results. Within a few days, several noble ladies came to the residence to speak with Youyou. They came and brought their daughters along for a visit. As soon as the maidservant mentioned it, Linglong understood the situation and said with a smile, then I should go pay my respects as well. In truth, paying respects was merely an excuse. Life at home was terribly dull, and the chance to hear something amusing was moreover, such an occasion could not exclude her cousin. Linglong sent word to invite Zhenyuan as well, and together they made their way to the main courtyard. Sister, I think I'd better not go, Zhenyuan said, her heart uneasy as she bit her lip softly. Are you sure you won't come? Linglong chuckled. They've come to discuss a match for Xiaoshu. The girl they've brought is likely to be Ziyash's future wife, your sister-in-law. Don't you want a sneak peek? Zhenyuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. It might be against propriety, but I do want to see. She laughed at her own words. That's the spirit. If you want to go, just go, Linglong encouraged her. The two of them giggled as they headed toward the rear courtyard. After paying their respects to the elders, they sat quietly, with smiles, listening to the conversation. Today's visitors were from the Shui family headed by Zhenyuan Earl. The Earl was a man of amorous inclinations, having taken over a dozen concubines. Together his wife and concubines bore him 11 sons and 24 daughters. Accompanying Lady Shui today were her 14th through 16th daughters, aged 14 to 17. They sat as still as quails caught in a serpent's gaze. Lady Shui praised Linglong and Zhenyuan to Youyou, then said, if my daughters were as accomplished as yours, what worries would I have? Youyou replied with a smile. You flatter me, Lady Shui. Your daughters are lovely too, so demure and... She then turned to Linglong. Why don't you take the young ladies to the garden for a while? It's too stifling for you here. Linglong rose with a smile. Let's go then. The garden is at its finest now, with blossoms and greenery in full splendor. The three Shui sisters stood up, blushing. Thank you for your trouble, elder sister. As they walked and chatted, Linglong learned a bit about the Shui sisters' daily lives, which differed little from those of ordinary young. However, the Shui family was a marquisate of martial lineage. Their daughters were only taught obedience and docility, with barely a smattering of literacy in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. All three were concubine-born, and not particularly favored in the household. Their purpose was merely to form marriage alliances and expand the Shui family's network. By now the various marquisates had come to understand that as the nation gradually stabilized, having won the realm on horseback, but now governing from the saddle, civil officials would inevitably rise to prominence. These scholars were the future bureaucrats. Securing them now would be crucial for consolidating family power in the year. Yu Jiangshu, a man of humble origins with no illustrious family background, had ranked high in the imperial examinations, making him an ideal candidate as a son-in-law for many families. The Shui family had spared no expense this time, bringing 3 concubine-born daughters for Su Youyou to choose from, a gesture of considerable sincerity. Among the noble ladies' conversations needed no explicit statements. They merely exchanged news of recent events in the city or gossiped about this family and that. An hour later, Lady Shui took her leave with her daughters. What do you think of the 3 Shui sisters? Su Youyou asked Linglong with a smile. How shall I put it? Linglong shook her head with a wry smile. They're not bad people, just a bit timid. But the young ladies from other families aren't much better. As for their looks, they take after Uncle Shui. I can only say they're not ugly. That aside, Linglong sighed. They've barely had any education. I fear they won't have much to talk about with Xiaoshu in the future. Su Youyou chuckled. You certainly pay close attention. Lady Shui herself came from an ordinary family and was nothing but submissive to her husband. The Shui family isn't wealthy, yet he kept taking concubine after concubine, producing a horde of children. Su Youyou laughed. Having children is easy enough, but raising them is another matter, and everything costs money. Speaking of which, they once wanted their heir to marry you. I turned them down. Linglong couldn't help blushing. Mother, my sister is here. How can you say such things? What's there to fear? Let Zhenyuan hear it. It might help her avoid pitfalls when choosing a family. Su Youyou said. Zhenyuan nodded, hiding behind Linglong with a sly grin. You little minx, laughing at me. Linglong protested, reaching out to tickle her. Zhenyuan darted behind Su Youyou, laughing. Enough. Linglong, stop teasing your sister. Su Youyou shielded Zhenyuan. Don't bully your cousin. The 2 girls laughed and frolicked, filling the room with light-hearted joy. Do tell Aunt. Zhenyuan loves to hear it. Zhenyuan said with a smile. Very well, let's talk about the Shui family. Su Youyou's lips curved in a smile. I dislike the Shui family, not because we're a marquisate and they're an earldom. Your uncle was once an earl too, equal to Zhenyuan Earl. First, the Shui family doesn't forbid taking concubines, Su Youyou sighed. Though the earl and his wife promised their heir would never take a concubine if he married Linglong. But with such a family tradition, even if he forced himself to keep that promise, seeing his brothers surrounded by wives and concubines, how could his heart remain at peace? Zhenyuan nodded thoughtfully. Second, the Shui heir is far too old for Linglong. That's another reason I dislike it. And third, they're simply too poor. At Su Youyou's words, Linglong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mother, aren't you afraid people will call you a snob? Zhenyuan joined in the laughter. Su Youyou chuckled. Snobbery is human nature. Why can't I say it? The Shui family has no talent for making money, but plenty of people to spend it. That aside, the eldest daughter-in-law is expected to manage the household. But if the family has no money, how much will she have to dip into her own dowry? The current eldest daughter-in-law of the Shui family is the daughter of a wealthy Jiangnan merchant. Her dowry was so lavish it made me envious. Yet they say it's already mostly spent. And still the Shui family claims she married beneath them. So you see, marriage is a profound art. One must see clearly before acting. According to Aunt, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shui family married at a loss, Zhenyuan murmured. In such matters, only the one who drinks knows whether the water is cold or warm. Su Youyou smiled. Perhaps she doesn't think it's a loss at all. Over the years, her family has used this connection to thrive in northern trade. They've likely recouped the dowry many times over. The only one who suffers, I fear, is the eldest daughter-in-law herself. Neither those who marry into the family, nor those who marry out of it have an easy time. Linglong sighed. Given the Shui family's circumstances, they won't provide much dowry for their daughters. Even the legitimate daughters are merely average, let alone the concubine-born ones. Zhenyuan listened attentively to her aunt and elder sister discussing these domestic matters, then began to ponder her own affairs. She had never given much thought to her future. She had always believed that her parents would handle everything, and she only needed to follow their guidance. Now she realized there was far more complexity to these matters. Why was cousin Linglong so resolute in facing such a monumental event as marriage? First, because her aunt cherished her and was willing to protect her. Second, Linglong herself possessed a firm mind unswayed by superficial factors like family background. Moreover, Zhenyuan now knew that Linglong had opened several shops of her own, essentially freeing herself from reliance on family funds. She earned enough to cover her own expenses and cared little for others' opinions. Linglong had once said that having money in hand would prevent others from controlling her in the future. The reason noble ladies from prestigious families could live with ease and grace was not only due to powerful maternal families, but also because they were never short of funds. With this in mind, Zhenyuan decided she too should start building her own endeavors. Even if she couldn't reach Linglong's level, she needed to ensure she could survive independently of her parents. Su Youyou chatted idly with her daughter for a while, effectively dismissing the Shui family's intentions. That's how it stands. Feng Lingxiao said to Youyou with a smile. My wife has already inquired about these families. They're generally as described. Each has its flaws more or less. But the final decision rests with you. While these aren't top-tier families, they do hold some standing in the court. Youyou nodded. I am deeply grateful for the Marquis and his wife's efforts. There's no great urgency for now, Feng Lingxiao advised. Your son is about to take the imperial examination. If he secures the top scholar or second place, that would be truly impressive. Who knows, he might even marry a princess. He laughed heartily. Youyou forced a smile, thinking to himself that a princess was the last thing he desired. Marrying such a woman would leave him afraid to even speak. Feng Lingxiao had come today specifically to discuss these matters. If they were interested, the Marquis estate could act as an intermediary. However, as his wife had anticipated, Youyou wasn't intimidated by the family's prestige and didn't rush to curry favor. Though each family boasted considerable status, these were all concubine-born daughters, offering limited practical support. They continued their meal and conversation. Since Feng Lingxiao had to return to the yamen in the afternoon, he only drank a few cups of wine before taking his leave. As soon as Youyou entered the room, Li Shi pressed him urgently. What did he want? Was it about finding a match for sure? I'm telling you, I've already promised this matter to my brother. You can't promise it to anyone else. Otherwise I'll have no face left to see my family. Do you hear me? She grabbed him and shouted. Give up that idea. Youyou snorted coldly. I've promised Shuer I won't interfere in his affairs. I warn you, this has nothing to do with you either. As for the promises you made to others, go explain them yourself. Don't expect Shuer or me to clean up your mess. Fine. Just fine, you heartless wretch. Li Shi fumed. I'm still his stepmother after all. If you don't agree, you'll go to the yamen and accuse him of filial impiety. Let's see if he can still become the top scholar with that kind of reputation. Youyou raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Just watch if I dare. Li Shi sneered. She knew her husband valued his reputation too much to take such a risk. He wouldn't dare refuse. Youyou walked over to his book chest, took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone, and began writing swiftly. In no time he finished a document. Once the ink was dry, he pushed it in front of Li Shi. What's this? She asked, puzzled. A letter of divorce. Youyou replied expressionlessly. What? Li Shi was horrified. You bastard Youyou, how dare you treat me like this? Do you believe I'll go and report you right now? Report you for? She shrieked in a rage. I believe you, Youyou said with extreme calmness, nodding. You're capable of it, I'm sure. Otherwise you wouldn't have crawled into my bed while I was drunk back then. Li Shi was both ashamed and furious. That deed could not be spoken of openly, though it had allowed her to marry Youyou, as she wished it was a matter that could never be brought to light. Seizing her moment of shock, Youyou turned and walked out. I'm going to the Wanyan County Yamen right now. They'll be waiting for you to come and accuse me. Husband, Li Shi panicked and rushed to the door. Husband, don't go. I was wrong. I won't mention it again, alright. Youyou was now utterly disgusted with her. He could tolerate her mistreatment of him, but she had no right to joke about Shuer's future. As the saying goes, better a short pain than a long one. With this venomous woman by his side, she might strike at any moment. It would be cleaner to divorce her. After all, his reputation was already tarnished, a little more dirt wouldn't matter. How could you be wrong? Youyou sneered. You're always right. Fine, I won't shortchange you. The house and money are yours as compensation for these 8 or 9 years. If you agree, take the divorce letter and find me at the Wanyan County Yamen. We'll make it official there. If you don't come, I'll send the letter to the Qinghe County Magistrate instead. If he finds out that you as a stepmother tried to slander a newly promoted Zhenyuan from Qinghe like this, what do you think he'll do? Li Shi was terrified. What will become of us, mother and son, if you abandon us here? Husband, even if I've made 1,000, 10,000 mistakes, Yener is still your own son. What will become of us, mother and son, if you abandon us here? Husband, even if I've made 1,000, 10,000 mistakes, Yener is still your own son. You can't just abandon him. Li Shi wept piteously, her tears and mucus flowing freely, causing Youyou to frown in disgust. He regretted ever softening his heart and letting this scourge stay. Of course I won't abandon my own son. Youyou felt that dealing with Li Shi required a harsh remedy. A divorced woman has never been allowed to take her husband's children. You can leave on your own, the child is none of your concern. Whoa, Li Shi wailed loudly. The commotion had already alerted their younger son Youyou, who was nearby. Father, please don't divorce mother. Yener can't live without her. The little boy burst into loud sobs. The uproar drew the attention of the surrounding guests. Someone, growing impatient, shouted loudly. What's all this noise? If you want to quarrel, go home and do it. Don't you know this is an inn? Do you have no consideration for others? Youyou clasped his hands and apologized. I'm truly sorry. Please accept my apologies. He then bowed deeply to everyone in a sweeping gesture. Seeing his scholarly attire, the onlookers assumed he was likely a candidate for the imperial examinations, perhaps a jurin, and chose not to press the matter further, grumbling a few complaints before letting it go. Husband, Li Shi called out tearfully. Get inside. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Back inside the room, Youyou still clung tightly to his father's sleeve, afraid he would leave and never return. Li Shi's face was streaked with tears. My husband, I was wrong. Please do not divorce me. Li Shi, I have been far too tolerant of you. Youyou said in a cold voice. If you keep making a scene, even if it ruins my reputation, I will divorce you, you wicked woman. Having said that, he tore his sleeve free from the little boy's hand, turned, and walked away. He could not bear to remain here another. Li Shi began to sob. Youyou was young, but he understood with unnerving clarity the cause of his parents' quarrel. Mother, if father does not want brother to marry our cousin, then he simply won't. There is no need for you to argue with him about it. You know nothing. Li Shi snapped, furious. It was bad enough that her husband would not heed her, now even her own child seemed to oppose her. She seized him and struck his behind several times. Mind your own mother's affairs, she scolded angrily. Tears welled in Yu Jiangxi's eyes. Li Shi's slaps were not hard. She was his mother after all, yet they stung his heart far more than his skin. He realized that if his mother continued like this, his father might indeed divorce her. If that happened, he would be a child without a mother. At the thought, he could not help but burst into bitter sobs. Enough with the wailing. Go cry outside. Li Shi snapped irritably. Youyou slipped away and wiped the tears from his face. Sitting on the inn steps, he thought and thought, but could not find any way to make his parents reconcile. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go and find his elder brother. The Ho residence was not far. He had once learned the route well enough and could still roughly remember it. He rose, gathered a handful of small coins from his room, and tucked them into his pocket, then quietly slipped out of the inn and followed the path he recalled toward the Ho residence. But he had overestimated himself. After walking for a while, he began to lose his bearings. Anxiety crept in him. After more time, he found he was utterly directionless. Oh no, I'm lost. Hey little brother, are you alone? Someone asked unexpectedly. He looked up to see a matron smiling at him. No, I'm with my elder brother. Youyou steadied himself, striving to make his voice sound calm. He knew the streets were not safe and that child snatchers prowled them. Although the most vulnerable were toddlers of 3 to 5, and he was 8, he still had to be wary. My elder brother went across the way to buy something. He told me to wait here, he said, forcing his composure. The woman grinned. She had seen the child wandering about and knew at once he was separated from his family. His foreign accent confirmed he was not. This was money walking down the road, she thought, smiling as she appraised him and began calculating how much she might profit. Though he was a little older, his delicate features made him desirable. With a little bargaining, he could fetch a good price. Still, since he seemed wary, it was not convenient to act here. Auntie is not a bad person, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. I've been watching you for some time. You must have become separated from your family, right? Wandering about like this will make it hard to find them. You should go to the yamen and have the officers notify your family. That will be the quickest, won't it? Youyou thought that was sensible. Thank you, Auntie, I understand, he said, glancing around. The matron chuckled. I'll show you. Go down this street, at the second intersection, turn left, and you'll see it. Yes, thank you, Auntie, Youyou said with a grateful smile. No need. Off you go, the woman said, waving cheerfully. Youyou bowed politely and walked in the direction she had indicated. Watching the child weave through the crowd, a scornful smile crossed the woman's face. A man at her back whispered, Wei Sanyang, are you eyeing that boy again? He's a bit older, but he can still do. Youyou, stop your chatter and cut through the alley. I'll bring the boy back. He's a bit older, but he can still do. Youyou, stop your chatter and cut through the alley. I'll bring the boy back. Youyou walked on, glancing back. Seeing the matron had not followed, he inwardly chastised himself for being so nervous. Where would so many villains be after all? His guard relaxed without him noticing. He followed the bustling avenue to the intersection the woman had mentioned. A long alley opened there with only a few passers-by. He hesitated a moment, then entered. A burly man came toward him. His heart leapt, but the man averted his gaze and stepped aside to let him pass. Youyou inwardly mocked his own timidity, seeing villains everywhere. Suddenly he felt pressure at his neck. Before he could cry out, a foul-smelling hand clamped over his mouth and nose. Terrified and trying to struggle, he was scooped up and held to a broad chest. A strange scent clouded his senses, and his consciousness began to fade. In the blur, he heard someone ask, What are you doing, man? The child is burning and delirious. I'm taking him to a doctor, the man replied anxiously. Youyou wanted to shout for help, but his mouth would not open. Father, big brother, save me, he cried inwardly, and then knew no more. What? Youyou is missing. Youyou returned from his walk to find Li Shi in floods of tears, bawling the news. Wasn't he with you at the inn? How did he run off and vanish? Youyou asked, alarmed. I don't know. Li Shi wailed, already a panic-stricken mess. Li Shi was in complete disarray. Youyou seethed with exasperation. This woman was all ineptitude and trouble. He could no longer tolerate her. So you didn't go look for him? I was too afraid to go out. I feared I'd get lost and not find my way back. Li Shi cried. Merchants nearby, hearing the commotion, came out and admonished them. Why are you arguing here? Go search for the child at once. At that, Youyou snatched his hand free and hurried downstairs. Li Shi grabbed him frantically. Husband, don't abandon me. I didn't do it on purpose. Fool. I'm going to find the child. Youyou snapped. Youyou felt as if he were cursed through countless lives to have encountered such a woman. Wah, they'll go with you, she sobbed. Don't make things worse. He pushed her aside and bolted down the stairs. Li Shi collapsed on the floor, utterly despairing. Husband, don't go, don't go. Youyou ran out into the street, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Those who followed urged, How can you search alone? Do you not know friends or acquaintances who can help? If not now, when? Their words woke him as if from a dream. Youyou immediately tore off toward the Ho residence, sprinting to rally aid and find his missing son. What? The child is missing. Linglong tensed up immediately upon hearing this. Youyou said in a deep voice, I'll go out and look for him right now. With that, he prepared to head out. Youyou said tearfully, Let's go together, father and son. Youyou frowned and said, The capital has 9 gates and 18 wards. How are you going to find him on your own? She looked up at Linglong. What are you thinking? We can't report this to the authorities yet, Linglong said first. Youyou and Youyou were both taken aback, a pang of sorrow in their hearts. If we report it and the kidnappers realize how serious this is, they might harm the child, Linglong explained. Youyou nodded. Linglong is right. It's better to conduct a discreet investigation. Indeed, if they searched in the name of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence, the kidnappers might panic and destroy the evidence, or worse. Youyou came to his senses. Then what do we do? Every snake has its path, every rat its hole, Linglong said with a frown. I know a few young masters who have connections with these people. Sending word through them will be far more effective than our own search. Of course we still need to search ourselves. More hands make for lighter work. Exactly, Su Youyou nodded. Then go, the sooner the better. He'll go with you, Yu Jiangshu said to Linglong. Linglong nodded. Alright, let's start by visiting Commander Zhao of the Five Cities Military Command. The Five Cities Military Command was responsible for the capital's public security, and Commander Zhao's youngest son, Zhao Zhenyuan, had excellent connections with the city's various guilds and escort agencies. When she arrived with Yu Jiangshu, the entire Zhao household was stirred. Lady Zhao came out to greet them with a smile. What brings Miss Linglong here today? Linglong dispensed with pleasantries, bowing briefly. I've come on urgent business to seek Brother Zhao's help. Mother said that once the pomegranates in the courtyard bloom, she'll invite Auntie over to enjoy the flowers. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhao promptly sent her personal maid to fetch her youngest son. Linglong, tell me what's the matter. Maybe your aunt can help too. I'm ashamed to say, Linglong sighed, introducing Yu Jiangshu to Lady Zhao. This is Brother Yu, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, a scholar from my mother's hometown. Today his younger brother went out to play alone and hasn't returned. We fear he's lost. Brother Zhao has many connections. Perhaps he can find a way to bring the boy back. Regardless of the outcome, my mother and I would be eternally grateful. Hearing this, Lady Zhao quickly led the way. This is a serious matter. He'll tell that rascal to search with all his might. He's not to return until he finds the boy. Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Zhenyuan approached. Mother, is Linglong here? Yes. Lady Zhao said hurriedly. Your sister Feng has a favor to ask. Go and take care of it. Zhao Zhenyuan thumped his chest. Linglong's matter is my matter. He'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Good, that's the spirit I wanted, Lady Zhao said. Come inside and sit down to talk. Miss Linglong, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Thank you, Auntie, Linglong said again. She quickly explained the situation to Zhao Zhenyuan. He nodded. Don't worry, Linglong. We'll send word right away to search the entire city. As long as they're in the city, we'll find them. He then stood up and went out shouting orders for messengers to be dispatched everywhere. Rest assured, we'll have news within the night. Zhao Zhenyuan reassured them. Thank you, Master Zhao. Yu Jiangshu bowed deeply. Zhao Zhenyuan stopped him. Brother, you no need for that. I grew up with Linglong. Her affairs are mine. Besides, I detest these kidnappers. If I catch them, I'll cut off their hands, he said fiercely. After seeing the two out, Zhao Zhenyuan sent someone to inform his father at the Five Cities Military Command. The old constables there knew every nook and cranny of the city. There was nothing those city rats didn't know. When Commander Zhao heard that the Zhenyuan Marquis residents had personally come to request help, how could he dare to be negligent? He immediately issued orders to begin the search. Zhou Lauer, open up. A kick slammed against the door, rattling the knocker noisily. Zhou Lauer leaped up like a cat, with its tail stepped on, and scurried to open the door. Captain Liu, what brings you here? I've been on my best behavior. Haven't done anything wrong. Really? Constable Liu sneered. Then why did someone say you brought a half-grown child back, just now? Hand him over immediately, and don't make a mistake. Zhou Lauer's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile. Captain Liu, you've got the wrong man. I've been sleeping all day and haven't stepped outside. Fine, Constable Liu said, turning to leave without another word. Don't say I didn't warn you. That boy you took today is a relative of the Zhenyuan Marquis residents. Deny it all you want, but when Marquis Feng comes to demand him, I hope you'll still be so stubborn. Captain Liu, save me. Zhou Lauer, and nearly wet himself in terror, dropping to his knees and grabbing the constable's hem. Captain Liu, Grandpa Liu, please save me. I really didn't know he had such a background. Now he bitterly regretted listening to that seductive woman and bringing back such a hot potato. Relax, you haven't done anything, so why would Marquis Feng come looking for you? He certainly won't break your limbs, crush. Relax, you haven't done anything, so why would Marquis Feng come looking for you? He certainly won't break your limbs, crush every bone in your body, and leave you out in the sun for 3 days. I was wrong. They'll bring him out right now. Captain Liu, wait a moment. Drenched in cold sweat, Zhou Lauer dashed to the backyard. Beyond fear, all he felt was shame and regret. Just as had feared, had actually been kidnapped. In the room besides himself, there were 2 younger girls. Beyond fear, all he felt was shame and regret. Just as had feared, had actually been kidnapped. In the room besides himself, there were 2 younger girls. Though scared himself seeing the 2 even younger ones, his curiosity overcame his fear. Were you kidnapped too? He asked in a low voice. The 2 little girls huddled in the corners, staring at him timidly, without answering. Faced with this, he didn't know what to do. Just as he was pondering how to escape this predicament, the door suddenly opened. Yu Jiangshu mustered his courage. I'm telling you, let me go now. My brother is this year's successful candidate, and my aunt is the lady of Zhenyuan Marquis. If you dare to hold me, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Dear young master, I know I was wrong. I'll take you back right now, alright? Zhou Lauer said hastily. His former arrogance and present deference surely concealed a hidden agenda. Yu Jiangshu's eyes darted about. Take me back? Are you tricking me? Has my family come to fetch me? Yes, you're absolutely right. Zhou Lauer was on the verge of tears. Let's go quickly. Yu Jiangshu now felt confident. You're just letting me go like that. You kidnapped me for no reason, wasted half my day, and now a simple word suffices. Zhou Lauer was taken aback. I have no money. No money. That's fine. Yu Jiangshu hadn't intended to ask for money anyway. Just give them to me. Zhou Lauer hesitated. These 2 girls could easily fetch 10 to 20 taels of silver. Give them to this little brat. Just as he was wavering, a bailiff outside barked impatiently. Zhou Lauer, are you dead? Get the people out here now. Do you want me to drag you out myself? Fine, 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 whatever you say. Youyou dared not delay. Giving them to him was acceptable, just 2 young girls. After all, these were relatives of the Marquis household, truly not to be trifled with. Youyou nodded. That's more like it. He quickly called to the 2 girls, come here, I'll take you out. They timidly looked up, still hesitant. Youyou barked with a dark face, if you're told to leave, leave now. Don't make me use. They scrambled up, their grimy hands clutching Youyou's clothes. Youyou took a deep breath, took both girls' hands, and said, let's go. The bailiff had grown impatient. If Youyou hadn't emerged soon, he would have stormed in. At the sight of Youyou, he guessed this was the one he sought. Are you young master, you? The bailiff asked with a smile. I am surnamed you. May I ask how to address you, uncle? Youyou bit his lip, lightly adopting an adult-like tone. The bailiff, amused by his precocious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Since you're young master, you, let's be off. Your elder brother and sister have been waiting long. Thank you for your trouble, uncle. Youyou pulled the 2 girls into a bow. They'll tell my brother to thank you in person. The bailiff was overjoyed. All his effort was for a chance to shine before the nobles. Thank you. Young master is most thoughtful. Beaming with delight, he led the 3 children to the agreed meeting place. Linglong and Youyou had been waiting there for a long while. Though they had described Youyou's appearance, the description was vague, so many had brought children of similar age. Youyou had endured several disappointments, his heart growing heavier. Linglong sighed. Don't worry, there's still to boost the searcher's motivation, anyone who helped would receive 2 taels of silver, and the one who found him would get 10. Linglong was a woman of action. She had the household's accountant and steward bring silver, handing it directly to those who brought children. In a short time, over 300 taels had been given out. Seeing the courtyard crowded with more than 100 children, Linglong's face darkened. Are there truly this many abducted children in the capital? She knew such things were inevitable, but had never imagined the numbers could be so staggering. However, with so many present, she could only smile, encourage, and thank the bailiffs who brought the children rather than reproach them. Youyou was also shocked, but his concern was greater. Though he wasn't very close to Zhenyuan, with a mother like that, being too close might seem ulterior. If the boy were truly lost, it would not only shame him, but also weigh on his conscience. Look, he's back. Linglong exclaimed with joy as she hurried toward the door. He looked closely and saw his brother enter. You little rascal, you scared us to death. Youyou sighed in relief, but couldn't help scolding. Youyou's joy at seeing his brother was instantly halved. Brother, I'm sorry. It was my fault for wandering off. Linglong smiled, mediating. It's fine as long as you're safe. She then addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your help. The child has been found. Hero, please take your silver. The bailiff shook his head vehemently. This is our duty. How dare I accept a reward from the princess? He adamantly refused. Linglong smiled. You've earned it. Don't decline. Without everyone's efforts, the child wouldn't have been found so quickly. I thank you all. The crowd knelt in return. You flatter us, your grace. Zhenyuan chuckled. It's their fortune to be of use to Sister Linglong. Besides, you've given a reward they hardly deserve. Linglong replied. This isn't a reward, but compensation for your... Please take it, and buy some tea. With the matter resolved, the bailiffs from the 5-city military command and the 2 county offices gradually withdrew. The remaining challenge was the courtyard full of lost children. Brother Zhao, what should we do with these children? Linglong asked with a smile. Zhenyuan scratched his head. He was good at fooling around, but not at handling real tasks. Sister Linglong, you decide, and I'll follow your lead. He conveniently deflected the problem. Youyou said gravely. So many children means so many heartbroken parents. I think the Wanyan and Chang'an county offices should take over and post notices for parents to claim them. That works. Zhenyuan quickly agreed. Linglong nodded. Then please trouble Brother Zhao to notify the 2 offices to come and collect them. To prevent false claims, no one may come tonight. Tomorrow, I'll personally oversee the process. Xiaoshu, please work with Brother Zhao and the others to count the children and register them all. Also send someone to buy food so the children can eat first. Zhenyuan nodded. Sister Linglong thinks of everything. Uncle Lan. Linglong called to a middle-aged man nearby. Yes, miss. Uncle Lan was Aunt Lan's husband and had been the household steward for nearly 20 years. Please ask Uncle Lan to send word to my father for reinforcements and secure this place today. If anyone acts suspiciously or with ill intent, arrest them immediately. Yes, miss. I've already sent someone to inform the Marquis. Steward Lan said with a smile. Soon a 20-man guard squad strode in with authority. By order of Marquis Zhenyuan, all unauthorized personnel must leave at once. We are taking over the protection of this area. Linglong smiled. The guards are here so we can go back. Youyou wanted to leave, but the 2 little girls clung to him relentlessly. Brother. He had no choice but to appeal to Youyou for help. What's going on? Linglong asked softly. Youyou briefly recounted the situation. Linglong smiled in praise. Not bad to possess such a chivalrous heart at such a tender age. Truly commendable. Youyou grinned sheepishly. Youyou, however, retorted crossly. Think twice before you act next time. You were nearly abducted yourself, yet you still want to play the hero. Utterly reckless. The smile on Youyou's face instantly crumbled, and he looked on the verge of tears. Alright, it's all over now, isn't it? Linglong shot Youyou a glare, signaling him to stop reprimanding little stone. Youyou's expression darkened, yet he patiently addressed the 2 little girls. Big brother has to go home now. You 2 stay here, and tomorrow the authorities will help you find your parents. Linglong pondered for a moment, then had her maid take out some candies and preserved fruits from her pouch and handed them to the children. Here, sister gives you some sweets. Today you obediently rest here. Tomorrow brother and sister will find a way to reunite you with your parents. The two girls hesitated before taking the candies, then reluctantly released Youyou. Alright, a nanny will come to look after you shortly. We'll see you tomorrow, Linglong said with a smile. As they walked out of the courtyard, Youyou began to feel a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Let's go. Youyou frowned. Youyou hung his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Linglong chuckled softly. It's alright, sister will see you home safely. I promise uncle you won't scold you. Really? Youyou's face lit up with joy as he quickly asked. Youyou snorted coldly. You wandered off on your own and ended up captured by human traffickers. If not for Sister Linglong exhausting every means to find you, who knows where you'd have been sold off by now. If you couldn't come back on your own, wouldn't your parents be worried sick? Brother, I know I was wrong, Youyou said dejectedly. He was already deeply remorseful. He had always considered himself clever, thinking he wouldn't be easily tricked like a 3-year-old. Yet today's incident dealt him a harsh blow, making him realize that his cleverness was merely petty cunning and that he possessed little real capability. A mistake acknowledged is half corrected. Xiaoshu stopped blaming him. Seeing Little Stone's face full of shame, Linglong halted Youyou, urging him to say no more. The boy was already deeply distressed. When you get home, sincerely apologize to Uncle Yu and the others. She patted his shoulder. They were terrified today too. Uncle Yu is usually quite composed, but today he was beside himself with panic. Youyou nodded, stealing a glance at his elder brother. In truth, his father had always favored his elder brother, who excelled in his studies and brought honor to the family. He, on the other hand, could achieve nothing and was not particularly good at his books. His father had never really cared much for him. When the carriage arrived at the inn, they saw Youyou pacing back and forth at the entrance. Hearing the carriage, he looked up, and upon recognizing the Marquis' carriage, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. As his son jumped out of the carriage, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Just as he was about to speak, Linglong said with a smile, Uncle Yu, I promised Little Stone you wouldn't scold him. Won't you grant your niece this favor? Youyou let out a long sigh. After all the trouble she had gone through to find his child, how could he refuse such a request? It's good that you're back. Go inside and see your mother. He waved his hand. Youyou hesitated. Compared to his father, he was actually more afraid of his mother. But there was no way out now. He had to brace himself and face her. Youyou bowed to Linglong in gratitude. Thank you so much for today. Linglong quickly stepped aside, refusing to accept his bow. Uncle, you flatter me. Little Stone is my brother too. Finding him was my duty. If I hadn't helped in such a situation, even my mother would never forgive me. As she spoke, the sound of Li Shi's roaring and Youyou's crying came from inside. Linglong quickly urged, Uncle, please go in and stop Annie from hitting him. He's been frightened and distressed enough today. He's already pitiful. Youyou said to his son. You see Linglong back to the residence on my behalf. He'll go check inside. Yes. Youyou nodded. Watching Youyou turn and enter the inn, Linglong still felt a bit worried. Can Uncle persuade Auntie? She had met Li Shi before and thought the woman was quite disagreeable. Youyou curled his lip. Don't worry, he can handle her. Youyou hurried upstairs, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw Li Shi attacking Youyou like a mad dog, hitting and pinching him. What do you think you're doing? Youyou roared, shoving Li Shi aside. What am I doing? Li Shi shrieked angrily. Can't I discipline my own son? He couldn't stay put in the inn and had to run off. And look what happened. He got kidnapped by traffickers. If I don't teach him a lesson now, what will become of him later? Enough. It's late, stop making a scene. Youyou felt his head throbbing. This isn't home. Don't disgrace us in the capital. Oh, Li Shi sneered. So you think we mother and son have embarrassed you in front of the Marquis' wife? Youyou shot her a cold glare. You realize that, do you? Then he said to Youyou, tonight you'll sleep with me. And with that he led the child to the next room, leaving Li Shi. Linglong and Youyou returned to the Marquis' residence. You've had a long day. Get some rest early. Youyou said, his voice full of gratitude. He'll go and tell mother. You head back too. They parted ways in the corridor. So Youyou was waiting in the courtyard, and Feng Lingxiao had also returned, both waiting to hear Linglong's account. Though Linglong had handled the matter, they were fully aware of every step. Today Linglong had acted admirably and swiftly, recovering the child without delay. Even they themselves might not have done better. Mother, father. Linglong entered to find them both beaming at her. Her cheeks flushed, and she greeted them with a hint of shyness. Come and sit down. You've been busy for half a day, you must be hungry. Youyou motioned for her to sit. Well done, Feng Lingxiao praised with a smile. Linglong smiled sheepishly. I'm still far from matching you, father and mother. By the way, father, I never imagined there would be so many missing children in the capital. Linglong said gravely. The children we rescued today are probably just the tip of the iceberg. I suspect there are many more still in their clutches. Do you think we could use this opportunity to uncover the rest? Youyou and Feng Lingxiao exchanged a knowing smile. It's commendable that you're still thinking about this, Youyou said with a smile. The moment you took action, your father went to the palace to request an edict, and we've already sent people to raid these hideouts. By tomorrow we should be able to close the net. Excellent. Linglong nodded firmly. That's exactly how it should be. Youyou tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep as he thought of the many children in that courtyard. When Linglong saw him in the morning, he was still sporting dark circles under his eyes. Didn't sleep well, eh? Linglong asked with a smile. There was no point in hiding it, so Youyou nodded. Haha, whether you slept well or not today, we must deal with those children. Linglong said with a smile, today's task is heavy. You'll also have to help discern whether those who come to claim the children are truly their parents. If someone falsely claims them, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Right? Yu Jiangshu suddenly jolted awake. Yes, exactly. Today the veteran clerks from the county office will assist us. We're merely playing a supporting role. Linglong, seeing his slight nervousness, continued to reassure him. The Su brothers also joined them today. As they set out, they made a detour to the inn to pick up Yu Jiangshu. I wonder if he got scolded yesterday. Linglong sighed. He deserved it if he did. Remembering that troublemaker, Yu Jiangshu was still somewhat angry. He's just a child. A fall into a pit again in your wit. He'll remember it later, Linglong consoled. When they reached the inn, Linglong waited in the carriage while Yu Jiangshu went to fetch his younger brother. After a while, Yu Jiangshu came back down alone. Forget it, let's go. His stepmother Li was now like a wildcat, fiercely protective of her cub. The moment he mentioned taking Jiangshu out, she shrieked a refusal. She acted as if he would take his own brother out and abandon. Just as he was about to board the carriage, Yu Lei came out with a dejected-looking Jiangshu. I'll entrust him to you, worthy niece. He then said to Yu Jiangshu, keep an eye on your brother, don't let him run off again. All right. Yu Jiangshu nodded. Once in the carriage, Linglong asked with a smile, how did your mother come around to letting you? Yu Jiangshu sighed like a little adult. She wouldn't let me at first, but my father got angry. He said keeping a boy cooped up at home is like raising a lamb. He'll never amount to anything that way. He scolded my mother until she cried, and only then did she let me go. He looked up at Linglong. Sister Linglong, I know I was wrong. Today you'll stick close to my brother and go nowhere. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Good boy. Linglong chuckled, tousling his hair. What did you have for breakfast? Want something more to eat? Seeing him sneak a glance at Yu Jiangshu, she laughed. What are you looking at him for? Your sister is treating. Then he'll have wontons. Yu Jiangshu said softly. All right. Linglong smiled and told the driver to stop. They sat down at a street-side stall. 3 bowls of wontons. 2 large, 1 small. In the small one, no scallions. Coming right up. The stall owner, a stout man, responded cheerfully, just a moment, miss. It'll be ready soon. When they arrived at the courtyard, the guards came forward to salute and greet them. Inside, the children looked much more spirited than the day before, their faces and hands washed clean. By the time they arrived, the children had already eaten breakfast. Some were eagerly looking forward, waiting for their families to come. The previous night, the 5-city military command had posted notices about claiming missing children all over the capital. At dawn, as the city gates opened, people began to make their way there. Simultaneously, another group went to the haunts of the kidnappers from the previous day, rescuing over 300 more children. Feng Lingxiao had already sent several stewards from his residence to receive the children alongside Linglong. As they registered the children, a steward reported to her. Yesterday, the Marquis dispatched 2,000 soldiers into the city. They raided over 60 dens of the kidnappers and captured nearly 300 people involved in the human trafficking trade. All have been handed over to the 5-city military command and the 2 county offices of Wanyan and Chang'an for interrogation, in hopes of catching all these villains in one net. I hear His Majesty was furious in court today. He said that in the capital, the realm's most civilized place, there could be so many heinous criminals. Commander Zhao apologized in court, but was still severely reprimanded by His Majesty and had his salary docked for a year. At the same time, he ordered all capital bureaus to cooperate, intensifying this crackdown to ensure all these evildoers are caught. From early this morning, the 2 county offices have also offered rewards for informants. For every hideout of child traffickers discovered, a reward of 5 taels of silver. Linglong sighed. I never knew there were so many criminals. If not for searching for Little Stone, I wouldn't have discovered so many despicable people in the capital. When I see His Majesty and the Empress, I will definitely petition them to sentence these people to death. Linglong said fiercely. Miss, a large crowd has gathered outside the main gate, all here to claim children. Another steward came to report. Good. Linglong turned around. Didn't we decide to make number tags? Send someone to the gate to distribute them. Allow only 2 people per family inside. Admit them in groups of 5, and after they finish, let the next group in. Yes, miss. Yu Jiangshu kept glancing toward the gate, watching the crowd grow larger. Everyone's face was etched with anxiety, some were even weeping softly. The first group of 5 who entered were stunned. They had expected to see their children immediately, but instead they found only 2 people seated at a table. The first group of 5 who entered were stunned. They had expected to see their children immediately, but instead they found only 2 people seated at a table, while the courtyard was enclosed by a blue cloth screen. Sir, where are our children? The entrance cried out, kneeling. Silence, a gruff officer barked. Stand up straight. All the children are behind the screen. We'll start by having them identify you. After a moment, 2 children ran out crying for their parents. The people in the courtyard watched anxiously as the 2 children rushed out. Dad? Mom? My poor child. The 2 families knelt down, embracing the running children in a tearful huddle. All right, those who found their children, come sign, and you may leave, an officer called out. The 2 families, expressing endless gratitude, kowtowed again and came forward to sign their names in the register before you. This was done for further verification. Take good care of your children from now on. Don't let this happen again. Yu Jiangshu. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The other 3 families knelt and begged. Sir, please let us see our children. Let us see them. The officer said. In the first round, the children identify their parents. If you still have hope, wait outside. The next round will be for you to identify the children. Yes, sir. The 3 families left weeping. During the first round of family recognition, about half of the children found their families, which is quite a good ratio. This kept the waiting people outside, eagerly hopeful. Some of the children are still very young and might not even recognize their parents. Most of these children were brought in from last night to this morning. For this group, the officials first counted the parents of the missing children within this age group, then allowed them to come in to recognize their children. This time, they planned to bring out 5 children under 3 years old at a time for the parents to identify, entering through the east gate and exiting through the west gate. This round will be more troublesome. Even if the parents recognize them, the children will not be handed over immediately. Further inquiries will be conducted, such as asking about any distinctive features of the children. As such, another group of families was sent away. Youyou was very patient, sitting there all morning verifying various pieces of information, afraid of making even a single mistake. By noon, they had already filtered through 2 rounds. Youyou rubbed his sore wrists and stood up straight. Alright, it's time for lunch. Linglong came over to call him. Just a little longer. You all go eat first. Youyou felt he could. Linglong smiled. I know you can. But everyone needs to eat and rest. These children also need something to eat. That's true. Youyou smiled. He suddenly felt that he was indeed too inexperienced, taking things for granted. Even if he wasn't hungry, others still needed to eat and rest. So he packed up the documents and went to wash his hands to prepare for lunch. Perhaps after doing so many meaningful things today, Youyou felt a great appetite. We'll check again in the afternoon and send the remaining abducted children back. Our task will be completed. Linglong sighed. But I'm worried that some children will be unclaimed. The ones taken this morning were from families in the capital. It's likely that some children were abducted from the outskirts, making it a bit difficult to find their parents all at once. Linglong nodded. We've thought about this too. If we really can't find them, we'll first send them to the orphanage of the Huimin Bureau, and then issue announcements to the surrounding counties asking families who have lost children to come forward for identification. But I mainly feel that this is just a temporary fix. Linglong still looked troubled this time. We did clear out a group, and the emperor is very angry, insisting that severe punishments be imposed on these people with penalties added threefold. But perhaps in a while this will flare up again. We need to find a way to address the root cause to minimize such incidents. I think we need to increase the penalties for human trafficking. Youyou said if they know the severe consequences of trafficking, they may avoid taking that risk. The topic was a bit heavy, and after discussing it for a while, the two decided to end the conversation. After a moment, Youyou suddenly remembered a question. Why did you run out yesterday? I don't believe you went out just for fun. You're not the type of reckless child. Youyou was taken aback. He thought his older brother would forget about this matter, but unexpectedly he remembered. Seeing that his brother did not scold him excessively, he felt somewhat reassured. But how should he explain? After all, his parents had quarreled to the point of discussing divorce, and admitting it would be somewhat embarrassing. Family scandals should not be made public. He understood this principle. Today, Big Brother has many matters to attend to. I'll explain it to you in detail tonight, when we get back. Youyou sighed. Seeing his brother's expression, Youyou realized that this matter might not be easy to discuss in front of Linglong, and did not press further. Throughout the afternoon, those who came to find their children repeatedly confirmed that none of the remaining children were theirs before leaving with red eyes choking back tears. There were also unpleasant incidents where some could not accept the fact of not finding their children and attempted to take another child away. Youyou naturally could not allow such occurrences. There was some pushing and shoving in between, but it was quickly suppressed by the guards on duty. Hearing their heart-wrenching cries, Youyou also felt pained. It's all the fault of those damn traffickers, he said angrily. By the time the hour of you arrived in the afternoon, it finally came to a close. The remaining children were sent to the Huimin Bureau and they could finally return home. It's all the fault of those damn traffickers, he said angrily. By the time the hour of you arrived in the afternoon, it finally came to a close. The remaining— I'm fine. Youyou felt a bit embarrassed. He was older than Linglong, yet needed her to comfort him. I just wonder how to prevent such incidents from happening in the future. It seems you will be a good official in the future, Linglong said with a smile. I will strive to be. Youyou nodded. After telling Youyou and his wife, the carriage drove directly into the Marquis residence. Youyou and Suhi both felt a lot of emotions. Although they were not very close to this son born of the Li family, they were still fearful for him after yesterday's experience. You can't dare to go out alone anymore. Next time you go out, make sure your father and big brother come with you, Suhi advised. Okay. Youyou obediently agreed. Youyou also gave him some small gifts to calm his nerves, saying she would send him back after dinner. As night fell, Youyou walked his brother back as if he were taking a carriage. Walking along the road, Youyou said in a low voice, go ahead now that no one is around. Youyou knew he could not avoid this. He sighed and said, father and mother often quarrel, and it's quite fierce. Yesterday father even wrote a divorce letter to mother. I was a bit scared, so I wanted to come find you for help, but then. Youyou fell silent. This couple's affairs were something he shouldn't meddle in. Actually, they keep arguing mainly because— Youyou sighed. What? You don't think I should marry one of your cousins, do you? Youyou scoffed. Not at all. Youyou sighed. No cousin is worthy of you, big brother. I mean, why don't you tell my mother that you won't marry any of those cousins? Then she probably won't have any delusions about it in the future. Youyou was a bit surprised. This younger brother surprisingly had some sense, unlikely sure. Alright. Seeing him awkwardly looking down, Youyou smiled and agreed. Thank you, big brother. Youyou was The two slowly walked to the inn. Youyou was waiting at the door gazing as the two approached come in. He stepped aside. Originally, he did not expect Youyou to come in, but unexpectedly he nodded and said it was fine pulling Youyou in with him. Youyou was somewhat surprised, but said nothing. Li Shi smiled obsequiously and invited him to take a seat. Youyou said to Li Shi, I respect you as an elder and have chosen to overlook past grievances. However, I hope you know your limits. My marriage has already been arranged by others. If you wish to avoid earning my deepest resentment and dragging the Li family into my enmity, then refrain from unnecessary meddling. You should understand that given my current standing, there are many willing to deal with certain people on my behalf. I need not act personal. Li Shi stared at Youyou in shock, her lips trembling, a mix of anger and fear churning within her. After speaking, Youyou turned to Youyou and said, Naturally, I wish for you to live well. But if a woman is neither virtuous nor gentle and cannot guide her husband and children, it would be better to part ways to avoid endless trouble. You, what kind of talk is that? Li Shi's hands and heart trembled with rage. I am your stepmother. It matters not. If you persist in your unreasonable ways, you may soon cease to be. Youyou retorted with a cold laugh. You, what kind of talk is that? Li Shi's hands and heart trembled with rage. I am your stepmother. It matters not. If you persist in your From now on, make your own decisions without consulting me. If any issues here could harm your official career, I will address. Li Shi burst into loud sobs. You heartless man. I've been with you for nearly 10 years, and this is how you treat. Enough. He'll go live with you at the Marquis residence. This inn is no longer suitable. Youyou said irritably. Li Shi's wailing ceased instantly, her face dry and composed as if nothing had happened. Having such a mother made Youyou feel utterly disgraced, and he could only sigh inwardly. Youyou escorted his eldest son out, and looking at his dignified and impressive son, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. Rest assured, I will keep her in check. If she truly dares to do anything, I will not permit it. Tomorrow I will take her back to Qinghe first. Had it not been for your aunt He and the others coming, I wouldn't have joined this commotion. In truth, given her current state, divorcing her would not be unjustifiable. But you are at a critical juncture now. You must not give anyone a handle against you. Henceforth, focus solely on your affairs without worrying about me. When you next return to our hometown, we will divide the family property. That will prevent certain people from swaggering about under the title of a provincial scholar's brother-in-law. Youyou had endured the Li family for too long, and now he poured out his grievances to his son. Father, there's no need for this. Youyou sighed. Enough. My mind is made up. Do not dissuade me. Youyou said firmly. They walked in silence for a while before Youyou stopped. Go on in. I want to see you further. Youyou looked up and saw the Marquis residence in sight. Youyou watched his son enter the residence side and turned back. Entering the inn, he said to Li Shi, pack your things today. We return to Qinghe tomorrow. Li Shi exploded at the news. Why return to Qinghe? Soon Shuj will take the palace examination and receive an official post. Shouldn't we accompany him to his post? And do what? Youyou retorted irritably. Cause trouble. How is it causing trouble? Li Shi was displeased. If we're together, the family can look after each other. What's wrong with that? Otherwise, who will take care of Shu? That's not your concern. Youyou snapped coldly. I told you to pack, so pack. I won't. Li Shi threw down her chopsticks, her face cold. Very well, Youyou nodded. Li Shi felt a flicker of joy. She knew that with Youyou, if she stood firm, he would relent. Then take this. From now on, I can no longer control you. Youyou slapped the divorce papers onto the table, his cold gaze sweeping over her. You heartless wretch. Li Shi covered her face and wept. I've been with you all these years. If not for merit, then at least for toil, and you threaten me with divorce. Enough. Do you not know yourself? Youyou sneered. The choice is yours. Either come back with me tomorrow morning, or take this divorce paper and go wherever you please. Fine, I'll go back. Li Shi muttered. But when we came, we had Su He and the others. Going back will cost a lot of silver. We've gained nothing from this whole ordeal and have drained our savings. I don't know why we even came. What did you hope to gain? Youyou couldn't bear to look at this woman any longer. In other families, when a scholar passes the provincial exam, it's after 10 years of hard study. They reap gold and silver overnight. But you two men are hopelessly pedantic. Huh? Youyou laughed bitterly. Don't even think about it. If you ever have such luck, then the heavens have no eyes. Rest assured, if Shire ever passes the exam, I will divorce you first to eliminate future trouble. These words infuriated Li Shi to no end. After a sleepless night, Youyou sought out the innkeeper at dawn, inquiring about merchants heading to southern Anhui, planning to travel back with them. Why so sudden? Youyou asked, puzzled. Youyou was too embarrassed to mention family matters to Aunt Su, merely saying his father found the capital uncomfortable and wished to return to the countryside. I thought he would wait until after your palace examination. Youyou sighed. Sui smiled and said, if he's returning now, then we'll go together. Youyou was startled. Why are you in such a hurry? Sui chuckled. I've been away long enough. I've left 3 men at home. Heaven knows what a mess they've made. They're probably looking like beggars. Zhenyuan also laughed. Mother exaggerates. There are maids and servants at home. It can't be that bad. Sui thought, this is where you child don't understand. Even with them I can't be at ease. Although Li Yong was good, if others harbored such intentions, the barrier between a woman pursuing a man was thin. It was hard to say. With this thought, she could no longer stay. Youyou, seeing her expression, guessed her sister's thoughts. Are you afraid your husband will run away? She laughed heartily. Sui's lips curled upward. Am not afraid at all. I now have a house of shop sons and daughters. What is there to fear? I just don't want to make it easy for those vixens. Even old Li walking down the street gets flirtatious glances. Ha ha ha. Su Youyou laughed heartily. Even Linglong and Zhenjian chuckled softly behind their hands. After the laughter subsided, Su Youyou knew that since her sister had made up her mind, she could not be kept. So be it. Even the longest feast must end. Partings and reunions are but a matter of time. Once grown, each has their own burdens to bear. Since everyone was leaving, Su Youyou naturally could not neglect them. Though Youyou repeatedly declined, she insisted on hosting a farewell feast. Parting today, who knows when we shall meet again. Youyou raised his cup to Feng Lingxiao, speaking with emotion. Feng Lingxiao smiled, and said, "As long as brother Yu has time, the gates of my manor are always open for you." "Thank you, Marquis." Though Youyou said this, he was determined never to return. "There is another matter I wish to ask of you," and Youyou spoke earnestly. Feng Lingxiao exchanged a glance with his wife, and smiled. "Brother Yu, there is no need for such formality. If it is within my power, I will do my utmost." Youyou chuckled. "It is about my son. The child has grown and achieved something now. I am but a poor scholar from the countryside, lacking in insight and vision. I simply hope that when he needs guidance you could show him the way." Feng Lingxiao laughed. Did he need to state this so solemnly? Jiangshu was a good child, and they were willing to help him grow. "Brother Yu, you speak too distantly. This is a matter between my wife and me, no need for your request. Your righteousness, Marquis, I could never repay in this lifetime." Youyou sighed. "Also, I entrust my son's marriage to your care as well. You know I am a man of humble means, unable to afford a proper bride price. If any family appreciates the boy's talent and character and is willing to marry their daughter to him, please keep an eye out, Marquis. As long as the girl is good, I have no objections. Moreover, I will reside permanently in the countryside, not burdening him further." At these words, Yu Jiangshu's face. "Father, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of being unfilial?" Youyou shook his head with a smile. "I would be the first to argue with anyone who says you are unfilial. You have succeeded in your studies, fulfilling the long-cherished wish of our Yu family. Even if our ancestors rose from their graves, who would dare call you unfilial? We can no longer help you. What we can do is lighten your burden. True filial piety is to serve the nation well and become a good official for the people. That is the greatest filial piety to me. Does raising a son mean he must serve you personally? Any maid or servant could do that better." Feng Lingxiao nodded involuntarily. Though Youyou had many flaws, he was quite sensible on important matters. "Brother, you do not worry about this," Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. "Xiaoshu is a fine lad. Many families wish to form an alliance with us. The previous families were merely settling, so my wife declined them. Once the palace examination results are out, there will be plenty of noble ladies. Do not fret over this. Just teach Xiaoshu well, and await your happiness." Youyou also laughed. Xiaoshu's aptitude for learning was somewhat inferior to his elder brother's. He did not expect him to pass the highest imperial exam. Being a scholar or a provincial graduate would suffice. Li listened to their lively conversation, but dared not utter a word. Youyou had warned her that if she spoke a single word, he would send the divorce papers to the official office immediately. Yet watching her husband practically give Yu Jiangshu away, she felt a deep regret. Originally, once Yu Jiangshu received an official post and served for a few years, he could secure her a noble title, allowing her to enjoy the life of a high-ranking official's wife. Now she would have to rely on her younger son. Since Sui was traveling with them, there was no need to seek a merchant caravan. The Marquis steward arranged an escort to take them back to southern Anhui. After the midday banquet at the Marquis residence, Su Youyou, following custom, presented their travel gifts. Apart from fabric, snacks, and various capital city specialties, Su Youyou also gave Youyou 100 silver taels. Naturally, Youyou refused. "It is the custom, just take it," Su Youyou said with a smile. Then she told Li, "Xiaoshu is a good child. Make sure—" "Yes, madam." Back at the inn, Li pulled Youyou aside and said, "Should we sell these fabrics for money? Carrying them all the way is bulky and tiring. Exchanging them for silver would be more practical." Youyou sneered, "Good idea. But when someone sees you off tomorrow and thinks you've left them behind, where will you conjure them up?" "I was just thinking of convenience," Li said, somewhat hurt. "Besides, they are ours to dispose of." Youyou sighed. "I tell you again, in the capital at least try to save me some face." Seeing his impatience, Li busied herself examining the gifts, ignoring him. Soon she grew delighted. After all, it came from a Marquis residence. The gifts were of excellent quality. The silk and satin were finer than the finest she had seen in the county. There were also 2 boxes of the latest style of silk flowers from the capital, which her nieces would surely love. The incense could protect her parents from mosquitoes in summer. As for these fabrics, it would be better to exchange them for money. Back home she could buy twice the amount and give some to her own family. Wouldn't that be nice? She had always said that despite the Yu family's poor foundation, better days would come. Now it seemed her foresight was correct. Lost in thought, Li could not help but laugh out loud. Linglong was also reluctant to see her aunt and Zhenjian return to their hometown. That day she had Zhenjian stay in her room and prepared many gifts for her. Apart from various everyday fabrics, Linglong specially gave her a bolt of bright red cloth. This fabric came from the Zheng family, who supply the palace. It is very rare. Keep it for your wedding dress. Sister, you are so mean, teasing me again. Zhenjian blushed, her cheeks rivaling the red silk in her hands. This is no tease, but is a serious matter. Linglong laughed. When you marry, I may not be able to attend, so I give you this gift in advance. Your family lacks nothing. This is just a token of my affection. Sister, I will miss you. Zhenyuan rested her head on Linglong's shoulder. I will think of you when I return. Me too. Linglong hugged her. I will come back to see you when I have the chance. Meanwhile, Youyou was speaking with He. If I were not tied up here, I would go back with you. Youyou sighed. No, brother-in-law Feng would never let you go. He laughed heartily. If I wanted to leave, could he stop me? Youyou pretended to be fierce. Exactly. Finally leaving. Hearing the commotion in the mansion, Mother Feng couldn't help but complain to Youyou. How could one not? Mother Feng had been feeling out of sorts these days. Whether it was her son or daughter-in-law, they treated her relatives from her hometown much better than their own brothers and uncles, completely disregarding the bonds of kinship. Others might be fine, but just look at that family with the surname Yu. The woman is utterly unremarkable. That youngest son has caused such a ruckus, and I've heard that to save him, they send a cart full of silver from the mansion. What kind of nonsense is this? When she asks for a little help for her two uncles, she's as stingy as a miser. Yet she gives her maternal family cart after cart without a second thought. Let's go take a look and see how much more she's taking back to her family. Mother Feng said, leaning on her cane, not needing the maid's support, and walked briskly. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she saw several horse-drawn carriages parked there, indeed piled high with boxes and crates. Youyou was talking with her sister when she suddenly spotted Mother Feng and was quite surprised. He wiped her eyes and brought the children over to pay their respects to Mother Feng. I should have gone to say goodbye to the old lady, but I thought it was a bit early and was afraid of disturbing her while she was receiving treatment. I didn't expect the old lady to come to see me off. Oh, how could I dare to accept that? Mother Feng nodded. You were living comfortably, why the rush to leave? I've already overstayed my welcome. If I stay any longer, it'll become an unwelcome guest. Relatives should visit often, but one can't just stay without leaving. I want my sister to think of me fondly. When I return, I want her to be happy to see me again. Mother Feng found her words. What does she mean by unwelcome guest? Is she referring to her own brothers and her eldest son? Feeling disgusted, she didn't want to engage with He. He smiled and bowed again. Then we will take our leave, old lady. If there's a chance, I will come back to pay my respects to you again. Youyou and Linglong saw them off at the gate, watching the carriages depart, feeling an unexpected wave of sadness wash over them. The capital and Wan'an are separated by thousands of miles. After this visit, it will be hard to meet again. Youyou couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Mother Feng, however, inopportunely remarked, now that the house is quiet, you can take a break. Youyou glanced at her. My sister and the others are easy to manage, not troublesome at all. With her gone, I actually feel that's no problem. Mother Feng pulled Youyou over. In your leisure time, let Youyou come to keep you company and relieve your boredom. How could I dare to impose? Youyou smiled. Cousin is here to visit, not to chat with me. Alright, now that they're far away, let's go inside. After saying this, she took Linglong's hand and walked into the mansion. Mother Feng glared at her back. Just 10 days after He and the others left, Jiangshu was set to take the imperial examination this year. Emperor Zhou showed great interest in this young man, glancing at him several times. After returning to the palace, he joked with Empress Yi, among this year's candidates there are indeed several talented young men. After saying this, she took Linglong's hand and walked into the mansion. Mother Feng glared at her back. Just 10 days after He and the others left, Jiangshu was set to take the imperial examination this year. Empress Yi laughed, but kept Emperor Zhou's words in mind. After the emperor left, she summoned her close female attendants. Go investigate which of today's candidates for the imperial examination are young and handsome. Yes, your highness. Before long, the female attendant brought back the information Empress Yi wanted, revealing a total of 6 candidates, all under the age of 25. Of course, anyone who made it this far in the examination couldn't possibly be ugly. Even those with unusual looks had been eliminated in the previous rounds. Those who made it to the emperor's presence had at least decent features. Keep an eye on these few. When the examination results are announced, we'll see how they rank. Now the emperor has 3 princesses who have reached marriageable age. Since the emperor has his eye on some young talents, it would be acceptable to select one for the princess. After Yu Jiangshu left the palace, he was taken by other candidates to drink. At this stage, it was merely a matter of the order of ranking. After today, everyone would be Jinsher. Before long, after being appointed, they would all serve in the same court. On the 3rd day after the announcement, Yu Jiangshu ranked 3rd in the top list, commonly known as the flowering candidate. This result truly surprised everyone. Youyou was overjoyed, exclaiming how remarkable it was. Yu Jiangshu, feeling embarrassed, said, "Aunt, you flatter me, it is all thanks to the emperor's favor." Every newly appointed Jinsher must immediately go to the palace to express their gratitude. After thanking the emperor, the top scholar would lead the other Jinsher in parading through the streets, returning later to partake in the Qianglin feast. Empress Yi had already learned of the results. The emperor's interest likely lay in the new flowering candidate Yu Jiangshu. She had someone check, and indeed, he was a remarkable young man. Now the implication was to see which princess the emperor favored for marriage. When Emperor Zhou arrived in the palace, Empress Yi inquired about this matter. Emperor Zhou smiled and said, "I was merely making a suggestion. Although royal princesses need not worry about marriage, such matters should still be based on mutual affection." "I understand, your majesty." Empress Yi replied with a smile. Upon learning that Yu Jiangshu was Youyou's nephew, Empress Yi invited her to sit in the palace for a while. After chatting for a while, Empress Yi began to ask about Yu Jiangshu's situation. In fact, the Ministry of Rites had detailed information. Primarily, it was to gauge Su Youyou's attitude toward the matter. Little Shu is a good child, Su Youyou said with a smile. Although his family is poor, he has been dedicated to his studies, and is kind and just. In this incident of missing children in the capital, he also contributed greatly. Empress Yi had certainly heard about. In this event, the standout was undoubtedly Linglong. A girl capable of instigating such a significant event, nearly capturing all the human trafficking dens in the capital in one go. The emperor's disdain for this issue mirrored his affection for Linglong. He then lamented the ineffectiveness of the 7th and 9th princes who couldn't attract her attention. Empress Yi found this amusing. These two princes had completely lost their chances. She had already hinted that Linglong had no intention of marrying into the royal family. With a mother like Su Youyou who dotes on her children, she would likely find it hard to endure the palace rules. Su Youyou observed Empress Yi, sensing she might have intentions of matchmaking for Yu Jianshu, but was unsure which family's daughter it would be. If it were a daughter from the Yi family, it wouldn't be unacceptable. The Yi family has excellent upbringing and moral standards, and their daughters are all literate and well-mannered. Moreover, since they are related to the current empress, the match would be prestigious, truly a case of 100 families seeking one daughter. If she could marry little Shu, it would indeed be wonderful. Your Majesty, the 6th, 7th, and 8th princesses have come to pay their respects, the close attendant announced. Empress Yi smiled. Let them in. It's also a good chance for them to meet Lady Su. Shortly after, the 3 princesses arrived, gracefully bowing respectfully to Empress Yi. Greetings, Mother Empress. Greetings, Lady Su. Though these 3 were princesses, their mothers were all low-ranking consorts in the palace. Lady Su the Marquise was no ordinary noble wife. She was the emperor's sworn sister before his ascension, a princess without the title of Grand Princess. Not only common princesses like themselves, but even the legitimate princes dared not act recklessly before her. After all, the 7th and 9th princes, though enamored with her daughter, dared not press their suit. When their repeated proposals failed, they began seeking other noble ladies. Yet their mother consort said that a relative's child had merely passed the imperial examination. But the empress told them she intended to choose one among them to marry him. How could this be? Even if they were not favored, they were still true-born princesses of the Zhou kingdom. Were they to be married off to a poor scholar? Their timid mother consorts dared not report this to the empress, so they themselves came to clarify matters with the empress and Lady Su, lest their lifelong happiness be ruined. It's been a while, your highnesses grow more elegant and dignified, Su Youyou said with a smile. The 3 princesses replied, why hasn't Sister Linglong come along? We haven't seen her in ages. Relatives have visited lately, and she's been helping me entertain them, so she couldn't get away. Indeed, the 6th princess said with a laugh. Even we in the palace have heard of Sister Linglong's great deeds. Sister Linglong bravely rescued brother Yu the Jinshi, and along the way saved hundreds of children, helping them find their birth parents. We admire her deeply. If we weren't in the palace, we would have loved to help. Exactly, Sister Linglong is truly remarkable, a paragon among. We sisters often wonder what kind of man could be worthy of such a woman as Sister Linglong, the 7th princess. We sisters often wonder what kind of man could be worthy of such a woman as Sister Linglong, the 7th princess. Fortunately, Feng Lingxiao remained unmarried, so they used her as a pretext to express their own thoughts. These noble ladies were astute, and would surely understand their intent. Knowing the princesses were unwilling, they would naturally reject the empress idea. Though this might offend the empress at worst, they'd be married off to a ne'er-do-well from a noble house. Even the worst scenario was better than marrying a poor scholar, even if he had become the Tanhua. So what if he was a Tanhua? Even if appointed to the Hanlin Academy, had only be a 6th-rank official. It would take at least 30 years for him to rise to minister or grand secretary. Besides, in all dynasties, how many ministers or grand secretaries were once imperial consorts' husbands? Clearly, marrying such a man would lead to a future without promise. No, they would never marry, even if it meant death. They had wept over this matter, hoping their mother consorts would plead with the emperor, but those women were too timid, only crying and urging them to accept. Since they couldn't rely on them, they had to take matters into their own hands. The 3 princesses took turns praising Linglong, while Su Youyou humbly deflected the compliments. The 6th princess signaled to the 8th princess, who caught on and asked cheerfully, what kind of husband does Sister Linglong? We sisters lack experience, so we thought to follow her example. Mother Empress, don't you think we make sense? The 8th princess had just turned 15, so her words were full of youthful innocence. Her speech charmed everyone, making her seem guileless and naive. Empress Yi scolded with a smile. You little minx, have you no shame? Lady Su is right here, and you speak of such things. Anyone else would think I've spoiled you without proper manners. It's all because you are so kind and warm, Mother Empress, that we dare to be so bold, the 6th princess quickly added. You're just trying to sweet-talk me. Empress Yi laughed. But she shifted the topic with interest. Still am curious, Lady Su, what are your thoughts on Linglong? She's 18, really not young anymore. If you have a suitable family in mind, but find it inconvenient to speak, don't worry. The emperor and I can help arrange a match. She then chuckled. Su Youyou had answered this question too many times. No princes, no noble families. What kind of man did Feng Linglong want? Not yet, Su Youyou said with a smile. It must be about fate. A woman should marry someone who makes her heart skip a beat. Linglong is still young, so she can wait a few more years. Even if she never finds the right one, the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion can support her for life. Lady Su, I beg to differ. Empress Yi sighed. As parents, we naturally want our daughters to find someone perfect in every. But in this world, such perfection rarely exists. Such doting will only spoil the child. Often settling for 7 or 8 out of 10 is enough. Indeed. What if Sister Linglong chose a poor scholar, say Scholar Yu the Tanhua? What would you think, Lady Su? The sixth princess quickly posed the question. All three waited anxiously for Su Youyou's answer. Only then did Empress Yi grasp the princess's intent, casting them a reproachful glance. Yet she too wanted to hear Su Youyou's view. Su Youyou smiled gently. Scholar Yu is a child I've watched grow up. His family is indeed poor, but he is upright and ambitious. I like him. If Linglong loves him, and he loves her, I would not oppose it. But his family is very poor. Are you really not concerned? The eighth princess asked in surprise. That's truly not an issue, Su Youyou said with a smile. It's just a matter of money, and that's the easiest to solve. First of all, Linglong herself has no lack of means to earn money, so that's not a concern. As for his family's poverty, it's just a matter of spending a bit more silver. What kind of insurmountable obstacle is that? As long as they love each other, Feng Lingxiao, and I will never oppose it. We will happily send her off in marriage. Empress Yi and the three princesses were utterly astonished, never expecting Su Youyou to respond in such a manner. The princesses bit their lips lightly, their hearts a tumultuous mix of emotions. Empress Yi and the three princesses were utterly astonished, never expecting Su Youyou to respond in such a manner. The princesses bit their lips lightly, their hearts a tumultuous mix of. The sixth princess, with a twinkle in her eye, smiled, and said, Lady Su is indeed perceptive. Yet it is easy to obtain a priceless treasure, but hard to find a devoted lover. Where can one encounter such a person? To see into a person's heart is no easy task. Such words were hardly appropriate for a princess to utter. Empress Yi felt a surge of anger, wondering if her usual leniency had emboldened them to speak so recklessly before. Thus people must understand a person through their family background, and such the sixth princess said with a smile. Su Youyou nodded involuntarily. Your Highness speaks truly. That is why the world values the concept of matching families. It holds a certain logic. Foreseeing a person clearly cannot be achieved in a short time. So filtering by family background, wealth and knowledge is at least simple and direct. Your Highness' insight born of careful thought is commendable. The sixth princess lowered her head and chuckled. Since Lady Su had spoken thus, even if she refused, she believed she would be understood. And what is your Highness' intention? Su Youyou asked, seeing the prince's keen interest in the topic. Me. The sixth princess was taken aback by the sudden question. Empress Yi smiled, and said the marriage of young children should always be decided by their parents and elders. They are still young. How could they know what is good or bad? The three princesses felt disheartened. After all this talk, it seemed the Empress would not change her mind. Seeing the matter seemed beyond remedy, they sighed, rose to bow, and departed from Cunning Palace. I must have embarrassed you, Empress Yi sighed. It is my fault for spoiling them, leaving them without manners to discuss such matters with adults. I find nothing wrong with it, Su Youyou. After all, it concerns their lifelong happiness. It is necessary to ask the children's thoughts, for they will live their own lives. Very well, Empress Yi agreed, outwardly though inwardly she disagreed. She could not embrace Su Youyou's way of thinking. Whether in the palace or among noble families, rules must be observed. Otherwise, with a multitude of legitimate and illegitimate children, considering everyone's wishes would leave no time for anything else. Among the hundreds of noble families in the capital, who else had as simple a household as the Zhenyuan Marquis? Su Youyou could arrange things as she pleased, but other matriarchs were not so fortunate. She had wanted to find them a talented and handsome husband. But if they were unwilling, she would bear their resentment, and if they failed, she had intended to discuss Yu Jiangshu with Su Youyou, but seeing the princess's displeasure, she hesitated. She had wanted to find them a talented and handsome husband. But if they were unwilling, she would bear their resentment, and if they failed to get along with Scholar Yu, word might reach Lady Su, offending her as well. And then His Majesty would blame her. A thankless task. Better to leave such troublesome matters alone. Empress Yi sighed. After seeing Su Youyou off, she resolved to confess to His Majesty and drop the matter. Soon after Su Youyou left, Emperor Zhou entered. Without delay, Empress Yi laid out the matter plainly. Emperor Zhou frowned. I thought the young Tanhua Yu was handsome and talented and would appeal to young girls. Since they are unwilling, let it be. His paternal care was not appreciated. Very well, he would let fate take its course. It had been but a whim. Empress Yi sighed. If they did not like scholars, they would choose from noble families. Consorts Li Liang and Beauty Gu had modest ambitions, and suitable matches would suffice. In truth, it was a pity that Lady Zu's sons were still young, or her family would have been the ideal choice. Su Youyou was easy to deal with, and her household was peaceful. Feng Lingxiao had no concubines or maids. When criticized for being too strict with her husband, she declared that not only Feng Lingxiao, but also Linglong and her two sons would never take concubines. Without such a mindset, one need not think of forming a marriage. Criticized for being too strict with her husband, she declared that not only Feng Lingxiao, but also many noble women interested in Feng Linglong abandoned their plans. The Feng family status was high, so suitors must be legitimate sons or heirs. If Feng Linglong proved barren or bore no sons, would they let their sons remain heirless? Every family in the city, now those still interested in Linglong, were families with younger legitimate sons. Fortunately, Su Youyou was not particular. Other families would never marry their eldest legitimate daughter to a non-eldest son. But even those families seemed unlikely to succeed. The Yi family had once entertained such thoughts, but found it hard to meet Lady Zu's standards. However, the two Feng boys might be worth considering. Thinking of her own nephews and nieces, Empress Yi's mind wandered. What are you thinking about so absorbed? Emperor Zhou teased. Nothing, Empress Yi replied with a smile. I was wondering what kind of man could match Miss Feng Linglong. When I spoke with Lady Su, she showed no anxiety at all. I would not be so carefree. An 18-year-old maiden. She sighed with a smile. Emperor Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I worry about her in my idle moments. 7th and 9th princes are not lacking, yet she has not given her consent. He regretted not becoming Su Youyou's. Your Majesty regrets it, and so do I, Empress, he said with a smile. Linglong is such a fine girl, gracious, and even standing among the princesses, she would be indistinguishable. But time flies, beauty fades. Your Majesty, please advise Marquis Feng. How can this delay continue? Emperor Zhou nodded. I will speak with Minister Feng about this matter. The 3 princesses each harbored their own thoughts, but Yu Jiangshu was not to their liking. However, Empress, he knew that this man had caught the Emperor's eye, and as long as he achieved even a modicum of success, he would swiftly rise through the ranks. This was an opportune moment to consider the younger ladies of the family. With this in mind, when the Yi family came to pay their respects at the palace, Empress Yi subtly broached the subject. Tianhua Yu is someone His Majesty holds in high regard. As the matriarch of the top-ranking noble Yi family and the lady of the house Madame Yi and the eldest daughter-in-law naturally grasped the implication. In our family, perhaps the 5th young lady would be suitable. Madame Yi inquired of her daughter-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law nodded. The 5th young lady is 16 this year. Several matches were proposed, but she wasn't keen, so it's been delayed until now. Then her true destiny hasn't arrived yet. Madame Yi chuckled. This man Her Majesty mentioned isn't bad. Our Yi family rose through military ranks, but now that the dynasty is established, civil officials will become increasingly valued. Having a high-ranking son-in-law would benefit the entire clan. Go back and tell Dalong to look into Tianhua Yi's background to see if he's truly as good as Her Majesty says. Our 5th young lady is a legitimate daughter. Though she'd be marrying beneath her station, the match can't be too inferior. Yes, mother, I understand, the eldest daughter-in-law replied. The 5th young lady was actually the 2nd legitimate daughter of the Yi family's 2nd branch, not her own child. Whatever match the matriarch chose for her, she would simply go along with it. Upon returning home, she informed the Duke of Yi. The Duke nodded. Her Majesty's idea is sound. They'll have someone make inquiries immediately. The Duke's mansion acted swiftly, and soon Yu Jiangshu's dossier was on the Duke's desk. He seems decent enough. After reviewing it, he went to consult with his younger brother. The 2nd Master of Yi was also a military officer, a 2nd-rank Martial Manifest General, without a title. After all, being the Empress maternal clan, having 2 titles would be too conspicuous, so the Yi family had firmly declined the Emperor's bestowal. The 2nd Master frowned. Brother, is this suitable? Our girls, though not raised wielding swords and spears, are still rather... We never hired proper tutors for them when they were young. They know nothing of scholarly pursuits. If something goes wrong, I fear Shaner might break that young man's bones. The 2nd Master voiced his concern. Second brother, why not visit Feng Lingxiao and meet the young man, first to get a sense of him before deciding, suggest. The 2nd Master nodded. That's fine too. Since he's staying at the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion, they must be close. They'll first hear what Feng has to say. Though Feng Lingxiao's title was lower than that of the Duke's mansion, he held considerable weight in Emperor Zhou's heart. The brothers were well aware of this. Once he had been quite sincere about forming a marital alliance with the Feng family. But the Fengs insisted on letting their daughter choose her own husband, and since their heir was far too old for her, the matter naturally fell through. The other sons were unworthy, even he found them lacking, so the Fengs naturally looked down on them, and the matter was dropped. The 2nd Master was also a decisive man. One day after the morning court, he grabbed Feng Lingxiao and said with a grin, Brother Feng, it's been ages since we shared a drink. Let me be the host today. We'll find a place to sit and chat. What do you say? Excellent. Feng Lingxiao agreed with a smile. But how can I let you, my elder brother, pay? Ill treat. Let's go to the Feng Ruxa Tavern. It's my own place. The food is clean, and importantly, they have pear blossom white. Ha ha, see you at Feng Ruxa then. The 2nd Master laughed heartily as he walked away. The Golden Water Bridge was a bit narrow, and their conversation was blocking the way for those behind them. Several old officials had already shot them displeased looks. Brother Feng, I truly envy you. You must get to drink the finest pear blossom white. The 2nd Master said, holding the wine pot with a smile. Not at all. It's the same as what's sold outside. Feng Lingxiao laughed. Brother, you knows my wife doesn't like me drinking. Oh ho 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 ho. The 2nd Master chuckled. After a few rounds of wine, he steered the conversation toward Yu Jiangshu. After a couple of exchanges, Feng Lingxiao understood. So the Yi family was interested in Yu Jiangshu as a son-in-law. Excellent. Feng Lingxiao then sang Yu Jiangshu's praises, adding, in the past, conquering the realm required roughnecks like us. Now to govern the realm, we need scholars like him. Brother, yes, thinking is spot on, and I fully support it. The 2nd Master chuckled. If that's the case, why not betroth your Linglong to him? Ah, you know my wife's temperament. The children's marriages must be decided by themselves, we parents cannot interfere. Feng Lingxiao shook his head with a light laugh, though he couldn't quite understand it since his wife insisted he wouldn't oppose her. Still in his heart, he felt something was amiss. After all, no other family in the capital did things this way. It always made him feel somewhat out of place among his peers. Especially when he heard of someone else's son marrying or daughter being wed, his heart would flutter. Linglong was 18, not young anymore. If she didn't marry soon, she'd become an old maid. But his wife said that as long as Linglong hadn't made her choice, the adults couldn't interfere. Even if she chose never to marry it. Is that so? The 2nd Master said with a smile. Sister-in-law always has unique ideas, but she must have her reasons. After all, what parent doesn't want what's best for their child? Indeed. Feng Lingxiao nodded. So brother Yi, did you come specifically today to ask about Tanhua Langyu? The second master sighed yes. When children grow up you can't help but worry about such matters. Since Linglong isn't interested in Tanhua Langyu, I have an impertinent request. Could sister-in-law help arrange a match? The second master proposed with a smile. Feng Lingxiao naturally agreed. The Yi family was already the foremost household in the realm, an alliance with them would be an excellent marriage for Yu Jiangshu. That evening after leaving his post he eagerly told Su Youyou about it. Seeing his enthusiasm, Su Youyou couldn't help. Look how excited you are. It's not like you're finding a wife for your own son. Feng Lingxiao laughed. Xiao Shu is a good lad. Of course I want him to find a fine woman to share his life with. Just like me and you, my lady, wouldn't you agree? Su Youyou's cheeks flushed. You. Where did you learn to be so glib? Really? Maybe I didn't wipe my mouth after the noon feast. Feng Lingxiao teased, leaning in. Would my lady like to away with you? An old married couple like us, have you no shame? Su Youyou pushed him away bashfully, turning her head and giggling softly. The Yi family. Linglong laughed. That sounds good. Su Youyou nodded with a smile. Your father told me, and I think it's a good match too. Leaving aside the Yi family's background and status, at the very least, all the members of the Yi family are straightforward and generous. The Yi daughters are also cheerful and lively, making them easy to get along with. I think so too. Linglong pursed her lips. Then mother, should you talk to Xiao Shu about it? Yes, talk to him. Su Youyou said. Even if we think it's good, Xiao Shu has to agree too, right? By the way, I've been so preoccupied with these matters lately that I've forgotten to ask about your own situation. You have no idea? Almost every time I meet the matriarchs and ladies of other families, they ask about you. I also want to know what are your true thoughts. Su Youyou leaned forward and asked. Although I think you're still quite young, and waiting a year or two is fine, you must also consider this: the suitable and good families we have our eyes on are also being watched by others. In the saying, the early bird catches the worm, good young men are not endless. If you find someone suitable, you must invest some thought in advance. Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Mother, are you getting anxious, afraid you'll never get married? Su Youyou sighed. Even if you never marry, can't your father and I support you? But if possible, I hope you can find someone to spend your life with. A person's life is truly short. Oh, a few decades pass in the blink of an eye. Yet sometimes gazing at the blur of spring grass or listening to the autumn rain tapping at the window, one feels terribly lonely. Su Youyou knew that Linglong probably couldn't understand what she meant. There are some things you simply cannot grasp without experiencing them, no matter how intelligent you are. If you have a kindred spirit by your side, those scenes become nothing but beautiful landscapes in your life. After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. When had she become so sentimental? The words sounded too cheesy, even she found them hard to stomach. Enough. Su Youyou decided to end the conversation. After all, the final decision rested with Linglong, who she could only offer her opinion. Back in her day, hadn't she also hesitated for years before agreeing to marry Feng Lingxiao? Perhaps one feels the urge to marry when the time comes. She chuckled to herself for a moment, then sent for Yu Jiangshu. Greetings, aunt. Sit. Forget these formalities in the future, there's no need to be so distant. Su Youyou said. Propriety cannot be abandoned. Yu Jiangshu insisted. I called you here today to discuss something with you, Su Youyou said, gesturing for him to sit. The maid served tea, and then withdrew. Aunt, please speak your mind. Yu Jiangshu said with a smile, noticing her slight hesitation. Very well, I'll be direct. Su Youyou got straight to the point. Today the Yi family, that is the Yi family of the Duke of Chenan's mansion, she explained in case he was unsure. Their second branch is the general of military might. They are interested in a marriage alliance with you. I want to hear your thoughts. Rest assured your feelings are what matter most. Our relationship with the Yi family is merely that of colleagues. There's no special bond. Don't feel pressured just because your uncle and I have brought this up. Su Youyou explained the matter, thoroughly fearing he might have reservations. Although the second branch of the Yi family doesn't hold the ducal title, the second master of the Yi family is a full sibling of the Empress Dowager and the Duke of Yi, and they share a close bond. How to describe the Yi girl? She's not exactly a beauty, but her temperament is open and generous, making her easy to get along with. Weigh the other factors yourself. If you think it's feasible, it'll help you finalize the matter. What do you say? Su Youyou looked at him with a smile. Yu Jiangshu knew that at this point there was probably little room for him to back out. Previously, Aunt Su had turned down several marriage proposals for him, genuinely believing those families offered no benefit. But the Yi family's conditions seemed so favorable that even Aunt Su appeared reluctant to let the opportunity slip. Indeed, the Yi family was one of the top families in the kingdom. Becoming their son-in-law could save him 20 years of struggle. Aunt, may I have some time to consider? His mind was in turmoil, he didn't know what to do. Su Youyou said with a smile. Of course you need to think it over yourself. It's a major decision. Take your time. Yu Jiangshu thanked her and took his leave. As he came out, he saw Linglong standing in the corridor looking at him with a grin. Did my mother tell you? Yu Jiangshu nodded. So what do you think? Linglong asked curiously. I don't know. Yu Jiangshu felt a bit disheartened. He could never quite express his feelings to Linglong. Tell me what you're thinking, and I'll help you sort it out. Linglong said with great enthusiasm. We're friends after all. This is so important, won't you tell me about it? Seeing her radiant smile and cheerful demeanor, Yu Jiangshu could only force a bitter smile. To her, his troubles seemed like an amusing game. All right, he agreed. Great, let's find a spot in the garden to talk. Linglong laughed. Okay. It was early summer now. The spring flowers in the garden had withered, and the new leaves were lush, full of vibrant life. They sat down in the pavilion. Linglong said with a smile, let's talk here. Yu Jiangshu knew that if he didn't speak now he might never have a chance with Linglong. I don't know how to put it. Yu Jiangshu sighed. But come to think of it, you're the same age as me. Have you never thought about your own future? Don't you have any vision at all for your future husband? After saying this his face flushed crimson and he lowered his head. Linglong laughed. Is this a classic besiege way to rescue Zhao tactic, deflecting my question by asking one of your own? Yu Jiangshu quickly waved his hands. No, you don't have to answer if you don't wanna. Don't be mad. Why would I be mad? Linglong said openly. This kind of thing can be discussed openly. You're asking about me. I really haven't decided yet. The main issue is that I see all the young men in the city as brothers. How could I possibly think of marrying them? The thought of bowing and exchanging vows with them just feels so awkward. You see, I played too wildly with them when I was young. I've beaten quite a few of them until they cried and their mothers would come to complain. It's fine to interact with them casually, but the thought of spending every day and night with them. Ugh, Linglong shuddered. It gives me goosebumps. Hearing this, even Yu Jiangshu couldn't help but laugh. So these people are too familiar. Have you considered someone from outside? He asked timidly. Outside. Linglong was taken aback. Indeed. Yu Jiangshu's face flushed crimson. There might be no suitable match in the capital, but someone from outside could be worthwhile. Have you never considered it? This I have truly never pondered. Linglong was taken aback, then broke into laughter. Besides, I've never had the chance to meet anyone from beyond. Her clear, melodious laughter echoed far through the tranquil garden. Youyou, approaching from a distance, furrowed her brow and craned her neck to look. There sat Linglong with a man in the pavilion laughing with unrestrained merriment. Her heart jolted, and she quickly retreated behind a rock. Upon closer inspection, was that man not the Tanhua Lang? Her heart pounded wildly, and it took a long while to calm. In broad daylight for them to be so openly together here. Word of this would not sound well. Pressing a hand to her chest, she drew a deep breath, and quietly withdrew from the garden, making her way towards Shokan Court. Seeing her flustered entrance, Feng Mu asked in surprise, "Didn't you just go for a stroll in the garden? Why are you back so?" Youyou hesitated. "I felt a bit unwell, so I returned." But Feng Mu, seasoned and shrewd, was not so easily deceived by such an excuse. "Speak. What happened? Can you not tell me? Has someone in the household treated you poorly?" No. Youyou quickly shook her head. Yet if she remained silent, she felt it would be a disservice to her aunt. "And I saw something in the garden just now, but am unsure if I should mention it." She spoke with great hesitation. "If it's worth saying, then say it. What's between us that you can't share?" Feng Mu was. Youyou leaned in and lowered her voice. "When I went to the garden, I saw our niece Linglong speaking with that Tanhua scholar Yu in the garden." "What?" Feng Mu's brows shot up instantly. What does she mean by this? I knew there was no good intent in her keeping that man in the mansion. Turning down a fine prince and instead setting her sights on a mere scholar. A scholar he may be, but even as a Tanhua, can he compare to royal nobility? I think she's lost her mind. What infuriates me is that Shower only listens to her. Feng Mu was livid. I too felt it improper, which is why I came to tell you, aunt. Youyou said softly. With Linglong's excellent family background and talents, it would be a pity for her to marry a poor young man like that. Even I feel sorry for her. Alas, you see it so clearly, but that woman is stubbornly blind. She thinks her own family are all good people, and that we mean her harm. She refuses to listen to a single word I say. But on this matter, I will not let her have her way. Feng Mu declared. Send word immediately. Tell the Marquis to come see me, she barked angrily. And actually Tanhua scholar Yu is quite a fine young man, I think. Youyou spoke softly, yet her words were designed to fan the flames. Don't even think about it. Feng Mu roared. I'm not dead yet, and they won't have their way while I'm here. As soon as Feng Lingxiao entered the mansion, the steward conveyed the matriarch's summons. He immediately changed direction and headed for Shokan Courtyard. Upon entering, he saw that besides his mother, his elder brother, third brother, and their wives were all present. Oh, everyone's here today. Feng Lingxiao laughed as he entered. Stop grinning. Feng Mu said crossly. I have something serious to discuss with you. Sit down. What's so serious? Is it about the nephews? In a few days the 3-month period will be up, and they can return. There have been some changes, you might be pleased. Feng Lingxiao smiled. Though he wasn't particularly fond of those two nephews, and the cousin-nephew, they were still family, and he would be gratified if they improved. Let's set that aside for now. Feng Mu said darkly. Did you know your good wife wants to betroth Linglong to Tanhua scholar Yu? Is that so? Feng Lingxiao was startled. I haven't heard anything about it. You, Feng Mu said with exasperation. You meddle in nothing all day, letting her do as she pleases. You neglect your own relatives, yet shower care on an outsider from the same hometown. Look how you sent off your sister-in-law last time. As if you were giving away half the Marquis estate. Feng Mu had long wanted to say this, but never found the chance. Now she could finally vent. That's fine, she sighed deeply. It's your household after all. Do as you wish. This old woman can't control it. But Linglong's marriage, I will never allow you to act recklessly and ruin that good child. Mother, where did you hear this? Feng Lingxiao smiled faintly. If there were such a matter, Youyou would naturally discuss it with me. Since she hasn't mentioned it, it must not be true. Don't speak so confidently. Feng Mu sneered. Even an ignorant old woman like me knows the saying, pretend to advance along one path, while secretly going another. A lampstand 10 feet high can't light its own base. Be careful yourself. Someone saw them today in the garden laughing and talking openly without any discretion. What is this? If you don't intervene, that son-in-law will be stepping through the door. Alright, I understand. Feng Lingxiao nodded. Feng the elder sighed. Second brother, don't think we're being meddlesome. You've worked hard to get where you are. Build good relations and secure powerful in-laws. Only then can your wealth and status endure. That Tanhua scholar you seems capable, but he's absolutely unworthy of our niece Linglong. Think carefully. Exactly. A daughter should marry into a higher station. Du Deseo chimed in with a smile. Anyway, tell your wife this. I will never agree to this match. If she has such ideas, she'd better abandon them now, Feng Mu declared fiercely. Unless you truly wish to be an unfilial son, then I can't control you anymore. With that, she turned her face away. Second brother, just agree to mother. She only wants what's best for you, the third brother urged. I said I already understand. Feng Lingxiao was growing impatient. He didn't even know the full situation yet. What he needed now was to clarify matters, not jump to conclusions. Stay for dinner, Feng Mu said flatly as the maids set the table. No, Feng Lingxiao stood up. They'll go back and find out what's really going on. You've all made me uneasy with your talk. Alright then, go quickly, everyone said. Frowning, Feng Lingxiao walked into the inner courtyard. Youyou looked up. Oh, what's wrong today? Something unpleasant. Feng Lingxiao shook his head with a smile. Nothing. I just came from mother's place. Did the old lady have any instructions? Need anything? They'll have them sent over, Youyou offered. That's not it, he said. Oh, Youyou did not press further. Since Feng Lingxiao took the initiative to mention it, he would naturally tell her. Feng Lingxiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Today someone saw Linglong talking with Xiaoshu in the garden, and mother was very angry when she found out. You know that mother does not wish for Linglong to marry Xiaoshu. Youyou chuckled. Linglong said she saw her from a distance, hiding behind the rocks and trees, then hurriedly leaving. It seemed she indeed saw Linglong and the others. Youyou added, actually I know about this, it is just the matter of the Yi family. It seems that Linglong is concerned about Xiaoshu and wants to inform him about the situation of the Yi family's daughter. Youyou remarked, as long as Xiaoshu has this intention, I think it can be arranged. What do you think? She asked Feng Lingxiao with a smile. Feng Lingxiao nodded. Indeed. Sometimes if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. If the children have no objections, then let's get started. Youyou laughed. After all, the Yi family is a prestigious family. Even though this is the second branch, we cannot appear too unrefined. Zayash's parents are not here, so I will need to help prepare some betrothal gifts if you don't mind. Youyou said. Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really underestimate me. All the expenses in this house are covered by your money. You can spend it however you like, and yet you still discuss this with me. He laughed heartily. Who told you that Feng Yi is the head of the family? No, in our family the wife is the true head of the household. Feng Lingxiao said with a smile. All the expenses in this house are covered by your money. You can spend it however you like, and yet you still discuss this with me. He laughed heartily. Who told you that? Youyou nodded. Alright, I will take care of it myself. After confirming this matter with Yu Jiangshu fell silent for a moment, and then said solemnly, let Aunt make the decision. Since your father is not in the capital, I will take the lead on this matter. Although this opportunity is rare, it mainly depends. How about this? I will have Linglong invite Miss Youyou over for you to meet privately. Yu Jiangshu asked uncertainly, is this appropriate? Naturally it's not appropriate. Youyou laughed. However, this is unavoidable. I will ensure Linglong makes it clear to Miss Wu, and then we will see her opinion. If she agrees, then meeting openly will certainly be better than a blind marriage. Yu Jiangshu felt touched, bowing deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Since the strategy was set, they would proceed accordingly. After all, Yu Jiangshu had already passed the palace examination and was appointed to the Hanlin Academy, taking advantage of his leave to settle his lifelong affairs, a perfect solution. Linglong sent an invitation to Miss Yi Wu to come to the residence for a meeting. Although Miss Yi Wu was 2 years younger than Linglong, they frequently interacted as daughters of military families. Sister Linglong. As soon as Miss Yi Wu entered the second gate, she saw Linglong waiting for her on the steps. You've come? Let's go inside to talk. Linglong stepped forward and took her hand. Miss Yi Wu smiled and said, I should first greet the old lady, and that's fine. Linglong led her to Shokong courtyard. When Feng Mu saw Linglong bring in a round-faced sturdy girl, she was taken aback. Whose child is this? Linglong smiled and replied, this is the 5th miss of the Qinjian Gongfu Yiwani. Wani pays her respects to the old lady. Yiwani smiled and performed a courtesy. A daughter of the Duke Ye's family, isn't she a niece of Her Majesty the Empress? Feng Mu exclaimed in surprise. What grandmother said is correct. Feng Mu immediately became interested. So she is a young lady of the Duke's family. How old is she this year? What does she usually do? Yiwani had originally come to pay her respects and was about to go with Linglong to converse, but unexpectedly got caught up in the old lady's continuous questions. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, she quickly cast a pleading glance at Linglong. Linglong hurriedly said, Grandmother, 5th sister is here to deliver a message from the Gongfu to my mother. She still needs to see my mother, so she wants to stay to talk with you. Well then. Feng Mu's smile faded. Then you may go. Once the two left, she immediately turned to the 2 daughters-in-law and said, does this Miss Yi not have a betrothal yet? Otherwise, judging by her age, she is about the same as Chier and Liner. The eldest daughter-in-law and the 3rd daughter-in-law laughed. Heir is 20 this year, and Liner is 19. Oh, it is time for them to get married. But this has been dragging on without progress, and it seems you still cannot hold a great-grandson in your arms now. The two sighed. It's a pity that this is the young lady of the Duke's family. The family background is a bit high, otherwise I would have suggested it for Heir and Liner. Feng Mu sighed. The eldest daughter-in-law laughed. Mother, this fifth miss is indeed a young lady of the Duke's family, but she is not the daughter of Duke Yi. Oh, she is his niece. Feng Mu sighed. The eldest daughter-in-law laughed. Mother, this fifth miss is indeed a young lady of the Duke's family, but she is not the daughter of Duke Yi. Oh, she is his niece. I thought their marriage would be somewhat challenging, but little did I expect it to be waiting here. The two sisters-in-law were overjoyed and quickly replied, if the second daughter-in-law is not around, we should go over and talk to her. If we can really get engaged to the young lady of the Duke's family, it would be an extraordinary honor. Mother is truly thinking of us. Now Heir and Liner, the second brother, has said they are doing well in the army. In a few years they will also be officers, so it wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Yi family's daughter. The eldest daughter-in-law said with a smile. Feng Mu nodded. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, Youyou had met Youyou and was taken to the garden by Linglong. To speak frankly, has your family mentioned anything about your marriage? Linglong asked directly. Despite Youyou's cheerful disposition, she felt a bit overwhelmed, blushing and nodding her head. They have mentioned it. That's good. Linglong smiled and said, the person they mentioned to you is this year's top scholar. I believe you know that the top scholar lives in my family. I invited you over today to see if you would like to take a sneak peek at him. Youyou had come to the Feng residence, and she indeed had. However, revealing her feelings to Linglong was too embarrassing. This is not appropriate. Youyou still hesitated. Linglong smiled and said, just hide while I will call someone over for you to take a look. If you fancy him, I will find a way for you to talk and get to know each other. How does that sound? Since Youyou said that it meant she agreed, Linglong told her maid, go to the outer courtyard and see if young Master Yu is there. If he is, invite him for a walk in the garden. Youyou, though naturally outgoing, felt a bit shy about such matters, yet also harbored some anticipation. After a while the maid returned, but there was no sign of Yu Jianshu. Young Master Yu had business today and is not at the residence. I see. Linglong felt quite disappointed. Youyou breathed a sigh of relief, though a trace of subtle disappointment lingered. Next time when he is home, I will invite you over again, Linglong said with a smile. Youyou's cheeks flushed. I came just to see you, sister. Whether he is here or not, what does it matter? Linglong initially wanted to keep Youyou for a meal, but she said she hadn't informed her family and couldn't stay out long. After chatting for a while, she took her leave. After seeing her off, Linglong turned and walked toward her mother's courtyard. Before entering the house, she saw Heir, her grandmother's maid, waiting in the courtyard. Greetings, first miss. Heir stepped forward to bow. No need for formalities, Linglong said with a smile. By now Heir was 30 years old, at the age when one should be addressed as a matron. Her mother had assigned 2 new maids to her grandmother, but she didn't like them and insisted on being served by Heir. It was truly hard on her. She had served her grandmother since the age of 15, now over a decade, and had only married a few years ago, still without children. Her mother, pitying her hard work, added an extra tael of silver to her allowance, matching the monthly salary of a regular. This made Heir deeply grateful, and she often willingly came to share news. Why has grandmother come? Linglong asked in surprise. Heir lowered her voice. Not only the old lady, but the young miss from the maternal side is also here. Oh, then I'll go in and see, Linglong said with a nod and a smile as she entered. Upon entering, she saw Mother Feng with a grim, furious face, while her aunt was softly trying to console her. Seeing Linglong come in, Youyou smiled and asked, has fifth miss Yu left? Why didn't you keep her for a simple meal? Linglong replied with a smile. She said she had matters at home and couldn't stay long. I've already invited her to come again another day. Then she greeted Mother Feng. Mother Feng said harshly, good. It's a wonder I'm not driven to death by anger. With that she stood up and, leaning on Gu Yuzin's hand, walked out. After they left, Linglong asked quietly, what are they up to now? Youyou couldn't help but laugh. I don't know who stirred up the old lady again, saying that fifth Miss Yi is the niece of the Duke's mansion and your 2 cousins are nephews of the Marquis mansion. A perfect match in family status. She wanted me to mediate to have one of those 2 brothers marry fifth Miss. Linglong, who had managed the household and external affairs for 2 years and seen much, was still stunned, speechless. After a moment she laughed and said, what is this talk? Even without the connection to the Duke's mansion, Youyou's father is a high-ranking second-rank official. How could they be considered so ordinary? Exactly. That's what I explained, but the old lady got angry again. She said I was just being lazy and didn't care about my nephews and nieces at all. With such a good family, couldn't I at least try to secure it? I really can't with her. She always gets these whims out of nowhere. If we truly talk about matching family status, even Xiaoshu falls short by no small margin. It's only because they value Xiaoshu's talents that they are willing to form this marriage. As for these 2 brothers, I'm not one to speak ill as their aunt, but what do they have to offer that could catch anyone's eye? Youyou laughed in exasperation. This old lady truly took the notion that one's own children are the best to its extreme. In her eyes, her grandsons and nephews were worthy of even a princess. Naturally, this offended the old lady, leading to another round of reprimands. When Linglong entered, the matter had just come to a temporary halt. Mother, don't worry about this. Even if grandmother brings it up to father, there's no way he Naturally, this offended the old lady, leading to another round of reprimands. When Linglong entered, the matter had just come to a temporary halt. Mother, don't worry about this. Even if grandmother brings it up to father, there's no way he would agree. It's pure wishful thinking, Linglong advised. I know their ways well enough, I'm used to it by now. So Youyou said with a... When Feng Lingxiao returned, he naturally faced a barrage from the old lady. After hearing her story, he was amused. Mother, I suggest you save yourself the trouble. What kind of family is the Yi family? How could they possibly fancy them? Mother Feng flared up. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on your elder brother and third brother that much? Fine if you despise us, so well, just leave. She thought that with these words Feng Lingxiao would quickly apologize and relent taking on the matter. But Feng Lingxiao said calmly, if mother wishes to return, I will arrange it. To be honest, in my opinion, it would be best for the two nephews to find suitable matches in Huaizhou. The capital is vast, but families of high status won't agree. Those of lower status you won't be satisfied with. It's hard to succeed, and if we delay too long, the boys will grow older, making it even harder. At this, Mother Feng was so furious, she banged her cane on the floor. Fine, so you truly look down on us. Very well, I'll leave now, so as not to offend you and your wife. With that, she turned away, wiping her tears. Feng Lingxiao sighed. I say this for the good of the two nephews. Do you think the Yi family is easy? If I dare to propose such a thing, they'd drive me out with a broom. And then Ruoqi and Wolin won't be able to stay in the capital either. Rather than have the Yi family drive them out, it's better for me to send you back early to avoid not only failure, but also ruining their reputations. Mother Feng's tears stopped in fright. You're making this up, aren't you? How could it be like this? You just don't want to help, so you've made up this story to scare us. Feng Lingxiao said helplessly, why would I scare you? Do you think these great families are pushovers to be trampled on by anyone? If that were the case, these powerful clans would have been devoured long ago. Families that have lasted for generations are not. If anyone dares to harbor ill intentions toward them, what do you think their retainers, secret guards, and death warriors are for? Just for show. Those two brothers, what qualifications do they have to match a Yi family daughter? If the Yi family sees this as a deliberate insult, what do you think they'll do? Feng Lingxiao asked coldly in return. Mother Feng was finally afraid and dared not speak another word. What should we do then? Feng's mother asked timidly. What should we do? Feng Lingxiao sneered. Just pretend you never had this thought. Even if we've done nothing, others can't do anything to you. But if they find out you have such intentions, see if they don't strike at your very foundation. Intimidated by Feng Lingxiao's words, Feng's mother quickly nodded. I won't mention it again, never again. She had been dazzled by the Yi family's wealth, thinking only of benefits for her grandson, not of inviting disaster. Earlier, she had been blinded by the Yi family's riches and conceived this foolish notion. Now that she understood the danger, those vain hopes had vanished like smoke. Besides the Yi family, it's best not to provoke others either. If you truly anger them, not only will you gain nothing, but you'll also make unnecessary enemies. These workers are all military men. If they don't show me respect and do something underhanded, even I can't prevent it. I understand. Feng's mother said repeatedly. Seeing that his mother seemed truly frightened, Feng Lingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, if they could just behave and live peacefully, he would rather support them. They had no real skills, yet dreamed of reaching the heavens in a single step. Feng Lingxiao knew exactly what they were about. They resented that he who had been unloved at home had risen so far, while they who had been better off than him now found themselves inferior. Especially in his mother's heart, she probably wished he would share everything he had with her beloved eldest and youngest sons. This time he would no longer indulge them. Beyond food and drink, they could expect nothing more. Now, besides his wife and daughters, he also had 2 sons, a whole family to care for. His good elder brother and third brother now roamed the streets all day like idlers. He had already made it clear if they wanted to spend, they had to pay cash. Any credit would not be honored by the Zhenyuan Marquis manor. After the lesson from 10 years ago, the merchants knew better than to extend credit to these two. Some, still hoping the Marquis manor would eventually pay, dared to offer credit. But now unable to collect, they were lamenting. With these test cases, no one else dared to make the same mistake. Whenever the 2 brothers asked for credit, the shops replied that the Marquis manor strictly forbade it. Now the brothers' reputation was ruined in the area. Their pocket money came from the old lattice allowance. With a monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver, 3 taels went to each of the 2 uncles' families, totaling 6 taels. Then 5 taels for each of the 2 sons. But each son's household was full of dependents. How far could that silver go? Even so, the brothers would squeeze half of it out to stroll the streets, drink a pot of tea, and listen to a storyteller. Nothing more. After all, the family provided food, clothing, and shelter, so they didn't have to worry. But the old lady was anxious. Seeing the brothers past 20 with no marriage prospects, how could she not be worried? In desperation, she would grasp, then let's drop this matter, never to be mentioned again. But you see, the 2 brothers are so old and still unmarried. How can you, as their uncle, must take some responsibility? Feng's mother added. Feng Lingxiao laughed. Their own parents are still alive. Why should I, an uncle, meddle? But rest assured, mother, when they marry Youyou, and I will give them generous red envelopes. The conversation could go no further. Feng Lingxiao left with a smile, and the 2 brothers along with their wives entered to ask about the situation. Feng's mother recounted Feng Lingxiao's words. The eldest brother scoffed. Mother, don't let second brother scare you. This is the capital, a place of law. But Feng's mother wasn't so optimistic. Don't take this lightly. In our hometown, you must have heard of magistrates who could wipe out entire families. Now that second brother is an official, everyone respects us. But in the old days making someone disappear was no big deal. At this the eldest brother fell silent. After a moment he spoke slowly. Mother, maybe we should go back. Moi. Feng's mother was surprised. He had been the one eager to come, and now he wanted to return. How strange. The eldest brother grumbled. I don't want to stay in the capital anymore. That sister-in-law is a miser, won't give us a cent. My third brother and I are grown men with emptier pockets than our faces. Dare not go anywhere. Back in Youyou at least we could have friends treat us to a drink every now and then. Exactly, that's what I think too, the third brother chimed in with feeling. So you both want to go back? Feng's mother asked solemnly. Yes, mother, let's go back, the eldest urged. Your second brother and his wife don't care for us anyway. It's better to return than to have them look at us with scorn. But if we leave now, what about Ruachi and Ruoan? Feng's mother hesitated. Isn't second brother here, the eldest? If we're not around, won't he have to look after them a bit more? And you might not know this, but when the Yu family left, they left even Tan Huayu with second brother saying, he'd be responsible. He's an outsider, yet second brother agreed to care for him. So why not his own nephews? Persuaded by the eldest, Feng's mother began to waver. Since the family had wanted to return earlier, and now the eldest and third brothers felt the same, then they should go. But before leaving, everything must be arranged properly. Alright, let me think it over, Feng's mother said, a thoughtful expression on her face. The next day, she summoned her second son and his wife for a talk. I've been thinking, it's indeed inconvenient to keep your elder brother and his family here with you. Youyou and Feng Lingxiao exchanged a glance, wondering if the sun had risen from the west. They composed themselves, waiting to hear what she truly meant. Feng's mother continued. We're old, and staying in the capital only adds to your burden without doing anything useful. But the two nephews and the younger cousin are still young, they might have a future. Let them stay and help you. They can be of— This was no big issue of Feng Lingxiao nodded in agreement. Also, I'm old with no guarantee of tomorrow. Some preparations need to be made. Among the families, you're the most well off, so I'll rely on you for this, no one else. Youyou smiled. Don't worry, mother, we'll take care of it. These people were finally leaving, and Youyou was genuinely delighted, though she dared not show it too plainly in front of Feng Lingxiao. Feng's mother pondered for a moment. If you buy these things from the capital, not only are the prices higher than in Youyou, but with all the transport costs, you might as well give me the money, and it'll make the purchases back home. Youyou naturally understood her intentions. Once the money was given to her, it would be as good as lost. She would never spend it on herself, but would instead subsidize her eldest and third sons, or her own natal family. But honestly, she didn't care about this money at all. Then mother, how much do you think would be appropriate? Youyou asked with a smile. Feng's mother hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. After a brief calculation, she blurted out, let's start with 5,000 taels. Before Youyou could respond, Feng Lingxiao sneered, mother truly dares to say that. Even for the funeral of the late Prince Yi 2 years ago, the gold thread Nanmu would use cost only 1,200 taels of silver. With such a standard, even the late imperial consort wouldn't dare to claim it. If you actually dare to use it, I fear I lack the ability to ensure that after your passing you will be smoothly escorted to the mountain. Feng Lingxiao said irritably. Feng the eldest quickly interjected with a smile, mother doesn't understand. She was just speaking casually. Since you know the ins and outs, why don't you explain it to her in detail? Fine, Feng Lingxiao said solemnly. Then let me enlighten you. Prince Yi was the emperor's imperial uncle, a prince of the first rank. Below the prince comes the commandery prince, then the duke, and then the marquis. Although mother has been granted the title of first-class grand lady, that merely equates to the wife of a marquis of Pingho. Count for yourself. How many ranks separate you from a prince? Feng the eldest laughed awkwardly. So you're the only one who knows this. We have no idea about such things. Then tell us, what standard should mother use? Avoid materials used by the imperial clan such as gold thread Nanmu or ironwood. Those who make these things generally understand these taboos. How about this? Regardless of how you use it, it'll take 600 taels of silver. Youyou said to Feng's mother with a smile. Alright. Feng's mother, having been rebuked by her second son, had lost much of her earlier enthusiasm. Seeing her daughter-in-law offer half the budget of a prince, she felt somewhat satisfied. Alright. Feng's mother, having been rebuked by her second son, had lost much of her earlier enthusiasm. Seeing her daughter-in-law offer half, Feng's mother nodded, finally content. 800 taels of silver was a considerable sum. If used to buy land, it could purchase another 100 mu. Both parties were satisfied with the outcome of this discussion. Youyou was willing to spend money as long as it meant sending them off. Feng's mother, on the other hand, felt she had gained a substantial amount, making the trip worthwhile. By the way, when you sent off the Yu family earlier, you gave them many fine gifts. Now this is your maternal uncle. You can't treat him any less generously. Feng's mother hastily instructed. Youyou nodded in agreement. It was only proper to give farewell gifts to departing guests. There was no need for Feng's mother to personally remind her. Once they were alone, Feng Lingxiao sighed. My dear, having to deal with a mother like mine. It must be truly difficult for you. As he grew older, he increasingly realized how challenging it was for Youyou as the mistress of the household. Thus, when it came to his mother, he tried his best to shield his wife from trouble. And Youyou never made things difficult for him when it came to spending money. Even when faced with excessive demands, she always agreed with a smile. We're family. Why speak of separation? Youyou beamed. In truth, if they were reasonable and fair, I wouldn't mind spending some money. After all this sum is nothing to us. But none of them are easy to deal with. If they get the money they'll only stir up trouble. Youyou said softly. I understand. Do as you see fit, my dear. Feng Lingxiao affectionately wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Feng's mother was decisive. Once she decided to leave, she prepared to depart. On the morning of the fourth day, she had the families ready to board the carriages. Son, about your cousin. Feng's mother began, referring to Youyou. Feng Lingxiao's face darkened. If that's the case, mother, I think we should reconsider the matter of your funeral arrangements. After all, we are 3 brothers. Mother doesn't belong to me alone. How about this? We'll split it equally. He'll take a loss. My dear, just give mother 300 taels of silver, he said, turning to Youyou. Startled, Feng's mother quickly interjected. I was just saying that your cousin needs to find a good family after returning. As her elder brother and sister-in-law, shouldn't you show some generosity? Youyou smiled, handing over a pouch filled with silver notes. Don't worry, mother. When cousin Jin remarries, we'll do our part as we should. We won't pretend not to know. In fact, they had given generous gifts for her first marriage. Typically, second marriages were not grand affairs. But looking back, if she didn't mind a grand celebration, Youyou wouldn't hesitate to give gifts again. Farewell gifts were presented to each family. Besides various presents, they also gave 100 taels of silver. Uncle Gu was satisfied this time. During this trip to the capital, he had married off his daughter, secured a position for his son, and ended up with 100 taels of silver. No wonder they say a family with wealthy relatives never goes poor. Watching the departing carriages, Youyou breathed a sigh of relief. Linglong also let out a sigh. Over the past 2 days, due to preparations for sending the grandmother and others back to their hometown, the plan for Youyou to secretly meet Jiangshu had been set aside. Now that they had finally been sent off, they could arrange for Youyou to come. But the maid sent to deliver the message returned saying, Miss Yi said she has to go to the palace to pay respects to the empress that— Miss Yi said she has to go to the palace to pay respects to the empress that day, so she cannot attend. Please forgive her. What an unfortunate coincidence. Linglong couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that Youyou had changed her mind after thinking it over for a few days? With doubts in her heart, she felt it was best to put the matter on hold. Mother, do you think the Yi family has some concerns and changed their minds? Linglong said to Youyou. It's hard to say yet. Let's wait a while, Youyou replied. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, Youyou came on her own. The empress summoned me that day, so I kept you waiting in vain, sister. Youyou apologized to Linglong as soon as she arrived. Seeing this, Linglong felt that the Yi family was still willing to proceed with the match. I haven't seen brother Yu go out today. How about I call him over, and you take a discreet look? Linglong asked with a smile. Though Youyou's face was flushed with embarrassment, she nodded gently. As you arranged, sister. Good, then let's go to the small mountain hall. When he arrives, you can watch from behind the screen. When Jiangshu arrived, Linglong had tea prepared. No appointments today, she asked with a smile. I've already met with most of my peers, and those from other places have mostly left the capital to visit their families. I have nothing pressing lately, so I'll go to the Hanlin Academy to get accustomed and do some reading. My official duties must wait until my formal appointment arrives. So you still have plenty of free time then? Linglong said. Yes, Jiangshu nodded. When I have time, I'll visit the relief bureau to see those children. You might not know, but recently a few more children have found their biological parents. That's wonderful. Linglong rejoiced for the children as well. Thanks to your donations, the children there now have much better food and lodging than before. Jiangshu looked at Linglong, feeling something different inside. He himself had little money, only the monthly allowance from Aunt Youyou, fearing he might not have enough, would find ways to give him extra pocket money besides the 20 taels each month, saying that now he was different and needed to socialize with his peers and couldn't always let others treat him. But aside from necessary social engagements, he declined whatever he could. The leftover silver he spent on candy and food to visit the children. Linglong felt somewhat ashamed. Since that matter was resolved, she had rarely thought of the relief bureau. I'll go with you next. After chatting for a while, Jiangshu took his leave. Youyou emerged from behind the screen, her round face flushed. Linglong smiled and asked, did you get a good look? What do you think of him? Youyou blushed deeply. He's alright. Linglong burst into laughter. Alright means not entirely satisfied. Oh well, I'll tell my mother to inform your family, and we'll call it off. She teased. Youyou shot her a glare. Sister, you're so mean. Must I spell it out? Of course. How else will I know what you're thinking? Linglong laughed. Youyou's eyes sparkled, adding radiance to her ordinary face. Brother Yu is quite different from anyone I've met. Her brothers at home were all rough and boorish. None of them would visit orphans at the relief bureau or smile so gently. Sister, if you go to the relief bureau, can you take me too? Youyou conceived a bold idea. If you don't mind the dirt and mess, then come along. Linglong, knowing her thoughts, agreed readily. Wanting to visit the relief bureau was one thing, wanting to be closer to Xiaoshu was probably another. That was no big deal, they could go together. Linglong consented without hesitation. This time Youyou had no urgent matters, so she stayed for lunch before returning to the Yi residence. Lady Yi naturally knew why her daughter had visited the Feng family. Seeing the joy in her eyes and brows, she knew the outing had been fruitful. Did you have a good time today? Tell your mother all about it. Lady Yi smiled, taking her daughter's hand as they went into the— After dismissing the maids and servants, the two were alone and could speak freely. Did you see the Tanhua today? Were you satisfied with him? Lady Yi asked with a smile. Youyou blushed coyly. Mother, look, it's just us. What's there to be shy about? Lady Yi said. Though Tanhua comes from a humble background, his talent and appearance are top-notch. Others might have their eyes on him too. If you've made up your mind, we'll proceed accordingly. After all, you're of age now. Mother, I've only seen him once. Youyou felt embarrassed. Bold as she usually was, this was a lifelong matter, and she wanted to see and think more. One meeting is already good enough. Do you want to meet several times? Lady Yi chided. If there's a chance, a few more meetings wouldn't hurt, don't you think? Youyou rare pleaded. Fine, as you wish. Lady Yi sighed, but be careful not to be seen, or people will say the Yi daughters lack propriety. She warned sternly. Seeing her mother's agreement, Youyou's heart leaped with joy. In the following days, she eagerly awaited an invitation from Sister Linglong. Finally one day the maid brought back the invitation. I'm going out with Sister Linglong that day. Write a reply for me, and decline the other young ladies' invitations, she said after reading it. Yes, miss. Though the outing was 2 days away, Youyou could barely contain herself. She had the household prepare pastries to take, then tried on one outfit after another in her room. This time she would appear before brother Yu formally, and she wanted to make a good impression. She tried piece after piece, but found none satisfactory. Frustrated, she sat on the bed amid the colorful clothes. Danju, which one do you think looks good on me? Danju, her chief maid, tidied the clothes strewn on the bed, and said with a smile, Miss looks beautiful in everything. Humph. Wasting my breath asking you. Youyou snapped. After more trying, she persisted. Danju, what kind of woman do you think scholars like? Scholars. Danju's mind instantly conjured painted boats on the blue wave lake. She'd heard that learned gentlemen and officials love to go there for music and wine. But how could she say that to the fifth miss? How would this servant know? Danju giggled. Besides, why care what they like? As long as Miss dresses beautifully, that's enough. Youyou thought that made sense. Yes, as long as she looked pretty. Then bring out the gown I wore to the palace. It's new, I've only worn it once. Yes, miss. Danju hurried to comply. On the appointed day, their carriages met in front of the relief bureau. Sister Linglong. Youyou called out cheerfully, but when they saw each other, both were taken aback. Linglong wore a simple outfit, no long train or trailing sash, looking quite. Linglong in turn frowned inwardly at Youyou's elaborate attire, hardly suitable for the relief bureau. As Yu Jiangshu alighted from his carriage, a blush crept over Youyou's face. Greetings, brother. Greetings, young lady. Yu Jiangshu returned the courtesy to Youyou. I dare not accept such courtesy, Youyou replied with a hint of shyness. In truth, Linglong had not made it explicit on the way, only mentioning that a friend would be joining them today. But Yu Jiangshu was not foolish. He could roughly understand that today was likely a matchmaking gathering. The young woman before him was very probably the daughter of the Yi family. Though he knew this was Aunt Zu's kind intention, he still refrained from scrutinizing the young lad's appearance. To openly appraise another's daughter was a most discourteous act. Linglong held Youyou's hand, leading her as they walked ahead with their maids following a short distance behind. Yu Jiangshu walked further back. Amidst the shifting figures, he could roughly see that this Miss Yi was robust and tall, about half a head taller than Linglong, likely not much shorter than himself. Upon entering the Huimin Bureau, the steward hurried over to greet them. Greetings, Miss Feng, and this young lady. Anyone walking alongside Miss Linglong of the Feng family adorned in such splendid attire must surely be of noble birth. Steward Zhang said with a hearty laugh, your presence graces our humble bureau. Yet inwardly, he was filled with he had not anticipated the arrival of such distinguished guests today, and the place was not well prepared. Fortunately, the Tanhua often visited, prompting him to maintain a semblance of order. Otherwise, the place would usually be nearly impossible to set foot in. As Youyou alighted from the carriage, she realized something was amiss with her overly elaborate attire for the day. The heat was one matter, but the ground here was filthy. Her dress was so long that walking through it would not only ruin it for future wear, but also make her feel utterly disgusted today. Danju was quick-witted. Seeing her mistress hesitate at the door, she understood her concern and promptly instructed two young maids to lift the hem of the dress. She said with a smile, Miss, this sash seems a bit inconvenient. Let me hold it for you. Youyou nodded. Indeed. It is quite cumbersome. Keep it for me. With that, she handed over the sash made of moonlight silk. After much difficulty, they crossed the courtyard and entered the inner hall. The situation here was not much better. Many children were running recklessly about the yard. Though they looked dirty, their spirits were enough. Stop your foolishness and come greet the two young ladies. Steward Zhang scolded. The children in the yard were instantly frightened and stared blankly at them. Linglong said to Yu Jiangshu with a smile, tell the children that Sister Yi has brought pastries today. Have them wash their hands and line up to receive them shortly. Yes, yes. Youyou quickly added, I have brought many. Danju Tsisao, have the servants bring the pastries in and distribute them to the children. Yu Jiangshu said cheerfully to the older children, Huzi Yinzi Liudong, take your younger siblings to wash their hands, then come to the hall. The young ladies will give you pastries, all right. Over 200. What do I do if I haven't brought enough pastries? Youyou was a bit anxious. She had prepared. Yu Jiangshu explained, there are over 200 children here. It wasn't always this many. From the last rescue, over 70 children haven't found their families, so they had to stay here. Over 200. What do I do if I haven't brought enough pastries? Youyou was a bit anxious. She had prepared 50 portions, thinking it would be sufficient. No worries. Linglong said with a smile, I saw earlier that your pastries come in boxes of 4. We can just separate them. I also brought some, so together we'll have enough. Youyou felt relieved. Thank you, sister. If not for you, I would have been embarrassed today. She had come to visit the children without even knowing their number. Next time she must not be so careless. Otherwise, in Master Yes' eyes she might appear stingy. Led by the older children, the little ones lined up to receive their pastries. Linglong's were not as exquisite as Yuany's, but were greater in quantity. Paired with Yuany's fine pastries, they complemented each other perfectly. By the end there was a small surplus. As for the leftovers, Xiaoshu, you decide. Linglong said to Yu Jiangshu with a smile. Yu Jiangshu chuckled and addressed the children. There are still some extra pastries here. Last time I came, didn't I teach you calligraphy? Today I will test you on the 10 characters I taught before. Whoever writes the best will be rewarded. There are 10 portions left, so well, pick the top 10. He then took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, wrote 10 large characters, and hung them on the wall. All children aged 7 and above received paper and brushes, and gathered around to write. Yuani asked in surprise, "You teach them characters, sir?" Yu Jiangshu nodded. At their age it's the best time to learn. I've been free lately, so I come often to teach them simple things. Unfortunately, I won't have much time to come anymore. If these children could study for a year or two, they would master common characters. In the future, even if they go out to work, they wouldn't be illiterate. Linglong thought for a moment. Xiaoshu, that's a wonderful idea. Tell the steward here. I am willing to hire a tutor to teach the children reading and writing for free. What do you think? Yes. Yuani quickly nodded. Then he'll cover their brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Then I thank you both for your generous contributions. Yu Jiangshu bowed solemnly to them. At this moment, he finally saw Yuani's appearance clearly. She had a round face, arched eyebrows, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, making her look charmingly naive. Linglong reminded softly, the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for the children don't need to be too fine, just functional. If this continues long-term, the expense is not small. You'd better inform Aunt Yi when you return. She had brought Yuani out to play only to have her spend money. She didn't want Aunt Yi to think she had tricked her into it. It would be unfortunate if a misunderstanding arose over such modest funds. Besides brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, we also need tables and chairs. He'll handle that. The Huiman Bureau will provide the space. Xiaoshu, calculate roughly how many are needed, and he'll have them made urgently upon my return. All right. Yu Jiangshu was deeply moved and immediately went to discuss it with Steward Zhang. This was a good deed. It demonstrated the virtue of education. Although initiated by a few, it would also be a merit for him. Steward Zhang naturally did not refuse. He immediately praised the idea, saying the Huiman Bureau would fully cooperate. Afterward, he would report to his superiors to commend their contributions. No need. Yu Jiangshu shook his head with a smile. You are too kind, Lord Zhang. That won't do. Steward Zhang laughed heartily. Leave this to me, it's the right thing to do. Although Secretary Zhang's official career had not been smooth, he was well versed in such schemes and tactics. Having never had the opportunity before, now that it lay before him, failing to seize, it would be a waste of the chance he had earned through 10 years of arduous study. Though he was merely a second-tier scholar, his ambition was no less than anyone else's. As for Tan Huaiyu, despite being the top scholar, he currently held no official post or power and could offer little leverage. However, Miss Feng and Miss Yi were daughters of the highest nobility. A single word of recommendation from their marquis or duke fathers would elevate him 100-fold more than his own efforts. And these 2 young ladies shared an extraordinary bond with Tan Huaiyu. Thus, cultivating a good relationship with him was tantamount to currying favor with them both. He was adept at calculating such gains. Since others would carry out the tasks and he only needed to draft a memorial, an effortless endeavor, why not seize the opportunity? Rest assured, Tan Huaiyu, I will handle this matter impeccably, Secretary Zhang declared, patting his chest in assurance. After lingering a while longer, Yuani decided to take her leave. She cast uneasy glances at Linglong several times, until even Linglong noticed her discomfort. Is the heat today making you unwell? Linglong asked with concern. Yuani nodded. Don't I seem like a killjoy? This was supposed to be a good thing, yet here I am. She lowered her head and Linglong smiled. You're wearing too many layers, and it's stuffy in here. You might be suffering from heat stroke. Let's head back first. Turning to Yu Jiangshu, she said, I'll accompany Sister Yi back. You go ahead with your work. Try to finalize the quantities of needed supplies today, and I'll arrange the procurement. Yu Jiangshu nodded. You 2 go on. They left the relief bureau with their maids and servants. The carriage was stocked with ice, and a wave of refreshing coolness greeted them upon entering. Yuani let out a long sigh. I feel alive again. Danju fanned her with a fan. Miss, if you felt unwell, you should have returned earlier. It was so crowded, and the air so foul in there. It's a wonder you endured so long. If Sister Feng and brother you could bear it, so could I, Yuani said with a hint of defiance. It's just that I chose the wrong attire today, layer upon layers suffocating me. This is hardly a place for young ladies. Danju sighed. Brother Yu is a man, and Miss Linglong has practiced martial arts since childhood. Half the young masters in the capital can't best her in a fight. She's said to be highly skilled. It's only natural that you can't compare to them. Yuani downed a cup of iced drink and felt revived. You always make excuses for me, you little maid. Sister Linglong was also raised with utmost care and affection, yet she's nothing like me. It's because I'm too weak. When I get back, I'll pick up my old training routines. Even if I can't match Sister Linglong, I can't let a scholar like brother Yu outshine me, don't you think? A sudden surge of determination rose in Yuani as she resolved to start exercising again. Danju sighed inwardly. Her mistress was always like this. Seized by a fleeting impulse, she would start something only to give up after a few days. After parting ways with Linglong at the crossroads, Yuani headed straight back to the Yi residence. Madame Yi II asked cheerfully, so how was it? Did you have a good time? Yuani's face was flushed. Mother, come here. I have something to tell you. Madame Yi II looked at her daughter with amusement. From the way she spoke it seemed she was quite pleased with Youyou. Yuan then recounted the day's events in full detail. Madame Yi II nodded approvingly. Well done. You handled this admirably. This matter won't cost much. As Miss Linglong said, the items for the children just need to be practical. I estimate a set of brush ink paper and inkstone would cost about 1 tael of silver. With 50 or 60 children preparing to study, it would be at most 100 taels. Which of the men in our family doesn't spend dozens or even hundreds of taels on a single outing? It'll cover this expense, so don't dip into your private savings. Madame Yi II patted her daughter's hand and smiled. Mother, Yuan said sheepishly. I didn't come. Madame Yi II patted her daughter's hand and smiled. Mother, Yuan said sheepishly. I didn't come. Youyou nodded. It's a wonderful idea. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Teaching them to read and write, then nurturing their talents, giving them the skills to earn a living. That's far better than handing out firewood and rice every day. You've done well, and I support you. Youyou praised heartily. I knew you would. Linglong beamed, hugging her mother's arm and shaking it gently. A good deed naturally earns my support, Youyou said. After chatting for a while, she turned to serious matters. Xiaoshu met Miss Yi V today? What do you think? Linglong blinked a bit uncertain. She seemed quite ordinary. Nothing particularly special. Just plain and unremarkable, no different from meeting anyone else. Youyou pondered for a moment. Well, it all depends on their fate. I'm just putting it out there. Whether it works out is up to heaven. She only felt the Yi family was a suitable match for Xiaoshu, but if there was no connection between the two children, she wouldn't force it. After all, a forced melon is never sweet. By the way, your brothers have a day off today and are back home. Since you're back early, let's have a meal together. They'll return to the academy tomorrow, so it's rare for us to gather. Linglong's face lit up. Those two rascals are back. Huh. Let me test their skills and see if they've slacked off. With that, she dashed out excitedly. Before she could reach them, Feng Ruoping and Feng Ruohong had already heard the news. Elder sister is back. The two had been playing chess, but immediately rose upon learning of Linglong's arrival. Elder sister is here. We'd better brace ourselves. Indeed, she's probably going to test our skills again, Ruohong said. Their elder sister was an odd one. Other sisters made pastries or clothes. There's only ever tested their martial arts. She always said that living at the academy, they needed to keep their skills sharp in case someone bullied them. Even if the Marquisate eventually sought justice for them, they'd still have to endure the pain themselves. So whenever she had the chance, she would train them, and the mere thought of her arrival made them want to flee. But before they could figure out an escape route, a mischievous laugh rang out. Ha ha, my dearest little brothers, your sister is back. I've missed you so much. The two brothers exchanged resigned glances. Elder sister, you're here. Linglong immediately grabbed her younger brother's head and rubbed it affectionately, the fluffy texture truly delightful, much like her own cat Ollie at home. The younger brother giggled and tried to slip away, but she caught him firmly. As your elder sister, I cannot play favorites. Come here, little brother, let us be close. Both brothers, now with disheveled hair, gazed helplessly at their eccentric sister. People often said the eldest miss of the Zhenyuan Marquis manor was noble and elegant, but few knew she was truly a madwoman. The two brothers grumbled inwardly. How is it at the academy? Has anyone bullied you? If any blind fools dare tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson, Linglong said cheerfully. The brothers rolled their eyes. Elder sister, no one bullies us. Besides, even if they did, would you really fight back? Linglong smiled. Naturally, not. Fighting with children is so uncouth. But I could go beat up their older. Let me make it clear. Since their younger brothers bullied mine, their elder brothers shall bear the punishment. Do you think they want? Linglong declared confidently. Her unique logic amazed the brothers. Such a clever trick. Who would dare provoke them now? After some idle chatter, Linglong steered the conversation to serious matters. Have you been diligent at the academy? Don't forget your daily half-hour horse stance practice. We're doing it, elder sister. The two replied helplessly. How about I test your skills? Linglong smirked. He'll let you each have a punch and a kick deal. No thanks. The elder brother quickly said. Ah, it seems you've improved so much you don't need my handicap. Linglong, no, we just don't want to compete. They said hastily. Feng Ruoping then shouted toward the door, mother, you're here. Linglong turned, saw no one, and the two boys had already bolted. You little rascals, daring to trick me. Linglong rose angrily and gave chase. The boys ran ahead, shouting, mother, mother, elder sister is going to hit us. Linglong chased swiftly from behind, yelling, you brats, stop running. Cowards afraid to compete, even with a handicap. Hearing the commotion, Yu Jiangshu poked his head out from the courtyard. What's going on? The two boys immediately hid behind him. Brother, you elder sister wants to beat us. What's the matter? Yu Jiangshu spread his arms like a protective hen, smiling at Linglong. If they've done wrong, I'll apologize on their behalf. I'm just joking with them. Linglong clapped her hands, laughing. Those two hide in the academy and probably skip practice. I need to keep an eye on them. The boys peeked out from behind Yu Jiangshu, grinning. We want to follow brother Yes' example. Study hard, pass the imperial exams, and become scholars. Learning martial arts is just for health and self-defense. Oh, why master it so deeply? Don't you agree, brother Yu? Yu Jiangshu found himself at a loss for words. In his view, the brothers made a fair point. But the Feng family rose to prominence through military merit. If he agreed, he would wound Uncle Feng's feelings. This matter had two sides like a coin or a leaf. Neither side was wrong. Civil and martial arts were two faces of the nation, both indispensable. The sun is rather strong outside. Why not come in and talk? Yu Jiangshu changed the subject, inviting the three into his small courtyard. Feng Ruoping and Feng Ruohong quickly nodded. Anything was better than being their sister's punching bag. Next time we'll know to come straight to Brother Yes yard. Elder sister is quite ladylike in front of him. How did your discussion with Secretary Zhang go? Linglong asked. Yu Jiangshu smiled slightly. Quite well. He's very enthusiastic, and said we could spare 2 rooms for this. I've counted 71 children of appropriate age. Others are younger, and will join in a year or 2. Considering future arrivals, I think preparing 100 sets should suffice. These children have no foundation, so 1 teacher is enough to start. Secretary Zhang mentioned some failed scholars stranded in the capital who could be hired. I wondered if they, being at least Jiren degree holders, would teach children. Secretary Zhang said yes. Room, board, salary, and access to books make it worthwhile. Linglong beamed. Then everything is ready. The 2 younger brothers, intrigued, asked what they were discussing. Yu Jiangshu explained. Feng Ruoping said, this is wonderful. He'll donate 50 taels of silver. Feng Ruohong followed. I don't have as much as brothers, so 30 taels. Linglong laughed. It's rare you have such a kind heart. But keep your money, a saving isn't easy. This time he'll cover all the— Next year when you're older, we'll share equally. The brothers nodded. Then we'll go see those people too. Yu Jiangshu marveled, inwardly wondering how Aunt Su raised such well-behaved children free from the arrogance of— After a while Nurse Lan found them smiling. You're all here. I've been looking for you. Madam summons you. The 3 bid farewell to Yu Jiangshu and followed Nurse Lan to the inner courtyard, where dinner was already set awaiting them. I knew you 3 couldn't meet without causing a ruckus. So Yu laughed. Feng Ruoping immediately complained, Mother, it's not me or my brother. It's elder sister always trying to bully us. Oh, you've learned nothing good at school, but how to tattle. Linglong raised an eyebrow. Am I wrong? In front of their mother, Feng Ruoping was unafraid. Look at my hair, Mother. Sister messed it up. And mine too. Feng Ruohong quickly added. So Youyou glared at Linglong. You're at it again. Your brothers only come home once a week. No more quarreling. Today you'll give each brother a small gift. In front of their mother, Feng Ruoping was unafraid. Look at my hair, Mother. Sister messed it up. And mine too. Feng Ruohong quickly added. Cough. The brothers deflated. What could 1 tael of silver buy? Despite their earlier quarrels, the 3 of them happily played together after the meal. When the weather cooled slightly after the afternoon nap, Linglong took the 2 brothers and called Yu Jiangshu to go out for a stroll. Although the 2 brothers were provided with food and clothing at the academy, the meals were far from palatable. Even if they had once found them tasty, eating the same fare for months on end would inevitably lose its appeal. Linglong brought them out not only to treat them to a good meal, but also to buy various snacks for them to take back to the academy. Yushan Academy is considered the most renowned in the country, with several great scholars among its faculty. Yu Jiangshu spoke with evident envy of the brothers' opportunity to study at the academy. In his own youth, his circumstances had been far more humble. Brother Yu, it would be easy for you to visit. In fact, the academy's students would be quite interested in meeting a newly appointed Jinshi. If you were to go, the headmaster might even invite you to give a lecture. Feng Ruoping said with a smile. The next day the 2 brothers also went to the relief bureau to visit the children there. Seeing these poor souls with such tragic backgrounds, the brothers fell into a somber silence. How can there be such wicked people in the world, abducting others' children just to sell them for a few taels of silver? Both found it utterly incomprehensible. There are many more bad things in this world, which is why we must strive to help more people. Yu Jiangshu said. Linglong, however, added. That's why I've always told you not to neglect martial arts while studying. It's so that when there's no one to protect you, you can still defend yourselves. Big sister, we understand. From now on, we'll train diligently in martial arts. The 2 brothers felt somewhat ashamed. On the 3rd morning, the family sent a carriage to take them back to the academy. This time, they would not return home until around the summer solstice. Be good at the academy. They'll come visit you when I have time. Linglong waved them off as they departed. Watching the brothers leave, Yu Jiangshu said to Linglong, Aunt Su and Uncle Feng are quite willing to let them go, sending such young boys to an academy outside the city to study alongside children older than them. If it were up to me, waiting a year or 2 would be better. Linglong shook her head. It's not possible in the capital. She sighed. The academies in the capital are filled with children from various noble families. Their characters are mixed and young children lack stability. If they encounter bad influences, it would be difficult to correct them. There is actually a benefit to this. Linglong suddenly smiled. When my grandmother and the others return to the capital, at least the brothers won't be subjected to their influence. But judging by my grandmother's blatant favoritism, she'll probably only care about my eldest and 3rd uncle's children, not these 2 brothers. Ultimately, since they didn't grow up together, they're not very close. Linglong felt indignant on her father's behalf. Luckily, Aunt Su is there. Uncle Feng is still quite fortunate. Yu Jiangshu expressed his envy for Feng Shaoling. Even if he couldn't find warmth in his own family, Aunt Su treated him well. As for his own home, ever since his stepmother arrived, even a moment of peace was hard to come by, which was truly troubling. And as a younger generation member, he couldn't voice his complaints. You can be happy too in the future. Linglong laughed. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Now that you've met the 5th Miss Yi, what do you— I really don't know. Yu Jiangshu was flustered and at a loss. Just 1 meeting left him with nothing substantial to say. Miss Yi might indeed be a fine lady. I really don't know. Yu Jiangshu was flustered and at a loss. Just 1 meeting left him with nothing substantial to say. Miss Yi might indeed be a fine lady, but he felt something was missing. He couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. Given the Yi family's standing and how well they had treated him, it would be ungrateful to speak ill of them. Not to mention how it would reflect on Aunt Su. Anyone would think he was being unreasonable. So he really had no say in this. Returning to his small courtyard in low spirits, Yu Jiangshu tried to read, but found himself completely unable to concentrate. What should he do? Should he be brave and confess his feelings to Linglong? But with the Yi family situation as it was, would Linglong accept him? Would his actions affect the relationship between Aunt Su and the Yi family? After all, the Yi family was the maternal clan of the Empress, a ducal mansion, a far more formidable entity than a marquis residence. Tossing and turning his heart, tormented Yu Jiangshu suffered a rare bout of insomnia. A night of deep contemplation left him with dark circles under his eyes, and Su Yu knew at a glance that he hadn't slept well. What's wrong? Su Yu asked with concern. Oh, nothing. Nothing, I just didn't sleep well. Yu Jiangshu quickly replied. By the way, what do you think about the Yi family matter? Su Yu said with a smile, regardless, this concerns your entire life, so it's right to think it over carefully. And what is? Yu Jiangshu asked tentatively. Your uncle and I have no particular opinion, as long as you're satisfied it's fine. Su Yu replied with a smile. Yu Jiangshu nodded. He'll follow Aunt's advice. As he spoke, a pang of sorrow rose in his heart. Once the matter with the Yi family was settled, any connection between him and Linglong would be severed forever. Farewell, Linglong, little sister. He composed himself and said to Su Yu with a smile. I come from a humble background, and only became a Tanhua by sheer luck. The Yi family is a prominent clan in the realm. Their willingness to consider me is only due to Aunt and Uncle Feng's influence. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I am only grateful. Yu Jiangshu stood up and bowed deeply to Su Yu. If you feel this way, then the matter is likely feasible. Su Yu smiled at him. I can see that the fifth Miss Yi has a good impression of you, and this was the Yi family's proposal. But regardless, as the man's side, we must take the initiative. Su Yu laughed. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have let your father rush back home so quickly. Hee. I can't believe time flies so fast. Even little Shu is getting married. After laughing for a while, Su Yu sighed. Then it settled. She stood up. Will you write to your father, or shall I? Yu Jiangshu said solemnly. I'll write. Good. When you're done, give it to me, and I'll have the merchant caravan deliver it to you, as quickly as possible. Su Yu smiled, then sighed again. Your fate has arrived, but I wonder where Linglong's fate lies. With a bitter heart, Yu Jiangshu still managed to smile. Linglong, little sister, is so outstanding, I shall surely find an ideal husband. Don't worry, Aunt. I hope so. While sending word back to his hometown, he began conversing with the Yi family. During this time, the elementary school at the Huimin Bureau also opened its doors. In 2 rooms, 70 small desks and benches were arranged, with each child sitting neatly in order, listening attentively as the teacher above taught them to recognize characters. Before the lessons began, Yu Jiangshu had already spoken to them. No matter what you plan to do in the future, literacy is of utmost importance. Let us not speak of whether you can take the imperial examinations in the future. That path is arduous. But as long as you have knowledge, can read, write, and keep accounts, even if you work in a shop later, you will have a brighter future than those who are illiterate. So I hope everyone will study hard and cherish this opportunity. After finishing his speech, he turned his head and glanced. At her feet were 2 large baskets filled with individually wrapped packets of brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones. Yuani nodded, signaling that she was ready. Yu Jiangshu then smiled and said, everyone line up in order of your seats and receive your stationery from Miss Yi. Alright, let's begin. The children came forward one by one, took the stationery from Yuani's hands, and whispered a soft, thank you. Yuani smiled and nodded, study hard. After distributing the stationery, the few of them withdrew from the classroom, leaving the space to the teacher and the children. If these children go on to have a decent life in the future, much of the credit will go to Miss Yi's generous contribution. Yu Jiangshu said with a grateful smile. Yuani lowered her head with a chuckle. I just did a small thing here and there with you all. It's hardly worth mentioning. When will you officially take up your post at the Hanlin Academy? Yuani asked in a low voice. Soon, next month. Yu Jiangshu had been selected for the position of editor at the Hanlin Academy, a rank of the 7th grade. For now, it seemed like a mere insignificant post, yet it was the essential path to entering the Grand Council in the future. In the previous dynasty, officials serving in the Hanlin Academy were even known by the alternative title of Reserve Chancellor. Next month. Yuani nodded inwardly. The matter between her and Yu Jiangshu had been clarified by both families. Now they were only waiting for the elders of the Yu family to arrive in the capital before proceeding with the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes. After you take up your post, you won't be living at the Zhenyuan Marquis Manor anymore, will you? Yuani asked. Yu Jiangshu nodded. Indeed, after I assume office, I will move out of the Marquis Manor. I have already been a great burden on Aunt Su and Sister Linglong these past days. I've been looking for a house, and once my family arrives, I will move. Once my father arrives, well, arrange the marriage proposal. If all goes smoothly, the entire process could be completed within 2 months. When it's time to welcome my bride, I can't very well still be living at a relative's house, can I? Yuani knew that Yu Jiangshu was not well off financially, and she imagined the house he rented would be no better. She thought to herself, should I go back and talk to my mother to see if I can temporarily use my dowry house? After taking her leave of Linglong and the others, Yuani hurried home and went directly to her mother. Brother Yu is moving out of the Feng residence. Oh, Madame Yi II was slightly surprised, then quickly understood, and laughed, saying, "Silly child, it's perfectly normal for him to move out now. Otherwise, when he comes to welcome you as his bride, where would he take you? Surely not to the Zhenyuan Marquis manor. If he did, wouldn't everyone in the capital laugh at him?" Madame Yi II covered her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckling softly, and lightly tapped Yuany's forehead with her finger. Yuany said in a low voice, "Mother, he said he's going to rent a house outside. Their family circumstances are modest, so he probably can only rent a place to live." Madame Yi II asked, "Do you know which area his rented house is in? Is it on Drum Tower Street, Plum Alley, or Longevity Lane?" The places Madame Yi II mentioned were only considered second-tier neighborhoods in the city. "I don't know." Yuany shook her head. 2 days later, she finally learned where Yu Jianshu had rented his house. It was actually in Sweetwater. This location was in the eastern part of the city, at least half an hour's ride on horseback from the Imperial Palace in the northern city. Isn't this too inconvenient? When she came to see the house with Linglong, she couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Jianshu was a bit embarrassed. The houses in the capital are just too expensive. Even after I joined the Hanlin Academy, the salary I receive won't allow me to rent a courtyard in the northern city. It might be possible if I share the rent with someone, but when my father comes in case. Although he didn't say it, he was thinking that if his stepmother also brought his younger brother along, they really wouldn't have enough space. For now, he had to make do here. Later, if necessary, he would find some other work to earn more for household expenses before thinking about changing houses. In Yuany's view, not only was this place too far from the inner city, but the house was also dilapidated and small, practically uninhabitable. After they came out and headed home, she squeezed into the same carriage as Linglong. "Sister Linglong, after you saw Brother Ye's house, didn't you have any thoughts?" "Thoughts?" Linglong smiled. "The house is indeed a bit shabby. But even so, after visiting several places, this was the best he could find. Then tell me, if I secretly found him a house and was willing to rent it to him cheaply, do you think he would agree?" Yuany asked in a low voice. Linglong thought for a moment, sighed, and said, "I believe he would not be willing. If that were the case, my mother could also provide him with a house. He seems easygoing, but he's actually quite stubborn at heart. He already felt a bit uncomfortable living at our place. Now that you two are about to be engaged, how could he possibly accept a house from your family? Wouldn't that seem like he's marrying into the family?" Yuany sighed. "Isn't that exactly what I'm afraid he'll think? It's not like our family doesn't have houses. They're just sitting there empty. He lives so far away and has to walk so much every day." Yes, Linglong didn't know what else to say. But she could understand Yu Jiangshu's feelings. No matter how well her family treated him, it was ultimately not his own home, and there was always a sense of living under someone else's roof. But she could understand Yu Jiangshu's feelings. No matter how well her family treated him, it was ultimately not his own home. "It's best not to," Linglong quickly said. "Such things can't be hidden. He's not stupid. After looking around these past few days, doesn't he know the value of different houses? If you do this, I'm afraid it will backfire." Hearing Linglong's words, Yuany reluctantly dropped the idea. Back at home, Yu Lei had just arrived, and the entire Yu family village was practically in an uproar over Yu Jianshu becoming a Tanhua. The whole clan felt it was a tremendous honor. "Why hasn't the Jinshi master returned?" the clan chief asked Yu Lei with a beaming smile. "We were waiting for the Jinshi master to come back, so we could open the ancestral hall and announce this great joy to our ancestors." Yu Lei could only say that the journey was too far and traveling back and forth was too exhausting, so he hadn't let his son return. That's true. In recent days, Yu family village has been basking in glory as the Yu family produced a top scholar, bringing with it an aura of brilliance and honor. On the day of the ancestral worship in the ancestral hall, not only did officials from the county come in person, even emissaries from the provincial government came to offer their congratulations. As for other local gentry and wealthy merchants, their numbers were even greater. Looking at the scholar's flagpole in Yu family village, how many were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Shi felt both joyful and sorrowful today. For every person who congratulated her on having a top scholar son, it was as if they were also reminding her that he was her stepson, a stepmother. She suspected that these people who spoke words of congratulations to her were actually mocking her. Even if he were to be granted a title in the future, it would be for his biological mother, not for her, the stepmother. Moreover, her elder brother and sister-in-law had whispered to her countless times, suggesting she arrange a marriage between Ye and Yu Jiangshu. "I dare not say that again." Li Shi sighed. "Earlier I said he might divorce me." She lamented. "Elder brother, can you not wish me a bit of good fortune? Ye is not suitable. Oh, it's not that I haven't tried." She knew she wasn't clever, but she understood that if Yu Lei truly grew ruthless and divorced her, her family might not support her. "How is she not suitable?" Li Lauda muttered. After some thought, he finally steeled himself. "Enough of this talk. Even if being the main wife is impossible, surely it's acceptable for Ye to be a concubine." Li Lauda knew that his cheap nephew was the greatest opportunity of his life. Only by clinging tightly to him would he and his children have a chance to rise above. After all, he did not share the name Yu, nor was he his maternal uncle. If he ignored him, there would be no place for him to seek justice. "Be a concubine." Li Shi was taken aback. "What else?" Li Lauda replied irritably. "If you had listened to me and arranged their marriage before he became a scholar, wouldn't that have been better? At that time, the brother-in-law would have listened to you." "That's strange. After a trip to the capital, this brother-in-law seems like a different person. One wrong word, and you'd be sent 10 miles away." Li Lauda clicked his tongue, deeply reminiscing about the obedient brother-in-law of the past. "What's so strange?" Li Shi scoffed. Isn't it just that someone in the capital is backing him? Fei knew he was distant with me because he had someone else in his heart all along. Someone. Who? Sister, tell me, and I'll avenge you. Oh, spare me. Li Shi shot him a glance. All you have is a sharp tongue. Alright, if you are willing to let you be a concubine, then I can. Li Shi sighed. If the open approach doesn't work, then we can go for the covert one. Li Lauda couldn't help but laugh. Yes, this is your area of expertise. Li Shi knew he was referring to her past methods. While the means may not be entirely above board, the results were good, weren't. Now the ladies and young misses outside were all enviously watching. But now that he refuses to come back, what should we do? Li Lauda felt a bit troubled. His sister looked down on him. If he doesn't come back, can't we go to him? As the two were pondering when and for what reason to go to the capital, fate had them encounter an opportunity. A letter from the capital arrived stating that a suitable girl had been found for Yu Jiangshu and inviting the elders of the family to prepare for the children's marriage. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyes sparkled. Husband, what more is there to think about? Let's hurry and go. Youyou shot her a cold glance. Of course we are going, but you can stay home and take care of Heir and don't think about running around all the time. Husband, how can I not attend such a significant event as Heir's wedding? Li Shi hurriedly smiled. Not to mention they will need to pay respects to the ancestors. Will it be empty then? You should give up on that idea. Youyou glanced at her. If you cause any more trouble, do you believe I will give you another divorce letter? I would rather the one appearing at the banquet be the tablet of Heir's mother than you, this woman. He would not trust her even since returning from the capital, he had already separated from her. Recently the family situation had greatly improved, and he planned to pick up his studies and take the examinations again. After all, he was still young and had opportunities ahead. His son's success greatly boosted his confidence. At the same time, this also provided a perfect reason to see Li Shi less. Li Shi felt quite wronged. Husband, I have already apologized to you, can't you forgive me? Other matters can be set aside, but this is a big deal for Heir, you must think carefully. Aren't we a family? Can't we be together in harmony? No matter how flowery Li Shi's words were, Youyou remained unmoved. In his eyes now his son's matters outweighed everything. He could tolerate Li Shi's coarseness and her endless support for her family. But if she wanted to meddle in their son's affairs, she should absolutely forget about it. He left the house with the letter headed towards Suhi's home. Such matters still required discussion with his aunt Suhi and Li Ban too. Heir is getting married. Suhi joyfully flipped through the letter brought by Youyou. Over the years she had intermittently learned to recognize characters, and could now read quite a few, making it no problem to read books or letters. The Yi family has the general's mansion, the duke's mansion, and even the queen as support. If they treat Xiao poorly, we would have no way to deal with it. Suhi felt happy for a moment, then became troubled. I think you're being overly concerned. Li Yong, now sporting a beard, looked more composed. He said solemnly, you must trust the judgment of your elder sister and brother-in-law. Besides, with their connections, the Yi family would not treat Xiao poorly. Moreover, our Xiao is well-born and talented. They would only cherish him, not mistreat him. Li Yong was concerned she might worry, and spoke with a tone of reassurance. What you say makes sense. Suhi wiped her eyes and smiled at Youyou. I see now that I was worrying unnecessarily. Brother, you please don't take offense. I just tend to overthink. Concern can lead to chaos. You're only thinking this way because you care about Xiao. Youyou chuckled. I came to discuss this with you. Should I go to the capital or not? I have already asked Sister Youyou to take care of all of Xiao's matters. In my lifetime, I have never passed an examination, and if I go it would only embarrass Xiao among his in-laws. Or perhaps I simply won't go. He sighed heavily. How could that be? Li Yong said with a smile. For such a momentous occasion for my own son, it would be utterly improper for his father not to attend. However, we are up against a family of the highest nobility. No matter what we do, we cannot rival them in splendor, but our sincerity must be genuine. Suhi added. She had already instructed her personal maid to bring over her cosmetic case, from which she took 500 taels of silver notes, and a pair of golden-laid bracelets adorned with 8 treasures. We have nothing truly valuable to offer. Let these serve as a wedding gift for Xiao. Youyou was startled, and quickly rose, waving his hands. I came to seek your counsel, not to ask for money. What are you doing? Li Yong chuckled. That boy Xiao grew up before our very eyes. He even calls me uncle by marriage. Isn't it only right for an elder to prepare a wedding gift for a child? Don't refuse. This is for Xiao and his bride. You're just the courier. Youyou knew full well this was merely a pretext to make him accept the money. No matter what you say, I cannot accept it. Over the years, Xiao and I have already imposed on you far too much. This cannot go on endlessly. I cannot take any more. Xiao will surely blame me. Despite all reasoning, Youyou still refused. Li Yong sighed helplessly. It seems I must go to the capital myself. Suhi smiled gently. If you go, you must go alone. I've just returned, and my whole body aches from the journey. I need to rest. Li Yong shook his head and lamented. I just wonder if the county magistrate will grant me such a long leave. The couple played their parts in perfect harmony, and Youyou had no choice but to accept the gifts. I am deeply indebted to you. This is a debt I can never repay, and let Xiao settle it in the future. Suhi and Li Yong exchanged a knowing smile. Exactly. We are giving this to the children. Why must you always interfere? So when do you depart? Suhi inquired. As soon as possible. Youyou sighed. I have no idea how to go about this. Indeed. It's your first time being a father-in-law. Li Yong and his wife chuckled softly. Suhi laughed and said, what is there to fear? Your sister is here to guide you. Besides, in the capital, we simply follow their customs. You're right. I was overthinking it. Youyou smiled. Upon returning from the Su residence, he began packing his belongings. Li Yong had already arranged for his departure within the next 2 days. When Li Shi learned that he was going alone, she surprisingly did not lose her temper. Take care of yourself, husband. We won't be there to look after you, Li Shi said with a gentle smile. Youyou found it somewhat strange, but her calmness was a welcome relief, and he certainly did not press for an explanation. On the 3rd day, he set off with a merchant caravan heading to the capital. After seeing him off, Li Shi immediately went to find Li the elder. They deliberated for half a day, then left Yu Jiangshi at his grandmother's house, and taking Dia with them, began their own journey to the capital. Yu Jiangshi disliked the Li family. Every time he visited his maternal grandmother's home, his cousins would bully him. Knowing his mother had left, he swiftly ran over to Suhe's house. Aunt Su, he called out, leaning against the door. Suhe was surprised to see him. Shitty, you're here. Although she disliked his mother, the boy himself was endearing, and Suhe held no animosity toward him. Aunt Su, my father and mother have both gone to the capital. There's no one at home. Could I stay with you for a few days? Seeing Suhe's hesitation, he quickly explained, not actually stay. I just want you to tell my grandmother that I'm at your place. He'll still sleep at home and I won't cause you any trouble. Yu Jiangshi knew that Aunt Su disliked his mother, so he didn't presume to actually live in the Su household. But he absolutely refused to stay with the Li family. It was far too stifling. Nonsense. How can you stay home alone? Suhe put on a stern face. Since you've said you're coming to my house, then come. Besides, Li Xian and Li Yi are both mischievous rascals. Having you around might teach them some good behavior. But why did your mother also rush off to the capital? I didn't hear your father say he was taking her. Suhe asked curiously. She went with my eldest uncle. What? Suhe was shocked. What is she up to? She was about to say something, but swallowed her words. After all the child was present, it was improper to speak ill of his parents. She instructed the maid, go find the master and tell him I have something important to discuss. After the maid left, Suhe calmed down and asked Yu Jiangshi, besides your mother and uncle, did anyone else go? And cousin Dia. I see. Suhe's face darkened instantly. Taking Dia along. This Li Shi was clearly— No, she couldn't allow such reckless behavior. How long have they been gone? A day. Damnation. Suhe clapped her hands in frustration and bit her lip. I must write a letter to my sister immediately. Soon Li Yong returned. Why the urgent summons? What's happened? Suhe recounted how Li Shi and her brother had— Li Yong's brow furrowed deeply. Is Li Shi trying to sabotage Xiao Shu's good fortune? Who knows? Suhe said anxiously. She's been wanting to marry her niece to Xiao Shu for ages. Back when Xiao Shu was just a child scholar, it might have been tolerable. But look at his status now. Why would he marry a village girl? Li Shi must be blinded by greed. Tisk, seeing Xiao Shu's future success, how could they possibly let it go? Li Yong could see through their intentions clearly. Li Shi is foolish, and Li the elder is no better. If they go to the capital, they'll only ruin things rather than help. Exactly. That's what worries me. What should we do? Suhe fretted. Don't worry. Let's inform sister about— I refuse to believe those two can stir up any trouble in the capital. Li Yong declared fiercely. He held great respect for his sister-in-law. He trusted that once Su Youyou learned of this, she would handle it properly. That's the only option. With her husband's support, Suhe felt much more at ease. I've already written a letter to sister. Please send it via the post station for me. Alright, I'll make sure they send it by the fastest urgent— Li Yong took the letter and immediately left for the station. Unbeknownst to Youyou, Li Shi was following him to the capital. After 17 days of travel, he arrived with her merely 2 days behind. It was now the 6th month of the lunar year. Traveling day and night had taken a toll on Youyou's already frail constitution. No sooner had he entered the capital than he collapsed from dizziness. The caravan members were terrified. They rushed him to a medical clinic and immediately sent word to the Zhenyuan Marquis Manor. What? Brother Yu has fallen ill. Bring him to the residence at once. Su Youyou quickly dispatched people to fetch him. I feel ashamed for causing you more trouble. Youyou said, his face full of remorse as he watched everyone come to visit him. What nonsense are you talking? Feng Lingxiao remarked. It's not like you wanted to fall ill. Stop overthinking and focus on recovering. There's plenty to keep you busy with the children's matters later. I know, Youyou sighed. Shortly after, Li siblings arrived in the capital with Dia travel-worn and weary. Had it not been for the manor's orders, they would have driven him away with clubs. Surnamed you. No one by that name here. The gatekeeper impatiently shook his head. Scholar Youyou. His timid and furtive demeanor immediately made the manor's gatekeeper suspect he was up to no good. When he started asking questions, the gatekeeper thought, what kind of person is this? Had it not been for the manor's orders, they would have driven him away with clubs. Surnamed you. No one by that name here. The gatekeeper impatiently shook his head. Scholar, you left a month ago, and young master, you moved out long before. Moved out? Li Laoda's eyes widened in shock. Do you know where he went? How would someone like me know? The gatekeeper replied with displeasure. Unable to get any leads from the manor, Li Laoda had no choice but to return to the inn. However, his years of drifting weren't entirely wasted. Chatting with other guests at the inn, one said, looking for the tanhua. It can be as hard or as easy as you make it. Li Laoda was overjoyed and quickly offered tea and snacks. Satisfied with his attitude, the man smiled and advised the top 3 in the imperial exams, Zhenyuan Banyan and Tanhua, all enter the Hanlin Academy. If you truly want to find him, just wait outside the academy. You're bound to run into him eventually. Li Laoda realized the wisdom in this and wondered why he hadn't thought of it himself. He quickly bowed in thanks and went inside to tell his sister. Li Shi was also delighted. Then I'll leave it to you, brother. Li Laoda grinned. I don't mind going, but you can't expect me to just squat by the roadside. You'll need to give me some money for tea so I can find a place to sit. Knowing he wanted money, Li Shi gritted her teeth and pulled out 5 taels of silver from her pocket. Spend it wisely or we don't have much left, she instructed. Li Laoda pocketed the silver with a grin. Once we find brother-in-law, won't the money come? He has wealthy and influential friends. What's wrong with asking her for some? Even fellow townsfolk share their wealth. Li Shi couldn't help but curl her lip. She knew Youyou was a proud man. Asking him to beg Youyou for money would be worse. Money in someone else's hands isn't so easy to get, Li Shi sighed. Just be careful not to spend all our travel fare. Money in someone else's hands isn't so easy to get, Li Shi sighed. Just be careful not to spend all our travel fare. Joking aside, he still asked around for the Hanlin Academy's location, planning to wait there like a hunter stalking prey. At first Youyou declined, but after repeated offers he stopped refusing. After leaving the academy, he would directly board the carriage and head back. At first Youyou declined, but after repeated offers he stopped refusing. After leaving the academy, he would directly board the carriage and head back to the small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. So for several consecutive days Li Laoda failed to see Youyou. Growing suspicious, he decided to linger closer. That day as the office closed, he spotted Youyou emerging from the gate. Overjoyed, Li Laoda rushed out shouting, "Nephew, I'm your uncle." By then Youyou had already boarded the carriage, which was already moving. Li Laoda couldn't catch up. The carriage that day belonged to the Feng family. Since Youyou was ill, Youyou was returning to keep him company and attend to his needs. But the coachman had heard some of Li Laoda's shouts. Seizing a moment, he asked Youyou, "Young master, do you have an uncle?" Youyou was taken aback, wondering why he would ask that. He recalled that his mother did have a brother once, but he had died in a plague. Then his aunt-in-law remarried, taking her son with her, and the family ties were broken. After a moment's thought, Youyou said, "No, why?" The coachman shook his head. "It's nothing. I must have misheard." Despite his words, he was certain he hadn't misheard. Someone had chased the carriage shouting something about a nephew and an uncle. After stabling the carriage, the coachman happened to run into Steward Fan. He decided to mention the incident. Steward Fan nodded. "Understood. Go rest. He'll report this." By dinner, Youyou learned of the matter. Initially, when Nurse Fan told her, Youyou dismissed it. "I've never heard of him having..." By dinner, Youyou learned of the matter. Initially, when Nurse Fan told her, Youyou dismissed it. "I've never heard of him having..." "What do you suggest, madam?" Nurse Fan pressed. "This is an unstable element. We need to deal with it quickly," Youyou sneered. "First tell your husband to keep them away from Xiaoshu. As for the next step, he'll consult Lei Go." Nurse Fan nodded. "Understood." The next morning, when Youyou visited Youyou again, she casually asked, "Why didn't you bring Zayashi's mother along on this trip?" Youyou sighed. "You've seen what kind of person she is. If she came, she'd only stir up trouble. I wouldn't dare let her." Youyou now understood. It seemed Li Shi had come on her own. "Surely it won't be that bad," she offered half-heartedly. Although Youyou was ill, his presence allowed matters to proceed. The Yu and Yi families had already begun the formal betrothal. After spotting Youyou the previous day, Li Laoda returned with renewed confidence. "Sister, I saw our nephew today," he announced cheerfully to Li Shi and Dia. Li Shi was overjoyed. "Really? What did he say?" Li Laoda's smile faded. "His carriage was too fast, so I couldn't catch him. But no matter, he'll go again tomorrow. He won't slip away this time. Thank you for your hard work, brother." Li Shi nodded gratefully. Dia was also beaming with joy. The thought of marrying Youyou filled her with excitement, not resistance. Even if she couldn't be the principal wife, it didn't. She believed her beauty would win her cousin's heart. A woman as lovely as her deserved a fine husband to live a life with. If her cousin hadn't liked her before, it was because he hadn't truly looked at her. Once they were married, she was certain she could capture his. The next day, Elderly ventured out early once more to stake out the Hanlin Academy. Yet he arrived too late and failed to apprehend Youyou. Undeterred, he lingered outside, resolved to wait until Youyou finished his duties and returned home. The ordeal of waiting was far from pleasant, and the tea at the tea house near the Hanlin Academy was hardly worth its exorbitant price. A pot of the most ordinary leaves cost him 80 coppers, and adding a modest snack would set him back no less than 200 coppers. In the countryside, such an amount could sustain a family for 10 days. Though Elderly was a shameless rogue, even he felt the sting of such wasteful spending. To add insult to injury, the tea house attendants regarded him with utter disdain, their gazes sharp and dismissive. Enduring until noon, after being repeatedly shooed away, he reluctantly retreated to the shade of a tree under the scorching sun, waiting for the sun to sink in the west. At last, as dusk descended, a carriage bearing the emblem of the Zhenyuan Marquis Feng clan slowly rolled and then emerged again after a moment. Elderly watched intently, then lunged forward, planting himself before the carriage with arms outstretched. "Whoa!" The startled coachman yanked the reins, fiercely forcing the horses to a halt. The abrupt motion nearly caused the beasts to rear up on their hind legs. Enraged, the coachman bellowed, "If you want to die, find a better place. Don't drag me into it." Unfazed, Elderly grinned, wickedly blocking the carriage. "What's with your arrogance? My nephew is in that carriage. Careful, or you'll lose your position." He smirked at the coachman. The coachman seethed. "Who do you think you are? How dare you claim kinship with the Zhenyuan Marquis household? Do you take me for a fool who doesn't know the real uncle? What stray cat or dog dares stir up trouble here?" A low voice from within the carriage asked, "Brother Nyo, what's happening?" Youyou quickly replied, a madman claiming to be your uncle. I think he's lost his mind. He must be mistaken. Send him away, the occupant said indifferently. Yes, master. Youyou obeyed, snapping at elderly. My master says he won't bother with a fool like you. Leave now, or he'll summon the 5-city military patrol. Elderly erupted in fury, convinced Youyou was inside. Pointing at the carriage he hopped and cursed, fine Youyou. Even if you're a successful scholar, my sister is still your mother, and I'm your uncle. You think you can abandon us poor relatives now that you've risen? Dream on. Listen you. Even if you're a minor official now no bigger than a sesame seed, you'll still call me uncle even if you become a Linglong lifted the carriage curtain, casting a cold glare at elderly. What's all this noise? Do I know you? Whose uncle are you? Brother Youyou, let the patrol interrogate this madman who dares claim to be my uncle. Youyou promptly responded, yes, mistress. He seized elderly, stuffing a handkerchief into his mouth. Then addressing the Hanlin Academy guards, he said, trouble one of you brothers to summon the patrol. Let them investigate this man lurking around here suspiciously for days. The guards nodded in agreement. He's been here for days, prying into everything. Who knows what he's up to? Someone soon went to fetch the patrol officers stationed nearby. In moments, several men in brocade uniforms with embroidered moon sabers arrived. Had elderly been a seasoned streetwise rogue of the capital, he would have recognized them as the fearsome Imperial Guard. But ignorant, he merely begged and pleaded. Youyou ignored his pleas, stating, this man assaulted my mistress with lewd and arrogant behavior. We don't know his background. You should interrogate him thoroughly. Despite elderly's repeated denials, no one listened. He was bound and hauled off to the Southern Guard garrison. There he was tossed into a cell without any questioning and left to rot. Terrified, elderly's legs turned to jelly. Amidst the chaotic shouts and pleas from other prisoners, tears streamed down his face as he cried out, spare me. Let me go. He'll never do it again. The jailer sneered, everyone who comes here says that. Once you're in, you're not leaving. That day Li Shi and her family waited in vain for elder Li's return. Li Shi murmured anxiously, do you think something's happened? Dia tried to console her. Aunt, don't worry. Father is a grown man, he can't just vanish. He's probably delayed by something. Li Shi felt slightly relieved. But after waiting all night with no sign of him, her worry deepened. What do we do? He's still not back. Something's wrong. Li Shi was on the verge of tears. Dia grew anxious too. What can we do, Oi? Linglong had deliberately arrived early to catch elderly red-handed. Predictably, he had fallen for the trap, playing his part perfectly without any rehearsal. Linglong didn't intend to harm him severely, only to keep him confined for a few days until Xiaoshu and Youyou's marriage arrangements were settled, then release him. Still, charging him with assault was no injustice. After all, she was a titled commandery princess. By the time Youyou emerged from the Hanlin Academy, everything outside was calm. No one mentioned the incident to him, so he proceeded to the Zhenyuan Marquis residence, as usual. His father had recovered significantly, and the Yi family had sent visitors with gifts during his illness. Youyou also brought many precious tonics. These are for uncle to nourish his health. Youyou declined politely. This is too kind. Youyou blushed shyly. These are trivial in our household. If they can benefit uncle, that's their true purpose. Youyou will be married soon, so uncle is my elder too. It's only right to show filial piety early. Seeing her beaming face, Youyou felt moved. For a noble lady to go this far was truly admirable. A poor lad like him could ask for no better wife. He accepted her gift. Thank you. Youyou's cheeks flushed. No need to thank me. As he saw her off, she waved from the carriage, and he waved back. Suddenly, a young woman rushed out from the roadside and knelt before Youyou. Cousin, please help me find my father. Li Dia, what are you doing here? Youyou exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Youyou's carriage had not yet started moving, giving her a clear view of the situation. Youyou shook her head and said solemnly, let's wait a moment, I want to see what's going on. If you want to know anything, I can inquire for you later. Yet a sense of desolation filled Youyou's heart as she thought, I don't want you to tell me, I want him to tell me who that person is. What is their relationship? Miss? Danju looked at Youyou with great concern. Over the past few days, she had watched her mistress filled with joy and anticipation, hoping to marry young Master Yu. Any good news would first make her think of whether young Master Yu would like it. She was genuinely happy for her mistress. Young Master Yu was handsome and talented, truly a perfect match for her. However, she never expected that a woman who seemed to have a close relationship with young Master Yu would suddenly appear, causing her mistress heartache. But even if she had questions, it was inappropriate for her mistress to go. What are they to deserve the honor of my mistress inquiring about them? Asking them now would only make my mistress seem disrespectful. Danju lowered the curtain for Youyou, urging the carriage driver to leave. The young girl was crying as she clutched Youyou's sleeve. Their father had been missing for 3 days with no news at all. Their aunt dared not go out, staying in the inn to curse. She felt anxious in the inn, but had no way to help. She had no connections in this capital city except for young Master Yu. Although their father said young Master Yu had moved away and was not at the Ho residence, where could a girl go to find someone? She could only wait for an opportunity near the Ho residence. Finally, heaven did not disappoint those who were determined. After waiting 3 days, she finally spotted young Master Yu. She couldn't care less about the appropriateness of the moment, as she knew that if she didn't seize this chance quickly, it would be difficult to find another. Cousin, I have been searching for you. Li Day cried as she clutched Youyou, sobbing uncontrollably. These past few days had truly frightened her. Things used to be decided by her father, she only needed to follow along. But her father had been absent for these 2 days and her aunt could not handle the situation, leaving her in complete darkness as she stepped out of the inn. With no other choice, she timidly ventured out to find the Ho residence. Once outside the inn, she felt that everyone walking by, whenever a man glanced at her, she worried about being dragged into a dark alley. If an older woman smiled at her, her heart would skip a beat. Her little cousin Jiang Shi had almost been deceived by such a woman, nearly abducted. The distance was only 2 or 3 li, yet it took her over half an hour to walk. Upon seeing the gate of the Ho residence, she did not dare to approach and inquire, fearing a fierce response. She waited outside, hoping to coincidentally encounter young Master Yu. Finally, seeing a relative Li Day, cried pitifully, drawing the attention of many. Yu Jiangshu had no choice but to take her inside the residence. Naturally, someone informed Su Youyou of the situation. Su Youyou sighed, thinking that despite her precautions, a flaw had slipped through from this angle. Li Day is quite capable managing to corner Xiaoshu here. She sent someone to invite Li Day over, for it was difficult to avoid gossip with a lone man and woman together. Additionally, she asked Linglong to come over to clarify the situation with her, so they could explain things to Youyou and avoid any misunderstandings. Linglong sighed, it was my oversight, I didn't expect her to dare to run around. Perhaps I underestimated her. Huh. Su Youyou laughed. Girls from the countryside aren't bound by as many rules, so they can run around without being scolded. This is something that city girls worry about less. However, I also didn't expect her to be so bold, daring to venture into the streets in an unfamiliar place. Yes, it was indeed an oversight. Linglong nodded. Then let's visit the Yi family to clarify things with Youyou. But there's a tricky part here. Are you referring to their intentions for coming this time? Su Youyou asked. Yes. You could say that Li's family came in pursuit of Uncle Yu. But she brought her own niece and brother. How could they come without ulterior motives? Linglong frowned. How could there be no ulterior motives? Su Youyou sighed deeply. The last time Li's family visited, they praised their 2 nieces to the heavens. If it weren't for Yulei's firm attitude, this matter might have settled. This time Yulei didn't bring her along for fear of complications. Yet as expected, complications arose. Yulei left her at home, but she managed to bring her brother and niece with her. Traveling such a long distance, her intentions must be significant. Just look at how her appearance immediately made Youyou uncomfortable. Linglong took a carriage toward the Yi residence. Youyou greeted them with a bright smile, but her expression was somewhat forced. Is it hard to accept? Linglong asked with a grin. Youyou smiled, and replied, Sister, are you teasing me? I have nothing going on. Is that so? Linglong laughed, linking arms with her. Why are you being so reserved with me? If there's anything bothering you or confusing, you just say it directly. What I know will tell you straight, what I don't know Xiaoshu will. Don't let other matters affect the overall situation. With Linglong's comforting words, Youyou's heart felt a bit light. She smiled and said, this must be because the servants said something. If it weren't for you knowing me, wouldn't you think I was petty? Every family has their sisters and younger siblings. I believe young Master Yu is not that kind of person. Linglong sighed, inwardly knowing that the more Youyou said this, the more it indicated how much she cared. Now that she had opened the matter, if Xiaoshu could not clarify it, the situation would still be serious. She was also confident that Yu Jiangshu was not a problem. Other young ladies might not dare to say this, but she believed that this Li family daughter would not be someone he would like. One Li family member is already enough to cause distress, and now they want to marry another into the family. That's impossible. However, I did catch a glimpse of Li Day, she truly is a charming and lovely girl. Especially when I saw her, just now her eyes were red and tearful, looking pitiful. Linglong spoke with her for a while, managing to stabilize Youyou for the moment. As for completely eliminating the rift, it seemed that Yu Jiangshu himself would have to explain it to her. Seeing that Youyou was no longer frowning, Linglong breathed a temporary sigh of relief. After all, the Yi family was truly a good match, and they really didn't want Yu Jiangshu to miss this opportunity. Upon returning, her mother asked with a smile, have you settled things with Miss Yi? Probably fine, but Xiaoshu still needs to be prepared. I reckon Wani will still want to get to the bottom of it. That's for sure. Su Youyou naturally knew the rules of these noble families. The Yi family choosing Yu Jiangshu was already a marriage beneath their station, and now, with this unexpected complication, how could they be happy? After Linglong's persuasion, Youyou felt much better. But when the second Madame Yi heard the maid's report, she was quite Wani. She came over with her maids, and exclaimed upon entering. You were wrong today, weren't you? Not at all. Youyou quickly denied. The second Madame Yi said in a deep voice, Wani, you don't need to cover for him. I've heard everything from the maids. He was already entangled with someone in front of the Marquis mansion. Let me tell you, we are a family of merit and honor. It's not worth compromising ourselves for anyone. Youyou knew that once her mother found out about this, she would say exactly that. Earlier, her mother hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about this matter. It was only because of the Empress' intention and the urging of her eldest aunt. Later, it was only because she herself was willing that there was no opposition. Now with this incident, her mother was likely displeased. I don't mind that he's a poor scholar, but now he's pulling these philandering tricks. If he can't let go of those fluttering butterflies, then he shouldn't come near my precious daughter. The second Madame Yi was furious. Mother, it's not what you think. Youyou now had to console her own mother in turn. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by a man's handsome face. I admit that Tan Huaiyu is good-looking. But good-looking people are generally fickle. Who knows what shady business lies behind it? The second Madame Yi, fearing her daughter would be too weak-willed and fall for him, couldn't help but warn her. Mother, I understand. Youyou said with a smile. Many things people understand, but they just can't do them. The second madam, Yi snorted coldly. It seemed relying on her daughter to handle this alone wouldn't do, perhaps the adults would have to step in. After leaving her daughter's courtyard, she went directly to her two sons' compound. I have a task for you, go and test Tan. The second madam, Yi said directly to her two sons. The brothers were stunned. Mother, what do you mean? Nothing much. The second madam, Yi said with a dark face. Mother, we didn't mean anything by it. The brothers didn't want to get involved in this mess. What do you think I mean? The second madam, Yi asked with a stern face. The brothers exchanged a glance, and quickly shook their heads. We haven't done anything lately. Don't try to trick us. The second madam, Yi frowned. Trick you about what? I just want you to find a way to take Tanhuayu out, and have him experience the same fun you used to have. The two were even more suspicious. What was their mother up to? She was actually asking them to go to the red light district, and bring their future brother-in-law along. Was that possible? It must be another new trick to trap them into revealing their secrets. No, they absolutely must not fall for it. Mother, stop trying to fool us. Yi Zhengyang said seriously, we were young and foolish when we misbehaved. Now we're grown men with sons of our own. How could we still be so irresponsible? Don't worry about us anymore, mother, we've grown up. You should be more concerned about sister. Yi Zhenghong added with a smile. You two scoundrels. The second madam, Yi found herself talking to deaf ears, and grew even angrier. I told you to take Tanhuayu out for fun, and you're talking nonsense. The brothers exchanged glances thinking, could we have misunderstood? Is mother serious? But asking them to take their future brother-in-law to such places, wasn't that a bit too open-minded? No, this was a double standard. How could there be such a difference between treating her own sons and her future son-in-law? Mother, this is a bit sudden. We're having trouble accepting it. Yi Zhengyang asked quietly, does sister know about this? If she finds out we took brother-in-law you to a brothel, won't she What are you yelling about? He's nothing yet. The second madam, Yi said angrily. As for your sister, don't worry about her. He'll handle her. Besides, isn't this for her own good? Testing her future husband's character. Isn't that for her benefit? Yi Zhengyang finally understood his mother wanted to test his future brother-in-law's moral fiber. It seemed she was serious not testing them. I see. They both nodded. Then Yi Zhenghong asked with a grin, Mother, to what extent do you want to test him? The second madam, Yi was confused. Nonsense. Just test him. What do you mean by to what extent? The brothers laughed. Mother, of course there are levels. If it's just a simple test, we could use a street girl or a boat girl. Generally men with a bit of money, unless they have peculiar tastes, wouldn't fancy them. Yi Zhenghong said with a smile. A step higher would be the girls from third-rate brothels. They know how to dress up and sing popular tunes. That's a bit more. Then there's the level of Wenzhou and Daxian counties. The celebrated courtesans there have unique tricks to ensnare a man's soul. But the young masters from good families only dally with them as a passing amusement. Then there are the famous stars from each prefecture and city. These women are not only beautiful and elegantly dressed, but also educated. They can converse eloquently with scholars and refined gentlemen. Such women are truly captivating. Most men would find them irresistible. And then there are the top-tier courtesans. Zhenghong chuckled. At that level, every smile and frown is like a hook that steals your soul. You'd be utterly entranced, wanting to be with her forever like a pair of lovebirds. At that point, forget about your wife and children, even your official career and future. You'd give it all up for this one person who understands you. Bah, it's still just lust at first sight. All that talk about understanding is nonsense. The second madam, Yi scolded. Mother, you asked us to explain, and now you're scolding us. Yi Zhenghong said aggrievedly. Enough of this rambling. Just tell me, will you do it or not? The second madam, Yi demanded. Let's go for the top tier, a courtesan queen. Yi Zhengyang said. Isn't this going a bit too far? Madam Yi hesitated. Though she wished to test Yu Jiangsh's character, starting with such a high degree of difficulty seemed excessively demanding. Let's keep it simple. I'm not unreasonable, nor do I expect everyone to meet a saint's standard. Just use the kind that would make you both utterly infatuated. So mother means anyone better than us will do. You always think everyone surpasses us. Yi Zhenghong grumbled. When finding a husband for your sister, why shouldn't he be better than you? Madam Yi retorted. The brothers realized she had a point. Why compete with their future brother-in-law? Alright, well, do as you say. We've seen this prospective brother-in-law, and he's indeed handsome and talented. If his character matches, we'll be happy for our sister. Yi Zhengyang agreed with a smile. That's the spirit. Madam Yi nodded. After seeing their mother out, the two brothers began to conspire. Brother, it seems mother has doubts about our future brother-in-law. For our sister's sake, we ought to test him ourselves. Yi Zhengyang remarked. Yi Zhenghong turned serious for once. I used to say I couldn't get along with those pedantic scholars, and since we're from different paths, civil and martial, there was no need to force it. It was awkward. Now it seems we have no choice but to step in. Indeed. Since mother takes this seriously, we should put in the effort. Yi Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. What about Hexiang Court? Isn't Miss Lingxiao quite something? I think not. Lingxiao is too pretentious, full of affected airs and insincere posturing. Even when we visited before, she never came out to greet us warmly. Instead, she'd set up some ridiculous trials to make things difficult. Are we going there for pleasure or to be annoyed? Humph. Yi Zhenghong grumbled. But the elder brother was, after all, the elder brother, naturally more experienced. Yi Zhengyang smiled at his brother. You're still young. You may not like her, but those civil officials and scholars adore her. Since we're testing that you fellow, we should cater to his tastes. Yi Zhenghong pondered and realized his brother had a point. It seemed his own cultivation was lacking. He needed more experience to reach his brother's level. And so the matter was settled. With their mother's approval, they had in effect a mandate to seek out women. They swaggered off to Hexiang court. Upon hearing of their arrival, Madame Gu rushed out to greet them. Young masters, it's been ages. Have you found new sweethearts elsewhere and forgotten your mignon? The brothers struggled to tear their eyes away from her plump bosom. Zhenyuan grinned. How could we forget you, Gu mignon? It's just that the family's been strict lately. See, we came the moment. Shall I summon Zhuxiang and Ruixiang to attend you? Gu mignon asked with a coquettish laugh. But Zhenyuan wagged his finger, smiling. Today we're here for Miss Lingxiao. Gu mignon forced a laugh. You're regular patrons, you know Lingxiang has her quirks. I fear she might not serve you well. Why not let me call Zhuxiang and the others? No, today it's her, or no one. Zhenyuan declared triumphantly. Helpless Gu mignon sent a maid to fetch Lingxiang. After a while the maid returned. Madam Sister Lingxiang says you know her principles. To see her one must pass 3 trials. Zhenyuan grew irritated. What 3 trials and 5 battles? Her rules are more tedious than going to war. Madam, if you keep indulging her you'll lose a fortune. Madam Gu, you can't keep spoiling her. I know. Gu mignon quickly apologized. I've tried to persuade her, but she won't listen. She's stubborn, and I dare not scold her too harshly. Perhaps she'll understand when she's older. But in truth, Gu mignon was secretly amused. She thought, what do you two know? The higher the threshold, and the stricter the rules, the more men will covet her. There's a saying, a wife is less enticing than a concubine less than a stolen love, and a stolen love less than one that remains unattained. In other words, the harder something is to obtain, the more men will obsess over it. Until they succeed, they'll find no peace. But once they do, the novelty fades in days, and they quickly forget her, treating her like a passing breeze. Many once renowned courtesans, after marrying and reforming, lived miserable lives. Before winning them, those men were all sweet talk and lavish spending, pouring money like water. But once married, their true colors emerged. Some were merely neglected, others endured beatings and humiliation, living in utter wretchedness, or were even resold, or given away, faring worse than in the brothel. In truth, Lingxiang's affectations were precisely what the brothel had instilled in her. Without some uniqueness, how could she? Gu mignon continued to apologize, hoping to dissuade the brothers. But they were not so easily fooled. Zhenyuan sneered. I was planning to bring the new Tanhua, the top scholar of this year, to visit, and introduce him to Miss Lingxiang as a client. But since Lingxiang isn't interested, so be it. He rose lazily and called to his brother. Let's go. Since Miss Lingxiang has no desire, well, look elsewhere. With that he headed for the door. Gu mignon hurried to stop them. Gentlemen, don't rush. That wretched girl must not have explained things clearly. Let me speak with her. She instructed the maid to attend to the brothers, and then swayed upstairs. Zhenyuan winked at his brother, grinning triumphantly. Upstairs, Gu mignon said to Lingxiang, who was grooming herself. You should go see them. They're from the Yi family. You need to— Madame Gu, Lingxiang replied, coolly, unmoved. Without rules nothing stands. If we set them we must follow them, otherwise why bother? Oh, my foolish girl. Gu mignon clapped her hands. What's gotten into you? What rules do we have in this house? Money is the only rule. Whoever has money is the master. And the 2 young masters said that if you meet them, they'll bring the new Tanhua Yu from this year's examinations. Haven't you always wanted to meet this Tanhua? But he's declined every invitation. This is your chance. Do you want it or not? Really? Lingxiang was greatly astonished, and quickly pressed for an answer. How could I deceive you? Gu mignon chuckled softly. After all, he's a young master from a ducal mansion. Would he trifle with you over such matters? For men like them, their words must be as good as gold, lest they become a laughingstock if word gets out. Lingxiang lowered her gaze. Daughter just finds it peculiar, that's all. Aren't they usually vexed by dealings with these scholars and literati? Why the sudden change of heart today? Why bother yourself with that? As long as they can invite this year's Tanhua Lang, your reputation, my daughter, will soar to new heights. The Zhuangyuan Banyan and Tanhua. The Tanhua is no less illustrious than the first 2. Gu mignon said with a smile. Lingxiang naturally understood this reasoning. She had merely been incredulous moments ago. Now that her madam had made it clear, it was worth feigning cordiality with those 2 brothers for the sake of Scholar Yu the Tanhua. After all, men were all the same. A few words, a couple of tunes on the pipa, that was all. The 2 Yi brothers were already seated in the private room, with Zhu Xiang and Ruixiang keeping them company over wine and laughter. Hearing their lewd remarks, Lingxiang couldn't help but curl her lips in a mocking smile. Yet before entering the room, she had composed herself and walked in with a radiant smile. My apologies for keeping the 2 young masters Yi waiting. Lingxiang has arrived late. She glided in with a light laugh, gracefully curtsying to them. So the lady Lingxiang has finally graced us. They smirked at her as she entered gracefully, sneering inwardly. What a flower queen, still nothing but a whore. Always putting on airs as if she were a cloud in the sky. Their brotherly pursuit of pleasure had its own code. It was all about mutual consent. As captivating as Lingxiang might be, there were over a dozen celebrated courtesans in the capital who could rival her, each with their own charm, gentle words, and tender affections. If it weren't for the scholars and literati being so enamored with her particular allure, they wouldn't bother coming. Truly, I have been remiss with you 2 gentlemen. Lingxiang begs your forgiveness. As she spoke, Lingxiang gestured for the maid to fetch her pipa. Seeing her agreeable demeanor, Zhenyuan and his brother saw no reason to hold a grudge, and bade her sit down. This is much better. Usually Lady Lingxiang keeps everyone at arm's length, as if we brothers had done you some great wrong. Not at all, it is my fault for not knowing how to please the young masters. Lingxiao quickly placated them. It's good that you recognize your error. Both nodded in agreement. After a few cups of wine, and listening to Lingxiao play two melodies, the brothers felt their outing had been quite satisfactory. Yet there was still an important matter to discuss. You may leave now. They dismissed Zhu Xiang and Rui Xiang. The two women coquettishly lingered for a moment before departing with laughter, leaving the room to Lingxiao and the Yi brothers. Left alone, Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If these two brothers forced themselves upon her, should she resist or submit? With a heart full of trepidation, Lingxiao picked up the wine flask. Allow me to toast the two gentlemen once more. They drank with satisfaction and chuckled. We came today to discuss something with you. Lingxiao's heart fluttered in panic. I am but a simple woman. What do I know of important matters? If the gentlemen have business, I should summon Madame Gu. No need, we wish to speak only with you. Yi Zhenyuan said with a smile. This sent a chill of terror through Lingxiao. Though she aspired to marry into a noble household, she dreamed of a refined and elegant husband, not a coarse, brawny, and boorish brute like these two. Despite the girls in the establishment enjoying their frequent visits, in truth few were willing to enter their household. They were vulgar, fickle, and quick to tire of the old. Entering that den would surely bring no good. Moreover, they were so savage that a single displeasure might earn you a slap that could kill you. And then no one would dare to speak for you. You'd likely be rolled up in a tattered mat and tossed into the crematorium. At the thought of such a fate, Lingxiao felt like weeping. But if Madame Gu wouldn't stand up for them, they were merely pitiful, lowly registered courtesans. How could they escape their clutches? Just as she forced a smile and racked her brains for words to dissuade them, Yi Zhenyuan cut straight to the chase. Let's be direct. I don't like beating around the bush. I already told Madame Gu that I'd bring scholar Yu the Tanhua here. You are to use all your skills to get close to him. Use every ounce of your talent, understand? Off. Lingxiao looked up in shock. What does young master Yi mean? Nothing special. Yi Zhenghong waved his fan and added, we brothers just want to see what's so different about a man devoted to the sage's teachings compared to roughnecks like us. He chuckled slyly. I want to see if your tricks and wiles can make the Tanhua Lang just as besotted. Lingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. So they weren't planning to redeem her freedom. Why didn't they say so sooner? She had been scared into a cold sweat. She smiled coquettishly. Is that all? There's no need for you to instruct me. When such a distinguished guest arrives, of course we will do our utmost to entertain him. But a man like that has seen all kinds of women. Why would he fancy withered willows and faded flowers like us? She said, half in jest and half in self-pity. Though she was the flower queen of Hexian court, as she couldn't claim to sell only art without flesh nor to remain unsullied amidst the mire. Hee, that's where you're wrong. Yi Zhenyuan picked up some food with his chopsticks and shook his head with a laugh. No matter the scholar, a man is still a man. As long as he doesn't prefer male companions and still desires women, you'll always have your use. Young Master Yi speaks with such clarity. Lingxiao has learned much. She laughed. All right. Prepare yourself well, and he'll bring the man to you. Exert yourself to the fullest, make him interested in you so he can't bear to be apart. How about that? Exert yourself to the fullest, make him interested in you so he can't bear to be apart. How about that? Yi Zhenyuan gazed at her with a smile, as if peering into her very soul. Lingxiao understood. Very well, I shall employ all my arts to make the Tanhua Lang fall for Hexian court. Excellent. When it's done, you won't be treated unkindly. They drained their cups with a laugh. Call them back in. That girl Zhu Xiang has changed quite a bit since we last saw her. Lingxiao sighed in relief and quickly withdrew. Yet once outside, a sense of gloom settled in her heart. When had she fallen to being less favored than Zhu Xiang and Rui Xiang? Had her allure waned so much? Lingxiao sighed in relief and quickly withdrew. Yet once outside, a sense of gloom settled in her heart. When had she? The Yi brothers had been heroes amidst a sea of cosmetics since childhood, having encountered countless women of all kinds, and were far from being the Yi brothers had been heroes amidst a sea of cosmetics since childhood, having encountered countless women of all kinds, and were far from being the kind of lustful brutes who would pounce on any decent-looking face. Lingxiao had always been indifferent toward them, and it wasn't as if they had never seen women before. Was it really worth all this fuss? After indulging in tender moments with Zhu Xiang and the others, the two brothers returned home thoroughly satisfied. Now that everything was in place, the only thing left was to invite Tanhua along. This wasn't difficult. They would send an invitation to Yu Jianshu as soon as the Hanlin Academy had a day off. Yu Jianshu had been troubled these past few days. His father was ill, and Li Shi, accompanied by Li Dia, came to the Marquis residence almost daily. Aunt Su was also annoyed by her, and simply avoided her altogether. Youyou had not fully recovered, and the sight of her only worsened his condition, adding to his fury. What are you doing here? Youyou asked, his brows tightly knit, and his tone extremely hostile. I came to see my own husband, Li Shi said, wiping her eyes. Look, the moment I'm away you fall this ill. How? Clearly I came at the right time. What's infuriating is that they didn't tell me, otherwise you might have recovered faster. Spare me. Youyou sneered. If I were waiting for you to take care of me, I'd probably die even sooner. There are plenty of people in the Marquis residence to look after me, and they've called in physicians from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. If they can't cure me, 100 of you wouldn't make a difference. But it's different with me around, isn't it? Ha, indeed it is. The moment you arrived, your elder brother stirred up trouble. I can't accept such care from you. If you want to live peacefully, go back immediately. How can a woman like me go back alone? Li Shi wiped her tears and said, husband, please ask the Marquis and his wife to help find my elder brother. Even if we go back, we must go together with him. Youyou turned his head away, unwilling to acknowledge her. Li Shi sat nearby, sobbing softly, making it impossible for him to close his eyes and rest. Can you go back to the inn? Youyou finally exploded, unable to bear it any longer. Husband, I don't want to stay at the inn. Li Shi's face was streaked with tears. It's full of strange men from who knows where, giving me the creeps. I'm old enough that it doesn't matter much to me. But Daya is still a shy young girl, with so inconvenient coming and going. Inconvenient? Then why did you bring her along in the first place? Youyou sat up abruptly. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? Didn't I tell you that if you ever dared to set your sights on Shu'er, I'd make you regret it? Find your elder brother. Don't even think about it. Do you think I don't know what Li Laoda is like? He must have done something disgraceful again, hasn't he? Youyou sneered. I'm just a poor scholar not capable of finding anyone. You've come to the wrong person. Ridiculous. Even if he could find Li Laoda, it wouldn't be now. No matter what schemes Li Shi harbored, she still needed someone to carry them out. Without Li Laoda, she was like a toothless tiger. Youyou sneered. I'm just a poor scholar not capable of finding anyone. You've come to the wrong person. Ridiculous. Even if he could find Li Laoda, it wouldn't be now. When his son returned, he would go stay with him. After Yu Jiangshu came back from his duties at the Yamen, Youyou discussed the matter with him. Yu Jiangshu found it a bit difficult. Father, my place is too small for all of us to move in. Even if it's too small, we have to manage. Youyou said irritably. Otherwise, should we let them stay here forever? Oh. Youyou added. We'll send you over, and you move back here to make do. I have a feeling their purpose is to target. Also stay away from Daya from now on. Men and women should maintain proper distance. If something goes wrong, it'll be too late for regrets. I understand. Yu Jiangshu nodded. I know the principle of avoiding suspicion. Youyou sighed. You're not the same as before now, you can't afford a single misstep. And the engagement with the Yi family absolutely cannot go wrong. One day as Yu Jiangshu was about to leave the Hanlin Academy, the gatekeeper called out to him, Editor, you wait. There's an invitation for you. Oh, thank you. Yu Jiangshu turned around to take it. It was an invitation from the Yi family, asking him to join them for drinks at the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion the next day. He had heard much about the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion lately, and knew what it was. Instinctively, he felt some resistance towards it, but the invitation came from the Yi residence, which was Yi Wanyi's home. This time it was Ye's second brother who invited him. If he didn't go, it would be too disrespectful. Moreover, Linglong had told him to find an opportunity to explain the matter of Li Daya to Yi Wanyi. He hadn't seen her these past few times, so this was a good chance to clarify things with her brother and avoid any lingering misunderstandings. He figured that their invitation for drinks at this time was probably to confront him. The next day he arrived at the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion earlier than the appointed time. The Yi brothers had not yet arrived, and the establishment was just beginning to prepare for business. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man walked in, startling the women present. The maid attending Lung Xiang ran in, giggling. Miss, a very handsome young gentleman has arrived in the courtyard. Lung Xiang was unimpressed, and said with a smile, You little minx, have you lost your heart? Then go attend to him, I don't need you here. The maid giggled. How could I do that? He must be here for you, miss. He wouldn't even glance at a little maid like me. Oh, you. Lung Xiang nodded at her. Let me see what kind of young master has managed to stir your heart, you little vixen. Hee, if you see him, miss, you won't say that. Chattering away, she led Lung Xiang toward the door. That young gentleman is still sitting in the hall downstairs, saying he's waiting for someone. Mama Gu asked if he had any familiar lady, but he just shook his head. He didn't want any company, just a pot of clear tea drinking alone. He's probably never been here before, and hasn't loosened up yet, Lung Xiang said as she looked downstairs. Just then the young man happened to look up, and their eyes met. Yu Jiangshu quickly lowered his gaze, and glanced toward the entrance. Lung Xiang couldn't help but find it amusing. What an interesting young master, it seemed she was right. He was likely a newcomer to such places of pleasure. Though he appeared composed, a hint of nervousness inadvertently showed. Lung Xiang pursed her lips in a smile, a playful thought arising in her mind, and she gracefully descended the stairs. Young master, why are you drinking tea all alone without asking any of the sisters to keep you company? She said with a smile, as she sat down across from Yu Jiangshu. Yu Jiangshu nodded at her. I wouldn't dare trouble you, miss. I have an appointment, but it seems I arrived early. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Don't worry about me. What is there to be busy with now? Lung Xiang said with a smile. Since your companion hasn't arrived, yet let me sit with you for a while. Yu Jiangshu cast a glance at her, and refused once more. Miss, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I am fine. Seeing this man was rather oblivious to her charms, Lung Xiang suppressed a light smile. He seemed like a well-bred young gentleman, still quite innocent. Rest assured, if I had business I would have left. I am at leisure now. Is this your first time here, sir? You seem quite unfamiliar to me. Lung Xiang asked with a smile. Yu Jiangshu nodded, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the door, as he thought to himself, why hasn't this person arrived yet? Lung Xiang continued, since it's your first time, sir, allow me to introduce our ladies to you. Thank you, but there's no need. Yu Jiangshu's polite yet aloof demeanor both surprised and intrigued Lung Xiang, making her even more eager. Then I won't call the other sisters. I may not be talented, but I play the pipa quite well. Would you care to judge it, sir? So saying, she instructed the maid to fetch the pipa. Listening to the pipa seemed acceptable, so Yu Jiangshu nodded. The other watching girls began to giggle furtively. Do you think Sister Lingxiao has taken a liking to this pale-faced young man being so attentive? This gentleman is so handsome, easy on the eyes. If it were me, I'd serve him for free. I'm not as greedy as you, I'd even pay to be with him. Another giggled. They all burst into laughter together. Hearing their increasingly improper talk, Mother Gu frowned and came over to shoo them away. Shoo, what time is it? Not dressing up. The guest will arrive soon. If any guest complains about poor service today, just watch me deduct your money. At the mention of deducting money, the girls scattered like birds. Mother Gu glanced back at Lingxiao, who was tuning the pipa, and seeing her shy, hopeful expression couldn't help sighing inwardly. Foolish girl. It would be foolish to set your heart on this young man. A handsome man won't fill your stomach. If you harbor such thoughts, you're being naive. Not to mention anything else, at least his family background must be modest. If you follow him, you can forget about a life of luxury, fine food, gold, and silver. Don't talk about how a priceless treasure is easy to find, but a loving man is rare. When you have no food to eat, you'll realize that love and affection are worthless. Only cold hard cash is truly reliable. The pipa strings rang out, the melody melodious and pleasing, revealing considerable skill. Youyou couldn't help nodding, thinking to himself that this woman truly played the pipa beautifully. It seems we brothers are late, ha. With a boisterous laugh, the Yi brothers strode in. Before they could even play matchmaker, these two were already getting cozy. It seems this renowned Tanhua top scholar is no different from us rough fellows. Zhenyuan exclaimed in surprise. Why is Miss Lingxiao so free today? No need to pass 3 trials and defeat 5 generals. Seeing the 2 men, Lingxiao finished her piece, stood up with a smile and bowed. Master Yi has arrived. I wonder. Her words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. She was asking why Tanhua hadn't come. Zhenyuan laughed heartily. Miss Lingxiao, aren't you asking knowingly? You were so intimate with Tanhua, yet you ask us if he's here. Are you teasing us, brothers? What? Lingxiao was stunned. She turned to look at Youyou again, and her heart stirred. Such appearance and such talent. He was the lover every woman dreamed of. She had imagined that the Tanhua would naturally be a handsome young scholar. But she never expected him to be such a youthful and refined gentleman. So it is Master Tanhua himself. I have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Please forgive my ignorance, sir. Lingxiao bowed respectfully. Youyou returned the bow. Miss, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary person, there's no need for such formality. He then addressed the Yi brothers. Greetings to both, Brother Yi. Ha, no need for excessive courtesy, Brother Yu. We are rough men and dislike such formalities. We came here for pleasure, so don't be so serious. It's boring. Zhenyuan laughed. This downstairs will soon be bustling with people and chaotic. Why don't we go to a private room upstairs? Zhenyuan suggested. Indeed. Upstairs is good. Zhenyuan chuckled. Lingxiao led the way. Please follow me, gentlemen. Yinger, have them bring a table of wine and dishes shortly. Yes, sister. Lingxiao brought the 3 to her private room upstairs. Please wait a moment, sirs. Once the wine and food arrive, we can chat and drink. Indeed. Zhenyuan said. Our brother Tanhua is a proper scholar who rarely visits such places. Today he is entirely in your hands. Make sure he experiences something different. Rest assured, Master Yi. Once you're at Hexian Court, you are our honored guests. Lingxiao smiled brightly as she seated everyone and had the maids serve tea. We will naturally give our utmost effort to ensure everyone is satisfied. You sly girl. Zhenyuan said with a hint of sarcasm. When we came, you made us match couplets and recite poems. Now that Tanhua is here, you don't even mention it. That doesn't sit well with me. Lingxiao's heart jolted, but she quickly covered it with a smile and began to explain. If we've displeased you, Master Yi, it's our fault. But those activities are just diversions, a bit of fun. To do that in front of the Tanhua would be like wielding an axe at Lu Ban's door, a laughable display of ignorance. Please have mercy on us, Master Yi, and let us keep a little face. Lingxiao said pitifully. The Yi brothers burst into laughter. So even you have someone you fear? Brother Yu, today we owe it all to you for avenging us. Ha. Then today, Lingxiao, you take good care of Tanhua and learn from him. We brothers will go find Zhuxiang and Ruixiang. We can't appreciate your poetry songs and pipa musings. You jest masters. But I do wish to seek the Tanhua's. Lingxiao understood the brothers' intent and quickly responded with a smile. After a few playful exchanges, the Yi brothers rose to leave. As Youyou started to stand, Zhenyuan said with a smile, Brother, you enjoy your chat. We brothers are off to relax as well. Rest assured, we'll keep our mouths shut. He winked at Youyou and left with a... Youyou still had things to discuss with them, so he quickly stood up and called out, Brother, you wait. I have something to say. Zhenyuan turned back with a sly grin. Brother, you no rush. We'll talk later. You just enjoy your conversation with Miss Lingxiao, alright. With that, the two strode off without looking back. Youyou had just risen to pursue them when Lingxiao smiled and blocked his way, saying, Could it be that I have failed to entertain you properly, young Master Yu, and you wish to leave? That is not the case. I simply have something to discuss with those two, Youyou said. Lingxiao smiled and replied, What matter is so urgent that it cannot wait until this moment? I will have someone keep watch, and once young Master Yi and his companion finish their business, I will notify you immediately. Youyou bit his lip and let out a resigned sigh. Very well then. Seeing that he had finally agreed to stay, Lingxiao's heart brimmed with joy. She quickly poured a cup of wine and offered it to him with both hands. Please, young master, drink this cup to your heart's content. There is no need for such courtesy. I am not fond of drinking, Youyou declined. If you have other guests to attend to, please do so. I will simply find a place to sit and wait for young Master Yi and his companion. Lingxiao was somewhat taken aback by Yu Jiangxi's refusal, and a thin mist of sorrow veiled her eyes. Could it be that you disdain someone like me? Lingxiao sighed. I am well aware that you are like the lofty moon in the sky, while we women of lowly birth are no more than mud in a pond. It is only natural that you young master would be ashamed to associate with the likes of us. Xiang'er understands. Her words carried a note of sorrow, her eyes rimmed with red, and tears glistened on the verge of falling. Yu Jiangxiu felt a pang of pity seeing her self-deprecation. Miss Lingxiao, why must you speak of yourself in such a manner? This is not a path you chose. Lingxiao dabbed her eyes with her sleeve, then pursed her lips into a smile. Look at me, why bring up such matters? I must not spoil your good mood. Enough of that. Since you do not care for wine, young master, please have some more dishes. The food and wine here are all delivered from the neighboring restaurant, and the flavors are quite delightful. I have no other intentions. It is only that in my idle hours I have written some poems and songs to amuse myself. Today, as I am fortunate enough to encounter you, young master Yu, I take the liberty of asking for your guidance. Lingxiao said with a smile. Yu Jiangxiu nodded. I dare not claim to guide. Let us learn from each other. Lingxiao smiled charmingly, and called to the maid, fetch my poetry manuscripts. Yu Jiangxiu noticed that the manuscript book she brought was as thick as a finger, indicating she had put considerable effort into it over time. Upon opening it, although the language was simple and lacked classical allusions, it adhered to proper meter and rhyme, which was quite commendable. Your poems are excellent, miss. Among women, they are among the finest. Yu Jiangxiu praised. Lingxiao felt rather embarrassed, twisting her fingers, and speaking shyly, young master, you do not flatter me. I know my writing is not good. I am sincerely seeking your advice today. Through their earlier interaction, she had come to understand that Tanhua was somewhat shy and reserved, not as unrestrained as other young masters from noble families. Of course, she did not see this as a flaw. If Tanhua were as hasty as the others, that would truly be disappointing. She knew that with someone like him, she could not rush. It required a slow simmer over a low flame. Once the timing was right, everything would fall into place. Thus, she did not act impatiently, and genuinely sought his advice on her poetry manuscript. This put Yu Jiangxiu more at ease. With his scholarly attainments, he could naturally identify the flaws in Lingxiang's poems. His critiques were both incisive and profound, yet easy to comprehend. Lingxiang could not help but silently admire him, her affection for Yu Jiangxiu deepening. In another private room, the two brothers, having finished their business, sat together chatting. Brother, do you think Tanhua has taken the bait? Why has there been no movement for so long? He looks like a timid little chick. Could he really be so bold? Yi Zhenghong said with a frivolous tone. Yi Xingyang shot him a disdainful look. Do you think that's possible? He is probably just all talk. Hey big brother, what if he actually becomes a regular at this Heshan court? What would happen to our sister then? We have already gone through 2 rounds of betrothal gifts. If he suddenly backs out, wouldn't that ruin our sister's reputation? Yi Zhenghong began to worry about Yuani. If it comes to that, we will naturally find a way to make him break the engagement first. That would make it his fault, and our sister would be— Yi Xingyang said with a cold laugh. To be honest, I don't even know what I'm feeling right now, Yi Zhenghong sighed. Actually, I think Tanhua is a good man, gentle-tempered, and good-looking. Life with him wouldn't be hard. Isn't that better than marrying some young master from a duke or marquis mansion? I'm afraid mother will regret this in the future. Oh, I think so much. Yi Xingyang leaned back, enjoying Juxiang's massage. Are you saying that the daughters of the Yi family can't find husbands? To be honest, our sister takes after our father in appearance. She is not particularly good-looking. If Tanhua can't resist Lingxiang's temptation now, then once he becomes successful in the future, wouldn't he fill a whole house with concubines? If that happens, our sister would still end up neglected. In that case, why not find someone from a well-off family from the start? At least life would be comfortable. What you say makes sense. Yi Xingyang announced as he pushed the door open. The door yielded easily, and the two inside both looked toward the entrance. Let's go then. Yi Xinghong immediately stood up. The two headed toward Lingxiang's room. Brother, you were coming in. Yi Xingyang announced as he pushed the door open. The door yielded easily, and the two inside both looked toward the entrance. The Yi brothers noticed that their clothes were neat, and their expressions calm, as if nothing had happened. Both were puzzled and astonished. How could he resist such a Bowtai's advances? Yu Jiangxiu stood up. Brother Yi. What do you think, Brother Yu? Has Miss Lingxiang attended to you well? Yi Xingyang asked with a smile. Lingxiang put away her poetry book and said with a smile, today a few words from young master. You have taught me more than 10 years of reading. I thank young master Yu here, and I also thank you two young masters for bringing such a learned scholar as young master Yu. I have benefited greatly. Hearing this, Yi Xingyang and his brother understood. The two had only discussed poetry and literature, nothing else. This meant that Tanhua had passed the initial test. They exchanged glances and sat down with smiles. That's good, that's good. We were worried you might not be comfortable, Brother Yu. By the way, earlier you mentioned you had something to discuss with us. Is now a good time? Yi Xingyang asked. Yu Jiangxiu clasped his hands. Indeed, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance, Brother Yi. Of course, of course. Yi Xingyang laughed heartily. From now on we will be family. There's no need to speak of help. Feel free to speak your mind. If we brothers can do it, we will certainly not refuse. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yu Jiangxiu. Then he explained what had happened that day. So that's how it is. Yi Xingyang laughed. I thought it was something serious. Rest assured, brother Yu, I will explain everything to my mother. After the matter was settled, Yu Jiangshu took his leave. The two brothers watched his departing figure and nodded approvingly. Did you only discuss poetry and literature, or was there something else? Yi Zhenyuan turned to ask Lingxiao. Lingxiao smiled demurely. Indeed, I only sought Master Yu's guidance on poetry and literature, nothing more. Master Yu is a gentleman of integrity. He did not look down upon a courtesan like me and taught with great dedication. I hope to have the opportunity to seek his advice again in the future. With today's encounter, she would have a chance to invite Youyou for a brief visit in the days to come. Step by step, with slow and steady effort, perhaps, she could leave a favorable impression in his heart, potentially securing a path of retreat for herself in the future. Even if that failed, having received guidance from Tanhua, she could rightfully claim to be his disciple. With such a reputation, wouldn't people flock to her? Heh, are you two gentlemen satisfied with my performance? Lingxiao asked with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Yi Zhenyuan nodded with a grin. The two returned home cheerfully to report. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, they found Youyou was also there. Yi Zhenyuan said to his sister with a broad smile, "Congratulations, little sister." Madam Yi scolded. "Have you been drinking too much again? Coming home and spouting nonsense. What is there to congratulate?" Yi Zhenyuan laughed heartily. "Mother asked us to test Tanhua's character. We've already tested him. He's a decent man, though he didn't lose his composure at the sight of a beauty. Truly, when it comes to women, he's stronger than us brothers." Youyou was stunned. "What did you do?" "Nothing much, just invited him for a drink." Youyou was furious. "It's bad enough that you went yourselves, but you took him to such a place. Is this how brothers should behave?" She sat aside in a huff, sulking and unwilling to even look at her mother. "Heir." Madame Yi glared at her two sons, then smiled and sat beside Youyou. "Mother did this for your own good. If he were a debauchee who sought marriage only for our Yi family's prestige and power, I would never agree to this union. Mother, if you had done this before, I wouldn't have blamed you. But now that I am already in betrothal negotiations with Master Yu, if anything goes wrong, how am I supposed to face the world?" Youyou began to weep. Seeing their sister cry, the Yi brothers felt a pang of panic and quickly made an excuse to flee. Madame Yi consoled her. "Your mother was thoughtless. Earlier I wasn't entirely satisfied, but I thought it might still work out. However, after that incident, how could I not worry? Today it's a cousin, tomorrow a courtesan. If this continues, how will you manage your days? Although families like ours taking concubines is nothing unusual, the matter of taking concubines must be arranged by you, the mistress. You cannot allow your husband to bring them in one after another on his own. Otherwise those vixens, each with their own cunning tricks, how could you possibly handle them? Even if he takes concubines in the future, they must be your own people. Do you understand?" After her mother's persuasion, Youyou felt her resentment ease. Everything her mother did was for her own good. Even if it was a bit excessive, it was not unacceptable. Do you understand? After her mother's persuasion, Youyou felt her resentment ease. Everything her mother did was for her own good. Even if it was a bit excessive, it was not unacceptable. "Don't let it happen again," she said, sobbing. "All right, it won't." Madame Yi hugged her with a smile. Despite her mother's assurance, Youyou still felt a lingering unease. "Sister Linglong, do you think brother you will be angry about what they did?" One day, Youyou came to talk to Linglong, whispering the matter to her. Linglong didn't know if Yu Jiangshu was angry, but she certainly was. "What do you think? Will he be angry?" Youyou was startled. "Sister, what should I do?" Linglong sighed. "What can be done? Keep it from him for now. Don't tell him, just pretend it never happened." Youyou nodded gratefully. "Sister Linglong, you're the best. You'll keep my secret, right?" "Yes, I'll keep it." After Yu Jiangshu moved his father's stepmother and cheap cousin into the small courtyard, he did not move into the Marquis' residence as his father had suggested. Instead, he rented a room in an inn near the Hanlin Academy. Li and Li Daya were only happy for a moment before discovering that Yu Jiangshu would not be living with them. They were deeply disappointed. "Aunt!" Li Daya cried out in grievance. Her father had not yet returned, and her relationship with her cousin had made no progress, filling her with anxiety. Li had not been idle during this time, and she had already gathered a good understanding of the situation. She whispered to Li Daya, "The one your cousin is betrothed to is the daughter of the Yi family in the capital. They say she is a true lady from a noble household. If she really marries him, your life will be difficult." "And what should I do?" Li Daya asked urgently. Li gritted her teeth. "It's not without a way. It just depends on how far you're willing to go. Aunt, tell me." "He'll do whatever." Li Daya nodded firmly. "Then this is what you must do." Li sighed. "Generally girls from such families are proud. You need to find a way to track her down, then go to her crying, begging her to pity you and allow you to enter the household as a concubine. Go beg her." Li Daya's eyes widened. "Would she agree?" Li sneered. "Whether she agrees or not doesn't matter. If she agrees, then you can marry him. And it would be perfectly legitimate. If she refuses, she can't do anything to you. She'll just resent you Jiangshu to the bone, and most likely the marriage won't go through. As long as their marriage fails, you still have a chance. After this, no truly prominent family would marry into his. If he marries into a more ordinary family, it will be easier for you to deal with." With that, Li took out a few pieces of silver. "You're bold and not afraid to go out, so watch for a chance to follow him, and see. If you happen to encounter Missy, then do as we discussed, and see if it works." Li Daya took the silver, nodded, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. "And I know what to do." There were several carriage rentals on this street, and Li Daya went to contact one. She didn't show herself, but hired the man to tell Yu Jiangshu's movements. Indeed, heaven helps those who help themselves. A few days later, the carriage driver told her where Youyou was staying. She gritted her teeth and followed the carriage directly, renting a house opposite the inn, preparing for a chance encounter with Youyou. Li Daya's wait had not been in vain. Finally on this day, she saw a carriage stop at the inn across the street, and a woman entered under the escort of her maidservants. Peering through the crack in the window, she watched until she saw Youyou escorting the woman out, confirming that she was indeed Miss Yi. Taking advantage of their conversation in front of the inn, she slipped out through the back door and hid in advance around the corner against the wall. Hearing the carriage approaching, she immediately dashed out from the side. The move was so sudden that the horse pulling the carriage was greatly startled, neighing and rearing up on its hind legs. Li Daya was also dumbfounded, standing frozen on the road. Seeing the horse about to charge at her, she could only cover her eyes. Fortunately, the coachman was a skilled veteran, retired from the military, adept at handling horses and possessing great strength. At the critical moment, he managed to pull the horse's head aside. The heavy carriage brushed past Li Daya. Youyou and Danju were thrown about inside the carriage. Danju angrily scolded, "Old Xiao, how are you driving? You've made Miss fall." Old Xiao felt wronged as well. "Miss, this isn't my fault. I don't know how a woman suddenly ran out and threw herself straight at our carriage. Could she be trying to scam us?" Danju said irritably. "These things are not uncommon in the city these days." Helping Youyou up, she asked, "Miss, are you alright?" Youyou adjusted her almost falling hairpin and said with displeasure, "I'm fine. If nothing's wrong, let's go." In truth, sneaking out to meet Youyou at this time was improper, and she wished to avoid any further complications. Old Xiao got off the carriage, led the horse back to the main road, and glared at Li Daya with a frown. "If you want to die, go somewhere else. What are you running around here for?" Scolded by him, Li Daya finally came to her senses and quickly asked, "Excuse me, sir, is the young lady inside Miss Yi?" Hearing this, Old Xiao immediately raised his alertness to the highest, pressing his right hand on the dart belt at his waist. Inside were 9 darts, swift as lightning when thrown, capable of killing invisibly. "Who are you?" he asked. Convinced that the person inside was Youyou, Li Daya quickly raised her voice and called out, Miss Yi, I am Yu Jiangxi's cousin. I have something to tell you, Miss Yi." Danju's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She hurriedly said to Youyou, "Miss, let's ignore her. We should go." Youyou, however, shook her head. "No, Danju, bring her over. I want to hear what she has to say. They'll wait for you at the tea." Having said that, she sent Danju out of the carriage, called out to Old Xiao, and proceeded forward. Seeing the carriage about to leave, Li Daya quickly lifted her skirt and chased after it, crying, Miss Yi. Danju called out to stop her. "Stop shouting. Miss told us to meet her at the tea house ahead." Only then did Li Daya fall silent, following her with a mix of doubt and hope. She immediately knelt on the ground. "Miss Yi, please have pity on me," she said, and began to cry. Before Youyou could speak, Danju shouted harshly. This was the first time Li Daya had been so close to another noble lady. The splendid brocade attire and radiant jewelry on Youyou dazzled her, making her unable to look directly. She immediately knelt on the ground. "Miss Yi, please have pity on me," she said, and began to cry. Before Youyou could speak, Danju shouted harshly, "What do you think you are? What nonsense are you talking? What has our miss done to you?" Li Daya wept. "Miss Yi, in the countryside, although my cousin and I are not yet betrothed, everyone knows that we are to be married in the future." "What nonsense are you talking? What has our miss done to you?" Li Daya wept. "Miss Yi, in the countryside, although my cousin and I are not yet betrothed, everyone knows. I only beg Miss Yi to take pity on me and allow me to be my cousin's concubine. That would be more than enough for me. Whoa. She then burst into loud sobs. Youyou was shocked by her words, her face flushing crimson. "What are you saying?" Danju quickly soothed her. "Miss, don't be angry. Let me scold her." Having said that, she stepped in front of Youyou and pointed at Li Daya, cursing, "How can a woman be so shameless? Our miss hasn't even entered the household yet, and you're spouting nonsense about taking concubines. What kind of family is the Yi family? For him, the Tanhua scholar Yu, to marry our miss is a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes. And he still thinks of taking a concubine. He might as well give up that dream. And you? Do you have no upbringing? I've seen many people, but never one so willing to be a concubine. Clearly you're born a lowly wretch. A cheap thing like you worthy of speaking to our miss." Li Daya had imagined several scenarios of meeting Youyou, but she never expected this one. Bombarded by Danju's scolding, she was momentarily unable to retort. "I just want to be with my cousin. I want to compete with Miss for him," she said weakly. No sooner had she spoken than Danju spat in her face. "What are you to speak of competing with Miss for the young master? Why don't you take a piss and look at your shabby reflection? Get out of here now and don't let me see you again, or I'll have someone drive you out with big sticks." If I'd known I'd run into you today, I should have let the horse go and run you over. At least it would spare Miss the sight of you dirtying her eyes. Miss, let's go. What's there to talk about with someone like her?" With that, she took Youyou's hand and walked out. "If you ever dare to block our mansion's carriage again, watch out that you don't get run over. It's just a matter of paying a few taels of silver. Do you think our mansion can't afford it?" Danju hurled a few vicious words and led Youyou out the door. Li Daya cried for a while before being driven out by the tea house staff. Disturbed by Li Daya's commotion, Youyou felt a heavy weight in her heart. Danju fumed. "Miss, what kind of business is this? How can there be such a shameless woman in this world offering herself as a concubine?" "Enough," Youyou said in a low voice. Danju had no choice but to shut up. After returning to the mansion, Youyou locked herself in her room and refused to see anyone. Madame Yi II learned of her return and came to see her, but was also turned away at the door. Danju, what's wrong with your miss? Madame Yi II asked. Danju had a belly full of grievances with nowhere to vent. Now that the lady asked, it was like a flood meeting a breach in the dam, gushing out uncontrollably. Madam, isn't it infuriating? Today Miss and I encountered a woman with a sick mind. She then recounted the entire day's encounter in detail. Madame Yi II said angrily, I said long ago that this marriage wouldn't work. See, here comes the trouble. Danju, in my opinion, you were wrong today. How could you let such a woman get close to your miss? Why didn't you have the guards drive her away? Yes, madam, I was wrong. What use is it to admit fault now? Madam, yes, liver ached with fury. Since when must a legitimate daughter of the Yi family endure the insolence of a country girl? I shall go speak with the master at once. This betrothal must be annulled. Also send an invitation to Madame Feng informing her of my visit tomorrow. That evening the enraged Madame Yi recounted the matter to her husband. General Yi could not help but lower his head in contemplation. It seems those of humble origins are not as simple as we imagined. Indeed, Madame Yi fumed. Our daughter was already marrying beneath her station, and before the wedding even takes place a concubine presents herself at our doorstep. This is utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Madame Yi fumed. Our daughter was already marrying beneath her station, and before the wedding even takes place a concubine presents. I shall inform my elder brother and the others. Let this matter rest. However, you must gently persuade Wani lest she later resent us. Madame Yi felt comforted by her husband's support. I understand. I will find a far better match for Wani, one she will never have to settle for. With this lesson learned, she resolved to secure a true aristocratic husband for her daughter. Upon receiving the invitation, Youyou smiled at Linglong. Madam, Yi will visit tomorrow. Ensure everything is prepared to her satisfaction. Linglong chuckled. Rest assured, mother. I will arrange everything flawlessly, not for our pride, but for Zion. The next day they prepared early awaiting Madame Yi's arrival. When the Yi family carriage entered the estate, they greeted her with warm smiles. Madame Yi looked unwell. Greetings, Madame Feng. You are too kind, Madame Yi. Please come inside. Youyou guided her into the courtyard. What brings you here today? Youyou asked cheerfully as she instructed a maid to serve tea. Madame Yi knew that no matter how she beat around the bush, she would ultimately have to convey her intention to dissolve the engagement. It was better to speak directly. Honestly, I scarcely know how to voice this. Yet since our husbands serve the same court and share a military background, I feel compelled to speak, for this concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness. She sighed. Youyou immediately sensed trouble with the betrothal. Has something happened? Tanhuayu is a good man, but his family is in chaos. I cannot entrust Wani to such a situation. Madam, if this continues after marriage, how will they manage? With an unreasonable elder in the household, how can the young couple find peace? Tanhuayu is a good man, but his family is in chaos. I cannot entrust Wani to such a situation. Madame Yi rose and bowed to Youyou. Even if you resent me today, I must speak plainly. We dare not marry into this family. A fire of rage ignited within Youyou. Her anger was not directed at Madame Yi, but at Li Shi and Li Dia. She had underestimated them. They had the audacity to approach the Yi family and sabotage the union. You are not to blame, Madame Yi, Youyou sighed. We are well aware of Li Shi's character. But Tanhua's father assured us they would live separately, minimizing disruption to the children's lives, so I thought. Madame Yi smiled. I know your intentions were kind. However, this matter is not so simple. How can parents and children be so easily separated? Li Shi and Li Dia are clearly troublemakers. I fear my naive daughter is no match for them. I must regrettably decline your kind offer. You are right to prioritize your child's future, Youyou conceded. Then let this matter end here. I will have Tanhua visit your residence and find a graceful reason to call off the engagement, sparing Wanyi's dignity. Madame Yi was surprised by Youyou's understanding and felt slightly embarrassed. It is a pity for you, Tanhua. We were also remiss in our consideration. Having clarified the matter, Madame Yi took her leave after repeated apologies, leaving Youyou and her daughter in stunned silence. Mother, that Li Shi is despicable. Linglong fumed. Despite her efforts to contain Li Laoda and prevent trouble, a loophole had emerged, leaving her deeply frustrated. Alas, these measures only treat symptoms, not the root cause, Youyou said bitterly. Unless we eliminate this poison entirely, Xiaoshu will never have peace. What do you plan to do, mother? Linglong asked. Youyou sneered. What else? I will confront Uncle Lei directly. Let him choose between his son and that woman. Youyou immediately ordered a carriage to Yu Lei's temporary residence. Unwilling to enter, she waited at a nearby tea house and sent for him. Yu Lei had recovered somewhat. Her sudden visit surprised him. You could have summoned me. No need to trouble yourself. Yu Lei chuckled. Youyou sighed. I wished I didn't have to come, but circumstances forced my hand. What happened? Yu Lei had never heard Youyou speak in such a tone and knew something was wrong. Li Shi sent Li Dia to plead with Miss Yi, demanding to enter the household as a concubine. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Youyou sneered. A thunderous roar exploded in Yu Lei's mind, scattering his thoughts like a swarm of disturbed hornets. He staggered, nearly collapsing, and after a long pause trembled with rage. How dare she? How dare she? This foolish woman. Utterly stupid. He had intended to leave the capital to avoid jeopardizing Yu Jiangxi's future in marriage. Yet ultimately it was because of him that his son lost the chance to wed into the prestigious Yi family. Regret consumed him. Had he foreseen this, he would have given Li Shi a letter of divorce long ago, ending this wretched bond. This venomous woman cannot stay. Youyou wiped his eyes. Can you lend me a few men? Of course, Youyou nodded. I will divorce this vile woman this time. I will ask your household to escort her back to her hometown. From then on we will go our separate ways, never to cross paths again. Youyou ground his teeth. With that he staggered outside. Very well. I will send them shortly. Youyou replied. Youyou truly had no face to see Youyou again. How had he spoken earlier? He had promised that Yu Jiangshu would not be affected. Now his face was being thoroughly slapped. If he had known it would come to this, he should not have been soft-hearted and kept that venomous woman last time, so as not to suffer today's regret. He borrowed paper and brush from the innkeeper and immediately wrote a letter of divorce citing Li's lack of kindness, jealousy, and various shortcomings, then stamped it with his seal. When the Marquis people arrived, Youyou took his leave from Youyou and returned to the small courtyard with the divorce letter. Li, from today onward our ties are severed, and we are no longer husband and wife. With that he threw the divorce letter onto Li's head. Shocked and enraged, Li exclaimed, Husband, what have I done now that you want to divorce me? Beside her, Li Daya was also stunned. Youyou laughed in anger. Don't you know in your heart what you've done? He glanced at Li Daya. You think you can hide what you made your good niece do and keep us all in the dark? Dream on. Now that Shuer's marriage with the Yi family is called off, are you happy? If Youyou were not so weak with rage, he would have given her a few kicks and slaps. This incompetent and vicious fool. He had endured her for over a decade. It wasn't me, I didn't. Li denied outright. Fine then, take Li Daya away. Youyou said to the sturdy women sent by the Marquis residence. Take her to the Yi mansion and let General Yi interrogate her to see who was behind it. Several robust women shouted as they approached Li Daya, who trembled in fear. Uncle, it wasn't me, it was Aunt who— Nonsense. At such a moment Li cared nothing for Aunt Ni's bonds. If Youyou divorced her, how would she live in the future? Seeing life getting better, even dreaming of becoming a titled lady, how could she be divorced? Wretched girl, it was you who always wanted to marry your cousin. How does it involve me? He is my son too. Wouldn't I want you to marry into a high-ranking family to support him and help him go further? And how— Li Daya was stunned. You told my father you had a way to make cousin marry me. Only if I married cousin could our Li family be— Otherwise why would my father and I follow you to the capital? Now my father is gone, how do I explain to my mother and siblings? Li Daya burst into tears. Enough, Youyou said with disgust. Li, don't drag others down, you're no good. I should never have been soft-hearted and brought you in stirring up trouble in the household. I was wrong before, but I can't keep— Today you have no choice but to accept this divorce letter. Master, you said coldly. I've already written to the county magistrate about this, and the letter has been sent. Whether you leave or not, this is settled and cannot be changed. If you go back now, you can still pack some of your belongings. If you force me to take action, don't blame me for being ruthless. Youyou turned and walked away. Husband. Li chased after him crying. Husband, I was wrong, forgive me. He'll send them all back and never see them again, husband. Youyou turned a deaf ear and walked out without looking back. Send her back, he said to the people in the courtyard. Blocked from leaving, Li clung to the door and shouted, Husband, if you send me away, at least find my brother for me. Youyou paused briefly, then continued forward. If Li didn't leave, he would never return to live here. Speaking of which, what had happened to Li Laoda? Send her back, he said to the people in the courtyard. Blocked from leaving, Li clung to the door and shouted, Husband, if you send me away, at least— How did it go? Is she willing to leave? Can she choose whether to leave or not? Youyou said harshly. I regret it so much. Thinking back, when someone suggested Su He as his second wife, he hesitated because she was Youyou's sister and didn't agree, letting Li Bantu take her instead. Later that Li woman seized the opportunity. It wasn't a big deal initially, it was his own pride and fear of shame that made him agree, leading to this mess. A good woman enriches 3 generations. That's no empty saying. Seeing his dejection, Youyou comforted him, don't worry. It's not that big a deal. We'll help Xiaoshu find a suitable girl. Youyou sighed deeply. After this incident, his son's reputation was ruined and finding a family like the Yes was out of the question. If the Yi family didn't want him, would other families? As if their daughters were any less worthy. Thinking of this, Youyou couldn't help but want to go back and kick that venomous woman a few times to vent. After a while, 2 carriages emerged from their small courtyard and slowly headed out of the city. Li and Li Daya were being forcibly sent back. Youyou clasped his hands. Since this matter is settled, there's no point in me staying. I'll take my leave, take care. With that he turned and went downstairs, ready to take the 2 back to the countryside. This departure meant he likely wouldn't return to the capital for the rest of his life. Youyou sighed. You're leaving just like that? Won't you say goodbye to Xiaoshu? Youyou asked. Without looking back, Youyou said, forget it. Meeting is not as good as missing. As long as he's fine, that's enough. I'm off. He waved his sleeve, got into another carriage, and was gone. Youyou sighed, and after a long while she composed herself and returned to the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. How did it go? Linglong couldn't help asking when she saw her sister return. Li has been divorced. They've left the capital and likely won't return, Youyou said, feeling sorrowful about her. Find an opportunity to comfort Xiaoshu later and tell him not to lose heart. There are plenty of good girls. Linglong nodded. I will. After learning of these events, Yu Jiangshu first went to the general's mansion, sincerely apologized, and proposed to call. The Yi family naturally could not agree immediately. They declined twice before reluctantly accepting on the third occasion. Although no one publicized the matter, the engagement and subsequent annulment between this year's Tanhua and the Duke's daughter was no small affair, and it eventually spread like wildfire. Yuan soon became engaged to the fourth son of the Wui Marquis residence, and after completing the 6 rites married into the Qin family. Meanwhile, Yu Jiangshu requested an external post and became the county magistrate of Wei County in Ludong. Originally a 6th-rank official, he was now a 7th rank out of the capital, clearly a demotion. Simply to uphold the empress' dignity, Emperor Zhou had to make such a gesture. Originally a 6th-rank official, he was now a 7th rank out of the capital, clearly a demotion. Simply to uphold the empress' dignity, Emperor. Yes, thank you, Aunt. Yu Jiangshu bowed deeply. Farewell. Linglong also smiled and waved goodbye. After this incident, Yu Jiangshu became more composed. During his 3 years in Weixin, he promoted agricultural education and achieved remarkable political accomplishments. 3 years later, the rumors in the capital had faded. Given his previous qualifications as a top scholar, he could have returned to the capital for a position, at the very least reinstating his former rank. However, Yu Jiangshu was unwilling to return to the capital and preferred to continue contributing locally. This greatly improved the Emperor Zhou's impression of him, leading to his promotion as the deputy magistrate of Jizhou. This was a 6th-rank official position, even higher than his previous role as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. He served in Jizhou for 6 years, accumulating merit to rise to the governor of Jizhou. Having been promoted to 5th rank before turning 30, his advancement was already quite rapid. In these 6 years, Jizhou prospered with harmonious governance, becoming a renowned hub of affluence in the Qilu region. This year, he had to return to the capital to report on his duties. It was not for the official position, but because until now Linglong had not yet married. This had become a remarkable matter in the capital, and even in Jizhou there were tales that the young lady of the Zhenyuan Marquis household remained unmarried, likely due to some issue. At this age, it was nearly impossible for a woman to find a suitable match. Peers of Linglong's age with comparable family backgrounds and talents likely already had multiple children. If one were to seek a partner, they would probably only be able to become a second wife. Yet Linglong was such a proud person, how could she possibly consider becoming someone else's concubine or stepmother? He had always felt somewhat ashamed, believing he was unworthy of Linglong. However, at this point, if he remained silent and did not take responsibility, what kind of man would he be? Thus, regardless of any official decree, he resolved to return to the capital this year. Moreover, the emperor had summoned him back to the capital. After a long journey, he returned to the capital after many years. The Zhenyuan Marquis household looked the same as before, though he noticed that Aunt Su and Uncle Feng had aged considerably, which made him feel somewhat melancholic. The Zhenyuan Marquis household looked the same as before, though he noticed that where have I aged? Aunt Su is still as beautiful and graceful as before. Yu Jiangshu replied with a smile. Stop flattering me, I am old. Aunt Su said with a smile. Even my son is about to marry, how can I not be old? She sighed when mentioning this. She wondered if she had been too indulgent with her child, leading to Linglong still being unmarried. Now her younger sister Xinjin was already a mother of 2. Several nephews had also married and started families, and now her brother and sister-in-law, as well as her sister and brother-in-law, were living quite well. Now her younger sister Xinjin was already a mother of 2. Several nephews had also married and started families, and now her brother and sister-in-law, as well as her sister and brother-in-law, were living quite well. Even the Feng brothers, whom she had never thought much of, had become grandfathers. Ever since they married the Qilin brothers' wives, they had been quite cheerful. Every time they wrote letters, it was to provoke her husband, making him unhappy. However, even if they were anxious, it wasn't right to urge Linglong to marry someone hastily. Fortunately, Linglong did not lose her composure, smiling off all of this. Let's not talk about us, what do you think about your own lifelong affairs? Aunt Su asked. You're already at this age, have you never considered your own lifelong matters? Yu Jiangshu gritted his teeth and knelt before Aunt Su. And I have always had feelings for Linglong. I hope you can support this. Even though he was nearing 30, speaking of his marriage in front of an elder still made his face flush and his heart race with shyness. Aunt Su was taken aback. You mean you like Linglong? Yes. Since he had already spoken, Yu Jiangshu no longer hesitated and said directly, I have always liked Linglong. I just felt I wasn't good enough, while Linglong deserved someone better, so I kept my feelings hidden. He added, now that you have asked, I will no longer hide it. I ask for your blessing. He bowed again. Aunt Su was indeed shocked by his actions. Someone was pursuing Linglong, which made her happy. Yet she couldn't make the decision herself. If you like Linglong, I don't oppose it. Aunt Su said with a smile. But you must personally ask Linglong about this matter. If she agrees, your uncle and I have no objections. They had agreed long ago that as long as Linglong consented, they would not. And Yu Jiangshu had grown up under their watch. Oh, what was there to worry about? Alright then, I will go find Sister Linglong. Yu Jiangshu jumped up joyfully and turned to run outside. His energy was comparable to that of a young lad. Aunt Su couldn't help but smile. However, looking up, Yu Jiangshu ran back. Aunt, where has Sister Linglong gone? Aunt Su couldn't help but laugh. Go look at Ning. Oh, thank you, Aunt. Yu Jiangshu hurriedly ran off, holding up his robe. Outside, light snow was falling, and it seemed that it would soon snow heavily. He didn't care about that and dashed toward Ningda Street. As the year drew to a close, Linglong began her routine inventory of several shops had issues, and as she reviewed the account books, the shopkeepers were sweating profusely with nerves. Linglong did not tolerate any wrongdoing. Once a problem was found, she immediately had the guards take action. Those who needed to be dismissed were dismissed, and those who needed to repay were made to return every last penny. If it involved a lawsuit, they were sent directly to the authorities. Today she discovered 2 shops with problems which affected her mood somewhat. While she was drinking tea, a maid came to report Miss Lord Yu is looking for you. He seems quite anxious. Then let him in, Linglong said with a smile. Yu Jianshu hurried in. Sister Linglong, I have something to tell you. Seeing him so serious, Linglong waved her hand to dismiss the others. Everyone left to give them space. Once they were alone, Yu Jianshu immediately said, Sister Linglong, I have had feelings for you for a long time. I started liking you when I first saw you at the age of 8. Linglong, although cheerful, was taken aback by this sudden confession, her face turning red. You're so sudden with this. It's not sudden. Each time I see you I want to say it, but I was afraid you'd be upset. But now I'm no longer afraid. I have waited for 20 years. If this drags on, we will grow old. Sister Linglong, I like you. Will you marry me? He pressed on. Tu don't know. It was too sudden, and Linglong couldn't think straight. Yu Jianshu was no longer the naive youth he once was. He understood that since she hadn't immediately refused, there was hope. Sister Linglong, it's alright if you don't agree now, though I can wait. I will continue to wait until the day you make up your mind. It was indeed quite sudden. Yet Linglong herself was also puzzled as to why she felt not the slightest aversion when Yu Jianshu spoke these words to her. Instead, a faint thrill of secret joy stirred within her heart. Disrupted by this incident, she lost all interest in visiting the remaining shops and returned directly to the manor. Youyou was rather curious. Why are you back so early today? So tell me, what are you thinking? Youyou linked arms with her and drew her into the room. Let me say this first, Xiaoshu is a— Did Xiaoshu come to see you? Linglong cast a reproachful glance at her. Mother, did you already know? Youyou smiled demurely. Not that early, only about half an hour before you did. So tell me, what are you thinking? Youyou linked arms with her and drew her into the room. Let me say this first, Xiaoshu is a good man, and I have no objections. Linglong hung her head. I don't know, it's just too sudden. Tell me, how did he say it? Even while gossiping about her own daughter, Youyou's eyes sparkled with eager curiosity. Just like that, you know. Linglong was too embarrassed to elaborate. Like what? Youyou teased. Mother, you're making fun of me. I'm not telling you anymore. Linglong retorted coyly. Alright, no more teasing, let's talk seriously. Youyou took a deep breath, composing herself to appear more solemn. So what are you thinking? I don't know. That was precisely what troubled Linglong. She couldn't decipher her own heart. She had never thought of him that way before. Xiaoshu had always been her dear friend and close brother. Yet today, when he confessed his feelings for her, she was not overly shocked, but rather felt a hint of delight, which made her feel something was amiss with herself. Then don't rush it, take your time to think it over. Youyou smiled. But don't drag it out either. If it works, fine, if not, make it clear to Xiaoshu soon. Xiaoshu is no longer young, he can't afford to wait any longer. Don't hold him back. What do you mean I'm holding him back? Linglong muttered. It's not like I asked him to wait for me. Oh, you. Youyou rolled her eyes at her. Actually, we could all tell Xiaoshu had feelings for you. We kept quiet all this time because we didn't want to interfere and risk making things worse. Now that Xiaoshu has finally spoken up, you need to give him an answer. Oh, I understand. When Feng Lingxiao heard about this from Youyou, he slapped his thigh in excitement. Oh, now that boy finally acts like a man, he said it at last. In truth, over the years, Yu Jianshu and Linglong had maintained a steady correspondence and exchanged gifts. They even collaborated on various commercial and educational projects in Jizhou. A third of the children who had graduated from the Huimin Bureau were assigned to Jizhou, and they had all done quite well. They had assumed that it would not be long before these two finally broke through the barrier and came together, yet they had dilly-dallied for nearly a decade. If he hadn't made his move, I would have gone to Jizhou myself. Feng Lingxiao growled fiercely. Were it not for the fear of being accused of seeking gratitude for favors, he would have long reminded that rascal Yu Jianshu. Now you can finally rest easy, Youyou said with a smile. Feng Lingxiao nodded and looked at her about to speak when he noticed a strand of hair at her temple glinting in the lamplight. Upon closer inspection, it was a single white hair. Youyou, you have gray hair. Feng Lingxiao sighed. Youyou laughed. At my age, is it so surprising to have a few white hairs? Feng Lingxiao, on the other hand, with his superb martial skills and robust qi and blood, still had a full head of black hair. Yes, we are both at this age. Feng Lingxiao took her hand. You've always wanted to travel and see the world, but year after year we've been stuck in the capital. Once Linglong is married and Ruoping has taken a wife, he'll pass the marquis title to him, and we'll go out to enjoy the mountains and rivers. That would be wonderful. Youyou was overjoyed. Feng Lingxiao laughed. No, I need to urge that fool of a boy to stop dawdling and seize the moment to press his advantage. Don't you cause any trouble. Youyou quickly warned him not to do anything rash. I know my limits. Feng Lingxiao roared with laughter. Feng Lingxiao, the great general and marquis of Zhenyuan, who remained calm and composed on the battlefield and could command thousands of troops, still could not contain himself and found time to meet Yu Jianshu. I hear you want to marry my Linglong. Feng Lingxiao asked with a dark expression. Yu Jianshu hurriedly rose and bowed. Yes, I hope you will grant your permission. Feng Lingxiao snorted coldly. Do you think Linglong is getting old and can't find a husband, so you pity her and want to marry her? Yu Jianshu was stunned. Upon his honor, he had no such intention. He quickly explained. Uncle Feng, I swear I have no such thought. I have adored Linglong for many years. It's just that I always felt she deserved someone better. But now I am nearly 30 and my official career has been relatively smooth. I believe I can bring happiness to Linglong, so I shamelessly came to ask for your and Auntie's blessing. Is that so? Feng Lingxiao's anger immediately turned to joy. You are indeed mature and prudent. We have no problem with it. As long as Linglong is happy, we don't care if he's a high official or a common peddler. But young man, you should really pick up the pace. At this tepid rate, when will you ever marry my daughter? Yu Jiangshu was overjoyed. Yes, uncle, I will hurry. Thus in the following days Yu Jiangshu visited the Marquis Manor almost several times a day. He brought the latest pastries, all sorts of curious trinkets, or passionate love poems inspired by his feelings. What a fool. Linglong blushed for him. With him running over constantly, the maids and servants in the manor were all laughing. After 5 or 6 consecutive days of this, Linglong couldn't take it anymore. Alright, stop sending gifts. I agree. Really? The nearly 30-year-old Yu Jiangshu almost danced on the spot. Is it true? Linglong, you've agreed. Linglong nodded, her face flushed. Wonderful. Yu Jiangshu was ecstatic, beside himself with joy. He'll ask for leave from the Ministry of Personnel right away and arrange the wedding as soon as possible. Silly. Linglong giggled. Seeing their daughter nod, Youyou and Feng Lingxiao both breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began preparations. When the news reached the palace, Emperor Zhou sighed. Minister Feng is finally marrying off his daughter. I thought I would never get to drink at his wedding feast. Empress Yi quickly interjected. Your Majesty, what are you saying? How could you not? If not Linglong, there are still the brothers Ruoping and Ruohong. Yes. Emperor Zhou laughed heartily. Issue my decree, bestow a marriage upon Yu Jiangshu, prefect of Jizhou, and the commandery princess Feng Linglong. Excellent, I shall prepare a generous gift as well. In the winter of the 32nd year of Emperor Zhou's Chengde reign, just as the new year approached, a joyous piece of news suddenly spread through the capital. Feng Linglong, the old maid of the Zhenyuan Marquis Manor, was finally getting married at the age of 27. As the dowry procession wound its way out of the Zhenyuan Marquis Manor, the front had already left the market, while the rear was still within the manor gates. The onlookers lining the streets were filled with envy. I hear she's marrying the prefect of Jizhou. The Marquis Manor is truly different. Other families marry their daughters up, but they go against the grain. You don't understand? The Feng family values talent over status. As long as the person is good, that's all that matters. It seems the Marquis and his wife truly dote on their daughter. Need you ask? Another person sneered. Otherwise, why would they give such a lavish dowry? We saw it ourselves, it's all solid genuine goods, nothing fake. Exactly, the Marquis Manor is really wealthy. Not just wealthy, but also willing to spend. Under the gaze of the entire city, Linglong's bridal sedan chair, carried by 8 bearers, finally set out. She's coming out. The sedan chair is coming out. The crowd cheered. Yu Jiangshu, dressed in red and adorned with flowers, rode a spirited black horse beside the sedan chair, his face beaming with an irrepressible smile. Yu Jiangshu, serving as the best man, couldn't help but remind him, brother, I know you're happy, but mind your image. Don't grin so wide. Got it. Yu Jiangshu restrained himself. But whenever someone congratulated him, he couldn't help but break into a... Yu Jiangshu snickered to himself. Big brother is hopeless. After the wedding ceremony, just as the bride was sent into the bridal chamber, Yu Jiangshu was dragged away for drinks. He drank until the world spun, and he had no idea how he eventually returned to the chamber. When he awoke at dawn, his eyes were filled with red. He reached out to the side and found it empty. This gave him a tremendous fright. He cried out and sat up, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Hearing the rustle of the bead curtain, a peach blossom-like face, both charming and reproachful, peered in. What had a nightmare? No. Yu Jiangshu quickly shook his head. He had been terrified not to see Linglong, just now fearing that everything before had been a dream. Linglong came to pull him out of bed, but he used her momentum to draw her into his arms and hold her close. Wife, Linglong replied shyly. Wife, Yu Jiangshu called again. We're finally together. I'm so happy. Yu Jiangshu sighed with a smile. From now on we must always be together, never to part. With that he clasped her hand tightly and gazed at her with a beaming smile. 3 years later, the rumors in the capital had faded. Given his previous qualifications as a top scholar, he could have